I stood within the Chunin exam arena of the Hidden Leaf Village. The place now thrummed with excitement, like a grand performance about to unfold. The spectator stand were packed with ninja and villagers alike. Everyone whispered among themselves, their curious gazes fixated on the genin waiting in the prep area, watching us as if we were rare, exotic creatures. Among the crowd, two figures stood out above all. One was Itachi Uchiha. At just 10 years old, he'd entered the Chunin exams alone and performed spectacularly in the first 2 rounds, leaving a lasting impression. The other was me, Ag Uchiha, a white-haired boy lost in thought as I leaned in a corner. I, too, had entered the exam on my own. Together with Itachi, we were known as the twin prodigies of the village, stars that shone brightest among our peers. Silently, I found myself teasing Itachi in my mind, just as Examiner Genma, a sun bond clasped between his teeth and grave determination in his gaze, strode to the center of the arena. "Contestants, gather," he called out to us. Then, in his stern voice, he repeated the rules for the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. Promotion isn't only about winning or losing. Your performance in the trial is what truly matters. The relief was palpable as the candidates relaxed a little, each silently praying, "Please, let me not draw Itachi or Ag as an opponent. Those two are just too strong." Genma gave a few closing reminders, then drew 2 slips of paper with names from a box. For the first match, Itachi Uchiha versus Ag Uchiha. The words had barely left his lips before the stands erupted into a frenzy. The crowd buzzed with speculation and surprise. No one had expected such a dramatic opening, the prodigies of the village clashing in the very first match. The electrifying turn of events sent a ripple of anticipation through the audience. At that moment, a familiar electronic voice sounded in my mind. "New mission. Teach this naturally sinister Uchiha brat a brutal lesson in the Chunin exams." I couldn't help twitching at the corner of my mouth. "Seriously, system, do you think I'm Tobirama or what?" 3 years ago, I transmigrated to the world of Naruto, awakening a character template system. By completing missions assigned by the system, I could unlock greater abilities with each success. And the template I'd drawn was none other than Senju, Tobirama himself. Name: Ag Uchiha. Age: 11. Template: Senju, Tobirama. Ninjutsu: Master of Water Release, able to mold and shape water at will for attack or defense, requiring only 2 hand signs to activate, with a grasp of many other practical techniques. Auxiliary Ninjutsu: Chakra Sensory. Passive ability: all abilities are enhanced when fighting Uchiha clan members. More skills can be unlocked by completing missions. Evaluation: as Hokage, one must act with ruthless resolve. I let out a quiet sigh, thinking to myself, "Itachi, I hope you can forgive me. This most likely won't be our final clash." The other contestants almost fled from the arena, while I alone remained in the center of the dueling ground. My right hand rested on my sword's hilt. This blade was a reward from the system when I graduated from the Ninja Academy, and rumor had it that Tobirama Senju once used this very sword to defeat Izuna Uchiha. On the other side, Itachi started walking toward me. He paid no mind to who his opponent was, only holding tightly to his father's order: defeat every rival, and the promise that he could train Shuriken with Sasuke after the match. We stood face to face at the center of the arena. The audience erupted. The stands thundered with the cheers of our supporters, both sides calling out our names. Itachi leaned closer and said quietly, "Sorry, Ag. I have a reason I must win." As he spoke, there was a flicker in his eyes, a vision of Sasuke cheering for him. "Is that so?" Almost unconsciously, my hand tightened on my sword's hilt. "I have my own reasons I can't afford to lose." Itachi fell silent for a moment, as if wondering what bonds might be most precious to an orphan like me. In the stands, Sasuke sensed the tension and anxiously tugged on Fugaku's sleeve. "Father, big brother is definitely going to win, right?" Fugaku nodded slightly, eyes narrowed, a satisfied smile on his lips. "Itachi is the strongest among them." With this reassurance, Sasuke became wildly excited, bouncing and pumping his fists like a playful cub. "Go, brother. Beat him." Genma glanced over at us, an inscrutable smile touching his lips, as if eager to see what kind of sparks would fly between us. Then he raised his voice to announce, "Begin the match." Hardly had his words faded when the sharp sound of shuriken slicing through air filled the arena. Itachi flung 3 of them, darting back 10 meters in the blink of an eye. I responded at once, drawing my sword. Its flash cascaded down like a torrent of water. Itachi's hands blurred through signs, and he shouted, "Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu." In fact, back in his younger days, even Fugaku himself had once gotten into a lengthy brawl with Elder Setsuna in the courtyard over a disagreement. So, when Ag passed by, The pancake shop. Uncle Uchiha Tebiyaki, the owner, made a point of giving him some extra pancakes, congratulating him on passing the test with flying colors. Ag ate the pancakes at a measured pace, strolling through the bustling street. He wasn't the least bit worried that the Uchiha would try to retaliate over what had happened. Fugaka's attitude today had already made that clear. On top of that, the clan elders would probably send him a little something to celebrate. And as it turned out, Ag was right. He hadn't been home long before there was a knock at the door. Ag opened it to find Inaho standing on the doorstep, his arms laden with gifts. Ag was surprised. Inaho, what brings you here? Inaho gestured at the boxes in his hands. The elders asked me to deliver these to you. Oh, Ag replied, making a welcoming gesture. Come on in. In the past, Ag might not have been so warm. After all, they weren't exactly close, and had even clashed over trivial matters before. But today, Inaho had come all this way bearing gifts, a gesture of sincerity that Ag couldn't ignore. To turn him away now would be plain impolite. Of course, if something like this happened again, a quick message from a ninja cat telling Ag to pick his gift up from logistics would do just as well. Ag ushered Inaho inside and offered him a seat on the worn sofa, exchanging a few pleasantries as he rummaged through the cabinet for some tea leaves. You really didn't have to go to all this trouble, bringing something over and everything. Sorry, the place is a bit messy. Hope you don't mind, Inaho. Here, have a seat. I remember a few years back, Elder Hokage gifted me a box of tea. I've never found the right occasion to open it. Since you're here today, let's enjoy a cup together. Though Inaho said it was no bother, he couldn't help but cast a discreet glance around Ag's home. There was only a single bed, an old sofa, and a paint-chipped table. In the corner, an ancient refrigerator hummed softly, its motor echoing through the sparse room. All of a sudden, Daowa's eyes were drawn to a blade. It was a knife gleaming pure white from hilt to tip, its edge blindingly sharp. Just looking at it was enough to feel the chill of its murderous intent wafting through the air. What a magnificent blade! Daowa stood up, walked over, and narrowed his eyes to examine it carefully. Ag, this knife must be expensive, right? You mean Shoji? That's a keepsake from my father. Ag replied, and it was true. The blade had belonged to his father. Hearing this, Daowa nodded in understanding. It made sense. Someone like Ag, just a genin who used to scrape by with odd jobs, like cleaning sewers and helping the elderly, could hardly have afforded a weapon like this on his own. Still, the name Shoji struck Daowa as oddly casual for a blade of such quality. As Daowa waited, after a short, stunned silence, a smile finally spread across Naruto's face. This strange, handsome, white-haired man didn't seem to dislike him at all. He even offered to buy him ramen. And how did he know he didn't like bamboo shoots? After a moment's hesitation, Naruto put his coins away quietly, sidling back to Ag's side, and sitting down, he looked up warily, then asked in a careful voice, "Mister, you're kind of strange." And then there was Danzo's opinion of Hiruzen. He considered Hiruzen far too soft. And then there was Danzo's opinion of Hiruzen. He considered Hiruzen far too soft. And then there was Danzo's opinion of Hiruzen. He considered Hiruzen far too soft. In Danzo's eyes, the Uchiha clan should have been dealt with decisively long ago to eliminate every potential risk. In Danzo's eyes, the Uchiha clan should have been dealt with decisively long ago to eliminate every potential risk. In Danzo's eyes, the Uchiha clan should have been dealt with decisively long ago to eliminate every potential risk. Watching Danzo's growing restlessness, Ryoma could only sigh in resignation. Watching Danzo's growing restlessness, Ryoma could only sigh in resignation. Watching Danzo's growing restlessness, Ryoma could only sigh in resignation. On most days, Danzo hardly let his emotions show. On most days, Danzo hardly let his emotions show. But whenever the subject turned to the Uchiha, his agitation would rear its head. But whenever the subject turned to the Uchiha, his agitation would rear its head. If Danzo were ever allowed to carry out his plans for the Uchiha, he would probably be too elated to sleep a wink. If Danzo were ever allowed to carry out his plans for the Uchiha, he would probably be too elated to sleep a wink. Especially tonight. Ryoma understood that all Danzo could think of at this moment was how to completely eradicate the Uchiha as soon as possible. Ryoma understood that all Danzo could think of at this moment was how to completely eradicate the Uchiha as soon as possible. Yet clearly, this was not the right time to act. If you never sleep, does that mean even a Hokage must forego his own rest? Fortunately, Danzo was aware of this too. He decided to wait until morning before making his move. It was the depths of night. The whole village lay cloaked in silence. Inside the root headquarters, Danzo was drafting a meticulous report, its title reading, "The Uchiha clan recklessly contacts the Jinchuriki without authorization, a grave offense demanding stern action." Inside the root headquarters, Danzo was drafting a meticulous report, its title reading, "The Uchiha clan recklessly contacts the Jinchuriki without authorization, a grave offense demanding stern action." He planned to formally report this to Hiruzen the next day and then move swiftly to act. He planned to formally report this to Hiruzen the next day and then move swiftly to act. If all went according to plan, the Uchiha would soon be wiped from the village, and Danzo could amass dozens of Sharingan as spares. If all went according to plan, the Uchiha would soon be wiped from the village, and Danzo could amass dozens of Sharingan as spares. Meanwhile, at Naruto's home, little Naruto was fast asleep. Meanwhile, at Naruto's home, little Naruto was fast asleep. In his dreams, he was no longer alone, but surrounded by friends, and a white-haired ninja was teaching him powerful techniques. In his dreams, he was no longer alone, but surrounded by friends, and a white-haired ninja was teaching him powerful techniques. With a wide grin, Naruto mumbled in his sleep, "I'm Hokage. I'm the Hokage." With a wide grin, Naruto mumbled in his sleep, "I'm Hokage. I'm the Hokage." At the hospital, Itachi lay in bed, gazing at the moon outside, a trace of melancholy in his eyes. At the hospital, Itachi lay in bed, gazing at the moon outside, a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Though he had recently become a Chunin, he still felt a heavy guilt. Deep down, he believed he had failed to live up to his father's expectations. What weighed on him even more was the sense that he'd let down his younger brother, Sasuke. By now, Sasuke, curled up beside him, had long since drifted into a deep sleep, sprawled across half of Itachi's bed. By now, Sasuke, curled up beside him, had long since drifted into a deep sleep, sprawled across half of Itachi's bed. Gently, Itachi brushed Sasuke's hair. "Sasuke, this will be the last time." Gently, Itachi brushed Sasuke's hair. "Sasuke, this will be the last time." Kakashi's house was still brightly lit. He had finally finished summarizing the day's work. Thinking about the report he'd need to make to the Hokage early tomorrow morning, not to mention those endless missions waiting for him, he let out a weary sigh. Thinking about the report he'd need to make to the Hokage early tomorrow morning, not to mention those endless missions waiting for him, he let out a weary sigh. He also reminded himself that he needed to find time to buy the latest edition of Make Out Paradise. Elsewhere, Ag of the Uchiha clan sat quietly in his own room, gently polishing the blade of his sword. His expression was clouded with heavy thoughts. Elsewhere, Ag of the Uchiha clan sat quietly in his own room, gently polishing the blade of his sword. His expression was clouded with heavy thoughts. Elsewhere, Ag of the Uchiha clan sat quietly in his own room, gently polishing the blade of his sword. His expression was clouded with heavy thoughts. Ever since he had awakened Tobirama's sensory ability, it was rare for anyone to tail him without his notice. Even the famed copy ninja. Ever since he had awakened Tobirama's sensory ability, it was rare for anyone to tail him without his notice. Even the famed copy ninja. Besides that, Ag could clearly sense the presence of people secretly watching from the tall buildings surrounding the Uchiha compound. That constant feeling of being surveilled weighed on the Uchiha, and even he found it almost unbearable. Besides that, Ag could clearly sense the presence of people secretly watching from the tall buildings surrounding the Uchiha compound. That constant feeling of being surveilled weighed on the Uchiha, and even he found it almost unbearable. He knew all too well that if he were the clan head, he might have given in to the urge for rebellion long ago. On the other hand, he also understood that his involvement with Naruto would surely provoke dissatisfaction and suspicion among many in the village. With deliberate care, Ag returned the sword to its stand, a look of resolve settling in his eyes. With deliberate care, Ag returned the sword to its stand, a look of resolve settling in his eyes. In that case, I must quickly grow stronger, so those stubborn elders no longer dare to target me. Early the next morning, Ag arrived at the police force headquarters and found Inaho, who was handling the latest batch of civilian complaints. Early the next morning, Ag arrived at the police force headquarters and found Inaho, who was handling the latest batch of civilian complaints. This time, the reason for the complaints was almost laughable. They accused the police force of not smiling while enforcing the law. Inaho was seething with frustration. They had just brawled in the streets, and now they expected him to enforce the law with a cheery grin? Utterly unreasonable. Inaho was seething with frustration. They had just brawled in the streets, and now they expected him to enforce the law with a cheery grin? Utterly unreasonable. Had it been outside the village, he would have taught these troublemakers a harsh lesson by now. Yes, do you want to raise your voice a little higher so the entire village can hear us? Yes, do you want to raise your voice a little higher so the entire village can hear us? Yes, do you want to raise your voice a little higher so the entire village can hear us? Hiruzen couldn't help but mutter, Danzo, every time the Uchiha are mentioned, you get like this. Your attitude only makes matters worse. Hiruzen couldn't help but mutter, Danzo, every time the Uchiha are mentioned, you get like this. Your attitude only makes matters worse. Hiruzen couldn't help but mutter, Danzo, every time the Uchiha are mentioned, you get like this. Your attitude only makes matters worse. Danzo brushed the comment aside with a wave of his hand, cutting Hiruzen off mid-sentence. Danzo brushed the comment aside with a wave of his hand, cutting Hiruzen off mid-sentence. You're aware, of course, that Uchiha Ag made unauthorized contact with the Jinchuriki? You're aware, of course, that Uchiha Ag made unauthorized contact with the Jinchuriki? Hiruzen nodded slightly. I know. Ag simply bought Naruto a bowl of ramen. Hiruzen nodded slightly. I know. Ag simply bought Naruto a bowl of ramen. Danzo stared at him, waiting for something more. Danzo stared at him, waiting for something more. And what else? They went home, each to his own. What else? They went home, each to his own. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his voice brimming with anger. What kind of handling is this? Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his voice brimming with anger. What kind of handling is this? Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his voice brimming with anger. What kind of handling is this? To him, there was no way Enji should be allowed to simply walk free. He ought to have been taken directly into ANBU custody for a thorough interrogation. To him, there was no way Enji should be allowed to simply walk free. He ought to have been taken directly into ANBU custody for a thorough interrogation. Danzo's dissatisfaction with Hiruzen's decision only deepened. Danzo's dissatisfaction with Hiruzen's decision only deepened. If he had become Hokage, the Uchiha would never have been allowed to remain a lingering threat. If he had become Hokage, the Uchiha would never have been allowed to remain a lingering threat. But he also knew very well that, back in the day, Lord Tobirama had chosen someone else, not him. But he also knew very well that, back in the day, Lord Tobirama had chosen someone else, not him. Gritting his teeth, Danzo said, Hiruzen, you should know just how crucial a Jinchuriki is to the village. Gritting his teeth, Danzo said, Hiruzen, you should know just how crucial a Jinchuriki is to the village. Hiruzen quietly brewed himself a cup of tea and, in one smooth motion, poured another for Danzo. Hiruzen quietly brewed himself a cup of tea and, in one smooth motion, poured another for Danzo. I understand. Lord Tobirama made it clear in the past that a Jinchuriki is the core fighting force of the village. I understand. Lord Tobirama made it clear in the past that a Jinchuriki is the core fighting force of the village. With that, he slid the teacup across the table towards Danzo. Have some tea, calm yourself. With that, he slid the teacup across the table towards Danzo. Have some tea, calm yourself. But Danzo had no interest in tea. His mind was overrun with urgency, his agitation mounting by the second. But Danzo had no interest in tea. His mind was overrun with urgency, his agitation mounting by the second. Monkey, aren't you worried that the tragedy from a few years ago could happen again? Monkey, aren't you worried that the tragedy from a few years ago could happen again? A spark of unnamed anger flickered within Hiruzen. A spark of unnamed anger flickered within Hiruzen. Enough with the monkey already. Address me by my title at work. Assistant to the Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Enough with the monkey already. Address me by my title at work. Assistant to the Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Danzo was always like this, all bristling bravado. Yet whenever faced with someone of firmer will, he'd tend to back down. Now, he reigned in his earlier harshness and seemed a shade more restrained. Danzo was always like this, all bristling bravado. Yet whenever faced with someone of firmer will, he'd tend to back down. Now, he reigned in his earlier harshness and seemed a shade more restrained. Have you forgotten Lord Tobirama's warning? The Uchiha clan is inherently dangerous. They must. Have you forgotten Lord Tobirama's warning? The Uchiha clan is inherently dangerous. They must. But Hiruzen had no patience left for Danzo's arguments. While Lord Tobirama had always kept a cautious eye on the Uchiha, he never talked about wiping out the entire clan. Besides, Tobirama had even promoted Uchiha Kagami as his bodyguard. Surely that spoke volumes in itself. As for Danzo, he seemed unable to find peace as long as a single Uchiha still drew breath. But Hiruzen had no patience left for Danzo's arguments. While Lord Tobirama had always kept a cautious eye on the Uchiha, he never talked about wiping out the entire clan. Besides, Tobirama had even promoted Uchiha Kagami as his bodyguard. Surely that spoke volumes in itself. As for Danzo, he seemed unable to find peace as long as a single Uchiha still drew breath. Hiruzen took Inji's file and placed it in front of Danzo. Hiruzen took Inji's file and placed it in front of Danzo. Inji is a good kid, just like Kagami was back then. They're not like the so-called dangerous Uchiha. Inji is a good kid, just like Kagami was back then. They're not like the so-called dangerous Uchiha. At the mention of Kagami's name, Danzo's expression tightened noticeably. At the mention of Kagami's name, Danzo's expression tightened noticeably. Kagami is dead. There will never be another Uchiha like him. Do you understand? Kagami is dead. There will never be another Uchiha like him. Do you understand? And what about Shisui? And what about Shisui? That. With a single question, Hiruzen left Danzo speechless. Danzo clearly hadn't expected that Kagami had descendants. With a single question, Hiruzen left Danzo speechless. Danzo clearly hadn't expected that Kagami had descendants. Seeing Danzo fall silent, Hiruzen continued to persuade him. Danzo, we must tread carefully when it comes to Enji. The current relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha cannot withstand any further escalation. Seeing Danzo fall silent, Hiruzen continued to persuade him. Danzo, we must tread carefully when it comes to Enji. The current relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha cannot withstand any further escalation. Danzo stood quietly for a moment, then rose to his feet. Danzo stood quietly for a moment, then rose to his feet. No, Enji must be interrogated by me. If it turns out he's done nothing wrong, I'll return him to the Uchiha. No, Enji must be interrogated by me. If it turns out he's done nothing wrong, I'll return him to the Uchiha. I can't agree to that. Ag hurried over, grinning sheepishly. Ag hurried over, grinning sheepishly. Ag hurried over, grinning sheepishly. Sorry about that. Inoka, are you alright? Sorry about that. Inoka, are you alright? Sorry about that. Inoka, are you alright? Inoka had been ready to snap, but as soon as he saw it was Ag, his expression softened at once. Inoka had been ready to snap, but as soon as he saw it was Ag, his expression softened at once. Inoka had been ready to snap, but as soon as he saw it was Ag, his expression softened at once. It's nothing, not at all, he said, pulling Ag in with a friendly arm around his shoulder. It's nothing, not at all, he said, pulling Ag in with a friendly arm around his shoulder. It's nothing, not at all, he said, pulling Ag in with a friendly arm around his shoulder. Come on, let's get some grilled meat tonight. My treat. Come on, let's get some grilled meat tonight. My treat. Ag was a man of principle. If a meal was free, he'd never turn it down. Ag was a man of principle. If a meal was free, he'd never turn it down. Ag was a man of principle. If a meal was free, he'd never turn it down. And if the grilled meat turned out to be really good, he might even ask for some to take home for later. And if the grilled meat turned out to be really good, he might even ask for some to take home for later. Thank you, Inoka. I won't say no to that. Thank you, Inoka. I won't say no to that. They soon arrived at the barbecue restaurant, only to find someone already waiting for them. They soon arrived at the barbecue restaurant, only to find someone already waiting for them. They soon arrived at the barbecue restaurant, only to find someone already waiting for them. They soon arrived at the barbecue restaurant, only to find someone already waiting for them. The man looked stern in the standard uniform of the police force. The man looked stern in the standard uniform of the police force. Brother Tekka, have a seat. Order whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money for us. Have a seat. Order whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money for us. Isai ran his hand over his white hair, thinking to himself, since you're insistent, don't regret it later. Isai ran his hand over his white hair, thinking to himself, since you're insistent, don't regret it later. This was, after all, Konoha's priciest barbecue joint. If they left him to his own devices, Isai suspected he could eat them in a bankruptcy in one sitting. This was, after all, Konoha's priciest barbecue joint. If they left him to his own devices, Isai suspected he could eat them in a bankruptcy in one sitting. Before long, the barbecue was brought out. Before long, the barbecue was brought out. Fat dripped from the meat onto the hot coals. filling the air with a mouth-watering sizzle. Fat dripped from the meat onto the hot coals, filling the air with a mouth-watering sizzle. Watching Isai tear into the feast, Tekka and Inaho couldn't help but swallow hard. Watching Isai tear into the feast, Tekka and Inaho couldn't help but swallow hard. Watching Isai tear into the feast, Tekka and Inaho couldn't help but swallow hard. Watching Isai tear into the feast, Tekka and Inaho couldn't help but swallow hard. Has this kid, Isai, always had it this rough? Has this kid, Isai, always had it this rough? Inaho, didn't the elders tell you to bring some money to Isai? You didn't pocket it for yourself, did you? Inaho, didn't the elders tell you to bring some money to Isai? You didn't pocket it for yourself, did you? What are you talking about? I only skim a little off the rich. What are you talking about? I only skim a little off the rich. Then what's going on? Isai looks like he hasn't eaten in days. Inaho scratched his head, unconcerned. He figured he'd just make up an excuse to the clan leader for reimbursement later. Inaho scratched his head, unconcerned. He figured he'd just make up an excuse to the clan leader for reimbursement later. Time slipped by quietly as Isai kept his head down, devouring the barbecue, as if he needed to make up for every hungry day at once. Time slipped by quietly as Isai kept his head down, devouring the barbecue, as if he needed to make up for every hungry day at once. Time slipped by quietly as Isai kept his head down, devouring the barbecue, as if he needed to make up for every hungry day at once. Inaho and Tekka nibbled on side dishes, keeping their cups filled with sake. Inaho and Tekka nibbled on side dishes, keeping their cups filled with sake. Inaho and Tekka nibbled on side dishes, keeping their cups filled with sake. After a few rounds, the plates were mostly empty, and Isai finally tuned in as Inaho and Tekka began to gripe about work. After a few rounds, the plates were mostly empty, and Isai finally tuned in as Inaho and Tekka began to gripe about work. After a few rounds, the plates were mostly empty, and Isai finally tuned in as Inaho and Tekka began to gripe about work. Working in the police force is getting tougher. No matter who starts the trouble, it somehow always gets blamed on us. This month alone, we've had more complaints for excessive force than I can count. At this, Inaho lowered his voice and glanced around, making sure no one overheard before continuing. At this, Inaho lowered his voice and glanced around, making sure no one overheard before continuing. Some people have already taken their issues to Lord Hokage himself. Clan Chief Fugaku was even summoned for a talk. Heard that several small ninja clans, can't say their names, have banded together, suggesting a supervisory committee to oversee us. At that, both men exchanged knowing sighs and polished off their drinks in one gulp. At that, both men exchanged knowing sighs and polished off their drinks in one gulp. At that, both men exchanged knowing sighs and polished off their drinks in one gulp. They all understood this so-called talk was nothing short of an inquisition. They all understood this so-called talk was nothing short of an inquisition. Isai suddenly asked, "So what did Clan Chief Fugaku say?" Isai suddenly asked, "So what did Clan Chief Fugaku say?" He said we should trust Lord Hokage, that he'll get to the bottom of things. He especially reminded us to be mindful of our attitude when enforcing the law. Isai softly replied, a line that, indeed, sounded just like Fugaku. Isai softly replied, a line that, indeed, sounded just like Fugaku. If only Fugaku were a bit more decisive, perhaps the Uchiha would not be in such dire straits now. Since Naruto hadn't been visiting the ramen shop lately, Ag figured he might be out gathering mushrooms or fishing by the river in the back hills. Sure enough, as the sun slipped toward the horizon, a small boy with a crown of golden hair appeared within Ag's sight. Naruto didn't really know how to take care of himself and often went hungry for lack of food, even though Ag had treated him to a bowl of ramen last time. Naruto felt embarrassed to always rely on others' kindness. So, this time, fishing rod in hand, he went down to the riverside, hoping to catch a few big fish, and if luck was on his side, he even planned to bring some to Ag, Ryoma, gave a quick hand signal, and instantly, the root operatives behind him set the plan in motion. Several figures in black masks sprang out from the shadows, swiftly closing in and surrounding Ag and Naruto on all sides. Naruto was busily threading fish onto a branch. He stopped, hands frozen in midair, eyes wide with confusion. There had been so many visitors today, far more than usual. Ag, Uchiha, you are hereby charged with. Before the ninja could finish, Ag moved like lightning. In a flash, his blade plunged straight through the man's chest. There are armed suspects threatening Naruto's life. Captain Kakashi, I need your assistance. What? Kakashi thought Ag must have lost his mind. Last week, Uchiha Isai met privately with Uzumaki. Naruto, the two of them, talked alone for half an hour. Today, he went to meet with Uzumaki, Naruto again. And not just that, he killed 6 of our root operatives. Because of him, Ryoma was gravely wounded. When you put all this together, it's more than enough to sentence him to death. Hiruzen brought his pipe to his lips, inhaling deeply. As for Isai's contact with Naruto, he could barely justify it with some forced explanation. But the charge of killing 6 root shinobi, that was a crime too severe to dismiss. Could it be that Isai had already fallen under the influence of the Uchiha clan's radicals and turned into someone willing to challenge the village by force? Seeing Hiruzen lapse into silence, Danzo assumed his opinion had been tacitly accepted. Hiruzen, you're finally making the right decision this time. Just as Danzo was ready to order his men to arrest Isai and bring him in for questioning, Isai stepped forward, fixing Danzo with a determined gaze. Lord Danzo, why are you framing a member of the police force? What is your real intention? The police force? Only then did Danzo notice the emblem on Isai's uniform. So what if you're with the police force? You lot are nothing but a rabble. You nearly brought Konoha to ruin back then. Enough, Isai shouted in anger. The police force was established under the decree of the second Hokage, Lord Tobirama. Are you questioning Lord Tobirama's will now? How dare you? Who gave you the right to speak to me this way? And who gave you the right to question Lord Tobirama's decision? You accuse me of rebelling, but it seems to me that you, Lord Danzo, are the one with treasonous intentions. Back and forth they argued, neither giving way, and the atmosphere grew tense, leaving Hiruzen with a splitting headache. As for Kakashi, he wanted nothing more than to find a corner to hide in and pretend he hadn't heard any of these sensitive exchanges. This level of power struggle. Anyone who watches Naruto regularly knows that a typical Uchiha clan meeting tends to revolve around 3 things. First, whether or not they should start a rebellion. Second, if they're going to rebel, when should they do it? And finally, Fugaku wraps it up by summarizing the meeting. Ag figured tonight's agenda was probably going to be much the same. After grabbing a quick dinner, Ag made his way to the shrine. He greeted his clansmen and the elders, then took a seat in the very back. At the same time, he subtly scanned the faces around the room. The Uchiha were famous as Konoha's largest clan, and each member carried themselves with a haughty air as if they were on top of the world. Take that big-nosed guy in the third row, for example, strong and imposing, but not the brightest. He was always going on about how with these eyes, I can change the minds of others, sounding impressive, spouting grandiose nonsense. But in the end, none of his talk solved anything. In fact, he got completely outmaneuvered by that sly old Danzo. Still, some of the blame had to fall on Fugaku. If he hadn't been so indecisive all the time and hadn't raised such an eccentric eldest son, maybe the Uchiha wouldn't have ended up with just Sasuke left in the end. While Ag was quietly airing his grievances, Fugaku arrived. Judging by the look on his face, he wasn't in a good mood. He'd probably just been summoned for another chat with the Hokage. Sure enough, the first thing Fugaku brought up was the ongoing troubles with the police force. Everyone, we've recently had a serious wave of resignations in the police department. We're severely understaffed. Please, try to persuade your friends and family to join. He barely finished before a chorus of complaints rippled through the room. Asking people to join the police is basically sending them into the fire. I'm thinking of quitting myself. I get chewed out every single day. I've lost count of how many times my family's been mocked or insulted. My son's classmates found out I work for the police, and now they've started ostracizing him. He's threatening to drop out of school. One gripe after another left Fugaka dumbfounded. Not knowing how to respond, he simply opted not to. We'll leave that issue for another time, Fugaka declared with forced cheer. Let's move on to the next topic. Abruptly, Fugaku turned to Eiji. Eiji, did you kill 6 root operatives today? Eiji straightened and answered in a clear, ringing voice. Yes, clan leader Fugaku. I was fulfilling my duties as a member of the police department. The room, which had just fallen silent, instantly burst into excited chatter. Did they hear that right? Eiji had taken out 6 of Danzo's lackeys? Fantastic. Serves them right. Ever since Danzo had risen to power, that old vulture had done nothing but target the Uchiha, never once sparing a thought for protecting the village's people. He'd haul off clan members for questioning any chance he got, and whenever they came back, they'd be battered and bruised, obvious signs of harsh interrogations. The big, timid Fugaku went to demand an explanation in a fit of anger, but when he returned, his head was hanging so low it was nearly scraping the ground. The old fool Hiruzen didn't bother to interfere either, leaving Danzo and the 2 advisors to cause trouble unchecked. As a result, any time the Uchiha brought up those people, it was always with bitter complaints and resentment. A few bold ones even wanted to imitate Elder Shirsue's attempt from years past to assassinate the Hokage's upper ranks, only for someone to leak the plan, though no one knew who it was. Those involved were locked away by Fugaku in solitary for a month, and by the time they emerged, they were emotionally numb. Unsurprisingly, this only made their dissatisfaction with Fugaku even greater. If you can be so tough on your own family, why do you never dare raise your voice against those Konoha fools? An externally fierce but inwardly hesitant clan leader. But now, things were different. At last, the Uchiha had a genius ninja, a man with the grit to stand up and confront Konoha. Eiji, well done. Incredible. Next time you act, bring me along. I have some family secret poison. Just smear it on your blade, and I guarantee whoever it touches is done for. Has that old man, Danzo, troubled you? If he has, just say the word. We'll find a way to avenge you. The uproar was enough to give Eiji a splitting headache. With so many voices talking at once, he could hardly make out what any single person was saying. But judging from the looks on their faces, they seemed genuinely full of admiration for him. Eiji couldn't help blushing at the situation he'd stirred up. All he wanted was to complete a minor task. He never expected to become a tribe-wide idol by accident. The thought nearly made Eiji break into laughter. But when Fugaku, sitting at the head of the room, saw this, his mood grew heavy. Ever since the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, the calls for rebellion within the clan had grown louder and louder. Even if he used his authority as clan leader to forcibly suppress dissent, he knew all too well that in their hearts, they would not truly accept it. Events today made that reality painfully clear. Fugaku had planned to use tonight's clan meeting to warn Eiji, urging him to rein himself in for the future. Who could have guessed it would turn into Eiji's victory celebration instead? Frustration welled up in Fugaku's chest, and he noticed Shisui sitting in the front row, wearing an equally troubled expression. All these years, Shisui had moved between Konoha's leadership and the Uchiha, hoping to resolve the rifts between the two sides through his own efforts. But from the atmosphere tonight, that hope felt more impossible than ever. Suddenly, Shisui raised his voice and declared, Eiji, you really shouldn't have done this. At his words, the room fell abruptly silent. All eyes turned to see which traitor had dared say such a thing. When they realized it was Shisui, the elders who had just been showering Eiji with praise instantly turned on him, unleashing a barrage of scathing words. Uchiha Shisui, what do you mean by that? Come on, tell us. What exactly did Eiji do wrong? If you don't give us a good reason tonight, I swear I'll beat you senseless. Shisui faced their questioning without the slightest hesitation. He was all too familiar with this routine by now. He could only force himself to patiently explain. Acting this way might bring a fleeting sense of satisfaction, but will only arouse suspicion and fear from the Hokage and others in power. In the end, it will just bring even greater trouble to our clan. When Shisui finished speaking, his words were met with a chorus of groans and murmurs. You're young, but how can you be so naive? Ever since Hashirama passed away, the Uchiha have been distrusted by Konoha's leadership. Shisui, if compromise could get us what we want, the position of Hokage would have already belonged to the Uchiha. Fugaku slammed the table with a thud. Enough. Watch your tongue. Clan head, am I wrong though? Didn't Lord Madara co-found Konoha together with the Senju clan? If they wouldn't make an Uchiha Hokage, the least they could do is give us some real influence. But now look, after the fourth died, the third just stepped right back in. I refuse to accept this. Everyone began voicing their grievances, each person adding their own, barely hiding their simmering resentment. Shisui could only look on helplessly, trying to calm down the conservatives as best he could. But to his dismay, it wasn't long before the heated debate turned into outright argument. One side hurled insults, calling the others cowards, while the other side scoffed they were fools. Fugaku tried to mediate in the middle, but no one paid him any heed. Frustrated, he rubbed his face. The truth was, he had gotten used to all this. All he could do was wait them out, knowing things would calm down eventually. He glanced at Izo, the young genius who now stood at the heart of this tug-of-war between conservatives and radicals. Izo sat off to the side, arms folded, appearing utterly detached from what was unfolding. The argument raged on for 2.5 hours. By the end, both sides were left hoarse and parched. Finally, they lowered their banners and took a break, soothing their scorched throats. At last, Fugaku found a chance to speak. He knew there was no point dragging out the meeting tonight. If this went any further, there was a real risk someone would draw their sword before the night was through. That's enough for today. On your way out, talk to your families and friends. Encourage them to join the military police force. Meeting adjourned. With those words, Fugaku was the first out of the conference room. He wanted to see Itachi, who had just gotten out of the hospital and needed his bandages changed. After Fugaku left, Izo quietly exited with the others as well. When he reached the entrance to his home, he found Shisui waiting for him. Izo barely had to think to know exactly why Shisui had come. What Shisui wanted was simple, peace and harmony. But the Uchiha were only growing more radical, their relationship with Konoha more volatile than ever. Who knew if, one day, one of them might do as their predecessors did, and attempt to assassinate the Hokage. Shisui's heart was troubled, yet there was little he could do. That's why he came to speak with Izo, hoping that this rising star might help protect the clan's greater good. Maybe, together, they could change the fate of the Uchiha. Izo. Shisui. Izo replied, offering a gentle smile. Shisui nodded slightly. There are some things I'd like to discuss with you, if you have a moment. Izo silently complained to himself. It was really not a good time, since this would only delay his late-night snack. Do you even understand the etiquette of paying a visit, Shisui? Next time, could you at least bring a little something? Despite his words, Isai still welcomed Shisui into his home. He cleared up the messy room a bit, making just enough space for someone to sit. Brother Shisui, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Shisui didn't beat around the bush either, getting straight to the point. You must have noticed how the tension between our clan and Konoha is getting worse. Isai gave a slight nod, playing along with Shisui's line of thought. Seeing that Isai remained silent, Shisui continued. But Isai, you should also understand that if it really comes down to a rebellion, the Uchiha won't stand a chance against the village. Even if, by some miracle, we won, both the village and our clan would be devastated. Who knows how many comrades we'd lose in the process. Isai nodded faintly. I understand. Those who live in peace can hardly appreciate how precious peace truly is. At these words, Shisui was momentarily taken aback. From the sound of it, Isai clearly understands. But then why has he been taking such dangerous actions lately? Shisui took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Isai, I want to know, where do you really stand? Where do I stand? Shisui's brows furrowed even tighter. Will you, like me, do everything you can to maintain the peace between our clan and Konoha? Or? Isai let out a soft laugh. Foolish Shisui. Living in the shinobi world, he still naively believes there can be peace. So-called peace only ever springs from two causes. You can't beat the other side, so you back down. Or they can't beat you, so they back down. But of course, Isai wasn't about to say that. He knew Shisui was already leaning toward the Hokage. Now wasn't the time to openly defy him and make trouble for himself. So he adjusted his expression, putting on a look of sincere earnestness. Brother Shisui, of course I hope we can live in peace. My parents died in the war. I don't want to see any more bloodshed. Huh? Shisui suddenly felt a strange itch in his head. Wait, that's not right. Wasn't Isai supposed to be a rebel? Then how was he supposed to explain his actions? Seeing the look of confusion on Shisui's face, Isai nearly burst out laughing. No wonder you end up making such foolish choices. Turns out your mental gears don't turn too well either. Brother Shisui, don't forget, my father was Master Kagame's student. While he was alive, he taught me over and over to carry the will of fire in my heart. Shisui was even more bewildered. As Kagame's descendant, He himself had inherited that blazing will of fire. And yet, he simply couldn't see any trace of that same will in Aisai. I saw you. Shisui hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, "There's only the two of us here. I want to ask you, have you truly never considered using force for a coup, walking down the path of rebellion?" Aisai's eyes widened in surprise. "What are you talking about, brother Shisui? The Uchiha have always been a part of the village. These talks of coups and rebellions are dangerous thoughts, you know." Shisui felt a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "I didn't mean—" Suddenly, Aisai sprang to his feet. "Brother Shisui, I have to call you out on this. As a descendant of Lord Kagami, how could you entertain such reckless ideas?" "I'm not. Don't you try and deny it," Aisai declared passionately, his voice a bit theatrical, almost as if he was struggling to keep a straight face. "To think I once looked up to you as a role model, a senior to learn from, and yet you—" Shisui quickly clamped a hand over Aisai's mouth. "Don't talk nonsense. MMPH. Shisui, I'm going to report you to the clan leader." Shisui simply couldn't make sense of how things had turned so absurdly on their head. If he remembered correctly, hadn't he come today with the sole purpose of persuading Aisai, striving to maintain the peace between their clan and the village hidden in the leaves? Yet after just a few exchanges, it seemed he had become the one plotting to seize power by force. Wait, Shisui suddenly remembered something else. "Aisai, tell me the truth. Your connection with Naruto, do you have any other motive?" Aisai shook his head. "As a fellow orphan, I understand all too well how hard it is to survive. I only wanted to offer him a bit of warmth, to spare him from scars that would never heal." Shisui pressed further. "Then what about what happened today?" Aisai pointed to the police force insignia on his uniform. "I've already said this 1,000 times. I'm just fulfilling my duties as a member of the police force, that's all." Seeing Aisai's look of unwavering righteousness, Shisui was left with nothing more to say. By now, he'd already come to see Aisai as a devoted clansman who loved the village. Within him, Shisui seemed to sense the same burning will of fire that blazed within himself. "Aisai," Shisui gently patted his shoulder. "That's enough for today. I'll get going." Aisai nodded slightly, rising as well. "It's about time for me to begin my night shift." With a calm composure, Aisai hoisted Shower onto his back and carefully straightened his attire. "To protect every villager's safety, that's our duty in the police force." Hearing those words, Shisui's face softened with relief and pride. To have such a peace-loving genius ninja was truly a blessing for the Uchiha. Once Shisui had left, Aisai could no longer hide the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. In that moment, he looked for all the world like a scheming, crooked-mouthed dragon king. The naive Uchiha Shisui, possessor of formidable Sharingan eyes, had once again steered himself toward a dead end. Aisai let out a soft sigh and, carrying Shower, set off on his patrol. It was the middle of the night, and Konoha was utterly silent. Aisai was pondering how he could finish the system's task as quickly as possible, and before he knew it, he'd wandered near the memorial stone. He scratched his head in confusion. "How'd I end up here?" He was just about to turn and leave when he happened to spot a vague figure in the shadows. Aisai walked a few steps closer and got a good look at the person's face. Kakashi was there, quietly wiping dust from the memorial stone and muttering under his breath. "Obito, I've met a strange fellow lately. He's an Uchiha too. I really have no idea what's going through his mind. Under those circumstances, he just handed me a book, completely out of the blue." At this point, Kakashi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Looking back on it, the person who gave the book was definitely odd, but accepting it without knowing what to think, maybe he was just as strange. A short distance away, Aisai was feeling rather annoyed. "Seriously? Don't want my book, just give it back. Who complains after receiving a gift, anyway?" "Ahem. Kakashi-senpai, it's not very polite to talk behind someone's back, you know." Tonight, Kakashi wasn't on duty, so he wasn't wearing his signature cat-shaped mask. He turned at the sound and saw Aisai strolling over at a relaxed pace. "Oh, it's you, Aisai. What are you doing up so late?" Kakashi felt a bit sheepish. He hadn't expected to be caught gossiping by the very subject of his words. Still, beneath his embarrassment, he was a little surprised. Was he so distracted that he hadn't even noticed Aisai's approach? Years of battlefield experience made him suck in a sharp breath. If this had happened on the battlefield, it could have ended very badly for him. Aisai stopped a couple of paces in front of Kakashi. "It's my turn for the night watch, so I'm checking the area." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Since when does the police force patrol the graveyard?" Aisai thought for a moment. Why not? If someone suddenly crawls out of grave, we need to inform the Hokage right away. A crow flapped silently overhead. That joke was as dry as dust. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Aisai tried to play off his embarrassment. He glanced at the memorial stone, and sure enough, Obito Uchiha's name was etched there. Iso couldn't help but think that Kakashi was someone who'd endured great tragedies. As a young man, his father had taken his own life, unable to bear the village's rumors. His best friend, Obito, had died before his eyes. He'd then been forced to kill Rin with his own hands. And even his revered teacher, Minato, had passed away later on. Put all those burdens on any ordinary modern person, and just not jumping off a building would be a miracle. And yet, Kakashi had managed to climb back out of that darkness, thanks to Guy's support. Who could say if it was Guy's talent for emotional counseling, or Kakashi's sheer force of will that made the difference? Feigning curiosity, Iso asked, "Is he a friend of yours, Kakashi-senpai?" With his fingertips caressing the stone, Kakashi replied quietly, "Here lies my dearest friend, Obito. During the Third Great Ninja War, he lost his life saving me. We didn't even recover his body." Kakashi gently traced the scar over his left eye. In his final moments, he entrusted this sharing on to me, asking me to carry on his will and live well. As he spoke, Kakashi lowered his head. Even after all these years, he still often jolted awake from nightmares. The deaths of Obito and Rin had become shadows that haunted him day and night. Yingxi remained silent for a while. "In truth, your friend Obito didn't die. He's been watching over you from the shadows all along." Sensing the heaviness in the air, Kakashi quickly shifted the topic. "Why do you always carry a fishing rod when you're on duty?" "Oh, this." Yingxi showed the rod to Kakashi with a casual flourish. "It's a gift for Naruto." Kakashi took the fishing rod for a closer look. He recognized the brand. It was expensive, very expensive. Even he would hesitate to buy something like this, let alone Yingxi. A dangerous thought popped into Kakashi's mind. Stealing from villagers is a serious crime, you know? You'd better give it back. Yingxi shot Kakashi a sidelong glance. "Don't be ridiculous. As a member of the security department, protecting the villagers is my responsibility. Do you really think I'd stoop to something so disgraceful?" That swindler cheated Naruto out of all his living expenses, so I went to have a little talk with him. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. A talk? He didn't believe Yingxi was the type to reason things out calmly. Whatever he called a talk probably involved scaring the life out of the shop owner. But Yingxi kept weaving his story. After a heartfelt and sincere conversation, the owner willingly handed it over as compensation for Naruto. Kakashi couldn't take it anymore. What a bunch of nonsense. "Who do you think you are, the Hokage? Willing?" The shop owner probably got such a scare, he wouldn't even recognize his own mother. Kakashi had pretty much figured out what happened and was ready to give Yingxi a piece of his mind. But Yingxi was unyielding as ever, insisting that if Kakashi didn't believe him, he could ask the shop owner himself, which left Kakashi feeling helpless. This guy's shamelessness is truly... "Kakashi-senpai. Please, can you give this fishing rod to Naruto for me?" Yingxi pinched the bridge of his nose. "Whenever I try to approach Naruto, it seems like the Hokage and Lord Danzo both have reservations." His tone held a hint of sadness, which made Kakashi feel a wave of frustration as well. There was no denying Yingxi treated Naruto kindly, at the very least, better than he did. But why did Yingxi have to bear the Uchiha name? As a squad leader in the ANBU, Kakashi had taken on more than a few missions aimed at the Uchiha. He also knew that, deep down, the Hokage and the others never truly trusted them. But were there truly no good people among the Uchiha clan? After all, his friend Obito had even been hailed as a war hero. Kakashi's mind was a muddle of thoughts. Iso cut him off. "Kakashi-senpai, I should be going on patrol now. And by the way, you should cut back on those little prince dramas. Too much of that isn't good for your health." "Hey, wait, I wasn't." Kakashi wanted to explain, but Isuke had already waved him off and walked away. He stayed where he was, glancing at his fishing rod, then at the gravestone. He pondered for a moment, then took out a slip of paper and carefully scribbled a few lines before making his way to Naruto's front door. He set it down quietly and slipped away just as silently. At the same time, inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi used the telescope jutsu, seeing every moment as it unfolded. "Isuke, what an interesting young fellow," he murmured, taking a drag from his pipe, his opinion of Isuke newly transformed. To him, Isuke seemed to breed apart from the rest of the Uchiha. Whenever the boy used ninjutsu, Hiruzen saw in him the shadow of Lord Tobirama. Yet his way of thinking felt reminiscent of his dearest friend and advisor, Kagami. If that was truly the case, could Isuke learn to see the world through the Hokage's eyes, just as they once did? Hiruzen mused that if Isuke succeeded, perhaps he could become the bridge connecting Konoha and the Uchiha. The next morning greeted the village with radiant sunshine and a sky swept clean of even a single cloud. After waking, Naruto gulped down a whole bottle of milk and haphazardly grabbed something to eat. His monthly allowance was already spent, again, so he'd have to gather some wild mushrooms from the hillside for his next meal. He wondered how Big Brother Isuke had been faring lately. Those strange, tough-looking shinobi, Had they given him trouble? But then again, Isuke was a good person. Surely no one would bully him. Pushing aside these worries, Naruto picked up his little basket and opened the front door. No sooner had he stepped outside than he tripped and tumbled to the ground, landing on his backside with an undignified thud. Ow! Who's leaving trash in front of my door? He rubbed his sword behind, grabbed the fishing rod on the ground, and was about to heave it away. Wait, a fishing rod? Naruto's eyes widened. He saw there was a slip of paper attached to the rod. Naruto, this is a gift for you. Also, the fish soup is delicious. Uchiha Isuke. Naruto was instantly overwhelmed, his eyes brimming with emotion. During the time he'd known Isuke, he had discovered something, an unexpected, genuine warmth. Progress update. Deep down, Naruto truly believes you are a good person who keeps your promises. You have gained a passive skill, scientist of the shinobi world. You can easily master and create ninjutsu that align with scientific principles. Isuke, who was sound asleep, was roused by the chiming of an electronic voice. He bolted upright, delighted. At last, his progress bar had nudged forward again. And this scientist of the shinobi world, passive? Now that sounded intriguing. He hurriedly washed up, then pulled out the scroll that Inaho had given him from under the bed. After only a brief glance, he felt a torrent of knowledge flooding into his mind at a frantic pace. Deep Blue add points. Ingsi wanted to test the fruits of his hard training, so he took the scroll and headed down to the riverbank. This wasn't exactly a designated training ground, but every so often members of the clan would come here to practice. Fwip, fwip, fwip. The kunao in Inao's hand struck the distant target with pinpoint accuracy. Seeing Yingsi arrive, Inao greeted him warmly. Morning, Yingsi. Good morning, Inao. Inao noticed the scroll in Yingsi's hand, the Uchiha Taijutsu Essentials. With a touch of concern, Inao offered, would you like to ask one of the clan elders for guidance? It might be more efficient that way. Yingsi shook his head and smiled. No need, I'm just reading through it for now. Everyone's quite busy, I wouldn't want to trouble them. Honestly, which elder could compare to the all-knowing system? Hearing this, Inao's expression grew mixed and complicated. This young genius ninja, he was starting to show a hint of pride. Inao didn't push the matter. Instead, he stepped aside, clearing a wide space for Yingsi. Then he crouched quietly in a corner, ready to observe Yingsi's display. Yingsi opened the scroll and studied it intently for a while. So that's how it works. Having finished reading, he began to practice. The first time through, his movements were stiff, like that of a newly crafted puppet, joints creaking awkwardly with each motion. Well, Inao consoled himself. Even a prodigy ninja can't master something at first glance. On the second attempt, though, Yingsi seemed to have grasped the core principles. He moved swiftly, slicing the air with a flurry of sharp, cutting sounds. Inao let out a gasp. Wait, this isn't just remarkable. It's almost unnatural. On the third try, he wasn't so much flowing as he was drilling. The movements so practiced they almost evoked sympathy. Inao shut his eyes. He resolved then and there. From now on, he'd better not watch Yingsi's training, or he might start to lose confidence in himself. A few hours later, Yingsi wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, he'd mastered yet another skill. Next up was the scroll on Fire Release. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Passive, Ninja World Scientist activated. You have mastered Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Yingsi froze. Had he really just learned it? He'd only glanced at it once. Just then, Inaho noticed the look of surprise on Yingsi's face and misunderstood, thinking Yingsi must have hit a bottleneck. That notion brought Inaho a small sense of balance. See, no matter how much of a genius he was, he couldn't possibly be perfect at everything. Everyone had their limits. The clouds parted, the rain stopped. Inaho felt his confidence return. Yingsi, I know this jutsu. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Yingsi struggled to keep a straight face, working hard not to burst out laughing. I think that won't be necessary. Dao spread his hands, genuinely surprised to realize that Ag was, in fact, a stubborn tsundere. Since Ag had spoken so firmly, Dao left it at that, giving Ag's shoulder a friendly pat in preparation to leave. Let him take a little loss this time. Let's go. Time for lunch. Please wait. Ag raised his little sword. Dao-senpai, would you practice with me a bit? Faced with Ag's invitation, Dao didn't have to think twice before agreeing. Guiding his juniors was, after all, one of the duties of a true Uchiha. Even though Ag had defeated Itachi and was hailed as a genius ninja, he was, in the end, still just a child. Dao, on the other hand, was a veteran, battle-hardened through years of combat, with a wealth of experience on the field. Based on this alone, Dao believed he already had victory half in hand. All right, Dao drew his ninja blade with a serious expression. If it's a fight you want, I won't be holding back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ag came charging straight at him. Their blades collided solidly with a sharp, ringing impact. Dao chose the most straightforward approach, attempting to overpower Ag with sheer strength and end the fight in a single decisive move. As the saying goes, raw power triumphs over 100 techniques. No matter how exquisite your swordsmanship or ninjutsu, it all comes back to strength in the end. Otherwise, all those fancy moves are just for show and mean nothing in real combat. But, from the shock on Daohua's face, it was clear that something had gone a little awry with his plan. Damn it, he was already going all out, yet that kid's little sword held him firmly at bay. Where on earth did Ag get this kind of strength? It's not like he has Senja blood or anything. Doubtful and you said you'd fight with everything you've got. Don't go easy on me now. Daohua felt his temper flare. With Ag saying things like that, how was he supposed to respond? He couldn't very well admit, I'm already trying my hardest. Maybe go easy on your big brother, huh? He was an Uchiha, after all. He couldn't afford to lose face. Distracted by Ag's words, Daohua let his concentration slip for just a moment. Suddenly, Ag changed tactics, withdrawing his strength in an instant. Caught off balance, Daohua pitched forward. In Ag's eyes, the crimson light of the Sharingan spun wildly as he brought down his sword in a swift arc. With a metallic clang, Daohua's mind buzzed. Years of battle experience kicked in, and he reacted instinctively, barely managing to parry the blow from Ag's blade. With a miss, Ag flicked his sword up in a swift follow-through. With a sharp rip, the tip of Ag's blade sliced through Daohua's jacket. Daohua leapt backward, a look of wariness in his eyes. A gash opened across his chest, and fresh blood began to seep slowly from the wound. Quickly, Daohua shrugged off his jacket and improvised a tourniquet. Ag, I underestimated you. 3 Tomo now shimmered in Daohua's eyes, his dynamic vision heightened dramatically. This was the formidable pressure only the Uchiha Sharingan could exert. In a direct confrontation, if the opponent lacked enough resistance to Jinjutsu, they would struggle even to meet his gaze, let alone defeat him. It was precisely for this reason that Kai developed a strategy to predict his opponents' moves by watching their footwork. Even when his opponent's resistance to illusions was strong, the information fed back by the Sharingan still granted him many advantages. Passive activation, all abilities are enhanced when fighting against a member of the Uchiha clan. Through the Sharingan, Daohua suddenly noticed something odd. Why did Ag's chakra suddenly begin surging wildly? What kind of mysterious jutsu was this? While Daohua was still stunned, Ag swiftly formed a sequence of hand signs. Jinjutsu, technique of walking in darkness. In an instant, the space around Daohua was engulfed by darkness. It's a Jinjutsu, is it? Daohua urged his Sharingan to its fullest. In front of these eyes, illusions don't stand a hold on. To his astonishment, Daohua found that even his 3 Tomo Sharingan was powerless to break Ag's technique. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What kind of nonsense was this? Are today's youngsters really using techniques this outrageous? Where did he even learn that? The clan secret scrolls certainly never recorded anything like it. Grumbling inwardly, Daohua tried to sense his surroundings. Though his eyes saw nothing, he tried to judge his opponent's position by following the flow of chakra. Here it comes. With a shout, Daohua swung his blade in front of him. The next instant, a kick sent him flying. Without hesitation, he scrambled back to his feet, only to be flattened again by a solid punch. Blow after blow rained down, leaving Daohua defenseless and utterly outmatched. Brother Daohua, let's call it a day. From within the darkness, Ag's voice rang out. Daohua fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I concede. No sooner had he spoken than Ag lifted the Jinjutsu. Blinking against the renewed brightness, Daohua squinted by instinct. This white-haired young man truly was a monster among monsters. Thank you for sparring with me, Brother Daohua. Ag put away his blade. Once I get my pay, drinks are on me. A mix of emotions played across Daohua's face. Had he really served as a training partner at all? It didn't feel like he had even made Ag break a sweat. At this rate, even a handful of people like him wouldn't be enough to challenge Ag. Realizing this, a flush spread across the older man's cheeks. He turned to glance at Ag, who now stood by the riverbank, focused intently as he formed new hand seals. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. The very moment he completed the seals, Ag's chest swelled. A torrent of scorching flames burst from his mouth, spreading across the river surface and transforming it into a blazing sea of fire. The instant the fire met the river, the water vaporized, sending white steam billowing upward. Daohua stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Are you kidding me? There's no way. That can't be human. He truly hadn't expected that Ag would master the art of the Great Fire Annihilation to such a degree after practicing for only a short while. Indeed, a genius is a genius. Comparing himself to Ag felt like a fruitless exercise in self-pity. After a long while, the flames slowly dissipated. In fact, Itao could almost swear the water level in the river had dropped. Amazing. That was the only word that came to mind to express what he was feeling. Suddenly, a crisp metallic clang shattered the silence. Several meters away, Sasuke's tool pouch slipped from his hand and landed on the ground. His pupils trembled violently, reflecting the scorched earth still smoldering with smoke. Standing behind him was Itachi. Itachi's expression was troubled, though it was hard to tell whether he was still unwell or just shocked by Eiji's astonishing ninjutsu. Sasuke could hear his brother trying to suppress a cough. Just moments ago, Sasuke had once again asked Itachi to teach him the art of throwing shuriken. Naturally, as a doting older brother, Itachi agreed. So they had come down to the riverbank. With just a little walk from here, they would reach their secret training ground. Who could have predicted that right here, Itachi would run into Eiji? Itachi was in no mood for pleasant conversation. The last time they met, Eiji had beaten him half to death. That encounter had completely changed Itachi's idea of what it meant to be a genius among ninja. Now, seeing each other again, he had to witness the overwhelming power of Eiji's fire techniques. He had previously thought Eiji triumphed by exploiting a matchup advantage in their ninjutsu. But clearly, even in a direct contest of fire against fire, Itachi gained no ground. And so, Eiji and Itachi stood there in silence, each measuring the other, neither uttering a word. You weren't fighting at full strength back then, were you? Eiji brushed his bangs aside. It was just an exam, after all. Sasuke looked at Itachi, then at Eiji. He remembered this white-haired boy, the one who'd put his brother in the hospital. It's you. You're the one who hurt my brother. Sasuke rushed at Eiji, kunai in hand, only to be plucked up and held at arm's length by Itachi. Let's go. We're going home. Itachi's voice was unnaturally calm, but the whiteness in his knuckles betrayed the force of his grip. Dangling in midair, Sasuke blinked in confusion. But you promised to practice throwing shuriken with me, big brother. We'll do it another day. I've just remembered. I still have missions that need finishing. Okay then. As the brothers' figures faded from view, Eiji bent down to gather up the scrolls scattered on the ground. Itao, did the owner of that fishing equipment store finally confess? Itao shook his head, thinking hard before finally recalling whom Eiji was referring to. No, not at all. He just keeps saying you were heavy-handed and threatened an honest business owner. As for those charges you mentioned, he refuses to admit to any of them. Eiji stroked his chin. This old rascal certainly had a stubborn mouth. Itao leaned closer and whispered, maybe we should just let him go. If we keep him in the guards' holding cells, we're on the hook for his meals too. He counted on his fingers. In a few more months, the heating will be on. This guy, just by himself, costs a small fortune each day. A flicker of surprise appeared in Eiji's eyes. He eats and drinks for free. Thou shot back, what else? Eiji slapped his thigh in exasperation. Such foolishness, truly absurd. No wonder these rogues were growing bolder by the day. Locked up, with food and drink supplied, off limits from beatings, warm in winter, cool in summer. Honestly, who would be afraid? Forget it, just let things be. When evening came, a fishing gear store burglary occurred, and just like that, the security department recouped its costs. I'm going to work at the security department now, Eiji. All right. Eiji leaned back, resting against the tree trunk for a while, then picked up his scroll to study it once more with renewed focus. 15 swordsmanship is exceptional, and Uchiha's martial arts are superb for real combat. If I could just combine those two, would it be possible? As Eiji was lost in his study, Itachi and Sasuke had already returned home. Sasuke noticed today his brother seemed different from before. As soon as Itachi got home, he locked himself in his room. After considering for a moment, Sasuke decided to tell their father about it. Upon hearing the story from start to finish, Fugaku quickly pieced together what had happened. He walked to the door of Itachi's room and entered only after receiving permission. Seeing his father enter, Itachi immediately straightened up. Father. Fugaku nodded and sat down across from Itachi. No need to let your previous defeat trouble you. Eiji is, after all, a year older than you. In a ninja's life, that 1 year can be the key period for growth and improvement. Itachi, you're a rare talent, even among our clan. As long as you keep training, I have no doubt that you'll surpass Eiji one day. Fugaku made no effort to hide his encouragement for Itachi. He had always placed great hope in his son. In fact, Fugaku believed Itachi would one day restore the Uchiha clan's former glory. And for good reason. Itachi's achievements had outstripped 99% of their kin. That was until he faced Eiji in the recent Chunin exams. But that's beside the point. Fugaku was still confident that Itachi had a wellspring of untapped potential waiting to be unleashed. From here, his goal was to craft an even more thorough plan to help Itachi reach his highest potential. As Fugaku was lost in thought, Itachi looked up. "Father, I just ran into Ag. He was practicing fire style." This piqued Fugaku's interest. "And he's strong. Stronger than I am." Hearing this, Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly. He began to reconsider his opinion about Ag. Having personally trained Itachi, Fugaku knew exactly how far his son's mastery of fire style had come. Who would have thought Ag had surpassed him? After a brief moment of distraction, Fugaku comforted his son once more. "Itachi." At that moment, Itachi suddenly stood up. "Father, I'm going to ask Shisui to help me train." "Oh, all right. Come home early tonight. Sasuke says it's been a long time since you've had dinner together." "Understood, father." With the soft creak of the door, Itachi stepped outside. Only when Itachi's footsteps had faded into the distance did Fugaku sigh. A white-haired boy adept at water release passed through Fugaku's mind. Isuke. Fugaku felt a twinge of headache. Isuke's arrival had disrupted several of his plans. Originally, Itachi was to display great talent and draw the attention of the Hokage's inner circle. But as things stood, their focus seemed to shift more and more toward Isuke. What's more, Isuke had even dragged the clan into trouble because of Naruto. Frustrated, Fugaku rubbed his face, wondering again why he ever accepted the role of clan head. Regret, deep and abiding regret. While Fugaku was lost in his regrets, Itachi had already found Shisui. To Itachi, Shisui was not only a close friend, but also a mentor. Shisui wore a black battle fit beneath the trademark green Jonin flak jacket. On each shoulder shone the crest of the Uchiha clan. Hearing that Itachi had been deeply shaken by Isuke, Shisui simply patted his shoulder. "Don't get caught up on wins and losses for now. You kids, you've got a long future ahead. Itachi, both you and Isuke carry powerful Kekkei Genkai. You ought to train together and protect the future of the Leaf side by side." Itachi always heeded Shisui's guidance. Yes, yet something continued to nag at Itachi. Did Isuke truly want to protect the Uchiha and the Leaf? Sensing his doubts, Shisui gave him a reassuring answer. "After that assembly the other day, I went to see Isuke. We spent a long time delving into one of the Leaf's problems. Both of us believe the Uchiha have always been an inseparable part of the Leaf. In the years to come, we must uphold the spirit and the will of fire that Lord Hokage stands for," and so on and so forth. After an hour talking, Itachi found himself slowly swayed. Could it be? Isuke is like Shisui. A smile curved on Shisui's lips. "That's right, Itachi. But lately, some extreme voices have been echoing through the clan. All the more reason to uphold the Hokage's will." Stretching, Shisui pulled a skewer of dango, colored in 3 hues, out from a wooden box and handed it to Itachi. "When you've eaten, we'll start your special training." Time slipped by. Half a month passed in a blink. For a while, it seemed, the village of Konoha enjoyed a rare and gentle peace. Each day, Itachi and Shisui trained in secret, setting Einsei as the benchmark they aspired to surpass. Even Shisui couldn't help but marvel at Itachi's determination. He was more dedicated than ever before. Kakashi remained as reclusive as always. Every day he wore his mask, moving through the shadows, unseen. Only during his rare breaks would he stop by Obito's memorial stone and say a few words. Naruto, now with a new fishing rod, spent his free time fishing or foraging for mushrooms. And of course, he never missed a chance to buy those limited edition instant noodles. "Boss, I want this one, and that one too." Naruto, tiptoeing in front of the counter, carefully picked out the latest releases. Legend had it these were a special collaboration between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron, limited to only 9,999 across the whole shinobi world. If you came late, there'd be none left. Naturally, that was nothing more than a crafty merchant's trick to fool the gullible. The samurai from the Land of Iron, after all, couldn't care less about such things. But Naruto didn't know any of this. He was simply beaming because the shopkeeper treated him kindly today. As Naruto took out a handful of coins, Hiruzen, standing behind, could barely hide his heartache. It showed all over his face. So this is where his allowance had gone, Hiruzen realized. He coughed loudly, clearing his throat for effect. Startled, Naruto glanced back and, recognizing his beloved Grandpa Hokage, broke into a cheerful smile. "Grandpa Hokage, long time no see. How come you have free time today?" Hiruzen managed to smile as well. "The village's affairs have kept me busy. Today is the first time in a while I could visit you." "Oh," Naruto replied, showing off his recent purchases. "Look, Grandpa Hokage, these are the rarest instant noodles in the entire shinobi world." Hiruzen glanced at the noodles, then at the increasingly anxious shopkeeper. The poor shopkeeper was practically sweating bullets now. Damn it, he thought, I just wanted to scam a naive kid. How'd I end up with the Hokage in my shop? His mind raced in circles. Lord Hokage, I can explain. But Hiruzen's expression had turned stern. Save it for another time. I'm quite busy today. With that, he guided Naruto out of the shop. Seeing Hiruzen lifted Naruto's spirits. He happily shared everything that had happened recently on their walk. Grandpa Hokage, I met a big brother named Ainsai. Do you know him? Hiruzen paused for a second. I have heard that name. Once they reached his house, Naruto eagerly opened the door and welcomed Hiruzen inside. Ainsai has been so good to me, Grandpa Hokage. Look, this fishing rod, these supplies, even some new clothes, they're all gifts from him. Hiruzen followed the direction of Naruto's pointing finger and saw a collection of boxes, each one a different size. Naruto's room, which used to be in a perpetual state of chaos, was surprisingly tidy today, something Hiruzen couldn't help but notice. Grandpa Hokage, please have a seat, Naruto said with a bright smile as he pulled over a chair and sat down in front of Hiruzen. Right now, he was eager to tell Hiruzen all about what had happened with Ainsai. The first time we met, big brother Ainsai treated me to a bowl of noodles. Do you know, Ainsai actually knew that I don't like bamboo shoots in my ramen. Big brother Ainsai said I'm an impressive ninja, but honestly, I think he's pretty remarkable too. Ainsai wants to become Hokage, just like I do. Doesn't that mean the two of us will be rivals someday? Big brother Ainsai. At first, Hiruzen listened with a gentle, kindly smile, looking every bit the affectionate old man. But as Naruto kept talking, the situation began to change. Every sentence revolved around Ainsai. Naruto spoke as if Ainsai was the most important and best person in his world. He even said that Ainsai wanted to become Hokage. Daring? Daring would be an understatement. An Uchiha becoming Hokage? Now that would be a challenge. Or had Ainsai let something slip without knowing it? Involuntarily, Hiruzen found himself pondering these implications. Grandpa Hokage, are you listening? Naruto leaned closer, noticing that Hiruzen seemed a bit lost in thought. If not, let me start over from the beginning. Hiruzen. Naruto rubbed his chin, thinking as hard as he could. All right, I remember Ainsai said, the Hokage is the greatest person in the village. That's why he wants to. And just like that, the look on Hiruzen's face softened once more. Just listen. A ninja from the Uchiha clan, speaking so highly of the Hokage, of Sarutobi Hiruzen, no less, as the greatest in the village. Truly, there's wisdom in the voice of the people. Ainsai is a good man, Hiruzen thought. A man who's inherited the will of my old friend, Kagami. Without realizing it, Hiruzen found himself holding Ainsai in unexpectedly high regard. He even began to think that Ainsai could very well become one of his own in the truest sense. They chatted a little while longer. Then, Hiruzen patted Naruto's head. All right, I have some business to attend to. He pulled out some bills from his pocket, handing them to Naruto. Here's a little more pocket money. Be careful not to waste it, all right. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto suddenly grabbed a corner of Hiruzen's cloak. Ainsai is a good person. Please don't arrest him. Naruto had never forgotten how, that day by the river, those strange people had taken Ainsai away. That's why he wanted, at last, to find a chance to explain everything to Hiruzen in person. After a brief silence, Hiruzen nodded. I understand. I'll handle it properly. With that, Hiruzen took his leave from Naruto's home. On his way back to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen kept replaying Naruto's words in his mind. Eiichi is a child worth nurturing. Hiruzen pulled out his pipe, lit the tobacco, and took a slow drag. If he could receive special training in the Will of Fire, perhaps he really could become the next Kagami. Just like Shisui, he might become a vital bridge between Konoha and the Uchiha. His thoughts drifted, bringing Hiruzen back to his office. He took out Eiichi's file and gave it a thorough read once more. How could he find a way to close the distance between them? Eiichi, meanwhile, knew nothing of this. He was sitting in the security department's break room, yawning endlessly. They say that once you start working, you lose the will to live, and Eiichi was no exception. Every day, it was a mess of nonsense, as if the troubles would never end. Today, he finally found a moment to collect himself, to sort out the current situation. The main quest involving Naruto was advancing slowly. As their relationship grew closer, Eiichi earned some rewards. But soon another problem cropped up. He ran into Naruto again while on patrol. That little blonde kid even fished a limited edition cup of instant noodles out of his backpack and gifted it to Iiki. That meant Naruto genuinely saw Iiki as a close friend now. And yet the progress bar still didn't budge. Iiki opened his interface panel once more. Quest. Help the Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki master the power of the Nine Tails, guiding him onto the right path. TCH, don't tell me I actually have to become Naruto's mentor? That's just way too much. Itachi realized that, thanks to his various antics, he'd managed to bamboozle the Hokage and the others into trusting him, for now, at least. They were willing to believe he possessed the same resolve as Kagami. But becoming involved with the Jinchuriki was not a trivial matter. Unless he did something truly significant, there was no way the Hokage would entrust Naruto to him. And on top of that, there was still that meddlesome Danzo, always stirring up trouble in the background. Eiichi tugged at his conspicuous white hair, silently vowing that one day he'd get rid of Danzo for good. After venting his frustrations, Eiichi stroked his chin and began to ponder how he could pull the wool over the eyes of the muddle-headed folks at the top. At that moment, a string of angry shouts echoed down the hallway. "You kept me locked up for so long. I'm reporting this to the Hokage." Inaho was grinding his teeth in rage. If it weren't for being inside the village, he would have stabbed him twice already. Move it. If it weren't for the clan head's orders, you'd be stuck in there another 2 weeks. Realizing it was Fugaku who allowed him out, the fishing shop owner suddenly puffed up, feigning bravado. Scared? They must be scared. So much for being the so-called greatest clan in Konoha. Seems they're not so tough after all. What's the rush? You locked me up for 2 weeks. Shouldn't you at least compensate me for my losses? He counted on his fingers. Look here, I make 5,000 ryo a day. So, for 2 weeks, that's 75,000. Not to mention the mental anguish. Bang! While the boss was still counting, the door to the lounge swung open. Ag came in, dragging the errand boy by the collar, and walked over at an unhurried pace. Get out. Now. The boss glanced at Ag and broke out into a cold sweat. He recognized him immediately. This white-haired man was the one who'd brought him in. Just you wait. I'm going straight to Lord Hokage, and I'll make sure he locks all of you up. Blustering with bravado, the boss scrambled out, half running, half falling over himself. For all his bluster, he was genuinely terrified that Ag might beat him up. Ag, Dawa lowered his voice. How should we handle this? Dawa trusted Ag implicitly these days. It had only been 2 weeks since Ag had joined the security force, but he'd already shown just how capable he was. So whenever a tricky situation came up, Dawa found himself turning to Ag for advice. Ag patted Daohua's shoulder, signaling for him not to worry. Then he stepped outside, summoning Jutsu. As the smoke dispersed, a jet-black hawk appeared atop the scroll. Kuro, he said go. The hawk nodded and, in a swift blur, vanished from everyone's sight. What incredible speed! With that settled, Ag clapped his hands together. We already sold off this guy's stash and made a bit of money. Let's divvy it up today. It's not much, but you can each use it to buy yourselves a drink tonight. Meanwhile, the fishing shop owner had just returned to his store, only to discover that all of his fishing gear had vanished without a trace. No, which damn thief stole my stuff? He felt his heart ache, as if it were bleeding. As usual, with a theft, he was supposed to report it to the security force. But he wanted nothing to do with them, and instead made a beeline for the Hokage Tower. He shouted as he walked, Lord Hokage, I need justice. His cries caught the attention of quite a few onlookers, including Kakashi, who was on duty nearby. Incidents like this were nothing new to Kakashi. If several complaints didn't come in every few days, he actually felt like something was missing. The Hokage had also instructed them not to interfere, saying it was important to listen to the villagers' voices. Since the Hokage had given the order, Kakashi wasn't about to do extra work he didn't need to. After all, it wouldn't be him handling things in the end anyway. So he simply watched as the shop owner stormed closer and closer to the Hokage Tower. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air. Kakashi looked up to see a hawk swooping down from who knows where. With powerful talons, it seized the somewhat chubby man as if he weighed nothing. Then midair, the hawk shifted course and soared away toward the mountains behind the village. This isn't good. Kakashi formed hand signs with practiced speed, summoning Jutsu. Once the smoke cleared, Pakin appeared in front of him. Track that man down. Right, I'm on it, Pakin replied. Pak sniffed the air, then suddenly dashed off in a certain direction. Kakashi immediately followed, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. Let's just hope they haven't tossed him in the river and drowned him. When Kakashi arrived, he found a shopkeeper already thrown up onto a tall tree by Kuro. Help! I'm terrified of heights. Kakashi shook his head in resignation and proceeded to rescue the shopkeeper from the tree. Go home quickly, and try not to go out for the next few days. When the shopkeeper caught sight of the cat-shaped mask, he quickly guessed Kakashi's identity. Yes, honored ninja. The rotund shopkeeper scrambled out of the forest, rolling and crawling, thinking first and foremost that he needed a new pair of pants. Kakashi-sensei, the hawk is nearby. I see. Kakashi nodded slightly and followed Pack forward. Sure enough, deeper in the woods, they found the very hawk from earlier. along with Ag, who was busy grilling some meat. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kid again. Ag. Looking up, Ag greeted them, human and hound alike, with a warm invitation. Want some barbecue? It's fresh beef, arrived just today. No thanks, we're on duty right now. Ag shrugged. Well, that's a shame. Ag, Kakashi's tone hardened. You shouldn't treat the villagers this way. It's against the village rules. I just don't want those busybodies disturbing the Hokage while he works. That's all, Kakashi-senpai. You know how hard the Hokage works every day. I'm not interested in your odd excuses. Whatever the reason, we mustn't lay hands on the villagers. Waving a hand dismissively, Ag replied, all right, I get it. Beneath his mask, Kakashi sighed. Just as he was about to leave, young Naruto suddenly popped out of corner. I'm here, Ag and I. That smells so good. Whoa. Naruto jumped out of his skin at the sight of Kuro. This bird was even bigger than he was. Can I touch it? Its feathers look beautiful. Ag glanced at Kuro, and only after slipping it a piece of raw meat did the proud creature agree. Naruto reached out, gingerly stroking Kuro's wing. Then its head. People petting cats and dogs was nothing new, but petting a hawk? That was a whole new experience. Eventually, Kuro had had enough, and with a piercing screech, soared up into the sky. Naruto burst out laughing, clutching his belly, completely overjoyed. Not far away, Kakashi watched Naruto, an unexplainable feeling welling up inside him. After a moment, he spoke to Ag in a gentle tone. Ag, be careful. You know what I mean. I understand. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. Ag caught Kakashi's drift. After all, even the current Hokage trusted him, but caution was always necessary. However, with the ongoing friction between the Uchiha and Konoha, there's no telling when something unexpected might happen. What's more, Danzo and the two other advisors have always harbored hostility toward the Uchiha clan. Naruto carefully studied the mysterious ninja in front of him. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, as if a light bulb went off. I know who you are. I saw you by the river last time. You're the one who tried to take brother Ag away. As he spoke, Naruto positioned himself protectively in front of Ag. Uncle Cat, I already told Grandpa Hokage, brother Ag is a good person. Witnessing this, Kakashi's heart was flooded with mixed emotions. Uncle Cat, really? I was your father's prized pupil. But then again, maybe it's good that someone's looking out for Naruto. At least Ag has a kind heart. I understand. With a swoosh, Kakashi vanished without a trace. For some reason, today he felt drawn to seek out his teacher's old guardians. Watching Kakashi depart, Naruto was overjoyed. He had no idea who the ninja before him really was. All he remembered was that this was the person who'd taken brother Ag away that time. In Naruto's mind, both Ag and Grandpa Hokage were simply good people. As always, the reason was simple. Hardly anyone in the village was willing to talk to him. Naruto circled back to the campfire, fixing his hungry gaze on the beef sizzling before him. Every now and then, he'd surreptitiously wipe away some drool. Brother Ag. Grandpa Hokage came to see me just now. Oh, what did you talk about? I told Grandpa Hokage that you, brother Ag, want to become Hokage too, just like me. Ag let out a few awkward coughs. This silly kid blurting out the whole truth like that. With Lord Hiruzen's petty temperament, won't he be gunning for me after this? Later, Ag learned from Naruto that, purely by accident, Naruto had even given him a helping hand in the conversation. Ag almost burst out laughing on the spot. Who says Naruto brings bad luck? This kid is wonderful. Before long, the meat was cooked, and Ag piled it onto Naruto's plate with gusto. Eat up. You're the hero today. Don't worry about the money. The police force will cover all the expenses. Naruto set about devouring the meat eagerly, while Ag manned the tongs, grilling with a dedicated fervor. By the end of it, even Ag felt as though he'd been steeped in the savory aroma. After their meal, the two sprawled out on the grass, basking in the gentle sunshine. Brother Ag, would you teach me some ninjutsu? Naruto's cheeks flushed, a hint of shyness coloring his voice. I was passing by the training grounds and saw some kids practicing shuriken techniques. I like to learn too. Hearing this, Ag slapped his thigh in delight. He'd been waiting for those words. Now then, all you Umbu and Root operatives lurking in the shadows, you heard that, right? Naruto's the one asking to learn. It's not that I insisted on accepting the student, or that I wanted to leverage this connection with Naruto in case I ever needed to manipulate him during some sort of rebellion. Ag sprang to his feet with the agility of a carp leaping from water. No problem. From today onward, I'll be your teacher. Yay! Naruto jumped so high, it was as if he soared 3 feet into the air. Hello, teacher Ag. No formal ceremony was needed or anything like that. Just like that, the two of them established a bond as master and apprentice. At first, Ag considered teaching Naruto some theory, but after some thought, he realized that might be a bit too much to ask. Forget it. Let's go straight to practical training. Action is the best teacher. Ag handed Naruto a kunai, then ran over to a tall tree nearby and drew a circle on its trunk, just like a bartender drawing a target. Relax your wrist like this. Ag guided Naruto's hand from behind, steady and patient. While Naruto was training with Ag, Kakashi ended his shift earlier than usual for once. He contacted a few of the old guards who had served their teacher back in the day and invited them for drinks at a little tavern. Naturally, they were puzzled by Kakashi's sudden invitation. After all, ever since Minato passed away, Kakashi had never reached out to them, not even once. In fact, Kakashi hadn't reached out to anyone proactively. He wore his mask, keeping himself hidden in the shadows. What could have prompted this unexpected gathering today? Looks like Naruto's found himself a good friend. Kakashi abruptly broke the silence, leaving Gunma and the others completely stunned. Kakashi-senpai, what makes you suddenly bring up Naruto? One of them asked. Though Kakashi wasn't much older than the others, his experience spoke for itself. Given that, it wasn't unusual for them to address him as senpai. Kakashi didn't answer right away. Instead, he poured each of them a cup of sake. Come on, cheers. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. The others exchanged puzzled glances, then each finished their cup as well. Senpai, about Naruto's friend. Who is he? Uchiha Ag, Kakashi replied. Gunma, you might remember, in the first round of the Chunin exams, he defeated Itachi. Gunma drew a sharp breath, shocked. The Uchiha, teaming up with the Jinchuriki? That was certainly out of the ordinary. He rubbed his chin, clearly thinking this was unexpected. Ag isn't like the other Uchihas. He's a good kid, Kakashi added. Then, he refilled their cups. Come on, cheers. Dinner came and went quickly. They'd arrived in confusion and left just as bewildered. Even by the end, none of them understood why Kakashi had gathered them. That night, still carrying a trace of drunkenness, Kakashi found himself in front of Minato's grave. Sensei Minato, Naruto's made a friend. His name is Uchiha Ag. Ag isn't like Obito. He's the real deal, a genius among ninjas. He treats Naruto well, too. Sometimes he even takes him out for a bowl of ramen with extra toppings. In a shadowy corner behind him, a masked man appeared silently. Useless Kakashi. From the ground, a strange, human-shaped creature emerged, its body patterned in black and white. If you hate Kakashi so much, why not just kill him? No, he can't die. If he dies, he'll be able to see Rin. Zetsu sometimes felt the masked man was an utter fool. Only he could have such bizarre logic, unmatched anywhere in the shinobi world. Even so, Zetsu didn't bother arguing anymore. Kakashi's fate didn't matter much to them. What they needed were more allies. The Grand Eye of the Moon plan was simply too difficult to carry out, and extra hands were always useful. 2 years ago, you killed Itachi's teammate, awakening the double Tomo Sharingan in him. If you give him an even bigger shock, he might awaken the Mangekyo, just like you did. The masked man nodded thoughtfully. Itachi truly is a promising candidate. But I found another interesting kid. White Zetsu knew exactly who he meant. Ig, the one who defeated Itachi during the Chunin exams. Once more, White Zetsu marveled at the powerful bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Time and again, they would give rise to geniuses head and shoulders above the rest. Of course, the price of such power might just be a lack of common sense. This kid, Ig, could come in handy. The masked man raised his hand, clenching it tightly into a fist. With just a little manipulation, I can leave him nowhere to run. Oh, Black Zetsu grew curious. Was this fool actually capable of a clever plan? I only need to kill a handful of shinobi and frame him for it. In theory, that would be an easy scheme to pull off. After all, no matter what happened, Danzo would always find a way to blame the Uchiha. Leave behind a few incriminating clues, and Ig would truly come to feel the world's malice. Once he was in agony, the masked man could appear at just the right moment. Yes, it was a flawless, seamless plan. Let's go, said the masked man, and a swirling vortex opened behind him. We still have much to do. White Zetsu slowly slipped underground, mumbling as he left. Are you really not going to kill off that useless Kakashi? Shut up. Don't lay a hand on Kakashi. I want him to endure a lifetime of suffering. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Naruto and Itachi spent every day together, throwing themselves into the practice of ninjutsu. And, considering Naruto's less than stellar comprehension and Itachi's total lack of teaching experience, their training sessions looked baffling to anyone watching from the outside. It rather resembled that scene in the book where Naruto tried to teach Konoha the Raizan, first doing this, then that, with little rhyme or reason. The silver lining, however, was that Naruto's progress in training was rather swift. Already, He could throw a couple of punches that looked quite proper. As for Ag teaching Naruto, including slipping in some academic lessons, the third Hokage showed no obvious signs of disapproval. For this whole month, Kakashi continued his silent vigil, observing Naruto from the shadows and jotting down every detail to report back to Hiruzen. Other than the feeling that he was on the verge of burning out, everything was still more or less manageable. Gradually, though, word began to spread in the village that Uchiha was training the fox demon. Down the streets, groups of villagers huddled together, gossiping in hushed tones. Hey look, that white-haired guy with the fox brat. Isn't he from the police force? He does look pretty handsome, but it's bad luck for him to be mixing with that demon child. I heard his name is Uchiha Ag, and I think they're considering promoting him to squad captain or something. No way, he's far too young for that. I have a friend whose friend married into the Uchiha. She snuck out a bit of gossip. Apparently, Fugaka wants to make him his godson, which is why. At that, everyone sharply drew in a breath. Fugaka wants him as a godson? Nonsense. Why don't you go ahead and say Fugaku's divorcing Mikoto and is now chasing after Lady Tsunade? There's news like that. A tall white-haired man's eyes went huge. Who did you just say was courting Tsunade? Jiraiya clenched his jaw in frustration. He'd only left for a few days, and already his house had become the subject of wild rumors. The villagers, spotting him approach, fell instantly quiet and scattered like startled birds. Hey, you bastards, don't you run off. Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, itching to give these clueless villagers a piece of his mind. Couldn't they use their heads before gossiping? Like Tsunade would ever get together with Fugaku. She was probably off somewhere, losing big at gambling, without a clue in the world. Just then, a figure in an umbu robe appeared quietly behind Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage wishes to see you. Jiraiya clicked his tongue. Those villagers were lucky this time. Soon, Jiraiya made his way to the Hokage's office. The room was thick with smoke, like a scene out of fairy tale. Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya waved his hand through the haze, threw open the window, and grabbed a handful of folders to fan the air. Old man, maybe lay off the smoking a bit. Aren't you scared it's going to be the death of you? Hiruzen rolled his eyes, reluctantly putting down his pipe. Jiraiya, fancy seeing you back in the village. And what's that on your forehead? Where's your Konoha headband? Jiraiya waved it off with a casual air. Old man, you know as well as I do that I'm on a special mission, handed to me personally by the great sages of Mount Myaboku, to find the fabled child of prophecy. At that, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Old man, let me tell you, over the past few years, I've traveled all across the shinobi world, big and small, meeting all sorts of people. Before Jiraiya could go on, Hiruzen waved his hand impatiently, cutting him off. Enough. I don't want to hear any of that. If Jiraiya weren't already grown up, Hiruzen would have smacked him on the head, hard, a couple of times. Instead of easing his burden, his student Jiraiya never missed a chance to run off and consult with those giant toads. If the toad's advice actually worked, the shinobi world wouldn't be locked in constant war. Suddenly, Jiraiya remembered something. They say that Naruto has been spending time with a kid from the Uchiha clan? That's right. Eiji's father was Kagami's student, and he's inherited the same will as his teacher. At this, Jiraiya seemed to realize something vital. Since Naruto is Minato's son, by all rights, you should be the one to look after him. I actually think Naruto's doing just fine as he is. My plate's already overflowing with other duties. Where would I find the time to take on a student? Hiruzen rubbed his aching lower back, working out the stiffness in his neck. I won't be Hokage for much longer. It's just about time for you to return, don't you think? Jiraiya shook his head so vigorously it was as if a rattle had come to life. The Hokage's seat is a real scorcher. I couldn't handle it. My life's only goal is to track down the child of prophecy as soon as possible. Enough, 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 Hiruzen grumbled, grabbing a scroll and tossing it at him. Get out of here already. Just seeing you is giving me a headache. Catching the scroll with ease, Jiraiya gently set it back in its place. Take care of yourself, old man. Who knows when I'll be back next time. Yeah, now go on. Don't get in the way of my work. Jiraiya wiped the smile off his face. Take care of yourself, old man. Don't worry, I've still got a few good years left in me. At that, Jiraiya's expression twisted with a hint of conflict. I'll go check in with the Yanbu and hand over some intel. See you. With those words, Jiraiya leapt out of the window and vanished swiftly around the corner. Watching Jiraiya's disappearing figure, Hiruzen's brows drew tight with concern. These last few years, he could feel himself aging. Yet with Konoha in such a precarious state, who else could shoulder the heavy responsibility of its protection? And what of the Uchiha? How could that problem possibly be resolved? He summoned a ninja from the ANBU. Call Danzo and the two advisors. We need a quick meeting. At once, Lord Hokage. As it happened, Danzo and the advisors were already gathered together, still deep in deliberation over the Uchiha issue. Ryoma just delivered some new reports. According to these, the villagers are growing increasingly dissatisfied with both the Uchiha and the Jinchuriki. Danzo glanced at his two old friends. I really wonder what's going through Hiruzen's mind. How could he allow the Uchiha to come into contact with the Jinchuriki? And now he's even going so far as to teach him ninjutsu. Koharu let out a hum of agreement, clearly seeing eye to eye with Danzo's view. Our teacher once told us, the Uchiha clan is inherently sinister. Even if Isuke seems to have inherited Kageme's will, who can say he won't be corrupted by those madmen? If the Jinchuriki sides with the Uchiha, then Konoha will truly be doomed. Hamura added, that's right. The power of the Jinchuriki is simply too dangerous. It must be firmly in our control. But that brought them to another problem. How could they keep Naruto in check? Years ago, Danzo had already put forward his own solution. Simply imprison Naruto, brainwash him, and turn him into a weapon loyal only to Konoha. However, this idea met with fierce opposition from Hiruzen. So much so that the two nearly brought down the roof of the Hokage's office in a heated argument. Following that, Hiruzen even suspended funding for Root for half a year, as a statement of his resolve. Left with no choice, Danzo had to yield, and only then was the matter put to rest. The memory frustrated Danzo whenever he recalled it. Despite being an advisor, second in command in appearance, when it came to major decisions, Hiruzen alone held absolute authority. Even with the combined influence of himself and the two other advisors, it was meaningless. Hiruzen always held the power of final veto. Danzo spoke. In this matter, the three of us can't afford to be as short-sighted as Hiruzen. His two companions looked at him with curiosity. What are you getting at? A dangerous gleam flickered in Danzo's eyes. Hiruzen cares a great deal about public opinion. If rumors about the Uchiha were to circulate everywhere, do you think he could simply sit by and do nothing? Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances. That's it. Doesn't sound all that special. Danzo gave a cold chuckle. If the Uchiha can't withstand the rumors and raise their blades against the villagers. Of course, if the Uchiha won't do the killing, we can always help them. Hamura and Koharu quickly understood what Danzo meant. It had to be said, Danzo was truly ruthless. No wonder Hiruzen favored him as the shadow behind the scenes. Danzo was a natural at this role. And so, their scheme was settled with chilling simplicity. No sooner had they concluded their plotting than someone knocked on the office door. Excuse me, the Hokage requests your presence for a meeting. We understand. We'll be there immediately. Soon, the four of them gathered around the table to begin the second meeting of the day. Naturally, the first topic up for discussion was the Uchiha situation. Hiruzen still believed that, if possible, negotiations with the Uchiha should continue. Beyond that, the next priority was cultivating the next generation. They needed to increase admissions to the Ninja Academy and recruit more excellent teachers. This way, more outstanding ninja with the will of fire would emerge, protecting their comrades by their side. And as for some other useless things, well, those could be disregarded. From past experience, whenever Sarutobi mentioned the Uchiha, Danzo would absolutely jump up and start cursing. He would insist they needed to deal with the Uchiha, not leaving a single one breathing. But today, for reasons unknown, Danzo seemed much calmer. This left Sarutobi quite puzzled. It couldn't be that he suddenly had a change in personality, could it? Danzo, you're not quite yourself today. Of course, Danzo wasn't himself. His mind was swirling with schemes. He hadn't even really heard a word Sarutobi said. Perhaps I'm just overworked, Danzo offered casually. There's been unrest outside the village lately. Minor skirmishes here and there. Sarutobi nodded. Let's end today's meeting here then. Dismissed. When plotting mischief, people can always summon unexpected reserves of energy. This saying was especially true for Danzo. That very afternoon, his followers disguised themselves as ordinary villagers and started spreading rumors everywhere. And as the gossip passed from mouth to mouth, it became more and more outrageous. By the end, it was said that little Naruto, only a few years old, had already mastered the art of killing under Ainsai's tutelage. The fishing tackle shop owner who once sold him faulty goods was stabbed over 400 times by Naruto and tossed into the river to feed the fish. Root members had a real talent for spinning tales. They acted so convincingly that some less discerning villagers genuinely believed them. There were angry cries to go complain to the Hokage, demanding that Ainsai and Naruto be locked away and never let out again. Ainsai and Naruto, however, remained blissfully unaware of all this. They were currently at their old training spot, practicing ninjutsu. Well done. Another 100 throws. Ainsai leaned against a tree, sipping his tea in contentment. Not far away, the little blonde boy gripped a bundle of shuriken, flinging them as though they were limitless. The shuriken struck the target with perfect accuracy. Grinning triumphantly, Naruto looked over to Ainsei. Ainsei-sensei, I got even better, didn't I? Ainsei nodded, then stood up and took a few steps back. Come have some water and rest a while. In a bit, I'll teach you how to control chakra. Naruto let out an eager, okay, then plopped himself onto the soft grass. Ainsei gathered up the scattered training tools and began explaining the fundamental principles of chakra. From now on, you need to try to gather your chakra in one place and keep it steady. As he spoke, Ainsei demonstrated the basic tree climbing with chakra technique. This was a foundational ninja skill, one that was vital to learn early on. After a brief rest, Naruto stood before a tall tree. He closed his eyes, trying to sense what exactly this chakra was that Ainsei spoke of. 10 minutes later. Well, can you feel it yet? Only the sound of heavy, steady breathing filled the air. Ag walked over to take a look. Unbelievable. The kid was standing up and still managed to fall asleep. He put on the face of a man resigned to suffering. Forget it, just let him be. There are over 2 years left before the massacre. There's still time, plenty of time. He effortlessly scooped up Naruto and tucked him into the tent he'd prepared, gently covering him with a blanket. It almost gave Ag the strange illusion that he was coaxing a child to sleep. Naruto, be my son. By the time Naruto woke up again, night had already fallen. His stomach issued a tortured growl, and the enticing aroma of food hung in the air. Teacher Ag, what are we having for dinner? Naruto peeked curiously toward the campfire, and there he saw Blackie, whom he hadn't seen in ages. Blackie, long time no see. Can I touch your feathers? Blackie's pupils narrowed in alarm. Oh no, here comes the little terror. Run for your life. With a sudden flutter, Blackie shot into the sky, desperate to escape Naruto's petting hands for fear of being plucked bald. So stingy. What's the big deal about letting me pet you? Naruto grumbled as he accepted the meat Ag handed him. Teacher Ag, what will you teach me next time? Master climbing trees first. As for ninjutsu, I'll help you pick a suitable one in the future. Yes, all kinds of Rasengan, eventually. Oh, okay. Before long, both of them had eaten their fill. They cleaned up the mess and slung their packs over their shoulders, heading toward the center of town. Naruto even took care to avoid the busy streets. Let's go this way. It's less crowded. Eiji glanced up at the faces carved on Hokage rock, considering whether he should find an opportunity to bring the fourth Hokage back with Edo-tensei. Let the fourth confront those third Hokage cronies directly. That way Naruto wouldn't have to suffer in silence for so many years. Early the next morning, Naruto was up at the crack of dawn. After finishing his breakfast with great care, he grabbed the ninja tools pouch Eiji had given him and headed out the door. If Teacher Eiji is busy today, then I'll just practice on my own. But as Naruto closed the gate behind him, his smile instantly froze. His doorstep was piled with garbage. The walls were scrawled with graffiti branding him a murderer. Naruto stared in disbelief. He simply couldn't trust his own eyes. People used to just avoid him, but no one had ever done anything this cruel. A murderer? He didn't even dare kill fish. How could he ever kill a person? Why? Why? Naruto could hear his own sobs echoing in the quiet. His first instinct was to go and find Teacher Eiji to ask him what in the world had happened. But after running just a few steps, Naruto stopped himself and turned back. Teacher Eiji has his own responsibilities. I can take care of this myself. To become the greatest ninja, you must endure what others cannot. Young Naruto quietly put on his worn-out clothes, picked up bags of trash, and made his way to the garbage bins. After a long while, Naruto finished taking out the trash. Then he climbed up a ladder and began scrubbing away the paint that stained the wall, bit by bit. When Naruto was falsely accused, the police force was dragged into the mud along with him. No one knew where the rumor started, but suddenly, people were whispering that the police force and Naruto were in cahoots, conspiring to murder. The recent spate of villagers going missing, it was all pinned on them. Among the accused, the white-haired Uchiha Ag bore the brunt of the blame. It was said he threatened innocent villagers with force, demanding bribes. He was even accused of insulting their beautiful daughters. Yeah, give me a break. Ag, fuming, grabbed his sword, ready to storm out, itching to silence them all for good. He could put up with anything else, but he was still Xiaochu Nin inside this body. And besides, your daughter looks as sturdy as a panther tank. How am I supposed to take that for a spin? Ag, don't get riled up. We'll get to the bottom of this soon. Dawa and Tiewa tried to calm him with words, though worry gnawed at them inside. Judging by the source of these rumors, it was always the villagers loitering in the alleys and corners, gossiping incessantly. The police force had strict rules. Not a finger was to be laid on the villagers. At most, if they hauled one back for questioning, it was just a firm talking to before sending them home. But if things went sideways, the villagers would start shouting about the police force abusing their power, framing the innocent. Hang in there, Ag. You'll get used to it. Once we just finished a bowl of noodles, and some little brat was convinced I'd eaten too. AG raised an eyebrow. Didn't you think to dissect your own stomach to prove them wrong? Now listen, kid. Are you wishing me dead or what? Don't let it get to you. A few days from now, they'll be gossiping about something else. Just ask Tiewa, who among the police force hasn't had their name dragged through the mud. That's how it is. Let's just go for drinks tonight. AG nodded. He'd seen this sort of thing so many times before. It was always the same. When people couldn't beat you head on, they would spread rumors and try to drag you down. But you try to mess with me, I'll show you how I handle things. AG rummaged through his drawer and pulled out the files for the police force, skimming through them quickly. Well, Lord Tobirama actually entrusted us with legislative authority. Grinding his teeth, AG declared, we have to draft rules to deal with this situation. We can't let Lord Tobirama's efforts go to waste. Sometimes, AG thought, it was hard to find a better metaphor for the Uchiha than having a great hand and somehow botching every play. Tobirama handed them such powerful weapons, and they didn't even know how to use them. Not only did they fail to challenge the Hokage, they ended up being bullied by everyone like beat-up strays. But whenever AG thought of those diode relatives in the clan, it all seemed rather reasonable to him. AG worked efficiently, swiftly drafting a set of detailed regulations. Yet, AG was just a low-ranking member. Ultimately, these things needed approval from the department head, Fugaku. So, AG handed the revised rules over to Fugaku. Predictably, Fugaku rejected them outright. AG, I know your dedication to the Uchiha, but don't be too hasty. Fugaku gestured for AG to sit. Ever since the police force was established, not a single word of its charter has changed. I know what's at stake. Hey, where are you off to? Chief Fugaku, it's my patrol shift now. I'm really sorry. With that, AG turned and left Fugaku's house. There was no counting on Fugaku. When the time came, action would have to be taken. There'd be no way forward without forcing his hand. The silence of the police force and Naruto's forbearance had brought none of the results they'd hoped for. Every day, Naruto endured fiercer mockery, and the police force was increasingly demonized, painted as a ticking bomb threatening the entire village. At the center of all this turmoil, Danzo was thoroughly satisfied. He sensed his moment was nearly at hand. All it would take was one final spark, and those madmen of the Uchiha clan would raise their blades and storm the Hokage's office. And waiting for them in the shadows would be Danzo's shinobi, lying in ambush. Under Danzo's secret orders, the survivor Ryoma sought out the Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. Chief Fugaku, in light of the rumors circulating around the village lately, Lord Danzo would like to ask you to come and offer some clarification. Fugaku's broad, open face contorted with pain. As for Danzo, every Uchiha hated him to the core. Back after the Nine Tails rampage, it was Danzo who'd exiled them to this godforsaken corner of the village, foisting on them the kind of menial work even a stray dog would turn up its nose at. And Fugaku had every reason to suspect that Danzo harbored dreams of wiping them out entirely. Suppressing his fury, Fugaku forced himself to answer in a level voice. Since Lord Danzo knows they're just rumors, what need is there for me to explain anything at all? Ryoma shook his head gently. Please, Chief Fugaku, I must ask you to go. Some things are best cleared up face to face. Fugaku hesitated. Ryoma dropped his voice. Chief Fugaku, please don't make this difficult for me. You wouldn't want to be accused of resisting with force, would you? So Fugaku gave in. He followed Ryoma to the rude organization, to meet the one person he never wished to see for as long as he lived. Lord Danzo. Danzo emerged slowly from the shadows, his eyes brimming with utter disdain for all. Do you have anything to say about the rumors spreading through the village? Fugaku, of course, knew exactly what Danzo was referring to. Lord Danzo, the Uchiha have absolutely no hidden intentions. Even the interaction between Eiji and Naruto was approved by the Hokage. As for things like murder, that's pure nonsense. Danzo's gaze remained unreadable as he glanced at Fugaku. He's anxious, Danzo thought. He's definitely feeling the pressure. Danzo took out a few forged letters of accusation, showing them one by one in front of Fugaku. I suggest you come clean. If there wasn't any evidence, I wouldn't have called you here. Fugaku clenched his fists. Damn you, Danzo. What evidence do you even have? I know far better than you what the clan members do every day. Murder? They're so intimidated that even if you openly beat them up, they wouldn't dare fight back now. Danzo's just bullying the honest and law-abiding, isn't he? Lord Danzo, I can guarantee, there isn't any such thing. Not a single one. Not a single one. Danzo forced a smile, one uglier than crying. If that's the case, then the clan leader is free to leave. Relief swept over Fugaku. He'd made it through another hurdle. But Danzo's next words nearly pushed Fugaku over the edge. To fully clear the Uchiha of suspicion, Every single clan member will have to attend a routine inquiry here. Clan leader Fugaku, you have no objections, do you? A wild red gleam flickered in Fugaku's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. I'll speak to the clan about this. Satisfied, Danzo nodded. This clan leader, still as spineless as ever. In that case, let's start with your 2 sons and your wife. A buzzing erupted in Fugaku's mind. He lifted his head, fury blazing in his eyes as he fixed them on Danzo. What do they have to do with this? 2 children, and a woman who has no combat ability to speak of. Danzo tapped the table lightly. Child or woman, given a blade, anyone can kill. You. Fugaku was on the verge of shattering his teeth. Lord Danzo, my family are not murderers. Who can say for sure? Danzo pointed at Fugaku. Make sure they're at root headquarters before morning. With that, Danzo waved a dismissive hand. Go on. I have other matters to attend to. Fugaku's head buzzed with anxiety, one dreadful thought after another rushing through his mind. Routine inquiry, he said. Danzo was driving them into a corner. The Uchiha had long endured every unreasonable demand from the Leaf, time and again swallowing their pride, all for the sake of peace. But, to Danzo, every act of forbearance only meant weakness. And truly, it was a sign of weakness. Fugaku knew, if only Sensei Shisui were still alive, if he heard this, he'd march up to Danzo with a sword, just like he tried to do with Tobirama all those years ago. Weighed down, Fugaku trudged back to the clan grounds, where anxious faces awaited him, their worry plain to see. When Fugaku returned, the clan members surged up to greet him at once. Chief, what happened? Did they give you any trouble? That masked guy must be one of Danzo's men. Did Danzo make some outrageous demand again? Everyone chimed in, one after another, their voices blending into a noisy clamor that gave Fugaku a splitting headache. He hesitated for a moment and said, It's nothing. There's just something I need to take care of. I'll be going now. With that, Fugaku left the crowd and began walking toward home. Not far away, Ag was leaning against a tall tree, cradling Shower in his arms. From the snippets of their conversation, Ag could more or less piece together what had happened. Danzo again, as usual. Whether he was responsible or not, if something went wrong and no one knew who to blame, the finger would naturally point to Danzo. But there was no changing things now. For the moment, it was best to go teach Naruto some ninjutsu. That afternoon, Naruto and Ag met up. Ag sensei. Naruto hugged Ag's leg tightly. I don't want to train today. Let me treat you to some ramen instead. Ag ruffled Naruto's hair with a smile. All right. Naruto took the lead, guiding Ag off the beaten path, down a secluded alley. Ag pondered the situation for a while, finding it odd. He discreetly used the shadow clone jutsu, sending a clone to check out Naruto's home just in case. When the clone relayed what it had found, Ag had more or less figured out the whole picture. Danzo, rotten to the core. It seems I'll have to deal with you myself one of these days. Just then, a few thuggish villagers sprang up from nowhere, glaring viciously and pointing accusingly at Naruto and Ag. Murderers! Get out of the Leaf Village! Konoha doesn't welcome your kind. You both can go to hell. A life for a life. The demon fox must die. Naruto shrank back half a step, his face bewildered. I didn't kill anyone. You got the wrong person. It was you. Murder. And that white-haired bastard. Clearly, you put the demon fox up to it. No one knew who started it, but suddenly someone grabbed a basket of eggs and hurled them right at the two of them. Ag flicked his fingers, and instantly, a wall of water 3 meters high surged up before them. Narrowing his eyes, he realized that whatever these people were, they certainly weren't ordinary villagers. Ag could clearly sense the faint ripple of chakra from their bodies. Now he understood this was Danzo's doing. Ag hadn't intended to bother with them, but since these pawns had thrown themselves onto his fists, it'd be a shame not to teach them a lesson. He suddenly darted forward a few steps, and while they were still caught off guard, he shoved an explosive tag into one guy's hand. Run. This spy's holding an explosive tag. He's going to blow up the whole street. At his words, the onlookers scattered faster than frightened rabbits. An explosive tag was no joke. Even a jonin wouldn't dare stand their ground if one went off, much less ordinary folks. The fake villagers, forced into the line of fire, hadn't even had time to react. Wait, how did I become the spy here? No, I'm with the squad. Smack! Isai landed a heavy punch, sending the man sprawling to the ground, and sealed away his chakra with a quick move. In accordance with the security department's regulations, no member is permitted to use explosive tags or any other lethal weapons on villagers in public. Anyone who violates these rules gives the security department members the right to use force against them. With that, Isai swung his fists again, giving the troublemakers a thorough beating. This bunch was just a ragtag group, good for dirty work and not much else. They weren't even officially part of Root. At best, they were subcontractors. While Isai was delivering a decisive round of punches, a second team of observing ninja grew numb with disbelief. According to the original plan, Isai was supposed to kill these villagers, which would give them a reason to arrest him. If he dared resist with force, it would be the perfect pretense to accuse the Uchiha and the Jinchuriki of plotting rebellion. They would all have to die. But now, they seemed to have lost all legitimate reason to act. As they hesitated, a ninja disguised as a villager finally couldn't take it anymore. Seizing his chance, he bolted. Isai was just about to draw his blade when Naruto tossed a kunai with sharp precision. A pained cry rang out. The kunai banged right into the runner's back, and just as he struggled to get up, Inaho arrived and smacked him twice across the face. Stay put. Try anything else, and you'll regret it. Isai gave Naruto an enthusiastic thumbs up. Nicely done. Naruto froze for a moment, then broke into a goofy grin. Gramps Hokage once told me, to be Hokage means protecting everyone in the village. Naruto really is a true disciple of Hiruzen, through and through. Naruto finally realized today that he doesn't always have to be the one protected. He could be the one who protects others. Mission reward, Flying Thunder God technique. Holy! Isai nearly shot straight up from excitement. At last, finally, a proper skill worth having. With this, whether or not he could win a fight was secondary. At the very least, he'd be a tough one to kill. Isai had someone escort Naruto home, then hurried straight back to headquarters without a moment's rest. Without another word, he let loose with a ferocious combo, laying into the troublemakers. So you like killing people, huh? Stirring up trouble, is that it? Framing the hero's descendants, are we? Think this is a game, do you? With each accusation, Isai punctuated his words with a hard punch. By the end, even Inaho and Tekka couldn't watch any longer. That's enough. If this keeps up, someone's going to die. The two of them couldn't figure Isai out, no matter how hard they tried. He knew these idiots had explosive tags and still charged them head-on instead of backing off. Isn't that just being a fool? All this risk for a measly month's pay? What's the point of throwing your life away for that? If things blow up, so what? It's not like it's your house, anyway. In the future, they'd be able to patrol one street less, and when the district was rebuilt, they could even pocket a little extra in the process. It should have been a good thing. Why couldn't Ag see it that way? He's just too young, not as worldly wise as the old hands here. After soothing Ag, the two decided they should find an opportunity to teach him the art of slacking off at work without getting caught. Meanwhile, Fugaku was hastily putting on his clothes. Upon hearing that Ag had gotten into another fight in the busiest part of town, he felt tempted, then and there, to resign from his post as clan leader. What on earth was this kid up to now? Danzo's matter still hadn't been resolved, and here came another headache. Fugaku considered his life to be one of treading on thin ice. If things kept going this way, he wouldn't even make it halfway across. He'd go into the moment he dipped his toe in. Father, what's happened? Itachi stood at the main gate, his face clouded with concern. There's been a bit of trouble in the police force. You and Sasuke are to stay at home and not go anywhere without my permission. I understand, father, Itachi replied. And another thing, Fugaku hesitated, realizing he still hadn't told his family about the situation with Danzo. Father, Itachi quickly closed the distance. Please give me your instructions. It'll have to wait. We'll talk when I get back. Itachi's mind raced. If it involved the police force, it was likely tied to Ag. Was it possible Ag had done something out of the ordinary again? Something that might attract Leaf Village's suspicion? But that didn't make sense. Shisui had said Ag was like him, someone filled with love and loyalty for the clan. How could he do something like this? Itachi couldn't make sense of it at all. At that moment, Fugaku arrived at the police headquarters. The moment he stepped into the interrogation room, he was hit by the heavy scent of blood. Ag, what happened here? But after hearing Ag's account, Fugaku still couldn't muster any satisfaction. You're telling me these people were spies from an enemy village, carrying explosive tags and planning to die with a leaf? That's right, Chief Fugaku. They were extremely dangerous. We have to report it to Lord Hokage immediately. Fugaku rubbed his face in exasperation. Yeah, right? Tell that to someone who'll believe you. According to the report, each of these individuals was carrying 700 or 800 explosive tags, but not a single scroll on their persons. So how had they gotten them in? Were the patrol teams in Leaf Village all blind? Fugaku shot Ag a pointed look, signaling him to follow into the break room. Once inside, Fugaku closed the door and dropped his voice. Ag, do you realize what you're doing? Chief Fugaku, I'm fulfilling my duty as a member of the police. That's not what I'm asking. I want the truth. Are you hiding something here? Ag hesitated for a moment. There might be something. Hearing that, Fugaku began to sweat. If what Ag was withholding turned out to be that he'd fabricated evidence, they would be in serious trouble. Out with it. Now, Chief Fugaku, I don't believe just those few small fry could have slipped into Konoha on their own. There might be a spy working for them right here inside the village. Ag raised his right index finger and pointed upwards. Higher up, perhaps. How dare you? A cold sweat instantly broke out down Fugaku's back. Don't think that just because you're close to Elder Kagami, you can spout wild accusations like this. If word of this gets out, the entire Uchiha clan will pay with their lives. Ag spread his hands in resignation. Who are you even taking after with these jumpy nerves? After a brief silence, Fugaku regained his composure. Can you track down where these people came from? No, I can't. Understood. I'll leave this matter to you. I'm leaving now. With those words, Fugaku turned and departed the police headquarters. Ag distinctly saw a hint of reluctance flash across Fugaku's face. Wait a minute, old man. Don't tell me your plan is to throw me under the bus if something goes wrong. Classic Fugaku, really. So everyone's expendable except that precious youngest son of yours, isn't it? No wonder you end up dead in the end. Ag grumbled about Fugaku in his mind for a while, then headed back to the interrogation room. Again, he methodically knocked each captive out cold, one punch at a time. These enemy ninjas were now thoroughly unconscious. After finishing up, Ag wiped the blood from his hands. He picked up his pen and began earnestly recording his mission report. During tonight's patrol, several dangerous individuals carrying a large number of explosive tags were apprehended. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that all 7 were outsiders, mingling with the crowd under false identities and spreading rumors. Today, they even went so far as to incite villagers in public to attack a member of the police force, as well as a child only 4 years old. To ensure the safety of the villagers, the police force was left with no choice but to use force. No casualties were sustained among either police officers or civilians. After overnight interrogation, there is now reason to suspect that this malicious enemy faction deliberately incited the villagers, attempting to undermine the police system left by Lord Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. Their aim is clearly to weaken our internal defenses, seize the Jinchuriki during the ensuing chaos, and thus take advantage of the confusion in Konoha to bring the village down. Ag set his pen down. That should do. I'm not exactly a master of report writing anyway. Beside him, Duka and Tekka gazed at him with open admiration. Ag, can you teach me how to write a report like that? That very night, Ag's report landed on Hiruzen's desk. He read through it carefully, 3 times in all. He recognized every word, but together they made next to no sense. How on earth did so many spies slip in under everyone's nose? And why would these spies, of all things, act so conspicuously out in broad daylight, making a spectacle of themselves? Something about all this struck Hiruzen as deeply wrong. Yet for the life of him, he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. If there's anything worth mentioning, it would be that Ag truly lost control this time. According to the bystanders, after those spies were exposed, they brandished explosive tags, ready to set off a fireworks display right in the middle of the street. At that critical moment, while everyone else scrambled to get away, Ag alone charged forward without a second thought. He engaged in an intense fight with them, ultimately ensuring the safety of the villagers' property in Konoha. Of course, those guys were nearly beaten to death by Ag on the spot. He dislocated their joints right then and there. If there hadn't been children nearby, he might have ended the whole thing with 2 swift knife strikes. The last time a white-haired person was so hot-tempered towards outsiders, it was his own teacher, Tobirama. No. Why am I making this connection again? Other than having white hair, the two of them have nothing in common, really. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before looking up at Ag. Ag, you did well. If not for you, who knows how much worse things could have been today. Ag's expression was full of righteousness. Lord Hokage, this is simply the duty of the police force. Hiruzen nodded lightly. From here on, leave the matter to the Umbu. There are hidden depths to this case that you won't be able to navigate. To his surprise, Ag firmly refused Hiruzen's order. Lord Hokage, the task of maintaining peace within the village was entrusted to the Uchiha by Lord Tobirama himself. Since this incident took place within the heart of Konoha, it is the responsibility of the police force to see the investigation through. Please rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will get to the bottom of this. Hiruzen fell silent for a while. He felt a twinge of irritation. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, every time Ag mentioned the name of Lord Tobirama, an uneasiness crept over him. Here was an Uchiha, yet he held Tobirama's words as absolute. No ordinary Uchiha would do such a thing. Could it really be that Kagami's will exerted such a deep influence? No, this wouldn't do. He would have to find time to rewrite the Will of Fire. Hiruzen took a slow drag of his pipe, realizing he'd allowed his mind to wander. Lord Hokage, there's no time to hesitate. The situation is urgent. There's no telling if there are more of them lurking in the village. If any villagers get hurt, how could I ever face their trust again? Hiruzen thought it over. There was some sense to Ag's words. Naturally, he decided to keep his guard up. I'll have an Umbu squad assist you. Let's eliminate these security threats as quickly as possible. Understood, Lord Hokage. Having faithfully fulfilled the duties of the police force and gained the current Hokage recognition, truly, you are worthy of the title Great Second Hokage. Tobirama Senju. Mission reward. Water release. Hard spiral water blade. Route headquarters. Danzo's expression was so dark it seemed to drip with menace. What did you say? Not only did Hiruzen let Ag off the hook, he's actually having them look into the whole matter? Yes, Lord Danzo, Ryoma replied with great caution. A few villagers even said Ag saved their lives, called him a genuinely good person. Crash. Danzo smashed the teacup on his table to pieces. He's nothing of the sort. That Uchiha is rotten to the core, a born deceiver. Everything he does is a carefully crafted act. A wave of unease welled up in Danzo's chest. With this one decision, Hiruzen practically put a weapon straight into the Uchiha's hands. If it were any other Uchiha, Danzo wouldn't care. The clan was nothing but a bunch of blusterers. Nowadays, they didn't even have their old courage. You could walk right up and slap Fugaku twice, taunt him, "Come hit me if you dare." And odds are, he still wouldn't lay a finger on you. But Ag was different. Danzo had long since labeled him as troublesome, devious, and disturbingly shrewd. No matter how he tried to trip Ag up, the man remained untouchable. Now, Danzo's own secrets may have landed right in Ag's lap. Even though Danzo was careful, hiding behind layer after layer of intermediaries, he couldn't shake the fear that Ag would sniff him out. He knew Ag could twist logic however he liked, and if that man managed to grab even a shred of evidence, it would be as terrifying as handing him Hashirama's legendary powers. Foolish Hiruzen, do you have any idea what you're doing? Have you forgotten Tobirama-sama's warning? The Uchiha are extremely dangerous. They must never be given power. Ryoma edged back half a step, hands creeping to his ears. That's it. I've heard something I really shouldn't have. If Lord Danzo ever gets in a foul mood, would he get rid of Ryoma to protect his secrets? He probably wouldn't, right? At least I hope not. While some cheered, others worried. Danzo fretted, fearing the flames might turn on him. Meanwhile, over at the police force, the roar of celebration nearly tore the roof off. It's been years. How many years since the police force last earned the Hokage's approval? Who would have thought we'd be entrusted with an important mission like investigating espionage? The future is finally looking bright for the Uchihas. Inside the police headquarters, the Uchihas simply couldn't contain their excitement. The lovable Uchihas were like that. Give them the slightest glimmer of hope, and they'd rejoice like children. The nature of the mission hardly mattered. What mattered was what it signified, the Hokage's endorsement. Ag, Shisui said, clapping him on the shoulder, "Maybe you really can be the bridge uniting our clan and the Leaf." Ag gave Shisui a look reserved for those hopelessly naive. "Buddy, while you're dreaming about unity, I'm seriously plotting rebellion over here." "Ah well, that is the way of the world. Gain something in one hand, lose something in the other." Shisui had gained a natural talent for ninjutsu, but in exchange, seemed to have lost his brilliant mind. As for Itachi, completely clueless, there was really nothing more to say about him. "Everyone, it is our duty to restore the honor of the Uchiha clan." Ha ha ha! Waves of Uchiha laughter rolled out the windows, drifting into the ears of passing villagers. A small child, terrified, burst into loud, desperate cries. "Nokurain, if you cry again, the maniacs from the police force will come get you." The child clamped both hands over their mouth, forcing back the tears with all their might. With a groan, the doors of the police force swung open. Eyes came out, sword in hand. Fugaku had sent for him, though for what reason, he did not know. At the mere sight of eyes, the little child fainted on the spot. "It's over. They're going to take me away." Eyes glanced askance at the child. "Need a hand?" "And no, that won't be necessary." Without another word, the father scooped up his child and darted away. "Crazy family," Eyes muttered. In no time, he found Fugaku sweeping in the courtyard. "Clan leader, you want to see me?" When Fugaku caught sight of Eyes, he tossed the broom aside without hesitation. "Come in quickly. Makoto, we have a distinguished guest. Bring out our finest tea." Eyes stood there, at a loss, bewildered beyond words. He was just a regular Chunin, far from holding any important post. What distinguished guest could he possibly be? Head spinning with questions, Eyes sat down at the tea table. Aunt Makoto, porcelain-skinned and beautiful, poured him tea before leaving quietly. On the side, Itachi and Sasuke sat up straight, their expressions solemn. "Here, Eyes, have some tea." Fugaku seemed to be in unusually high spirits today, even wearing a rare smile. Cautiously, Aiz asked, "Clan leader, you seem to be in a good mood today?" Fugaka nodded vigorously. "Aiz, you've really done me a great favor." Seeing Aiz still looking puzzled, Fugaka recounted what had happened with Danzo. Originally, members of the Uchiha were supposed to report to the root organization for questioning. But thanks to this incident, I used overwhelming police business. Let's wait until things settle down as a pretext to brush them off. Even as arrogant as Danzo is, he wouldn't dare defy Lord Hokage's will. So truly, Aiz, you deserve much of the credit. Aiz kept a calm face, but inside his emotions surged like stormy seas. Damn, I've accidentally become a hero of the Uchiha clan. Clan leader Fugaku, I was raised by my elders in the clan. Doing something for them is the least I can do. Fugaku poured more tea for Aiz. Since you were the one who earned Lord Hiruzen's support, I'll entrust the investigation of the spy entirely to you. During this period, every single member of the Uchiha will be at your command. Myself and Itachi included. Sasuke pointed to himself. "Father, what about me?" Fugaku reached out and gently patted Sasuke's head. "Sasuke, you're still very young. There are many things you'll only be able to do once you grow older." "Oh, all right then." Sasuke pouted, clearly unhappy with the answer. Without missing a beat, Fugaku pulled out a thick stack of documents. Ag immediately recognized them. The very same supplementary rules for the police force he had previously requested from Fugaku. Could it be? Sure enough, Fugaku made a broad gesture and signed his name at the bottom without a second thought. "I haven't read through this yet, but since you're the one who decided on the contents, Ag, I trust there won't be any issues." In that moment, Ag realized there was a certain kind of fear that came with Fugaku's decisiveness. Had he known it would be this easy, he should have slipped in a few extra lines. All assets of the police force belong to Uchiha Ag, for example. While Ag was lamenting his own honesty, Fugaku, at some point, had quietly ushered Itachi and Sasuke out of the room. "Ag, what do you think of Itachi?" Wait a second, Ag's mind started racing, working overtime. Was the next part going to be something like, "The crown prince is often frail. You must encourage him more." "Itachi? He's excellent. Much better than I ever was. Give it a few more years, and he might even surpass the clan head." Fugaku just smiled at Ag's string of nonsense. "Ag, let me speak to you from the heart. Listen carefully. Please go ahead, clan head Fugaku." Fugaku gave a small sigh, lowering his voice. "Ever since I became clan head, peace within the clan has been elusive. In those early years, I still had a few elders to advise me, but now, they've either grown too old or passed on. And on top of that, the village has never stopped suppressing the Uchiha. In fact, things seem to be getting worse. It's my own shortcoming, really. I haven't been able to guide the clan onto the right path." What followed was a barrage of grand, but ultimately useless, speeches from Fugaku, delivered with an earnest intensity. Eventually, Ag couldn't take it anymore. "Seriously, big brother, stop droning on. I've still got a mountain of trouble waiting for me to clean up over there. So, clan head, what are you actually trying to say?" Ag rubbed his hands together, restless. Surely Fugaku wasn't about to name him Uchiha Ag as the next clan head as well as chief of the police force? As it turned out, he was overthinking it. "Ag, you'll always stand by the Uchiha, won't you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ag nodded solemnly. "I, Uchiha Ag, will forever be loyal to the Uchiha." That's all I needed to hear. It's your unshakable duty to help restore the Uchiha to greatness. The two of them chatted a while longer before Fugaku finally let Ag go. Once Ag had left, Mikoto stepped out of her room. "Fugaku, do you truly believe it's wise to pin the Uchiha's hopes for revival on an 11-year-old child? Besides, we haven't had much contact with him before. If he is bought off or brainwashed by the Hokage's faction, what if he turns into a blade aimed right at the Uchiha?" Fugaku let out a slightly helpless sigh. There's no other way. The Uchihas have been pushed to the edge, with nowhere left to retreat. Then Fugaku shifted the topic. "I've already spoken with Itachi. The Hokage believes that Itachi's thinking has far surpassed that of the average Uchiha. It's just that Aishi's brilliance recently has drawn all the attention away from him for now. In a while, Itachi will apply to join the ANBU. With the information he can provide, our plans going forward will have a crucial advantage." At this point, Mikoto understood as well. By plans, of course, he meant the path of a violent coup. "Fugaku, have you really made up your mind?" Fugaku gazed through the window at a lone blade of grass by the base of the wall. "I don't know. Let me think it over a bit more. I don't know. I swear I don't know." Still trying to play innocent? Looks like you need some sense knocked into you. Inside the interrogation room at the police force, Inaho pressed the suspect down and delivered a flurry of blows. "Damn it. How many more accomplices do you have?" "Accomplices? We've all been caught by you already." Thud, thud. Inaho landed 2 more punches. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You think just a couple of small fry like you could sneak into Konoha? Are you treating the police force's security like a joke? Aishi scratched his head awkwardly. Honestly, it kind of was a joke. There actually weren't that many official members in the police force. Most of them spent their days butting heads with villagers or helping old ladies find their lost dogs. Even fewer had time to go on patrol and do actual police work. Aishi stopped Inaho. Take a break, don't beat him to death. He motioned for a medical ninja nearby to begin first aid. Keep track of everything we use. When this is over, we'll need to file for reimbursement from the Hokage. Understood. And don't use the expensive medicine. As long as he can breathe, that's good enough. Non-fatal injuries? Leave them. Aishi gathered the members of the police force. Everyone. With Lord Fugaku's approval, we've made a few small updates to the police force's regulations. I have the original copy right here. Go ahead and pass it around. Over the next few days, we'll print out copies, and from now on, these will be the rules we follow during operations. As he spoke, Aishi pulled out 7 or 8 thick bricks. The rules themselves hadn't changed much, just an extra 4,000 or so entries. The fine print got longer too, 25,000 more articles. If you can't read or remember it, that's okay. The police force reserves the right of final interpretation. Shisui flipped through a few pages and frowned. Ag, aren't these punishments a little too harsh? People get detained just for making some inappropriate remarks. If things go on like this, even if we doubled the size of the prison, it wouldn't be enough. Ag only shook his head. Shisui, you've misunderstood. Do you really think we're updating these regulations just to punish the villagers? No. Our real purpose is to protect the honor of heroes. Think about it. If people dare to accuse me of killing at will today, tomorrow they might slander the Hokage for betraying the village, and the day after, if this keeps happening, will there be any trust left among the villagers? And when even the most basic trust breaks down, does this village still have any hope at all? Shisui raised a hand to signal him to stop. Enough. I don't even dare listen to what you're saying. Ag locked eyes with Shisui. Everything I've done is to keep the will of fire burning bright. Ag, I understand now. After this time together, Ag had realized something. On the surface, it seemed Shisui was loyal to Hiruzen Sarutobi, but in reality, his true allegiance was to the will of fire. As long as something was labeled as being for the will of fire, Shisui would believe it. It was just like slapping a made with love label on something that otherwise wouldn't sell. Either way, it's just a ploy to fool the naive. As time slowly passed, there was progress in the police force's interrogation. They followed the clues, and it seemed they were about to trace everything back to Ryoma. This gave Danzo a headache. After all, Ryoma was his subordinate. If something really happened, it'd be tricky to cut ties. Then, a dangerous idea flashed through his mind. What if I killed Ryoma myself and framed the police force for it? To Danzo, this plan made perfect sense. Sacrificing one Ryoma for the sake of Konoha's future was a small price to pay. Not only would it sever the investigation's trail, but it would also deal a severe blow to the Uchiha. With any luck, Hiruzen might get angry enough to take away the police force's investigative authority altogether. The next step was to find the right moment and make sure Ryoma died in the right place. Danzo thought it would be best if Ryoma died within the Uchiha compound itself, but that place wasn't easy to infiltrate. What would he do? He couldn't exactly say, Ryoma, sneak into the Uchiha compound and kill yourself. Danzo mulled it over for a long time, but still came up empty-handed. In the dark corner, the masked man silently appeared. You're useless, Danzo. Just like Kakashi, useless through and through. Murdering someone shouldn't be this difficult. Konoha is filled with fools, raising even more fools. Zetsu slowly emerged from underground, eager to hear what brilliant ideas the masked man would come up with. So then, how do you plan to handle it? The masked man faded slowly from view. When he reappeared, a corpse was slung over his shoulder. It's time for that foolish brat to learn just how cruel this world can be. Late at night, within the Uchiha compound, a few clan members were still patrolling the grounds. Without warning, something dark and heavy plummeted from the sky, landing with a loud thud on the ground. Startled, they rushed over to inspect. It's Aburame Ryoma. Hurry, go fetch clan head Fugaku. At the stroke of midnight, the Uchiha compound was abuzz with activity. A major figure from the Root organization, one of Danzo's trusted guards, had been killed, and his body had appeared within the Uchiha territory. This spelled dire trouble for the Uchiha clan. Ryoma had clashed with the Uchiha more than once, and now, with his death, the Uchiha became the prime suspects. Meanwhile, Ayu, ever the master of framing others, had several names flash through his mind. The first was undoubtedly Shimura Danzo. That despicable man was capable of anything, save an act of pure goodness. Even sacrificing his own guard wouldn't seem out of the ordinary for him. If Danzo was behind this, what did he stand to gain? Simply to pin the blame on the Uchiha and give the Hokage reason to take action against them. But wait, I suddenly sensed something was off. Ryoma's body had been pierced all over by razor-sharp wooden spikes, making him look like a giant porcupine. This was unmistakably the work of wood-style ninjutsu. Across the entire shinobi world, there were only a handful capable of using wood-style. There was Tenzo from the Umbu, but his wood-style was mostly good for planting trees. Danzo could certainly summon a giant tree as well. And lastly, there was that man, Uchiha Kenji. Sometimes, I found it almost laughable. Kenji, when you set someone up, could you at least use a bit of subtlety? Heck, even a simple throat slit would be more convincing. But no, with a scene like this, who else could possibly shoulder such an enormous accusation? It must be reported to the Hokage. Someone dangerous has infiltrated the village. The following morning, news of Ryoma's death reached Konoha's leadership. For a brief moment, Danzo was stunned, but soon found the corners of his lips curling upward, unable to suppress his delight. Ryoma was dead, and not by his own hand, but right on Uchiha soil. What splendid news this was! Whoever the real culprit might be, in Danzo's mind, they had earned the title Guardian of the Leaf. He thought to himself that if he ever became Hokage, he must remember to reward this mysterious benefactor. Wasting no time, he hurried to the Hokage's office. He burst through the doors with a bang. Outrageous! To kill so brazenly within the leaf. Do they take this village for their private playground? Danzo stormed in, brimming with anger. It's time to act, Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded in silent agreement. This time, he didn't argue with Danzo. To think the first Hokage's wood-style has been used. This is nothing short of a declaration of war against Leaf Village. From this day forward, suspend all leave for the police force, the Umbu, and the Root Division. Pour all efforts into finding and eliminating whoever killed Ryoma. Danzo gave a cold snort. That's right, and with wood-style, no less. Wait a minute. Wood-style? Did Ryoma really die by wood-style? Since when has there been an Uchiha ninja able to use wood-style? Hiruzen passed Ryoma's autopsy report to Danzo. Danzo stared at the explanation, so stunned his eyes nearly popped out. He had spent decades researching wood-style and in an instant recognized the technique. Wood-style, cutting technique. Within the village, only Tenzo was known to wield wood-style publicly. If they ruled out the possibility of Tenzo killing in his sleep, there was only one answer left. Ryoma was killed by Tenzo. But why would Tenzo turn on their own? Hiruzen, however, had a different theory. Tenzo's whereabouts were clearly accounted for each day. Finding the time to commit such a murder would be incredibly difficult. Besides, with his current strength, it would be almost impossible to silently take out one of Root's elite shinobi, and then quietly dump the body in Uchiha territory. But Hiruzen knew there was one man who just might possess that kind of skill. His former star pupil, one of the legendary Sannin, now the missing Nin, Orochimaru. Orochimaru had privately experimented with wood-style jutsu for years. After being discovered, he deserted the Leaf. From what Hiruzen knew of Orochimaru, it was entirely plausible for him to create another test subject capable of using wood-style. As for Ainsai, he was convinced this was the work of the masked man. Wood-style, mysterious, and elusive space-time ninjutsu. The kid might as well wave his identification card in everyone's face. Uchiha, last among last, supreme destiny child, Kenji Obito. As for the masked man's motives, it was obvious. To sow discord, to turn sides against each another, to chip away at any remaining faith in Leaf Village. To drive Kenji away from the village, and lure him into the Grand Moon's plan. Oh, Kenji, how could you be so painfully naive? Danzo considered pinning the blame yet again on the Uchiha. But after a moment's thought, he couldn't find a suitable excuse. He couldn't just accuse them of being inherently evil and having somehow stolen the first Hokage's wood-style Kekkai Genkai. After a brief silence, Hiruzen issued the first order. Let's start with a routine inquiry for Tenzo. Kakashi, you were on a mission with Tenzo yesterday. Pay a visit to the police force as well. Yes, Lord Hokage. Ainsai and Kakashi left the office, heading to the Umbu quarters to find Tenzo. Danzo stood off to the side, a dark and nameless anger smoldering in his chest. Ryoma had died for nothing. Another loyal subordinate gone. Who's going to take care of all these messy jobs from now on? Security Division, Interrogation Room. Name: Tenzo. Gender: what were you doing last night? Tenzo pointed at Kakashi. I was on patrol with Senior Kakashi the entire time. I never left his sight. Aisai turned to Kakashi. Is what Tenzo said true? Yes. I have the duty records here, noting exactly what happened and at what time. Aisai's eyes narrowed slightly. Understood. Senior Tenzo, Please review the transcript and sign if everything looks correct. For now, please don't leave the village. We may need to question you again at any moment. I understand. Tenzo didn't look too happy. He'd lived an honest life, and yet, out of nowhere, such a massive accusation landed right on his head. Thankfully, Senior Kakashi could vouch for him, and Aisai seemed reasonable enough. Otherwise, this would be nearly impossible to clear up. Kakashi shot Aisai a subtle glance, and the two stepped outside the security division. Tenzo's being framed. He'd never do something as reckless as murder. Aisai grunted in agreement. Maybe that ninja with the wood release, Kekiai, Genkai has been lurking right under our noses, keeping an eye on us this whole time. Kakashi pulled out his beloved Ica Paradise, and started reading with a straight face. I wouldn't doubt it. In this ninja world, you never know what kind of bizarre things might happen the very next second. Though Kakashi spoke lightly, a storm of strange ideas was already brewing within him. What on earth was the real aim of the person trying to frame the Uchiha? Were they trying to heighten the tension between Konoha and the Uchiha, to force the clan into rebellion? Who'd take such a risk? Danzo. He knew Danzo had always viewed the Uchiha as a dire threat, and now Aisai was rising to prominence as well. That couldn't sit well with Danzo. Suddenly, Aisai gave a soft, mirthless laugh. What do you think? Could it be that I actually possess the wood release, but have just never shown anyone? Kakashi's pupils contracted in shock. What on earth is Aisai saying? Why would he throw himself on the fire like that? Kakashi put away his book, fixing Aisai with a serious look. Let's not joke about things like that. I'll find out the truth and clear Tenzo's name. Meanwhile, deep underground, Zetsu crept silently to the masked man's side, using his secret jutsu. When he heard Kakashi was determined to chase down the truth, the masked man couldn't help but scoff. Useless Kakashi. He's incapable of doing anything. He couldn't even protect Rin. He couldn't help but mock the masked man. If he hadn't used wood release to kill, I doubt they'd have even had the chance to investigate. The masked man paused for a moment. From today onward, I'll kill one person every day. I want to see what Kakashi can manage to uncover. Wait a minute. Zetsu was practically breaking into a cold sweat. Have you forgotten our original objective? We weren't here to kill people, but to force Aishi out of the Leaf Village. The masked man fell silent, and so did Zetsu. Big fool, what on earth are you doing? To think the Grand Eye of the Moon plan is in your hands. Can it really succeed like this? Zetsu felt his blood pressure rising. He just wanted to find a cool, quiet place to calm down for a while. There's no point in more killing now. They already know someone is framing that kid. The masked man grunted in agreement. I'll keep an eye on that kid until I come up with a new plan. Zetsu threw a long, searching look at him, barely restraining himself from cursing out loud. You're hopeless. Worse than Madara, that idiot. In a blink, a week had passed. During this time, the village was spared from any more bizarre deaths. The masked man had seemingly vanished into thin air. By Sarutobi's orders, every available shinobi was on patrol day and night, working in 3 shifts to keep watch inside and outside the village, hoping for even the faintest trace of a spy or the murderer. Yet after all this effort, they still hadn't found a single clue. This only enraged Sarutobi further during the meetings, where he stormed and thundered, demanding that, no matter what the cost, this brazen intruder had to be apprehended. With the 3rd Hokage so furious, everyone below him worked themselves past exhaustion. People were dropping from fatigue every day. Kakashi barely even had time to glance at his beloved picture books anymore. At night, Aishi ate a flatbread as he carried Little Two out onto a small road outside the village. Normally, barely anyone came this way, but these days, even this path was part of a patrol route. Aishi did a casual sweep of his assigned area, then found a hidden corner and took a rest. The temperature was dropping. The night wind bit at his skin. He pulled his clothes tighter, thinking to himself that he really needed to request some winter gear. Finding a spot shielded from the wind, he gazed up at the moon and spoke softly to himself. Who is it, really, that's trying to frame the Uchiha clan? The means are clumsy, so obvious that even kids with a little sense would see through it. But this guy is getting way too bold. Still, with Captain Kakashi's ANBU team now involved, I suppose it won't be long before the real culprit is caught. After all, Captain Kakashi made his name in the 3rd Ninja War, a true hero. He was even given the greatest gift our Uchiha clan has to offer. Up against an idiot of an intruder like this, it's only a matter of time before they're caught. Ju had been silently observing Aisai all along, and naturally relayed these words straight to the masked man's ears. When the masked man heard what Ju reported, his temper flared on the spot. He dare say my methods are lacking? Damn, that Uchiha brat. No one in the entire shinobi world has ever dared speak to me like that. And that so-called battle hero, Kakashi, he's nothing but a useless fool who couldn't even protect Rin. Fine. Since that's how it is, I'll seek out the Jinchuriki myself. Let's see if Kakashi can make it in time to protect him. Ju felt so distraught, he could almost cry. It seemed like Kenji was acting reckless again. It's still not the time to contact the Jinchuriki. Our plan. Shut up. The plan has changed. The masked man had no intention of listening to Ju. His form gradually faded away, and then reappeared at the door of Naruto's house. Normally, there would be a few Umbu operatives stationed nearby, keeping watch. But tonight, they had been called away for other duties, leaving a gap in Naruto's protection. Jinchuriki, we meet again. The last time they faced each other, the masked man had killed Minato, the teacher, and nearly killed Naruto as well. It was that night that set him firmly on the path of no return, tearing the shinobi world apart. He never expected fate would have him face Naruto again so soon. Even if I can't kill the Jinchuriki tonight, I'll make sure the whole village learns just how useless Kakashi truly is. He can't even protect his teacher's own son. The moment the masked man pushed open the door, his pupils narrowed sharply. Uchiha Isai sat at the dining table, slowly chewing a flatbread. Murderer, I've finally found you. Moonlight spilled across the floor, casting a faint glow into the dim room. The masked man eyed Isai's delicate features, then glanced at the cold gleam of the ninja blade on the table. He couldn't figure out how Isai had managed to track him here. The masked man failed to notice the hidden seal carved discreetly into one corner of the room, its design a fusion of the Senju and Uchiha clan crests. What are you doing here? The masked man got his answer, a sharp kunai flying straight at his chest. With a sudden rippling distortion in the air, Isai watched as the kunai sliced through the masked man's body, throwing up a shower of sparks on the wall behind. Isai widened his eyes in feigned shock. You've mastered some sort of space-time ninjutsu? The masked man's gaze flickered with surprise as well. This kid was even more perceptive than he'd imagined. With just a glance, Isai had seen through his ocular jutsu. The only other opponent this sharp had been his own teacher, Minato. Just then, Isai slashed with his blade. As the edge grazed the masked man's throat, the swirling vortex of space devoured his form. When the masked man reappeared, he was already in a secluded spot in the distant hills. The plan had failed. He would retreat for now. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Where do you think you're going? Isai's cool and clear voice came from behind, and the muscles under the masked man's black cloak tensed instantly. Damn it, how did this kid find me? Before he could say a word, Isai had already flung a strangely shaped kunai in his direction. Teach this boring trick again. The masked man watched as Isai closed in at an astonishing speed. When the kunai once more passed through his phased body, the masked man's right hand was already reaching for Isai's chest. If I can just touch him, victory is mine. Wait, where did he go? His palm only met Isai's afterimage, vanishing into thin air. Passive activated. When fighting a member of the Uchiha, all your abilities are enhanced. A surge of intense chakra suddenly erupted from Isai. He appeared out of nowhere at the spot where the kunai had landed. This is the second phase of the Flying Thunder God. His right hand gathered with wild, raging chakra. Water style, hard vortex water blade. Isai conjured a swirling vortex of water, compressing it madly into a javelin, then launched it hard at the masked man's back. Boom! The instant the water javelin struck the masked man, it transformed into a massive water cyclone. Countless high-pressure blades of water whirled within, furiously tearing at the masked man's body. He could feel his black robe being shredded, a dozen sharp pains prickling across his skin. Cough, cough. When the water dragon finally dissipated, the masked man struggled up from the wreckage. How do you know the fourth Hokage's technique? Just who are you? Isai didn't answer. Instead, he pointed the tip of his blade straight at the man's right eye. Sharingan, you're one of the Uchiha clan. It's said that during the rampage of the Nine Tails years ago, it was a member of the Uchiha who caused the beast to break free. But all the clansmen that night were under Chief Fugaku's watch, which means it's obvious. You must be the one responsible for the Nine Tails disaster. At this, the masked man drew in a sharp breath. To think this boy could not only break through his spatial ninjutsu so quickly, but also deduce the secrets of that fateful night with such ease. Such terrifying intellect, rivaling his own. How very clever you are. The masked man put away his chains, his tone shifting as if eager for a true conversation with this brilliant youth. Uchiha Isai, you're smart, but you're also a fool. You don't even realize this world you cherish so much is nothing but an illusion. None of this matters. Isai pondered for a moment. He found himself at a loss to respond to such melodramatic declarations. So he shot back with a question of his own. It seems you don't just hate the leaf. You've given up on the whole world as well, haven't you? The masked man nodded slowly. That's right. So you killed Ryoma, And now you're trying to pin the blame on the Uchiha? The masked man finally shook his head. I have no interest in those foolish Uchiha, except for one particularly interesting kid. And the other is you. He was about to say more when the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Chidori. Lightning tore through the air, Kakashi's signature move, but it was useless against the masked man. Thanks to his unique Mangekyo Sharingan, the masked man possessed a jutsu allowing him to become intangible, slipping past any attack and remaining untouchable in battle. He lowered his voice. Useless Kakashi. Just like your master, you're always a step too late. With a hint of ridicule, he looked at Kakashi, who stood with Chidori crackling in his hand. So, it's the famous Hatake Kakashi after all. Kakashi's Sharingan fixed steadily on the masked man. From his words, Kakashi detected a peculiar note, equal parts dark and light, as if heaven and earth converged. Who are you to dare invade Konoha? Kakashi demanded. But the only response was a silent, mocking smile. That cold indifference infuriated Kakashi, and he darted forward, determined. His left hand shot out, grabbing for the mask, intent to uncover the man's true face. Suddenly, the masked man became intangible. Kakashi's Chidori slashed through empty air, again. How can this be? Surprise flickered in Kakashi's eyes. Once more, he'd struck nothing? Just how did this guy do it? The masked man's blade flashed, slicing Kakashi's skin. Crimson blood seeped slowly through his jacket. Kakashi gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Using Chidori twice in quick succession had drained his chakra rapidly. He stumbled back a few steps, coming to stand beside Ig. It's impossible to land an attack on him. Ig, we need to come up with a detailed strategy. Ig hesitated. Actually, Captain Kakashi, there's really no need to go through all that trouble. Kakashi ignored him, his mind already racing through battle plans. Listen to me, he said. He really is a troublesome opponent. Not only does he have strange jutsu that let him ignore attacks, but judging by how Ryoma died, he can use with release, just like Tenzo. In his chakra, it's a little erratic, which means he's probably just been through a fight. This is when he's at his weakest. Ig, try to cut him off? Hey, look at me just for a second, will you? Was it possible that sharp-witted Kakashi hadn't realized it was he, Ig, who'd just delivered that strike? Apparently not. Kakashi was still absorbed, outlining tactics for Ig. We'll attack from both sides. He's bound to show an opening. Even if we can't defeat him, at the very least, we just have to hold out until reinforcements arrive. The masked man rolled his shoulders, and under the influence of Hashirama's cells, his wounds began to slowly heal. Fire style, Tempest Dance. His hands weaved through the seals swiftly, breaking up the endless chatter between the two. Enough already. This is a fight, after all. Before him, the air twisted violently, unleashing a wild storm. Next, a giant serpent of flame burst from his mouth. Driven by the howling wind, the fire snake grew fiercer and larger, instantly engulfing Aishi and Kakashi. Water style, water formation wall. Aishi clapped his hands together, summoning a towering column of water that rose up from the ground. As water and fire crashed together, steam billowed all around, shrouding the battlefield in a heavy mist. I won't ever let you hurt my comrades. Kakashi-senpai, I promise, I will protect you. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Why so dramatic all of a sudden? The masked man curled his finger, and the ground began to churn like boiling tar. Countless vines entwined with a luminous chakra glow erupted upwards. Useless Kakashi. Not only can't you protect your friends, and now you're hiding behind Kid. The masked man's words cut deep, stirring up painful memories for Kakashi. The agony of watching his two closest friends die before his very eyes. Wood style, pandemonium of hell. Thorn brambles sprang up at an astonishing rate, weaving themselves in a towering, menacing trees covered in spikes. The landscape transformed into a wilderness of impenetrable thorns. Aishi dragged Kakashi backwards at a breakneck pace, sprinting free of their reach. Kakashi-senpai, snap out of it. Aishi's shout jolted Kakashi from his daze. Sorry about that. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his mind. A wood-style technique. You really are the killer. And that eye. How do you have it? Are you some rogue from the Uchiha clan? Of course, Kakashi had noticed the Sharingan in the masked man's eye. How could a member of the Uchiha know with style jutsu? Who is this man truly? Kakashi-senpai. Why does he keep calling you useless? Is there some story between the two of you? Kakashi shook his head slightly. No, I don't know him. The masked man's ears twitched. He could hear footsteps growing nearer. That's it for today. Aishi Uchiha, prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and battle hero, the copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Next time we meet, you won't be so fortunate. As he finished speaking, the masked man's Sharingan flickered, twisting space into a swirling vortex. His body was slowly drawn in, vanishing with the spiraling current. Until the very end, before his form was gone, the masked man fixed Aishi with a wary, unblinking stare, half expecting another bizarre jutsu to come flying his way. But Aishi didn't move. He simply raised his middle finger. If you're scared silly by the flying thunder god, just admit it. Why put on airs for no reason? How is this any different from those elementary school threats like, just you wait, I'll get you one day? Maybe they could catch the masked man today, but Ag had no interest in killing a golden goose. Ag knew the masked man was intrigued by him, which meant he'd keep coming back to Konoha. And every time that man returned, Ag would defeat him again, fulfilling his mission to protect the villagers. That's right, Ag was treating the masked man like an endless stream of experience points. Kakashi dispersed the lightning crackling in his hand, his expression thoughtful. The intruder knew both his and Ag's names. Could it be that this strange masked man was after the two of them specifically? And what was that bizarre ninjutsu all about? Where on earth did he get his hands on a would-release bloodline limit? Was it possible he'd joined forces with Orochimaru? And for the love of, why did he keep calling me useless? Kakashi felt a cascade of question marks tumble through his mind. Pushing aside his confusion, he looked at Ag, who'd fought by his side. Ag, are you hurt? I'm Fine. Ag wasn't just fine. He'd walked away with a heap of coins. Even in an age of peace, vigilance is essential at every moment. As the second Hokage, you have once again ensured the safety of the villagers and the Jinchuriki. Through this battle, your understanding of the Sharingansai techniques has grown sharper. Passive, Ninja World Scientist upgraded. When a host studies ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, mastery is guaranteed if the theory is sound. Ag wondered for a moment. Could he upgrade his Sharingan? As everyone knows, awakening the Sharingan depends on intense emotional upheaval. But Ag was an orphan. His friends were all alive and well. Stirring up that kind of emotion seemed impossible. Wait. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Ag's mind. Of course it could work like this. Listen up, system. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect this village. That's my will of fire. Detected. Lord Tobirama's blazing will of fire. Theory confirmed. Powerful emotional fluctuation. Lord Tobirama's Sharingan has inexplicably evolved into the three-tomo form. As the system finished speaking, the tomo spun in Eiji's eyes. Moments later, his scarlet Sharingan shone with a dazzling crimson light. A triumphant, wild Uchiha laugh burst from his lips as he felt a torrent of power flow from his eyes. His emotions soared with the ever-increasing surge of ocular power. He could barely contain himself. The three-tomo Sharingan. Just as expected, it's incredible. Beside him, Kakashi watched, a tangle of emotions crisscrossing his face. Just a minute ago, Eiji had seemed perfectly normal. So what on earth sparked this sudden transformation? While Kakashi was still deep in thought, Eiji had already regained his composure. Let's go, Kakashi-senpai. We need to hurry and report everything to Lord Hokage. Confronted with Eiji's sudden calm, Kakashi found himself even more bewildered. Are all Uchiha descendants like this, shifting moods in waves? Just like that other guy, eccentric and unpredictable. Hokage office. Upon receiving the message, Hiruzen scrambled out of bed and rushed to his office. Hearing that the intruder had been driven away, Hiruzen showed no sign of relief. The fact that even two prodigious ninjas working together had failed to catch their target spoke volumes about how dangerous the adversary truly was. I apologize, Lord Hokage. We let the intruder escape. But Hiruzen showed no intention of blaming Eiji or Kakashi. Judging by their account, even if he'd gone himself, there was no guarantee he could have captured that person. Go home and get some rest. Although this operation failed, the intruder likely won't dare show up again for a while. For various reasons, this first encounter with the masked man had been far from ideal. Yet there was progress in another matter. After applying every means available, the security division had finally made some headway. The men they apprehended were indeed not leaf shinobi, but rather rogue ninjas from other villages. They often colluded with bandits, running their own brand of robbery and looting. Then, a mysterious person approached them, handed over a sizable sum, and helped smuggle them into the leaf. Their mission was simple: spread rumors about Naruto and the Uchiha. Given how generously their employer paid, they agreed without hesitation. They didn't expect that Eiji would prove even more ruthless than a bandit, labeling them as spies and dragging them into the security division, where they were beaten to within an inch of their lives. In the end, they confessed. When word got out that these incidents were connected to Root, the Uchiha nearly burst out laughing. Serve them right. The very next day, they compiled all the evidence and sent Eiji as their representative to deliver it to the Hokage. Lord Hokage, according to their statements, the one who hired them was Ryuma. At this point, Ag fell silent. That's when he noticed the old man, his face visibly flushing with anger. Hiruzen had held the Hokage seat for decades, and, in his youth, had studied under the infamous second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Naturally, he had learned plenty of dubious methods over the years. Take, for instance, the creation of the Root Division, entrusting Danzo with handling some matters in his own way. Because of this, Hiruzen's mind quickly latched onto a troubling possibility. These men had been smuggled into the village on Ryuma's orders. But who had hired Ryuma? Danzo. Ryuma only took orders from Danzo. Later, Ryuma was murdered, and the killer was the masked man. Which led to the real question. What was the masked man's purpose in killing Ryuma? The masked man, who was giving him orders? Hiruzen believed it was still Danzo. There were 3 reasons for this. First, Hiruzen was well aware that Danzo had always held a firm belief. Only the dead can keep secrets. With the ongoing investigation by the security division, it was only a matter of time before Ryuma's involvement was exposed. Killing him was the simplest way to silence him. The second reason was that for the masked man to infiltrate Konoha utterly undetected, there must have been an informant on the inside, someone who tipped him off and helped him evade Konoha's defenses. And the one capable of pulling that off was also Danzo. The third reason was the masked man's use of wood-release jutsu. Hiruzen remembered that years ago, under his orders, Danzo had begun experiments on wood-release. Later, he found the experiments far too cruel and forbade Danzo from continuing them. But still, wasn't it possible that, like Orochimaru, Danzo had never really stopped his secret research? Hiruzen found this entirely plausible. His old friend, there was truly nothing he wouldn't do. All these possibilities, stacking atop one another, made Hiruzen more convinced than ever. Danzo was definitely up to something. At the same time, he couldn't shake a cold chill from creeping down his back. Would Danzo resort to even more dangerous acts? Besides, there was another question. Where did the intruder get a Sharingan? Was he a member of the Uchiha clan, or was he someone who had stolen a Sharingan by force? Letting out a slow stream of smoke, Hiruzen spoke, "You may go back now." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Once Ag had left, Hiruzen had someone summon Danzo. "Danzo, tell me honestly, how did Ryoma die?" Danzo's heart skipped a beat. "Hiruzen, what are you trying to say?" He thought Hiruzen was being oddly unreasonable. Yes, for a while, he had indeed wanted to kill Ryoma. But he hadn't yet acted, and someone else had taken care of Ryoma first. Surely Konoha's laws didn't punish people just for wanting someone dead, did they? Facing Danzo's stubborn denial, Hiruzen silently sighed to himself. As expected, Danzo was a master at feigning ignorance. He flung the scroll in Danzo's face. "See for yourself. The security division has already uncovered the whole story." The moment he heard security division, Danzo's heart gave a jolt. And seeing Aburame Ryuma among the involved parties made cold sweat bead on his forehead. Trouble. Even so, Danzo swiftly composed himself. "Hiruzen, can you really trust the security division? Remember, it's the Uchiha who are leading this investigation. Their accusations are nothing but slander against Konoha's leadership. I believe we should strip them of their authority to enforce the law. If they dare to accuse others today, who's to say they wouldn't start a rebellion tomorrow?" Hiruzen slammed his hand down on the desk, furious. "Nonsense. Danzo, do you realize what you're saying? Tell the truth. Did you order Ryoma's murder just to silence him?" Danzo simply couldn't believe his own ears. He had always been the one framing others. How had the tables turned? And now he was the one being accused? "Ryoma is my subordinate. Why would I ever do something like that?" Then how do you explain that guy using with style? So, just because he can use with style, that means I sent him? Back when we did experiments together, your beloved disciple Orochimaru was involved too. The moment Hiruzen heard the name Orochimaru, he was instantly jolted clear-headed. "Danzo, Orochimaru is indeed suspicious, but you have even more to answer for." Danzo was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand. Why was Hiruzen willing to trust a rogue ninja from the Leaf, but not him, his diligent advisor? "Hiruzen, back then, you let Orochimaru go because of your hesitation. Are you going to protect him again now?" Hiruzen suddenly fell silent. He knew. On some level, Danzo was right. Wait a minute. Hiruzen suddenly realized the conversation had gone astray. What he meant to address was Danzo sending people to spread rumors in the village, stirring up trouble, framing the Uchiha, and destroying the fragile bond between them. I'll look further into Ryoma's death, but when it comes to framing the Uchiha, you can't escape responsibility. I didn't do it. There may be no direct proof tying you to all this, but Ryoma was, after all, under your command, which makes you heavily suspect. Hiruzen tapped his knuckles on the desk. Your leadership of Root and your position as Hokage's advisor are hereby suspended for 3 months. Take this time to reflect at home, Shimura Danzo. Danzo clenched his jaw, staring coldly at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you had actually... But Hiruzen waved him off with a sweeping gesture. Leave. Danzo's fist tightened, then slowly loosened. He walked out of the Hokage's mansion in a measured, heavy pace, then suddenly stopped, frozen in place. Regret seared through him, a bitter, consuming regret. If only he had been braver back then, perhaps Lord Tobirama would have named him Hokage. If he had become Hokage, those wretched Uchiha would have been wiped out with not a soul left standing. No, not just the Uchiha. He might have achieved even more, claiming the power of the tailed beasts, the wood style, and the Sharingan. All of the ninja world could have belonged to the Leaf. Yet here he was, forced to spend his days hidden in the dankness, working in the shadows, unknown and unrecognized as Root, while the monkey basked in the glory of public reverence. I refuse, Danzo cried out in his heart. The reason he dared not utter it aloud was for fear Hiruzen would hear. The moment this fear registered, Danzo's fury kindled even brighter. Damn it, did Hiruzen really leave this deep of a psychological scar on him? Thinking this, Danzo glanced back at the Hokage's mansion. One day, that place will be mine. Having vented, Danzo shot one last, venomous glare at the Hokage's mansion before finally turning away. He would never abandon his ambition, no matter what methods he must employ. Perhaps this was simply the bond, profound and inextricable, between Danzo and Hiruzen. While Danzo stood fixated on the Hokage building, Hiruzen could sense that something was amiss. He quietly activated the telescope technique, secretly watching Danzo for a while. Noticing the defiant look on Danzo's face, Hiruzen's own mood grew even more sour. Oh, Danzo, how did you end up like this? Don't you see that I've already given you leniency? If Lord Tobirama were to witness your actions now, he'd probably flay you alive. He sighed. Hiruzen put away his crystal ball and lit his pipe once more. He had originally wanted to discuss the next steps with his two old companions, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. This was a matter he'd resolve personally. Whether it was Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, or any villager from their clan, everyone needed to understand one thing. As long as he still drew breath, no one would overturn this village. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hiruzen issued an order. Let Ag and the Umbu squad investigate reports related to the Mokutan experiment. By dawn the next day, the security department received the directive. At that moment, the entire department was still basking in a wave of festive cheer. Because along with the order, the Hokage had also sent a small stipend to Ag. The Hokage is offering you a little bonus as a token of encouragement. In addition, expenses for the security department will be reimbursed once verified, so there's no need to worry about that. Accepting the stack of bills handed over by Tenzo, Ag was so grateful he nearly dropped to his knees in reverence for the Hokage. A true benefactor, the strongest Hokage of all generations, inheritor of the will of fire, disciple of the great Tobirama Senju, the illustrious Lord Hiruzen Tsurutobi, third Hokage. Unwavering loyalty. Hiruzen also gave verbal praise to the other members of the security department. And that was it. Shisui voiced deep gratitude for the recognition, assuring everyone that he'd work even harder to repay the Hokage's kindness. But not everyone saw it the same way. Some, seeing Shisui in high spirits, didn't bother to hide their discontent. So this is what we Uchiha are worth. Not even a decent reward. Exactly. Ag is the hero. They gave him a reward. Fair enough. But we worked hard too. A few words of praise, and that's all. Hiruzen is treating us like fools. The Hokage is really pushing us too far. We ought to rebel. That's right. Let's rebel. Hearing this, Shisui blinked in confusion. What's going on here? We just received the Hokage's praise. Why is everyone so upset? They were all fine a moment ago, and now suddenly we're talking about rebellion? Ag, meanwhile, was feeling even worse. I thought the reward was for everyone. Who would have guessed this cunning old man only gave it to me? Now all eyes were on him, like a fish on a grill. Loyalty my foot. Sooner or later, I'll have you dragged down from that position. Sensing that the conversation among the group was becoming increasingly dangerous, Fugaku suddenly coughed a few times. As Ag locked eyes with Fugaku, he suddenly understood. Oh no, it's time to bleed. Ag clutched the banknotes tightly, tears stinging his eyes as he looked at Fugaku. Fugaku nodded silently, the meaning unmistakable. Scoundrel. You too, Fugaku, you're a scoundrel. You're even eyeing the money of a minor. Do you have any shame left? Suddenly, Ag thought longingly of the law on the protection of minors. By his age, he shouldn't even be eligible for this. Ahem. Fugaku coughed again, urging Ag. Ag pretended not to notice. Ahem. 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 Fugaku coughed, even louder now. As if left unchecked, the the man might just cough himself to death. Absolutely exasperated, AG stepped in front of everyone and gently gestured for calm. Gentlemen, the credit belongs to all of us. I absolutely wouldn't take this honor for myself alone. With a heavy heart, he opened the envelope and displayed its contents before the group. Tonight, these funds will be used to buy everyone drinks. If there's anything left, perhaps we can get some new uniforms or such. What do you all think? As soon as these words were spoken, Inaho and Tetsubi led the applause. Excellent. Drinks tonight. Eiji was shocked by how quickly they changed their attitude. Seriously? All it takes is one round of drinks to win you over? Is this the male version of I don't want money, I just want to know you care? With Inaho and Tetsubi setting the mood, those risky opinions from before vanished from everyone's mind. That evening, the security department booked out a small tavern. Everyone drank and joked the night away. Besides voicing their usual complaints about Hiruzen, the group also showered Eiji with praise. Eiji, I've had an eye on you since you were a kid, and now you've truly lived up to expectations. Have this drink. With it, we're friends now. Who cares about being underage? You've already taken a life. Why worry about that? When you put it that way, it's true. Who would have thought Lord Tobirama would treat the Uchiha to dinner? Your bond with the Uchiha clan members has deepened, easing tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha to some extent. Hidden quest reward. You have received the forbidden jutsu, soul imprisonment technique. HM, an unexpected bonus. Eiji's mood lifted, and he began pouring drinks for his clansmen. Come on, drink up, fill those cups. Someone give Inaho-senpai a fish in his glass. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and the stories became wilder still. At first, Fugaku listened with his heart in his throat, terrified that members of the Foundation might overhear and give Danzo a reason to make trouble. But Eiji signaled to Fugaku not to worry too much. When Senior Tenzo delivered a message today, he whispered to me that Danzo has been suspended for 3 months. Naturally, his subordinates aren't eager to move either. At these words, Fugaku drew in a sharp breath. Eiji, an ANBU ninja, would really tell you something so confidential? Eiji smiled faintly. I helped clear Senior Tenzo's name. It only makes sense for him to be grateful. It does, Fugaku muttered, nodding as he settled back into his seat. So, ANBU really is a crucial department, always the first to learn about significant events. In name, the police force is supposed to assist ANBU, but in reality, much information is deliberately withheld from them. Even today, though the Hokage ordered Eiji to assist an ANBU team in investigating the masked man, he hadn't once mentioned the police force. Moreover, Fugaku suspected that Eiji's involvement was only due to him being directly connected to the matter, and his many ties to Senior Kagami. Clearly, the Hokage still harbored no small amount of distrust toward the police force. The thought made Fugaku toss back his cup of sake in one gulp, his resolve to send Itachi to the ANBU growing even stronger. By midnight, the gathering was winding down. The group, half supported and half staggering, made their way back to the clan compound, tumbling along as they went, with only a few clear-headed members left behind to stand watch. Once most had trickled away, Eiji sought out the clan leader. Do you need something? Eiji's heart burned with indignation. Did this old man really have to play dumb? He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Clan leader Fugaku, you wouldn't really make an orphan like me cover the bill for everyone, would you? That'd be absolutely heartless. They stared at each other for a long moment. One surprised the other actually wanted money. The other surprised he really wouldn't give any. Eiji was nearly ready to reach for it himself. Pressed, Fugaku finally gave in, fishing a wallet from his inner lining. The clan's funds have been tight lately, so here's some private cash to help you out. This is TW. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Eiji snatched the wallet from Fugaku's hand in one swift motion. Much appreciated, Lord Fugaku. Fugaku, what about my pride? Eiji, never heard of it. With a sudden whoosh, Eiji vanished from Fugaku's sight and, in the blink of an eye, appeared back home. Yes, I hit the jackpot. There must be 700,000 or 800,000 Ryo in here. As expected of the clan leader, a generous allowance. After the initial rush of excitement, Eiji's mood soured a bit. When could he ever afford a bigger house? He'd have to find another excuse to wring more out of Fugaku. The next morning, 2 ANBU ninja arrived at the Uchiha clan compound. Excuse me, could you tell us where Uchiha Eiji's house is? Ooh, Tenzo raised his voice. Uchiha Eiji. Ooh, Uchiha Eiji. Why are you yelling? I'm hard of hearing, not deaf. The old man's retort rose above the chatter, drawing glances from plenty of Uchiha clan members nearby. His face practically said irritable in bold letters. Tianzong, ever the honest man, lowered his voice. These people don't seem very welcoming to us. They don't welcome anyone. Not to mention, I took Obito's eye. Well, all right. When it came to his senior's words, Tianzong never had any objections. From inside the pancake shop, the owner poked his head out. Head straight down this road, then turn left. The shop at the very end, that's the one you're looking for. Thank you, Kakashi replied, showing his appreciation, and being quite savvy, you bought a few pancakes as well. Of course, he used Tianzong's money. Knock, knock, knock. With a soft creak, the door opened from inside. Let's go. The Hokage is in a hurry. Tianzong can use with style too, so he might be helpful with the investigation. New mission. Investigate the true identity of the masked man and uncover who's directing him from behind the scenes. No need to investigate. I already know the masked man is... Stick to the facts. Lord Tobirama's speculations don't count as evidence. Fine. Impressive, aren't you? So principled. Before long, the group arrived at the archives. All the information on the wood-style bloodline limit is here. Let's split up and see if we can find anything useful. Inksy already knew there wouldn't be any information on the masked man here, but he still examined the records carefully. Back in the day, a key figure in these experiments was Orochimaru. And with Orochimaru being the top scientist of the ninja world, perhaps he had left Inksy something of value. Yet, after searching through the files, Inksy still hadn't found what he wanted. All he saw was a familiar name popping up again and again. Ryoma Aburame. Inksy murmured, stroking his chin. Never thought this senior was such a workhorse. Lord Danzo would surely be devastated without his help. The other two glanced at Inksy, noticing a glimmer of schadenfreude on his face. Sensing their gazes, Inksy forced himself to suppress his smile. Ahem. One thing's certain. Ryoma's been colluding with Orochimaru all along, secretly conducting twisted wood-style experiments. But that was in the past, and without a clear date, it wouldn't be right to pin the blame, or, well, to exonerate Lord Danzo just yet. Kakashi and Tianzong exchanged a look, pretending not to hear Inksy's commentary. At that moment, Inksy realized why Hiruzen had sent him to investigate. On one hand, it was a sign of trust. It showed the clan that Konoha still had faith in the Uchiha. See, there's no reason for unrest. And it was a gesture to win Inksy over. After all, talented ninja like Inksy were crucial to Konoha's future. If someday Inksy showed up at the office door in that metaphorical Gundam, things would get complicated. On the other hand, it was a subtle warning for Danzo. Let him know his limits. Let him find out who truly calls the shots in this village. Hokage-sama, you certainly have some tricks up your sleeve. The group had combed through the records for a long time, yet still found not a single clue about the man in the mask. This is so strange. Could this masked man really be one of Orochimaru's creations? Tenzo pondered for a long while. As far as I can remember, apart from myself, no other subjects survived the wood release experiments. Isai tapped his temple lightly. Let's call it a day for now. I'll go report our progress to the Hokage. Everything else will be at his discretion. All right. As dusk approached, Isai knocked on the door to the Hokage's office. Come in. Hiruzen massaged his aching lower back. Isai, get straight to the point. Isai placed a scroll onto Hiruzen's desk. Hokage-sama, the three of us went through every piece of information in the archives related to the wood release experiments. We didn't find anything on the masked man. Hiruzen showed no particular emotion. Those records were simply too old. Indeed, it was unlikely they would yield anything useful. Orochimaru's notes, however, mention Ryoma's name several times. Unfortunately, Ryoma is dead, so the trail ends there. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, allowing a hint of regret to show. He knew the contents of those records all too well. They were meant for Isai to see, after all. Letting the Uchiha in on this was just giving him a little taste of the pie. Some things could not be investigated too deeply, lest he be implicated himself. At this thought, Hiruzen couldn't help but admire his own prudence. Danzo, all you knew was suppression and pressure. No wonder Sensei never chose you to be Hokage. Hiruzen lightly drummed his fingers on the desk. If the Ryoma trail is a dead end, then let's change course. Isai arched an eyebrow. You mean pursue Orochimaru? Hiruzen hesitated for a brief moment, then nodded. Yes, I understand, Hokage-sama. After Isai left, Hiruzen dug out a yellowed photograph from a drawer. He gently brushed away the dust, letting out a long, wistful sigh. Orochimaru, because I was soft-hearted back then, I spared you. Instead of reforming, you only grew bolder, and now you turn against Konoha. I've really failed as your teacher. With the hour still early, Isai made his way to Naruto's doorstep. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he sensed several chakra signatures in the vicinity. It seems that after the last incident, Hiruzen had taken further precautions to safeguard Naruto. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. Just a second. Naruto pushed open the door, and, seeing it was Eiji, his grin nearly reached his ears. Come in, Eiji-sensei. Let me show you the treasures I've been saving up. This was the first time Ag had ever visited Naruto's home. In the past, he'd always just call out downstairs, and Naruto would come bouncing out. Ag sat on the couch, gazing at the cartons of limited edition instant noodles and feeling a pinch in his heart. Naruto, do you really think you can finish all these noodles? I couldn't bear to eat them. I'm going to keep these forever. But if Ag-sensei likes them, I could give you a few boxes. The masked man's attack seemed to have left no mark on Naruto. He was still the same spirited, bright-eyed boy. Loneliness might visit him often, but hope filled his heart just as much. It was hard not to feel charmed by the little guy. Ag couldn't help himself. He ruffled Naruto's messy yellow hair. Come on, we got some time today. Let's go practice the basics of ninjutsu. All right. On their way to the training ground, Naruto piped up again about the history of the Hidden Leaf Village. Ag-sensei, will you tell me about the fourth Hokage today? Ag heaved a quiet sigh. The fourth Hokage was a truly remarkable ninja. The year you were born, a great calamity struck the village. Enemies invaded, and many lives were lost. In that crucial moment, the young fourth Hokage stepped forward. He and his wife protected the villagers and comrades behind them with their very lives. Ag's gaze shifted to little Naruto as he spoke. Their only son became an orphan, left to walk this world alone. A sudden swell of emotion rushed through Naruto. He grabbed Ag's hand. So, what happened to the Hokage's son? Does he have a place to sleep? When winter comes, does he get hot ramen to warm him up? Ag nodded gently. Yes, he's made friends now, and found himself a cool teacher as well. Huh. Naruto scratched his blonde head, puzzled. The Hokage's son didn't sound so different from him, did he? A few hours later, Ag-sensei, look, I can control my chakra now. He focused his chakra into his feet and scampered up and down the tall trees with pride lighting up his face. Pure joy filled his voice. I really am a genius, aren't I? Naruto grinned from ear to ear, only to lose focus on his chakra in that moment. With a sudden misstep, he plummeted headfirst toward the ground. Somebody help. Ag covered his face, exasperated by the boy's antics. With a deft move, he caught Naruto and, just as smoothly, tossed him toward the riverbank. Try walking on water now. If you're not careful, you'll end up taking a swim, or worse. Naruto swallowed hard and, with utmost caution, set foot on the water surface. Driven by a mix of fear and excitement, Naruto pushed himself to his limits, determined to master this new challenge. Ag squinted his eyes. He could clearly see an orange light flashing across Naruto's body. He hadn't expected Naruto's cheat mode to activate this quickly. But then, glug glug, save me glug glug. Ag sighed. Looks like it's still not working. He picked Naruto up by the collar. Little Naruto expertly removed his clothes, wiped himself off, changed, and laid his wet clothes by the fire to dry. He moved as if this was a routine he'd been through countless times. Even the wounds on his body were slowly beginning to heal. That's enough for today. We'll continue another time. The Uchiha clan's training grounds. Sasuke drew in a deep breath. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Watching the small fireball he produced, Sasuke felt disappointed. Just like father said, I'm still not as good as you, brother. He plopped down on the ground and tossed a pebble away in frustration. Itachi brushed Sasuke's head gently. You're doing great, Sasuke. At your age, I couldn't do even this much. That's not true, brother. Father always says you're a once-in-a-generation genius in the clan. No matter what ninjutsu, you only need to see it once, and you can master it. At the word genius, Itachi paused briefly. Then his expression returned to normal. A so-called genius ninja, just a stepping stone for someone else. As the young head of the Uchiha, pride burned in Itachi's heart. He was also well aware that he was his father's pride. Even after losing to Ag, his father had never blamed him for it. Yet the scenes of his defeat haunted his dreams night after night. It was almost like a demon lurking in his heart. To overcome that demon, he trained obsessively, so much so that even his close friend Shisui was growing concerned, urging him to slow down and find his balance before moving forward. But Itachi would hear none of it. After every sparring match, Itachi would ask Shisui the same question. Do you think I can beat Ag now? And Shisui would just shake his head and tell him not to dwell on it. That was answer enough. Shisui was clear. Don't bother asking, you're no match. Itachi's abrupt silence made Sasuke sense that something was off. His eyes darted around, and soon he guessed why. Brother, one day you're going to beat that guy. And if you don't, just wait until I grow up and take the Chunin exams. I'll defeat him in front of everyone. Sasuke pumped his fists in the air, brimming with confidence. Itachi just smiled and ruffled Sasuke's hair. My dear little brother, as long as there's breath left in me, I'll never let you step into danger ahead of me. Let's keep going. Yeah. At the same time, in Danzo's residence. Due to Hiruzen's orders, Danzo had been temporarily stripped of his duties. During this period, he couldn't move about freely and could only rely on his subordinates to relay information. But the most reliable workhorse, Ryoma, had died, leaving Danzo with quite a headache. He'd have to find an opportunity to borrow a few capable ninjas from the other clans. And if anyone refused, well, he could always pin a crime on them and then invite their clan leaders to root for a little chat over tea. Lord Danzo, the two advisors are here to see you. Let them in. Hamura and Koharu removed their hoods and sat opposite Danzo. There was no small talk. They went straight to the point. Danzo, what's gotten into Hiruzen? Why would he remove you from your post? Doesn't he realize the village can't go a day without you? Danzo gave a cold snort. You both know our dear Hokage all too well. He's always determined to present himself as kind and gentle. Now, out of nowhere, he's decided to cozy up to the Uchiha. So, of course, I've become the sacrificial lamb. The words made Hamura and Koharu both sigh. Just like Danzo, the two of them had always treated the Uchiha with suspicion and hostility. Whenever there was any measure against the Uchiha, they backed it without question. But give the Uchiha even a shred of benefit, and they'd fight tooth and nail to oppose it. They even claimed that if Lord Tobirama were still alive, he'd agree with their methods. Up until now, Hiruzen had always trusted the three of them, consulting with them on every major or minor matter. Who could have guessed he'd suddenly make such a decision? What do we do now? With Danzo dismissed, the Uchiha must be overjoyed. Those lunatics, I swear, one day I'll round up every last one of them. Even the children won't be spared. Hamura adjusted his glasses and tried to calm Danzo. Our top priority is to come up with a new countermeasure. Last time, our scheming backfired. Not only did we fail to achieve our goal, but that brat Isuke managed to show off in front of Hiruzen. And now, Hiruzen's tasked him with investigating the wood-release intruder. With that order, Isuke can use direct orders from the Hokage as a shield for anything he does. Hamura glanced at Danzo again. That intruder, are you sure he's not one of yours? Danzo let out another cold snort. Of course not. The only successful test subject was snatched away by Hiruzen and placed in the AMBU. I see. Danzo felt a surge of irritation. What was Hamura implying? After working together for so many years, did he truly not trust him even this little? Besides, even if Danzo was suspended, Hamura and Koharu hadn't faced any consequences, had they? These two, as Konoha's advisors, should have shouldered the responsibility of maintaining the village's stability during these troubled times. Yet from the way they spoke today, it seemed not only did they have no information, but they even turned around to ask Danzo what to do. For heaven's sake, if he really knew what ought to be done, would things have ever ended up like this? Damn it. Just like Hiruzen, neither of them were of much use. Danzo felt deeply uneasy inside. Without him, this village would truly fall apart. This only made his resolution and ideals burn stronger in his heart. He must, without fail, no matter what, become Hokage. Days passed, and the investigation into the intruder had completely stalled. Ingsi and his companions had practically turned Konoha inside out, but still found nothing of value. Kakashi-senpai, why do you think that intruder only had a single Sharingan eye? Kakashi paused midway through looking at his report. You mean, you think he's not actually a member of the Uchiha clan? But someone who, like me, obtained it for some special reason? Ingsi blinked in surprise. Wait, is that what I meant to say? What I really wanted to express was... Never mind, it's too complicated to explain. If he admitted that the intruder was actually a Beto, that he had only one Sharingan because the other was with Kakashi, and he'd survived thanks to crossing paths with the war god Uchiha Madara, and that now they were planning to destroy the world, or something along those lines. Who on earth would believe such a thing? Might as well claim aliens walk the earth. Headache. It is what it is for now. Let's just eat. Ingsi rubbed his rumbling stomach. Let's get something to eat first. I'm about to pass out from hunger. The three of them made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. 3 bowls, please. Thanks. Just a moment. Iam's eyes curved into cheerful crescents. Long time no see, Ingsi-kun. Ichiraku Ramen was a curious place. No one ever caused trouble there, as if by some magic. Every customer who came to eat here was always on their best behavior. I've just been busy lately, doing missions with Kakashi-senpai, he explained. Iam nodded, understanding this touched on confidential matters and refraining from further questions. While they waited for their ramen, a sudden commotion rose behind them. Whoa, Ingsi-sensei, fancy running into you here. Little Naruto dashed up to the counter in a few energetic strides, pulling out his chubby little toad-shaped wallet with great flourish. Ramen's on me today. Make sure Ingsi-sensei gets extra roast pork, no bamboo shoots. I am beamed at Naruto. All right, young Naruto's treating today is he. Naruto puffed up with pride. I caught a few big fish by the river today. and on my way back, I ran into some scary-looking strangers. I thought they wanted to steal my fish, but to my surprise, they gave me a lot of money and bought the fish for me. Naruto pointed at the clan emblem on Age's shoulder. They had this emblem too. Maybe they're your friends, Ag and II. With that, Naruto cheerfully scooted over to Age's side. He began counting on his fingers. That means I can sell fish for pocket money, and then I could buy more of those limited edition instant noodles. I think there's even a special new flavor coming out. Age's head was starting to ache as he listened. Please, little master, don't buy any more noodles. My salary won't survive your noodle addiction. Still, there's some good news. Judging from Naruto's condition, those people hadn't actually hurt him. Or maybe he's been attacked so many times he's built up some kind of immunity. Naruto asked eagerly. Ag-sensei, can you teach me ninjutsu today? Nope, Ag replied, pointing toward Tenzo and Kakashi. I have to carry out a secret mission with these two seniors. Okay. Naruto sounded disappointed, as if everyone but him seemed to be busy with important things. Soon, the ramen arrived. Compared to Kakashi and Tenzo's rather plain bowls, Naruto and Ag's were piled high with toppings. Let's eat. Ag glanced sheepishly at his companions. I'll dig in too, then. Just as Ag picked up his chopsticks, a series of shrill, explosive shrieks burst out nearby. Aha! He nearly fell off his stool in shock. The battle cries of women are no joke. They're enough to shake anyone down to their bones. At first, Ag tried to ignore it, thinking it was just some girls messing around. But the screams only grew louder, wave after wave. Listening closely, he even heard the sound of metal being picked up. Peeping Tom, get him, girls. Don't let him get away. Don't run. I'll rip that degenerate's pride right off. Hit him. Don't hold back. Lord Hokage will stand up for us. Then came cries of pain, the thunder of running feet, and a desperate man's pleas for help. Ag's face quickly became a sight to behold. Could it be? Has that old pervert come back to the village? He set down his chopsticks. You all eat first. I'll be right back. With those words, Ag vanished from sight in an instant. Whoa, so cool. I want Ag-sensei to teach me that next time. Naruto exclaimed, eagerly dragging Ag's untouched bowl a little closer to himself. That weird white-haired guy and the one with the broad face kept eyeing the bowl. Naruto definitely couldn't let them sneak any bites. Meanwhile, Ag had already intercepted the fleeing Peeping Tom. But faced with Ag's sudden appearance, Jiraiya didn't seem fazed at all. Out of the way. Move, kid. Seeing that Ag truly cleared a path, Jiraiya let out a sly chuckle. He thought he'd finally be able to shake off this group of fierce pursuers. But wait. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of water swept Jiraiya up, solidifying into a sphere, a prison of water, sealing him inside. Within this watery cell, streams morphed into chains, binding Jiraiya tightly. This belief filled Jiraiya's eyes. How careless. He'd been trapped by a jutsu like this. How dare you? In broad daylight, with all the world to see, you have a nerve to peep on respectable women. Jiraiya struggled to speak, his words bubbling up. Art, gurgle gurgle, let me out. Save it for the guard post. You can explain yourself there. Ag wore the face of justice. As Hokage, one must ensure that all are equal before the law. Tobirama-sama has once again proved through action that his protection of the villagers is more than just words. Mission reward. You have obtained a forbidden jutsu, mutually multiplying explosive tags. Just then, the victims of the peeping incident arrived as well. Ag drew in a sharp breath. Oh no, his head was spinning, the world tilting. A blonde, statuesque young woman tightened her bathrobe, her finger accusingly aimed at Jiraiya. It was him. He was spying on us while we bathed, giggling the whole time. If word gets out, how will we ever find husbands? That's right. Exactly. The girl surrounded Ag. Ninja sir, you have to stand up for us. Ag's handsome face flushed red, barely able to handle their nearness. Don't crowd me, he thought. I'm not sure I can take it. Inside the water prison, Jiraiya seethed with frustration. If he peeked at them, they'd chase him with blades. But now, wearing nothing but robes, they were pressing up against this white-haired brat. So suddenly they're not worried about marriage prospects? Shello. All right, you should all head back now. I'll escort this degenerate straight to the guard station. Only at Ag's assurance did the women reluctantly take their leave. But those glances, lingering, hungry, wistful, reminded Ag of a black widow eyeing Superman. That longing, that admiration, that reluctant goodbye. Eventually, even Jiraiya couldn't bear to look. It was unbearable. Ag slapped his palms together, dissolving the watery prison. With a thud, Jiraiya hit the ground. Kid, you really don't hold back, do you? Just then, several shinobi appeared in quick succession. Come with us. Any explanations you have can be made at the guard station. Without another word, they bound Jiraiya up like a festival rice dumpling. The group marched him off, tossing him into the interrogation room at the station. Jiraiya, can't you find a better hobby? Ag gave Jiraiya a sidelong glance as he untied his ropes. He knew these bindings were useless against a Sannin like Jiraiya. If Jiraiya truly wanted to escape, even the water prison wouldn't have stopped him. Hey kid, do you know who I am? One of the legendary Sannin, the Hokage's direct disciple, the infamous pervy sage, Jiraiya. Who hasn't heard of you? A smile spread across Jiraiya's face. Good, this would make things easier. All right, let's not make this complicated. I'll give you a book, and you let me go. Enough, enough, Ainsai interrupted Jiraiya. Your books are the reason even Kakashi-senpai's eyes go dull from reading. I'm too young for you to get me into trouble. That just proves how good my books are. Shut it. Behave yourself. This is the guard department, not your private garden. Jiraiya glanced at Ainsai's stern face. Huh, this white-haired kid looked young, but he sure carried himself righteously. Back in the day, he got caught fairly often, but usually it was nothing, a slap on the wrist, and he'd be let go. Among all the ninja, only Tsunade had ever dared punch him a few times. Ainsai tossed Jiraiya a pen and some paper. Right? What did you do? Why did you do it? Who's backing you, and what are your objectives? Irritation gnawed at him. His noodles still sat untouched on the table. Just then, a knock came from the door. Kakashi entered, holding a bowl. Kakashi-senpai, what's this? Naruto said you hadn't eaten lunch yet, so he asked me to bring it over. Even warned me repeatedly not to sneak a bite, or he'd stab but with a kunai. Ainsai barely managed to keep from laughing. Kakashi's face practically radiated grievance. Funny thing was, he and Naruto were actually closer than most, but even now Naruto still didn't know about Kakashi's connection to his father. So, where's Naruto? Yamato took him home. After what happened last time, the Hokage has increased Naruto's protection. Don't worry. As the two chatted, Jiraiya's eyes widened in sudden realization. Wait, Naruto, the blonde kid you're talking about? Who else would it be? Kakashi followed the sound and saw a tall white-haired man watching them curiously. Master Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Hold on, Ainsai. When you said some peeping pervert, you didn't mean him? A flush crept into Jiraiya's cheeks, and he motioned for Kakashi to quiet down. If Kakashi got any louder, even the Hokage might hear. Kakashi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have guessed the great Jiraiya would be detained by Ainsai for peeping? I just took a look. Jiraiya spread his hands helplessly. Honestly, he should have left days ago, but he'd heard about a new bathhouse in town, rumored to be filled with lovely young women, so he decided to stick around. He repeated his question. So, you really were talking about Naruto just now? Kakashi nodded. That's right, Lord Jiraiya. As it stands, Ainsai is still Naruto's teacher. What did you say? A blast of thunder seemed to crash inside Jiraiya's mind. As an idealist, he held no personal bias against the Uchiha. Yet he knew all too well the village's long-standing prejudice. The Uchiha had been all but exiled to guard the village outskirts as security some years ago. So a glaring problem emerged. Ainsai Uchiha, now the teacher of Naruto Uzumaki, the child of the 4th Hokage and the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Did this make sense? How much had the old man been drinking to approve such a thing? Ainsai glanced up at Jiraiya. The Hokage didn't oppose it. Maybe he felt that with an Uchiha by Naruto's side, at the very least Naruto would know what it's like to be cared for. At those words, both Kakashi and Jiraiya fell silent. In theory, they were the people closest to Naruto, yet neither of them had looked out for him. It was as though Ainsai had landed a heavy blow across both their faces. After a long moment, it was Kakashi who broke the silence. Let's eat. We still have to continue investigating that would style ninja after this. Got it. Ainsai slurped down his noodles. Sitting to the side, Kakashi muttered under his breath. I went over everything again just now. Aside from Danzo, we still need to consider Orochimaru as well. Ainsai replied. But Orochimaru is always slipping through the shadows. Where would we even look for him? Kakashi sighed. If he had to name the most difficult enemy in the ninja world, his vote would go to Orochimaru. It had already been years since Orochimaru had defected. Not only was Konoha hunting him, there was even a bounty on his trail. Anyone with information would receive a generous reward. Yet still, not a single soul had managed to track him down. Ainsai knew Orochimaru wasn't behind the recent events. Still, taking him out would surely earn him a reward from the system. As for Danzo, well, he wasn't averse to causing him trouble every so often, so there was no objection. Before long, Ainsai finished his noodles. He wiped his mouth and walked over to Jiraiya. Hurry up and write, or we'll be wasting more time before looking for Oricum. Ainsai suddenly paused. If it needed to find Orochimaru, why not ask Jiraiya himself? After all, if anyone in the shinobi world truly understood Orochimaru, It could only be Jiraiya. He had chased, pursued, hunted Orochimaru across every corner, never letting him free. Jiraiya lifted his head. Kid, who did you just say you were looking for? Lord Jiraiya, there's something we need to confirm with Orochimaru. Normally, Jiraiya gave off a careless, easygoing air, but the mention of Orochimaru transformed him instantly. He narrowed his eyes, listening with utmost seriousness as Ainsei told him everything from beginning to end. Orochimaru is still continuing with those dangerous experiments. Even now, it was because of those very experiments that he fled the Leaf Village all those years ago. We can't be sure it's Orochimaru just yet. There's only a possibility, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. With a casual motion, he pried the bars apart and stepped up to Ainsei. Whether it's true or not, I have to find Orochimaru and ask him face to face. Kakashi, curiosity piqued, asked, but Orochimaru is notoriously elusive. How are we supposed to track him down? Jiraiya made a series of hand signs, and as the dust settled, a huge map appeared on the table. He slowly unfolded it, pointing to the areas marked in circles. These years, I've been searching for Orochimaru, destroying countless of his secret bases along the way. From what I know of him, Orochimaru likes to hide near the borders where several countries meet, places bustling with people and entangled in territorial disputes between major nations. Focusing on these spots gives us the best shot at success. The three white-haired ninja gathered around the table, carefully analyzing their next move. I'll make copies of the map for each of you. We split up and search separately. This time, we must catch Orochimaru and confront him directly. Thank you very much, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved a hand, gesturing that it was nothing. As he rolled up the scroll and made for the door, he called back, let's get moving. I'll find you once I've organized all the necessary information. Hold it right there. Who said you could leave? Jiraiya, huh? Rules are rules. According to Security Department regulations, you're hereby detained for 7 days and fined 30,000 Ryo. Hokage's office. Jiraiya, that scoundrel, you really caught him peeping at women in the bath? Yes, Lord Hokage. According to the Security Department. All right, keep him there. Maybe it'll teach him a lesson. Clearly, Hiruzen had no intention of owing the Security Department any favors on Jiraiya's account. He understood all too well the nature of his pupil. Jiraiya's love of women and drink had caused him more than a few slip-ups over the years. If this incident helped him break that bad habit, it might be for the best. But Hiruzen's mind was on something else. Are we certain it's Orochimaru? Based on Lord Jiraiya's intel, Orochimaru hasn't stopped his human experiments all these years. I'd say he's our prime suspect. Hiruzen clenched his fists. That damned Orochimaru. What exactly is he trying to do? If only I'd killed him with my own hands back then. Lord Hokage, with Orochimaru under heavy suspicion and Lord Jiraiya's return, I believe this is our best chance to act. This time, Hiruzen did not hesitate. In that case, set out at once. Get to the bottom of this. Yes, Lord Hokage. Under Hiruzen's direction, a temporary action team was quickly assembled. Originally, Hiruzen intended for Jiraiya to lead the squad, with Ag and the other two assisting him. But Ag refused. His reasoning was that Orochimaru was a cunning shinobi, and a showy, large-scale operation would surely attract his attention. If they split up, however, it would increase the chances of actually catching Orochimaru. Jiraiya, still salty about being under house arrest in the security division for several days, seized the chance to poke fun at Ag. Kid, don't get cocky. Orochimaru is 100 times trickier than you imagine. Don't worry, Lord Jiraiya. My greatest skill is running away. Jiraiya clicked his tongue and didn't bother arguing further. Well, good luck then. With that, he handed over the scroll and took his leave. Before setting out, Ag went to see the clan member in charge of logistics and supplies. I'd like to request some extra supplies. Please, Elder, help me out. The clan member's head buzzed at the sight of Ag. Again? Last time, you took enough to last several years. Ag scratched his head awkwardly. Elder, I really need it this time. Knee my foot. What do you think you are, the clan head? Taking whatever you want. Before he could finish, Fugaku appeared from the corner. See, clan head, I didn't mean it the way it sounded. That's enough, Fugaku said, waving him off. Just open up the warehouse. This mission is risky, give him what he needs. Understood. An hour later, Ag emerged, bundles of scrolls perched on his back. Ag, this is your first mission. Be careful out there. Don't worry, Ag paused, thinking better of making any bold promises. I'll just make sure to eat breakfast every morning. What? Fugaku could not keep up with Ag's train of thought at all. What was that supposed to mean? A few hours later, Ag, Kakashi, and Tenzo set off. Their first destination, a small town at the border of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya had reasoned that since Orochimaru had his eyes on the leaf, he would keep himself within striking distance. but not too close. This little town fit the bill perfectly. The three, packs on their backs, set out towards their goal. Along the way, Kakashi and Tenzo shared a few survival tips with Ag. How to conserve stamina, how to rig a quick trap, how to catch a cute animal or two to stave off hunger. Not that these came in handy for Ag. With just a flick of his finger, a whirlwind would spin a fish straight into his hands. Never once did he come up empty. That night, the group sat around the fire, grilling their catch. Isai took out some spices from his backpack, and even a few bottles of sake. Isai, we're on a mission, not on a picnic. A little drink won't hurt, right? Or we could use some in the cooking. It'll make the food taste so much better. Kakashi's temple throbbed with annoyance. Cooking? What's next? You want a couple of geisha to dance while you eat? Isai's eyes suddenly widened, a bashful look spreading over his face. Well, I'm not of age yet. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Of course, if you insist, Senior Kakashi, I might not object. Kakashi didn't even want to dignify that with a reply. Yamato, why don't you use your wood release to build us a house? Yes, sir. Ever-dutiful Yamato formed a few hand seals, and a neat little house quickly rose from the ground. Isai looked on in admiration. Senior Yamato, that's an amazing technique. If I had this, I'd never have to buy a house again. Yamato pondered this seriously. That's not really the issue. You'd still need to get the land approved first. Kakashi swallowed a piece of fish, wincing in pain. Right now, he was starting to regret accepting this mission with Isai. Meanwhile, deep in a cave, the masked man received a report from Zetsu. I've got bad news. Konoha has issued a wanted order for you across the ninja world, and they've already sent a squad to track you down, including Kakashi. The masked man sneered, utterly unimpressed. As if that useless Kakashi could figure anything out. The man couldn't even recognize me if we fought face to face. To Zetsu, the masked man was bordering on foolishness. If Kakashi could recognize him so easily, what level would that Sharingan of his have to be? And it seems they've decided the recent invasion was the work of Orochimaru, and you're just working under him. Orochimaru? Him? The masked man snorted dismissively. He knew all about Orochimaru, a legendary Sannin, once even considered by Hiruzen as a possible future Hokage. But such things held no interest for the masked man. To him, they were all fools, blind to the truth of this hollow world. Still, at the moment, he found Orochimaru unexpectedly useful. With that loser Kakashi pouring his energy into chasing Orochimaru, things on his end grew a little less tense. After all, the Eye of the Moon plan would take a long time to come to fruition. So what should we do? Let's take advantage of their chaotic blundering and recruit a few more people while we can. Understood. Inside his laboratory, Orochimaru was meticulously scrubbing his hands, cleaning what could never truly be cleaned. A small white snake slithered beside him, flicking its tongue as though whispering a message. So even the crime of Konoha's invasion ends up pinned on me? Orochimaru had no interest in invading the Leaf Village, at least not right now. His true obsession was still the pursuit of immortality and mastering every jutsu in the world. But at this moment, something even more important had caught his attention. Uchiha Ag seemed like the perfect vessel. Orochimaru licked his lips, letting out a raspy, unsettling laugh. He had an undercover agent in the Leaf Village, a man named Kabuto. Through Kabuto, he learned a great deal about the inner workings of the village. And now, this mysterious genius ninja named Ag had piqued Orochimaru's curiosity even more. He dreamed of nothing else but claiming Ag's body for his own. And now, at last, the opportunity had arrived. A pure-blooded Uchiha, with a Sharingan, and even the power of wood release. How delightfully intriguing. Orochimaru could barely contain his excitement. Was this a trap being laid for him? No, this was simply a gift delivered to his doorstep. Ag's team didn't have much luck with their investigation. The three of them had combed through the entire small town all day without finding what they were looking for. Looks like even Master Jiraiya's intel wasn't all that accurate. Ag remarked, making a note on the map, planning to continue the search the next morning. To their surprise, it was dinner time, and the little restaurant was almost deserted, with only the three of them as customers. Kakashi sensed something was off, so he went out to gather information. He hadn't expected the liveliest spot in town to be a casino. When Ag heard the news, a wild idea came to him in a flash. No way. The ninja world was home to many famous personalities. Among them was Tsunade. Born into the revered Senju clan of the Leaf Village, she was also related by blood to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. A truly outstanding medical ninja, she'd earned the respect of countless fellow shinobi. After all, in the ninja world, accidents could happen to anyone. Tsunade was often seen as the last hope, the miracle worker who could turn the tide at a critical moment. Of course, her reputation didn't end there. She was also infamously known as the world's worst gambler. Her luck was so notoriously bad that she'd even earned the legendary nickname, the Lucky Loser. Inside the casino, gamblers crowded every inch of space. The Lucky Loser. It's her, the legendary Lucky Loser. Wow, look at that. She's lost hundreds of thousands in just a few minutes. She's gorgeous. Ag spotted a striking woman with blonde hair through a gap in the crowd. He thought of getting in on the excitement, but no sooner had he tried than a group of hulking, menacing bodyguards blocked his path. "Scram, kid. No minors allowed in here," snapped one of the guards. Once again, Ag found himself wondering which genius in the ninja world had come up with these rules. Here, a 4-year-old could march in a battle with a blade and be hailed as a prodigy by the villagers, applauded and admired by all. Here, minors are absolutely forbidden from entering these strange establishments, not even with a parent's company, and they can't buy a single copy of Lover's Paradise. No amount of bribery will help. Of course, this rule didn't apply to Tsunade. Her very first toy, believe it or not, was a pair of dice personally crafted by the great god of ninja himself, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. And under his guidance, Tsunade eventually followed in his footsteps to become a hopeless gambler, and a rather terrible one at that. "I'm done." With a burst of frustration, Tsunade stormed out of the room. She had just lost her last bit of money. She'd even left behind a pile of IOUs. But Tsunade never bothered to pay her debts. She could simply change her appearance to evade her creditors. As Tsunade left, the other gamblers reluctantly went home as well. Having raked in a small fortune tonight, they were eager to find some company and celebrate. "Shizun, lend me a little more money. Let's go somewhere for a drink." Cradling Taunton in her arms, Shizun couldn't help but scold Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, how could I possibly have any money left? I don't even know how we'll pay for tomorrow's lodgings." Tsunade waved it off with total indifference. "Don't worry, I'll make a big win tomorrow and get it all back." Shizun could only sigh. "Win, my foot." Today, she nearly lost Taunton a bet. Just as the two of them were worrying about dinner, Ag walked right up to them. "My goodness, Lady Tsunade, it really is you." Tsunade jumped at the sudden greeting. "Who is this handsome, silver-haired young man? You're a ninja from the Leaf Village?" Ag nodded, then gestured to Kakashi and Tenzo approaching behind him. "We're out here on a minor mission. Never thought we'd run into you, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade glanced at them, then flashed a peculiar smile. "I wonder if you'd mind inviting me to dinner?" Late at night, in a little diner, Tsunade devoured 3 bowls of rice, polished off 4 or 5 plates of hearty dishes, and even down a whole pig knuckle by herself. Finally, a satisfied burp escaped her lips. There's nothing like a full belly. Ag couldn't help but ask, "Are you also on some secret mission, Lady Tsunade? You didn't even have time to eat." A blush crept up Tsunade's face. She was at a loss for words. But Shizun seized the perfect moment to poke fun at her. "Our Lady Tsunade is too busy gambling every day to bother with meals. No, actually, to be precise, I can't even afford to eat anymore." 3 lines of dismay appeared on Ag and his friends' faces. They knew Tsunade liked to gamble, but had no idea she was this obsessed. If she kept this up, the entire Senju family fortune would disappear in her hands. Yet Tsunade seemed blissfully unaware of all this. Once she was full, she was right back to reviewing her losses. "Actually, I did win quite a bit. I just didn't control myself and lost big all at once. Next time, I'll learn to bet in stages, give myself some room to make mistakes." The others nearly had speechless written across their foreheads. "Big sis, you've lost this miserably and you're still thinking about next time?" Unexpected encounter with Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama. Never thought she'd inherit her grandfather's love for gambling. Well, what can you do? Guess I'll just keep her company. New mission. Win against Tsunade in a game of chance. Isai, truth be told, didn't really know much about gambling. The biggest risk he'd ever taken was snatching the landlord role and doubling down after winning 30,000 game tokens. Then he'd switch accounts to claim another round of welfare tokens. But beating Tsunade shouldn't be too hard, right? After a hearty meal, Kakashi paid for a room for Tsunade, just next to theirs. "Lady Tsunade, I really think we shouldn't gamble anymore." "Quiet, Shizun. Hurry up and take a shower, then get to bed." Knock, knock, knock. The door sounded. Shizun went to open it and found Isai grinning broadly. "Lady Tsunade, care to play a little game with me?" "Play." 2 hours later. "Yes, I won again." Tsunade unceremoniously scooped up the last stack of money on the table. "Kid, still want to keep going?" Isai felt like he'd been set up. Almost 1 million. That was every cent he had to his name. Losing it all was bad enough, but damn it, he hadn't even won a single round. Even in bad games, you'd get a couple of practice rounds with computer opponents. Seeing Isai flushed with frustration, Tsunade's mood took a turn for the better. "Want to keep playing? If you lose again, you'll have to start shedding clothes." Aisai was convinced Tsunade was out of her mind. He was still a kid. Was she really going to take things this far? Not to mention, there was someone else in the room. No way 3 people would just... No, what am I even thinking? Aisai jumped up angrily. Just wait. I'll come back once I've got enough money. Tsunade shrugged, making her meaning perfectly clear. Between us two, who's the real easy mark here? As Aisai turned to leave, Tsunade's gaze suddenly caught on his shinobi blade. Wait, kid. Let me see your sword. What for? This is my lifeline, Lady Tsunade. Surely you're not that ruthless. Despite what he said, Aisai still handed the sword over. She ran her fingers over the hilt, stopping at a tiny die embedded there. She'd secretly carved it herself back when she was very young, earning her grandfather's fury. Later, the weapon had been lost on the battlefield. This sword, where did you get it? Aisai was nothing if not honest. He had no idea how to bluff his way through and make it sound convincing to Tsunade. Actually, I just found this knife lying around. Would you believe that? Tsunade let out a cold snort. Of course, she didn't believe Eiji's nonsense. Why not just say it fell from the sky? But she had just won $1 million, and her mood was especially sunny, so she couldn't be bothered to argue with Eiji. She tossed the knife back to him. Whenever you feel like having another round, come find me. I'm always up for it. Eiji turned to leave, a trace of bitter tears sliding down his face. Damn it, this is just too humiliating. To think I've sunk so low that the #1 cash cow of the ninja world is mocking me. If word of this gets out, how will I ever show my face again? And damn, now all my money's gone. How am I supposed to buy a house after this? He slipped quietly back to his room, where the 2 old masters were already sound asleep. Yet Eiji just couldn't fall asleep. No, I've got to think of a way to win my money back. It wasn't just about the mission anymore. Now it was about pride. In the room next door, Tsunade was happily counting her money. See? Didn't I tell you that today would bring a huge win? In a few days, let's hit an even bigger casino and win everything back that we lost all these years. But as she was counting, suddenly Tsunade's hands stilled. Her luck at gambling was notoriously bad, and every time she managed to win, something unexpected would always happen. She'd earned so much tonight. Surely nothing strange would happen this time. Tsunade burrowed under the covers, haunted by flashes of memories she'd rather forget. It wasn't until dawn that she finally drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning, everyone went downstairs for breakfast. Shizun, holding Tun-Tun, looked around and realized there was no sign of Eiji. Where's Eiji? Yamato brought over 2 plates of buns and a dish of pickled vegetables. Looks like he barely slept last night. He's catching up on sleep now. Lady Tsunade isn't up either. Shizun nodded, probably because she was up late having fun with Eiji. Besides, Lady Tsunade hasn't gotten up before noon in years. You'll get used to it. All 3 of them found it curious. How on earth did Eiji end up spending the night with Lady Tsunade, of all people? When Kakashi and Yamato heard that Eiji had been losing the entire night, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Well. Seems the ultimate cash cow finally met the ultimate black hole for money. Aside from rumors about Lord Hashirama losing to Tsunade, they'd never heard of Tsunade winning quite so spectacularly. As they chatted, Eiji suddenly bounded downstairs. Without a word, he grabbed a bun and started wolfing it down. The 3 of them shivered at the sight. Eiji, are you eating that bun or trying to murder it? What did it ever do to you? Yeah, Eiji, it's not like the buns took your money. You. The ever-honest Yamato cut himself off mid-sentence, suddenly feeling a murderous intent so strong it was almost tangible. Never mind. I'll go settle the bill. Breakfast is on me today. Without another word, he made a quick escape, as if terrified that Eiji might chase after him with a blade for a duel. Gritting his teeth, Eiji called out, Shizun senpai. Yes. Is there a ninja tool shop around here? Head out and turn left, it's the 3rd shop down. Eiji finished up his pork bun. Ninja tools are essential for any shinobi, and the same goes for Orochimaru. I'll see if there's any news. Shizun and Kakashi exchanged a glance. I honestly thought Eiji would be stuck in his misery over losing money, but he's gotten over it so fast. This stays between the 5 of us and Taunton. Let's not tell anyone else. Understood. Ninja tool shop. Business was slow in the early morning. The shop owner was dozing in a recliner in the back. Eiji entered quietly. Wake up. He startled at Eiji's piercing gaze. Good morning, Sir Ninja. How can I help you? Eiji closed the shop door, staring straight at the owner for a long time. The owner went pale, his words stuttering with fear. Come on, think. Have I offended any ninja recently? Eiji's hand crept into his ninja pouch, and he drew out a thick stack of explosive tags. This is it then? The owner knew all too well what explosive tags could do. Was he about to be blasted into pieces? Do you recognize this? Ido. Is it valuable? Don't hum me. Is it valuable? Yes. They go for more than 2,000 Ryo apiece. But my shop doesn't carry them. If you want, you can have anything in the shop. Just please, spare my life. Wait a minute. Ag felt that something was off. What did I ever say? I was here to rob you? Do you think us Konoan ninja have no manners? The owner dropped to his knees and bowed to Ag in terror. This is it for me, he thought. He must really be here for my life. To ninja, people like him were worth nothing. Especially here, in this lawless borderland, where death was a daily occurrence. He just hadn't imagined his number would come up today. Saika, Kami, I'll see you all in my next life. Shutting his eyes, the owner pleaded, just one thing, sir. When you do it, please make it quick. I don't want to suffer. You're seriously messed up, Ag muttered, tossing the explosive tags on the counter. I just want to exchange these for cash. Owner, who's the crazy one here? Half an hour later, Ag walked out with a fat sum of 200,000 Ryo. The shop owner, now in a fresh pair of trousers, saw him off with over-the-top enthusiasm. Please come again. Ag suddenly looked back, startling the owner so much he darted behind the counter. Oh no, did I say something wrong again? Around noon, Tsunade finally got up. The five of them gathered for lunch. By the way, they exchanged a few words about Orochimaru, but Tsunade was clearly uninterested in such matters. All she wanted was another big win that night. Since there's no news of Orochimaru, let's move on to the next place, Tsunade said. She pulled out a warm silver note and stuffed it into Ag's hand. This is a lesson for you. Don't gamble again in the future, got it? Tsunade's voice was gentle and soft, but it pierced right into Ag's heart like a sharp blade. You, leaning her cheek on one hand, Tsunade continued. If you want, you can write me an IOU instead. I still believe in the honor of the Uchiha clan. A scream welled up inside Ag. He felt as though his Sharingan was about to evolve into Mangekyo. He steeled himself. Enough, he would quit this game now. He'd just double it back from Danzo eventually. Just as he was about to stand and leave, he sensed a faint ripple of chakra. Ag frowned. It wasn't the masked man, not Zetsu either. Then who could it be? Now he understood. A good idea suddenly dawned on Ag. The mission only required him to outdo Tsunade, not necessarily by gambling, right? He walked over to Tsunade's side. Lady Tsunade, how about another wager? Tsunade laughed, radiant and shaking with mirth, leaving Ag utterly transfixed. Another wager? We can have as many as you want. Leaning close, Ag whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Let's bet on who, between me and Master Jiraiya, will be the first to find Orochimaru. Tsunade hesitated for a moment. Kid, I've been meaning to say this. Orochimaru isn't someone the three of you can handle. She tapped the forehead protector on Ag's head. You're a Chunin, so just stick to the easier missions. But Ag simply repeated, are we betting or not? With a sigh, Tsunade relented. Fine, I'll humor you. If you win, I'll give you a gift. If you lose, you owe me 500,000 Ryo. Tsunade was convinced that Jiraiya would find Orochimaru first. No matter how unreliable he could be, he was still the legendary Toad Sage. And as for the three of them, they were still a step behind. Besides, for reasons she couldn't quite explain, there was an unease gnawing at her. Tired now. Let's get some rest, Tsunade said as she stood to leave, completely missing the sly smile that crept onto Ag's lips. Finally, she took the bait. At night, the town was as lively as ever. Tsunade was at the gambling tables, each throw of her chips bringing gasps of amazement from the crowd. Shizun looked worried. After once winning 1.2 million Ryo, she had already lost a third of it. So much for self-control. Kakashi and Yamato were compiling mission reports and planning their next steps. Ag, carrying the little attendant, wandered the streets after dinner. When he reached a quiet alley, he slowed his steps and came to a stop. He could distinctly see, within the shadows, a pair of serpent eyes locked firmly onto him. Just meeting that gaze, he could instantly sense the dangerous aura radiating from the figure. Aisai's slender fingers lightly rested on the hilt of his blade as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" What answered him was a hoarse, unpleasant laugh. "Little brat from the Uchiha clan, haven't you all been searching for me? You're Orochimaru." Aisai feigned an expression of shock. "So it was you who ordered the masked man to invade the leaf." Orochimaru extended a long tongue, licking his lips as he looked at Aisai with the scornful stare reserved for fools. "Little Uchiha brat, your clan really isn't known for brains. If I truly intended to invade the leaf, do you think you'd still be alive to question me right now? As Hokage, it is your duty to eliminate any threat that endangers the village. New mission: defeat the rogue ninja Orochimaru and extract the secret about the masked man from him." Orochimaru tapped lightly on his own head. This rare chance to find Aisai alone was not something he would let slip by. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, launching a slender white snake straight at Aisai. But what was even stranger was that the little snake widened its jaws again and spat out a razor-sharp Kusanagi sword. It appeared. I spit out a snake, and the snake spits out a sword. A glint of icy light flashed in Aisai's eyes. In an instant, his blade was drawn, and his figure vanished from where he stood. A streak of blinding light swept by, and the keen edge of the blade severed the serpent's head in a single stroke. Orochimaru's fingers flew through a rapid sequence of hand signs. Formation of 10,000 serpents. At once, a flood of venomous snakes surged forth, sweeping toward Aisai like a living tide of shadows. Water style, water dragon devouring burst. In a heartbeat, the entire street was engulfed in rushing waters, turning it into a turbulent sea. The torrent engulfed the ground beneath Orochimaru, the rising water level quickly submerging half his body. Beneath the raging surface, whirlpools twisted into existence, pulling with incredible force. Orochimaru was forced to channel his chakra to his feet, barely managing to steady himself. As for the endless swarm of serpents, they were shredded into bits by countless fine blades of water. Standing atop a colossal water dragon, Aisai looked down at Orochimaru from on high. No matter who you are, if you threaten the safety of the village, I will never let you go. A wave of helplessness rose in Orochimaru's heart. Protecting the leaf? Listen to yourself. Are those truly the words of someone from the Uchiha? Since when did your clan ever have a tradition of safeguarding the village? Atop the water dragon, Aisai slowly raised his palm, his 5 fingers suddenly closing into a tight fist. With his next hand sign, the water surface surged even higher. In an instant, the raging current swallowed Orochimaru whole. Countless razor-sharp blades of water tore into his flesh. Aisai could hear, with chilling clarity, the sound of flesh being ripped apart and Orochimaru's twisted, distorted wails. But just as Aisai began to relax, there was a thunderous roar. A massive beast burst from the earth with terrifying force. Orochimaru stood atop a great purple serpent, looking rather disheveled. You fool, Orochimaru! Did you summon me just to use me as your meat shield? Manda unleashed a deafening roar. This time, the situation is special. Help me defeat this kid, and I'll offer you 100 live sacrifices. At these words, Manda was finally satisfied. He scrutinized the enemy before him and let out a snort of contempt. Orochimaru, have you really fallen so low that you can't even handle a brat anymore? Orochimaru wanted to retort, but the words stuck in his throat. Go ahead and put on an act. Don't be fooled. Though Ag might look like a mere 11-year-old boy, his mastery of water release has already far surpassed his peers. In fact, there were few in the entire Hidden Leaf village who could rival his skill. And yet, what puzzled Orochimaru even more was Ag's seemingly inexhaustible chakra. Even while sustaining such a massive jutsu, Ag hadn't even broken a sweat. This kid is definitely hiding something incredible. Go on, Manda. Shut up. Who are you to boss me around? The enormous snake opened its maw wide, a foul wind sweeping forth as it lunged and swallowed Ag whole. Well then, Orochimaru, when do I get my... Wait! Orochimaru's eyes narrowed sharply. Water release remained intact. That idiot Manda hadn't bitten into anything real at all. Before he could finish his thought, there was a sudden splash as Ag's form burst from the water beneath Manda in a ghostly blur. Clutching his blade, the current swirling around it, Ag drove it fiercely into Manda's purple scales. Manda let out a savage hiss of pain, thrashing his colossal body and sending towering waves crashing in every direction. With his strike landing home, Ag vanished once more, leaving behind several explosive tags around Manda's wound. You little brat, if you've got guts, come out of the water and face me. Manda roared furiously, churning the waters into chaos. Your grandpa's here. Ag's voice rang out beside Manda's enormous head. This time, the blade found its mark, piercing right through his lantern-sized right eye. With a deft step off the blade's hilt, Ag formed a quick seal. Art is an explosion. A chain of deafening blasts erupted. Wave after wave of fire and shock burst forth from the explosive tags, tearing Manda's enormous body into bloody, charred fragments. In the end, the great serpent collapsed in the receding waters, like a mountain of ruined flesh. Ag brushed blood from his forehead, prodding the blast-torn pieces of Orochimaru with his blade. Surely that was enough to finish you off. With a flick of the wrist, he shook off the blood from his sword and sheathed it with a sharp ring. He had only taken a step when, suddenly, an icy, slick sensation twined around his upper body. Damn! Several white serpents tightened around his arms and torso, gripping him like unyielding ropes. Orochimaru slithered out from some unseen shadow, his entire body slick with mucus. He was in a miserable state, yet there was a nauseating excitement gleaming in his eyes. A perfect body. Now it belongs to me. A greedy, fanatical light shone in Orochimaru's eyes as his long tongue flicked across his lips. How foolish, Orochimaru. When did you ever get the illusion that you had me under control? Aisai's voice rang out from behind Orochimaru, sending a chill straight down his spine. He jerked his head downward, only to realize there was never an Uchiha trapped at all. It was himself, not his prey, who was bound tightly by those relentless serpents. A trace of confusion crept into Orochimaru's voice. TCA, you brought your illusions to such a level. Aisai let out a cold chuckle, the three tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. Die, you trash, menace to the Hidden Leaf Village. With a swift motion, Aisai drew his sword. The surface of the water seemed to shudder, roiling with an uneasy energy. Raising his blade, he drew the lingering currents toward it, the water twisting and coiling, compressing along the blade as if it were alive. In the end, the surging flow took shape as a massive, dazzling blue blade, impossibly large, its chilling light gleaming menacingly. Go to hell, you scum! Aisai shouted, fury in his voice, as the 5-meter-long water blade tore through the air. Slicing down with unstoppable force, it crashed toward the bound Orochimaru, promising to cut through anything in its path. Orochimaru is notoriously cunning. Ordinary shinobi would rarely find a way to finish him for good. Mission update. Current objective. Eliminate Orochimaru in progress. TCH. Aisai glanced at the remains. Orochimaru's body, cleanly split in two by the water blade. He curled his lip in annoyance. This guy's tenacity is unreal. Even if I wiped out every alien in the galaxy with this method, I still might not manage to kill him. Still, Aisai sealed the corpse, stowing it away in a scroll. After all, this was his accomplishment. Just then, his two companions and Tsunade finally arrived, taking their time. Aisai suddenly flashed a big grin. Lady Tsunade, this round goes to me. He gave his teammates a brisk summary of what had happened. Once again, Tsunade voiced a question born from the depths of her soul. You killed Orochimaru? No. More accurately, I only drove him off. Aisai pointed to the snake's skin scattered on the ground. Looks like he's mastered some strange body-switching jutsu. It's almost impossible to finish him off for good. Let's talk as we walk. After all the commotion, returning to the town to rest was out of the question. So they made their way deep into the woods, far from any signs of life. Yamato used his 3-rooms 1-hall technique to conjure up a small house for them to rest in. They gathered around a little wooden table, discussing their next move. Orochimaru came for Aisai today. Resting her chin in one hand, Tsunade gave voice to the obvious. Years ago, Orochimaru once lamented the fragility of life. He claimed that he must discover the secret to immortality. That's why he conducted those bizarre experiments. The reason he approached us on his own accord was probably because he needed Ag as material for his experiments. No one expected, however, that he would end up being beaten into such a sorry state by an 11-year-old kid. At this, Tsunade gave Ag another searching look. Judging from the puddles on the ground, Ag must have used a large-scale water release technique. Who taught him that? Looking back through Uchiha history, not a single shinobi has ever displayed such an ability. If you broaden your view a bit, second Grandpa Tobirama could certainly pull that off. After all, he's the ninja famously said to have made a pact with the sea itself. Could it be that second Grandpa passed the technique to some elder, who then taught Ag? Plus, Ag even inherited second Grandpa's blade. An Uchiha, wielding the jutsus of Senju Tobirama. Tsunade felt as though the world had gone mad. Meanwhile, Ag shivered under Tsunade's intense gaze. What's with the staring? Look, I don't even have any money left to lose to you. Ahem, Lady Tsunade, I won this time, Ag declared. Yes, you won, Tsunade replied absent-mindedly. Tsunade, oh Tsunade, you're just as hopelessly generous as my big brother. Mission reward. You have obtained the forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei. According to their agreement, Tsunade owed Ag a gift. He was just about to request his money back when he heard something that dashed all his hopes. It's all gone. You've got 3,700 Ryo left, Tsunade announced. What? Lady Tsunade, how could you do this to me? Ag was on the verge of losing it, moaning helplessly inside, my money gone. He was about to throw himself on the floor in a tantrum, while Tsunade rolled her eyes so hard they might as well have hit the ceiling. It was hard to reconcile this pitiful, noisy boy with a ninja who just forced Orochimaru to retreat. Tsunade's head throbbed from the ruckus. Fine, I'll write you an IOU, happy? Ag shook his head fiercely. Everyone knew Tsunade's IOUs weren't worth the paper they were printed on. I heard Lady Tsunade owns dozens of spare houses. You don't even use half of them anyway. Why not give me one? Since he couldn't get his money back, he figured he'd recoup his losses another way. As for that necklace, no way he'd touch it. Too risky, too many have died because of it. Heh, kid, at least you know what's good for you, Tsunade finally conceded. When you're back in Konoha, pick whichever place you want. Tell the old man I agreed. He'll handle the formalities for you. All right, let's get back to business, Tsunade prompted. Kakashi spread a map out across the table. With Orochimaru on the run, we've lost our leads. What's the next move? Kakashi-senpai, Jiraiya once told me that Orochimaru set up laboratories all over the ninja world. Someone said, we should strike while Orochimaru's vulnerable and destroy those places as quickly as we can. Kakashi pondered for a while before saying, all right then, I'll think of another way to get in touch with Lord Jiraiya. With the plan set, no one had anything more to add. Kakashi turned to ask Tsunade about her intentions. Lady Tsunade, would you like to return to Konoha with us? Tsunade refused without a second thought. What happens in Konoha has nothing to do with me. Tomorrow, you'll head back to the village. Shizen and I will continue roaming the ninja world. Kakashi knew it wasn't his place to say more. He understood how much Tsunade had endured over the years, how all those blows had shaped her into who she was now. The night passed quietly. At dawn, the Konoha team bid Tsunade farewell. Goodbye, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade waved them off impatiently. Hurry up and be on your way. Don't waste my time. I've got gambling to do. Then she ruffled Ainsai's hair. Kid, make sure you earn lots of money. Next time we meet, you'd better bring it all from me. Trouble. Kakashi and Tenzo turned their heads in unison, only to see Ainsai growing visibly heated, almost literally steaming with rage. Arg, that's it. I'm going all out. It took all of Kakashi's and Tenzo's strength combined just to drag him away. Within a cave, the masked man received news that Orochimaru had been driven off. He found it hard to believe. Orochimaru was just a minor nuisance in his eyes. But who could have imagined he'd be defeated so completely? No wonder he managed to take down Itachi so easily. This kid really doesn't disappoint. Zetsu threw in a jab from the side. Of course. Don't forget, the first time he met you, he landed you a solid blow. The masked man instantly raised his voice. What do you mean, blow? That was just me probing his strength. If I'd gotten serious, both he and Kakashi would have been dead where they stood. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. You insolent fool. How dare you brush me off like that? Zetsu had no interest in arguing further with the blockhead masked man. He still had plenty to take care of. A few days later, the Konoha squad regrouped with Jiraiya in the Land of Grass. They wandered for quite a while before finally tracking down an abandoned laboratory. As soon as they stepped inside, the heavy scent of blood assaulted their senses, mixed with a faint whiff of smoke. Jiraiya picked up one of the lab reports and glanced swiftly at its contents. Orochimaru was stationed here for quite some time. He only stopped keeping records about half a month ago. Looks like he torched some of the place before he left. There might still be some useful materials here. Let's split up, search around carefully, and stay alert. The four immediately fanned out, launching a thorough search of the lab. Ainsai kicked open an iron door and entered a small room. Inside, several shelves rose upright, each crammed with dense rows of books. There was barely any dust on the cover of the books. It seemed Orochimaru read them often. The books themselves covered a wide array of topics: medicine, science, theology, and so much more. A sudden idea struck Ag, and he moved to check the shelves at the back. Sure enough, he found a wooden box, neatly filled with small notebooks. Inside were Orochimaru's latest experimental results, along with some personal notes and insights. These are all incriminating evidence against Orochimaru. I have to bring them back to the Leaf. He hugged the box and started heading out, only to stumble over a cylindrical object on the floor. What is this? Ag bent down to pick it up. It turned out to be an ancient-looking scroll. Inside, he found Orochimaru's research and understanding of the impure world reincarnation jutsu. The scientist of the shinobi world initiated. Many years ago, Lord Tobirama developed the forbidden impure world reincarnation technique. But the first version of the jutsu had serious shortcomings. It couldn't draw out the full power of the deceased. Who would have thought, after all these years, that a descendant would not only pick up the jutsu, but refine it too? You have mastered the enhanced version of the forbidden jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Much later, Ag's group packed up a good many items from Orochimaru's lab and took them all away. Just before they left, Jiraiya paused for a long look at the laboratory. Orochimaru, how did you end up like this? He couldn't help but recall the days when the three of them trained under the old master. Back then, he'd been the village idiot, considered the underdog, while Orochimaru was the genius he aspired to catch up with all his life. Yet over the years, Jiraiya became one of the legendary three, Konoha's epitome, and notorious as the eccentric pervy sage. It sounded good enough, perhaps. And yet, The old master had once thought that Orochimaru would be his successor, but after a string of tragedies, Orochimaru had set foot on a path of no return. Jiraiya had uncovered the truth. Even after defecting from the village, Orochimaru had continued colluding with Danzo all these years. Taking advantage of his authority, Danzo funneled money and test subjects to Orochimaru. With each passing year, the blood on Orochimaru's hands deepened. Jiraiya couldn't even imagine how many people had died because of him. Orochimaru, I swear I'll take you down myself. Fire style, dragon flame bomb. A roaring dragon made of fire erupted forth, instantly engulfing the lab in flames. Let's go, Jiraiya said, heavy-hearted. Let's find somewhere to rest. Evening, at a small eatery. The four of them ordered a few vegetarian dishes and 4 bowls of rice. Ag even shamelessly asked for a huge complimentary bowl of soup. Jiraiya looked at the dishes, then at Ag. Kid, we're not refugees. You could at least let us have a decent meal. Ever since the incident with the security department, Jiraiya's patience for Ag had run thin. Not even a bottle of wine today. Isn't that just picking on us? Isai didn't say a word. He simply pulled out his wallet and displayed its meager contents to Jiraiya. That's all I have. We'll have to count on Senior Tenzo to cover tonight's lodging. Tenzo quietly raised his hand. Leave that to me. I'll take care of it. Bang. Jiraiya gave Tenzo a little smack on the head. Is lodging really the issue here? The real problem is whether we can order a few more dishes. No money. Jiraiya clicked his tongue in annoyance. Kid, the security division pays pretty well. You're not married. Where's all your cash going? Isai shut his mouth tight. No matter what, dead or alive, he couldn't let the truth slip. Ernest Tenzo, hoping to ease the awkwardness, spoke up. Actually, it's not Isai's fault. He lost it all to Lady Tsunade. Aha! Isai went berserk. Tenzo, with your bushy eyebrows and honest face. Why do you always stab straight into the heart? They had promised only a few people would ever know about this. Oh no. Tenzo slapped his hand over his mouth. Did I say too much? Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Good grief. Is there really anyone in the entire ninja world who could lose to Tsunade? And to lose every penny he owned, no less. How spectacularly unlucky do you have to be for that? Jiraiya burst out laughing, utterly delighted. He slapped a banknote down on the table. Boss, bring out your finest dishes. 2 hours later, after the meal and a pleasant round of drinks, the group returned to the inn to rest. Isai, still sulking, locked himself in a small private room, refusing to talk to anyone. That left the 3 brawny men sharing the other room. Luckily, the room was spacious, there was plenty of space, and it didn't feel crowded at all. Kakashi lounged on the sofa and pulled out a copy of Make Out Paradise from his backpack. Lord Jiraiya, please keep it a secret that Isai lost his money to Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya's grin nearly split his face. That kid seemed so sharp, yet who would have guessed he was such a disaster in this department? Soon, his attention shifted to the book in Kakashi's hands. He knew Kakashi was his #1 fan. Every time a new book came out, Kakashi would be first in line to buy it. Now, this is a signed edition. These go for dozens of times the price on the black market. Kakashi, you sure didn't mind spending big. Kakashi shook his head. Actually, Isai gave it to me when we first met. What? Jiraiya's impression of Isai grew more nuanced. A genius Uchiha ninja, unmatched among his peers. But what cost? Colossally, catastrophically unlucky with gambling, beyond even the most notorious losers out there. Always upright and selfless in public. In private, sneaking off to read steamy fiction. He really was an interesting kid. Kakashi, how Tsunade these days? Kakashi closed his book and said, she's still the same, betting and drinking. I asked if she wanted to come back to Konoha, but she refused. Jiraiya let out a long, melancholic sigh. Tsunade, she's had her share of hardships. He tapped the side of his head and said, let's get some rest. We have another long day of travel tomorrow. Days of trekking had left them utterly exhausted, and soon they slipped into sleep. But in the next room, Aishi couldn't fall asleep. He pulled out the evidence he'd collected that day from his scroll once again. The more he examined it, the less satisfied he felt. The documents hinted at Danzo's involvement far too vaguely. The old snake could easily wriggle out of responsibility. Maybe I should add a little more, he thought. After all, everything in there really was Danzo's handiwork. There was no injustice in it. He took out his lighter and set one of the documents alight. As flames crept halfway up the paper, he snapped his fingers. Droplets of water fell onto the burning sheet, sending up wisps of blue-gray smoke. Next, he opened another scroll and, imitating Orochimaru's handwriting, began fabricating new details. And so the process repeated. By the time they returned to Konoha, half a month had already gone by. Because the mission involved Orochimaru, even the usually free-spirited Jiraiya hurried back without delay. The very first thing they did upon return was was report to the Hokage. We were ambushed by Orochimaru. Even though we managed to beat him, he still got away in the end. He seems to have mastered a strange kind of body substitution jutsu. Hiruzen took a drag on his pipe, resignation flickering in his eyes. He'd hoped Orochimaru might one day mend his ways, but after attacking his former comrades, that hope was clearly in vain. But thanks to Lord Jiraiya's assistance, we tracked down one of Orochimaru's former laboratories. There, we managed to uncover a number of things. As Aishi spoke, they laid stack after stack of materials across the Hokage's desk. After Hiruzen finished reviewing the fabricated evidence that Aishi had assembled, his hands shook with anger. That bastard Danzo. What in the world has he done? He's murdered Konoha's ninja, reported them as missing, and handed them over to Orochimaru's experiments. He siphoned funds from the orphanage to conduct cruel human experimentation. And this is just what we found. Who knows what else he's done that we haven't uncovered? Hiruzen gritted his teeth in fury. All of you go home for now. And someone, bring Danzo here at once. When Danzo entered the office, Hiruzen let loose a furious tirade, not giving him a moment's respite. As Danzo stammered that he hadn't done anything recently, Hiruzen hurled a scroll directly at his face. Look! Danzo unrolled the scroll, his face draining of color in an instant. That fool Orochimaru. Why did he have to keep things like this? You kept such detailed records. Are you the warehouse manager or the accountant? The more Danzo read, the more his mind began to itch with unease. Wait a minute, a lot of these incidents have nothing to do with me. Hiruzen, did those Uchiha kids bring all this here? Hiruzen suddenly narrowed his eyes. Danzo, your sources are almost too impressive. You even know what's going on in my office. No, the hell with you. Danzo was convinced that Hiruzen had truly lost his mind. Even though he was currently suspended and under investigation, he was still second in command after all. And besides, they had arrived out in the open. Was it so odd that he knew about it? But Hiruzen was clearly still fuming. He wasn't about to worry about any of that. How dare Danzo keep an eye on him? He'd always been the one, as Hokage, to monitor others. Since when was it acceptable for someone to watch over him? It seemed Danzo still wielded too much power. Sensing Hiruzen's foul mood, Danzo tried to steady his voice, opting for a gentler tone. Hiruzen, this so-called evidence is very likely fabricated. Fabricated? That's right. How could I possibly pull off something this major without making sound? Obviously, those brats are trying to set me up. Hiruzen only let out a cold chuckle. You and the Uchiha have always been at odds. Maybe Ag could hold a grudge, but what about Kakashi? Would White Fong-san really stoop to this? And let's not forget, the team leader was none other than my own student, Jiraiya. Plus, there's Tenzo. He's never told a single lie in his life. Danzo, are you saying you don't trust them, or that you don't trust your Hokage? Truth be told, Danzo didn't trust anyone. He only trusted himself. Hiruzen, do you understand how deep that boy's cunning runs? You can't treat him as just another child. All I know is Ag inherited Kagami's will, a will that's dedicated to protecting the village he loves. Danzo stared intently at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, stop bringing up Kagami. He's been dead for years. That so-called will. That's just another mask. The Uchiha are born with darkness in their hearts. They can never be trusted. At this, Hiruzen's fury erupted. Then tell me, who am I supposed to trust? Should I rely on a deputy who consorts with rogue ninjas, serving both sides of the coin? No. Hiruzen suddenly dropped his voice, quiet yet heavy. From today onward, there's no more deputy. Danzo's head buzzed as if struck. Monkey, what do you mean? Shimura Danzo, as of now, you are dismissed from your role as Hokage's advisor. Danzo could not believe what he was hearing. He'd lived his whole life as number two. And now, over a matter this trivial, he was to be stripped of his post? Monkey, there's nothing but darkness in the Uchiha's hearts. Trusting them will get you killed. Leave. Monkey, get out. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo, I'm Hokage. With those words, Danzo pushed open the door to the office and left. Lord Tobirama, you saw that, didn't you? Hiruzen is actually starting to believe the Uchiha's nonsense. You should have chosen me back then. Hokage Tower, on the rooftop. Hiruzen stood there, quietly looking down on the hidden leaf village he had governed for decades. Footsteps drew near. Jiraiya came to stand beside him. Old man, you called for me. Well, what do you think? Jiraiya scratched his head. About what? That young kid, Inosuke. What's your impression of him? Jiraiya thought for a moment. He's different from most Uchiha. Seems like a child with a kind heart. Hiruzen turned to face his student, who was a full head taller than him. I want to entrust Inosuke to you. Teach him well, just as you once taught Minato. Help him become a true inheritor of the will of fire. At this, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. Old man, I've got a lot on my plate. Where am I going to find the time to teach him? And besides, Jiraiya added cautiously, he's still an Uchiha. After all, that's exactly why his qualities are so precious, because he bears the Uchiha name. Remember, Lord Tobirama himself once chose Kagami as his guard. Jiraiya knew of Kagami, the Uchiha who died young, a man who had earned Tobirama's trust. Such a pity, lost so soon. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Hiruzen broke into a faint smile and said something completely unexpected. Don't you think, sometimes, that kid is a bit like Lord Tobirama? Jiraiya pondered. If you mean the hair color and those red eyes, maybe a little. Smack! Hiruzen gave Jiraiya a firm swat on the head. This student of his, never the serious type. He has a shadow of Lord Tobirama in him. Jiraiya teased. Old man, you're not suggesting Inosuke and Lord Tobirama could have some cosmic connection, are you? That's a stretch, even for you. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hiruzen said nothing. He just looked quietly at Jiraiya. Jiraiya finally covered his own mouth. What you're passing on to him isn't just strength. It's the heart that sacrifices everything to protect friends and the village. He has tremendous potential, but if he isn't guided correctly, he could go astray. With that, Hiruzen turned and walked away. What you teach him, he can someday pass on to Naruto as well. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. Naruto, Minato-e-son. How could he forget? This little guy was now Ingsi's shadow, glued to his every step. Jiraiya didn't turn down Hiruzen's request. As a devoted follower of Mount Myaboku, his first instinct was to wonder if this was fate at work. According to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, a child of prophecy would one day appear and reshape the ninja world, and that ninja was destined to be his own student. Over the years, Jiraiya had taken on quite a few students, but none of them had fulfilled the prophecy. Could it be that he was finally catching a glimpse of destiny's favor? Irritated, Jiraiya ruffled his own hair. He never should have come back. Forget it. The old man didn't actually say he had to teach him ninjutsu. He could just hand down some wisdom and life lessons. Soon enough, Ingsi, who was sharpening a knife at home, was called out by Jiraiya. Starting today, I'll be your teacher, Jiraiya announced. Ingsi gave Jiraiya a skeptical look. With all due respect, Master Jiraiya, I mean no offense, but will you be teaching me the art of peeping or how to write scandalous novels? Jiraiya made as if to smack him on the forehead, but his hand cut through empty air. If it weren't for the old man, I wouldn't bother with you at all. I got would-be disciples lined up from here to the land of hot water. With a grand wave of his hand, Jiraiya continued, All right then, Ingsi interjected. Then, Master Jiraiya, how about you head home for now? I have a night shift tonight. I'll get in touch when I'm free. What did you just say? Jiraiya blurted, but before he could react further, Ingsi had already dashed away in a flash. Sorry, I'm late, sorry. Ingsi gulped down some water. Let's go switch shifts with the seniors. A few Uchiha walked down the street together, and it was clear that Daihua had something on his mind. Ingsi, did you hear? Itachi is joining the Umbu tomorrow. He's already 11? Not yet, actually. I think it's still a while before his birthday. Halfway through his sentence, Daihua suddenly turned to Ingsi. Maybe his priorities were a bit misplaced. So, Itachi really made it into Umbu? Daihua gave a small nod. The third day after you left on your mission, Itachi got called away on a task too. He made it back only half a day before you. I heard about it yesterday when I was visiting the clan leader's house. Overheard it by chance. Daihua sighed, a hint of wonder in his voice. Honestly, I never expected it. An Uchiha actually made it into the Umbu. To the Uchiha, joining the Umbu was as unlikely as winning the lottery. After all, the Umbu were personally overseen by the Hokage, handling affairs big and small within the village. To become one of them was no small feat, even among shinobi. You had to be loyal to the Hokage, and you also needed to fit the Umbu's air of mystery. Take Guy, for instance. He didn't exactly have that mysterious style. In a fight, everyone would ignore his codename. The moment he shouted, "The Blue Beast of Konoha," his cover was blown instantly. Oh, Ag replied absent-mindedly, sounds good. Let's go. The group wandered slowly down the street, but Ag's mind had already drifted far from the conversation. Itachi's entry into the ANBU was all part of Fugaku's plan. He wanted Itachi to become a spy. The moment the Uchiha clan decided to rebel, they would strike from within and without it once, assassinate Hiruzen with a single blow, and seize the Hokage's tower. They proclaimed to the world, Hiruzen is dead. Uchiha shall now reign. In theory, there was nothing wrong with this plan. After all, Itachi was his own flesh and blood, utterly trustworthy, wasn't he? But then again, Itachi was no ordinary son. He was a prodigy. Who could have predicted he'd turn traitor? Just like another prodigy, he ended up killing his parents, kin, friends, even the one he loved. And what's even more shocking, that scoundrel forced Sasuke to witness it all again and again. Hatred me, Sasuke, he said. Wasn't that just nonsense? It's a marvel Sasuke didn't chop him up and feed him to the pigs. Yet here he was, still haunting everyone. The following day, Itachi reported in to ANBU. He was welcomed by Kakashi. Another brat from the Uchiha clan? Am I destined to butt heads with them forever? Itachi gave a slight bow. Kakashi-senpai, I look forward to learning from you. There's not much for me to teach. Go pick up your gear, your uniform, and fill out the onboarding forms. ANBU work is tough. Hope you're ready for it. I'll do my best. I won't let the Hokage down. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Come on, follow me. As he led the way, Kakashi muttered under his breath. What's up with these Uchiha kids? One's loyal to the core, the other's full of hope. Must be something in the water. Meanwhile, Hiruzen's decision to bring Itachi into the ANBU naturally sparked a private discussion between two old friends. Hiruzen, I understand you want to resolve the Uchiha dilemma. But lately, haven't you been a bit too accommodating toward them? Hamura pushed up his glasses, giving Koharu a nudge to chime in as well. Koharu caught on immediately and rushed to agree. Yes, first you had Jiraiya tutor Ag, and now you've slotted Itachi into ANBU. This is far too risky. Setting down his scroll, Hiruzen invited them both to sit for a proper conversation. So what are you suggesting? Should I dismiss Itachi from ANBU tomorrow, just because he steps in with his left foot instead of his right? Koharu could tell Hiruzen was being combative. Naturally, an order from the Hokage can't be issued on a whim, but if we've brought Itachi on board, shouldn't we make sure he's of some value to us? What kind of value? Lowering her voice, Koharu asked, Is there a way to have Itachi serve as our own spy within the Uchiha clan? It was a bold suggestion, so bold that even Hamura was visibly startled. Yet Hiruzen's face remained calm and composed. Wait, Hiruzen, you're not seriously considering. Nichiren took a long drag of his cigarette. Spy, you say? He's just a kid who puts the bigger picture above his own interests, that's all. With Itachi joining the Umbu, the Uchiha clan itself quickly split into two camps. One side felt, how can a proud Uchiha serve as Konoha's lapdog? The other side argued, if Itachi can enter the Umbu today, tomorrow he could be a guard, the day after he'll be an advisor, and before long, he'll become Hokage himself. Advisor, my foot. What's an advisor for, now that Danzo's been dismissed? All the better. That just leaves a spot open for Itachi. I'm telling you, the Hokage is paving the way for him. You've lost it. How much have you all had a drink? Maybe sober up before you start another meeting. Clan leader Fugaku, is there some deeper reason for you letting Itachi join the Umbu? At this question, the noisy room finally quieted down. Every eye turned to Fugaku, waiting for his reply. Itachi's future, whether it follows one path or another, is not for me to decide, nor is it for him. Ultimately, it's the Hokage who calls that shot. Fugaku paused, then continued with his trademark evasiveness. If, in the days to come, the village sends the Uchiha more gestures of goodwill, then I believe both sides could coexist peacefully. But if we continue to suffer unfair treatment, then I can't rule out the possibility of a coup. The clansmen gave each other significant looks. So, after all that talk, he'd managed to say absolutely nothing. Their leader was still playing both sides, hedging his bets. Several elders snorted in contempt, not even bothering to speak. Rebel if you want to rebel. Play humble if you want to play humble. This constant wavering. Sooner or later it'll land the whole clan in real trouble. Fugaku heard the murmurs of discontent and cleared his throat, trying again to dodge the hard questions by changing the subject. How's the police force doing these days? Why are there so few officers here tonight? A clansman stood up. Clan leader Fugaku, they're busy with Elder Ag, helping him run a recruitment drive. A recruitment drive? This caught Fugaku's interest. He vaguely remembered Ag mentioning it in the morning. He'd agreed without thinking it through. He'd assumed they'd just be hiring a handful of extra hands, but now it sounded like something bigger. Once we're done here, I'll go have a look. At the police headquarters, a few Uchiha were drafting up a recruitment notice. Hiring 100 new police force officers. Requirements: physically fit, upright character, no vices. Benefits: wait, 100? Fugaku inhaled sharply. Is this a recruitment drive, or the start of a revolt? If the Hokage finds out, won't he kill you for this? Ag, aren't you going a bit overboard? The whole police force has just 200 members, and you want to expand by half? The Hokage is bound to get suspicious. But Ag stood his ground and responded without a trace of doubt. The security division exists to protect every single villager. I understand this. The clan chief understands this, and so does the Hokage. If we had enough people, we might have caught the intruder last time. But as things stand, the culprit is still at large, and unrest is brewing throughout the village. If we don't show some initiative, how can we reassure those depending on us? Fugaku scratched his head, thinking to himself how eccentric Isai really was. Whenever he talked about these things, he sounded so righteous it was almost intimidating. Yet in daily life, he was always cheerful and lighthearted. Fugaka knew Isai's parents as well, and neither of them were quite like this. Who did he take after, really? Surely not Tobirama. Bah, nonsense, why would I even think that? With Fugaku's tacit approval, the recruitment efforts for the security division proceeded remarkably smoothly. It wasn't just that the Uchiha paid well. The wages were 30% higher compared to regular jobs. More importantly, the Uchiha clan had opened up ways for internal members to learn ninjutsu. Don't underestimate these seemingly simple techniques. For the children of ordinary citizens, school might be their only chance to touch ninja tools at all. Even basic techniques like the fireball jutsu, some might never have the chance to learn them in their lifetime. Given these incentives, many villagers braced themselves and decided to give it a shot. Whose leadership really mattered, anyway? As long as there was food on the table, a chance to practice ninjutsu, and the ability to defend themselves against bandits, that was all they ever wanted. As for the risks, with the illustrious Hokage around, what danger could possibly befall the Hidden Leaf Village? Who could be ruthless enough to wipe out the entire security division, after all? For all these reasons, the expansion of the security division went off without a hitch. Hiruzen was, of course, fully aware of all this, but there was nothing he could do. The management regulations left by Lord Tobirama made it crystal clear. The Uchiha were authorized to recruit personnel as needed, with the specifics left to their discretion. And under present circumstances, more hands were definitely required. Besides, they were only hiring ordinary villagers. What trouble could that possibly stir up? With them, Hiruzen felt entirely at ease. He'd only consider other ninja clans when it came time to form alliances. It wasn't until a week later that all recruitment, onboarding, and training were finally brought to completion. The security division's arrangements were simple. Civilian ninja were assigned to tasks with minimal risk. The core members were focused on maintaining law and order throughout the village. With fresh blood joining their ranks, clan members who used to lament nonstop finally got to relax a little. You could send me to the battlefield, blade in hand, and I'd fight the enemy without complaint. If I died, well, that's on me. But if you made me pick up trash or clean the sewers, I'd be cursing you and your ancestors for 8 generations, at least in my heart. A few days later, Isai, having earned broad recognition, was promoted to vice captain of the security division. Fugaku was still the official captain, and any further promotion would have been just improper. With these matters resolved, Isai managed to carve out some time for himself. He sent Kuro to knock on Naruto's door, and before long, that little blonde boy came running over, all eagerness and excitement. It had been a while since Naruto last saw Ag, and the little guy had missed him. Ag-sensei, you're finally back. There was no time for chatter. Naruto immediately pulled out his kunai and, with a flourish, showed off his skills. Look, while you were away from the village, I practiced every single day. Ag gave a hearty thumbs up. Impressive. One day, you'll definitely become an outstanding ninja, just like the 4th Hokage. But before that day comes, I suppose I'll watch over the village for you, for maybe 7 or 8 decades. Naruto waggled his head in pride. I've mastered the clone jutsu too. Ag had taught Naruto the clone technique before, never expecting the boy to practice so diligently every day. As he spoke, little Naruto drew a deep breath. He formed the hand seals. Clone jutsu. A loud puff, a burst of smoke cleared, and there stood a crooked, wobbly little clone. Before Ag could comment, the clone vanished without a trace. I messed up that time. Let me try again. Clone jutsu. Again. Clone jutsu. With Naruto's repeated attempts filling the air with bangs and bursts, Jiraiya, who had been sneakily peeking from nearby, watched with thoughtful eyes. It seems the Nine-Tails chakra really does affect Naruto, he mused. Who's there? Ag called out, quickly flinging a kunai that sliced right past Jiraiya's hair and thudded deep into a tree trunk. Hey kid, you trying to kill me, or what? Jiraiya scolded, stomping over in a huff. Come on, bring your head over here, and I'll show you how flat I can make it. Oh, it's Lord Jiraiya. Sneaking around like that, I thought Orochimaru had come. What do you want? Jiraiya's teeth ground in exasperation. You cheeky brat, what do you think I want? The old man pesters me every day about why I haven't started training you. I'm about to lose my mind. Ag paused in surprise, not having realized Hiruzen was so invested in the matter. Wait a minute, is this about becoming a pupil? He could see plainly this was about choosing sides. While the two adults debated, Naruto curiously inspected Jiraiya. Is this weird old guy part of Ag-sensei's family too? He's got white hair just like him. Sometimes, Ag had to marvel at Naruto's imagination. If hair color alone made someone family, wouldn't that mean he was Tobirama's grandson or Kakashi's little brother? Jiraiya couldn't hold back a laugh. This was, after all, his first time meeting Minato's son face-to-face in years. Little Naruto, you've grown so much. Last time I saw you, you were still in your mother's belly. Naruto's interest flared. Uncle, you knew my parents? But of course, your parents were, well, truly remarkable shinobi. Hearing this, Naruto nearly jumped up with happiness. He finally managed to learn a little more about his parents. If he kept asking around, maybe he'd be able to get a photo of them. Naruto had already made up his mind. When that moment came, he'd buy a picture frame and keep it on his desk so it would feel just like they were there with him. Just the thought of it made him happy. Uncle, do you have a photo of my parents? Jiraiya's expression turned instantly serious as he thought it over for a long time. Sorry, I don't. Oh, I see. Naruto looked a little disappointed, but still thanked him very politely. Thank you, Uncle, for telling me about my parents. He fumbled through his pockets for a while, finally pulling out a shiny, new shuriken. This is the very first shuriken I bought for myself. I want to give it to you as a gift. Jiraiya's voice trembled a bit. Thank you. Jiraiya, have received it. You're the second person to ever thank me. I guess I've just made another friend. Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, who's the first? Oh, that's easy. Teacher Ag, of course. He was the first one willing to be my friend. I was so hungry that night, and Teacher Ag bought me a bowl of ramen, loaded with extra pork. A few hours later, Naruto was fast asleep, sprawled out on his blanket, snoring softly. Every now and then, he'd break into a quiet laugh, clearly lost in a very pleasant dream. Ag, thank you for looking after Naruto. I just couldn't bear to watch the child of a hero be turned into some monster everyone wants to hunt. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. I've been so focused on searching for the child of destiny, I suppose I overlooked. Ag waved away Jiraiya's words. Whether it's you, Lord Jiraiya, or even Senior Kakashi, your reasons don't matter to me. Tell me, Lord Jiraiya, do you really think the promise of some so-called prophesied child is more important than living a good life today? But of course, kid, maybe you just don't understand how extraordinary the Great Toad Sage really is. Mentioning this, Jiraiya seemed to snap out of his gloom and back to life. He started reminiscing about first stumbling into Mount Myaboku and meeting the legendary Great Toad Sage. How he'd spent decades crisscrossing the ninja world on countless missions, all for this purpose. Though he hadn't found his answer yet, he felt he was getting close. Lately, the Great Toad Sage kept dreaming, saying the child of prophecy would soon appear at his side. Ag could feel a headache coming on, thinking the child of prophecy is right there, sleeping. You know that, right? Suddenly, Jiraiya gave Ag's shoulder a hearty slap. Strange, I don't know why, but I feel a sudden urge to teach you some ninjutsu. I'll learn, Ag replied eagerly. Why pass up a chance to learn? Besides, Jiraiya might seem lazy on the surface, but he'd proven himself fierce back at Mount Myaboku when the giant toads got into a fight. Jiraiya formed a series of hand signs and slapped his palm onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. A black magic array slowly emerged, and from within it, a cloud of smoke began to rise. As the smoke faded away, a toad wearing a tag appeared. It carried a scroll and placed it before Ag. This is the summoning contract scroll our clan has shared with Mount Myaboku for generations. If you sign your name on it, in your own blood, you'll form a contract with Mount Myaboku. Ag bit his finger and wrote his name in the blank space at the beginning of the scroll. The name right before his was Minato Namikaze. The summoning technique, at its core, is a space-time ninjutsu. For you, it shouldn't pose much difficulty. Scientist of the ninja world, you have mastered the summoning technique. Jiraiya was silently wondering which toad Ag would be able to summon. Gamabunta was strong in both attack and defense, though famously difficult to get along with. A formidable ally, to say the least. Gamakin or Gamakichi wouldn't be a bad outcome either. One was balanced in both offense and defense, the other skilled with a blade. If Ag could summon Fukasaku or Shima, the sage elders, it would be truly remarkable. With the help of the ninja world scientist, Ag mastered the summoning technique in no time. Summoning jutsu. He clapped his hands together, forcefully. At that very moment, toads all across Mount Myaboku felt the pull of an unknown force. Fukasaku glanced up at the sky. Someone's calling us again. Is it Jiraiya? Or perhaps one of his students? Maybe it's just young Jiraiya's pupil practicing the technique. Nothing to be alarmed about. Wouldn't you agree, Great Toad Sage? The Great Toad Sage? The sage had vanished. A sudden jolt of panic ran through both Shima and Fukasaku. Could this really be happening? The greatest, highest-ranking sage of Mount Myaboku had disappeared. When a world was going on. At that same moment, in the hills behind the hidden leaf, a gigantic toad suddenly appeared. Blinking sleepily, the toad looked around in confusion, not quite sure what had happened. I just had a dream. What was it about again? I can't seem to remember. Jiraiya stared at the great toad sage in front of him, nearly passing out from shock. Why did you summon the great toad sage? What in the world did you do? Ag looked utterly innocent. All I did was clap my hands together like this, and then like that. No one's asking you about the hand signs. I want to know how you managed to summon the great toad sage in the first place. I really don't know. Meanwhile, the great toad sage regained his senses. He gave his head a gentle shake and realized someone was sitting on top of him. And who might you be? He then pointed at Jiraiya. And who are you? Only then did Jiraiya remember that Ag was still perched atop the great toad sage. He hurriedly grabbed Ag and pulled him down before turning to the sage to apologize. I'm terribly sorry, great toad sage. This has all been a huge misunderstanding. I'll send you back right away. Please don't be angry. Jiraiya was apologizing with all his might, while the great toad sage still wore a look of utter confusion. This little one seemed vaguely familiar, like he'd seen him somewhere before. But the other, the younger one, left no impression at all. He hadn't even appeared in the sage's dreams. The great toad sage strained his eyes, as if trying to remember. Your chakra, it feels very familiar. Ah, now I remember. You're little Jiraiya. But wait, this isn't Mount Myaboku, is it? For the first time, Jiraiya realized there were times when being forgotten wasn't so bad after all. Great toad sage, I'll send you back right away. And let's just pretend none of this ever happened today, Jiraiya said, frantically signaling Ainsai with his eyes. Come on, hurry up. What are you waiting for? Planning to host the great toad sage for afternoon tea? Urged on by Jiraiya, Ainsai quickly returned the great toad sage to Mount Myaboku. Phew! Jiraiya collapsed onto the ground, only now noticing his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Something Jiraiya himself couldn't do, something he'd never even heard of, had been accomplished today by a teenager. What an absurdly unbelievable day. Ainsai, ever curious, turned to Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, is that great toad sage really powerful? You still don't get it, Jiraiya replied. He's not just powerful, he's the greatest of them all. Oh, so can I summon him to help me in a fight? Jiraiya nearly fainted. Listen to me, Ainsai. Under no circumstances should you ever summon the great toad sage. He isn't a fighter. He can't help you in battle. But without him, who knows what would become of Mount Myaboku? Do you understand? Ainsai spread his hands helplessly. Understood. If he can't fight, then what's the point of summoning him? Use him as a shield like Manda? Wait a second. That actually didn't sound like a bad idea. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, that's enough for today. I'd better get over to Mount Myaboku to apologize to the two sages. So, Master Jiraiya, when will you teach me ninjutsu again next time? We'll see. You just focus on your own training for now. At this point, Jiraiya hardly dared to tutor Ainsai anymore. First, Ainsai summoned the great toad sage. Who knows what he'd do next? As he spoke, Jiraiya performed the reverse summoning technique and whisked himself away to Mount Myaboku. He had just landed when he was met by a furious throng of toads, their fists flying. Jiraiya, do you have any idea what a disaster you've caused? That was the great toad sage, and you made him fight for you. Clutching his head, Jiraiya pleaded, Please listen to me. How could I possibly do that? It was a kid who summoned the great toad sage. Stop. That's enough for now. Let's hear what he has to say. The two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, stood before Jiraiya. After listening to Jiraiya's words, their expressions became as complicated as a tangle of ancient maps. Seniors, have you ever heard of anything like this before? The pair of toads exchanged a glance, delved deep into their memories for a long while, and finally shook their heads. No, we've never heard of such a thing. Perhaps we should wait until the great toad sage wakes up before discussing further. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the ground, his mind spinning in chaos. Now, there's an important question. What if that kid, Ag, manages to summon the great toad sage again during a fight? What should we do then? Is there any way to break the summoning contract? There isn't. Jiraiya, you really know how to pick your students. Jiraiya flopped down onto the ground. How could this possibly be his fault? Who could have imagined such a thing would happen? After quite some time, the great toad sage slowly roused from his daze. Little Jiraiya, come here for a moment. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Oh, he hasn't forgotten. It shouldn't have been you who summoned me. You don't have that ability yet. Who was it? Bracing himself, Jiraiya replied. Technically, it was my student. Today I taught him the summoning technique for the first time. At these words, the great toad sage's curiosity was clearly piqued. What kind of student did little Jiraiya recruit this time? His name is Uchiha Ag. He's not yet 12 years old, has already mastered Lord Tobirama's jutsu, defeated Orochimaru, and possesses a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Well, that's most of it. The great toad sage listened quietly and didn't respond at once. Instead, he closed his eyes again. Jiraiya could even hear a faint snore, Several hours passed before the great toad sage opened his eyes once more. In my dreams, I didn't see this child at all. Jiraiya, perhaps he isn't the child of prophecy you're seeking. However, this boy does have a heart full of justice. Jiraiya felt deeply dejected. That's how fate works. Just when it offers a glimmer of hope, it dashes it away. Understand, he murmured. Jiraiya was lost in perplexity. The so-called child of prophecy often appeared right by his side, yet he could never tell who it truly was. The uncertainty gnawed at his spirit. Thankfully, Jiraiya's cheerful nature prevailed. After chatting with a few familiar toads, his mood improved considerably. I'll be heading out now. Little Jiraiya, make sure that kid never uses the summoning technique again. Don't worry, seniors, I'll warn him. Jiraiya soon found Ag again. Naruto had already gone to rest. Word had it that the great toad had nearly scared him out of his wits. Ag, however, had ordered himself a bowl of ramen, happily slurping it up. I just visited Mount Mayaboku. Luckily, the great toad sage didn't seem angry. Only, the other sages told me that under no circumstances should you ever use the summoning technique again. Ag replied with a half-hearted promise. Got it. That toad sage doesn't look like he could fight anyway. If I summoned him, I'd just have to look after him. Though Ag's words were a bit offensive to the toad sage, compared to everything that had happened before, it was a minor issue. He also ordered a bowl of ramen and sat down next to Ag. At first, I thought you were just some ordinary kid. Looks like I really underestimated you. Can I trouble you for another bottle of sake? In fact, I should have realized it sooner. Anyone who could defeat Orochimaru and walk away in one piece couldn't possibly be just an average guy. Jiraiya stopped talking, focusing on his noodles and his drink. He'd known his student was talented, but he hadn't expected him to be quite this formidable. At this point, there was hardly anything left for Jiraiya to teach. He might as well just go have some fun. Ag hadn't expected his teacher to come and go so quickly. That very morning, Jiraiya had sworn with the utmost sincerity that he would teach him some new techniques, and by evening, he'd already gone off drinking. All he left behind was, you handle your business. I'll get in touch another day. To this, Ag really wanted to ask, just when exactly is another day? Then, while Ag was taking a sip of water, Jiraiya slipped away and headed straight for a lively little tavern. He called over a few pretty girls, chuckling mischievously. Hee, this one's good. She stays. That one too. She stays as well. Ah, never mind. Let's just have all of them stay. Rubbing his hands together with excitement, he looked every bit the sly old rascal. Come on, have a seat. Sit right here next to me. But before Jiraiya could make a move, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Police! On official business. Everyone clear out. When Jiraiya saw who had barged in, he was so furious he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Uchiha Ag, are you out of your mind? We're all adults here. But Ag didn't care about any of that. He just shooed the pretty girls out of the room. He took a seat right in front of Jiraiya. Weren't you going to teach me ninjutsu, Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya was exasperated. There was no way he dared teach Ag any more ninjutsu now. Last time, Ag had summoned that giant toad. What if next time, he somehow summoned the entire Mount Mayaboku and dropped it on their enemies? Flopping back against the sofa, Jiraiya grumbled bluntly, Ag, there's really nothing left I can teach you. The old man was worried you'd go astray, but the toad sage says you have a just heart. Ag just grinned. Lord Jiraiya, then could you teach me how to use the legendary Sage Mode? Sage Mode? Jiraiya hesitated. Even I haven't fully mastered that form. Are you sure you want to learn it? Ag nodded furiously. Of course he wanted to learn Sage Mode. He might have made a name for himself in the village, but if he actually set foot on the battlefield, he could get wiped out in an instant by those overpowered monsters. And let's not even mention the aliens. Hard to learn? I've got the system, don't I? All right then, come with me. Jiraiya brought Ag to Mount Mayaboku and apologized once again to all the toads. Shima and Fukusaku, the two sages, circled Ag time and again, racking their brains but unable to comprehend. How could this seemingly ordinary child accomplish something so extraordinary? Eventually, the great toad sage called Ag before him. I remember you. You were the one who sat on top of my head. Jiraiya was so frightened he shrank in on himself, wishing he could bow and beg forgiveness right then and there. My deepest apologies, great toad sage. Ag didn't do it on purpose, right? Ag replied earnestly, I truly don't know why. I just wanted to ask the toads of Mount Mayaboku for their help. That's all. The great toad sage, having lived for over 1,000 years, did not hold such trifles to heart. Let it go. It doesn't hurt to visit the outside world from time to time. When the great toad sage heard that Jiraiya intended to teach Ag Sage Mode, he raised no objections. In fact, he was a little curious. Could this white-haired boy surpass that yellow-haired kid from years ago? With the great toad sage's blessing, Fukusaku and Shima began the lesson without delay. Listen carefully, Ag. Sage mode means absorbing a sufficient amount of natural energy to create senjutsu chakra. By harnessing natural energy, one's attacks and defenses are greatly strengthened, amplifying ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu to incredible heights. But achieving this state is extremely difficult. Even Jiraiya requires our assistance to succeed. Scientist of the ninja world, activating. You have mastered perfect Sage mode, Mount Mayaboku version. Take off your shirt, and I'll put a bit of toad oil on you. Ag raised his palm. He felt streams of natural energy surging into his body. He closed his eyes. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. In a flash, the two sages were blasted clear across the ground. As the dust settled, a golden eyeshadow took shape around Ag's eyes. You. This is Sage mode. Sage mode, a power coveted by countless shinobi, yet mastered by very few. Jiraiya had thought Ag's talent merely surpassed his own by a small margin. With the toad's help, perhaps Ag might barely reach the threshold of Sage mode. But beyond all expectation, Ag didn't need anyone's assistance at all. No lengthy preparations, no time needed to mold chakra. He only needed to close his eyes, and, upon opening them again, he had already harmonized the raging natural energy within, stepping perfectly into Sage mode in an instant. And Ag's Sage mode was flawless. Aside from that faint golden shadow around his brows and eyes, there was hardly any visible difference at all. With such astonishing success on his very first attempt, Ag caused an unprecedented stir in Mount Mayaboku. Toads of all sizes and colors came hopping over, eager to see what was happening. They gazed at the white-haired boy with curiosity, whispering among themselves in hushed voices. Even Gamabunta, known for his strange temper and a touch of pride, couldn't help but marvel aloud. This kid's even more impressive than Minato. Bunta still remembered that young blonde who left the world far too soon. He always wore a smile as warm as the sun. Years ago, Jiraiya brought him to Mount Mayaboku too, and he also learned under the Toad Sage's guidance. Compared to Jiraiya, Minato was already exceptional at Sage mode, his physical changes barely noticeable. However, he still needed time to gather Sage chakra, and he couldn't maintain it for long. But this white-haired kid surpassed even Minato. A monster, truly a monster. Ag's breath gradually settled, and he carefully sensed the tremendous power within his body. He was overflowing with power, almost to the point of bursting. If the situation weren't so serious, he would have given a perfect display of an authentic Uchiha's manic laughter. The great Toad Sage studied Ag for a long time. The child's performance went far beyond anything he had imagined. He remembered the last ninja who could instantly enter Sage mode. If he recalled correctly, the name was Hashirama. The Toad Sage looked at Ag kindly. How are you feeling? It's incredible. Unlike anything I've ever felt before. The sage lapsed into contemplation again. Just how long had Ag been maintaining Sage mode so far? It had to be 7 or 8 minutes already. He seemed to be handling it with remarkable ease. His aura was steady. His chakra flowed smoothly. There wasn't the slightest sign of strain. Little Jiraiya, you've taken on an extraordinary student. After speaking, the sage fixed his gaze on Ag for a moment longer. In all matters of a ninja world, from the grandest to the most trivial, I can dream of anything, even as small as an ant. But for some reason, there's no trace of you in any of my visions. It's as if you never truly belonged to this world. Ag shot the great Toad Sage a surprised glance, as if to say, you figured that out too? Genius. The sage cast one last look at Ag, then closed his eyes and slipped back into his dreams. Seeing this, the gathered toads slowly dispersed too, cautious not to disturb their elder's rest. Before leaving, Fukusaku and Shima gave Ag a final warning. Never use the summoning technique unless you're in real danger. And if you're in danger, all the more reason not to use it. The corner of Ag's mouth twitched. So what if I get beaten to death? Wouldn't you two feel sorry for me? Well, in that case, we'll come and back you up if we have a time. All right, I'm off then. Ag grinned broadly. This trip had been well worth it. He'd mastered Sage mode and also gained a whole squad of powerful allies. They couldn't beat the big boss, but helping to clear out the small fry should be no problem. Jiraiya and Ag left Mount Mayaboku behind. With his goal achieved, Ag started to hum a tune as he prepared to leave, but Jiraiya called him back. Now, Jiraiya was thoroughly intrigued by Ag. How about giving the traditional Konoha bell-snatching game a try? A sly smile curled across Ag's face. Are there any rules or restrictions? Go all out, Jiraiya replied, tying the bells to his waist. Just like when you fought Orochimaru. They faced each other, the air between them taut and heavy, as if even the wind held its breath. Here I come. The words had barely left Age's lips when his figure vanished like a shadow. Zulfast. Jiraiya's pupils shrank in surprise. He could feel a powerful gust surging behind him. With a twist of his body, Jiraiya unleashed a sweeping roundhouse kick aimed straight at Age's chest, powerful enough to break stone. Age didn't dodge. He merely raised his arm, brushing the attack aside with ease. He exhaled sharply, voice ringing, and launched a punch at Jiraiya, fast and explosive as a cannon blast. There was a dull thud. Jiraiya grunted and was sent flying several yards by sheer, overwhelming strength, crashing through a few branches before regaining his balance. TCH, this kid's got some real power. Might even rival Tsunade herself. A newfound seriousness glimmered in Jiraiya's gaze. He rubbed his numbed arm and nodded. Again, their battle raged on for a long time. Not until both of them were utterly spent, panting for breath, did they finally stop. As for the bells, who knew where they'd flown? Maybe they'd been shattered to pieces in the fray. Ag, I think there's nothing left I can teach you anymore. Leaning against a tree, Jiraiya pulled out a book titled The Way of Steadfast Perseverance. This is for you. I hope it will be useful. Ag didn't have to ask what Jiraiya was planning next. He was heading out in search of the child of prophecy. Ag didn't quite know what to say. Jiraiya was always chasing those distant, mystical dreams. Wouldn't it be better if he took care of Naruto for once and actually trained the boy? Ah, old pervert. Really nothing more to say to him. Ag, look after Naruto for me while I'm gone, will you? Ag froze for a second. Those words sounded oddly ominous. Almost like he was being entrusted with someone's last wishes. Staring into the distance, Jiraiya spoke. Once I find the child of prophecy and catch Orochimaru, I'll return to the village and enjoy being a carefree old man. Cold sweat trickled down Ag's neck. At that moment, Jiraiya seemed like one of those generals from stage play, flags of destiny bristling around him. But by his own calculations, Jiraiya still had a few good years ahead. Hopefully, by then, the Akatsuki would be wiped out. I'm off. Give the old man my regards. With that, Jiraiya ambled away, moving with his trademark carefree swagger. Ag quietly lifted a single middle finger in his direction. Irresponsible old man. What kind of teacher teaches for just one day, throws a book at you, and then vanishes without a care? If this were modern times, he would have been reported 1,000,000 times over already. Dock his pay. Jiraiya's departure caused scarcely a ripple in the village of Konoha. Everyone simply carried on with their own lives. Everyone, that is, except Danzo. Deep within the dimly lit foundation of Root, Danzo lifted his single eye, fixing an icy stare on the uninvited figure before him. Orochimaru, you dare show yourself in Konoha? Are you not aware that everyone is out searching for your whereabouts? From the shadows, Orochimaru's form gradually emerged. His golden serpent eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. A pack of arrogant fools, that's all. The one capable of catching me has yet to be born. Danzo didn't bother arguing further on that point. Instead, he turned to the issue that was always on his mind, with style. I've spent so much money and supplied you with all those test subjects, yet you haven't made the slightest progress on the wood-style experiments? Orochimaru shook his head. The quality of your test subjects is too poor. Frankly, it's not even worth my time to experiment on them. Suddenly, Danzo let out a sharp, dismissive grunt. Wasn't that Uchiha who invaded Konoha one of your underlings? Hearing this, Orochimaru was seething inside. Why is everything blamed on him? It was one thing for Konoha to be in the dark, but now even Danzo was trying to saddle him with every crime. Fools, the lot of them. I'll say it again, it had nothing to do with me. If I had been the one pulling the strings, Konoha would have crumbled by now. Danzo fell silent for a moment. He let the matter drop, but immediately pressed on. Hiruzen's trust in me grows thinner by the day. You need to hurry up and bring me what I want. Orochimaru slowly ran his tongue across his lips, revealing a greedy, twisted grin. Kill Uchiha Ag for me, and bring his corpse to me, completely intact. Perhaps then, what you desire might finally be within reach. Danzo's eyes widened. Wait, what, kill Uchiha Ag? Has Orochimaru lost his mind? Danzo couldn't help but think Orochimaru was being profoundly foolish. Never mind how hard Ag would be to kill. Setting that aside, suppose by some miracle he managed to take Ag down, then what? He was well aware of Ag's popularity among the Uchihas. Some even saw him as the hope for their clan's revival. If Ag were killed, the Uchihas would go berserk on that very day. Everyone in Konoha knew that Danzo and the Uchiha clan were bitter enemies, sworn to mutual destruction. Ag's body wouldn't even have gone cold before a horde of red-eyed Avengers came for Danzo, blades in hand. Even if, by some miracle, the Uchiha held back, Hiruzen would absolutely make trouble for him. He'd already lost his position as Konoha's advisor. He couldn't afford to fall any further. I know you have your eye on that kid, Danzo muttered, but making a move on him, it's a complicated affair. Orochimaru licked his lips. He thought Danzo was nothing but a fool. Who told him to dirty his own hands? Doesn't he understand the art of killing with a borrowed knife? I'll leave some traces behind, create the impression that I was in the Hidden Mist village. Naturally, Konoha won't let this news slide. In time, they're sure to send Inosuke to investigate. The Hidden Mist are all maniacs, crazier than even the Uchiha. If he goes, he'll barely scrape by with his life. If that's not enough to kill him, then we'll just use the private forces we've both cultivated outside the village and exhaust him until he's dead. After their previous encounter, Orochimaru believed he had a good understanding of Inosuke. Seeing Danzo still hesitating, Orochimaru dangled another tempting bait. Danzo, don't you want to be Hokage? At the rate that boy's growing, your time is running out. The word Hokage pierced Danzo's heart deeply. It was his lifelong dream. After all, what's the point of life without dreams? One would be no different from a dried-up fish. Very well, you and I together. This time we must kill him. It's not for myself, but for the sake of Konoha. Orochimaru sneered quietly and left the room. You really are as hypocritical as ever, Danzo. Time slipped by bit. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen received reports from all departments. Orochimaru, by all accounts, was most likely hiding in the Hidden Mist village. Hiruzen immediately summoned Kakashi. Not only do we need to track Orochimaru's whereabouts, but we must also gather intelligence on the Hidden Mist. That place has always been closed off, and we know far too little about it. Even though this was an era of peace, Hiruzen always felt that war could break out at any moment. Without enough information, Konoha would pay dearly in the future. Understand. For this mission, I still recommend Inosuke and Tenzo. Hiruzen agreed without much hesitation. This squad complemented each other well. It was a sound choice. The situation was urgent. That very night, Kakashi and Tenzo knocked on Inosuke's door. When he learned they were headed to the Hidden Mist, Inosuke froze for a second. If he remembered correctly, the friend Kakashi mentioned should be hiding there. Orochimaru. Oh, Orochimaru. You sow chaos wherever you go. Inosuke wasted no time on formalities, setting off without delay. In less than 3 days, they reached the border of the land of water. What troubled them was that the boatmen there, rather than risk the journey, would rather go hungry than venture into the land of water. Tenzo tried to negotiate, but in the end, his efforts were in vain. He sighed helplessly. He said that going without permission will get you killed by the Hidden Mist patrolling ninja. No matter what, he just won't take us. The blockade here is even tighter than we imagined. No wonder Orochimaru chose this place to hide. On the same day that Zong and Kakashi were still hesitating over how to sneak into the land of water without making a sound, Ag had already used a Sharingan to put a boatman under his control. The boatman ferried them in the direction of the land of water. If we come across patrolling shinobi, we could just quietly take them out, right? That shouldn't be much of a problem. That's a huge problem. Kakashi frowned. We're at sea. How do you kill someone without a sound when they're skilled in water release? Wait, Kakashi felt something was off. Come to think of it, Eiji himself was particularly skilled at water release. In fact, if it weren't for having to look out for the two of them, he could probably just skim all the way across the water on his own. So long as the Mizukage doesn't show up personally, there shouldn't be any trouble with Eiji leading our retreat, right? Don't worry, Senpai. Escaping is what I do best. Under normal circumstances, the Mizukage would never personally set out, not with all the responsibilities of running the village. But the current fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, was no ordinary Mizukage. He was a Mizukage controlled by the man in the mask. Inside the Mizukage's office, the masked man sat in the Mizukage chair, sifting through the files of ninjas within the village, one by one. He needed to find some new underlings. Thus far, aside from Kisame, he hadn't found anyone suitable. And the Mizukage stood silently to the side, still as a puppet with the life and will already drain from his body. Long ago, he'd fallen under the control of the masked man and was nothing more than a marionette now. As for the infighting and bloodshed within the village, the masked man didn't care in the slightest. Were it not for Kirigakure, Rin wouldn't have died. The only reason he hadn't wiped them all out was that it wasn't worth the effort. And, indeed, he had no plans to care. Someone's coming. Zetsu slowly emerged, phasing up from the ground. The masked man was puzzled. This place was isolated from the world. Who would be bored or foolish enough to come looking for them? Konoha's shinobi caught wind of Orochimaru hiding here, so they sent some people to check it out, and it's those three again. The masked man was sorely tempted to curse aloud. Was Orochimaru out of his mind? The shinobi world was vast. Why couldn't he hide elsewhere? Why here of all places? And those fools from Konoha, Did they really believe that the mighty boss of all bosses in the ninja world could possibly be one of Orochimaru's underlings? Did any of them have an IQ above room temperature? What should we do? Let them come, or? The masked man's voice grew icy. Stop them at all costs. Suddenly, I'm rather curious. If that brat was forced to watch his teammates die before his eyes, would he awaken his true potential? The Konoha squad was closing in on their destination. Tenzo, the honest one, let out a sigh of relief. Looks like our luck's holding. We haven't run into any hidden mist ninja. Ag stood up slowly. Get ready for battle, senpai. We're already surrounded by the ninja from the hidden mist village. He handed out explosive tags to Kakashi and Tenzo. Once they get closer, throw everything you have at them. Kakashi sensed something was off. Our mission is to infiltrate the hidden mist village, not wage an all-out fight to the death. Ag spread his hands. Kakashi-senpai, it's simple. Either we take them out, or they take us out. Pick one. Neither choice sat well with Kakashi. I think we can still negotiate. After all, there's already a peace treaty in place. If they attack Konoha Shinobi openly, it'll be seen as an act of war, won't it? Ag drew his short sword. The maniacs from the hidden mist couldn't care less. Their numbers have nearly been wiped out already. He paused before continuing. And given our Hokage's attitude, even if the three of us died without leaving a trace, he'd still brush it off in the name of the greater good. Kakashi fell silent, recalling the tragic fate the Hyuga clan had suffered. Soon, a fleet of ships had circled them incompletely. A squat figure clutching a staff stood at the prow. Kakashi recognized him instantly. It was the current Mizukage. Just as he considered making a desperate move, the Mizukage waved his hand. Found infiltrators. No exceptions, kill on sight. Kakashi's gaze grew sharp. So, the Mizukage came himself. His right eye stayed locked on the short, yet imposing, figure at the bow. At the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about all this was deeply strange. Were the hidden mist ninja really all gone? Why was Yagura handling things personally? As these thoughts raced through his mind, several of the mist ninja, howling with intent, surged forward. They came at them like rabid dogs, weapons swinging wildly, utterly reckless in their attack. Faced with this sudden assault, Eiji's crimson eyes were utterly calm, untouched by emotion. His long fingers curled lightly around the sword's hilt. Draw, slash, sheath. A wet, dull sound, blades slicing through flesh and sinew. With a series of thick, muffled thuds, the ones who just charged in with such fury crashed hard to the ground. Their eyes held confusion, questioning the world as they left it. How could this white-haired kid draw his weapon so fast? So steady? How many lives had it taken to become this efficient? Their deaths did nothing to slow the hidden mist advance. More and more ninja leapt aboard, coming at them in endless waves. Kakashi drew a deep, heavy breath, tasting blood and salt thick in the air. He no longer hesitated, pulling aside his headband to reveal his covered left eye. There are too many of them, he said, sweeping his gaze over Tenzo and Eiji. You two fall back, I'll hold the rear. Tenzo gripped his short blade tighter and shook his head with determination. Kakashi-senpai, I will not abandon you. Never. Kakashi's right hand had already gathered a raging ball of lightning, low and menacing, its energy crackling in the air. He spoke quickly. Listen, in a moment, I'll launch an all-out attack on Yagura. When the Mizukage is assaulted, their men will be forced to retreat and defend him. That'll be your only chance to withdraw. His gaze finally settled on Eiji, voice laden with weight. Eiji, look after Naruto for me. You're both the future of our village. Before the words had fully faded, an enormous wave of chakra erupted with a force beyond imagination. The violent surge of energy forced the two to squint against the onslaught. As Hokage, my duty is to protect every comrade in the village. Don't underestimate the bond we share, you damned hidden mist shinobi. New quest. Repel the hidden mist ninja. Ensure the safety of Kakashi and Tenzo. Eiji's voice sounded casual and irreverent. Would you lighten up a little? It's just a fight, nothing more. Shadow Clonejutsu, Multireplication. Kakashi blinked in surprise as dozens of Agis surged forward in a blur. Even through his Sharingan, only streaks and ghostly afterimages remained in the chaos. Like thunderbolts, the clones crashed brutally into the mist formation, tearing through with overwhelming force. Wherever the glint of blade passed, be it swords, kunai, or hastily conjured water-style barriers, everything was sliced open as easily as fragile parchment. Within mere heartbeats, the once impenetrable mist formation was ripped wide, a gaping breach torn straight through it. One clone charged directly at Yagura, driving its long blade straight for his face. For a split second, an imperceptible ripple flickered across Yagura's always calm features. and his coral staff lifted instinctively in defense. Their weapons met with a sharp, metallic clash, sparks flying in every direction. Yagura was thrown back, staggering several steps before regaining his balance. Hidden Mist Ninja, you're surrounded by the three of us. Lay down your weapons. There's no need for pointless resistance. Tenzo drew in a sharp breath. This was almost too bold. Boom, boom, boom. As Agee's words hung in the air, paper bombs erupted one after another. Art is an explosion. Take that. A deafening series of blasts rocked the battlefield, searing fireballs leaping into the sky, hurling scorched debris and charred limbs in all directions. Yagura raised his coral staff once more. Water-style water shockwave. His heart remained utterly unshaken. No matter how fierce the leaf shinobi, could anyone understand the sea better than he did? Beneath Yagura's feet, it was as if the entire ocean was being violently churned by an invisible giant hand. A cascade of destruction erupted from the deep sea, soaring toward the sky. Agee suddenly burst into laughter. Did they really not know who was truly bound to the ocean by fate? Clapping his hands together, he called out, "Water style, water formation wall." It was as if a massive depth charge had gone off beneath the waves. The sea swelled up and arched into a colossal wall of water, which then began to spin, coil, and fuse at tremendous speed. In an instant, a supercharged waterspout rose from the ocean's surface. The roaring water funnel sliced through the air, letting out a piercing screech. The two surges of power collided. Waves of raw energy erupted outward, overwhelming everything in their path. Small boats dotting the ocean were capsized in a heartbeat. Enormous waves towered skyward before crashing back down with unforgiving force. Even with Kakashi and Tenzo sheltering behind a barricade of wood style, they couldn't escape the backlash of the impact. The shockwave hurled them dozens of meters away, leaving them gasping for breath as they slumped against a fragment of broken hull. Senpai, Agee's really something else. The massive waterspout had blocked Yagura's all-out strike. Just hold on a little longer, you two. I'm almost done here, came Agee's steady voice. Kakashi and Tenzo exchanged glances. Wait a minute. Have we become the beneficiaries of a lucky victory? You got to be kidding. I'm the squad leader on this mission. In Kakashi's hand, a bundle of crackling lightning pulsed and hummed. Chidori. With a furious shout, he charged at a mist umbu who just climbed onto the deck, hoping to ambush Tenzo. There was a sickening, wet sound as the Chidori's thunderclap and the tearing of flesh landed almost at once. Before the elite mist umbu could even react, his chest was utterly pierced by the frenzy of lightning. Don't underestimate me, Agee. Agee stood atop a mound of corpses, his white hair whipping in the harsh sea wind. Kakashi-senpai, what did you just say? The wind's too strong, I couldn't catch that. It's nothing. The mist ninja were wide-eyed, shock written all over their faces. What kind of monster is this? I've never seen a water formation wall like that before. The Sharingan. Take him out first. Ignore those two weaklings. More and more mist ninjas surfaced from the depths, forming a line and weaving hand signs in a flurry, too quick for the eye to follow. Ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster, ox, horse, rooster, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, goat, snake, boar, goat, rat, water, monkey, rooster, dragon, rooster, ox, horse, goat, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, boar, dragon, goat, rat, ox, monkey, rooster, water, rat, boar, rooster. After a full 44 hand signs, a massive water dragon burst forth with a ferocious roar. Agee clapped his hands again. Sage art, water dragon bullet technique. The moment his palms met, a current of energy swept out from him. Suddenly, the very ocean around him seemed to come alive, as though the sea itself now possessed its own will. Immediately after, a colossal pillar of water, many times larger than the water dragon summoned by the Hidden Mist Alliance, rose slowly from the depths of the sea, as if an ancient, slumbering god had awakened. This pillar of water rapidly coalesced and took shape, transforming into a true, lifelike dragon of immense proportions. It gazed down coldly at the tiny, deep blue creature beneath it, a mere wriggling eel by comparison. A pure, overwhelming aura of natural energy descended, an invisible tsunami that instantly dwarfed the water dragon conjured by the Mist Ninja. The shinobi of the Hidden Mist stared at the enormous dragon, their faces turning deathly pale. Forget this. How are we supposed to fight that? One muttered hoarsely, despair thick in his voice. In the next instant, the giant dragon moved. The massive blue water dragon summoned at great cost by the Mist Alliance didn't even have a moment to resist. Its vast form was irresistibly pulled apart, dissolving inch by inch and shattering into its primal essence. Water, under a force it couldn't hope to withstand. Without pausing, The mighty dragon devoured its foe and surged forward, an unstoppable force barreling toward the defensive line of mist ninja stranded on the sea surface. Warriors were paralyzed by exhaustion and sinking into despair. A sound like the wrath of the heavens exploded across the ocean. The surface of the sea was crushed inward, forming a colossal bowl-shaped depression, so deep you couldn't see the bottom. That golden dragon fell like a hammer of divine judgment, smashing straight into the mist force's lines. Countless ninja of the hidden mist were torn apart by the raging waters and shockwaves before they could so much as scream. Others were swept into the heart of the devastating maelstrom, vanishing without a trace. All that was left on the water's surface were floating splinters of wood, shattered weapons, and crimson spreading fast in the sea. At some point, Isai had taken his place, steady and unshakable, atop the dragon's head. High above, his gaze pierced the swirling mist and blood-laden vapor, landing unerringly on a lone, insignificant figure, Yagura, adrift on the waves below. He pointed down with ironclad authority and called out, "You, get up, here." Yagura lifted his head, staring up at the fearsome figure on the dragon's brow, dread and awe mingling in his eyes. For the first time, a crack appeared on that mask-like, perpetually calm face. Simultaneously, an extraordinarily wicked, savage, hate-filled crimson chakra erupted from his body like molten lava, spewing uncontrollably from every pore. That violent red chakra instantly enveloped Yagura, consuming him in its glare. This is bad. I nearly forgot. He's not just a Mizukage, he's the perfect Jinchuriki with complete mastery of the three tails. He knew all too well what the power of a tailed beast meant. I could try to use would release to suppress the beast chakra, but only if I can get close enough to touch him. Tenzo's face darkened drastically, and his hands began forming seals once more, ready for anything. Jinchuriki, huh? So what, really? Back in the village, beating one of those guys was like scolding a child. The moment his words fell, Ijiro's figure vanished from atop the dragon's head. In the very next instant, he reappeared before Yagura, who was in a half-tailed beast state, his dark red chakra surging violently like a storm. It was so sudden and uncanny, there was no warning at all. Yagura's face, already warped and distorted beneath the shroud of dark red chakra, didn't even have time to register any shock. Ijiro's right fist gathered the full force of his own chakra, mingled with the power of nature, sage chakra. With a tremendous crash, his fist landed squarely in the center of Yagura's chakra-coated face. Yagura's body was as if struck head-on by a mountain barreling at full speed. He became a human cannonball, hurtling backward with a piercing roar that shredded the very air. His body plowed a long, white furrow across the surface of the sea, stretching for dozens of meters. Ijiro didn't pause for even a split second. The very moment Yagura went flying, he vanished again, only to reappear precisely ahead of Yagura's chaotic trajectory. Still careening uncontrollably, Yagura could do nothing as Ijiro's second fist smashed down with unrelenting force. Relentless blows rained down, each augmented with sage chakra, pounding against the solid beastly armor that had formed around Yagura. A guttural roar erupted. A creature, immense and sheathed in a thick, tortoise-like shell, finally broke through the surface of the water. That's Isabu the Three Tails. Kakashi's voice rose sharply, memories flooding back of the time Rin had Isabu sealed within her and the desperate choices that followed. "Senpai, are you all right?" Tenzo's voice called, filled with concern. Kakashi shook his head, as if to cast out those sorrowful memories. "We have to think of a way to deal with him now. Yagura is fully transformed. He's become much stronger." Even as he spoke, Ijiro appeared before them once more. "HM, thinking about retreating? Honestly, that's not a bad idea," he suggested. But Ijiro shook his head. "I still want to try out an improved jutsu. Nanjutsu, mutually multiplying explosive tag technique." In the blink of an eye, dazzling flashes erupted across the Three Tails body. These were the grand presents Ijiro had secretly delivered while Yagura was defenseless. "If I can't blast you apart, I'm not Ijiro." The only response was a continual barrage of explosions. Thunderous detonations ripped across the surface of the sea, transforming it into an inferno. Kakashi and Tenzo stared in utter disbelief at the chaotic scene before them. Was Ijiro really this determined to take down the Mizukage, no matter what? As if sensing their unspoken questions, Ijiro explained, "We're just here in the land of water as tourists, and these bastards from Kirigakure want to steal my Sharingan, and Senpai Tenzo's would release Bloodline. So it's only fair for me to resist, don't you think?" At that point, there was nothing more the two could say. Well, so be it. After a long moment, the explosions finally ceased. Eiji watched as the tailed beast slowly melted away, revealing the short, stocky figure of Yagura beneath. He stepped forward and used a sealing technique to suppress the restless chakra within Yagura. Once again, Lord Tobirama has protected his comrades with his own hands. Mission reward, barrier ninjutsu, 4 red yang formation. Kakashi suddenly felt a headache coming on. According to their original plan, the 3 of them were supposed to quietly sneak into the village. No drawing attention, no gunshots. Who could have predicted that on the very first day, they'd end up tangling with a hidden mist ninja? And on top of that, they'd managed to rough up the Mizukage while they were at it. As for Ag, aside from being so exhausted he couldn't even stand, he didn't seem much worse for wear. Tenzo weaved hand signs, hurriedly piecing together something that at least resembled a serviceable boat. They took their seats and stared at Yagura, each lost in thought. What should we do now? Never mind, best to use the Sharingan to keep Yagura under control for now, just in case he tries anything. Things were already a mess. They might as well not worry about stirring up more trouble. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly as he fixed a steely gaze on Yagura. The next instant, Kakashi's pupils shrank in shock. No, someone's already put Yagura under a Sharingan Jinjutsu. Ag sucked in a sharp breath. Kakashi-senpai, you really can't afford to say things like that carelessly. Kakashi's expression was gravely serious. I may not be from the Uchiha, but I've used this eye for many years. Trust me, I know what I'm seeing. He dispelled the Jinjutsu from Yagura, and before long, Yagura came to. But instead of the outburst and barrage of questions they expected, all they got was Yagura's gratitude. Thank you for freeing me from the illusion. Huh. The Konoha team exchanged looks, wondering if something was wrong with Yagura's mind. Honestly, Ag, why do you have to hit him on the head like that? Ag could only shrug helplessly. It was a fight. Where else was he supposed to aim? Kakashi tried to smooth things over, though he was a bit embarrassed. Mizukage-sama, may I ask who put you under this Jinjutsu? It was a mysterious man in a mask. I've never seen his face. All I know is that he possesses the Sharingan. Ag took out a drawing of the masked man at just the right moment. Was it this person? Yes. Is he still in the hidden mist? Yagura shook his head. I don't know. Most of the time, I couldn't tell what was real and what was illusion. At this point, Kakashi began putting together a daring theory. The Nine-Tails attack a few years ago, the recent infiltration in Konoha, and now the control over the Mizukage, all of them involve this masked man. And this masked man is probably one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Orochimaru has gone through all this trouble. What exactly is he after? Behind him, Ag wore a complicated expression. How did Orochimaru suddenly become the scapegoat here? Well, it didn't matter. After all, Orochimaru was bound to invade Konoha sooner or later. It's just that the wanted notice was put out a few years earlier than expected. Perfectly reasonable. Inksy leaned over and quietly asked Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, what do you think about our mission? Kakashi hadn't anticipated that. Even now, what was weighing on Inksy's mind was still the mission. But this mission would not be easy to accomplish. Let me think for a moment. This is turning into a real headache. Of course, Kakashi wanted to complete the mission, but the current situation was far from ordinary. They'd caused such a commotion that Orochimaru and the masked man were surely alerted by now. With that being the case, there was little point in lingering here any longer. Better to retreat while reinforcements hadn't arrived. As for the Mizukage, Kakashi scratched his head at a loss for what to do. He had no experience dealing with Kage-level dignitaries. Just as he was mulling over how to continue the conversation, Inksy simply strode up to Yagura and spoke directly. Lord Mizukage, we'd like to ask a favor. Yagura stared in surprise at the boy before him, unable to fathom why he spoke to him with such confidence. These people were intruders, after all. Were it not for the fact that he'd already been soundly beaten, he'd have grabbed a weapon for another round. Go ahead, he managed. Inksy grinned, displaying his teeth. That masked guy is wanted by Konoha too. Could you take us into the village and let us have a look around? If he's still hiding somewhere in the village, leave it to me. I'll give him a good thrashing for you. How's that sound, Muskman? Yagura clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. The village was already in chaos, and ever since that masked man had taken control of him, Kirigakure had gone further and further downhill. What do you say, Lord Mizukage? This could be the perfect chance for our villages to cooperate. Think about it, Konoha and Kirigakure might even build a long-term alliance. Faced with Inksy's tempting offer, Yagura couldn't deny he was moved. Konoha was now the strongest of the 5 great villages. There would surely be benefits to working with them. Besides, rumor had it their Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was something of a pushover. If things went well, maybe he'd even hand out some funding. But still, would bringing them into the village really be wise? Wouldn't it be humiliating? It almost felt like being cheated and then having to thank the swindlers for it. Yagura had barely spoken when Inksy drew his blade. Well, Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat. This maniac really is thinking of killing the Mizukage. Ingsi, stop stirring up trouble. Ingsi looked genuinely puzzled. We've already beaten the Mizukage together. Isn't that enough of scene? Yagura, inwardly, shed tears of humiliation. Can we please not keep bringing up how you beat me? I'm the leader of this village, after all. Don't I deserve a little dignity? He let out a long, weary sigh. Forget it. Who cares about saving face right now? Let's just worry about staying alive. Come with me, Ainsai said. Kakashi and Tenzo exchanged uncertain glances. This wasn't part of the plan anymore. The Hokage's orders were to sneak into the village and gather intelligence. But now it felt more like a search operation. Tenzo hesitated. Senpai Ainsai, isn't this too risky? He didn't expect Ainsai to answer so firmly. Eyes full of resolve and words clear and righteous. The masked man and Orochimaru dared to invade the Leaf and harm my comrades. If we don't bring him back to the village, I won't be able to sleep at night. As he spoke, he gestured toward Yagura. What's more, we've already established a cooperative, mutually beneficial relationship with Lord Mizukage. He'll protect us. Right, Lord Mizukage? Yagura pretended not to hear. Listening to this brat was enough to drive anyone up the wall. Kakashi scratched his head. At this point, they'd come so far. Might as well see it through. The Konoha squad and Yagura began making their slow way toward the Mist Village. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Zetsu quietly reported everything to the masked man. Those brats have kidnapped the Mizukage and are headed straight for the village. The masked man was a bit taken aback. Yagura was a perfect three-tails Jinchuriki. After all, how could he have been captured so easily? Originally, his plan was to let Ainsai's teammates die first, so he could show up and make him taste true despair. Now his whole plan was ruined. Damn that Orochimaru. If it wasn't for him spreading false information and muddying the waters, those brats would never have found their way here. At this point, the masked man was half tempted to make snake soup out of Orochimaru. But Zetsu felt something else was off. Isn't it possible that Orochimaru actually intends to use them to get rid of you? The masked man paused. He had no real feud with Orochimaru, so why target him? Maybe Orochimaru is scheming something, and our existence is just in his way. That could be. Still, none of this mattered. The masked man remained convinced. He alone was this world's greatest puppet master. Little Orochimaru, if he so much as moved a finger, there were 1,000 ways to kill him. Take Kisame, and let's go. Let those brats keep scrambling around for a while. Kakashi, don't get ahead of yourself. No matter what, you'll always be a loser. Achoo! Kakashi, aboard the ship, sneezed. Lately, he had a strange feeling that some brat kept bad-mouthing him from behind his back. We're almost there. They could already see the grand gates of the hidden Mist Village. And, waiting inside, were the Mist Ninja, restless and ready for a fight. All the commotion from earlier had naturally reached their ears. With the Mizukage defeated, leadership of the ninja force had transferred to Elder Genji, the village's most senior elder, whose word now carried the same weight as the Mizukage. After hearing about the Yagura situation, the old veteran was truly at a loss for words. Just 3 people dared to break into the hidden Mist Village. What kind of courage did that take? Back in the day, the ones who pulled off something of this scale were Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchimadara. Let's get the Mizukage back first. After all, Yagura was the highest authority in the village and represented its image. To be captured and held as a prisoner, what would that say about them? Not to mention, he was also a Jinchuriki. Such a vital source of power had to remain firmly under the village's control. No sooner had these words been spoken than 5 or 6 loyal shinobi charged forward. And then, at an even faster speed, they all came rushing back. Isuke nudged Yagura, his meaning crystal clear. Come on, say something, or you really will end up a commander with no one left to command. Yagura's face was twisted with humiliation. Stop, let them into the village. What kind of absurd situation was this? The dignified Mizukage, detained by a kid not yet fully grown, now had to stand at the gate and beg to be let in? At the main gate of the hidden Mist Village, tension crackled thickly between the Leaf shinobi and the Mist forces. Ninjas of the Hidden Leaf released the Mizukage first, and we can talk about anything. Gunshur, standing at the very front of the formation, appraised the Konoha squad up and down. To his surprise, Isuke looked utterly bewildered. Release the Mizukage? We never kidnapped him. The Mizukage himself invited me here to help. Just then, a tall woman with auburn red hair burst onto the scene. Despicable Leaf shinobi, I'll take you down myself. Terumi didn't get to finish before Yagura sent her a look, quietly urging her to stand down. On the way back, he'd already made up his mind. Too many people had died during his tenure as leader. He couldn't stomach the thought of more pointless casualties. especially knowing that this kid, Isuk, truly would pull out a seemingly endless supply of explosive tags and take the entire village down with him, if pushed. Isuk spoke slowly. We're simply here looking for someone. We'll be on our way soon enough. Who are you looking for? The rogue ninja Orochimaru, and another guy who hides his face behind a mask. Terumi May whispered to Genshur. Elder, have we sheltered either of those two recently? No, neither of them are in our village. May's eyes darted, thinking through the possibilities. What if they didn't have the people Isuk was after? Ah, she had an idea. Return the Mizukage to us first. We'll help you track down their whereabouts. And as for what happened today, we can simply pretend none of it ever happened. Isuk gave a faint smile. Zhang Wuji's mother was absolutely right. Beautiful women truly are the most convincing liars. Pretend none of this ever happened? Who in their right mind would actually believe that? From what he knew of the hidden mist, the moment he let the Mizukage go, these lunatics would lose their minds and throw themselves at them. He'd probably be able to escape alone, but with these two elders tagging along, all bets were off. I'm absolutely confident in the intelligence I have on the village. Why don't you let me investigate? Once I get the facts, we'll leave. Are you kidding me? The hidden mist ninja shouted out, arrogant. You leaf shinobi really think nothing of us. Aishi pressed his blade to Yagura's neck. You're right, but so what? The dense fog hung heavy in the air, like solid lead, with the scent of dampness all around. Through the mist pierced the aged voice of Genji. Leaf shinobi, it's peacetime now. Don't do something that could spark a war. But the only reply was the faint sound of skin being cut. Aishi's blade made a precise, shallow gash across Yagura's throat. A single bright drop of blood welled up, trailing down his jaw before gently falling to the ground below. Aishi's scarlet Sharingan eyes kept a steely lock on the mist shinobi. It was your own Mizukage who struck first, and now you blame Konoha for provoking war? His voice suddenly rose. Aren't you just bullying the ones who try to play by the rules? Genji felt a pounding in his temples, the start of a splitting headache. This boy with a shock of glaring white hair and the Uchiha crest stitched on his clothes was nothing like the stories. He didn't just charge in with a sword. To twist words like this, to turn night into day, what a master. He was as cunning as they come. Somewhere in the crowd, the cry rang out again, kill them. Aishi let out a cold chuckle. Do you think the leaf is afraid of war? The three of us came here today, not expecting to make it back alive. Isn't that right, you two? Leaf shinobi have never been afraid of death. Right. Kakashi's mind was reeling. Forget strategy. At this point, it was just a contest of who could be the most stubborn. Aishi's brow furrowed as, deep in the fog, from a hidden corner, a sudden surge of chakra flickered into his senses. Byakugan. With not a second's hesitation, Aishi jerked his head to the side, his cheeks puffing out. Water style, heavenly weep. There was a sudden, piercing whistle as a minuscule, impossibly sharp water needle shot out from his mouth, slicing fiercely through the air. It vanished into the mist in an instant. A heavy thud echoed, clearly. Someone hit the ground. A muffled groan of pain followed. Within the fog, Ao's face twisted with shock and horror. He clutched at his shoulder, where the water needle had punched straight through, his mind racing with disbelief. How could this happen? He'd used the hidden mist jutsu to conceal himself absolutely. Even a Sharingan shouldn't have pierced this fog. Damn it. How did this little brat do it? Aishi let out a cold laugh. Despicable mist ninja. It seems the life of your Mizukage isn't worth much to you. The blade in his hand pressed down just a little more, deepening the thin line of blood at Yagura's neck. Genshur could only let out a powerless sigh. Besides the Mizukage Yagura, Ao was probably the village's strongest asset. Who could have expected Aishi to eliminate him in an instant? And what's more, he didn't even make a single hand sign. A wave of helplessness surged in Genshur's heart. He met Yagura's gaze, and in that moment, one look was enough to understand the Mizukage's intent. Genshur gestured with a weary wave. All hidden ambush ninjas stand down. Aishi's expression softened into an innocent smile. See, isn't this better? Can we just sit down and talk things through? Why must everything be a matter of life and death? He poked at Yagura, who managed to squeeze out a strained sentence. I'll take these leaf ninjas to look around the village. The rest of you, don't make any reckless moves. Yes, Mizukage-sama. At Genshur's signal, the mist shinobi reluctantly parted, opening a path. The leaf squad and Yagura walked slowly along the road together. Midway, Aishi suddenly stepped aside, giving Yagura some space. As he brushed gently over the Mizukage's robes, the devoted mist ninjas gasped in alarm. This madman, had he really covered the Mizukage in explosive tags? Did he truly not care if he blew himself and his teammates to pieces? These Uchiha maniacs. Before long, the four of them reached the Mizukage's office. That masked man was hiding here earlier. Looks like The moment he heard you were coming, he took the chaos as a chance to slip away. And, without my escort, I suggest you don't wander around. My word in this village is far from absolute. Even as Yagura finished, he found himself surprised. When had he started sounding like he was on Konoha's side? On being the Kage who was bought out by the leaf. If such a story were to be written, Yagura thought, it would be true enough. The truth was, ever since the Bloody Mist village policy, the entire village had taken a twisted path. Companions who spent every day together could turn and stab each other at a moment's notice. It had become far too normal. As a result, even some of the stronger ninjas in the village were dissatisfied with Yagura, harboring a constant desire to see him dead. He couldn't even remember how many assassination attempts he'd survived. Often, in moments of clarity, he thought perhaps dying wouldn't be so bad. It would free him from being that masked man's puppet. But somehow, he stubbornly kept on living. If he survived, someone else would die in his place. After every failed assassination, Yagura's loyal followers would carry out yet another purge among the village's ninjas, which only bred more resentment and more attempts on his life, a nesting doll of mutual destruction. Aishi patted Yagura's shoulder. You'd better start worrying about yourself. More than half the ninja outside are here for your head. Yagura looked up, and sure enough, he saw quite a few ninja outside the window. Whether they were there to rescue him or protect him, he couldn't really say. Outside the Mizukage building, Ao bowed slightly. My deepest apologies, Elder Jinshur. I wasn't able to save the Mizukage-sama. This isn't your fault, Ao, Jinshur replied, gazing thoughtfully at the building. Who could have guessed those 3 ninja would be this capable? So what should we do now? Ao activated his Byakugan, scanning the area for any movement. Apart from the followers of the Mizukage, there are some other factions I can't identify. I fear they may be here to assassinate Mizukage-sama. Don't let them get near the Mizukage building. I'll continue negotiating with them. As he said this, Eiji suddenly poked his head out of the window. Bring us some food. The Mizukage's hungry. Veins bulged on Gunshur's forehead. Was this brat here for a vacation? Though Jinshur was clearly annoyed, for the sake of the bigger picture, he still issued the necessary orders. Since Ao was injured, that important task fell to Mei Terumi. She was quick-witted. Carrying a lunchbox, Mei strode slowly into the Mizukage building. With a soft creak, Mei pushed open the office door. She placed the lunchbox on the large desk cluttered with documents and said in her cool, clear voice, "Please enjoy your meal." As she spoke, her sharp gaze swept across the entire room. 2 ninja were frantically scribbling notes into their notebooks. The Mizukage, Yukura, sat staring blankly ahead, like a statue whose soul had slipped away. Then, the Uchiha brat who made her grit her teeth in hatred, sat in a chair, casually flipping through Kirigikyu's top-secret files. Without warning, Mei shouted at him, "You little brat, those are our village's classified documents. Who gave you permission to read them?" Only then did Eiji lazily lift his eyelids, his eyes a burning crimson as he glanced at her. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked up, grabbed the lunchbox from the table, and handed it out to the others in the room. "Food's here. Come on, let's eat first. Everything else can wait until we're full." He behaved as if Mei's accusation hadn't even reached his ears, handing out food to everyone around as he pleased. "Hey, brat, are you even listening to me?" Mei had to fight back her urge to take action right there and then. This brat had crossed her line one too many times. If the Mizukage weren't in their hands, she would have made these damned invaders pay dearly. At last, Eiji spoke unhurriedly. "We're looking at these files with the Mizukage's approval, right?" Yukura slowly nodded. "Yes." Mei's mind buzzed. Had she heard that right? The Mizukage was allowing Konoha's delegation open access to their top-secret information? That was utterly preposterous. No, it had to be that the Mizukage was under the control of Uchiha's Jinjutsu. As expected, the Uchiha clan was born with evil in their veins. With that thought, Terumi, Mei's anxiety deepened. She had to rescue the Mizukage as soon as possible, even if it meant paying a certain price. Terumi Mei drew in a deep breath, forcing down the anger surging in her heart. "Kid, give the Mizukage back to us." Before she could finish, Ainsai cut her off, completely unceremonious. All right, you can go now. If I need you, I'll call for you." Terumi Mei's voice shot up in volume. "I said, hand the Mizukage back to me. I said, get out of here now, or I'll keep you locked up right along with him. What do you think this is? A market stall where you can haggle over the price?" The 3 Tomo and Ainsai's eyes began to swirl slowly. Yagura, who had remained silent until now, gave a gentle cough. "Go back. I'll be fine." Terumi Mei bit down hard on her lip. Just now, it was as if she'd lost all control over her body. She shot Ainsai a fierce glare. "Kid, I'll be watching you." With those words, she spun on her heel. There was a thunderous crash as she slammed the office door shut behind her. After Terumi Mei left, The group quickly finished their meal. Ainsai and the others huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. "Senpai, what do you think?" Just now, Kakashi and Tenzo had skimmed through the office files, and what they saw defied all reason. The number of active-duty shinobi, the consumption of resources, and the task lists. None of them line up. The logic is a mess. Everything contradicts itself. It's as if multiple, completely unrelated systems are running at the same time. These files are useless as a reference. Tenzo nodded in agreement. The one controlling the Mizukage doesn't seem to care about ruling the village. It's more like he's deliberately causing chaos, trying to completely upend Kirigakure's management with this insane approach. There must be some deep-seated, irreconcilable grudge between him and the village. Controlling the Mizukage isn't his true aim. He's using the Mizukage status for his own reckless ends, destroying the very foundation of Kirigakure. That's how he vents his hatred. Ainsai stroked his chin. Maybe the man in the mask wasn't purposely making a mess of these materials. Perhaps he just wasn't up to the task? The chaos had reached a point that went far beyond simple mismanagement. It was more as if a total outsider, someone who knew nothing about governance and did everything on a whim, had wrecked a precision machine and left it as a pile of scrap. If the masked man was the one pulling the strings, that explanation certainly fit. Kakashi carefully tucked 2 small scrolls, each listing certain locations and suspicious individuals, into his ninja tool pouch. Well, it's not as if we came away with nothing. If nothing else, at least this proves the place is just as dangerous as the legends say. Ainsai stood up. Understood. Get ready, both of you. We need to take a walk through the village. Tianzong and Kakashi remained silent for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Since they were already in a den of wolves, they might as well play the part of reckless daredevils to the end. The Hidden Mist village still held many unknowns, waiting for them to explore. This might well be their last chance to enter the village. Upon hearing this request, Yagura refused. "Don't wander off," he cautioned. "There are many ninja in this village beyond even my control. Stay here, and I'll send them to find the person you're looking for." Aisai lifted his hand to signal their young companion. "We'll handle this ourselves. Let's go." Yagura let out a resigned sigh, unable to fathom why this ninja insisted on courting danger. What on earth was Konoha teaching its ninja? As the 4 of them stepped out of the building, a group of Hidden Mist shinobi immediately surrounded them in silence, hostility written on their faces and suspicion gleaming in their eyes. The atmosphere was thick with menace and the scent of impending violence. The Mizukage has graciously agreed to show us around, to let us appreciate the local customs and architecture, Aisai declared, tone light but full of warning. "We'd advise you not to follow us too closely. Otherwise, I can't be sure what I might do." With that, the 3 Konoha ninja instinctively closed ranks around Yagura, forming a tight, triangular shield. Ignoring the Hidden Mist ninja's glowering stares, hot enough to scorch, the group strode straight into the depths of a street shrouded in thick mist. Meiterumi and the others tried to tail them, but Genma stopped them with a raised arm. His clouded gaze was fixed on the figures disappearing into the mist. "Don't get too close," he said quietly. "I've tangled with Uchiha ninja before. I know what kind of people they are. They're monsters on the battlefield, unyielding devils who fear nothing for their own lives." Aisai and his companions made their way along the predetermined path at steady pace. He cast a sweeping glance at the dilapidated surroundings. "Lord Mizukage, just look at what you've done to the Hidden Mist village. It could pass for a haunted city. Once this is over, I seriously think you owe yourself a trip to Konoha. Time to learn a thing or two about village administration." Yagura looked rather embarrassed. During the reigns of previous Mizukage, the village had always been modest, but its strength remained formidable. Now, thanks to his relentless efforts, the village was teetering on the edge of collapse. "Focus, Aisai," Tianzong warned. "Don't forget why we're here." Tianzong and Kakashi were both deadly serious. Years of battlefield experience had left them sensitive to the scent of danger in the air. Sure enough, they had barely taken a few steps when a harsh, metallic screech, blades scraping against their sheaths, echoed through the mist. A moment later, rapid footsteps closed in from all directions, converging fast. "Tell me, Lord Mizukage, do you think they're here to rescue you? Or to kill you?" Aisai asked with a touch of dark humor. Yagura kept silent. "Figures. Looks more like they're here to kill you." Eiji's slender fingers rested on the hilt of his sword, but before he could draw it, thud, thud, thud. From within the thick mist came the muffled sound of bodies colliding, the sharp, chilling rip of blades tearing through flesh, and a series of agonized cries. The fight broke out quickly and ended just as swiftly. In moments, silence reigned again, broken only by the faint, lingering scent of blood. Mei rushed out with several of her elite subordinates. Relieved to see a few corpses on the ground, she exhaled. Just in time. Clearly, her men had intercepted these frenzied assassins. However, when Mei looked up toward the spot where Ag and his companions had been, she found that not a soul was left. With a muttered curse, she seethed at those troublesome ninja from the Leaf Village. They truly were tiresome to deal with. Meanwhile, Ag's group wound through twisting alleys again and again, eventually stopping before a dead end. Let's head to the next spot. Lord Mizuki's, where in the hidden mist village do you think we could hide? Yagura gave it some thought. He wanted to find their so-called rogue ninja from the Leaf as soon as possible, so this farce could end. There's an abandoned school just up ahead. Let's check there. Ag nodded. All right. They had barely turned around and taken a few steps out of the dead end when a tall figure blocked their path. The newcomer's face was swathed in bandages, leaving only a pair of bestial eyes exposed. Yagura recognized him instantly, Zabuza Momochi. Long ago, Zabuza earned his notoriety by slaughtering every other student in his class, forcing the Hidden Mist to abandon its brutal graduation methods. Ag regarded this legendary figure. Mr. Bandage Man, tell me, are you here to save the Mizuki or to kill him? Zabuza slowly unsheathed his sword. Leaf Shinobi, you have no place in this land. Yagura fixed Zabuza with a piercing glare and barked, Zabuza, leave now. That's an order from the Mizuki. A cold sneer curled Zabuza's lips. A puppet being jerked around by shinobi from another village, someone barely able to save his own skin. A disgrace who's brought utter shame on the Mist Village. You don't get to give me orders. You, save your breath. Zabuza started weaving hand signs. I'll kill these 3 pests first, then rid my village of its true shame, starting with you. Najutsu, Eden Mist Technique. As he completed the final seal, a veil of pale mist spread outward from him, quickly blanketing everything within dozens of meters. Within moments, Zabuza's form melted into the rolling mist. What a tedious trick, Ag sighed, stifling a yawn as he lazily drew his sword. Ag, focus, Kakashi warned, revealing his Sharingan eye. Zabuza's no ordinary ninja. He's... Bang! A heavy thud suddenly exploded through the air, as if something had crashed into the wall at breakneck speed. A figure, swathed in bandages, shot backwards like a kite whose string had snapped, thrown with astonishing force. He slammed hard into the wall of a nearby abandoned building. In an instant, stones flew and dust billowed. Ag drew back his fist. What did you say, sir? The wind was too loud just now. I didn't catch that. Nothing. Zabuza staggered painfully to his feet, his rough hand clamped tight over his agonized abdomen. A single punch from this white-haired brat had nearly cost him half his life. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Plans had to change. Eliminate the fragile Mizuki first. Deal with everything else later. Water-style, water-clone jutsu. With a brief flurry of hand signs, Zabuza conjured several duplicates, letting them melt silently into the heavy mist. As a skilled assassin, Zabuza knew how to take down more enemies for the smallest price. He was also adept at turning the tide, using the weak to overcome the strong. First, send in the clones, lure the enemy, and feel out the depths of their strength. And then, crash. He didn't even have time to react. A tremendous force struck him hard in the back. His body was flung uncontrollably, hitting the ground with a crash over 10 meters away. Another mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. He struggled to raise his head, staring in disbelief at the approaching figure. That white-haired Uchiha brat. How could he possibly pinpoint Zabuza's location in this all-encompassing mist where all vision was blocked? This went far beyond what the Sharingan could do. What on earth was this kid? Damn it, he just broke 3 of my ribs with that kick. But there was no time left for Zabuza to recover. The next moment, Ag was upon him, blade in hand. The cold edge of the blade cut down with a shrill, piercing whistle. Zabuza clenched his teeth, rolling to the side on pure battle instinct, drawing his giant blade from his back to block. Clang, clang, clang. Within the thick fog, the ringing of steel, striking steel echoed again and again. A sharp cry ripped from Zabuza's throat as blinding pain shot through his body. Zabuza was losing control. This brat was nothing like a rookie shinobi. He fought more like a battle-hardened god of war, one who clawed his way through countless fields of slaughter. With style, silent binding technique. At the very instant Zabuza's pain slowed his movements, tough wooden vines burst out from the mist-covered ground, as if alive. Instantly, they snaked around his limbs and body, locking him in place with relentless force. His blade slipped from his fingers. Zabuza had lost all ability to resist. Ag stepped in front of him. Seems the people of the village truly have no love for you, Lord Mizuki. Looks like everyone's been itching to see you dead. Yagura offered no defense for himself. No matter what the reason, it was ultimately his actions that led to the current situation. As the Mizukage, he was duty-bound to shoulder the responsibility. "Thank you for saving me," Yagura said, looking at the Leaf Village ninjas. "May I ask you to hand over Zabuza? After all, he is a shinobi of the Hidden Mist." Isai turned to Kakashi. "Of course." Yamato released Zabuza's restraints. It was only then that a tumult of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, joined by frantic shouts. "Protect the Mizukage!" A squad of Hidden Mist ANBU finally arrived at the scene, only to see Zabuza gravely wounded on the ground. They glanced from him to the Leaf group, momentarily at a loss. Isai laid into them, unleashing a scathing torrent. "What on earth were you doing? The whole battle's over, and you finally show up. If we hadn't set our own safety aside to protect the Mizukage, you'd all be at a funeral by now. I honestly can't figure out why the Mizukage even keeps you around. Are you supposed to be the village mascots?" These mist shinobi stood frozen, stunned by his tirade. Faces flushed red and then blanched pale, caught between embarrassment and anger. Worse yet, they couldn't even argue back. After all, it was the Leaf team that had saved their powerless Mizukage. As for why he had lost his powers, that was something best left unasked. Isai scolded them a good while, then, with a little shove, sent Zabuza their way. "Go home and reflect on your failures. We got things to do. Mizukage-sama, let's be on our way." All right. Over the next few days, the Leaf Squad and Yagura made the rounds to every noteworthy spot in the village. Officially, they claimed to be searching for traces of Orochimaru, but really, anyone with half a brain could tell this was just an excuse. When they'd broken into the Hidden Mist, that masked man had already slipped away. If Orochimaru had been here, he certainly would have fled too by now. None of these three troublemakers could be accused of covert investigation. They were openly scrutinizing everything. But there was nothing the Hidden Mist ninjas could do about them. If any of them ventured too close, a needle of water would jet out, ready to pierce their chests. And come nightfall, those loyal subordinates had no choice but to stand guard for them, terrified that rebels might try to assassinate the Mizukage. After several days, the Leaf group was content and unscathed, while infighting had broken out more than once among their hosts. On the fifth day, the Leaf Squad deemed it time to plan their retreat. They summoned the senior elders of the Hidden Mist to discuss their departure. "Since the people we're searching for aren't here, it's time for us to leave," they announced. At these words, the Mist Elders felt an enormous weight lift from their hearts. "At last. Now, just wait till you're on the road home. Let's see if you get away without trouble." But Isai, true to character, was not quite done. "Before that, let's discuss compensation." "What? Compensation? Kid, do you even know what you're saying?" Master Jinchur truly had no idea how to deal with Ag. He'd spent his entire life on the battlefield, but had never encountered a rascal so entirely at odds with reason. Someone who acted on a whim and made up the rules as he went along. "What do you mean by compensation?" he asked. Ag cleared his throat and replied with righteous conviction. 5 days ago, our Konoha diplomatic delegation, motivated by peaceful exchange and the pursuit of renegade ninja, arrived in the Land of Water in good faith. Yet your village, without so much as distinguishing friend from foe, launched a brazen attack. Not only did this cause serious mental and physical trauma to our 3 members, but you also tipped off the enemy, allowing our targets, Masked Man and Orochimaru, to slip away, which utterly ruined our crucial pursuit mission. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the angry, contorted faces opposite him. "After such a grave and discourteous blunder by your village, isn't it only right that you compensate Konoha and us wounded envoys accordingly?" The representatives from the Hidden Mist village ground their teeth in fury as they listened. Who, exactly, had suffered such a huge loss? Where's even a scratch on the 3 of them? Did they have not a shred of shame? Suppressing his rage, Jinchur managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. "So, what do you want? Let's keep it simple. How about 1,220,000 Ryo?" Ag replied. 1,200,000 was the money Ag had lost to Tsunade. The remaining 20,000 was set aside as red envelopes for Kakashi and Tenzo. For their trouble on this trip, they deserved a bit of pocket money. Fine. Jinchur had already steeled himself for a much heavier loss, surprised that Ag's demand wasn't exorbitant. For the Hidden Mist village, a little over 1,000,000 Ryo was still within reach. He turned to look at Mei Terumi, who promptly pulled out a stack of banknotes and handed them to Ag. "Thank you for your hospitality these past few days," she said. "Next time you're in a land of fire, let me treat you to some ramen." Mei shot Ag a cold look. The next time she visited the land of fire, the first thing she'd do would be to take that bastard's head off. "We've given you the money," Jinchur continued. "I'll even send a boat for you. Now, give us the Mizukage back, and you can be on your way." Ag feigned surprise. "Who said we were giving Mizukage back to you?" The Hidden Mist ninja were even more shocked at this response. Jinchur felt his blood pressure shoot up. Didn't you just take the money? That was interest. Ever heard of interest? With a flourish, Ag declared, so that's settled. For now, we'll invite the Mizukage to be our guest. Once you find the person we're after, we'll return her to you. Of course, Meitarumi didn't believe a word of Eiji's nonsense. You scheming brat. Somehow, I suspect, even if we bring you your man, you'd still find an excuse to keep the Mizukage from coming back. Eiji was immediately offended. What an accusation. Did he really look like someone so untrustworthy? You truly read people well. After a round of back-and-forth negotiations, the Hidden Mist Village finally managed to secure a boat. Mizukage, give a few words of instruction to your subordinates. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be staying in the Land of Fire for a while. Yagura considered this for a moment. Elder Jinchur, during my absence from the Hidden Mist Village, I'm counting on you to look after the village's affairs. The very first thing you must do is to lift the Blood Mist policy. And beware, the masked man is extremely dangerous. You must be vigilant. With that, Yagura took the initiative to board the boat. Aisai stood on the deck, waving to the ninja of the Hidden Mist. Goodbye, everyone. Rest assured, we'll take good care of the Mizukage. We won't let him go hungry. Watching Aisai's cheerful smile, Meitarumi found her irritation rising uncontrollably. Elder Jinchur, are you really not going to take any action? Jinchur shook his head. According to their previous plan, they had prepared for many ninja to set explosive tags on themselves and launch suicide attacks. Even if they couldn't kill them, at least they could take a hostage or two to threaten the Leaf Village. But who could have predicted that Aisai would leave with the Mizukage in tow? All their efforts had come to nothing. Jinchur thought, these people are absolutely shameless enough to use the Mizukage as a human shield if it came down to it. Let's focus on figuring out how to get Lord Mizukage back. And that masked bastard, who on earth is he? Aisai, are we really taking the Mizukage back with us? Isn't this making way too big a scene? Aisai didn't answer, just stood up and pointed in several directions. Over there, and also there, all have chakra fluctuations. If we didn't have the Mizukage as our protective talisman, they would have charged us already. But, no buts, Kakashi-senpai. Unless you'd rather personally escort him back. Kakashi rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear. Aisai counted out 20,000 ryo in silver notes and handed them to Kakashi and Tenzo, 1 share each. Thanks for your hard work. Go treat yourselves to a good meal when we get back. Kakashi looked at the money, then at Aisai. He had never seen anyone so shameless. Back in Konoha, the lack of news from Aisai's group left everyone in a swirl of joy and worry. The most anxious was Naruto. He only knew Aisai had gone on a mission, but so much time had passed. What if something had happened to him? He'd heard far too many stories of ninja being injured or even dying on missions. Fugaka was also feeling troubled. Aisai still lacked real combat experience. Wouldn't taking on such dangerous missions be a little too much for him? Of course, the happiest of all was Danzo. Since the moment Aisai had departed, he dreamed every night of Aisai being gravely wounded by the maniacs of the Hidden Mist. During the escape, he was struck down by Orochimaru, and the scene of being delivered the Sharingan unfolded before him. When the time comes, the blame can simply be pushed onto the Hidden Mist Village. Let those madmen from the Uchiha clan seek their revenge if they have the nerve. A considerable amount of time has passed since then, yet there has been no word from Issa. Danzo had every reason to believe that this Uchiha prodigy had met his end. Lord Danzo, we have news about Uchiha Issa. Danzo immediately asked, where did he die? Is there anything left of the body? His subordinate hesitated, struggling to respond to such a question. All 3 of them made it back alive. Tsh. Danzo clicked his tongue in obvious displeasure. He managed to come back alive? The Hidden Mist really is full of incompetence. That's not all. They brought someone back with them. The current Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Danzo's eyes widened instantly. Who did you say? It happened like this. After listening to his subordinate's account, Danzo remained silent. He knew too well that the Mizukage would never have returned with them out of gratitude or desire to negotiate with Konoha. The man must have been taken prisoner. Though such an assumption begged credulity, it was, beyond doubt, the most likely scenario. Unable to spare any regret over Issa and the others surviving, a brand new idea began to form in Danzo's mind. The Hidden Mist Village had always shut itself off from the world. Hardly anyone on the outside knew much about it. If war were to break out, Konoha would be at a severe disadvantage. In Danzo's estimation, now that the Mizukage was here, Konoha's intelligence division should interrogate him thoroughly, drain the very last bit of value from his mind, and then extract the tailed beast from within him. They could simply choose another ninja to become the new Three Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, that ninja should preferably be one of his own subordinates. In this way, Konoha would be all the better protected. Let's go. Bring him in. Danzo hurried to the docks to meet the group. But he was a step too late. Hiruzen Sarutobi was already there. A surge of foreboding filled Danzo's heart. Damn it, Sarutobi beat me to the punch. At that moment, Sarutobi noticed Danzo and immediately guessed his intentions. Danzo, perfect timing. I have a crucial mission for you. What sort of mission? Danzo demanded. The arrival of the Mizukage will draw attention from every corner. I want you to personally lead a team to the Fire Country's border to prevent any foreign spies from sneaking in. Danzo shook his head. I'd be better off staying in the village to provide. Danzo, Konoha needs you. The Fire Country needs you. Go. Danzo wanted to press further, but seeing Sarutobi's change in expression, he abandoned all thought of resistance. He knew, soon enough, Sarutobi would remind him of who was Hokage. Through gritted teeth, Danzo muttered, "Understood, Lord Hokage." As Danzo's figure receded, a subtle smile crept across Sarutobi's face. During previous meetings, Danzo had repeatedly proposed the strategy of controlling other nations' tailed beasts in order to weaken their power. Now that the three-tailed Jinchuriki had only just arrived on shore and Danzo showed up right away, even a fool could guess what he was after. But Hiruzen saw things differently. He felt that, after finally ending the war, the best outcome would be for everyone to get along peacefully. Since they'd already come all this way, why not sign some sort of cooperation agreement before parting ways? Inside the Hokage's office, the two spent some time exchanging the usual pleasantries that didn't amount to much. Then Hiruzen got to the point. Lord Mizukage, I hope we can establish an alliance between the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Leaf. What do you think? Peace has not come easily. For the sake of both our futures, I ask that you give this proposal careful thought, Lord Mizukage. This genuinely took Yagura by surprise. By rights, the Hokage ought to take advantage of the situation, demanding Hidden Mist's secret techniques or resources as a condition. But Hiruzen's approach was unexpectedly gracious. Could this be what people mean by having true vision and breadth of mind? At that thought, Yagura felt his mood improve a little. From his perspective, cooperating with Konoha was a solid choice. The Mist Village was half ruined at this point. If they established a partnership with Konoha, surely the Leaf would offer some help, at the very least. So Yagura replied seriously. Hidden Mist also greatly looks forward to forging a closer strategic partnership with the Hidden Leaf. Lord Tobirama stepped into the game himself and rendered outstanding service for the Leaf Village. Hidden Quest Reward. Your ocular power has been further enhanced. Smiling, Hiruzen nodded contentedly. The Mist's strength wasn't all that formidable. They were the perfect choice for a partner. And even if the Mist did betray them someday, the trouble they could cause wouldn't amount to much. In that case, Lord Mizukage, please stay in our village a while longer. There are still many details we need to discuss. Very well. Yagura understood. Since he'd come all this way, he wouldn't be leaving so easily. Now that his chakra was sealed, the Hokage likely wasn't worried about him causing any trouble. Having finished their discussion, they moved on to other topics. The masked man once invaded Hidden Mist as well. Yagura's face flushed. He inflicted serious damage on our village, and has since vanished without a trace. I see. Having gotten what he wanted, Hiruzen didn't say much more to Yagura. He politely excused him, citing Yagura's long and tiring journey and suggesting he get some rest as soon as possible. Of course, Yagura would be accompanied by Konoha's elite Umbu operatives at all times. After Yagura left, Hiruzen summoned the Konoha team responsible for the operation. Kakashi placed 2 scrolls on the table and gave a detailed report of their mission from start to finish. My apologies, Lord Hokage. We searched the land of water thoroughly, but still haven't found any trace of the masked man or Orochimaru. Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette. I know Orochimaru very well. He's highly vigilant. I fear that while you were negotiating at the entrance, he must have slipped away quietly. But what I didn't expect was that the masked man was also in the Hidden Mist Village. It seems there must be a close connection between the masked man and Orochimaru. I'll make a bold guess. The invasion of the Hidden Mist was orchestrated by Orochimaru as well. The more Hiruzen thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. At the same time, his anger grew. His most prized student had now become the most notorious rogue ninja in the world. Go back and rest for now. Later, let's do a debriefing and hand in every last detail you remember. Yes, Lord Hokage. By the time the 3 of them left the office, night had already fallen. Aishi, in a rather good mood since he was about to get some reimbursement, invited his 2 senior teammates out for ramen. Time to head home. Wandering leisurely, Aishi made his way back to the Uchiha compound. As soon as the clansmen saw Aishi return, they came up one after another to greet him. Ever since the security force expanded, they'd recruited quite a few temps to take on some heavy lifting. Well, sort of. companions who were willing to shed their blood and give everything for the leaf. Now, you could see them all over the village, on every street and corner. They'd managed to solve quite a few problems. Because of this, Inaho and his group could finally breathe a little easier. But this was by no means slacking off. A short break was simply to serve the village better. Inaho, still training hard on the practice grounds, stopped Aishi directly to ask about the mission. Since the mission was over, Aishi figured it was safe to share now. Seniors, I really didn't expect the mission to be so dangerous. I was this close to not making it back, he said, painting the picture with dramatic gestures. As soon as we got on the boat, a bunch of masked ninja attacked. The three of us went wild, cutting through them like a tornado, charging in and out 7 times. It took great effort to defeat them, but then we ran into their strongest fighter. I fought him for 300 rounds. The world turned to chaos around us, and I almost lost. At the critical moment, I remembered, I'm an Uchiha. How could I lose to a monster like that? So, I shouted about friendship and bonds, and charged straight at him. Aishi kept weaving his tale with words and fierce gestures, utterly confusing Sasuke, who was eavesdropping nearby. Amazing. Wait, no. Big brother is the strongest, Sasuke declared, pumping his fist. Everyone turned to see Sasuke, determinedly waving his fist in the air. You only defeated a single ninja. My brother could take down an entire clan by himself. After a brief pause, Aishi answered seriously, Itachi really could. At these words, Sasuke was taken aback. He'd only meant to boast, so why was Aishi agreeing with him? Could his brother truly be a genius among geniuses? Had he been holding back in all those past matches? Sasuke's mood, for once, began to brighten just a little. Well, even though you admit your big brother is outstanding, don't think for a second he'll go easy on you the next time he gives you a beating. Aishi patted Sasuke's head. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Next time we face off, I won't hold back either. Don't touch my head. With a huff, Sasuke stormed back into the house, fuming. Brother, when are you going to get revenge on that white-haired guy? Sasuke went wandering through the house, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find Itachi anywhere. Instead, he ended up attracting Fugaku's attention. Fugaku explained, Itachi has a lot of missions lately. He won't be home in the next few days. Oh, all right then. Sasuke plopped down on the sofa, looking thoroughly displeased. Ever since my brother joined the Umbu, he barely comes home. There's no one to teach me throwing knives anymore. And even when he does pop in, he shuts himself in his room and doesn't say a word, always looking so worried. Father, is my brother under a lot of pressure these days? No one answered Sasuke's question. An awkward silence settled over the room. Suddenly, Mikoto broke into a gentle laugh. Well, you could always ask Isai for help. He's the genius everyone acknowledges. I don't want to. Big brother will always be the strongest. With that, Sasuke stormed off again, slamming his door behind him with a loud bang. Inside, he wrestled with his pillow, muttering things like, one day I'll beat you. In the living room, Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged glances and couldn't help but share a chuckle. Sasuke really cares about Itachi more than anyone. We should find an opportunity to tell Itachi to spend more time with Sasuke when he can. Got it. Just then, Mikoto's smile faded as she lowered her voice and scooted closer to Fugaku. Earlier tonight, I was having dinner with some of the clan's women, and they happened to mention something about Itachi. Fugaku looked surprised. Did something happen with Itachi? Mikoto's tone dropped to a whisper. Itachi has missed the clan meetings twice in a row now. Some of the elders aren't happy about it. Now Fugaku understood. So much for by accident. They clearly wanted you to relay the message. The real reason was simply that the elders didn't want to stir up trouble themselves, so they had Mikoto pass it along quietly. Ever since Fugaku had assigned Itachi to join the Umbu, some of the more radical elders had loudly voiced their disapproval. To them, this felt less like loyalty to the Uchiha and more like pledging allegiance to the Hokage, which wasn't what they wanted at all. Luckily, Fugaku had managed to appease them with the excuse of gathering intelligence, at least for the time being. But clearly, now that things had only just settled down, more whispers and complaints were starting to surface within the clan. Being clan leader is never easy. Fugaku, I really think you should talk to Itachi. After all, as the clan leader's son, he must be mindful of his reputation among our people. I understand. Let me think about what to do next. Fugaku was feeling a bit annoyed. What should he do about it? There was nothing he could do. He couldn't very well have Itachi drop his mission halfway. Go tell the Hokage. I'm heading home for a clan meeting. I'll be back in 2 hours. Wouldn't that infuriate the Hokage to the point of having a stroke? Worse yet, he might just transfer Itachi out of the ANBU altogether. Fugaku used to think he was treading on thin ice, but now he suddenly realized he was already in too deep. It was late at night, and Kakashi stood before the memorial stone. Obito, I almost thought I wouldn't make it back this time. Why is it that you Uchiha kids always have to make such a spectacle? Back when we were on missions together, you never once followed the rules. And now there's Aishi, who actually had the audacity to kidnap the Mizukage. Luckily, we all made it back from Kirigakure alive in the end. Kakashi fell silent for a while. But even if I hadn't made it, it wouldn't matter much. You're all still waiting for me on the other side, aren't you? By habit, whenever Kakashi paid his respects at the grave, the masked man would be lurking nearby, eavesdropping from the shadows. Usually, he would hurl curses at Kakashi, calling him worthless over and over. But tonight was different. The masked man was preoccupied with figuring out how to deal with the troublesome Orochimaru. Thanks to Orochimaru, his plans had been thrown into chaos, and his mood was foul. Now, it seemed Konoha was even more convinced that he was one of Orochimaru's underlings. How else to explain why Orochimaru's name appeared on the wanted list before his own? He was supposed to be the most dangerous mastermind in the entire shinobi world, wasn't he? Any news on Orochimaru? Why are Konoha's shinobi so dogged, insisting that he's still holed up in Kirigakure? Zetsu replied, I can confirm that Orochimaru hasn't set foot there. I'd have sensed him immediately if he had. The masked man's mood grew even darker. Those Konoha shinobi were idiots, couldn't even sniff out false information if it hit them in the face. At this rate, they'd never catch Orochimaru in this lifetime. But if they couldn't catch Orochimaru, they'd never stop hunting. Who knew? Maybe next time they'd track him straight to his new hideout. Forget it. I'll do those Konoha fools a favor. We need to find Orochimaru's whereabouts as soon as possible. Then have Kakuzu take care of him. Zetsu melted into the earth, his voice fading. Understood. 2 days later, Danzo was still lingering at the border of the Land of Fire. As for when he would return, that depended entirely on Hiruzen's orders. Danzo stormed through the camp in a fit of rage. Calling them idiots would be an understatement. They were utter imbeciles. How could something as important as a negotiation happen without him? Hiruzen couldn't negotiate his way out of a paper bag. This was supposed to be the perfect chance to squeeze a hefty sum out of them. But with Hiruzen at the helm, they'd be lucky if they didn't have to pay through the nose themselves. Not that he was an advisor anymore. No, now he wasn't even in that position. Danzo's fury only grew. He smashed his teacup in frustration, and as the shards scattered, he caught sight of a little white snake coiled in the corner. What is that bastard Orochimaru up to this time? That night, like a thief, Danzo crept to the entrance of cave. Orochimaru was already there, waiting for him. Orochimaru, how could you let them return alive? And what happened to your subordinates? Orochimaru was simmering with frustration himself. His henchmen were adept at banditry and plundering, but when it came to a fully prepared Konoha squad, they were wiped out in less than 3 minutes. Something unexpected happened. I didn't foresee them defeating the Mizukage, and even more surprising, not one of them returned with significant injuries. Danzo snorted coldly. Do you have any idea how much manpower and resources I've squandered to cooperate with your schemes? Orochimaru licked his lips, showing not the slightest concern for Danzo's complaints. In his eyes, Danzo was nothing more than a tool. Who would bother about the comfort of a mere tool? Even so, he feigned a hint of reassurance. The wood release experiments have made fresh progress. I believe, not too far from now, Danzo cut him off mercilessly. I don't want to hear it. Back then, you promised 3 years. 3 years. And after another 3 years. Sensing Danzo on the edge of erupting, Orochimaru reeled him back with a tempting offer. I'll help you capture the masked man from the shadows. The moment we succeed, I'll deliver him to you first. Just like that, Danzo's mood lightened. The masked man's Sharingan and his wood release. Those were assets worth coveting. Let's go. We should minimize our meetings from now on. Turning his back on the cave, Danzo muttered curses at Orochimaru's foolishness. Once he claimed the seat of Hokage, his first order of business would be to eliminate this rogue, who knew far too many of his secrets. Orochimaru let out a cold, mocking chuckle. Once he unraveled the secrets of immortality, there would be no need for this sinister collaborator to remain, either. They parted ways, each slipping into the darkness by separate routes. Walking alone along a narrow path through the woods, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes darted toward a nondescript spot deep within the forest. There, hidden and long abandoned, was a secret base that had escaped even Jiraiya's relentless pursuit for years. Inside, valuable research and materials were stashed away. Just as Orochimaru stepped over a massive boulder, ready to press on, he came to an abrupt halt. Several meters ahead, a towering figure stood waiting. Like a statue molded from shifting shadows, he stood in silence, motionless. His entire form was cloaked in a voluminous black mantle, and only a pair of glowing green eyes could be seen, eyes alight with a pure, suffocating bloodlust. The pressure was overwhelming. Every muscle in Orochimaru's body tensing at once. Such an ominous sense of danger, such an unprecedented, crushing aura. Only one name surfaced in his mind. The man, according to legend, who once fought the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and survived. At the pinnacle of bounty hunters, the rogue from Takigakure, Kakuzu, Orochimaru asked in a low voice, "Lord Kakuzu, are you here for me?" "Someone wants you dead," Kakuzu replied with utter calm, as if stating something as trivial as eating or drinking. "They're awfully generous with the bounty." TSK. Orochimaru was well aware that he had enemies all across the shinobi world. Still, he hadn't expected someone capable of hiring Kakuzu to come after him. Who could it be? His whereabouts were always well concealed. Unless he deliberately revealed himself, it was nearly impossible for anyone to find him. Surely it couldn't be Danzo, whom he had just met. If so, Danzo was even less trustworthy than he imagined. Golden eyes flickered faintly in the shadows, and Orochimaru retreated half a step, so subtly it was barely noticeable. He had no interest in tangling with this man, not when there was a risk of Konoha's hounds picking up the scent and closing in. "Lord Kaku." Orochimaru deliberately slowed his speech, sounding calm and unconcerned. "Perhaps I can make an offer of my own for my life." He tried this tactic, hoping to negotiate. A strange light glinted in Kakuzu's jade-green eyes, finally stirring some life in his once-dead, flat tone. "You're wealthy, then?" "A little, but I can get you much M.O." Kakuzu cut him off sharply, his voice suddenly rising. "Then quit wasting my time." With a careless flick, he shrugged off his black cloak, revealing a tall, imposing frame. An eerie mask began to crawl slowly up his body. "Fire style, head hunter." The mask split open, and a moment later, a colossal burst of flame erupted forth. With overwhelming force, it rushed straight at Orochimaru. The air shimmered with heat. The trees nearby didn't even have a chance to catch fire. They crumbled instantly to ash. A pungent, acrid odor filled the area, leaving behind nothing but a glaring inferno and billowing clouds of smoke. Kakuzu stood where he was, green eyes cold as he watched that fiery hell. A long moment passed before the flames reluctantly died down, revealing a charred crater in the earth. At its center lay a scorched, shriveled snakeskin, reeking of burnt flesh. What a loathsome technique. "There goes my 20 million, up in smoke." He had gathered some intel on Orochimaru before coming here, and knew the man was notoriously hard to eliminate. Still, nothing could have prepared him for this kind of resilience. With a look of disdain, Kakuzu eyed the discarded snakeskin and pulled his cloak back on. Just as he was about to leave, a faint snap, like a brittle twig breaking, echoed from the brush nearby. Kakuzu's eyes lit up with eagerness. "Let's see if these little insects can help me recover some of my losses." The leading ninja cursed inwardly. They'd been discovered. No turning back now. They'd have to fight, ready or not. "Attack." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an onslaught of ninja tools came flying straight for Kakuzu. Yet, standing at the epicenter of destruction, Kakuzu didn't even blink. Clang, clang, clang. Countless kunai hurled from hidden corners struck his jet-black body with force, yet not a single scratch was left behind. The ambushing ninjas drew sharp breaths of horror. Kakuzu's defense was truly monstrous. "Now then, I believe it's my turn," he declared. In an instant, Kakuzu vanished from sight. Screams cracked the air. With just a heartbeat's time, 2 elite squads were wiped out as easily as paper before an overwhelming power. None were left standing. Only one ninja survived, lagging at the rear, assigned to keep watch on the outer perimeter. Because he reached the battlefield a split second late, he happened to witness, with wide-eyed terror, the massacre of his comrades. Panicking, he turned around on hands and knees, gathering every ounce of strength to flee toward the encampment with desperate speed. Stumbling and tripping, he burst into the camp and collapsed with a crash right at Danzo's feet. "Lord Danzo, something terrible has happened." Danzo kicked his battered subordinate sprawling. "Look at the state of you. So much fuss. As long as I'm here, keeping watch, nothing out there can get out of hand." "Yes, Lord Danzo. We were ambushed, and our casualties are severe." Danzo sprang to his feet, his single eye flashing with icy fury. Which fool dares to stir up trouble on the land of fire's soil? His right hand clenched into a fist, rage mingling with latent violence. The urge to kill flared up within him, urgent and wild. Excellent. Let them come. A satisfying battle was just what he needed to vent the foul mood festering in his chest. Danzo threw back the entrance curtain and caught the iron tang of blood on the air. "Seems we have quite a formidable guest." Danzo's voice was rough, with a trace of excitement. "Have we confirmed who it is?" The subordinate knelt on the ground, his body trembling. It took all his strength to squeeze out an answer. The intruder is Kakuzu, the missing nin from Takigakure. What did you say? Danzo's shout tore from him without restraint. Deep in his pupil, the flames of anger that had just sparked were instantly doused, as if by a bucket of ice water. Kakuzu was here? Kakuzu was here. The monster who survived a battle with the first Hokage. A walking disaster. Wherever he appeared, death was sure to follow. Why would he show up now? Danzo understood. Kakuzu never took a job that wasn't worth his while. So, who hired him? And who had he come to kill? Could it be me? A cold chill shot up Danzo's spine, leaving him speechless. Lord Danzo, what are your orders? Danzo snapped back to himself, forcibly subduing the fear in his heart. He spoke again, his voice chilled to the bone. Alert everyone. We face the bounty hunter Kakuzu. Meet him head on. He wrenched his hand through the air, his resolve clear. The time has come to prove our loyalty to Konoha. I'll personally lead the guards and strike a fatal blow from the flanks. Remember, everything is for Konoha. Cries echoed in and outside the tent. All for Konoha. Charge. Without a second thought, they rushed out, their forms vanishing in an instant from sight. In a blink, only Danzo was left alone in the camp. It wasn't until the last footsteps faded that Danzo finally let out a sharp breath and collapsed into a chair. Only then did he realize his back was slick with cold sweat. A few minutes later, Danzo stood again. After making sure no one was nearby, he bolted off in another direction without hesitation. Only a single thought throbbed in his mind. Run. Run back to Konoha. That was where his loyal subordinates were, where they could keep him safe. Danzo never imagined he could run so fast. In just a matter of minutes, he had no idea how far he'd gone. Yet, Danzo never slowed, never hesitated. One thought possessed him. Run, just keep running. He hadn't become Hokage yet. He absolutely couldn't die in a place like this. For the first time, under such dire circumstances, Danzo forced every ounce of his potential out. Day and night blurred together as he pressed on, sleepless and relentless, until at last, the gates of Konoha appeared before his eyes. Overcome with emotion, Danzo was on the verge of tears. I finally escaped death. Kakuzu, you think you're so tough? Well, I'm not. If you're so capable, why don't you try facing the tens of thousands of ninja in Konoha village? Just as Danzo was about to return, he paused, thinking hard about how to tell the tale, so he didn't look like a spineless coward. First this happens, then that. Danzo was a master at spinning stories. In just a few minutes, he'd figured out exactly how to deceive Hiruzen. Dawn was just breaking, and the streets of Konoha were nearly empty. Even so, the ever-watchful Danzo chose to slip in through the back gate, lest anyone see him in such a ragged state. After all, he had to protect his cold, ruthless image among the villagers. But just as he reached the gate, a sharp voice challenged from behind. Password. Password? Since when does Konoha have a password? No sooner had Danzo uttered these words than a fist the size of a melon smashed into his face. What followed was a ruthless flurry of blows, fists, and kicks landing like a storm. Someone wrestled a sack over his head. Danzo couldn't see his attackers, could only pick up snatches of curses between the scuffle. You've got guts, acting up right in front of your Uchiha elders. Don't know the password? Then you're an intruder. Intruders musti. The blows only intensified. Danzo howled in pain. You bastards, Don't care who you are. I'll beat you till I'm satisfied. I'm Danzo. Silence. A silence as still as death. Inaho and Tekka stared at each other in shock. This was bad, really bad. Would this old snake be out for revenge? How about just ending this once and for all, and killing him outright? Danzo, that idiot, what's he doing sneaking the back door? People who don't know any better might think he's a deserter, afraid to show his face. Just then, Ag crept over, moving carefully. He pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He gave Danzo a few hard kicks, shoving him along, before finally shouting out, Stop! Don't go too far. Danzo dragged himself to his feet, grumbling under his breath, only to be greeted by an utterly insincere inquiry. Lord Danzo, you're not hurt, are you? Danzo yanked the burlap off his head in a fury, all but ready to tear these wicked Uchiha limb from limb. Who am I just now? Step forward. It was just a temp worker who did it. He's long gone. You can rest assured, I'll definitely see to it that. That's enough. Danzo waved a big hand, cutting him off. Who knows what sort of pointless code you fools are making up these days? What? Ag nearly passed out from Danzo's retort. You're saying that Lord Tobirama, who set up these rules, was just a bored idiot? That's not just bold, it's reckless. I'll report this to Lord Hokage right now. You'll pay for your grave disrespect. Danzo wanted to die on the spot. He'd had enough. Lord Tobirama accomplished more than anyone in his lifetime. How am I supposed to know all of it? Things being as they were, Danzo decided not to argue with Ag and the others anymore. Who knew what fresh accusations that troublemaker might invent next? He rushed straight to Hiruzen's house, pounding heavily on the door. Hiruzen, something's happened. Still half asleep, Hiruzen took one look at Danzo and snapped awake. Danzo, what happened to you? Come in quickly. Let me get you some bandages for the bleeding. In the living room, Danzo applied pressure to his wounds as he spun his freshly made story for Hiruzen. We were attacked by Kakazu. To protect the villagers, we fought to the very end. Although we managed to drive him off, it came at a terrible price. The entire squad was wiped out. I'm the only one who made it back. The hand holding Hiruzen's cigarette trembled slightly. All dead? Of course. He had his doubts about the truth of this story. All the elites dead, but you alone survived? Give me a break. Still, Hiruzen didn't rush to expose Danzo's lie. The priority now was to figure out Kakuzu's motive. Kakuzu never does anything unless there's money involved. Someone must have hired him. But who was it? What was the target? Hiruzen cast a glance at Danzo. No need to ask. Kakuzu surely had no interest in Danzo. Otherwise, the Root organization would already be looking for a new leader. Suddenly, Hiruzen thought of a possibility. Maybe it's just like before. There's a mastermind who doesn't want us collaborating with the Hidden Mist village. The two shared a look, and for a moment, it felt as if they'd been transported back to the battlefield decades ago. Back in those days, just when negotiations were halfway through, two unexpected troublemakers, the Goldhorn and Silverhorn brothers, showed up out of nowhere, throwing the peace talks into disarray. Now, barely a few days after the Mizuka Jigura arrives in the Hidden Leaf, Kakuzu appears to kill. There might be some connection between these events. Let's head to the Hokage's office and consult with Hamura and Koho. In the meeting room of the Hokage Tower, the four of them sat around a conference table. Once they'd heard the whole story, Hamura voiced his objection. I don't think this adds up. If someone wanted to sabotage the talks, why not strike when the Mizukage was disembarking from a ship? And if his goal was to assassinate the Mizukage, then why target you and reveal his true intention? Danzo, never one to miss a chance for self-praise, interjected, perhaps Kakuzu is afraid of me. He must think my methods are too clever, and so he decided he had to get rid of me first. He hadn't even finished his sentence when the other three could barely suppress their laughter. What was up with Danzo today? He was really pushing his luck with these wild boasts. Kakuzu, afraid of you? Who do you think you are, Lord Hashirama? All right. Hiruzen tapped the table, bringing them back to the matter at hand. There's still one more question. Who could be the mastermind behind this incident? A name had already surfaced in all of their minds. Orochimaru. Hiruzen felt his head was about to burst. Orochimaru, Orochimaru, always Orochimaru. Why is every mess is doing? What on earth is he after? As if a masked man with would release wasn't enough. Now they had to deal with the menace of Kakuzu. Hiruzen didn't even dare to imagine who else might target the Hidden Leaf in the future. If all these forces ever joined together, the pressure on the village would be unimaginable. But what truly terrified him was what kind of trump card the mastermind must have to keep such dangerous people firmly under control. A deep sense of helplessness washed over Hiruzen. That's all for today. I'll send other ninja to investigate the attack site. Meeting adjourned. One more thing, Danzo added. Root has suffered heavy casualties. I need to recruit more people. Hiruzen's face showed a hint of concern. That's a bit tricky. Many qualified ninja have joined the Konoha police force. There really aren't any suitable candidates at the moment. Danzo paused, surprised. The police force? Suddenly, he recalled the recent recruitment drive at the police force. He hadn't given it much thought before. What kind of stir could a bunch of rabble-rousers really cause? Who would have thought things would turn out like this today? Still, Danzo refused to back down. If that's the case, then let's transfer a few from the Umbu. Itachi, Tenzo, or Kakashi, for example. Hiruzen rapped on the table again. The Umbu are already under heavy strain. Danzo, you'll just have to manage with what you have for now. That's it for today. Danzo, you should get checked out by a medical ninja. No sense risking any lasting injuries. Only then did Danzo feel the throbbing pain radiating through his body. He'd taken such a beating earlier that it felt like his back might snap in two. If nothing went wrong, he'd be stuck in bed for a good while. He forced himself to walk out of the Hokage's office, dragging his tired body all the way to the Foundation's headquarters. He wandered around several times before finally making his way back to the lounge. Then, with a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the bed. The exhaustion of the past few days surged over him like a relentless tide, as though every last bit of his strength had been drained away. Closing his eyes, he carefully recalled everything that had happened during his encounter with Kaku. Of course, Danzo wasn't worrying about who had hired Kaku. What really troubled him was the possibility that someone might survive and make it back to Konoha, spilling the whole story. If that happened, where would he hide his face? For the greater good, Your deaths aren't without reason. Danzo summoned a few of his subordinates and ordered them to silence any survivors. As it turned out, Danzo's fears were unnecessary. Not a single one of those ninja made it back alive. They were all thoroughly slain by Kakuzu. And for good measure, Kakuzu even packed up the bodies and took them along with him to the money exchange. Isn't there a single valuable head among this lot? The bald man shot a disdainful glance at the corpses lying on the ground. Stop bringing this worthless trash here from now on. This isn't a dump, you know. At these words, Kakuzu erupted with fury. Unbelievable. He hadn't earned the 20 million, and the bodies he'd painstakingly collected weren't worth a single ryo. It was almost worse than being killed himself. Kakuzu was fuming. He wanted nothing more than to kill something, someone, anything. Seething with rage, he left the exchange house. In a deserted alley, he ran into Zetsu. Kakuzu spoke quietly. Mission failed. Orochimaru got away. Don't dwell on it, I'm sure next time you meet Orochimaru, you'll finish him off for good. Of course. I was just a bit careless, that's all, he replied, clenching his fists. As long as the target remains in the land of fire, I might as well pick off a few more bounties. They fetch a handsome price. In a dark, clammy hideout, Orochimaru slithered out from an unknown corner. He was still alive. How rude, trying to kill me at the slightest disagreement. Orochimaru licked his lips, mockery dripping from his words. Too bad he's nothing but a fool with more brawn than brains. Did he really think those tricks would finish me off once and for all? Pure, wishful thinking. After ridiculing Kakuzu, Orochimaru started feeling irritated. More and more people in the ninja world wanted him dead. He couldn't imagine what kind of madness had infected these fools, dumping every bit of blame onto him. Why didn't they ever consider pinning it on his notoriously villainous old friend? Thinking of Danzo, Orochimaru licked his lips again. That so-called friend was becoming less and less reliable. Maybe it was time to look for a new partner in crime. The land of fire was anything but peaceful these days. Kakuzu, the bounty hunter, had gone on a murderous rampage, and several elite ninja had already fallen at his hands. This incident ignited the Lord's fury. What nerve for anyone to cause chaos within the land of fire. He entrusted the mission to eliminate Kakuzu to the Hidden Leaf Village. On the rooftop, Hiruzen surveyed the gathering of ninja before him. Kakuzu is an extremely dangerous opponent. If you encounter him, do not act rashly. Send a signal immediately and wait for backup. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Dismissed. With a swish of movement, the elite Jonin of the Hidden Leaf vanished in an instant. Itachi, how is the Mizukage? All is well. As per instructions, we have assigned a rotating guard around the clock and kept his outings to a minimum. Good. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe, his gaze falling on the masked genius before him. He had been quite satisfied with Itachi's performance during this period. One more thing. Peace is hard-won. We must all cherish it. I understand, Hokage-sama. With a wave of Hiruzen's hand, Itachi melted into the shadows. The Uchiha clan has produced quite a few prodigies these past years. Shisui, Itachi, Aishi. If only they all stood with the leaf, then I could truly have peace of mind. Beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village, Asuma held a cigarette between his lips, drawing a deep inhale. He exhaled, releasing a long plume of smoke that coiled and twisted its way skyward in the slanted light. Cough, cough. Kurenai frowned, waving away the pungent haze filling her vision. You really should cut back, Asuma. It's like standing beside a smokestack. Her scarlet eyes swept the shadowy forest around them, a trace of barely perceptible vigilance glinting in their depths. Asuma tugged at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow, then. I'll quit smoking starting tomorrow. Kurenai shot him a look. She'd lost count of how many times she'd heard that promise. Of all the Hokage's habits to pick up, he'd certainly mastered smoking the quickest. Her lips parted, about to release another wry remark. In the next instant, her pupils contracted sharply. Her body went rigid, all attention fixed on a patch of deep shadow behind Asuma. Asuma sensed the shift almost at the same moment. His brows furrowed as he spun to face the darkness. Following the startled line of Kurenai's sight, he saw, next to an ancient tree, a figure swathed in a loose, black cloak. It was those vibrant green eyes that told Asuma exactly who he was up against. Kakuzu. Kakuzu spoke, his voice gravelly and cold. Asuma Sir Toby, son of the Hokage. Seems fortune favors me today. There's a bounty of 35 million ryo on your head at the underground exchange. Asuma stepped forward, deliberate, composed, shielding Kurenai behind him. He lowered his voice, steady and resolved. I'll handle this. Before the echo of his words died away, Asuma suddenly flicked his burning cigarette, but hard, aiming straight for Kakuzu's face. At the same time, His hands flashed through a rapid sequence of seals. Wind style, wind dust technique. A fierce gale burst out from Asuma's mouth, sweeping up the thick layer of dry leaves and dust on the ground in an instant. A swirling sandstorm filled with scalding grit roared toward Kakuzu, casting a gray haze in its wake. A petty trick, Kakuzu sneered. From beneath the sweep of his black robe, Kakuzu's arm shot upward, skin swelling and splitting open in a grotesque transformation. Dozens of tendrils, coiling with chakra and black as serpents, lashed out with sudden violence. They sliced precisely through the shroud of dust, slicing the air with sharp, piercing shrieks, all aiming for Asuma's vital points. Asuma's eyes sharpened, chakra surging instantly into his legs as his body blurred into motion, leaving behind only a ghostly afterimage. He dodged the strange black hands by the narrowest of margins. Clutching his chakra blades tightly, Asuma poured in a surge of chakra, instantly conjuring two shimmering sabers glowing with blue light. With a swift motion, the chakra blade carved a sharp, cerulean arc through the air, slashing mercilessly at Kakuzu's throat. Clang! Kakuzu raised his arm to block. The instant his forearm met the blade, his skin hardened, turning as tough as stone. The blow left only a faint, pale line where it struck. Earth style, earth spear. A chill crept into Asuma's heart. Such formidable defense. So, that's all the son of the Hokage can do? Kakuzu's eyes glinted with derision. Meanwhile, another tendril, hidden in the earth, sprang up like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Asuma's back. At the very last moment, Asuma twisted his body and leapt to the side, feeling the tendril's tip graze his ribs as it whipped past. Before Asuma could catch his breath, Kakuzu's raspy voice rang out once again. Fire style, searing migrant. A monstrous head, embedded with a bizarre mask carved with twisted flames, emerged. Its jaws opened wide as an unimaginable torrent of scorching fire surged forth. The searing blast, radiating a fearsome heat meant to burn everything in its path, shot at Asuma like a cannon of molten rock. At that same moment, somewhere unseen, another tendril lashed out and coiled tightly around Asuma, locking him firmly in place. Damn, this is trouble, he muttered through clenched teeth. Boom! The air shook with the explosion, a storm of smoke and fire not yet dispersed, when, like an arrow shot from a bow, a figure was sent hurtling from the edge of the blast's billowing smoke. Asuma. He crashed heavily into the trunk of a burning tree, only barely managing to halt his momentum. A bitter taste rose in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His right arm, clutching the blade, trembled faintly, evidence of the heavy blow he had just taken. Then, from the distance, came a stifled, pain-laced moan. It was Kurenai. Let's take care of this meddlesome woman first, Kakuzu declared coldly. She hadn't had time to retreat before being ensnared tightly by Kakuzu's earth grudge fear, locked firmly in his deadly grip. A cold, slippery tentacle coiled tightly around her slender neck like an iron clamp, squeezing with relentless force. The agony and suffocation caused her face to flush a deep red, and her hands scratched desperately at the inky black appendage around her throat, while her crimson eyes widened in pain as oxygen slipped away. 35 million, plus a ninja who isn't worth much. This trip was worth it. He strode forward through the swirling haze, a thread of undamaged earth grudge fear, tentacle raised high above his head. Its tip was sharpened like a spear, glinting with an icy, spectral light as it honed in on Kurenai's exposed and unguarded heart. Kurenai! Asuma roared, summoning the last of his strength as he threw himself toward her. But just as the blackened spear was about to pierce through Kurenai's heart, a shrill whistle tore the air like the cry of steel splitting the sky. It was as if a flash of silver lightning had ripped open the darkness. With a deep, resounding thud, the black tentacle poised to impale Kurenai was struck through by a ninja blade wreathed in biting cold, pinning it unerringly to the ground. Kakuzu's head snapped up, eyes narrowing in the direction of the attack. A silver-haired youth walked forward slowly, the three tomo of his Sharingan spinning blood-red in his eyes. I'm not late, am I? Sharingan? Kakuzu's gravelly voice betrayed a rare flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by a darker, deeper greed. His emerald eyes locked hungrily on eyes whirling gaze. Kakuzu knew exactly what this meant. There was a fortune to be made. He could practically feel his earth grudge fear throbbing with anticipation. Calculation sped through his mind. With a bounty for this kid, he could easily recoup whatever he'd lost from Orochimaru escaping, and earn even more besides. He'd slaughter a few more targets later, just to commemorate this lucky day when he happened upon such an enormous prize. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma braced his battered body with sheer willpower. Uchiha kid, huh? Thank you. He warned Eyes. Be careful. Kakuzu isn't just any ordinary ninja. Eyes grinned, flashing his teeth. I know who he is. Kakuzu. The geezer who ran for his life when Lord Hashirama scared the wits out of him and barely escaped with a heartbeat to spare. So the Kakuzu that Big Brother Hashirama spared all those years ago dares to invade the Hidden Leaf today. What nerve! New mission. Eliminate Kakuzu once and for all. Insolent brat. Kakuzu's fury boiled over, as if old wounds and shameful memories had been ripped wide open. Hashirama, the god of shinobi, he'd fought the Nine Tails as if cradling a chick in one hand. If you have a problem with that, why not face him yourself? Kakuzu fixed Eyes with a murderous glare. He would make the insolent Uchiha boy die slowly and in pain for every word. I'll kill you, you arrogant little fool. Fire style, searing carving technique. An even more ferocious surge of flame than Asuma had faced before roared mercilessly toward Eyes. Wherever the fire swept, the earth burnt black and split apart, while trees were instantly reduced to brittle charcoal. The terrifying heat was so intense that even Asuma and Kurenai, watching from afar, could feel a stinging pain on their skin. In Eiji's eyes, the Tomo mark spun at a breathtaking speed. He clapped his hands together, and the chakra within his body surged forth like a burst dam. Water style, water formation wall. Instantly, a towering wall of water erupted from the ground, dense and impenetrable. A deafening roar echoed as the raging flames crashed into the water barrier, releasing a thunderous hiss that shook the air. Billows of white steam surged skyward, shrouding the entire battlefield in an instant, obscuring everything in a dense mist. Incredible, the Uchiha brat can actually use water release to such a degree? Kakuzu's hoarse voice drifted from within the thick fog. His initial surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by a thrill of anticipation. So young, and yet that much power. Water release, plus the Sharingan. This job was turning out to be far more lucrative than expected. What a delightful turn of events, Kakuzu murmured, unable to keep the excitement from his tone, momentarily forgetting about Orochimaru's escape. His mind was now consumed only by thoughts of mountains of cash. However, just as his attention wandered for a split second, faint red glimmers suddenly flared beneath his feet. Kakuzu looked down and saw that, somehow, countless explosive tags had been silently affixed to the earth beneath him and to the trunks of the surrounding trees. Art is an explosion. A series of thunderous blasts erupted, utterly engulfing the spot where Kakuzu had been seated. Flames shot skyward, while the violent shockwave whipped up clouds of smoke and dust. Do we get him? Asuma held his breath, tense with anticipation. With an explosion of that magnitude, it had to be enough to blow him to pieces. Yet, in the very next instant, a raspy chuckle cut through the dying echoes of destruction. You really shouldn't bother with these little toys. A strong gust scattered the lingering smoke to reveal Kakuzu's figure. He was shrouded from head to toe in a layer of stone-gray, cracked armor, having taken the full brunt of the blast. The makeshift carapace was scorched and split in places, but he himself seemed none the worse for wear. Just then, from his other shoulder, a blue mask etched with lightning patterns began to surface. Lightning style, false darkness. A fierce bolt of lightning gathered in the mask's mouth. A massive electric lance crackled to life, tearing through the air with a chilling sizzle as it shot toward Eiji at blinding speed. Yet just as the deadly bolt was about to strike him, Eiji's figure vanished, as if swallowed by thin air. What? Kakuzu's pupils constricted. He suddenly felt a killing chill at his back. Flying Thunder God slash. A wet, slicing sound. The razor-sharp ninja blade pierced cleanly through the beating heart, its blood-stained tip emerging from the other side. An immortal ninja? And you dare to compare yourself to Lord Hashirama with skills like that? Eiji kicked Kakuzu's corpse aside, flicking the blood off his katana. Is it over? Asuma and Kurenai exchanged glances, both uncertain. The fight had started abruptly, and ended even more quickly. Neither of them had seen clearly how Eishi dodged the lightning bolt, nor how he reappeared behind Kakuzu. Is this really an 11-year-old kid? Well, regardless, thank you. Asuma lit a cigarette and took a long drag. Let's take his body BA. Before he could finish, Asuma's pupils contracted sharply, the cigarette nearly slipping from his lips. Watch out! He witnessed the most unbelievable scene of his life. The body that had been impaled through the heart by a blade, kicked across the ground, suddenly and silently got back on its feet. Through the stitches lacing its chest, several inky black tendrils slithered out like venomous snakes. With a sharp, slicing sound, they struck like lightning at Eishi's undefended back just as he landed. But it was as though Aishi had foreseen it all. He didn't even bother to turn his head. He merely moved his fingers with casual ease. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside Kakuzu, whose body was still locked in the stiffness of launching a failed sneak attack. When did you start thinking? I didn't know you were still alive. With his right hand raised high, Aishi gathered chakra in a torrent of power, compressing it to the limit. Water style, hard vortex water blade. No sooner had the words left his lips than the compressed water chakra gathered into the shape of a high-speed spinning spear. Aishi's arm swung down like a battering ram, and the water spear pierced Kakuzu's chest with a screech of splitting air. The instant it struck, the compressed water spear exploded in a cascade of raw force. A roaring water vortex swallowed up every inch of Kakuzu's upper body. Razor-sharp currents spun and sliced, as if a billion blades scythed through the earth. Relentless, savage, they tore through Kakuzu's earth-style defense and ripped his flesh apart. Kakuzu screamed in agony, a howl that tore at the soul. He could feel, with shattering clarity, another of his hearts being instantly shredded by that force. Monsters. Both of them are monsters. Asuma could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. One was an ancient monster, dying and coming back to life. The other, an uncanny child who seemed able to pierce through anything. Old man, times have changed. Maybe it's time for you to retire. At last, the raging waters slowly faded away. This time, Asuma didn't celebrate. He fixed his gaze firmly on the scene ahead. Through the mist, a battered figure struggled upright. Still not dead. Two shattered masks, their black threads frayed, lay quietly in the mud. Dambrat! Kakuzu howled, his voice teetering on the edge of hysteria. Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to collect these hearts? Plans changed. The bounty no longer mattered. Right now, there was only one thing he wished for, to rip out the young heart of this little Uchiha brat. He would make it his newest and most prized addition to his collection. TCH, Ag watched the black threads writhing across Kakuzu's body and the two monstrous masks. He couldn't help but wrinkle his brow and step back half a pace, his expression laced with disgust. Wasn't there a more stylish way to fight? Something like this, perhaps. Ag closed his eyes briefly, then opened them in a measured calm. A golden hue shimmered and settled upon his brow and eyelids. A torrent of natural energy soared skyward. Sage art. Water dragon burst. A ferocious vortex, unstoppable in its fury, swept Kakuzu up and devoured him whole. Razor-sharp blades of water tore mercilessly at every part of his body. Crack! Crack! Two shattering sounds echoed. Kakuzu's last remaining heart, under the onslaught of overwhelming natural energy, broke apart like fragile glass. His body, now like a marionette with its strings severed, was smashed violently into the earth by the wild torrent, leaving a massive crater gouged into the ground. Within the pit, all that remained was Kakuzu's ruined husk, every trace of life utterly gone. In battle, Lord Tobirama came to a new revelation. If exploding tags don't kill the enemy, it simply means there aren't enough of them. Task reward: 600 million exploding tags. 600 million. Who would bother with hand-to-hand combat after getting this? Just send in a clone to do the blasting. That should be the end of him. Ag let out a breath of relief, the golden hue gradually fading from his eyes. Seniors, are you both all right? After giving each of the mass fragments another slash to be sure, Ag finally made his way back to them. We're fine. Nothing fatal. Asuma stood up with Kurenai's support, shooting Ag a wide-eyed, admiring look. Ag, you really are a genius among geniuses. Ag bashfully scratched his head. Please don't say that. I'm just an ordinary Chunin, trying to protect my comrades. Can I leave things here to you? I need to get Asuma checked out right away. Ag nodded at once. Of course. Asuma and Kurenai departed, and after they left, Ag tucked away Kakuzu's corpse. No sense wasting such a useful tool. He'd find a big use for it in the future. News of Kakuzu's defeat reached Konoha swiftly and started a ripple of discussions. The initial account told that two elite village ninja, Asuma and Kurenai, together with the Uchiha rising star, Ag, had narrowly defeated Kakuzu by working as a team. Yet Asuma, blushing with embarrassment, was quick to set the record straight. He admitted that he and Kurenai were badly injured. It was Ag who arrived at the crucial moment and saved the day. When this truth came out, chatter in Konoha surged all the louder. An 11-year-old took down Kakuzu, the same Kakuzu who once battled Lord Hashirama and survived. Ag's worth needed no further explanation. His name was destined to shine. The undisputed #1 prodigy in a Leaf Village. Of course, there were also plenty of lovely nurses who were concerned about Ag's health, eager to give him a thorough checkup. But Ag knew nothing about this. After polishing off 2 huge bowls of ramen, he spent an entire day asleep at home. When he woke up, he began pondering the structure of Kakuzu's body. The scientist of the ninja world springs into action. You have successfully deciphered Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear. Stitches. Ugh, that's disgusting. No, thank you. But under Lord Tobirama's tireless research, you found a far more dashing solution. Earth Grudge Fear is now adapted into chakra mimicry. You can use chakra threads to suture yourself or your teammates. Ag hadn't even had a chance to test the results when Hiruzen brought him to the Hokage Tower. Knock, knock, knock. He pushed the door open and immediately spotted a familiar figure. Even with the mask, Ag recognized at a glance who it was. Itachi. Itachi looked up at Ag without saying a word. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with Ag. Yes, Lord Hokage. With a quiet click, Itachi gently closed the office door. Ag, you did well. The reward for the mission is 1 million Ryo. Go pick it up afterwards. Hiruzen gestured to the chair in front of his desk. Have a seat. Once Ag was seated, Hiruzen poured him a cup of tea. The village has been speaking highly of you lately, he said. They call you the guardian of the leaf. Please rest assured, Lord Hokage. Ag replied. No matter who it is, if they threaten the leaf, I'll take care of them myself. Hiruzen paused, struck by how much Ag sounded like Lord Tobirama just then. It seemed Ag really had learned a lot. He took out a picture and offered it for Ag's inspection. This was drawn by an artist when we'd just become Lord Tobirama's personal guard. The young man with the thick eyebrows is Kagami. Kagami-senpai. Hiruzen lit his tobacco, seemingly lost in memories. Kagami was trusted deeply by Lord Tobirama. He believed Kagami carried a powerful will of fire, loved the village more than anyone, and was a true ninja of action. At this point, Hiruzen looked Ag up and down, his gaze intense. Ag, I believe you've inherited Kagami's will. Naturally, you will do whatever it takes to protect the hard-won peace. The more Ag listened, the more uneasy he became. In his experience, whenever the phrase, will of fire, came up, trouble was sure to follow. TCH, don't tell me the Hokage wants me to take a side. First Shisui, then Itachi, and now me. Lord Hiruzen really is? Ag couldn't quite find the right word. Even so, he managed not to let any emotion show on his face. Don't worry, I'll do my best to protect my village. With those words, Ag stood up and left the room. As he pushed open the door, he found Itachi waiting right outside. Their eyes met. I'm coming over for dinner tonight, Ag said. Are you heading home? Itachi gave Ag a surprised look. For a moment, it felt as though Ag was the guest instead of him. The sun dipped low on the horizon. Ag stopped by a shop, picked up a few gifts, and knocked on the Uchiha Fugaka family's door. He knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, revealing Makoto Uchiha's gentle, welcoming smile. Oh, Ag, you really didn't have to bring anything. Just come as you are. There's no need to be so formal. Kumein, kumein. Makoto took the gifts with a cheerful smile and led Ag to the dining table. The table was already set with food. Fugaku sat at the head of the table. Sasuke sat off to the side, looking rather unhappy. Let's eat, Fugaku suggested. The 4 of them gathered around the table, exchanging polite pleasantries as they ate. How have you been lately? Not bad, and you? About the same. Can't complain. The conversation remained courteous and light. Overall, the mood was harmonious, if you didn't count Sasuke. From the moment Ag entered, Sasuke had fixed a steady stare on him. The look in his eyes seemed to say he was itching to throw a punch or two for the sake of avenging his beloved brother. Sasuke, why have you been staring at me? Oomph. Sasuke dropped his chopsticks with a clatter, the chair screeching sharply against the floor. I'm done. He rushed toward his room and slammed the door shut. Mikoto's smile froze awkwardly for a moment, but quickly transformed into a resigned, helpless little smile. I'm sorry, Sasuke's been in a foul mood lately. Let me go check on him. That left only Fugaku and Ag at the table. Naturally, the two shifted to more serious matters. Fugaku set his teacup down and began to speak slowly. You defeated Kakuzu? Yes. In the end, Kakuzu did die, Ag answered. Fugaku shot Ag a look of mild surprise. Of course, Asuma and Kurenai had a hand in it as well. Fugaku made a sound of understanding. If not for them, I could have finished it even faster. Honestly, I was worried I might accidentally take them out along with him. Fugaku nearly choked in astonishment. Ag scratched his head sheepishly. Well, things are pretty tense, so I try to lighten the mood with a joke. Incredible. Ag, among all the young people I've met, you're truly the strongest of them all. Your strength, your potential, they surpass all of my expectations. The future of the Uchiha clan depends on power like yours. Fugaku stood up, his expression now solemn and deliberate. "Ag, come with me for a moment." They walked together to the family shrine where the Uchiha ancestors were honored. Pushing open the heavy wooden doors, they entered the dimly lit space. Along the walls, the portraits of the Uchiha's formidable ancestors loomed in the shadows. The pioneering founder, Uchiha Taijima, the formidable force that shook the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna, a dazzling prodigy whose life was cut terribly short. Then there was Uchiha Kagami, who dedicated his life in loyal service to the village, and Uchiha Setsuna, unyielding in his radical ideals. Eiji stood, gazing at Izuna's portrait, and suddenly felt his blood surge, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Is this the bond that existed between Tobirama and Izuna? Many years ago, the shinobi world was racked with endless warfare and turmoil. Today's comrades on the battlefield could become cold corpses by tomorrow. How many generations endured days like that? It wasn't until Lord Madara joined forces with the Senju clan, ending the age of chaos and founding the Hidden Leaf Village, that things began to change. He turned around, his eyes meeting Eiji's with grave sincerity. "I have been through war. I know its cruelty all too well. As clan leader, my greatest wish is for every Uchiha to live out their lives in peace and safety, never again forced to make pointless sacrifices." He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "Eiji, promise me this. No matter what happens in the future, no matter what hardships the Uchiha clan may face, will you remain unwaveringly loyal to our side?" Eiji blinked. During the day, he'd been courted by Hiruzen. At night, Fugaku was here, demanding his allegiance all over again. "The two of you certainly know how to coordinate. Clan leader Fugaku, no matter what comes my way, my loyalty to the Uchiha is everlasting." At last, Fugaku's taut expression softened into a smile. He gave Eiji a firm, approving pat on the shoulder. A thought that had lain dormant for so long, as if dry tinder set ablaze by a sudden spark, finally caught fire inside him, and could no longer be extinguished. If Eiji could truly live up to such potential, if he could awaken that legendary power as well, then perhaps the Uchiha would finally possess something that measured up to the village's highest authorities. Or, no, he would possess strength great enough to alter the very balance of power within Konoha itself. Once that thought took root, it spread wildly like untamed weeds. The part of Fugaku's heart that had been numbed and resigned beneath the weight of reality began to stir again, unrest rising with a thrill of hope. "With your promise, I'm at ease." Fugaku gave Eiji's shoulder another gentle pat. "If you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll do my best to ensure all your needs are met." "Thank you, clan leader." Eiji scratched his head sheepishly. "Actually, there really is one small favor." Fugaku's smile brightened. It truly didn't trouble him if Eiji relied on him. What worried him was Eiji keeping a respectful distance. "Go on. Lady Tsunade gave me a house recently, but I've been too busy to tidy it up. Do you think you could send 2 elders to help out tomorrow?" Fugaku agreed without a second thought. "Is that all? Just cleaning, huh? Lady Tsunade really is generous." "Wait, who?" Something suddenly struck him as odd. "The Tsunade you mentioned. Do you mean that Tsunade?" Eiji blinked. "That's right. She's the first Hokage's granddaughter, the third Hokage's student, and a relative of the daimyo." Fugaku felt his head buzzing. Just how close do you have to be for someone to simply give you a house as a gift? Fugaku couldn't help but wonder, was this Tsunade's personal will, or an order from the Hokage himself? "Chief, are you listening?" Fugaku snapped out of his daze and replied, "All right, I'll give them a holiday tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Chief. Then I'll take my leave." Even after Eiji left, Fugaku was still muttering to himself. Since when did Eiji get so close to the Hokage circle? Could it be that the Hokage really intended to nurture him, just like they once did with Senior Kagami? That night, Eiji sat in his room, carefully polishing Shonen. He took the opportunity to check his status panel. Name, Uchiha H. Template, Senju Tobirama. Passive, all abilities increase when battling against Uchiha. Passive, Shinobi Scientist, you can easily learn and create ninjutsu in line with scientific theories. Support ninjutsu. Chakra Sensory. No hand seals needed, sharp perception, scope extends to targets miles away, sensing both vitality and chakra strength. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Spacetime Jutsu, and Forbidden Jutsu. Advanced mastery of water style, Flying Thunder God technique, Summoning technique, for Crimson Ray formation, Dark Walking technique, Reanimation Jutsu, Mutual Multiplying explosive tags, Soul Binding technique. Kekkei Jinkai. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Ninja tools, Shonen, the Kunai of Izuna, 600 million explosive tags. There were still a few tasks that seemed impossible to complete for now. Orochimaru was no ordinary opponent to kill. Just when you'd think you had finished him off once and for all, after a while he'd come back in some bizarre fashion. Sometimes even in a completely different form, just to keep things interesting. Never mind, he thought. That was a headache for another day. Tomorrow was bound to be busy. The next morning, Ag and a few clan members arrived at the Senju district. They found an elder in charge and handed over the note written by Tsunade. I hereby gift one of my properties to Uchiha Ag. As soon as the old man finished reading, he was stunned. His eyes were wide as saucers as he double-checked the signature and handwriting on the note over and over. For a moment, he even suspected Ag had cast a Sharingan Jinjutsu on him. It took 2 hard punches to his own face before he dared believe what was happening in front of him. In a hushed voice, he said, "Come with me." As the group walked down the road, quite a commotion rose up among the curious onlookers. Uchiha, what are they doing over here? The one leading them, the white-haired guy, he looks like someone from the police force, doesn't he? As per Lord Hashirama's arrangements, the Senju clan had gradually blended into the life of the village. By now, very few people openly identified themselves as Senju descendants. But everyone knew in their hearts whose territory this was. So few dared to venture here, and everyone maintained an unspoken understanding. The arrival of Aisai and his companions today had left them utterly astonished. After all, while Lady Tsunade was indeed wealthy, she was by no means a fool who would hand out money to just anyone. Her decision to gift one of her properties to a member of the Uchiha clan, someone known for his strong-handed reforms of the police force and whose reputation was a subject of fierce debate, had meanings ripe for speculation among the sharp-nosed clansmen. They couldn't make sense of it. They really couldn't figure it out. The note hadn't specified which property, so Aisai, following the logic that one shouldn't pass up a bargain, went ahead and chose the largest of the lot. It was a standalone mansion with a sprawling courtyard, truly the sort of grand estate he'd always dreamed of owning. The elder in charge of registration didn't even bother to interfere. Expressionless, his eyes suggested a detached indifference. Do as you please. With so many vacant houses in the clan, it made little difference who lived where. Especially when it was someone personally named by Lady Tsunade. He certainly wasn't looking to cause himself any extra trouble. He processed the paperwork in a flash, then slapped the keys into Aisai's palm with a sharp snap. From now on, this place is yours. Don't come looking for me unless you have to. No matter what, I won't be able to help. That's that. With those words, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled off at a leisurely pace. Aisai raised his brows, clicking his tongue in amusement. This old fellow's manner of speech and conduct truly had the flavor of a cantankerous local. Together, they got to work swiftly and efficiently. It took most of the day, but by the end, the long vacant house was spotless. All that was left was to furnish it, and then they could move in. After lunch, Inaho and Tetsuka took their leave first, citing patrol duties for the police force as their reason. Aisai, meanwhile, went straight off to find Naruto. It hadn't been long since their last meeting, but Naruto had grown a fair bit taller. Spotting Aisai from afar, his eyes lit up instantly, as if a little sun had risen right then and there. Hihi, good afternoon, Aisai-sensei. The very first thing Naruto did was pull out his wallet and wave in the air. My allowance just came in. Let me treat you to some snacks, Aisai bro. Aisai ruffled Naruto's hair with a smile. All right. The two strolled down the street, one following just behind the other. Naruto, ever the curious child, reached out to touch anything that caught his eye. Well, look, it's Masashi Kishimoto's manga. Finally in stock. The bookstore owner, used to shooing away window shoppers, waved his hand dismissively. Go on now. If you're not buying, don't touch. If you break it, could you even, Halfway through his lecture, he caught sight of the young man standing next to Naruto. The striking white hair, the blood-red eyes, the Uchiha crest embroidered on his jacket. Impossible to miss. Aisai smiled at the shopkeeper, his eyes crinkling. Excuse me, what were you just saying, sir? I didn't quite catch that. The shopkeeper nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. He recognized the white-haired youth at once. That old fox selling fishing gear next door. He'd been arrested by this very deputy captain of the police force for swindling and trickery. Rumor had it, the old man got such a thorough beating during interrogation that he sobbed and pleaded for mercy, and in the end, received a long sentence. He hadn't dared show his face on the street ever since. Rumor had it that this madman had beaten someone to death right in the street. And nothing at all, really. Feel free to take whatever you like. We're having a special today. Anything is free for little ones with yellow hair, the shopkeeper stammered. Sweat streamed down the shopkeeper's face as he spoke, terrified that even a single misplaced word would bring the wrath of the lunatic from the security division. Naruto blinked in confusion, glancing first at the anxious shopkeeper, and then at the comics displayed in the window. Free? For real? he asked, his tone full of disbelief. The bookstore owner bobbed his head vigorously, like a pecking bird. Yes, really. Take whatever you like. No charge at all. Naruto tilted his head, eyes fixed on the comic he'd been longing for, the one that was a bit too expensive for him. He looked down, peering into his wallet. After thinking it over for a moment, he gathered a handful of coins and placed them carefully on the counter. Thank you, boss. But whenever I buy something, I always pay for it. With that, Naruto flashed a big, silly grin, his teeth on full display. Ag had no idea what was so funny, but he could only marvel at how overpowering Ashura's genes must have been. Let's go. Let's check out some other places. With that, the two of them left the bookstore. The bookstore owner collapsed to the floor with a dramatic thump. That was close. I still have my life. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, Big Brother, do you want some tricolor dango? Sasuke asked, his eyes shining bright. Itachi looked down at his little brother's beaming face. For once, a gentle smile broke through his usually stern expression. Today he managed to squeeze a day off from his grueling ANBU missions, a day he promised to spend just with Sasuke. His brother's cheerful mood was infectious, and for a while, Itachi felt a rare sense of ease. But with his keen senses, he noticed something off. Shopkeepers who used to be cordial now peered at him with barely concealed fear. A few discreet inquiries revealed the cause. It was the Uchiha clan crest, embroidered on his clothing, that drew such dread. Itachi was baffled. How had things come to this? Without betraying his thoughts, he quickened his pace, gently steering Sasuke into a quieter alleyway. Outside the alley, the muffled voices of several shopkeepers drifted over from the stores they had just passed. That guy doesn't even work for the security division, so what's there to be so afraid of? Hush. If the security division folks are all ruthless killers, then how much better can the rest of his clan be? Yeah. Best to keep as far away from them as possible. Slowly, Itachi bowed his head. It was difficult to imagine. He'd only been with the ANBU for a short while, but already, this was what his family had become. No, perhaps it had always been this way. Today, though, it was laid bare before his eyes. Big brother, here you go, Sasuke said, handing Itachi his favorite sweet, his eyes crinkling up with a joyful smile. Sure enough, as long as the two brothers were together, anything they did would feel fun. Itachi took a deep breath, willing his turbulent emotions under control. Come on, let's see what's up ahead. Okay, Sasuke replied enthusiastically. The two brothers stepped out of the alley and continued along the street. At the very next corner, for people, two pairs suddenly crossed paths, catching each other off guard. Ag and Naruto had just come out of ninja tool shop, with Naruto enthusiastically fiddling with his new goggles. Meanwhile, Itachi, holding Sasuke's hand, had just bitten into a colorful dango. Both Ag and Itachi froze in their tracks. What a coincidence, young clan leader. Ag greeted, his tone completely insincere. Ag, Itachi had 1,000 questions for him, like why a man devoted to the will of fire had turned the police force into a terrifying beast that the villagers dreaded. You shouldn't solve problems this way. Ag sighed, well aware Itachi was slipping into one of his intense moods again. He didn't bother arguing. This kid was so unbearably arrogant and didn't even realize it. The two stood there in silence, until little Naruto finally broke the tense atmosphere. He peeked out from behind Ag, curiosity shining in his eyes as he studied the aloof Itachi across from him and the cool, slightly standoffish boy at his side. Ag-sensei, are these your friends? If they are, I could treat them to a snack. As he spoke, Naruto pulled out a bag of chips and stuffed it into Sasuke's arms. Hey, what's your name? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and one day I'm going to be Hokage. Sasuke glanced at the chips, then at Naruto. Why was this blonde kid grinning so much? Did they even know each other that well? Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. In a corner of the world, unseen, the gears of fate began to quietly turn. Two boys who were destined to cross paths learned each other's names for the first time. Invited by Naruto, the four of them wound up sharing a meal at the same table. Everyone but Naruto seemed awkward and ill at ease. Of course, easygoing Naruto didn't dwell on this at all. Don't worry, he said, patting his wallet. I can definitely cover the bill. With that, he hopped up and hurried over to settle the check with the owner. But from the look on his face, he seemed a bit embarrassed. What a silly guy, Sasuke muttered, setting down his chips and wandering over. How much is it? I'll pay. Naruto was caught off guard, then broke into a delighted smile. Sasuke, you're a really good guy. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Sasuke, where do you live? Not telling you. Sasuke, want to go fishing with me? No way. I'm practicing shuriken with my brother. Sasuke. Sasuke's head was spinning. Why did this kid talk so much? Itachi watched the whole scene, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. His adorable little brother. Eiji remarked quietly. Looks like you get along well with your family. Hearing this, Itachi turned to look at Ag. For my little brother, I would give anything. Ag raised an eyebrow. For the Leaf Village, I too would give anything. The air suddenly grew tense. In the midst of this, Naruto returned with his usual foolish grin, while Sasuke, lips curled in mock annoyance, but clearly in good spirits, walked beside him. Ag reached out and ruffled Naruto's blonde hair. Let's go. Ag-sensei. Aren't you coming with them? No, the path they walk isn't the same as ours. Okay, got it. Clearly, Naruto hadn't quite grasped what Ag meant. Only Itachi's expression darkened ever so slightly. He reached out and gently laid a hand on Sasuke's head. Sasuke, no matter what happens, I will always protect you. Sasuke blinked, baffled. Why say this out of nowhere? That evening, after training was done, Sasuke and Naruto each returned home. After coaxing Sasuke to bed, Itachi quietly made his way to the living room, sitting down across from his father, Fugaku. Itachi, Fugaku asked in a low voice, have there been any moves among the higher-ups in the Leaf lately? He set down his teacup with care in front of Itachi. Itachi accepted the cup with both hands, replying, Danzo is recuperating at home after his injury. Root has been attempting to recruit new members in secret, but it hasn't gone smoothly. The two advisors and the Hokage are jointly working out a plan for cooperation with the Hidden Mist. And the Hokage has already sent letters to several villages, proposing a joint operation to apprehend the Masked Man and Orochimaru. When he mentioned the Masked Man, a fleeting unease flashed across Itachi's face. Luckily, Fugaku was focused on making tea and didn't notice. At last, Fugaku looked up. But what matters most is whether there are any new moves against the Uchiha. This was the sword of Damocles forever hanging over the clan, a danger he truly cared about. No, Itachi's answer was firm, finally loosening the knot that had been pulled so tight. The third Hokage has made it clear that, in these troubled times, any action that might deplete our strength or cause internal turmoil must be avoided. At those words, Fugaku felt relief wash over him. Whatever might come later, at least for now, he could afford a little respite. Ever since becoming clan head, Fugaku felt the weight of the world pressing in every single day. Thankfully, Itachi had now joined the Umbu, serving as the invaluable eyes and ears he'd planted beside the Hokage. It was a lone beacon of hope in an otherwise dark tunnel. A rare note of ease crept into Fugaku's tone. Understand. Go get some rest while you can. With that, he stood to leave, only to be stopped by Itachi's voice. Father. Itachi called from behind. Fugaku paused mid-step. Scenes from the village earlier that day flashed through Itachi's mind. He almost asked if his father knew what was truly happening. But in the end, he swallowed the words. As clan head, of course his father knew. Since he had chosen to remain silent, there must have been a reason behind it. Any doubts he had at the moment would probably only add to their worries. It's nothing. Itachi lowered his head. You should get some rest too. Fugaku gazed long and hard at his son, but in the end, he said nothing. Watching his father disappear down the corridor, Itachi rubbed his brow and let out a long, weary sigh. Itachi made his way alone to the hills behind the house, quietly gazing up at the moon. All at once, memories of when he was 4 years old came flooding back. The first time Fugaku took him to the battlefield. The sight of the ground littered with corpses left a profound shock on his young heart. From that moment on, Itachi began to ponder the meaning of life. Of course, it was never something he could truly grasp. What will become of Konoha, of our clan, the pride of his bloodline, the peace of the village, the hope for a better world? Just then, a soft rustling sound came from behind him. There was no need to turn. He already knew that Shisui had arrived. Shisui, you're still awake? Shisui sat down beside him. I heard you come back, so I thought I'd find you for a chat. The clan said you'd gone out alone, so I knew you'd be here. Shisui glanced at Itachi. Something on your mind? Itachi nodded. Shisui was not just a friend, but a mentor as well. In front of Shisui, Itachi could speak of things he didn't dare say to anyone else. Shisui, is there really any hope for reconciliation between our clan and the village? Hearing that, Shisui's expression grew serious. With Shisui's gentle urging, Itachi recounted what he had witnessed earlier in the village. If the villagers are so afraid of us, or even hate us, how can we ever truly fit in? Shisui, you once said that Issa shares our will of fire. Then why does he run the police force this way? Shisui asked in return, this way? I don't believe the police force should just use force to solve problems. Although I haven't found a better method, there must be a way. Shisui was silent for a moment. I'll try to think of something, just give me some time. Trust me. Itachi nodded firmly. Of course I trust you, Shisui. The two young Uchiha spent the night talking beneath the mountain moon. In the minds of these brilliant youths, the Uchiha's bright future seemed almost within reach. A week slipped by in a flash. Nothing out of the ordinary happened in the Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone went about their own responsibilities. The masked man and Orochimaru had both gone quiet, and the investigations reached a stalemate. But one morning, to everyone's surprise, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, knocked urgently at the door. "Is anyone in? I have urgent business with the Hokage." "Lord Mizukage, what brings you here?" The door was swiftly pulled open. "I remember now," Yakura blurted out urgently. "Something very important about the masked man who controlled me." Itachi's eyes narrowed at once, and he quickly led Yakura to the Hokage's office. "Hokage, I've recalled something. The masked man wasn't acting alone. He had an accomplice. I remember there were two people in black cloaks who came together. Their cloaks had red cloud patterns on them." Hiruzen pressed further. "Is there anything else? Their appearance? Any distinct features?" "I can't recall their faces clearly. I just remember one had orange hair, and the other had either blue or purple hair." Yakura rapped his knuckles against his head in frustration. "I'm truly sorry, Lord Hokage. My memories are a mess." Hiruzen nodded, signaling Yakura to sit and wait a while. "These are crucial clues. Please, take a seat, Lord Mizukage." Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice, hinting for Yakura to remain calm. He promptly stood and strode toward a towering file cabinet behind him, flipping through its contents with practiced ease. Scrolls were swiftly unfurled, intelligence files spread out across the wide surface of his desk. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over line after line until it finally settled on several top-secret reports concerning Kakuzu, the rogue ninja from Takigakure. "Black cloaks, red clouds." Hiruzen muttered under his breath, his finger tapping heavily on the part of the Kakuzu file that described his attire. The same description, Kakuzu and these two unidentified figures. A clear connection was forming rapidly in his mind. This couldn't be a coincidence. Orochimaru had founded a mysterious group, its members powerful, its motives hidden. A group that recruited dangerous rogue shinobi like Kakuzu and the Masked Man. The shadow of this secret organization posed a threat far greater than that of any lone defector. From this moment forward, the investigation of this mysterious organization is classified as an S-rank priority mission. Mobilize every available resource to track them down at any cost. At the same time, the intelligence provided by Lord Mizukage is to be sealed as top secret and immediately shared with our allied villages who have agreed to join the manhunt. Hiruzen swiftly distributed the information to the village's shinobi, assigning missions to each. Ag naturally was among them. Ag, aside from seeking assistance from Sunagakure, "There's something else I need you to do." As he spoke, Hiruzen produced a box and handed it to Ag. "The Kazekage has written to me many times, complaining about financial difficulties and asking to borrow some money. Please deliver this to him as well." Ag scratched his head. "Given Sunagakure's financial state, do you think they'll ever pay it back?" Hiruzen coughed a few times. Ag was still young. "Whether or not they repay isn't your concern. Now go quickly. Sunagakure never pays back their loans? Where do they get the nerve?" New mission. Put pressure on Sunagakure and remind them who truly calls the shots in the shinobi world. Stepping out of the Hokage's office building, Ag couldn't help but smile. "Well, you all saw it. Father Hokage simply wouldn't let me hand it over." Once home, Ag lifted up a floorboard and hid the money underneath. He exchanged a brief greeting with Fugaku before setting out. Ag was well aware of the desperate state of the Land of Wind's economy. As its heart, the hidden sand village was naturally struggling, scraping by as best it could. The fourth Kazekage, in addition to handling the village's affairs, also took on the role of a gold miner. Working by day, panning for gold by night, doing everything he could to fill that ever-gaping hole in the village's finances. And when he was killed, the thankless yet crucial task fell onto the shoulders of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Ag had every reason to believe that, back then, Raza owed half his ascension to the power of his Kekkei Genkai. Now, Ag found himself alone, stepping onto this sun-scorched land. The harsh weather of the Land of Wind was even worse than he had imagined. Dry, blistering gusts of sand scraping across his skin like sandpaper. All around him, nothing but endless rolling dunes. Little else broke the monotony of the landscape. Here, food and water were more precious than gold, a lifeline that determined survival. Along the way, Ag saw many of the locals brawling fiercely over scarce water sources. Some even set their sights on him, demanding he pay a toll for passage. So Ag simply challenged their leader, turning the tables, and in the process, found half a nugget of desert gold in his pockets. Growing bored, Ag began absent-mindedly kicking the sand as he walked, seeking any distraction to pass the arduous journey. At last, on the horizon, he spotted the hidden sand village, its gates built from giant stones towering in the distance. Not an easy journey, he muttered to himself. Kazekage office. Kazeko-sama, the envoy from Konoha has arrived. Bowing respectfully, Baki reported the news. Very well, Raza replied curtly. Go meet them. I still have matters to attend to here. Understood. Today was the day he'd meticulously planned, yet again, to send assassins after his own son, Gaara. He needed to personally verify the outcome, to see with his own eyes if that dangerous existence was still under control. Setting aside the scroll in his hands, Raza rose and strode to the window. He knew better than anyone the burden he carried, a weight unimaginable to most. Other shinobi villages, to varying degrees, had their own methods for managing their jinchuriki, ways to prevent them from losing control and attacking others under ordinary circumstances. Only the Hidden Sand had never succeeded in taming the one-tail, Shikaku, sealed within their ranks. And his son, Gaara, was that very vessel, a living container for this peril. Gaara's birth had caused the death of Raza's wife, Karura, leaving the Kazekage's heart twisted and conflicted toward his son. And so, Raza had made one abstract, paradoxical decision after another. Time and again, he sent people, his own agents, to assassinate his only son. He stood behind the window, his gaze icy as he looked at the solitary red-haired figure at the edge of the training ground. There was not a hint of fatherly warmth in his eyes. Little Gaara, with thick shadows under his eyes, bore the character for love carved into his forehead. Years of fear had left him hardly daring to sleep. Once, due to a brief lapse in his slumber, he had lost control, unleashing Shikaku's rampage, which brought devastation and casualties to the village. Now, he couldn't suppress another yawn, wishing he could find somewhere else to daydream. Just as he turned, a piercing sound tore through the air behind him, laced with murderous intent. A sand shinobi from the Umbu emerged like a sinister specter from the shadows. In his hand, a kunai glinted coldly as he drove it, swift and ruthless, toward Gaara's unguarded back. Yet the instant before the blade could touch his clothing, the yellow sand beneath Gaara's feet sprang to life, swirling up like a giant serpent to snare the would-be assassin, suspending him in midair, tightly bound. Only then did Gaara slowly lift his head, his expression hollow and emotionless. Sand binding coffin. With those words, the sphere of sand constricting the Umbu suddenly tightened, crushing inward with a violent force. A sickening crunch of breaking bones, followed by a brief, blood-curdling scream, and then the sand ball abruptly collapsed, scattering to the ground with a soft thud, leaving behind only a glaring, bloody smear. With no expression, Gaara released his grip, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. Boring. From behind the window, Raza took in the entire scene. Showing no emotion, he turned and returned to his desk. At the same time, not far from the gates of the hidden sand village, Ig suddenly paused in his tracks. He could keenly sense a surge of violent chakra erupting from somewhere within the village. Given what he knew about the hidden sand, he instantly grasped what had just occurred. Tisich, Ig shook his head, another father straight out of abstract art. People always said the Uchiha were a family of lunatics, but looking around, there really weren't many sane folks in the shinobi world. The first brother is no better than the second. At the village gates, the sand Jonin Baki had already been waiting for him. After a few perfunctory exchanges, Baki led Ig toward the Kazekage's office. Ig promptly handed over a handwritten letter from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Surtobi. On his way here, he'd copied the handwriting to rewrite the letter, carefully omitting all mentions of money. Kazekage-sama, Ig said, passing over the letter. We may need a small favor from your village. Raza took the letter, his eyes skimming swiftly over the contents. A moment later, he set the letter aside and replied with measured calm. Since we are allies of the Leaf, Hidden Sand will give its utmost support. Thank you, Kazekage-sama. With that, Ig sipped at his hard-won glass of plain water. Raza smiled at Ag, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Lord Ag, did the Hokage not mention anything else? No, nothing at all. At that, Raza's expression darkened. So that's how you're going to play it, Hokage? Swearing you'd lend the money, and now pretending you don't know anything? And honestly, 50 million is nothing but pocket change to you folks in Konoha. Are we supposed to be allies? What's the harm in lending a little support? Frankly, I don't see much sincerity from Konoha as a partner. So he shifted his tone. However, to be frank, tracking down Orochimaru and the masked man in the Land of Wind comes at a significant cost. This isn't a simple matter. Ag scratched his head. So that's what he means. The price for this favor isn't small. He's done pretending and is openly asking for benefits now? Who does this brat think he is, putting on airs with Konoha like this? Sure, Sunagakure is dirt poor, but every single ninja here has a backbone tough as steel. Is this what they call barefaced bravado born from poverty? If the last two Hokage were still alive, he'd be in for it. Pretend all you want now, but by tomorrow Konoha would tear this village apart. Seeing Ag stay silent, Raza grew even more restless. Did the Hokage really teach this kid anything about negotiation? By the script, things should have gone like this. Ag, I need a favor. Raza, certainly, but won't be easy. Ag, don't worry, you won't work for nothing. I'll pay. Raza, it's done. I'll mobilize everyone. But this white-haired kid hasn't said a word. Is he actually a fool? Or just playing dumb? Of course, Ag knew exactly what he was doing. If it were any ordinary ninja, they'd just follow Hiruzen's instructions to the letter. After all, mission comes first. But Ag was the wild card of the Uchiha clan. He'd never play by the usual rules. All right, if it's so troublesome, then forget it. Ag dusted off his travel bag. I'll head back to Konoha. Goodbye. With that, Ag turned to leave. I'll just report to Lord Hokage that Tsunagakure finds this all too troublesome and isn't willing to assist us. This move left Raza and Maki utterly dumbfounded. Did the Hokage really send a human being? When have two villages ever attempted negotiations, and one just storms home at the first sign of disagreement? Is this guy just plain crazy? After all, what's called cooperation is really a contest, a back and forth, a clash of wits. In any negotiation, you at least have to talk. With sky-high asking prices and haggling to the bare minimum. That's how these things go. But Ag, frankly, didn't have a clue how to negotiate. But he'd been to the night markets to buy clothes. One wrong price, and he'd turn around and walk off. And before you even count to 3, the stall owner would always call him back. Sure enough, Raza called out to him. Lord Ag, please wait. He knew that once Ig returned and embellished the story, it would inevitably affect the relationship between the two villages. Though Raza acted tough on the surface, he was in fact eager to cling to the Hokage's powerful influence. At this point, Raza didn't even care anymore about borrowing the money. He focused on settling Ig in, telling him to get a good night's rest, and promising that their elite forces would move out together in the morning. Lord Kazekage, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Ig said. Raza's heart skipped a beat, worried that Ig might cause yet another unexpected disturbance. Go ahead, he replied. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree to it. I have a habit of taking walks after dinner. Would it be all right if I stroll around the village tonight? Raza considered this for a moment. Allowing a shinobi from another village to wander around freely might not send a good signal. What if Ig used this opportunity to gather intelligence on the village's secrets? But then again, on second thought, that might actually work in Raza's favor. If Ig did so, he'd have a solid excuse to accuse him of breaking their cooperative spirit. That would give Raza some leverage over Hiruzen. After weighing the pros and cons, Raza eventually nodded. Of course, but please do be careful for your own safety. Thank you. I'll be off then. After Ig left, Raza pressed his fingers to his brow. That Uchiha brat really is a handful, he muttered. He reasoned that since Ig had been trusted to come alone, the Hokage must have tremendous confidence in both his loyalty and strength. Yet, it was precisely this young man whose actions were so unfathomable. Lord Kazekage, Maki ventured cautiously, but according to our intelligence, the Uchiha clan situation in the village isn't good at all. Yes, it is rather odd. Could our information be wrong? Raza pondered for a moment, but was soon interrupted by someone bringing him more documents. Lord Kazekage, these are the projected expenses for next month. Your review, please. I know, just leave them there and go. Raza pinched his brow again. Money, money, always money. I originally thought Konoha would lend us 50 million to get us through this emergency, but the Hokage didn't so much as mention it. If you need anything, Maki, let me know, otherwise I'm heading out to the desert for some air. Raza left the office, leaving behind a worried-looking Maki. That night, after Ig finished chewing on several pieces of rock-hard flatbread provided by Tsunagakure, he silently scaled a rocky cliff. This spot was on the outskirts of the village and offered a sweeping view. It was a perfect place to take in the scenery. He sat down cross-legged, his senses pinpointing a lively light deep in the desert. It was the fourth Kazekage, the village's top workhorse, the gold miner, Raza himself, using his magnet release to extract gold from the endless expanse of sand. Watching this unfold, a daring idea was already taking shape in his mind. Once Raza was killed by Orochimaru, he would steal Raza's corpse, then put him to work mining in the desert for 24 hours a day. That ought to bring in a handsome profit. Lost in thought, he didn't notice a sudden figure appear behind him. A cold, biting voice punctuated the silence. Get lost. This is my turf. Isai turned to look. The speaker was just a red-haired child, no older than 6 or 7. His eyes blazed with pure hatred and the intent to kill. And who are you supposed to be? That's not how kids should behave. Gaara's expression turned murderous. I'll say it again, get lost. Run along now, go play somewhere else. I don't have time for this. A surge of fury ignited in Gaara's heart. To him, this strange, white-haired guy was clearly out to kill him. It wasn't the first time they tried that trick before, sending a stranger to get close, to catch his attention with tricks, and then strike when he was off guard. Today, Gaara was especially on edge. He'd already had one attempt on his life during the day. Could he not have a moment of peace at night? Do you have a death wish? He flung his hand upward. The sand floating around him responded like bloodthirsty sharks, instantly forming a massive claw of sand. With a heavy, rushing sound, it swept toward Isai, intent on crushing him beneath its crushing weight. He wanted nothing more than to smother this annoying white-haired guy, to make him taste the hopelessness of suffocation. But Gaara's eyes narrowed. The sand claw snapped shut, yet there was no sensation of flesh, no resistance to indicate it had trapped someone. The sand had missed? Impossible. Suddenly, an icy chill crept down Gaara's neck, coming out of nowhere. He hadn't even seen how the other moved. Isai's ghostly figure had materialized right behind him. His right hand rested lazily on Gaara's thin shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of playful mockery. Well, since the people of the Sand Village want me dead, doesn't that make anything I do fair game? Before the words had even faded, Gaara felt an overwhelming force slam into him from behind, a power he simply couldn't resist. There wasn't even time to summon his sand for defense. He was swept off his feet like a ragdoll hurled by a sudden gale. With a thunderous crash, Isai's open hand sent him flying more than a dozen meters. Gaara slammed hard into a soft dune below, sand exploding everywhere, clouding the air. Pain. Raw, searing pain. Sprawled in the sand pit, Gaara's head rang, lost in a blank haze. What just happened? Where was his pride? His absolute defense of sand? Why couldn't he keep up with this white-hair guy's speed? Why couldn't he even see the attack coming? A feeling of utter defeat and crushing humiliation welled up inside him, quickly followed by an even fiercer, all-consuming rage. Dizzily, Gaara struggled back to his feet. The small body trembled ever so slightly with overwhelming rage. I swear I'll kill you. He growled through clenched teeth, and the sand around him began to churn violently, more grains rising from the ground as if they were alive. He wanted to crush the one who dared humiliate him, pulverize him inch by inch. At that perilous moment, a silhouette darted forward at lightning speed. Gaara stopped. Baki lunged between the two, putting himself in the middle. Ag narrowed his eyes. Are you here to kill me too? Too? Why did he say too? A sense of dread crept into Baki. Senior Baki, whose brat is this? Why do you all want to kill me at the drop of a hat? Wait, he called you Gaara? He's the Kazekage's son. Baki's body went rigid in an instant. He guessed what Ag was about to say. The Kazekage's son, attacking an envoy from Konoha? Sure enough, Ag looked at Baki and spoke. The son of the Kazekage from Sunagakure launches an unprovoked attack on the envoy sent by Konoha. Attempted murder. With every word, Baki's complexion grew paler. Senior Baki, would you say this counts as Sunagakure willfully breaking the alliance treaty between our two great villages? Well, Baki was flustered. This accusation weighed heavily, yet he could hardly refute it. Gaara is just a misguided kid. He doesn't understand. Ag mercilessly cut him off. This kid you speak of has already mastered some extremely dangerous ninjutsu. By Konoha standards, he's already an accomplished ninja. As a ninja, every action represents the village's will. What's more, Gaara is the Kazekage's own son. Baki tried to argue, but behind him Gaara was about to lose control. Shut up. I'll kill anyone I want. Gaara screamed, wild and desperate, paying Baki no mind whatsoever. He swung his arms, unleashing a crushing wave of sand powered by all his chakra, threatening to smash down on both Ag and Baki. He would bury both of these two, the very people who made him feel pain and humiliation. In the next instant, Ag vanished as if teleporting, leaving behind nothing but a flickering afterimage. He reappeared, ghost-like, having slipped past the brunt of the sand wave, closing in until he was less than half a meter from Gaara. His movement was so swift that even the sand's automatic defense couldn't react in time. A heavy, thunderous thud resounded, a sound like a fist slamming into a sandbag. Gaara's small frame flew like a severed kite, collapsing limply to the ground. His consciousness slipped instantly into darkness. The wild sands raging around him lost their energy and tumbled to the ground in a dull, cascading whisper. In that moment, the world fell utterly silent. Gaara's collapse didn't bring Maki any relief. Instead, his face twisted with terror. This is bad. With no time to explain, Maki shouted down at the people below. Scatter. Get to safety now. Don't ask why. If you want to live, run. The villagers of Sunagakure stared at him in confusion. What was happening in the middle of the night? Was there some enemy breaking in? Fearful, they exchanged anxious glances. A ripple of panic began to spread through the crowd. But the true disaster had only just begun. Gaara, unconscious, suddenly jolted violently. A vast and terrifying chakra exploded outward. A shrill voice, grating like 1,000 sandpapers scraping together, tore through the night sky above Sunagakure. I'm finally out for some fresh air. The great Shikaku has arrived. Chakra surged and swelled, coalescing in an instant into a monstrous tanuki-like beast. It locked its gaze onto Ag, crazed fury burning in its eyes. You again? Those cursed eyes. I'll tear you apart. Shikaku recognized the Sharingan, the same eyes that had once brought it endless humiliation. Back then, it was a porcupine-headed kid, wielding similar eyes, who had dealt it a brutal, one-sided defeat. Old grudges surged up with new rage, and Shikaku unleashed a roar that shook the heavens. Its colossal paw, brimming with destructive force, came crashing down toward Eiji's position. Tisich, this never ends, does it? Eiji slapped his hands together. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. Far away, atop Mount Myaboku, Gamabunta was dozing, Gamakin was polishing his weapons, Gamako was deep in thought, and the iron-armed Gama was flexing his muscles. All the famous warrior toads felt a strong, familiar surge of summoning power descend upon them. Bang, 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 bang. A series of deafening booms shook the air as massive clouds of white smoke erupted above Sunagakure. As the haze began to clear, several gigantic figures, each as towering as a mountain, appeared in an instant. Through the lifting mist, Gamabunta gripped his enormous pipe between his teeth, eyeing the howling Shikaku before him, then glancing at Eiji perched on his head and at the chaotic village below. You again, brat? Didn't I tell you not to summon us, unless it was absolutely necessary? Eiji, standing casually atop Gamabunta's broad head, shrugged with an innocent expression. If you'd like, you can go back now and ask the great sage to come instead. Gamabunta gnawed his pipe in exasperation. What on earth had Jiraiya been thinking, taking in such an oddball disciple? This is the last time. Don't make a habit of it. Eiji grinned widely. Honestly, this isn't my fault. I was just passing by. This Tanuki started a fight with me. I had no choice but to call you. Gamabunta nearly bit his pipe in half, fuming. How did this brat get tangled up with a tailed beast again? He took a long, hard drag on his cigarette, forcing himself to calm down. Well, since we're already here, let's have a battle to our heart's content. He knew with Eiji's stubborn nature, if they didn't take down this raccoon cat, he would definitely bring the great toad sage over again. Everyone get ready. It's showtime. The toads let out their rallying cry. Let's do this. Several toads ganged up on Shikaku, giving him a brutal and merciless beatdown. Thunderous crashes echoed across the battlefield. Water style, iron cannonball. Wind style, drilling air bullet. Shikaku clashed fiercely with the toads, leaving only desolation in their wake. The already battered hidden sand village was reduced to utter ruins. Gamakichi circled behind Shikaku and knocked him over with a powerful kick. All the pent-up anger in the toads' hearts was unleashed on Shikaku. Each strike was fiercer than the last, as if they wished they could tear him apart with their bare hands. Hey kid, don't just stand there. Think of a way to deal with this thing. Golden markings once again appeared around Eiji's eyes. Sage art. Water dragon devours and explodes. Two colossal water dragons, conjured from highly compressed sage chakra, materialized and sank their fangs into Shikaku's massive body. The violent torrent instantly subdued Shikaku's sandy form, binding him with overwhelming force. Soon after, Shikaku's power gradually faded away. All that was left behind was an unconscious little boy. The power of a Jinchuriki is too dangerous. We have to seal it completely. Perhaps we should take him back to Konoha and let the village keep him under control. With the mission complete, the toads of Mount Myaboku made their departures, one after another. Before leaving, they reminded him once more, don't call on them again unless it's absolutely necessary. Shinobi World Scientist activated. During your battle with one-tailed Shikaku, you grasp the method of harnessing a tailed beast's power. After refining it further, you can use it to control or severely beat Kurama. At that moment, a man arrived, flying over on a current of gold sand. Perfect timing. Kazekage, are you trying to use the tailed beast to kill Konoha's ninja? Are you planning to destroy our alliance and start a war outright? Eiji wasted no time in accusing Raza of trying to escalate the conflict. After all, it wouldn't be surprising if the hidden sand pulled a stunt like this they had a history. Baki hastily explained. Lord Ag, this really is all a misunderstanding. Gaara never meant to harm you on purpose. Ag shook his head. This misunderstanding you speak of, is it when the Kazekage's own son threatens to kill me, and even wields a weapon as dangerous as a Jinchuriki? Raza realized the gravity of the situation. His ceaseless attempts to provoke Gaara had finally created a monster obsessed with killing. He never expected that this monster would come to set his sights on a Konoha ninja today. If this were just an ordinary civilian ninja, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this one happens to have the surname Uchiha. Lord Ag, I can actually explain this, he tried. Ag waved his hand dismissively. There's nothing to explain. I heard everything clear as day. Gaara says if he wants to kill someone, then he'll kill them. Well, about that. If Gaara dares to kill me today, what's stopping him from marching into the Leaf Village tomorrow and killing our esteemed Hokage? Is there any rule of law left in the shinobi world? Any order? For the first time, Raza found himself truly vexed by a minor. Someone not even of age could give him such a headache. Of course, in the shinobi world, there's really no such thing as law and order. In the end, it all boils down to whose fists are bigger. If Eiji were a ninja from some small nation, Raza wouldn't just refuse to apologize, he'd framing him for stealing a tailed beast. But as it stands, he's an Uchiha from the Leaf. And to be honest, the Leaf's fists are just a bit bigger. On top of that, the moral ground was on their side, which left him with even less room to maneuver. Raza pondered for a moment, then sighed with resignation. Lord Eiji, what do you think is an appropriate way to settle this? Eiji broke into a sincere smile. I'd like a little something from the village, a specialty product, let's call it compensation. That sounds fair, doesn't it? A specialty product? Raza was puzzled by Eiji's logic. After all, the hidden sand village was dirt poor. What decent specialty could they possibly offer? It wasn't like they were the Leaf, overflowing with farmland and resources. He, as the Kazekage himself, had to dig up gold from the sands just to scrape together enough for the budget, and even then they ran deficits. Wait a moment. A sudden thought flashed through Raza's mind. This bastard isn't hinting at gold, is he? Raza's resolve hardened. His fists, too, clenched. Gold meant money, and money, well, that was his lifeblood. If Eiji wanted money, it was as good as demanding his life. Lord Eiji, we toil endlessly to mine gold from the sands, but under no circumstances could we give it to you. It's a matter of principle. Eiji regarded Raza as if he were a fool. Did I ever say I wanted your gold? Do I look like someone with so little shame? You hoard grain, I hoard weapons. Your village is my grain storehouse. Huh. Raza's mind, running like a high-speed processor, suddenly stalled. If not gold, then is it a tailed beast you want? Raza's voice rose sharply. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The one tail is the sand village's greatest safeguard. We could never. Eiji let out a snort of laughter. The one tail is impressive? Have you forgotten that our village houses the 9 tails? If it so much as flexes a fraction of its chakra, the one tail would be left shaking in the dirt. Raza fell silent. He wounds not just the body, but the pride. Raza was starting to wonder if Eiji had really come seeking help, or just to stir up trouble. Eiji narrowed his eyes. I've heard of a ninja called Pakura, who mastered a Kekiai Genkai known as Scorch Release. Raza's expression darkened. Pakura had long since passed away. Is Eiji just mocking them with his words? He was growing irritated. What exactly are you trying to say? I'm very interested in Scorch style. Hand over any secret techniques related to it. Raza let out a cold snort. This imp really knew nothing of his own limits. To master Scorch style, you have to fuse the chakra natures of fire and wind within your body, and you need to achieve a perfectly precise balance. It's not as simple as combining wind style and fire style, like you seem to imagine. Shinobi World Scientist Mode, activated. You have understood the fundamental principles of Scorch style, and your chakra fulfills the bloodline limit conditions for its use. You have mastered Scorch style and its associated jutsu. Eiji waved a hand dismissively. No need for now. Just put on my tab. I'll come find you when I make up my mind. Raza what? Damn it, is this brat toying with me? Raza could barely restrain the urge to tear Eiji apart on the spot. Since when did even a minor from Konoha dare speak to him this way? Did they really think Sunagakure was just a pushover? He forced himself to swallow his frustration. Eiji yawned, then nudged the drowsy Gaara toward Baki. By tomorrow morning, I expect to see your detailed action plan. Otherwise, I'll make a full report of tonight's attempted assassination to the Hokage. With those words, Eiji leisurely disappeared around the street corner. Lord Kazekage, this kid's a tough one to handle. Eiji's actions today had far exceeded their expectations. Even though the creature inside Gaara was just the one tail, it was still a tailed beast. A starved camel was still bigger than a horse, after all. Yet who would have thought that their so-called formidable weapon would be so ruthlessly disposed of tonight, and they'd be left mocked in the process? As Raza looked down at the ruined village below his feet, a surge of anger welled up within him. Naturally, he vented all that fury on Gaara. If it weren't for you, you calamity, the village wouldn't be in this state. From this day forward, without my explicit permission, Gaara is not to set foot outside his room. Baki could only nod in silent agreement. Were all Jinchuriki doomed to lives of imprisonment, generation after generation? After settling everything, Raza and Baki returned to the office. That night's commotion had been impossible to hide, and it had naturally roused the attention of Elder Chiyo and Ebizo. Both of them were seasoned in battle, and their minds were sharp and calculating. Compared to those two from Konoha, these elders were on a different level entirely. It was largely thanks to their support that Sunagakure had managed to weather such harsh times. Did Gaara go berserk again? Yes. That ninja who summoned multiple giant toads and used such powerful water style in the desert. Was he Konoha's envoy? Yes. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a look, eyes filled with subtle understanding. They sensed that something was amiss. With Konoha's might, there was simply no need to travel all this way to Sunagakure just to ask for assistance. Something didn't add up. The village was barely able to look after itself these days. In the vast expanse of a land of wind, searching for two rogue ninja that even the hidden leaf couldn't find was like fishing for a needle at the bottom of the sea. The matter of the masked man and Orochimaru, both traitors, had become a real headache for them. After all, they themselves had their own rogue ninja, Sasori. He had once been the village's genius puppeteer, but to this day his whereabouts remained a mystery. Is the hidden leaf genuinely asking for our help, or are they merely showing off? Elder Chiyo's companion, Ebizo, thought the latter seemed more likely. Not long ago, they had just made an open announcement about establishing a long-term alliance with the Hidden Mist Village. At the same time, the Hidden Leaf had expressed their wish for peace in the ninja world. But according to their intelligence, the partnership with the Mist was little more than an appearance. After all, Yagura was still being held hostage in the Leaf, wasn't he? From that alone, it looked as if the Mist had become a vassal of the Leaf. And since their disastrous defeat in the Third Great Ninja War, Sand Village had also signed a treaty with the Leaf. It was almost as though they, too, had become a vassal village. But the proud fourth Kazekage would never admit such a thing, always looking for weaker targets to bolster his own position. So the small countries nearby suffered constant meddling from Sand. Ebizo mused that perhaps the Leaf had smelled trouble brewing, but couldn't come out and say so directly. So instead, they'd sent Ag to put pressure on them. Look, our kids are already this powerful. Sand Village should just give up on any funny ideas. Sarutobi Hiruzen. No wonder they say he was Tobirama Senju's student. He truly is a master of cunning. Chiyo breathed in sharply, as if the air had suddenly chilled. If you hadn't reminded me, I'd have almost forgotten he was that fearsome student of Tobirama Senju. With a title like that, Hiruzen suddenly felt extremely dangerous in their eyes. After all, to be a student of Tobirama, even the worst among them wouldn't be ordinary. Raza massaged his temples. What do you think we should do, then? We go along with the investigation. Show our good faith. If we can't find these missing ninja, that boy will eventually leave. Raza nodded, taking their advice to heart. Maki, starting tomorrow, you'll accompany Uchiha Ag and help investigate the whereabouts of those rogues. Maki couldn't help but sigh. He had a bad feeling about this assignment. Years of experience told him this wasn't going to end well. And sure enough, Ag did not disappoint. In less than a week, Maki had dropped 10 pounds. It wasn't just the pressure of the job. What truly unnerved him was Ag's unnerving skill at extracting information. Whoever had taught the kid had done a thorough job. He always managed to pick up new secrets about Sand Village without you even noticing. It got to the point where Ag even knew what color boxers Raza wore. Suddenly aware of the danger, Maki broke out in a cold sweat. If the Kazekage ever found out, he'd probably have Maki's hide for it. Determined not to be outdone, Maki tried to catch Ag off guard. But Ag always had an answer at the ready. Lord Ag, is it tough working in Konoha every day? It's not too bad, Ag replied, chewing heartily on his pancake. Lately it's been busier since there's been some trouble in the village. Suddenly, Ag covered his mouth as though he'd said too much, playing the role to perfection. Does this count as leaking village secrets? Maki-senpai, can I trust you? Maki nearly burst out laughing. Of course you can. Why not? Konoha and our village are the closest of friends, like brothers, like family. A glint flashed in Maki's eyes. At last, he'd taken a bait. In the end, Ag was nothing more than a child untested by the intrigue between villages. Though his heart raced with excitement, he kept his face perfectly composed and asked, "Is it because of the rogue ninja situation?" If you need anything, just let me know. All of Sunagakure would lend a hand. Ag could barely contain his laughter as he thought about what he was going to say next. He felt just like Lee Sang-hyuk trying to hold back a grin. He strained to keep his expression serious. There's an elder in the clan named Inaho. He's getting married next month, so I've been helping him with all the preparations. Iba Butterly slept. The muscles in Maki's face twitched almost imperceptibly. In a war-torn shinobi world where tomorrow wasn't guaranteed, who cared about weddings? It's not like your clan leader Fugaku Uchiha is marrying Lady Tsunade for a second time or anything. Ag continued offhandedly. Inaho's bride is from the Senju family or something. I can't quite remember. Maki choked, coughing uncontrollably. The Uchiha and the Senju are marrying into each other. Yeah, is that so strange? Of course it's strange. Back in the day, your legendary clan head, Madara Uchiha, stormed Konoha riding on the Nine-Tails head, turning the entire shinobi world upside down. And after that, all the intel suggested the Uchiha had a rough time in Konoha, living in constant uncertainty. Many other villages sent agents to secretly try recruiting the Uchiha. And what happened? Those spies vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. And now you're telling me, as if it's nothing, that the Uchiha and the Senju are marrying into each other? Do you take me for a fool? With a scowl, Maki downed the last mouthful of cold water. Damn it, outwitted by kid. Utter humiliation. Maki-senpai, what are you off to do? Hunting rogue ninja. I'm going to skin those traitors alive with my own hands. Can't afford to antagonize Konoha, fine. But dealing with those traitors, that's a different story. Meanwhile, in a mountain cave somewhere, Zetsu slowly emerged from the shadows. Limit your excursions for now. Let's avoid unneeded trouble. Sasori glanced at this perpetually secretive companion and asked, What's going on? Konoha's ninja. That Uchiha Ag. He's already arrived in Sunagakure. Zetsu spoke slowly. He has the full support of the Sand Village now, and is relentlessly searching for Orochimaru day and night. The Sand's covert units and puppet corps have been mobilized almost entirely. Their forces have combed nearly every inch of the Wind Country's borders. The Sand Village, huh? Sasori paused in his actions, letting out a faint, ambiguous sigh. Almost forgot, Zetsu teased, his tone tinged with mockery. That's your old hometown, isn't it? Sasori let out a cold laugh. That nest of lies and rot holds no appeal for me. The only thing I truly care about is everlasting art. There was a brief silence, then Sasori spoke again. If not for that troublemaker Orochimaru, we wouldn't be in such a bind. When we meet again, I'll make sure to end it myself. Zetsu shook his head. Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, you know. He's not so easy to deal with. If he hadn't decided against tangling with Kakuzu that time, Kakuzu might have been the one to die by his hand. Hearing this, Sasori's interest in Orochimaru grew even stronger. Imagine turning one of the Sannin into a puppet. That would be a masterpiece of art. Zetsu had no desire to continue that line of conversation. What a strange organization this was. First, there was the masked man who tried to frame the Uchiha after killing Ryoma with wood release. When he was exposed, he recklessly invaded Konoha and failed again. Then there was Kakuzu, swaggering solo through the land of fire, only to have his hearts ripped out one by one and his body snatched away, dead beyond doubt. And now Sasori wanting to kill Orochimaru to make a puppet out of him. Thankfully, he hadn't acted on it yet. This really was a gathering of lunatics. Raising his voice, Zetsu warned, Sasori, you can't make any moves without the leader's orders. Absolutely not. I understand. Sasori reluctantly settled back into his place. His fear of that one man forced him to suppress his own desires. That individual was a monster among monsters. Just the thought of those eyes made Sasori feel uneasy. Meanwhile, deep in the land of rain, inside a mountain cave shrouded by a powerful barrier, Conan walked through the shadowy passage and found the figure seated high above. Pain, the Wind Country's ninja are making moves. They seem to be starting to search our way into the land of rain. Since the end of the Shinobi World War, they haven't acted on this scale. She paused, her brows knitting slightly. If this keeps up, we may end up exposed. Pain turned to look at Conan, his voice cold as ice. Haven't we already been exposed? Ever since Kakuzu made a scene across the land of fire and got killed by that white-haired Uchiha fool. Conan frowned. She could hear the displeasure in Pain's words. Even if he's unreliable, we still need his strength. Pain interrupted her. I just think that guy made a real mess of things. Kakuzu's actions weren't worth anything. They only created trouble for us. Conan fell silent. She, too, shared this view. Kakuzu's strength was indeed considerable, but it was far from enough to let him run amok in the land of fire. If Orochimaru hadn't decided he didn't want to get entangled and simply withdrew, if Danzo hadn't been such a coward, scrambling back to Konoha in a panic. Kakuzu might have been dead long ago. Of course, now he was dead anyway. Slain by that white-haired Uchiha. Pain repeated himself, his cold tone tinged with a hint of mockery. Kakuzu shouldn't have died like that. In truth, Pain didn't care whether Kakuzu lived or died. From his perspective, in this diseased world, many deserved to die, and many more simply could. It was just that Kakuzu's death meant there was one less person willing to handle the organization's dirtiest work. That left the developing Akatsuki short-handed, a discomfort he could hardly ignore. After all, Kakuzu was unlike anyone else, truly tireless, a workhorse who never took a day off. If he wasn't killing someone, he was on his way to a kill. This year alone, he brought in 47 million ryo for Akatsuki. Thinking of that figure made Pain bristle with irritation. And then there was Sasori, newly recruited into Akatsuki, who spent each day lost in the pursuit of his so-called eternal art. Mumbling away to those worthless puppets, behaving like a madman. Did he even realize how much those creations cost? For some reason, today Pain seemed almost talkative, as though Kakuzu's death and the financial pressure that followed had set something off in him. These great nations, they claim to be after Rogue Ninja, but in truth, their motives are anything but noble. Ever since the Third Great Ninja War ended, the Land of Wind has been desperate to build its strength, and the fastest way to do that is by pillaging war-torn nations like ours. Conan nodded, agreeing with Pain's assessment. Though war had ended on the surface, the ninja world was rife with small-scale skirmishes. For a small land wedged between three nations, like the Land of Rain, peace was always just out of reach. Sand Village had repeatedly entered Rain's territory, using missions as an excuse. Conflicts between the two sides had flared up more than once. Pain's voice sounded once more. If they dare enter the Land of Rain again, I'll make them taste true pain. He understood too well the ways of these so-called great nations. Greedy, hypocritical, always ready to exploit any pretext. His own people had always been the real victims, but the five great nations always played the part of the ones hurt most. Hypocrites. The movements of the hidden sand had unfolded just as he'd predicted. After all their efforts in searching for the rogue ninja had come to nothing, Sand now turned their sights on the Land of Rain. All too predictably. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, had long coveted this land, soaked and softened by rain. In his eyes, the Land of Rain wasn't just the answer to the sand's eternal drought. It was the stepping stone that could restore Sunagakure to glory. For years now, Sunagakure's small-scale skirmishes against the Land of Rain had never truly ceased. Yet every attack always promised much and accomplished little, fizzling out before anything substantial could happen. There was nothing they could do about it, really. Every time they tried to stir up real trouble, Konoha would step in to mediate. Raza was convinced the one behind all this was that inherently devious Danzo, Shimura. That wily old fox always managed to seize Sunagakure's lifeline with chilling accuracy, using both blatant and covert tactics to snuff out their expansionist ambitions time and again. Danzo's presence was like a poisoned thorn, sunk deep into the hearts of the Sand Shinobi. Those damned Leaf Ninja. They were intent on stopping Sunagakure's rise. But now, finally, an opportunity had presented itself. Entering the rain, under the guise of hunting down a rogue ninja. Surely even Konoha couldn't object to that. In a sense, it was doing them a favor. Raza quickly summoned several of his top advisors. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. Take advantage of this chance to delve deep into the Land of Rain. Once they'd gotten the lay of the land, it would pave the way for whatever followed. As the meeting drew to a close, Raza brought up that infuriating white-haired youth. That little troublemaker always reminded him of the ninja who'd caused them such devastating losses back in the Second Great Ninja War. The white fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. That man had killed many of their own, and now this brat, Ag, had come to stir up more problems. Damn those white-haired freaks. None of them were ever any good, especially the ones from Konoha. Maki, make sure you set that Leaf Ninja straight. This is, after all, a Sunagakure-led mission, and he should follow our command to avoid any unnecessary complications. And one more thing, his white hair really stands out. Tell him to cover it up. Maki nodded gently. Understood. He relayed Raza's instructions to Eiji. He threw in some lines about the greater good, team discipline, and everyone being in this together. The usual nonsense. Eiji agreed without hesitation. He was actually wondering how to find himself a convenient shield. So he put on a mask, pulled his headband down to cover one eye, and swapped his usual short sword for another, slinging it across his back. He changed his jacket. Then, catching his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was cosplaying Kakashi, and that guy was even more famous than he was. After some thought, Ag decided to switch to a sand ninja outfit and melted into the group. The squad was only about a dozen ninja, and as soon as they crossed into rain territory, they split up. Such was Raza's audacity. There may be few sand ninja, but every one of them was elite. Well, maybe. Back then, the sand village had mobilized all its forces, only to be utterly routed by the Leaf's shinobi, leaving them in utter disarray and nearly depleted of their strength. Countless able-bodied ninjas were killed or injured, and the younger ones ended up captured by the Leaf. This led to a serious shortage of successors for the Sand Village in the years that followed. Even now, they still hadn't managed to recover. Just days ago, Shikaku and a few giant toads had torn half the village apart. Many ninjas were too busy rebuilding their homes to handle anything else right now. But that didn't matter much. Consider this just an initial test. The lack of people was hardly a big deal. If that wasn't enough, they could simply unleash the village's ultimate weapon, Gaara. If they couldn't beat the Leaf, surely they could handle the weaklings from the Land of Rain? With heavy hearts from all this, they set foot onto the land of the Rain Country. Unlike the arid Wind Country, here the rain seemed never-ending, falling day and night. Maki licked his cracked lips as the rainwater trickled down from his headband. Was this, perhaps, the legendary blessing of rain after a long drought? For now, their mission was clear: gather as much intelligence about the Land of Rain as possible. Soon, the village would send their elite ninjas to take down Hanzo the Salamander. Once the Land of Rain lost its leader, they could swoop in and reap the spoils. They envisioned taking away mountains of war trophies. In fact, Maki could already see the Sand Village thriving, stronger than ever, rising to become the mightiest of all ninja villages. It felt almost like being trapped in a perfect dream, but his pleasant fantasy was shattered all too quickly. Not long after penetrating the Land of Rain, Maki sensed something was terribly wrong. He could no longer reach his scattered teammates. A powerful sense of danger seized him. Something had happened. After a brief moment of regret, Maki took a deep breath to steady himself. He calculated his position, then raced towards the rendezvous spot they had agreed upon. When he arrived at the clearing in the woods, his brows furrowed in alarm. Bodies dressed in Sand Village uniforms were sprawled haphazardly in pools of blood. The air was thick with the metallic tang of death. Their wounds were clean and precise, each killed with a single blow. There were no signs of a fierce struggle, as if they had been slaughtered in utter silence. Not a single one left alive, Maki muttered, swallowing hard. And that kid from the Leaf, the one tagging along with them, has vanished too. He swept his gaze over the area, catching sight of a bloodstained cap not far off. He moved to it, lifting it carefully with a kunai. Inside the cap, a few stark white strands of hair stood out. Frustration gnawed at Maki. Now things had gotten messy. Now he was the only one left, just a solitary commander. That white-haired kid from the Leaf was gone as well. As much as Maki found Eiji to be a pain, he never thought of him as a wimp. From what he knew of the Uchiha clan, they were a breed who'd rather die on their feet than surrender. As long as they drew breath, there was no way they'd just give up or let themselves be captured. Now, with the hat here, was this brat really caught in an ambush and kidnapped? Or did he take the opportunity to slip away from the hidden Sand Village's surveillance, secretly carrying out some sinister plan? For reasons he couldn't quite explain, a chill crept down his spine. Let Lord Kazekage make the final decision. For some unknown reason, Maki retreated much faster than he had arrived. In just a short while, he was out of sight. At that moment, Ainsai emerged from an obscure corner, somewhere no one had noticed. He understood Raza's nature well. Even though they were the ones who first attempted to invade the Land of Rain, now that so many of his subordinates had died, it would definitely ignite his fury. Next would come the accusation. Hidden Sand Shinobi were murdered by the Land of Rain in the line of duty, obviously an attempt to provoke war. Then the army would march to the border. Don't ask how Einstein knew all this. After all, he was quite handy with making accusations himself. Events were unfolding just as he predicted. Sunagakure. Maki knelt on one knee, reporting the events in the Land of Rain. When the squad's near annihilation was mentioned, Raza slammed his palm onto the table. Have our villagers' skills declined so much? We've trained them as elites, investing who knows how much time, manpower, and funds into every single ninja. Useless. All of them useless. A whole group can't even keep an eye on a kid. Maki bowed his head still lower, not daring to utter a sound, terrified that Raza would blame leadership and their deaths on him. Raza let out a heavy sigh. And that kid was even dead or alive. He couldn't afford any trouble, especially not if the boy died right under their noses. Explaining that to Konoha would be a real headache. Enough. I'll go see for myself what monsters or demons might be hiding in the Land of Rain. Maki quickly tried to dissuade him. Kazaka-sama, the village still needs your guidance. You can't risk your life like this. Raza let out a cold laugh. What sort of experts could the Land of Rain even have? At best, there's that has been Hanzo, and Chio already unraveled his salamander poison long ago. Count up the village's elite. Be ready to leave at any time. Maki nodded slowly. Understood. Sheltered by pouring rain, a seemingly ordinary caravan picked its way along muddy roads, quietly slipping into this land soaked in pain and rainfall. At its head was the disguised fourth Kazekage, Raza. His band of elites hid their deadly aura, trying to appear as inconspicuous as possible. This time, they'd learned their lesson. They wouldn't be acting alone again. Surprisingly, as they delved deeper into the land of rain, not once were they stopped or questioned. Raza's naturally cautious heart began to swell with confidence. A small nation is still a small nation. Whether it's their intelligence network or their border defenses, they're nowhere near as strong as our land of wind. It seems that the so-called demigod Hanzo's reputation has long since crumbled away with the passage of years. After boasting a bit, Raza took out a map and marked several locations. Once we find Hanzo, we charge in together and finish him off. Understood. Just as Raza gave his orders, at the tallest tower in Amigakure, suddenly, sheets of origami paper sailed through the sky, gathering together to form a beautiful young woman with flowing blue hair. She wore a black cloak patterned with drifting clouds, a ring gleaming on her finger. Pain, they've arrived. Conan's voice was calm, almost serene. Raza of the Sand, the Kazekage, and a number of their so-called elites. Pain closed his eyes, letting the sensation from his rain tiger technique flow through him. This was a unique power of the Rinnegan. With his chakra mingling in the falling rain, Pain could watch over the entire village. After a few minutes, Pain slowly opened his eyes. Sunegakure's greed and arrogance have blinded them to reverence. It seems the lesson we last dealt them was not nearly painful enough. Conan tilted her head slightly. Shall I go again this time? Pain shook his head. I'll go myself. Though Madara had told them to keep their activities to a minimum, things had come to this. Pain no longer desired restraint. Sunegakure's provocations, time and again, were nothing short of sacrilege against a god. Besides, Madara had never truly bothered with subtlety himself. Meanwhile, Raza and his group were moving through the shadows, slipping stealthily along. Suddenly, a chill colder than the depths of the earth stabbed through their souls, as if something monstrous had set its sights upon them. Every hair on Raza's body bristled. He jerked his head upward. Not far ahead, a blond man in the same black cloak materialized out of thin air, as if conjured by darkness itself. Floating silently beside him was Conan, the woman who had been on the tower moments ago. We've been discovered. Raza's eyes darted to the now familiar cloak, instantly recalling the troublesome Kakuzu. A name leapt to mind. Dressed just like Kakuzu, the two of you must be Orochimaru's lackeys as well. Pain's face showed no hint of emotion. His strange, violet eyes gazed down at Raza from above, as if watching a tiny, insignificant ant. He spoke, his voice low and solemn. Orochimaru, and he dares presume to command a god. Raza let out a cold snort. God or not, it made no difference to him. Standing before Pain was none other than the leader of Sunegakure, the strongest of the five Kage, the Kazekage himself. In an instant, Raza's hands formed seals, the earth beneath his feet shuddering with power. A vast tide of gold sand erupted upward, roaring with fury like a golden tempest intent on swallowing heaven and earth, hurling itself toward Pain and Conan with the force to shatter worlds. The elite shinobi of the sand, standing behind him, attacked at the same time. Wind release, poisonous sand, and hidden weapons rained down, dense as a full-blown storm. Facing the roaring golden serpent in a sky filled with relentless jutsu, Pain merely lifted one hand with detached indifference. Shinra Tensei, a terrifying, repulsive force, inescapable and absolute, erupted from him at the center. The spectacular wave of gold sand crashed against an invisible barrier, as if smashing into a wall of size, and shattered instantly, dissolving into nothingness. Wind blades and hidden weapons were flung aside by this overwhelming force. With a heavy thud, the sand shinobi at the front were struck by their own attacks, and the torrent of spinning gold sand crushed beneath its fury. Agonized cries echoed one after another. The solid stone ground was torn open with deep scars, and nearby trees were uprooted, wrenched violently from the earth. How is this possible? Raza's pupils shrank, and he struggled to control the gold sand to create a shield, barely resisting the rebound of the mighty force. With just a careless wave of his hand, the enemy had unleashed devastation as if tearing apart the heavens. Bansho Tenin. Pain's cold voice sounded out again. An opposite force, vast, irresistible, suddenly seized Raza, locking him in place. He felt as though an invisible giant hand clutched his throat. He could do nothing to stop himself from being lifted off his feet, dragged helplessly toward pain. He fought desperately, commanding his gold sand to anchor himself to the ground. But against that overwhelming pull, all resistance was meaningless. A black rod pierced through Raz's body, yet didn't bring the sensation Pain expected. A clone. Pain slowly raised his right hand. Troublesome little bug. A few minutes later, with a sickening sound, a black rod ran straight through Raz's throat. The fourth Kazekage fell silent and still. Only now did the shinobi of the Sand Village unleash their hysterical fury, roaring with grief and rage. Dance of the Shikigami paper. The rush of countless spear-like paper blades tore through one sand shinobi after another. Give Raz's corpse to Sasori. While Raz's group fought Pain and Konan in a battle that seemed to tear the sky itself, Eiichi had already used the Flying Thunder God Seal to return home. It was deep in the night by then. Apart from the poor laborers frantically repairing collapsed homes and shattered streets, there was barely a soul to be seen. Every so often, those exhausted workers grumbled under their breath about the damned Konoha shinobi. They should be rounded up and sent to dig for gold in the desert, day and night. Most villagers had long since barricaded themselves indoors, still shaken and frightened. After relentless attacks and constant redeployments, the Sand's defensive force was seriously depleted, leaving the village emptier and more vulnerable than ever. And this utter emptiness gave the little troublemaker, Eiichi, a perfect opportunity. Using his Sharingan on a Sand Village ANBU, Eiichi learned the exact location of the treasury and quietly made his way over. At the entrance, several guards stood watch, faces tense with wariness. The three-tomo Sharingan spun soundlessly in Eiji's eyes. A powerful illusion swept instantly into the exhausted minds of the two guards. Their bodies stiffened, their gazes went vacant, and they collapsed limply to the ground. Eiji pushed open the heavy vault door and stepped inside. Your gold sand is quite nice. It's mine now, he said. He picked up a handful and squeezed it gently. Shadow Clone Technique. With a series of muffled pops, over a dozen identical Eiji clones appeared inside the treasury. Stuff everything you can. Use every scroll we have and pack as much as possible. The clones moved frantically, and in no time, the storage scrolls were brimming with treasure. Just then, something in the darkest corner of the vault caught Eiji's attention. An inconspicuous hidden door. One of the clones, curious, opened it to find a cache of sealed scrolls inside. Detailed puppet blueprints and early research on Shikaku's sealing technique were written on them. These might be interesting. I'll study them later, Eiji mused. He kept stuffing items in until not a single thing more could fit. Then finally, satisfied, he stopped. Before leaving, Eiji pulled a snakeskin mole from his pocket and tossed it into a corner. He also tore off a piece of his fake black robe and tucked it into the hand of one of the guards. Then, with a subtle use of Sharingan Jinjutsu, he altered parts of their memories. He carefully wove a story. A shadowy figure in a black cloak patterned with crimson clouds assaulted them at blinding speed. During the struggle, one guard desperately tore off a corner of the attacker's cloak. With all this done, Eiji let out a long breath of relief. By the time he reappeared, he was already ensconced in the shabbiest little inn of a remote wind country border town. He rented a room and settled in. Now, all he had to do was wait. He was determined to stir up trouble for the masked man. But before that, he needed to make some preparations. Ninja World Scientist, activated. Transformation Jutsu, upgrading. Thanks to Lord Tobirama's tireless work, a disguise technique surpassing the Transformation Jutsu has been developed. Not even the Sharingan can see through your disguise. The next morning, as the Sand Village ninja changed shifts, they stumbled upon a disaster. The gold had been stolen. News flashed at lightning speed to the ears of the village's top advisors, Chiyo and Ebizo. Hearing the report, the two of them nearly had a stroke on the spot. In record time, they hurried to the vault, staring in shock at the ransacked room as their heads buzzed with disbelief. Bastard! Who's the bastard responsible for this? Chiyo's sharp voice made everyone's ears ring. Ebizo tried desperately to soothe her. Sis, calm down. At your age, you shouldn't keep getting so worked up or you'll kick the bucket early. Shut up. Chiyo snapped, grinding her teeth. We're last night's guards. Bring them here now. The two guards fell to their knees before Chiyo with a thud, their faces drained of all color and terror. They knew all too well that losing the gold sand right under their noses likely meant their lives were forfeit. What's worse, this Lady Chiyo was notorious for her mastery of poisons. If she lost her temper, would she make them suffer a fate worse than death, a torment neither living nor dying? The very thought sent a chill down their spines. At that moment, Chiyo finally spoke. She drew a deep breath, forcefully restraining the urge to have these useless fools executed on the spot. Tell me everything that happened tonight. Leave nothing out. One of the guards, his voice quivering, began to speak. My lady, he was too fast. I couldn't see his face. I only remember he wore a black cloak, just like the one Lord Kakuzu wears. With shaking hands, he fished out a palm-sized scrap of black cloth from his robe and held it above his head. I tore this from his cloak. Chiyo took the fragment and examined it. She could just make out the red clouds embroidered on its surface. Black cloak, red clouds. A sudden realization flashed across her mind. Gulme, search every inch of the place. Don't let a single clue slip past us. Chiyo hurried to the front, scrutinizing every corner for a long time. No one knew how much time had passed before she finally found what she was looking for. Bending down, Chiyo picked up a discarded snake skin, and a sharp glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Orochimaru, so it's you and that masked man. You two are behind all of this. Chiyo felt as though she'd finally unraveled the tangled threads. All the clues snapped together in her mind, forming a frighteningly clear picture. While Kazekage Raza led the village's finest to launch a massive assault on the Land of Rain, leaving the rear nearly unguarded. Those two slipped in unnoticed, like ghosts in the night. How had they chosen their moment with such precision? There could be only one answer. Someone inside the Land of Rain was helping them. No, not just help. The Land of Rain itself was likely the den that organization had been secretly building for years. There was no time to be proud of her brilliant deduction. A dark foreboding struck Chiyo's heart. Has there really been no word at all from Lord Kazekage since he went to the Land of Rain? None. The last contact was when he first crossed the border. After that, all communication was lost. A wave of dread tightened Chiyo's chest. This is bad. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a grave glance, the same unspeakable fear dawning in their minds. Lord Raza, could it be that he's already... Ebizo ran through the possible odds of victory in his mind. But there was nothing to calculate. They knew far too little about this organization. He released a slow, steadying breath. In times like these, one must stay calm above all else. Keep searching for news. Whatever happens, the theft of the treasury must not be leaked. Understood. A week slipped by in a flash. Chiyo and Ebizo had no choice but to take charge in a time of crisis, temporarily managing all the affairs of Sunagakure. For a while now, there had been no news from the Kazekage, but the villagers didn't pay this much mind. After all, as a diligent miner, it was perfectly normal for Raza to vanish from the village for 10 days or even half a month at a time. However, it didn't take long before the villagers sensed that something was amiss. The village was now advocating resourcefulness and thrift, hoping everyone could weather tough times together. When it came to cutting back, measures had indeed been taken to the extreme, yet, frustratingly, there was not a hint of new resources coming in. Supplies were noticeably tightening, and murmurs went around that even the Ninja Academy would see its training equipment budget slashed. Life was growing more and more difficult by the day. With no other recourse, Ebizo once again sent a letter to Konoha, asking for assistance. But as before, there was no reply, not even an echo in return. And this was not even the worst of their headaches. Poverty was one thing. The village had grown used to it over the years. What was truly disastrous was that Sunagakure had sent out 5 squads one after another, and not a single member made it back alive. This left the two elders increasingly unsettled. It seemed all but certain something had happened to the Kazekage. Sunagakure had only just barely recovered a bit of its strength after the wounds of the Third Great Ninja War. If they lost the 4th Kazekage and a batch of elite ninja now, the consequences would be unthinkable. Slowly, panic began to spread. As time ticked by, even the villagers realized something was wrong. After all this time, if the man wasn't coming back, surely at least some money should be sent home, shouldn't it? Then, more and more rumors began to reach the ears of the villagers. I heard the Kazekage led the army to attack the Land of Rain and got completely trounced. Sigh. I even heard the whole army was wiped out. Not a single survivor. Shoo, keep your voice down. If the ninja overhear, it's off with our heads. These rumors spread like wildfire, rushing into the ears of every resident of Sunagakure. Anyone with half a mind could instantly guess what was going on. No news at all. Either you were captured or you're dead. For a while, anxiety saturated the air across the land. Chiyo had lost count of how many bowls she'd smashed in frustration. She had already done everything in her power to suppress word about the theft from the treasury. Yet, rumors of the Kazekage's peril blazed out of control, impossible to extinguish. Clearly, there had to be a sinister hand at work behind the scenes, deliberately spreading these tales. This hand, its aim was nothing less than the utter destruction of the Land of Wind, the utter downfall of Sunagakure. Achoo! In a certain hidden stronghold, Aishi let slip a sneeze and stroked Kuro's glossy, pitch-black fur. "Well done," he said, tossing a piece of meat over. Between his fingers was a letter, freshly intercepted. As for the Sunagakure messenger beast, tasked with seeking aid from Konoha, it hadn't even flown beyond the borders of the Land of Wind before Kuro made a meal of it. He knew that once this letter landed in Hiruzen's hands, given the man's temperament, he'd rather have the villagers of Konoha suffer a little than withhold his full support from Sunagakure. Wasn't that downright foolish? After all, this village would one day be his. Was Hiruzen spending all his money like this? Had he ever asked for his permission? As for those swirling rumors inside the Land of Wind, whispering doom for Raza and proclaiming Sunagakure's crushing defeat, that of course was also his handiwork. To manipulate public opinion, to spread fear and uncertainty, would always be a critical part of his plans. While these maneuvers cost a fortune, luckily he'd been quite diligent recently, and had borrowed a handsome amount of gold sand from Sunagakure's treasury not long ago. It solved his immediate problems beautifully. Now, not only was the Land of Wind thrown into utter chaos, but the truth was out. They all knew Raza had been targeted by that mysterious organization. To them, it didn't matter who took the seat of Kazekage. One leader was much the same as another. If they died, so be it. The only problem was, now that Raza was dead, who was going to take care of their food supply? Sunagakure, who had originally intended to simply watch and wait, was probably itching now to tear that masked man to shreds. Meanwhile, the heavy news of a massive war breaking out in the Land of Rain, along with the mysterious disappearance of Kazekage Raza, quickly reached Konoha as well. In the Hokage's office, Danzo leaned on his cane and let out a disdainful snort. "I've said it all along. Those greedy jackalls from Sunagakure can't be trusted one bit. They've been eyeing the Land of Rain for their own ends for years. Now, unable to contain themselves any longer, their true fangs are finally showing. What's truly surprising is Raza's arrogance. He actually led his troops personally, only to end up missing, his fate unknown. Utterly foolish." Hiruzen puffed at his pipe, clearly agitated. Skirmishes and small-scale conflicts were nothing new in the shinobi world. He was well aware of them, but too often there was little he could do except turn a blind eye. But this time, Sunagakure's move was bold beyond precedent. The Kazekage himself leading forces over the border was near tantamount to a declaration of war. And there was another matter weighing on him heavily. The last letter from Ag arrived before he entered the Land of Rain. Now, a large number of Sunagakure's ninja, including their Kazekage, have all vanished without a trace inside the Land of Rain. There's been no word from any of them. Ag is most likely in grave danger. Hiruzen sighed. It wasn't just because Ag was a promising junior under his care. More importantly, as Itachi had reported, Ag was tremendously popular among the Uchiha clan. Many saw him as a symbol of hope and the promise of the Uchiha's revival. If word came back that Ag had met a grim fate in the Land of Rain, Hiruzen dared not imagine how those impassioned Uchiha would react. Would they disregard the Hokage's orders altogether? Overcome by rage, would they grab their blades and storm recklessly into the Land of Rain? If it came to that, wouldn't the whole scene devolve into wind and fire joining forces to assail the Land of Rain? This is just way too bizarre. A look of deep worry clouded Hiruzen's face, while Danzo's lips curled upward, almost breaking into open laughter he could barely suppress. That little Uchiha brat, evil by birth, serves him right to die. Orochimaru was still watching him intently. Who knew, he might even gouge out the boy's eyes for himself. Danzo's heart twisted with excitement at the thought of using Uchiha eyes against the Uchiha, of realizing his own ideals through their power. "Danzo!" Hiruzen's icy voice shattered Danzo's fantasy, sharp with obvious disapproval and a warning. "You seem to be in quite the good mood." Danzo quickly schooled his features into neutrality. "It's nothing, just something that made me happy for a moment." Hiruzen Tsurutobi shot a long, penetrating look at his old comrade, eyes as keen as blades. He knew Danzo all too well, especially this kind of happiness at a time like this. It could only be related to the Uchiha and never to the village's stability. His old friend's prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Sometimes it was as if he'd never even thought about the bigger picture. At that moment, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. A shinobi rushed in breathlessly, reporting, "Lord Hokage, a secret letter has arrived from Uchiha Ag." Danzo's eyes instantly dulled. Those useless fools from the Land of Rain couldn't even manage to kill a teenager. No wonder you're always trampled underfoot. While Danzo was gnashing his teeth in frustration, Hiruzen had already finished reading Ag's letter. The message was as follows. "Lord Hokage, I'm still alive, so please don't worry. Kazekage Raza and all his elite guards are dead. Sunagakure is in utter chaos. Rumor has it the masked man and Orochimaru attacked and stole a large amount of gold dust. The Land of Rain is exceedingly dangerous. There may be secret organizations hiding there that we know nothing about. Right now, I'm at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. I'm perfectly safe. Don't bother to send reinforcements. It won't help. I'll quietly return to Konoha after some time. The folks in Sunagakure have lost their minds. It's best to stay away from them. That's all. After reading the letter, Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Though Eiji's tone was light and casual, a shadow of unease lingered in Hiruzen's mind. After all, Eiji was still so young. Faced with such complexity, could he really come up with the wisest solution? He dismissed Danzo and summoned Kakashi and Tenzo. Head for the Land of Wind at once. Support Eiji and bring him back alive. Also, stop by Sunagakure. Perhaps they could use some help. Kakashi nodded. Understood, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen waved his hand. Go. With the Hokage's orders in hand, Kakashi and Tenzo set out without delay, racing toward the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. Just as Eiji had said, tensions between the two sides kept escalating. Already, many lives had been lost. The two of them were caught up in misfortune, as the bloodthirsty ninjas ignored identities and slashed at anyone who wasn't an ally. With no other choice, they ended up fighting several times. Endless running around, along with the burden of the Sharingan, left Kakashi utterly drained. Tenzo wasn't faring much better. Every shortcut this senior picked just happened to be crawling with enemies. Not only were these paths treacherous, but every inch was swarming with foes. Both of them felt as if they might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Eishi lightly placed his fingers on the ground. HM, that familiar chakra, it's Kakashi and Senior Tenzo. A brand new plan suddenly took shape in his mind. He would keep provoking the masked man, overheating his already not-so-brilliant mind until it completely shut down, then lure him into all sorts of bizarre situations. Strangely, lately the masked man had been quiet. Perhaps he'd leveled up from a simple fool to a fool and a half. He'd stopped showing his face in the world of shinobi. This left Eishi restless. As long as your disguise stays intact, I won't be able to sleep easy. Who would have thought that today, a weakened Kakashi would show up? Eishi thought this was the perfect chance. This time, he was going to land a masked man in serious trouble. Transformation Jutsu. In an instant, Eishi's figure vanished. The masked man planned to push Eishi completely into darkness, turning him into his pawn. Meanwhile, Eishi was determined to rip off the masked man's disguise and trigger a spectacular windfall. He knew Zetsu had been secretly watching him all along. But thanks to his strong passive abilities, Eishi could tell Zetsu was nowhere nearby. This was the perfect opportunity. The masked man would never guess that Eishi had been leaving marks all over the place. Without anyone the wiser, he'd found Kakashi. Deep in the dense forest, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a familiar face, the masked man who'd once invaded Konoha. Kakashi clenched his fists. With his current chakra levels, he couldn't even unleash a second Chidori. Catching this calamity of the shinobi world was out of the question. But, unexpectedly, the masked man didn't attack him. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. Back then, I couldn't even get close to you. Who would have thought that now? I can stand before you for so long while you sleep like a stone. Kakashi instantly snapped into a fighting stance. What was this guy talking about? Back then? Who is he, anyway? I don't recognize him at all. Who are you? As he demanded this, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, lightning gathering slowly in his right hand. The masked man's voice grew darker. Back then, you killed Rin with the Chidori. And now, you plan to use it against me. Kakashi froze in place. A sudden memory surged forth of that short-haired girl who died by his hand. Who are you? The masked man shook his head gently. What a pity. I never thought. Even now, you haven't recognized me, Kakashi. He placed his right hand on his mask. Slowly, he removed his mask. Half of his face was unscarred, while the other half was covered in scars. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, his whole body frozen in place. You're Obito. Inji, disguised as Obito, let out a hoarse, deranged laugh. Ha 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 ha. How rare it is, the famous copy ninja, Konoha's hero Hatake Kakashi, still remembers my name. Kakashi felt as though that laughter had drained every bit of strength from his body. Even standing became an insurmountable task. Even hearing the confession directly, he couldn't reconcile this masked man, the one who had thrown the ninja world into chaos, with the foolishly cheerful companion from so long ago. Kakashi's voice was low and raspy. Obito, is it really you? It couldn't be. Obito was supposed to be dead. He had died at Canopy Bridge, sacrificing himself to save Kakashi. So why was he standing here alive once more? What had he gone through all these years? With great effort, Kakashi lifted his head and fixed Obito with a determined, unwavering stare. You were a hero of Konoha. How could you become like this? He drew a deep breath, as though gathering every last shred of strength within him. If you were alive all this time, why didn't you come back to the village? Not just me. Our sensei, Lady Rin, they all. His words stopped abruptly. Wait, you're the one who attacked Konoha. The one who killed our teacher and Lady Rin. Inji, still acting as Obito, nodded slightly. That's right. I'm the one who broke the seal on the Nine Tails. Kakashi's face twisted in agony, as if his heart were ablaze. His breaths came short, almost gasping for air. Why would you do this? Obito let out a cold, bitter chuckle. I'll destroy this fake, ugly world of lies with my own hands. Kakashi stared at Obito in disbelief. What are you saying, Obito? That's enough, Kakashi. Obito put his mask back on. Just wait. I'm going to create a world where Rin lives. Stop right there. There was no way Kakashi could simply let Obito go. He was determined to bring him back. Even if it meant tying him up, breaking his arms and legs, whatever it took, he would bring him back. Summoning the last dregs of his strength, his wounded body surged forward like a cornered beast, leaping straight at Obito. Obito kicked Kakashi away effortlessly. A vine shot out at just the right moment, catching Kakashi and cradling him gently. Farewell. The next time we meet, I hope you'll be a little stronger. Obito waved his hand, and before Kakashi could react, his figure vanished. But Kakashi refused to just let Obito escape. Wait, Obito. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi exploded with one final surge of strength. He pushed off the ground, launching his body like an arrow at Obito's fading silhouette. But his body had already reached its limit. His momentum halted abruptly in midair, like a marionette with its strings cut, and he crashed heavily onto the cold, unyielding ground. Sharp pain radiated from the point of impact, but even that was nothing compared to the despair gripping his heart. Are you all right, senior? Tianzong looked conflicted, clearly shaken after learning something so shocking. For a moment, his mind seemed to drift, lost in confusion. Kakashi squeezed his eyes, shut in pain, and darkness rushed in to consume his vision. His consciousness grew fainter, slipping away bit by bit. Before he was completely swept under, he heard a blurry yet unmistakably familiar voice. Kakashi-senpai, what happened to you? How did you end up in this sorry state? After an indeterminate time, he jerked awake. Obito. Kakashi nearly cried out the name. The sudden outburst startled Ag, who had been in the middle of slurping his noodles. He quickly set down his bowl and hurried over. Senpai, you're awake. Are you all right? Kakashi caught his breath in short, desperate bursts, then seized Ag's arm with urgency. Ag, I know who that masked man is now. It's Obito. Uchiha Obito. Ag went rigid, a look of utter astonishment flashing across his face. What? Senpai, do you realize what you're saying? Uchiha Obito, he was supposed to have been back during the Third Great Ninja War. Kakashi's tone was hard as steel. There's no mistake. It's really him. Even if his appearance has changed, I know it's Obito. Ag glanced at Tianzong, searching for a reaction. Tianzong hesitated a moment. If Senpai Kakashi says so, then it must be true. Mission Progress updated. Through relentless effort, the true identity of the masked man has finally been uncovered. Mission Reward. To counteract the powers of the Sharingan, Lord Tobirama's resistance to illusions has been greatly enhanced. Huh? Ag scratched his head, a little baffled, as if he'd just triggered a glitch. Kakashi slumped back against the headboard, his gaze hopelessly fixed ahead, as if he saw that spiral mask looming before him once more. How many times had he stood alone at the memorial stone, in the quiet depths of night, imagining what it would be like to see Obito again? He'd picture that big, goofy grin, and that familiar, foolish bravado. What are you so worried about, Kakashi? There's no way I'm dying. I'm the genius who's going to become Hokage. Never, not even in his worst nightmares, had he imagined this. That Obito would become the one who took the life of the fourth Hokage, his beloved teacher Minato Namikaze. Kakashi murmured softly, we have to find Obito as quickly as possible, drag him out from that organization. He took a deep breath, gritting his teeth through the storm of pain assailing both body and mind. With a weary, gravelly voice, he recounted every detail of his fight with the masked man, every word exchanged, every nuance. How Obito confessed to orchestrating the chaos with the Nine Tails, and how he declared his intent to destroy the world. Finally, exhausted, Kakashi asked, How did you find me? He asked once more, quietly but with urgency. How did you find me? It was Little Black. It found you. I see. Thank you. No matter who it is, if they threaten the safety of the Leaf Village, they must not be spared. New mission. Find the whereabouts of Uchiha Obito and stop his organization's dangerous plans. Upon hearing this, Aishi immediately put on a thoughtful expression. He rubbed his chin and asked tentatively, Senpai, are you saying that Obito was manipulated by that organization? Someone like Orochimaru, perhaps? Kakashi responded with a muted sound of agreement. I know Obito very well. With his abilities alone, there's no way he could have pulled any of this off. And besides his wish to resurrect Rin, maybe Orochimaru dangled that in front of him, tempting or coercing him into becoming his unwilling pawn. Here, Kakashi's voice grew even softer. Maybe Obito has always wanted to kill me. After all, it was by my own hand. The last few words caught in his throat. He couldn't finish them. Eishi. Yes. Write a secret letter. Get it into the Hokage's hands as soon as possible. Understood. And another thing, Kakashi struggled to sit up. There's still a job left for me to do. He had just gotten out of bed when Eishi promptly hauled him back. A few hundred ryo a month. What are you risking your life for? If you're this weak, stop pretending. You can barely make it to the top of the bed, let alone complete a mission. But Kakashi didn't even finish before Eishi cut him off. Tenzo-senpai made it clear. The Hokage assigned the two of you to assist me, which means I'm in charge of how this mission is handled. Kakashi turned to look at Tenzo. Why do you have to be so honest? Don't you know that once Eishi goes a little crazy, no one can rein him in? Last time, he nearly killed the Mizukage. Who knows? Maybe this time he'll sneak into the Sand Village and steal all their gold to patch up Konoha's military funds. Sensing Kakashi's murderous glare, Tenzo shrank his neck, thinking, what's this got to do with me? You're the one who fainted. Kakashi let out a helpless sigh. One is Obito. The other is Eishi. One give him a headache. The other, well, the headache's even worse. Is it some Uchiha tradition that your crazy gene kicks in at a certain age? Resolute, he simply lay back down on the bed. Eishi was right. He was in no state to be up and about. He needed to recover, and fast. Then, he would personally capture Obito. While Kakashi was still recovering, Little Black delivered a second secret letter back to the village. Hiruzen was astonished when he learned the masked man's true identity. The masked man's true identity. It's Obito, the one we all believe to be dead. The shock lasted only a moment. Hiruzen quickly updated the contents of the wanted poster and made sure the word spread. And as the subject on that wanted poster, Obito soon caught wind of it as well. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Who could tell him why those useless fools in the Hidden Leaf Village had learned his true identity? Could there be a spy among his ranks? No, that couldn't be. The only one who knew his secret was Zetsu. And Zetsu wasn't the type to pull off something so outlandish. Another idea popped into Obito's mind. He had to stop this information from spreading. But soon, Zetsu informed him that the wanted posters had already made their way across the Land of Fire. It wouldn't be long before the entire ninja world knew exactly who he was. Obito was at a loss. He knew all too well his identity had to remain a secret from everyone else, especially from his subordinates, Nagato and Konan. The only reason they followed his orders was because he bore the name of Madara Uchiha, the so-called demon of the shinobi world. But if they realized he was just another Uchiha, they would never obey him. Obito wasn't the only one panicking. Even Zetsu was shaken. Damn it. All he wanted was to resurrect his own mother. Why did it have to be this complicated? He'd been weaving this web for over 1,000 years. Finally, he managed to trick that big oaf, Madara. But the successor Madara had turned out to be even more of a fool. What was worse, both these idiots thought they were untouchable geniuses, the shadowy puppet masters of the shinobi world. And for Zetsu, that meant hope. Everything had been going according to his plan, just as he'd envisioned. But who could have predicted that Obito's cover would be blown at this very moment? Kakashi. It has to be Kakashi. And that white-haired Uchiha too. They've been hunting me down all this time. Obito suddenly raised his voice. Zetsu, find Kakashi. I want to know exactly who's behind this plot. Zetsu asked. And then? Should I kill Kakashi? He's always ruining our plans. No, Obito shook his head. Kakashi doesn't even deserve to die. Zetsu's darker half, Black Zetsu, clenched his teeth in frustration. Just what kind of genius was he partnered with? After venting his anger, Black Zetsu began trying to comfort himself. I can do this, he thought. This is just a small bump on the long road to reviving Mother. All it'll take is a bit of clever thinking, and these fools in the ninja world will be eating out of his hand yet again. So, what other options were left? Suddenly, Black Zetsu had a thought. Maybe it was time to pick a new executor for the Grand Eye of the Moon Plan. NC had potential, he supposed, aside from being a little too sharp and hard to fool. And the boy seemed obsessed with Konoha. Every other sentence was about the Leaf Village and nothing else. Well, maybe it was worth a try. And now that Obito's identity had been exposed, controlling the Akatsuki would be a bit trickier. He'd have to recruit more underlings, too. What about that snake, Orochimaru, or maybe Danzo, who was always coveting the power of would release? As Black Zetsu weighed his options, Danzo was off making accusations. Once it was confirmed that the masked man was none other than Obito, a rogue from the Leaf, Danzo was so excited he nearly flipped his table. At last, he'd found the perfect weapon to turn on the Uchiha. Back when the man in the mask's identity was unknown, he was already able to marginalize the Uchiha. Now that it's been confirmed the masked man is a ninja from the Uchiha clan, doesn't that mean he could just get rid of them all directly? He went straight to the Hokage's office and got right to the point. Hiruzen, we have been far too merciful to the Uchiha. Hiruzen let out a sigh. He knew it. Danzo would definitely appear at a time like this. We have given the Uchiha our hearts, and look at how they have repaid us. How many traitors have come out of their clan? Danzo launched into it, reciting the history of Uchiha rebellion as if reading from a familiar script. Years ago, it was Madara who used the Nine Tails to attack the Leaf. Then, there was Shisui, who assassinated Lord Tobirama. On the night of the Nine Tails attack, Obito once more controlled the beast and assaulted the village. Hiruzen tossed his pipe onto the table and glanced at Danzo. Is this old friend of his out of his mind? Every so often, Danzo would appear just to stir up trouble about the Uchiha. So what if the masked man's identity was confirmed? Back when nobody knew who he was, wasn't the incident handled as if the Uchiha were responsible anyway? Danzo, after much effort, we finally managed to ease relations with the Uchiha. This is a rare chance to break the ice. We should seize this opportunity, not escalate the conflict between us. There were some things Hiruzen left unsaid. He knew Danzo wanted to wipe out the Uchiha, but had he ever considered the consequences? Even if they could defeat the clan, how many lives would be lost? And what if, upon returning home, Aisai found his entire clan wiped out? Who knew what Aisai might do when faced with a loss so devastating? He might awaken the Uchiha's ultimate power. Driven by rage, swept up by Obito's manipulations, he could even join forces to launch an assault on the Leaf. The thought alone was enough to weigh heavily on Hiruzen. In the end, he rejected Danzo's proposal. I'll handle the Uchiha matter myself. Danzo, you should focus on your recovery. Danzo snorted coldly. Coward. Weakling. The gravest mistake Lord Tobirama ever made was picking an indecisive monkey to become Hokage. With a loud bang, Danzo slammed the door behind him as he stormed out. Replace the door with a steel one tomorrow and put it on Danzo's tap. Yes, sir. Somewhere in a laboratory, a little white snake spat out a sticky, wet wanted poster. Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru searched through the records room for quite some time before finally finding Obito's file tucked away in a forgotten corner. I thought some great new figure had risen up in the ninja world. Turns out he was just a bottom feeder all along. Truth be told, Orochimaru's own life hadn't been going any easier recently. Hunted on all sides, he couldn't even conduct his experiments in peace. He'd even considered, if he couldn't beat them, maybe he should just join them. But now, hearing it was Obito, he lost all interest. What remarkable feat could someone lingering at the bottom possibly accomplish to shake the entire shinobi world? He tossed the dossier aside and picked up a sharp scalpel. Just as he was about to begin, another thought struck him. Buried alive under a massive boulder and somehow surviving, then mastering would release techniques. What had granted him such formidable power? Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with sudden intrigue. Perhaps a collaboration with Obito could lead to something worthwhile. He might even obtain what he's always desired. Eternal life, for instance. Land of Rain. Pain had finally uncovered the masked man's true identity. All along, they believed their partner was a notorious Sura of the shinobi world. Yet now they were being told he was just some ordinary Uchiha. Did they really think they were fools? Konan, however, showed little surprise. She had long harbored suspicions about the masked man's real identity. What should we do? Go confront Obito for the truth? No. Whoever he is, he's nothing more than a tool for me to achieve my goals. I'd wager he feels the same way. Pain's usual icy composure returned. Without him, I'm still the leader of Akatsuki. This deceitful world must be made to feel real pain, just the same. He turned to Konan with another question. Has there been any new movement from Sunagakure lately? None. After their last failure, they're cowering like frightened quail. Even their supposed ally, the Leaf Village, hasn't helped. The entire village is in turmoil. This left Pain a bit puzzled. Isn't the Leaf always generous and supportive to their allies? So there was never any true alliance to begin with. The Hokage, just another hypocritical old man. A week later, Kakashi was diligently finishing a set of rehabilitation stretches. Letting out a steady breath, he said, Aisai, I really owe you and Yamato for looking after me. I'm almost fully recovered now. Aisai was still eating instant noodles, a half-pound of beef added in, and didn't even bother to look up. You should thank Yamato, not me. He's the one on the verge of collapse. Kakashi paused and followed Aisai's gesture toward the corner. finally noticing Yamato curled up in a chair. Dark circles clouded Yamato's eyes. His complexion was waxen and pale. His head nodded, drowsy and sleep-deprived, as if he'd been burning the candle at both ends. "Yamato, are you all right?" It took several calls before Yamato finally responded. He looked up, dazed, and couldn't help stifling a long yawn. He gazed at Kakashi, his eyes brimming with a complex mix of emotions. Isai remarked, "Yamato, you call out Obito's name in your sleep at least 30 times a night and fall off the bed 7 or 8 times. All day, he's out gathering intel, and at night, he still has to keep an eye on you. If not for him, we'd probably be attending your funeral by now." Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly changed the subject. "Let's get moving and head to Sunagakure first to take a look." As he spoke, Kakashi started gathering his things, but Ag acted as though he hadn't heard a word. "What's the rush? Whether Sunagakure survives or not, what does that have to do with us? If they hadn't been spoiling for a fight and run off to stir up trouble in a land of rain, they wouldn't be in this mess now. If you ask me, we should turn around and head back to Konoha right away. The depths in this matter are far too dangerous. One wrong move, and the 3 of us could be swept away." Kakashi's hands froze mid-motion. Some things are best left unexamined, because the moment you start thinking about it, you realize there's some truth to those words. If the information they had was reliable, it really was Sunagakure who first went astray. On a larger scale, you could even accuse them of provoking war. But this was, after all, the Hokage's mission. How would they report back if they simply gave up and went home? No. Kakashi noticed he was already being pulled off track by Ag. This kid was quite the master at persuading others. "Ag," Kakashi said seriously, "Obito might be in the land of rain." Ag finished the last bite of his noodles and shrugged helplessly. "You really leave me no choice, but before we go, I need to get properly prepared." The 3 of them fell silent after that, quickly packing up their belongings and carefully erasing all traces of their stay. When midnight arrived, 3 shadowy figures slipped away from their temporary hideout without a sound. Under the dark sky, the vast desert to the land of wind seemed even more desolate, with nothing but the steady howling of the wind in their ears. After journeying for hours through the blowing sand, the trio finally reached the outskirts of Sunagakure. By this time, the village was already in utter chaos. The disappearance of Kazekage Raza could no longer be concealed, and the villagers were consumed by fear and uncertainty. Worse still, the blow was twofold. The village's lifeblood, its gold sand income, had plummeted. As if that weren't enough, the strained treasury was hit by thieves, and facing these twin calamities, Sunagakure's economy was on the verge of collapse. Chiyo and Ebizo sat down to do the math. "Sis, at the current rate of spending, we may not last until the end of the year." "I know. Let me think of something." As they fretted over their predicament, an Umbu operative arrived with a report. "Honored elders, reinforcements from Konoha have arrived." "What?" Ebizo shot up from his chair. "Quick, bring them in." The 3 newcomers entered the room and sat down at the conference table. Chiyo wasted no time, getting straight to the point. "Mr. Ag, do you have any news about Lord Kazekage?" Ag replied, "From what I've gathered, Sunagakure's forces have been completely wiped out." Those words finally extinguished the last glimmer of hope in Chiyo and Ebizo's hearts. Even so, they forced themselves to stay strong. The Kazekage was dead, and now they were the highest authorities here. The most urgent task at hand was to track down Orochimaru and Tobi, who had stolen the village's gold sand. Naturally, they hadn't revealed a word about the theft of the gold sand. Instead, they claimed that several scrolls had gone missing, scrolls that contained information on the tailed beasts, as well as recipes for potent poisons that Chiyo had researched over the years. Chiyo said, "We must quickly uncover their whereabouts." Judging from their actions, they seem to have a particular interest in the tailed beasts. Inksy seized the opportunity to make his own request. He hadn't asked for the village's specialties before, but he wasn't about to leave empty-handed this time. "I need to borrow Shikaku, the one tail, for a while. Of course, it won't be for nothing. Perhaps I'll find a new way to control it." Inksy's true goal was to build his own experience in fighting tailed beasts by beating up Shikaku repeatedly. All this talk about sealing tailed beasts was just an excuse. He had no interest in going to all that trouble. Chiyo and Ebizo, hearing his request, could only agree with resignation. After all, Sunagakure didn't have a legacy of sealing techniques like Konoha did. With Raza gone, they truly did need to find a new means of suppressing the one tail. The next day, as promised, Gaara brought Shikaku deep into the desert. Yamato and Kakashi, worried about what might happen, came along as well. Yamato's release could restrain a tailed beast to some extent, and if necessary, he could assist Inksy. Kakashi asked, "Is this experiment with the one tail for Naruto's sake?" He knew the two were close, and offered the reminder on his own initiative. And besides, you're taking a pretty straightforward approach. Just beating it up? That might not even work. Even if you succeed with the one tail, it's no guarantee that you'll be able to do the same with the 9 tails. Inksie nodded in agreement. I know. The gap between the two is huge, just like the difference between Yamato's would release and Lord Hashirama's. Yamato was caught off guard by Inksie's blunt honesty and retreated to the side, sulking and doodling circles in the sand. In truth, Kakashi wasn't wrong. The difference between the one tail and the 9 tails was immense. No matter how desperately the one tail tried to catch up, the gap between them was simply insurmountable. Inksie didn't bother elaborating. Instead, he followed Kakashi's logic and continued. Since this is just an experiment, of course I'm going to start with a weaker one. Hearing this, both Chiyo and Ebizo nearly lost their composure. While it was true that the one tail wasn't all-powerful, it was still the village's greatest weapon. Those words stung a little. It felt like an insult. Shikaku, too, heard what Inksie said. In the sealed space, it went into a furious uproar, demanding to be let out to challenge Inksie to a fight. Let the great Shikaku out. How dare you say, I can't compare to that damn fox. I'll tear that arrogant brat to pieces. As Shikaku's rage grew more violent, Gaara's expression darkened as well. He felt the one tail inside him growing harder to control. Ag hooked his finger and called out. Let him out. Didn't you want to kill someone? Come on then. Come and kill me if you dare. You said it yourself. The seal inside him instantly loosened, and a wild torrent of chakra erupted forth. The one tail's furious roar shook the sand dunes themselves. Brat, today, Lord Shikaku will finish you off. Last time, it had been surrounded and beaten back by the toads. This time, it would not lose again. Half an hour later, the raging sandstorm gradually died down. Deep in the desert, there now lay a massive lake, standing in stark contrast to the barren surroundings. That lake was the result of immense water flow, forcibly gathered and sustained by the power of sage chakra. At the center of the lake, a giant spherical prison made of swirling water held firmly in place a struggling, rotund tanuki. Each time Shikaku tried to gather chakra or sand, the surging currents would immediately scatter it apart. Ag stood atop the water, slightly out of breath, the golden markings around his eyes slowly fading away. That's enough for today. See you tomorrow. The figures of the Konoha squad slipped out of sight, leaving only 2 elderly men with snow-white hair behind. Chiyo and Ebizo gazed at the new spring of water, hearts full of emotion. If only they, too, had a powerful water-style ninja at their side. At the very least, it could help ease some of the drought. Or perhaps they could even draw in some of the rain country's endless showers. Ag's tailed beast operation was still underway. The scientists of the ninja world remained hard at work. The next day, Lord Tobirama's mind races. How to inflict the maximum effective damage on a tailed beast's vast, resilient body while using only a limited chakra output. On the 5th day, facing the simulated tailed beast bomb released by Shikaku, Lord Tobirama falls deep into thought. The core of a tailed beast bomb's destructive power lies in the ultimate compression and transformation of chakra. On the 6th day, Lord Tobirama fuses the extreme compression and rotation principles of the Rasengan with his peerless water-style mastery, creating water-style Rasengan. These compressed spheres of water generate astonishing internal pressure, granting them unparalleled piercing force, perfectly suited to breaking through highly defensive targets, such as the armor of Susanoo, the lightning armor of Cloud Shinobi, or Shikaku's own near-impenetrable defense. The technique can be thrown. On the 9th day, Lord Tobirama, during a furious barrage of explosive tags, invents a new technique, the multiplying aqua explosion tags. With every blast, more spheres containing a spiraling water core are summoned. As long as chakra allows, it creates an endless chain of detonations. An enhanced version of the multiplying explosion tags. On the 13th day, Ag, using the power of the Sharingan, entered the inner world of the seal, where he found Shikaku brooding in silence. Hey, Shikaku. Shikaku's enormous body froze abruptly, twisting his head around in disbelief. What he saw the newcomer was that sinister white-haired kid who had beaten him senseless. His round eyes grew even wider with shock and terror. How did you get in here? And how do you know my name? You little pest. Inksie, meanwhile, settled himself on the ground as if nothing were amiss. Relax. I'm not here to rough you up today. Those words, however, only added fuel to the fire. Shikaku erupted in fury, sand and stones swirling wildly around him. If Gaara could truly wield his full power, Shikaku thought, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Get out, brat, or Lord Shikaku will show you the meaning of true cruelty. Inksie just let out a derisive snort. You and Kurama really are alike. two hot-tempered maniacs. Shikako bristled at that. Don't you dare compare me to that mangy fox. With a furious roar, Shikako began gathering a massive sphere of chakra-laced wind. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Sage art, Rasengan. Pure energy clashed and exploded within the confines of the sealed space. There was no suspense. The gigantic form of Shikako was blasted back once again. After another sound thrashing, Shikako became noticeably more subdued. He knew he was no match for this wicked white-haired kid, so he stopped struggling altogether. Instead, he changed the subject to Kurama. You brat, you mentioned that rotten fox just now. What's become of him? Is he in the same miserable state as me? Yingxi thought about Naruto's current situation. Yeah, he's sealed inside a kid too, surrounded by people keeping a close watch on him day in and day out. You're pretty much in the same boat, just as bad off as each other. Shikako burst into raucous laughter, shaking so hard his whole body trembled. Serves him right. Just knowing that Fox is having a hard time puts Lord Shikaku's mind at ease. Yingxi watched him, the crimson Sharingan spinning faintly as an idea flashed through his mind. He leaned in closer. Hey, Shikaku, do you want a shot at kicking his tail yourself? Edo. Shikaku roared the answer without a second thought, his massive tail smacking the sand in excitement, his eyes sparkling. I dream about it. I'd yank off every one of his 9 stinking tails. Just imagining the chance to give Kurama a good thrashing sent him into a frenzy. But as the excitement faded, Shikaku's eyes grew dim and his head drooped. What's the point of wanting it? I'm doomed to be trapped in this cursed place forever. Even if that red-haired brat dies, another vessel will come along. Looks like I'll never see that blasted fox again for as long as I live. Just then, Yingxi's voice spoke up once more. Simple. Just lend me a bit of your chakra. Next time I face Kurama, I'll give him a thorough beating with your chakra. Wouldn't that be the same as you personally teaching him a lesson? Shikaku tilted his enormous head to one side, clearly deep in thought. Lend him my chakra, and he'll use it to hit that mangy fox. So, it's like I'm hitting him myself? That kind of makes sense. But something about this doesn't feel right. This kid probably isn't any different from those greedy, stupid humans just out to steal my chakra and use it as a weapon. Hey, listen up, brat. Don't think you can trick the great Shikaku. I'm not so easily fooled, you know. Yingxi just shrugged nonchalantly, making a show of getting up to leave. Believe me or not, it's up to you. I'm heading out anyway. Looks like someone else will have to deal with Kurama's big fat rear. Wait. As expected, the naive Shikaku panicked and hurriedly called after him. Its massive paw hesitated in the air for a moment, then slowly extended a single, relatively small finger. I'll only lend you a tiny bit. If you try to trick me, I swear I don't care what it takes. Enough talk. Yingxi reached out and made a fist. Shikaku hesitated for a second, but finally, with great caution, tapped Yingxi's fist with the tip of that little finger. A unique wave of tailed beast chakra flowed into Yingxi's body. As though burned, Shikaku immediately snatched his paw back, still managing to bark out a gruff warning. Remember, kick him hard, use all your strength, and aim right for the fattest part of his backside. Count on it. Yingxi was indeed planning to see the 9 tails. How could the conversation go anywhere without a proper beating first? With that, the plan for taming Shikaku came to its close. The Konoha team departed Sunagakure. Elder Chiyo and Ebizo had promised a generous reward if they managed to find the Kazekage, but Yingxi barely spared a thought. What he carried on his own shoulders already far outweighed anything Sunagakure could offer. Leaving behind the dry and scorching heat of Sunagakure, Kakashi's brow still did not relax. During Yingxi's tussle with Shikaku, neither Kakashi nor Yamato had been idle. They'd been moving back and forth along the border between the land of wind and the land of rain. From experience, such crossroads were always bustling, making them the best places to gather intelligence. Konoha had stationed several operatives in these regions as well. After comparing and cross-checking all available intel, a clear conclusion was beginning to take shape. That mysterious and dangerous organization, its main base was most likely hidden within the Land of Rain. Kakashi pointed to a spot on the map. Amigakure in the Land of Rain. The public leader, there is Hanzo. Hanzo was once at the very top of the shinobi world. Even though he's now stepped into the shadows, he must know countless secrets unknown to most. Yingxi scratched his head. How did things end up back to Hanzo again? At the mention of Hanzo's name, both Yamato and Kakashi turned solemn. Is this Hanzo really that formidable? Yingxi asked, sensing the shift in their demeanor. Kakashi nodded, then began recounting Hanzo's exploits at the height of his power. During the Second Great Ninja War, even when Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya joined forces, they were still defeated by him. Hanzo didn't kill them, though. Instead, he gave them the title the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha. He also summons a giant salamander that's extremely dangerous. If it weren't for Chiyo from Sunagakure deciphering the poison, countless more ninja would have lost their lives. Suddenly, Einstein's eyes lit up with understanding. So the term 3 legendary Sannin wasn't exactly a compliment, more like a mark branded on the defeated. This old guy is ruthless. He doesn't just kill his enemies, he attacks their spirit too. Hearing this, Kakashi and Yamato raised their hands to their foreheads at precisely the same moment. Their gestures were perfectly in sync, as if slipping on invisible masks of pain. Is now really the time to discuss Hanzo's psychological warfare? What they were trying to say was, Hanzo is dangerously strong. Sneaking into his territory puts you in grave peril. So be careful, very, very careful. But Einstein's thoughts galloped ahead, out of anyone's control, and now he'd pinned yet another accusation on Hanzo. He stroked his chin, pretending to deduce with great seriousness. If that's the case, could Hanzo be the mastermind behind this mysterious organization? Maybe he's recruiting followers to expand his domain, swallowing up the land of wind, ousting it, and creating the 5th great nation? Einstein kept pondering, hand on his chin. But come to think of it, Hanzo doesn't seem too bright, does he? The land of wind is nothing but endless sand, poor as dirt. What's it good for besides eating sand? Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose and decided not to entertain Einstein's wild theories any further. He shot Yamato a look and said, "Let's go." Einstein hurried after them. "Hey, wait up. Don't leave me behind." As the Konoha squad crossed into the land of rain, atop a distant spire within Amagakure, Pain spoke calmly to Conan. "I'm going to personally recruit a new member. While I'm away, avoid unnecessary action. But if anyone nears our base, eliminate them. No exceptions." "Understood," Conan replied, her form dissolving into the rain like a drifting piece of paper. Soon after, Einstein's group, now disguised, slipped into the land of rain. Here, the civil war was far from over. Along both sides of the roads, bodies littered the landscape, some clad in tattered ninja garb, others in nothing but the plain clothes of common villagers. Even the relentless downpour couldn't wash away the stench of blood that hung thick in the air. "War is always brutal," Kakashi remarked, gesturing to a corpse. A ninja from Sunagakure. Einstein, however, seemed largely unfazed. Those Sunagakure ninjas, this was exactly what they were like. Whenever things became too tough, their first move was always to attack Konoha. If you can't win, surrender, and try to squeeze out some benefits while you're at it. That's why it made perfect sense for Ig to take their gold dust. It was Konoha's money to begin with. Let's head to the village hidden in the rain. We need to uncover any related clues as soon as possible. The village hidden in the rain was a place on high alert, like an immense fortress of iron and steel. Even more troubling was its interior, a labyrinthine sewer network winding in every direction. In theory, these tunnels led everywhere, but for intruders, they were nothing short of a death trap. Without a local shinobi as a guide, one could easily lose their way, or worse, stumble into the Rain Ninja stronghold and meet a swift end. From a distance, Kakashi gazed at the high towers of the Rain Village. "We have to find a way to slip in without alerting the guards." They drew back, pulling out a rain-soaked map. As Kakashi and Tenzo plotted their route, Ig clapped his hands together. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. With a burst and a billow of dense white smoke, a massive toad appeared out of nowhere. It looked half awake, groggy from whatever dreams it was coaxed from. And yes, it was the legendary Great Toad Sage himself, not seen in many years. Where am I? Kid, what's your name? You seem familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before? With that white hair, just like young Jiraiya. Are you his son? Ig felt his temper flare. Why did he keep getting assigned these bizarre family ties? He pointed toward the distant silhouette of the Rain Village. "Great Toad Sage, we need to get in there without anyone noticing. Can you think of something? And also, where's Hanzo? I have a few questions for him." Cold raindrops splattered on the sage's head, helping rouse him a little more. Still, he looked slightly dazed. It had been ages since anyone had come to him for something like this. After pondering for a moment, he produced a crystal ball. "Wait a second. Let me take a look." This was the Great Toad Sage's way of observing the shinobi world. Not only could he follow ongoing events across the land, if he needed to find someone, that was hardly a problem. A few minutes ticked by. "You walk straight from here, then turn left. After that, take a right. Do you see that three-way intersection? Go down the middle path. You'll find an alley about 15 meters ahead. Head down the alley. There's an abandoned ninja tool shop. Go through, find a back door, and then..." The whole Konoha team's heads felt like they might explode. How could anyone remember all that? So Ig made another request. "Why don't you just take the 3 of us inside? For a Great Toad Sage, something like that should be a breeze." A walk in the park. Deep in the shadows of the rain village. All right, off you go. Uchiha, what was your name again? Actually, never mind. Not important. With that, the great toad sage vanished in a swirl of mist. Only then did Kakashi finally snap out of his stupor. As a fan of Jiraiya, he had also heard a few stories about Mount Myaboku from Jiraiya himself. For example, just how legendary the great toad sage was. There seemed to be nothing in the entire shinobi world that he wasn't aware of. Because of this, Kakashi had developed a small sense of admiration for the great toad sage, though only a little. Who would have thought that today, Aishi would actually summon him forth? Not only that, but he had a centuries-old toad sage guiding and even teleporting him around. He lowered his voice. Aishi, aren't you worried that the toads from Mount Myaboku will scold you for bossing the great toad sage around like this? Aishi looked completely unconcerned. It's fine. I hardly ever visit them anyway. Give it some time, and they'll just forget all about it. And if they can't, well, it's not me they'll blame, but Lord Jiraiya instead. The ever-honest Tenzo quietly took a step back. From now on, if he was doing any missions with Aishi, it was probably best to keep a safe distance. Better to say as little as possible. You never knew when you might end up taking the fall for some disaster out of the blue. Aishi suddenly let out a sigh and gently patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Senpai, if it weren't for helping you track down Obito as quickly as possible, I wouldn't have asked the Toad Sage to get involved. These words moved Kakashi deeply. Aishi really was a good person. For a moment, the very mention of Obito struck Kakashi so hard. It was as if his intelligence had temporarily shut down. Thank you. Let's go, Aishi said, slipping on his mask. Let's find some stray shinobi to question. Right? Before long, two unlucky rain ninja patrol soldiers caught their eye. Using the rain as cover, they were swiftly and silently dragged deep into a lonely, dim alley nearby. Aishi drew his short blade and pressed it to the throat of one of the ninja. Answer my questions honestly. If you dare to lie, I'll skin you alive. You understood, sir. What would you like to know? There's an organization whose members wear black cloaks embroidered with red clouds. Do you know them? The rain ninja nodded nervously. That group is called Akatsuki. They've given Lord Hanzo quite a lot of trouble. Oh, Aishi feigned ignorance. Aren't they subordinates of Hanzo? Lord Hanzo despises them. He's been issuing strict orders for us to hunt down their members everywhere. Our squad was actually sent out to look for leads. On the other side, Tenzo used his style to bind the other rain ninja. Kakashi's interrogation produced almost identical answers. When the three regrouped, their information lined up perfectly. The Akatsuki organization is actually enemies with Hanzo, Kakashi mused. The three of them discussed the situation for a while and agreed they still needed to somehow get some answers out of Hanzo himself. Aishi volunteered right away. This is my specialty. I'll handle it. Tenzo and Kakashi hesitated. None of them really had a grasp of Hanzo's personality. If Hanzo happened to fly into a rage and poison Aishi on a whim, that could spell real trouble. Sensing their curiosity, Eiji reached into his pocket and took out several vials of reagents, handing one to each of them. When we were in the hidden sand village, Chiyo took the initiative to hand over the antidote formula. Took the initiative to hand it over? If the two of them didn't already know Eiji's ways, they might have actually believed it. Most likely, he'd just stolen it again. Let's go. The entrance to this base was extremely well concealed. Without precise intelligence, it would be nearly impossible to discover. Most of the time, Hanzo would hide himself here. Elite personal guards, silent and ghost-like, stood watch at every critical juncture, preventing any enemies from storming in. The main chamber at the very heart of the base was dim and shadowed. Here sat Hanzo the Salamander, the demigod who once made the entire shinobi world tremble. Now, age had caught up with him, and the menace that once filled his gaze had faded away. Just yesterday, Hanzo had a dream where a red-haired boy with a Rinnegan confronted him. The boy charged forward in a fury, summoning the monstrous outer path golem that crushed Hanzo in its jaws. He awoke in terror and found he could not sleep again. Old memories began to resurface. Many years ago, there had been that filthy deal struck with Shimura Danzo, the head of Konoha's root. Together, they ambushed the Akatsuki, which was then still led by Yahiko and had yet to turn dark. They had forced Yahiko to his death and blasted Nagato's legs to ruin. Konan, too, was caught in the crossfire. Bound by grief and rage, Nagato awakened the true power of the Rinnegan for the first time. He summoned the colossal Geto statue. He very nearly finished off the old schemers who'd surprised him. And for this, Hanzo lived every day in unending dread. He feared the day vengeance would find him, that Nagato would call forth the Geto statue to end him. So Hanzo left the hidden rain village behind. He moved into the secret outpost. No one came or went except his own relentless guard. Only in such isolation could he find even a shred of peace. Outside the base, beyond a stretch of broken walls, three faces peered from the shadows. As we planned, I'll go in to see Hanzo myself. The two of you stay here and wait. Don't worry about him running off. I've placed flying thunder god marks everywhere. It'll be easy to get both of you out if anything happens. The two nodded. Be careful. I know. A series of sharp knocks rang out at the door. Hanzo instinctively tightened his grip on his scythe. Who's there? From outside, Ag's voice, masked by disguise technique, came calmly. Lord Hanzo, I bring urgent intelligence. Hanzo's hand relaxed its hold on the blade, if only slightly. Komein. The door swung open. A masked ninja walked into the room. Hanzo's pupils narrowed in shock. No, something was off. He didn't have a subordinate like this. Could it be? Had members of Akatsuki already found their way here? Was he here to kill him, to avenge those fallen comrades? Hanzo felt a surge of anxiety. For someone to slip in so silently meant his bodyguards had already been dealt with. Who are you? He demanded. In a quiet voice, Ag replied. Lord Hanzo, have you forgotten your allies from the Leaf Village? Leaf? Allies? Hanzo echoed, sounding puzzled. A man like him. How could he possibly have any friends? Ag let out a sigh. If Lord Danzo found out his former partner in cooperation has already forgotten him, I imagine he would be rather disappointed. Hanzo's voice suddenly grew sharp. You're one of Danzo's men. Of course, he hadn't forgotten Danzo. To call them allies was a stretch. Hanzo still believed he'd been tricked by Danzo. Back then, he'd fallen for Danzo's ruse. Danzo had said that Akatsuki's existence threatened Lord Hanzo's rule. For the sake of a brighter future, they should work together to eliminate it. We of the Leaf Village will give you our full support, he had promised. But as a price, he'd insisted that after their success, the Land of Rain must submit to the Leaf Village. In some ways, Danzo hadn't been wrong. The Akatsuki continued to grow, eventually becoming the largest civilian organization in the Land of Rain. That certainly had undermined Hanzo's control. Yet, Hanzo never trusted that despicable man. The so-called submission of the Land of Rain was never brought up again. It had all been a game of mutual deceit. Hanzo kept his grip tight on the sharp sickle in his hand. So you claim you're with Danzo. Where's your proof? Ag removed his mask to reveal a disguised face. Then he stuck out his tongue to reveal the mark of the tongue root seal. A forgery, but convincing. At that, Hanzo finally felt at ease. After all, only someone as deranged as Danzo would come up with such a secretive method. What's Danzo sent you for? If he wants my submission, he'd at least have to come in person. No. Ag shook his head. The Akatsuki isn't just threatening you now. It's also become a danger to the Leaf. We're preparing to send elite forces to wipe out this organization. Hanzo's eyes flickered. Had Akatsuki really grown to the point of threatening even the Leaf security? Did this mean he himself could be targeted and killed at any moment? For the first time, this weary old man felt a jolt of uncontrollable panic. Ag caught the change in his expression with precision. He pressed on. When it comes to capturing Akatsuki members, our objectives are aligned. Lord Danzo believes we could work together again. Hanzo said nothing. He rather disliked the idea of cooperating with that scheming old fox. But Ag's next words changed his mind. Lord Hanzo, how long do you intend to endure a life like this? Constantly on edge, seeing threats in every shadow, unable to even return to your own village. Hanzo put down the sickle in his hand. Before his eyes, he seemed to see once more the demonic gaping maw of the ghetto statue and that suffocating aura of death. Go ahead. How do you want to cooperate? We need detailed information on every member of the Akatsuki. Hanzo rummaged through a cabinet, pulling out several yellowed portraits. The current leader is called Pain. No one knows what he really looks like. There's an internal member, Sasori, a rogue ninja from Sunagakure. As for that blonde-haired Yahiko, he's already dead. The blue-haired girl is Conan. The red-haired one is Nagato. He has a terrifying pair of eyes. Back in the day, I nearly lost my life to him. At this, Hanzo couldn't help but grumble about Danzo once again. My original plan was to recruit them. If it weren't for your Lord Danzo's threats and bribes, forcing me to ambush them, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I scratched his head. Hanzo really was getting old. The half-god who once dominated the battlefield had now become just a cranky old man. Once his complaints had subsided, Hanzo pressed on with another question. If you're planning to wipe out Akatsuki, when will Konoha's main force arrive? Akatsuki is growing stronger by the day. A few ordinary ninjas like you are nowhere near enough to deal with them. The last time Sunagakure's ninjas entered the Land of Rain, not a single one returned alive. Eyes promptly put on a look of genuine astonishment. Wasn't it you who killed the Kazekage and his men? Hanzo shook his head. Rumor has it Akatsuki's leader took action personally, but still, no one knows his true appearance. I stroked his chin, speaking without hesitation. If that's the case, Lord Hanzo, why don't you use negotiations as a pretense to lure out their leader, and then we can all strike together? Negotiations? Hanzo muttered, his voice tinged with dread. He now had a deep-seated aversion to the very notion of a negotiation. Unless I see Konoha's forces with my own eyes, especially Danzo, that old bastard, in person setting foot in the land of rain, I won't lift a finger for any of you. Understood. Eyes replied, collecting the portraits of the Akatsuki members. Thank you, Lord Hanzo. And please, rest assured, your good days are yet to come. With brisk steps, Eyes returned to their temporary base, where he found Kakashi pacing about anxiously and Tenzo on high alert. He relayed Hanzo's intelligence to them word for word. This girl named Konin must be the one the Mizukage mentioned. But who's the one with the orange hair? Yahiko matches the description, but he's supposed to be dead. It doesn't add up. As the two of them mulled this over, Eyes spoke up once more. Isn't it possible that Yahiko did die, but has been brought back in some strange way? Don't give me that look. In the ninja world, nothing is truly out of the ordinary. For example, take Obito. Everyone thought he was dead, but who could have guessed he was alive all along, and had even gotten mixed up with Orochimaru? Aishi cleared his throat and went on. Even if Yahiko really is dead, does that mean he can't come back? From what I've heard, the second Hokage, famous for his forbidden jutsu innovations, left behind a technique called Edo Tensei, the reanimation jutsu. It can summon the dead back from the underworld into the world of the living. Reanimation jutsu? Kakashi vaguely recalled hearing a little about this forbidden art from his father. He just didn't expect Aishi to know about it too. How does he know so much about the second Hokage? Surely he can't just be a superfan or something. Aishi, like you said, it's a forbidden jutsu. Orochimaru, though, has he ever cared about the rules of the Hidden Leaf? Is there anything he's done that hasn't broken the village's laws? You have a point. And so, the heavy responsibility of rampant forbidden jutsu use was once again effortlessly pinned on poor Orochimaru, who was thousands of miles away and completely oblivious to it. A tentative consensus was formed. This orange-haired man must either be Yahiko or Yahiko back from the dead. Mission progress updated. Confirmed. The mysterious organization is the Akatsuki. Main personnel list under investigation. Investigate the identity of the orange-haired man. In progress. Investigate the identity of the blue-haired woman. Complete. Partial mission reward settling. Intelligence Master, Tobirama-sama's information analysis skills have been enhanced. Not bad, but hopefully I won't draw this reward again. Would kill you to give me a Mangekyo next time? Aishi, there's nothing here about Obito's whereabouts. Hanzo didn't mention Obito. Maybe he's just an intern in the Akatsuki, not yet a formal member. Kakashi was growing frustrated. The trail seemed to have run cold once again. Obito, where are you? After gathering all the intelligence they could on Akatsuki members, the Konoha squad turned their attention to tracking down the group's base. But days passed, and not even a shadow of Akatsuki appeared. It was as if Akatsuki had already known someone was on their trail and disappeared before they drew near. Fortunately, one evening while the Konoha team was having dinner, they overheard the older sister at the next table mention something intriguing. She was a technician who only worked nights. Her clients were often wealthy, extravagant nobles. Just yesterday, one of the nobles got drunk and accidentally let slip Akatsuki's name. Apparently, Akatsuki was short on money. A blue-haired girl had taken a 10 million Ryo job and eliminated his enemy for him. Now, finally, I can sleep well at night, he'd said. The team's ears immediately perked up. This could be a lead. They could use this noble as a stepping stone to make contact with Konin again. Pretend to commission an extremely difficult job. Then, when she came to the meeting, catch her in one swift move. Then, using the skills of the Umbu, they would pry open her lips and extract information about Obito and that orange-haired man. But there was another problem. They first needed to find a way to locate that nobleman. Clearly, this would require the help of their technical expert once again. The three exchanged glances. And yet another issue arose. Who would go? Aimandirage. Tenzo-senpai, you should do it. Tenzo wore an awkward expression. I'm really not good at handling that kind of situation. Both of their gazes landed squarely on Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback. Me? That's right. You've read plenty of those novellas written by Master Jiraiya. You've definitely got more experience than either of us. I agree with Eiji's opinion. All right then. That evening, Kakashi walked along a city street, finding a storefront softly glowing with a red lantern. He stepped inside at a leisurely pace. However, nothing improper or unspeakable took place. He simply used his Sharingan to take control of her. With utter composure, he inquired about the nobleman's identity and when he usually visited. when that inebriated nobleman stumbled once again into this den of tenderness. What awaited him was another pair of icy Sharingan eyes. Under the power of Jinjutsu, the nobleman became nothing more than a puppet on strings, and at Kakashi's command, sent a new commission to the Akatsuki. Several nights later, well past midnight, the rendezvous point had shifted to an old, long-abandoned courtyard at the edge of town. Suddenly, across the night sky, a flurry of paper sheets fluttered down and gathered, taking the shape of a girl with blue hair. As Akatsuki's contact, Conan understood better than anyone. The customer is always king. So whenever circumstances allowed, she would handle things personally. Changing the meeting spot, are we? You really are cautious. Conan slowly approached the main gate. In the dim, amber light, she could just make out the shadowy silhouette of someone seated at a table. Who's the target this time? One of the three Sannin from the Leaf, Jiraiya. Ooh, Conan's brow furrowed. That was not a name she wanted to hear. Don't you know Jiraiya is an unusually troublesome opponent? This'll cost extra. Conan hesitated. From Akatsuki's perspective, if Pain took action personally, killing a Sannin shouldn't pose much trouble. And there would be a hefty sum to be earned. But on a personal level, Jiraiya had been the teacher who gave warmth and strength to the three orphans in the cold, rain-soaked land. She found it hard to make a move against him. So, she decided she would consult with Pain before making a decision. This mission is highly dangerous. I'll need to return and discuss it with our leader. And in that very moment, when she let her thoughts wander, who's there? Wooden vines erupted from the ground, weaving themselves into a timber cage that trapped Conan where she stood. Tenzo's voice held a trace of pride. Conan of Akatsuki, capture successful. Well done, Tenzo. They say there's a vast gap between his wood release and the first Hokages. But hadn't he just captured Conan? If it had been the first Hokage, he would have simply struck her down on the spot. How would they have been able to extract any information then? So this time, the victory was his. The very next moment, Tenzo's eyes widened in shock. Conan dissolved into a flurry of swirling paper, scattering effortlessly through the gaps between the wooden vines. In a blink, she reformed into her human shape just outside the cage. Tenzo! Conan hovered in the air, her gaze lowered at the two unfamiliar faces below. She immediately realized she'd walked right into a trap. Hanzo's schemes had grown more cunning. He'd even managed to locate their solitary client contacts. At that moment, the door creaked open from the inside. A young man with shock-white hair stepped out from within. Senior Conan, I knew you couldn't have died. A hint of surprise flickered across Conan's face. She suddenly remembered that long ago, Zetsu had shared a little piece of intelligence. Jiraiya had taken on a new pupil. Of course, barely a few days in, and he'd wandered off again as usual. Senior Conan, Jiraiya-sensei, told us you all died ages ago. Why would you join such a dangerous organization? And what about Nagato-senpai? Have you all fallen under Orochimaru's sway like a Beto? Are you the, said his with style was far inferior to the first Hokages. But hadn't he managed to capture Conan just now? If it had been the first Hokage, he would have simply flattened her with a single strike. How would they have gotten any information then? So this time, it was his victory. The next moment, Tenzo's eyes flew wide open. Conan had suddenly dissolved into a whirlwind of fluttering paper. She slipped effortlessly through the gaps in the wooden vines, quickly reforming her human shape just outside the cage. Tenzo was stunned into speechlessness. Floating in midair, Conan looked down at the two strangers beneath her. She immediately realized this had all been a trap. Hanzo's methods were growing ever more sophisticated. To think he'd even managed to find a client with whom they communicated in secret. At that moment, the door inside creaked open. A boy with white hair stepped outside. Senior Conan, you really are alive. A flicker of surprise flashed in Conan's eyes. Suddenly, she remembered a piece of intelligence Zetsu had shared long ago. Jiraiya had taken on a new student. Of course, after only a few days of teaching, he'd disappeared to wander the world once more. Senior Conan, Teacher Jiraiya said you all died years ago. Why would you join such a dangerous organization? What about Brother Nagato? Did you end up like a Beto, witches by Orochimaru's influence? Have you become his tools for killing? Conan remained silent. She felt nothing for this little junior she'd never met, who had even killed members of Akatsuki. And as for the idea that they'd fallen under Orochimaru's spell like a Beto, that was the complete opposite of the truth. This junior didn't seem particularly bright. Recovering from his crushing blow, Tenzo launched another attack. His arms transformed into thick wooden branches, whipping towards Conan as she hung in the air. Once again, Conan's body silently unraveled into a spray of paper, drifting away like delicate feathers, nimbly avoiding every strike. At last, she vanished into the darkness of the night. Ag narrowed his eyes. She was definitely Conan. Lord Jiraiya showed me childhood photos of them. That despicable Orochimaru, to even lead astray his own friend's students. Such evil cannot be allowed to stand. Kakashi and Tenzo stepped forward. This operation has failed. It'll be much harder to find them again. On the contrary, Ag closed his eyes, focusing on the chakra around him. Supportive ninjutsu, chakra sensing. I've already located the Akatsuki base. Conan's pale wings swept through the shadowed moonlight, gliding noiselessly to the secluded, ominous entrance of the Akatsuki hideout. That troublesome little Uchiha boy had left her uneasy. If they could find that noble, who's to say they wouldn't uncover the base as well? And with Pain still away, the base was nearly undefended. Taking a winding path, she opened a hidden door. In the center of the secret chamber stood a red-haired ninja. His appearance was withered and gaunt, as if he'd been drained dry by watching something far too intense. What's the matter, Conan? You seem a little on edge. Jiraiya-sensei's new student has found this place. Pain hasn't returned yet. Let me take you out of here first. Nagato gave a silent nod. His presence was also a closely guarded secret, not to be exposed to outsiders. If that kid discovered anything, it would spell real trouble. All right. Conan quickly steadied her nerves and went to find Sasori. Sasori, stop those little brats from Konoha. It was time for the artist lost in his latest masterpiece to do his part. After acquiring his new puppets, Sasori's confidence had swelled considerably. No matter how troublesome that boy named Ig might be, could he really stand against the combined might of 2 generations of Kazekage? A hoarse, low reply echoed from deep within the passageway. Leave it to me. Both sides moved swiftly. Conan's figure faded at once into the shadows that led to the emergency escape route. Meanwhile, Ig and his team found their path barred by Sasori. Well, Konoha's little brats. I didn't expect you to track us down here. That cloak. The Konoha team instantly recognized the dark robes of the Akatsuki and, as a result, the man standing before them. The rogue ninja from Sunagakure, the Red Sand Scorpion. Sasori eyed the 3 ninja before him and let out a cold, cutting laugh. He had always relished collecting the bodies of powerful shinobi, turning them into his puppets. Uchiha Ig, a genius of the Uchiha clan, would be quite the prize. Kakashi Hatake, son of the White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, who had killed Sasori's parents. In that sense, for Sasori to kill the son seemed only fitting. As for that Tenzo, just a bonus. There was no denying it. With his new puppets, Sasori's arrogance had ballooned dangerously. Suddenly, with a burst of mechanical grinding, the grotesque face of Hiriko split apart, jaws gaping wide. Needles dipped in poison shot out by the hundreds, slicing through the air with shrill speed, blanketing the 3 Konoha ninja in a deadly storm. Ig slammed his hands together. In a blink, a tremendous wall of water surged up from the ground, like a mighty sigh given physical form. It shielded the trio with unwavering strength. Countless needles struck the water barrier. Each impact sent only gentle ripples dancing across the surface, the poison-laced projectiles losing all their force. One by one, they fell harmlessly to the ground, making little clinking sounds on stone. A kid who doesn't even need to form signs, Now that's interesting. Sasori was just marveling at this when he saw that figure raise a palm. In Ig's hand, a sphere of churning, rapidly compressing chakra-infused water took form in an instant, packed with terrifying power. The compressed water sphere tore through the air the very moment it left his grasp. A thunderous boom exploded through the narrow corridor, rattling every stone. The unyielding head of Hiriko's puppet was pierced clean through by that seemingly small globe of water, without the slightest resistance. Raw energy erupted, rampaging inside the puppet. In a heartbeat, the carefully crafted puppet was blasted apart, reduced to a shower of flying fragments. It's over? From Kakashi's perspective, it looked as though Scorpion had been killed in a single blow. Wait a second, this jutsu, it seems a bit like Sensei's Rasengan. Except, it's been infused with the element of water style. This guy, Einsei, always manages to surprise him. A grating, teeth-clenching sound of friction echoed from within the shattered hull of the puppet. Hiriko was never Sasori of the Red Sand's real body, just a puppet he used to conceal himself. Now, with no other choice, Sasori's true self emerged from within Hiriko. A red-haired face stared in astonishment at the figure who had so effortlessly forced him out into the open. To resolve his own defensive weakness as a puppet master, Sasori had specifically crafted Hiriko. Its defense was considered among the best. But who would have imagined it would be so easily crushed by Einsei? One interesting kid. In that case, let me show you what true art really is. Sasori drew out 2 scrolls and slowly unrolled them. As the smoke cleared, two human-shaped puppets appeared before everyone. One of them was the third Kazekage, famed as the strongest Kazekage of all. Sasori had once served as his escort, and most believed he defected because he failed to protect the Kazekage. No one ever suspected he was, in fact, the one who killed the Kazekage. The other was Raza, the fourth Kazekage, known as the Golden Dust User. Well, that was just his own doing, bringing doom upon himself. Iron, sand, giant needles. Controlling the third Kazekage, Sasori unleashed an endless barrage of sharp spears, each formed from pitch-black iron sand. With an unrelenting howl, the deadly spears shot densely toward Ainsai. Once again, an unyielding wall of water surged up from the ground, standing like a bulwark of the deep sea. The heavy iron spears crashed into it, sending even larger waves and splashes flying. Yet still, they failed to make the slightest dent in its defense. Another water-style technique? Now Sasori sensed something was wrong. This water style, its strength and resilience far exceeded anything he knew. In the instant his focus wavered, the seemingly defensive wall of water suddenly collapsed without warning. A massive surge of water, like an awakened sea monster, erupted, engulfing the puppet of the third Kazekage. Powerful whirlpools spun furiously within the tide, fashioning countless visible blades of water. The sturdy puppet body of the third Kazekage, infused with magnetic release chakra, was mercilessly shredded into a heap of broken pieces. The fragments clattered to the ground. "You cursed brat! How dare you destroy my most treasured masterpiece?" Controlling his chakra threads, Sasori desperately gathered up the shattered fragments of his precious work. After finishing off this white-haired brat, he'd find a way to repair it. He failed to notice that, hidden among the pile of parts, was the mark of the Flying Thunder God. The very next moment, Uchiha Ainsai appeared like a ghost at Sasori's unguarded back. Golden eye shadow appeared once again on his face as a massive surge of chakra erupted from within him. "You, Sage Art, hard spiral water blade." His right hand's 5 fingers closed together, and his highly concentrated sage chakra condensed into a sharp spear of water. He gave Scorpion no chance to react or defend. With unstoppable force, the water spear pierced straight through Scorpion's heart, swift and unerring. A sickening squelch sounded. Scorpion's body convulsed violently, then froze mid-motion. Scorpion was dead. Aisai let out a long breath of relief. He slowly withdrew his hand, dispersing the sage chakra. "Let's go." Just as they were about to set out, a shrill, piercing cry suddenly split the stillness of the base. From overhead, a jet-black falcon dove, like a thunderbolt, landing steadily on Aisai's outstretched arm. It flapped its wings in urgent, restless beats. Clutched in its beak was a tightly sealed scroll, marked with the crest unique to the Uchiha clan. It had brought a letter, penned by Fugaku. "There is an urgent matter to discuss. Return immediately." After being away for so long, this was the first time Fugaku had contacted him. Aisai could more or less guess what it was about. 9 times out of 10, it would be Danzo and his endless plotting, stirring up trouble once more behind the scenes. He was forcing the already tense Uchiha clan to the very brink. And Fugaku, as always, hesitated. Caught between quelling the clan's escalating radical voices and fending off the relentless pressure from the village leadership, he found himself utterly torn. It was for this reason that he had summoned Aisai back. Though just 12, Aisai's strength had long surpassed most of the clan shinobi, perhaps even all of them. Kakashi, sensitive to Aisai's sudden change, asked, "What's wrong, Aisai?" Unperturbed, Aisai answered without hesitation. "There's been a suspected attack by unknown intruders inside the Hidden Leaf Village. The situation is critical. I need to return at once." He quickly pulled out a detailed map from his inner pocket, pushing it into Kakashi's hand. "The places we've searched are all marked. Kakashi-senpai, I'll leave the mission of finding Obito to you and Tenzo-senpai." As soon as he finished speaking, Aisai's figure vanished without a trace. Heading home, engage. Aisai's suspicions were right. The tension between the Uchiha and the Hidden Leaf had not eased. If anything, things had grown even tenser after the masked man's identity was uncovered. At a recent meeting of the Leaf's upper ranks, Danzo pressed his point yet again. "Uchiha Obito." Danzo slammed the table with force. A bottom-rung nobody, dismissed by everyone, and yet he managed to control the Nine Tails and nearly destroy the very foundation of the Leaf. Is that not proof enough? Danzo's face was shadowed, thunderous with rage. Controlling the Nine Tails doesn't require the earth-shattering power that the ninja world's legends attribute to Madara Uchiha, the so-called demon of shinobi. All it takes is a single Uchiha consumed by hatred. Even a so-called Uchiha failure will do. He glanced over at Hamura and Koharu, both looking tense, and finally fixed his gaze on Hiruzen as he exhaled smoke. Just consider this. What if another worthless Uchiha, like Obito, appears? What if this nobody, by some chance, is a fanatical devotee of Madara, obsessed with overthrowing the village? If the Nine Tails were to rampage through Konoha once more, could the village withstand it? The two advisors exchange a look. Koharu cleared her throat softly. Hiruzen, there is some merit to Danzo's concerns. Hamura spoke as well. Voices of rebellion in the Uchiha clan are growing louder. Itachi's reports have confirmed this escalating unrest. We can't keep deceiving ourselves. Hiruzen drew a deep, deliberate inhale from a cigarette. The swirling smoke coiled around him, and deep furrows wrinkled his brow. He had clung to a sliver of hope, believing Fugaku could still keep everything under control. But, as the three continued to speak, Hiruzen felt his own thoughts shifting. If the Uchiha were allowed to amass power unchecked, they would become difficult to govern. Perhaps a little discipline wouldn't hurt. Very well, we'll proceed as you suggest, but act with the utmost caution. And so, Root, silent for a time, mobilized once more. They worked seamlessly with the ANBU, keeping even stricter watch on every member of the Uchiha clan. Even Sasuke, coming home from school, found himself under surveillance. If he took a detour on his way home, they would make sure to track him down. Danzo, emboldened, went even further, openly interrogating Uchiha clan members. He insinuated that Obito's infiltration of Konoha had only been possible because there were spies within the Uchiha. This action enraged the Uchiha. They saw Danzo as nothing more than a troublemaker, stirring up conflict for no reason. Hadn't they just called Ag a hero for driving out the invaders? The police force had done its part and done it well. Yet barely any time had passed, and they were accusing the Uchiha of harboring traitors once again. Lunacy. Clan head Fugaku still wished for peace, urging restraint and caution. He said he would go to see the Hokage and plead for justice. But few believed him anymore. Fugaku had made such promises before. And what had come of them? The Uchiha's plight only worsened. Fugaku had brought them little benefit, far less than what Ag had accomplished. With Ag's strength growing ever more formidable, the clan's confidence began to burn anew. If they could not awaken the legendary power, the ultimate might of the Uchiha, Susanoo, then they would forge a path of blood for Ag, paving his ascent with their own bodies. If they were destined to die, they would do so on their feet, never bowing to humiliation again. Shisui, the advocate for peace, stood up during the meeting, only to be furiously berated by the other clan members. Get out of the way. Don't stop us from fighting for the honor of the Uchiha. Inosuke will stand with us, no question about it. So much for the famed Shisui of the body flicker. He's nothing but a lapdog for Konoha now. They call you a genius too, but what have you ever won for the clan? Inosuke's brought us real gains, while all you do is preach tolerance. To them, there was no doubt, if it came to rebellion, Inosuke would surely take their side. Yet Fugaku sensed that Inosuke seemed to harbor little desire for outright revolt. At past gatherings, when a more radical clansman would roar out their anger, Inosuke acted as though he hadn't even heard them. No one could tell what was going on in his mind. According to Shisui, Inosuke had even spoken passionately about the will of fire. If that were true, then Inosuke, like Shisui, was also a pacifist at heart. In that case, it would be even less likely that he would support any plans for rebellion. Unbeknownst to Fugaku, every act of Inosuke's was intended for Itachi's eyes. The filial Itachi had already been thoroughly brainwashed by the Hokage, turning him into a full-fledged double agent. With Itachi's help, Hiruzen Sarutobi was perfectly informed about who in the clan was advocating rebellion and who promoted patience. Still, Fugaku was determined to summon Inosuke back. Right now, Inosuke held considerable sway among the Uchiha. If he could persuade the clansmen to restrain themselves, perhaps they would listen. So, after the meeting concluded, Fugaku sat down and penned a secret letter to Inosuke. It was right around this time that the two prodigies, Itachi and Shisui, the crouching dragon and hidden phoenix, met in private. Brother Shisui, isn't there any way to resolve this? Itachi's brows were tightly drawn, looking to his dear friend and mentor for a way out. Or maybe we should try to buy some time, together. Maybe we could gradually shift the clan's mindset. Shisui gazed up at the sky, his face etched with deep pain and helplessness. The clan now believes Inosuke can lead them in an armed coup. With him away, they've been hesitant to move. But if he returns, if rage gets the better of him, and he forgets the conviction inspired by the will of fire. Shisui left his sentence unfinished. Suddenly, Itachi understood. He looked up sharply. You mean, Brother Shisui, we have to settle this before Inosuke comes back. Now, a single thought consumed Itachi. find a way to break this deadlock before Inosuke's return pushed things past the point of no return. If not, things could spiral into utter disaster. And as ever, reality would soon prove even more ruthless than their darkest fears. That very evening, a spark was struck. Several members of the Root organization arrived, bearing Danzo's direct orders. Citing secret intelligence that enemy spies might have infiltrated the police force's prison, they demanded a full, sweeping search of the Uchiha police's core detention facility. This was no different from openly accusing the Uchiha of being a pack of treacherous traitors. Root's arrogant posture and these groundless accusations were like pouring boiling oil onto a blazing fire. In an instant, they triggered an explosive, all-consuming fury among the radicals led by Inaho and Taika. If they'd really wanted to leave, they'd have done so long ago. Why would they have endured your contempt all these years? Do you have any idea how many villages out there have begged the Uchiha to come join them? And yet they've stayed. What followed was a fierce clash between the two sides. Roars of anger, the crash of metal, and the detonations of jutsu thundered throughout the police headquarters. Word of the conflict rapidly spread across the entire Uchiha district. By the time Fugaku arrived, he found nothing but chaos, and in his clansmen's eyes, a savage light that could no longer be suppressed. He knew, at this moment, that his grip on the situation was lost for good. And so, that night, the Uchiha made their final decision. The next day, under the pretense of honoring their ancestors, the entire clan would secretly gather at the Naka Shrine. There would be no more waiting for Ag. The coup would begin that very day. There was no more time to lose. Even if Ag was absent, the clan still had the prodigy, Itachi. They had faith that, with Itachi's talent and inside help, the balance of victory would tip toward the Uchiha. Late into the night, Shisui and Itachi stood at the edge of the cliff once more. The air between them was heavier than ever before. "We still haven't managed to change the minds of our clansmen," Shisui murmured, gazing down at the flowing river. "But I've actually come up with a plan." Itachi looked up at Shisui, a faint spark flickering in his otherwise dim eyes. "Really, brother? Tell me what you want to do. I'll help you." Shisui turned slowly, facing him. He reached out, and, just as he had done when they were younger, gently tapped Itachi on the forehead. "Forgive me, Itachi. Not this time." With that, he gave Itachi's shoulder a firm pat. Then Shisui turned around decisively and let his silhouette dissolve into the depths of the night. Watching Shisui's retreating figure, a sense of foreboding gripped Itachi. Morning. Shisui entered the Hokage's office alone. Facing the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, he held nothing back as he disclosed the top-secret news. The Uchiha planned to launch an armed coup that very day. He pleaded with the village to reconsider its stance toward the Uchiha. If the coup became inevitable, he vowed to use his dojutsu to bend Fugaku's will. He would ensure that Fugaku pledged absolute loyalty to Konoha. Sarutobi, pipe clamped between his teeth, sat in heavy silence for a long time before he finally spoke. "If you can truly do this, we will change our policy toward the Uchiha. After all, no one desires war." Shisui nodded. "I understand, Lord Hokage." No sooner had Shisui left than Danzo appeared to see Sarutobi. Suspicious of the Uchiha's recent activities, Danzo urged the Hokage to give the order, mobilize the entire village to eliminate the evil Uchiha once and for all. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen spoke first. "No need. I already have a solution." With that, he laid out Shisui's entire plan, sparing no detail, even revealing the secret of Koto Amatsukami. When Danzo finished listening, he was utterly dumbfounded. A genius of the Uchiha clan, at such a critical moment, chose to unveil his greatest trump card, an ultimate ocular technique that could turn the tide, without the slightest reservation. Danzo couldn't even bother to hide the smirk tugging at his lips. Such naivety, it was beyond belief. In fact, he didn't even feel it was worth criticizing. If Hiruzen hadn't vouched for it himself, Danzo would have been certain this was all a carefully laid trap by Shisui. After the brief absurdity faded, Danzo's heart, long twisted by the hunger for power, was instantly ignited by greed. An eternal mangekyo that could grant him amazing strength, and Koto Amatsukami, a power to bend the will of others. The value of these eyes was simply beyond measure. With this ocular power, he could use it on someone like Uchiha Ichi, forcing him to control the Nine Tails again, or he could even make Hiruzen hand over the Hokage position directly. In short, the pull of these eyes was nearly irresistible. All the while, Hiruzen continued outlining his plan. How Fugaku had calmed the Uchiha, how they too could take a step back, how an outright confrontation would benefit no one. But Danzo wasn't really listening to any of it. He was already working out 9 separate strategies for how to seize Shisui's eyes. Deep within the hidden forest, Danzo and Shisui spoke quietly. A squad of root operatives lay in wait nearby, concealed by the undergrowth. This operation was a secret, known only to Danzo's most trusted subordinates. Even if you use Kotoa Mitsukami to change Fugaku's mind, the suspicions of the village toward your clan won't just vanish, Danzo said, voice cold. Perhaps your own people would strip him of his position as clan leader instead. And when that happens, wouldn't you use Kotoa Mitsukami again, this time to seize the Hokage seat for yourself? Pressed harder and harder by Danzo's relentless questioning, Shisui found himself at a loss for words. Technically, after Kotoa Mitsukami's cooldown, it could indeed be employed once more. But that was never his intention. He had no desire to usurp the seat of Hokage by force. If he did, he could have simply controlled the Hokage directly. As Shisui struggled to answer, Danzo's expression suddenly twisted into something ugly and predatory. He lunged, reaching straight for Shisui's eyes. The Tomo and Shisui's Sharingan spun rapidly, casting a blood-red glow. In a flash, he cast a powerful illusion on Danzo, freezing him in place. Danzo, please, calm yourself. But before he could finish, chaos erupted. As Shisui turned to leave, Danzo's shadow appeared before him once more. A sharp kunai drove into Shisui's abdomen, and with his other hand, Danzo ripped the eye from Shisui's socket. Shisui stared at Danzo in utter disbelief. Danzo pulled away the bandages that had always concealed his face. There, for all to see, was a Sharingan, now faded to a ghostly white. This was the forbidden Uchiha technique, Izanagi. Once activated, it could defy fate for a limited time, reshaping any misfortune to one's own favor, at the terrible price of plunging the Sharingan into blindness. In all his wildest nightmares, Shisui had never imagined that Danzo possessed a Sharingan. "Give me your other Sharingan as well," Danzo demanded. As he spoke, a squad of root shinobi surged into the room. Shisui prepared to weave his hand signs, but suddenly the world began to blur and spin. The kunai was tipped with poison. There's no escaping death now. Gritting his teeth through the agony, Shisui vanished in a flicker of movement. Danzo waved a hand, signaling his ninja to pursue. He lingered for a moment, staring at the Sharingan in his palm, a thin smile curling on his lips. At last! Just then, a razor-sharp spear of water punched through his chest. There was a gruesome, wet sound. "You old snake, you've long since earned your death." Danzo gaped at Itachi in utter shock. How could he possibly have returned so quickly? Danzo's subordinates had insisted he was still in the land of rain. Uchiha brats, evil from the day you were born. If only Lord Tobirama had chosen me over the monkey, I'd have wiped you all out. Eiji's laugh was cold, mocking. If you had stepped up, Lord Tobirama would have left you behind to cover the retreat. But I suppose that would have suited you. At least then, you'd have been remembered as a hero of Konoha. With that, Eiji yanked his blade from Danzo's chest. Danzo crumpled, lifeless, to the ground. After sealing the corpse into a scroll, Eiji finally turned and walked away. High above on the cliff's edge, Shisui had just dispatched the last of Danzo's root operatives. His vision grew dimmer by the second. Summoning the last of his chakra, he sent out a secret distress signal to his most trusted companion, begging him to come at once. When Itachi arrived at the appointed place, the scene struck him with the force of a thunderbolt. Gone was his spirited, vibrant friend. Instead, Itachi found a frail figure, drenched in blood, with a gaping hole where his right eye should have been. Hadn't Shisui found a solution? How would things turn out like this? "Shisui, what happened to you?" With great effort, Shisui raised his hand, clamping it over his throbbing, empty socket. His voice was ragged, yet there was an eerie calm within it. "I'd hoped to use Kotoa Mitsukami to avert the coup, but Danzo never trusted me. He sees my right eye. He thought he could settle things his own way, and I doubt I'll keep my remaining eye for long, either. Better to destroy its power than to let it be corrupted in his hands." Snatching his left hand upward, Shisui's fingers curled into claws as, without hesitation, he drove them toward his one remaining eye. "I entrust this eye to you, and with it, the duty to protect the Leaf and the Uchiha clan." His hands shaking, he held out the eyeball toward Itachi. Blood trickled from his fingertips, winding down his arm before dripping onto the cold stone below. Itachi was on the verge of tears. A jet-black crow swooped down from the sky, landing on Shisui's hand. At the very moment it seized the eye, the bird dissolved into a flurry of feathers, vanishing into thin air. "Brother Shisui, you've left the eye with me. What will you do now?" Itachi asked softly. Shisui retreated slowly, backing up until he reached the edge of the cliff. "Perhaps my death might change something after all," Shisui murmured. He stepped back again, his foot missing the edge, and plunged into the void. "Itachi, I'm counting on you." His calm voice echoed atop the cliff, but his figure was already gone, like a kite whose string had snapped. He plummeted straight down into the roaring, black river below, and in an instant, the raging current swallowed him whole. Shisui, the loss of his closest friend, nearly shattered Itachi. A wave of grief unlike anything he'd ever known swept over him, obliterating any trace of reason. From deep within his blood, an untamed chakra surged, ferocious and all-consuming, like a dam burst. Itachi dropped to his knees, clutching at his eyes in agony. Under the assault of that wild, surging power, the three tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly, faster than ever before. When at last he raised his head, there were no tomo left in his eyes. Instead, an unfamiliar pinwheel pattern stared back, his own Mangekyo Sharingan, awakened for the first time. He raced to the cliff's edge, Mangekyo vision slicing through the night as he desperately scanned the raging river below. But all traces of Shisui, every last familiar glimmer, had vanished. Even Shisui's serene smile had disappeared without a trace. The turbulent river, carrying Shisui's lifeless body, swept him downstream for who knows how long before finally casting him upon a far-off bank. A shadowy figure slipped silently onto the scene. Crouching beside the body for inspection, it was clear Shisui's life had long since fled. Shimura Danzo, whose heart is born of darkness, murdered one of my clan. Deep Blue Enhance. Ninja World Scientist Online. Conditions met. Intense emotional fluctuation detected. Tobirama-sama's three-tomo Sharingan evolves into Mangekyo Sharingan. A searing pain like nothing he'd known before tore through Eiji's eyes, far surpassing any prior awakening of ocular power. His three-tomo blurred in an instant, as if crushed and reformed by unseen hands. A new pattern emerged, multiple sharp, dark diamonds circling a deep, endless core. Left Eye, Izanami's insight, the ability to, in the blink of an eye and using all current data, calculate countless possible outcomes, determining the optimal move for the target's next action. Together with Ninja World Scientist, it can instantly extrapolate the future development or potential improvements of a chosen technique. Right Eye, take Mikazuno Mikoto. Once his gaze locks onto a target, he can instantly anchor their spatial coordinates, making it impossible for them to move or change form. The strength of this ability depends on the user's ocular power and the target's own abilities. Feeling the surge of power in his eyes, Ag burst out in wild laughter. Nankai Shrine. With the death of the clan's prodigy, Shisui, the Uchiha found themselves in an awkward and precarious situation. Having lost this pivotal force and spiritual pillar, the fervor of the radicals seemed to dull ever so slightly. A faint sliver of hope kindled in the hearts of some clansmen. Maybe, just maybe, this bloody coup was destined for delay, perhaps even cancellation. Yet reality was far more complex than they imagined. Tensions between the Leaf and the Uchiha only grew fiercer. The Uchiha mourned the loss of Shisui, one of their finest ninja. The Hidden Leaf, on the other hand, had just lost Danzo Shimura, granted a fleeting return to power, only to quickly meet his end. Each side pinned the blame for the deaths and disappearances of their comrades on the other. The Uchiha's rage burned brighter than ever. They thought bitterly, anything and everything gets blamed on us. If we truly wanted Danzo dead, his grave would be overgrown by now. The Leaf steadfastly denied Danzo had killed Shisui. Shisui was always on the village's side. Would Danzo really have wiped out his own ally? Argument met counterargument, neither side backing down an inch. With both factions burning with wrath, clan chief Fugaku simply gave up trying to mediate, resigning himself to fate. He could only hope for a miracle to descend and save the Uchiha from ruin. It was at this moment that a familiar voice suddenly rose from behind Fugaku. "Good evening, Chief. Have you eaten yet?" Fugaku shivered and turned to see Ag, who he hadn't seen in a long while. His emotions surged uncontrollably. "Ag, now only you can stop our people from rebelling. They trust you far more than they ever trusted me." As expected, the inherently dangerous Uchiha clan is plotting a coup. New mission. Resolve the situation with minimal cost. Stop the clan? Ag glanced at Fugaku. "And you still think that's possible now?" Fugaku nodded, as if it were only natural. "War will claim too many lives." Ag only shook his head slightly. "Chief, you need to wake up." Fugaku's face instantly drained of color. He slumped back into his chair, bowing his head in silence. Ag had already left the Fugaku residence. From some obscure corner of the clan compound, the steely sound of blades being sharpened echoed faintly. Ag's words lingered, ringing clear in the ears of Itachi, who had just returned home. He could still recall Danzo's ultimatum, harsh and final, reverberating in his mind. "Itachi, make your choice. Will you stand with the doomed Uchiha and follow them into oblivion, watching even Sasuke turn to ash before your eyes? Are you still standing on Konoha's side, willing to use your own hands to bargain for a way out for your beloved younger brother? If you refuse, I promise you, there won't be a single Uchiha left alive. Itachi's panicked footsteps startled Fugaku out of his daze. Father and son locked eyes. No words were spoken, yet it felt as though everything had been said. Father, where is Sasuke? He's been asleep for a while. He seems to be under a lot of stress lately. Fugaku glanced at Itachi. Just like you. Sweat beaded on Itachi's brow. Father, there's truly no way to mend things between our clan and Konoha. That possibility vanished long ago. Ag has lost himself in rage since Shirsue's death and has taken a stand against the village. He's no longer capable of solving this crisis. Hearing this, the last fragile hope in Itachi's heart finally died. Ag, there's no way Ag could stop this. Unless that person intervened, there might be a sliver of hope. I'm going to bed. Fugaku watched Itachi's departing figure in silence for a long moment. The next day, deep in the woods, mask on, Obito met with Itachi once again. I want to ask you for a favor. Oh, have you at last decided to join my organization? Itachi clenched his fists, forcing out the words. Help me wipe out the Uchiha clan. Obito let out a cold chuckle. So, the one close to the Konoha elders, shunned by your own kin, finally resolved to slaughter them yourself? Itachi lowered his head, endeavoring to sound as though righteousness justified him. They're plotting a coup. If it happens, many will die. Perhaps not a single Uchiha will survive. Obito looked at the younger man. Fiend, but what about that white-haired brat? How do you plan to deal with him? This time, instead of mentioning Kotoa Mitsukami, Itachi simply said, I have a way. A cruel curve appeared on Obito's lips, just visible beneath his mask. He didn't press further. In the game of pawns, no matter who wins or loses, the one pulling the strings behind the scenes always reaps the rewards. Very well. With that, Obito's figure twisted and faded, dissolving into the air. After the conversation ended, Itachi went to find Ag, who was fishing by the riverside. Ag, there's still time to turn back. Ag didn't even look up. The clan ran out of chances to turn back a long time ago. Itachi sighed. Things had played out exactly as he'd feared. I understand. At the same time, hidden within his sleeve, he formed a secret hand seal. A pitch-black crow darted silently from the shadows beneath the trees across the river. In that split second, a bizarre and intricate pattern flared scarlet in the crow's eyes. Inksee's body suddenly went rigid, and his fishing rod slipped into the water. The very next moment, his entire figure crumpled limply backward. With a dull thud, he crashed onto the grassy bank beside the river, utterly still. Weasel stood where he was, expressionless, watching Inksee. A few minutes later, he melted away into the shadows. That night, the moon hung high and bright like a flawless mirror. Fugaku and Mikoto knelt beside each other in the living room, anguish etched across their faces. Fugaku, has it really come to this? Sasuke, nothing will happen to him, will it? Don't worry. Even if something happens to everyone else, nothing will happen to him. Fugaku squeezed his wife's cold, stiff hand with his eyes shut tight. I'm so sorry, Mikoto. Mikoto fell silent. She only tightened her grip around her husband's chilling hand. Slowly, she closed her eyes as two silent streams of tears slid down her cheeks. Weasel crouched atop a telephone pole, his eyes burning with crimson light. The next instant, his form vanished from view. This genius of the Uchiha clan had finally turned his blade upon his own kin. The owner of the pancake shop, Uncle Shoushou, was busy deep into the night when a chorus of wails suddenly drifted in from outside. Shoushou sucked in a sharp breath. Who would dare commit murder on police territory? Did they have a death wish? He was just about to get up and lock the door when it was kicked open with a violent crash. Damn it, who's there? Shoushou cursed as he looked over, only to see that the intruder was none other than young clan head Weasel himself, still gripping a blood-smeared ninja blade. His head spun and buzzed. Shoushou collapsed to the ground, unable to believe that the heir to the clan would actually turn his blade on his own people. He was a regular at the shop, for heaven's sake. Don't move. My blade is quick. Weasel brought the sword down hard. There was no agonized scream as expected, only the jarring clang of metal against metal. Weasel could scarcely believe his eyes. I clearly used Kotoa Mitsukami to change your will. Inksee's fist smashed into Weasel's face. When did you ever get the illusion that I was under your genjutsu? Passive activated. When confronting Uchiha, all your abilities are enhanced. Chakra crackling around his fists, Inksee threw punch after heavy punch into Uchiha Itachi's body. Each blow landed with a gut-churning, meaty thud, forcing the thin-framed Itachi staggering back as the stone tiles beneath his feet splintered and crumbled with every step. Why didn't Kotoeme Tsukumi take hold of you? Before the blazing will of fire within me, no illusion can ever prevail. With a thunderous crack, another devastating punch, charged with the force of wind and lightning, slammed into Weasel's abdomen. The sheer impact hurled him bodily into the ruined wall behind. With an explosion loud enough to shake the street, the solid stone wall instantly webbed with a mass of spider-like cracks. Itachi's body was deeply embedded in the dented wall, fresh blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth and dripping off his chin. There was no time to be shocked by Age's taunts. He discovered something even more unbelievable. He had clearly seen the trajectory of Age's fist, wreathed in terrifying chakra. Yet in that critical instant, his body felt as if bound tightly by invisible chains. From the swirling haze of dust and smoke, Age's figure slowly emerged. With great effort, Itachi raised his head, his pupils contracting sharply. The familiar three-tomo in Age's crimson eyes had vanished. In its place appeared a pattern he had never seen before. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo, you two? A surge of icy dread shot through his body. Instantly, he understood. Just like himself, Age had been pushed to unprecedented heights by overwhelming stimulus. Whatever the reason, the emergence of these eyes could only mean a battle to the bitter end. Facing his rival, the very one who had defeated him during the Chunin exams, and now had awakened the same fearsome power, Itachi's chest heaved with a whirlwind of tangled emotions that erupted into a fit of almost manic laughter. Ha ha! Uchiha Age, Kulme, show me what might lies hidden in these newly awakened eyes. Age was dumbfounded. What on earth was this guy saying? How could a maniac like this talk about might with a straight face? Clearly, everyone who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan was off their rocker. He certainly wasn't. He was, after all, the one who inherited the will of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the steadfast guardian of Konoha, through and through. No more words were needed. After a fateful exchange of glances, the two figures shot at each other like arrows loosed from a bow. The dead-silent Uchiha street was instantly filled with a harsh clash of steel ringing out again and again. Uchiha Age, this time, I will not lose. Itachi roared, his Mangekyo spinning madly as he hunted desperately for an opening. His challenge was met by an even fiercer onslaught from Age. The blade sliced through Itachi's kunai with pinpoint precision, an echo of the decisive moment from the Chunin exams reenacted. A powerful side kick crashed into Itachi's chest. His body, like a cut kite, was knocked back through the air. He smashed brutally into the crumbling remains of another wall, sending rubble everywhere. Water-style, exploding water dragon. A torrent of water chakra surged forth, coalescing in an instant. Out of nowhere, a giant water dragon materialized. With overwhelming force, it charged straight at the heap of rubble where Itachi had landed. Just then, the windmill pattern in Itachi's eyes accelerated in a dizzying spin. Pitch-black flames burst into existence, instantly engulfing Age's figure. Amaterasu, the undying black fire, hungrily devoured the air, radiating a heat so intense it threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Itachi panted, his gaze locked tightly onto the roiling mass of black flames, steadfastly awaiting the moment when Age would be reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a harsh, piercing rush of water ripped through the silence. At the very heart of those raging black flames, a swirling vortex of water sprang into existence out of nowhere. Raging torrents wrapped Age in their protective embrace. The infamous Amaterasu black flames, said to incinerate all things, clung uselessly to the water's surface, unable to penetrate even a hair's breadth farther. What? Itachi was utterly astounded. He knew better than anyone the terror of Amaterasu's flames. How many hidden tricks did this Age possess? Encircled by the spiraling waters, Age stepped from the reach of the black fire unscathed, his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes icy and fixed upon Itachi's silhouette. Eternal, inextinguishable black flames? Compared to hacks like this, they're nothing but trash. If that's the case, then so be it. Supreme shock twisted in an instant to utter madness. With a detonation like a volcanic eruption, Itachi unleashed the full torrent of chakra raging within him. The ultimate power of the Uchiha. Susanoo, scarlet radiance, shot skywards. A colossal skeletal frame erupted from the earth, rapidly shrouded by muscle, sinew, and a surging armor of chakra that condensed to completion. A towering, half-formed crimson titan rose above the ruins. Age lifted his gaze, bringing his hands together in a slow, deliberate seal. In that instant, Natural energy from all around stormed into his body in a crashing tide. Beneath his eyes, two golden streaks of shadow shimmered into existence. A wave of boundless power rippled outward from his form. Senjutsu, chakra, gathered and compressed furiously into his palm, emitting a blinding azure radiance. Sage art, Rasengan. By now, Itachi had surrendered fully to his frenzy. Haha, any attack is futile before the absolute defense of Susanoo. He was lost in the delirium of his unleashed strength and the obsession with his rival. It's useless. Struggle if you must, and then embrace despair as you're ground to dust. But before his words had faded, Ag moved. Supercharged by Sage Mode, his explosive speed left a fading afterimage behind. His true form appeared, phantom-like, directly before Susanoo's massive head. Raising the devastating Rasengan pulsing with destructive Sage Chakra, Ag drove it down, hammer-like, onto Susanoo's seemingly impenetrable chakra armor. Time seemed to freeze. Crack! In a heartbeat. So quick, even Itachi's Sharingan couldn't track it. Cracks spread rapidly from where the Rasengan struck Susanoo's absolute defense. With a deafening crash, the immense titan began to shatter from the head down. Shards of scarlet chakra scattered like debris from a collapsing mountain. Itachi was struck as if by a sledgehammer, spewing a mouthful of blood. His body fell powerlessly from the crumbling remains of the giant, crashing heavily into the rubble below. Why? Itachi screamed, his voice cracking with hysteria. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan had been shattered once again by this boy, and in such a forceful, overwhelming manner. Itachi struggled to his feet. He was unwilling to accept this defeat. He still had Sasuke. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A fierce, roaring dragon of flame and a surging, bellowing water dragon crashed violently into each other. A thunderous explosion split the air, fire and water colliding with earth-shaking force, unleashing a blinding, dense cloud of white steam that rose up and blotted out the sky. The core of the battlefield was instantly shrouded in this thick mist, cutting off any view from the outside world. Clutching at the mortal wound on his chest, Itachi gasped for breath. He stared unblinkingly at the edge of the fog, waiting for that masked figure with the swirling pattern to appear, waiting for his last trump card. But the spatial vortex he anticipated never came. Aishi's right hand moved gradually to his waist. A clear, resonant ring echoed as Koji was drawn from its sheath. On the blade, chakra shimmered faintly, rippling like water. All he waited for was a flash. Something tore through the haze at a speed beyond the limits of human perception. Flying Thunder God Slash. In Itachi's eyes, that cold, merciless blade reflected an unstoppable resolve, and Aishi's motion did not falter for even a heartbeat. His arm became a blur. Koji pierced Itachi's heart with unerring precision. The sound of blade through flesh was sharp and unmistakable. Itachi's body went rigid. The madness, the defiance, and the pain in his eyes froze in an instant, then faded away into darkness. Blood welled up, soaking the broken stones beneath him a deep red. Itachi, this is the last time. Don't bother trying to forgive me. Itachi was dead. In the shadows, Zetsu's face was a mix of shock and confusion. In Tobi's plan, tonight was supposed to be when he teamed up with Itachi to wipe out every last Uchiha besides Sasuke. As for this Uchiha Aishi, Itachi swore he had a way to handle him. Black Zetsu could barely contain his anger. Did he really have a solution? What a load of nonsense. And as for the will of fire resisting Jinjutsu, what a joke. Even if it burned down to ashes, it would still be useless. Just then, not far from the battlefield, a vortex distorted the air in utter silence. A figure emerged from the Kamui space, a man in a swirling mask, with a single crimson Sharingan, eye gleaming through the opening. Too late. Withdraw, Black Zetsu ordered instantly. Once a pawn loses its worth, you discard it. With that, he swiftly vanished back into the earth. Obito cast a long, searching look at the figure standing in the darkness. Then space warped once more, and he, too, disappeared without a sound. The battle was over. At last, countless Uchiha clansmen swarmed in from all directions. Uchiha Aishi, what are you doing? You've killed the young clan leader. They stared in shock and fury at Itachi, who lay motionless in a pool of blood, their eyes blazing with indignation at Aishi, who stood over him with his blade. Accusations and vitriol tumbled forth like an unstoppable tide. In an instant, the air was thick with hostility, ready to ignite. Aishi wiped the fresh blood off his blade. He slowly swept his gaze over his enraged clansmen, his eyes as sharp as steel. He spoke in a measured voice, not loud, but clear enough to cut through every shout and murmur. Itachi Uchiha, son of clan leader Fugaku, has been manipulated by Danzo and others in the upper echelons of Konoha and colluded with the rogue ninja Uchiha Bido. They intended to slaughter every man, woman, and child of the Uchiha clan. The moment his words landed, the entire gathering fell into a deathly silence. The revelation exploded in the mind of every Uchiha present. A massacre of the entire clan, executed by the young clan leader himself? If this were true, then wasn't Shisue's death also tied to Itachi? They glanced at Itachi's lifeless body, then at the stern-faced Aishi, utterly at a loss for whom to trust. Suddenly, Uncle Tebayashi, supporting a few gravely injured clansmen, made his way to the front. We can bear witness. If it weren't for Aishi, none of us would be alive today. At that moment, the crowd seemed to part as if pushed aside by an invisible hand. Fugaku stepped forward, one slow step at a time. The once dignified clan leader now looked ashen, as if he had aged 10 years in the blink of an eye. He gazed down at his son's cold corpse, then at Aishi, who stood grim and resolute with his blade. His lips trembled, but in the end, no words came out. In his eyes, there was an anguish that defied description, and an unfathomable sense of powerlessness. Clan leader Fugaku, do you have anything to say? Fugaku felt a ringing in his head, his vision fading to black. He had imagined many possible outcomes, being stripped of leadership by an incensed clan, or even being exiled from Konoha and losing his life in some bloody struggle. But he never dreamed he would be forced to publicly expose his own eldest son's crimes. Now there was no way back. If Itachi's plans were revealed, his younger son Sasuke would surely be torn to pieces by the wrathful clan. With a look of torment, Fugaku squeezed his eyes shut. When they opened again, all that remained was weariness and resignation. He lifted his head with great effort. Facing everyone, he summoned every last bit of strength he had, his voice hoarse as he made his announcement. I hereby resign as the head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Aishi will serve as acting clan leader. Lord Tobirama has actually become the head of the Uchiha clan. A brief silence was quickly broken as the Uchiha clansmen raised again the topic of rebellion. Aishi, let's rise up, lead us. That's right. Those lunatics in Konoha are already making us scapegoats for everything. Watching this unfold, Fugaku grew anxious. Aishi was still young and reckless. He didn't yet grasp the danger that lay ahead. But just then, Ag suddenly shouted, Enough! Rebellion? Don't speak such nonsense. The Hidden Leaf Village was founded by Lord Hashirama, the first Hokage, together with Madara. This is our home. The leaf belongs to them, and to all of us. What's brought us to this point isn't the leaf's fault, nor is it the Hokage's. The real problem is that the Hokage has been surrounded by treacherous schemers. They clouded the wise judgment of the third Hokage. They sowed discord and tried to destroy the Uchiha. Our duty is not to destroy our home, but to set things right again. What we must do is root out the corruption, help the great third Hokage, and banish those petty villains by his side, so the leaf can have clear skies once more. Fugaku was struck dumb by these words. This boy, Eiji's words carried hidden meaning. In a matter of sentences, he had forcibly twisted a bloody rebellion on the verge of breaking out, turning it into a loyal act of purging evil for the sake of the Hokage. In an instant, the stance flipped from rebellion to loyal defense, cutting the risk to the lowest point possible. But not all the clansmen understood. Some were still wondering, how did things suddenly turn into helping the Hokage again? Had Eiji been bought off too? It was only after they heard the murmured discussions around them that the realization finally dawned. Impressive. At the same time, a new question formed in everyone's hearts. Where in the world did a kid like Eiji learn such cunning? Who was teaching him these things? As they whispered back and forth, a short, compact figure intruded into their line of sight. Sasuke returned home, only to find the house empty. He searched every corner, looking for his parents and anyone from the clan. Father, why are you here, bro? Before Sasuke could finish, his gaze landed on a form kneeling on the ground. It was his big brother, Itachi. Brother. Sasuke dashed over, heedless of anything else, only to discover that Itachi had long since lost any trace of life. Overwhelmed by shock, he unleashed a raw, agonized howl. No! With that cry, a roar brimming with endless pain, Sasuke's once pure black eyes were suddenly lit with a crimson gleam, which rapidly concentrated into a single, eerie tomo, slowly spinning. The intensity of his brother's death awakened something within him, and at just 7 years old, Sasuke Uchiha, through his rage, unlocked the first level of Sharingan. Father, who killed my brother? I'll make them pay. I'll avenge him. He jerked his head up, his newly awakened Sharingan, now gleaming with a single tomo, fixing furiously on Fugaku. His small body trembled violently, consumed by hate. Fugaku managed to restrain Sasuke, who was teetering at the edge of losing himself, but he said nothing. Vengeance? One son of the former clan head betrays them. The other now wants to kill the new leader? At this rate, not only would the entire family be doomed, their ancestors' graves might not even be left standing. Sasuke's frantic struggles gradually weakened, the overwhelming mental shock and the drain of chakra making his vision blur and darken, his consciousness swiftly sinking into endless darkness. What puzzled the Uchiha clan was that, despite all the commotion they stirred up, there was barely any reaction from the village. In the past, the Umbu would have shown up at their door right away to question them. Sometimes, they might even drag the clan leader off for hours of interrogation. It wasn't until the next day that Hiruzen finally sent someone to their residence, requesting a meeting with the head of the Uchiha clan. The Hokage's office. Hiruzen could no longer recall how many pipes he had smoked. The entire office was hazy with smoke, as if shrouded in mist. He was well aware of the explosive surge of chakra and chaos that erupted at the Uchiha compound the previous night, and he'd even sensed the legendary Susanoo make an appearance. But what followed completely upended even the worst of his expectations. He summoned the Uchiha clan head, wanting to investigate the truth himself. Unexpectedly, it was Ag who walked through the door. When he saw Ag, Hiruzen started slightly, as if he caught a fleeting phantom behind the young man. Perhaps Ag was finally catching up to him. His eyes must be playing tricks on him. Regaining his composure, Hiruzen asked, "Where's clan leader Fugaku?" Ag replied, "Clan leader Fugaku has taken ill and remains bedridden. He has sent me here to report to you in his stead." At last, Hiruzen set down his pipe, looking at Ag in surprise, his heart a swirl of mixed emotions. During the Chunin exams, he thought Ag was merely a talented young ninja, but now the boy was speaking on behalf of the clan. Had Ag's influence within the Uchiha really grown to such a degree? Perhaps it was just as well. At least Ag had inherited Kageme's will. Surely, he wouldn't take things too far. "Come, have a seat. I'll brew us some good tea." As he poured the water, Hiruzen added, "This was brought by someone from Inoki's side. Not even Koharu and the others have had taste." It was a stroke of luck Fugaku hadn't shown up today, or he'd have been furious. Every time Fugaku visited before, Hiruzen wouldn't even offer him a cup of water, much less a tea leaf. He chose his hospitality by whom he entertained, no doubt about it. Hiruzen was shrewd. He didn't mention anything about the Uchiha planning a coup. Instead, he inquired about Ag's experiences outside the village, offering a few words of appreciation and advice to rest after his hardships. Ag went along with the conversation, briefly reporting on his recent missions. Finally, Hiruzen steered the conversation, almost imperceptibly, to the heart of the matter. As they talked, at last they reached the real issue. Danzo's whereabouts are unknown. He's dead. Who killed him? Itachi. And where is Itachi? He's dead too. The body? Burned it. His ashes are in the cemetery. Hiruzen twitched at the corners of his mouth. Ag's talent for spinning up a story with no evidence whatsoever, just pinning everything on a dead man. Where had he picked up that trick? How is it that no matter the problem, it all landed at the feet of someone deceased? Why did Itachi kill Danzo? Internal conflict. Be specific. From beginning to end, Danzo, Itachi, Obito, and Orochimaru have been colluding together. On the surface, they appeared to cooperate, but in truth, each harbored their own ulterior motives. These four came together for different purposes, each taking on their respective roles in this plot. Danzo was responsible for providing massive funding and test subjects. Itachi infiltrated the Umbu, keeping them under surveillance for a long time, and leaking the deployment and movements of the Konoha police force. This was the key that allowed them to repeatedly evade capture. Orochimaru was the one conducting those inhuman experiments. As for Obito, he continuously stirred up chaos in the shinobi world, diverting Konoha's attention. Their ultimate ambition was to overthrow the Hokage's regime, install Danzo or a puppet of their choosing, and then carve up the entire ninja world among themselves. Hiruzen listened in silence, feeling that the course of events was growing ever stranger. And yet, it seemed as though all the suspicious threads were finally tying together. "I need evidence." Isai released the seal on a scroll and brought out Danzo's corpse. The young assistant sliced across the bandages on Danzo's face, revealing his blind Sharingan. Then there's the arm grafted with would-release cells. Shimura Danzo, stealing the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and brazen enough to desecrate Lord Hashirama's body. Lord Hokage, is that evidence enough? Hiruzen's expression finally shifted a little. All of Konoha, including every member of the Uchiha, deeply respected Lord Hashirama. And yet, This foolish Danzo had been reckless beyond belief. Outrageous. That Danzo would dare commit such a heinous crime. Whether or not Hiruzen had known about any of this, he knew he needed to distance himself immediately. He spoke again. I will get to the bottom of this, but I need some time. Isai, too, appeared furious. It's truly despicable. Lord Hokage exhausts himself every day for the village, and yet this scoundrel risked everything for personal gain, endangering us all. There are traitors lurking at the Hokage's side. Hiruzen glanced at Isai, and the look of righteous indignation on his face brought him a sense of reassurance. Don't worry, Isai. Give me a bit of time, and I will make sure this matter is thoroughly investigated. But Isai let out a sigh. Lord Hokage, of course I trust you, but my clan is deeply concerned. For the sake of the village, the Uchiha clan is willing to share your burdens. Hiruzen swallowed hard. They were putting him on the spot. Hiruzen closed his eyes. When he opened them again moments later, it was as if he had made up his mind. Tell me your proposal. Establish the Konoha Investigation Department, reporting directly to you, Lord Hokage. I will serve as its chief. This department will begin with 3 missions. First, withdraw Umbu surveillance from the Uchiha as a gesture of trust in our clan. Since Danzo has colluded with Orochimaru, it shows that the root is corrupt as well. The police force has the responsibility to investigate thoroughly. But the affairs of Konoha are many and complicated. The assistant's role is also important. Why not let me take the position for now? Hiruzen drew in a sharp breath. Just a few light words, and suddenly he was made an assistant. When had the Uchiha clan ever risen to such a high position before? And now, with the police force expanding ever more rapidly under Uchiha's command, Hiruzen felt he had ended up no different from Yagura, the Mizukage next door, a mere puppet, after all. The only thing that offered him some comfort was that this person was Aishi. Hiruzen even thought perhaps it was worth letting Aishi give a try. If he truly inherited Kagami's will, then, by some extension, he was also a student of Lord Tobirama. Letting him inherit the position of Hokage in the future, well, that would work. Aishi, I want to know, how do you truly feel about Konoha? Aishi looked at Hiruzen and replied slowly. No matter who it is, if anyone threatens this village, I will never let them go unpunished. Hiruzen's pupils contracted, and for a moment he seemed to see a familiar senior from long ago. Wait, only now did he notice that, even without activating the Sharingan, Aishi's eyes had turned red. Toby! Nonsense, he was overthinking things. Still, if the old teacher really did return, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. After all, Hiruzen had long wished to retire. The seat of Hokage, what a difficult burden to bear. Understand, Aishi. Like you, everything I do is for Konoha. Hiruzen acted with swift decisiveness. As soon as Aishi left the office, Hiruzen issued orders to terminate the surveillance on the Uchiha. He called back ANBU members to await further instructions. He began to give out other commands in rapid succession. These decisions left his 2 old friends, Kohuru Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, both senior advisors of Konoha, utterly bewildered. Late at night, they arrived at the Hokage's office, disapproval written plainly across their faces. Hiruzen, Hamura spoke first, habitually pushing up his glasses. You've ordered the ANBU to withdraw from monitoring the Uchiha. Hiruzen sat behind his broad desk, looking weary. He nodded and gestured for them to sit. That's right. But, Hamura's brows knit together. Isn't that a bit reckless? In his mind, strict surveillance of the Uchiha had always been a necessary measure to maintain the village's stability. With Itachi, their key informant, now dead, and Danzo, master of the root, gone as well, their grasp of the Uchiha situation had already become unprecedentedly tenuous. Now, withdrawing their last eyes from the scene seemed more than a little rash. Hiruzen sighed. And what good has it done to watch them? Are we only trying to push them to rebel again? Yen continued. With Uchiha having lost 2 genius shinobi, Shisui and Itachi, are they still even capable of mounting a military coup? Hiruzen glanced at him. Sometimes, he truly wondered what these 2 did all day. Could they at least try to care about intelligence, or catch up on the latest developments with the Uchiha? Shisui and Itachi are ancient history by now, old news from a previous chapter. These days, the most formidable of them all is that white-haired kid, Uchiha Aishi, who's barely 12 or 13. As Hiruzen, with a heavy tone, recounted how Aishi had shattered Susanoo, an ultimate defense long thought to be invincible. The 2 advisors drew sharp breaths, stunned despite themselves. Uchiha Aishi. Who could have imagined such terrifying strength? Thank goodness it was Aishi who awakened such power, one murmured, and not someone fanatically devoted to Madara Uchiha. If that had happened, I fear Konoha, as we know, would already be. A brief silence followed, until Yin spoke up again. But our old teacher always told us, The Uchiha, by nature, are born with darkness in their hearts and must be controlled. With a weary sigh, Hiruzen pressed his fingers to his brow. Tobirama-sensei must have repeated those words at least 8 times a day. It was enough to make a man's ears calloused. But how could he ever match Tobirama's talent or audacity? Under Tobirama's rule, the village thrived, and the relationship with the Uchiha, though never perfect, was at least manageable. He and his 2 current advisors, even stacking the late Danzo on top, would not add up to half of Tobirama's abilities. But how should we control them? Danzo had a Sharingan taken from the Uchiha. That single crime is reason enough to ignite a firestorm of hatred in their hearts. The moment those words left his mouth, both advisors fell utterly silent. They had dealt with the Uchiha for many years and knew precisely the kind of people they were. They could accept losing clansmen on the battlefield. But to have their eyes stolen, their fallen dishonored, this was a humiliation beyond all tolerance, a disgrace forbidden by honor. After some time, Kaharu ventured carefully, with Danzo dead. Will this matter finally be settled? Hiruzen shook his head. I'm afraid this is only the beginning. According to Aishi, Danzo was a sleeper agent colluding with the rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Driven by the desire to protect Konoha, Aishi won't rest until every last conspirator is brought to justice. To prove that, he even killed Itachi, the eldest son of clan leader Fugaku. There was nothing factually wrong with that statement. Yet, coming from the mouth of an Uchiha, it struck the ear as oddly out of place. The last person to show such ruthless resolve toward the Uchiha was none other than Sensei, Tobirama Senju himself. Strange how Aishi's methods echoed Tobirama's in so many ways. Perhaps guessing their thoughts, Hiruzen clarified, Aishi's father was a student of Kagami, and Kagami was the Uchiha upon whom Lord Tobirama placed the greatest hopes. Maybe Aishi's approach, his very way of doing things, has been influenced by Kagami or indirectly by Tobirama's philosophy. Kagami, I failed to protect your clan, but your will, it seems, has managed to safeguard the entire village. On the other side, the Uchiha clansmen had gathered together as well, anxiously waiting for Aisai's return. Why is he taking so long without any news? Could something have happened? The Konoha elders must have kidnapped Aisai. Damn those bastards. Let's go and surround the Hokage building. Let's look at the bright side. What if Aisai has already killed the Hokage and is just covering things up now? You got a point. Maybe we should go take out those 2 advisors too, just to liven things up? Fugaku sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed with worry. It felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, a thorn lodged in his back, a fishbone stuck in his throat. He wanted to say a few words, but ended up closing his mouth. He hardly had the right to speak anymore. Just yesterday, Fugaku had taken the initiative to step down, only for Aisai to turn him down immediately. Aisai claimed he was still young, that there was much he didn't understand, and insisted he would still need plenty of guidance from Fugaku as clan head. He suggested waiting until he came of age before officially succeeding the position. In other words, Fugaku was to keep this figurehead title for now and dutifully remain here. No different from that puppet Mizukage in the neighboring village. In truth, how much could he really mentor anyone? Thanks to his efforts, the Uchiha had nearly been wiped out. As for his eldest son, it was what it was now that Itachi was gone. The Uchiha never had a tradition of executing an entire clan for one person's wrong. Just as Fugaku was stewing in his agony, searching for some excuse to slip away, the tightly closed doors creaked open, and Aisai appeared in the doorway. No sooner had he stepped inside than a crowd of clansmen immediately surrounded him. Aisai, all the ANBU who are watching us have retreated. So, when are we making our move? Aisai cleared his throat. Let me repeat myself. From now on, I don't want to hear any talk of rebellion within the clan. As I've said before, this village was founded by Lord Madara and Lord Hashirama together. Uchiha are one of its rightful masters. Our purpose has always been to reclaim our rightful place. At once, this point of view gained full support from Inaho and Tekka. After all this time, they'd come to a conclusion. This sly kid, Aisai, always had a plan up his sleeve. Best to follow his lead. He'd never steered them wrong. Next, Aisai briefed the clansmen on the general consensus he'd reached with the Hokage and outlined the direction of future plans. With that, the meeting came to a close. Afterwards, Aisai and the others exited the building together. Suddenly, a childish, hate-filled cry tore through the temporary calm. It was you who killed my brother. From the shadows, Sasuke burst forth, clutching a gleaming kunai in his small, trembling hand. Somehow, he had learned the bitter truth. Aisai, the one who had killed his brother Itachi with his own hands. Rogue ninja? That meant nothing to the young Sasuke, who could neither understand nor accept it. All he felt was a hatred that seared his heart to the core. Sasuke, like a cornered, furious cub, charged forward, completely consumed by grief and rage. He poured all his strength into the kunai, driving it hard toward Ag. Yet, faced with his sudden attack, Ag didn't even flinch. With the barest flick of his wrist, he waved his hand. A sharp crack split the air. Both Sasuke and his kunai were struck by an invisible, overwhelming force. He was thrown back without resistance, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Take this hatred and keep on living, Sasuke. Fugaka stepped forward to help Sasuke up. Sasuke, you need to calm down. He said nothing more. With a powerful lift of his arms, he hoisted his struggling son onto his shoulder. Sasuke's fists and feet pounded uselessly against his father's back. Let me go. I'm going to kill that bastard. Fugaku ignored him, swiftly crossing the courtyard and heading straight for Sasuke's room. He shoved his son inside, the door slamming shut with a thunderous bang. The thick wooden door sealed off the outside world and trapped Sasuke's furious, hysterical screams within. Let me out! Let me out! Leaning his back against the cold door, Fugaka let out a silent sigh. Sasuke, stay inside and think things through. I've arranged for you to have a week off from school. Drawn by the commotion, Mikoto hurried out of the bedroom, worry clouding her eyes. Fugaku, what happened with Sasuke? Is it because of... Her words trailed off. The answer was already clear in her gaze. Fugaku turned to face his wife, lowering his voice even further. It's still about Itachi. He just can't accept the truth. Mikoto's eyes dimmed, and she let out a soft sigh. I see. The two of them exchanged a wordless look, heavy resignation reflected in both their eyes. For now, let's stay home with Sasuke. Let the other elders handle the clan affairs. Yes. To be honest, after stepping down, Fugaku actually felt much lighter. He remembered the pride he'd felt the day he took up the clan fan, symbol of the Uchiha leader's authority. Back then, all he could think of was how to restore the Uchiha clan's former glory and honor. But as time went by, trouble after trouble emerged, and the pressure mounted every single day. There were even moments when he regretted ever taking on the responsibility of clan leader. Wouldn't it have been fine to live as an ordinary middle-aged man, fishing every day? Now, he'd finally gotten what he wanted, but at a heavy price. A price so heavy, he could hardly bear it. Fugaku pressed his fingers against his brow. Sasuke hasn't eaten all day. I'll go fry him an egg. The next day, at the gates of the Foundation's headquarters, Ag stood at the front of the line, with a dozen Uchiha elites in police uniforms assembled behind him. If you ask what the Uchiha despised most of all, it would undeniably be root. Back in those days, Danzo always found excuses to drag them in. For interrogations, blood draws, and harvesting their cells, things like that. His methods were endless and ever-changing. Rumor had it there had even been several incidents of corpse theft, and they were certain Danzo was behind it. Yet the Uchiha clan members could do nothing but swallow their anger, because their clan leader was just too spineless. He endlessly talked about the bigger picture, preaching patience and forbearance at every turn. Take a step back, and the sea will open before you. They had been retreating for so many years, to the point where if they took another step back, they'd leave the village altogether. But things change. After 30 years, the bank of the river is not what it was. Today, the Uchiha have returned. This time, they're not prisoners at the mercy of others, nor suspects waiting to be interrogated. By order of the Hokage himself, they carry official warrants and have come to drag into the light all these wretched creatures who once hid in the shadows. For those clan members who had once suffered humiliation in this place, emotion burned hot behind their eyes, and chakra surged uncontrollably within them. A crimson glow flickered within their gaze, threatening to unleash the power of the Sharingan and shatter their restraint. One could only say, the Uchiha blood runs too overwhelmingly strong. Let's move. Isuke knocked politely on the door. Excuse me. Before he could finish his sentence, Inaho kicked the heavy, iron door wide open. What's the point of talking, Isuke? Just round them all up. I'll interrogate each one myself. Isuke scratched his head. This habit of ignoring procedure had to stop. He'd have to remind everyone about it later. And besides, why kick the door open just like that? All of this belonged to him now. The cost of the door is on your tab. I'll be deducting it from your salary. Inaho what? With a wave of Isuke's hand, more than a dozen Uchiha followed him inside. The crash of the door had already alerted the Root members inside the base. This was Root, after all, not the home of some villager. You couldn't just barge in as you pleased. They quickly assembled, clutching their ninja swords tightly. The leader barked a harsh warning, trying to intimidate the intruders with his bravado. Who do you think you are daring to break in? Before he could finish, he was sent flying with a slap, embedded deep into the wall, stuck so hard he couldn't be pulled out. The remaining Root members froze, their hands trembling on their sword hilts. More than a dozen pairs of Sharingan eyes, brimming with cold, killing intent and overwhelming power, were fixed on them. By order of the Hokage, the security division will thoroughly investigate all route personnel and records. All of you, hands on your heads, get in the corner and squat down. From now on, no one speaks without my permission. The route members seemed to have their spines ripped out and followed instructions without a word. They squatted by the cold wall, clutching their heads, barely daring even to breathe. That loudmouthed ninja from earlier, unsurprisingly, he's probably dead by now. This guy's not breathing. How do we write this up? Inaho scratched his head, feeling awkward about having killed one before even starting the interrogation. This was going to be a hard one to explain. This route member, aware of the gravity of his crimes, took his own life out of fear. Despite the security department's best efforts to save him on sight, he was pronounced dead. Not changing a single word. Not a single word. The facts are clear, and the logic is sound. Well, guess the schooled ones always know how to handle things. Hearing this, the members crouched in the corners grew even more anxious. Most of them had been lured, tricked, or threatened into joining by Danzo. Having witnessed his ruthless methods, they both feared and hated him. Yet this white-haired stranger didn't seem much better. Maybe even darker than Danzo himself. Isuk dispelled the cursed tongue eradication seal Danzo had placed on them. Separate them for questioning and record everything they say. And be careful, don't let anyone die under our watch. Once everything was arranged, Isuk started to make his way, unhurried, towards the deeper recesses of Root. Based on what he knew, Danzo had created numerous secret bases within the organization. Some for covert experiments, others for storing rare jutsu scrolls and confidential documents gathered over many years. There might even be some stash funds he'd set aside for a coup. Isuk examined every subtle trace along the way. He stopped in front of what seemed to be an ordinary archive room wall, and without ceremony, raised his foot. With a resounding crash, the seemingly solid stone wall caved inward, revealing a hidden entrance to a secret chamber. Well, this old man was loaded, wasn't he? A rough count suggested that the stash was worth about 4 or 5 times as much as Asuma himself. He took out his notebook and diligently recorded the findings. Discovered embezzled public funds and a significant sum of money from unknown sources. Preliminary valuation. Let's say 300,000 Ryo, for now. The rest would be transported back to the house Tsunade had given him, where he could tally it at his leisure. The place was bigger, enough to fit everything inside. Seized a large number of scrolls, experiment records, and classified documents of unknown origin. With the exception of scrolls related to wood release and the results of Hashirama cell experiments, everything else would be handed over to the authorities. Those things wouldn't be useful for the Hokage anyway. No need to burden her with this mountain of reading material. As for all kinds of miscellaneous, incriminating evidence, forget it. I'll make up a few charges myself. Charge 1. Systematic abuse of official power, embezzlement, and misappropriation of Konoha's public funds, with ironclad evidence. Charge 2. Conducting unauthorized human experiments, using war orphans from Konoha's orphanage as test subjects, the methods extraordinarily cruel. Charge 3. Secretly colluding with rogue ninjas, selling out Konoha's secrets, engaging in illegal forbidden jutsu research, and endangering the village's safety. Charge 4. In the case of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hataki's suicide, it was Danzo who, in order to eliminate dissent, secretly spread rumors and manipulated public opinion, which ultimately led to Tsukumo's death. Charge 5. During the Ninetales attack on Konoha, there is ample evidence that Danzo colluded with the rogue shinobi Obito, both inside and outside the village. Their goal was to create chaos, weaken the Hokage's authority, and frame the Uchiha clan in hopes of inciting civil strife and seizing power. And there is still more. Eishi was not particularly adept at drafting these documents. By the time he finished, several hours had already passed. When he emerged from the secret room, a good number of root members had already been taken away. Besides them, there were still some children left to be dealt with. They were youngsters Danzo had brought in, not yet molded into his tools. Should he take them as his bodyguards? On second thought, it was hard to tell who would end up protecting whom. Send them to the orphanage and return the funds Danzo had embezzled to them. Understood. Just before leaving, Eishi noticed a little boy holding a sketchbook. What's your name? Sai. All right, I understand. Outside Konoha village, deep within a secluded forest, Kabuto established contact with Orochimaru, who had been lurking in the shadows. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru slowly strode out of the darkness, his golden, serpent-like eyes gleaming coldly in the dim light. It was clear that Orochimaru was not in a pleasant mood. A man named Pain had tracked him down and given him quite a beating. As a result, he had been forced, though willingly, to join the Akatsuki. To top it off, joining the group only worsened his mood. For Toby, another member, seemed delighted to threaten him with a beating at the slightest pretext. And now, with Aishi having dismantled Root, Orochimaru found himself even more enraged. Danzo had been a crucial partner, providing him with inside information about Konoha, financial resources, and valuable test subjects. It was thanks to Danzo that his research on life, the soul, and inherited bloodlines had been able to progress so smoothly. Now, with Danzo dead, that reliable pipeline had been cut off for good. Going forward, delving deeper into the world's ultimate secrets would be a far greater challenge. What a wretched, infuriating brat. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto continued his report. The Uchiha clan was preparing to stage a coup, but they've been brought under control again. Uchiha Aishi killed Itachi and pinned all the blame for betrayal, espionage, and collaborating with you, Lord Orochimaru, on him. And then he killed him. Orochimaru began to shift uncomfortably in place. He had been the one to invade Konoha. He had been the one to deceive Toby. Now, apparently, conspiring with Itachi was also pinned on him. It was as if, for every dark deed in the world, one could just assume he was behind it. Someday, should the Hokage wind up dead, the blame would probably fall squarely on him as well. Is Danzo's death also landing on my shoulders? Isa's report to the Hokage was that Danzo died at Itachi's hand. Orochimaru's mood improved a little. At last, there was something he couldn't be blamed for. Infighting. Yet it still seemed he couldn't quite wash his hands of the matter. Orochimaru decided Konoha was better off destroyed after all. Go back now. Report if there's anything new. And most of all, be wary of Uchiha Isa. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. A day later, Isa laid out the sordid evidence neatly on Hiruzen's desk. Faced with this mountain of incriminating proof, Hiruzen was left speechless. As Hokage, he had known what Danzo had been doing all these years. For certain reasons, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. But now that everything was laid bare, he had no choice but to sever ties at lightning speed. I never expected Danzo would endanger the village so much for his own gain. He's utterly unworthy of being Lord Tobirama's student. Now that things had come this far, Hiruzen no longer shielded Danzo. He just wanted this over and done with, to distance himself from the scandal. After spending a lifetime building his reputation, the last thing he needed was for it all to unravel right before retirement. Besides, the threads of this mess extended far and wide. If they pulled too hard, who knew how much trouble would surface? But from what Isa's evidence showed, for now the situation was still under control. Good. The sooner this ended, the better. So, just 2 days later, Konoha officially announced Danzo's numerous crimes. Danzo's reputation in the village had already been terrible, and this pushed it straight into infamy. Some of the more radical villagers grabbed whatever tools they could find and marched over to tear his house down. But the police force wouldn't just let that kind of chaos happen. They seized the implements, and then began helping the villagers with the demolition themselves. As villagers watched the police force members working busily, for the first time, they raised their thumbs in approval. Who said the police force were all a bunch of scoundrels? Clearly, they were good people. You and I, heart to heart, we all lived together in Konoha village. Fueled by righteous anger, the clan members of the police force unlocked a brand new level of potential. After the demolition, they even found a few hidden items tucked away under the floorboards, in the walls, and inside chair legs. Their visit hadn't been in vain. Back they went to write up their reports. Word of Danzo's demolished home spread rapidly through Konoha. At Koharu's house, and was sipping his tea. Koharu's voice was hoarse. It was hard to tell if it was a statement or a sigh. Danzo's house has been torn down. What? And set down his teacup, his brow tightly furrowed. What happened? Koharu said nothing, only slid a thick stack of dossiers toward him. And unfurled the scrolls, and his eyes scanned line after line of small, careful characters. The more he read, the worse his headache grew. How could Danzo be behind everything? What kind of mind could possibly carry such a monumental burden? As elders and advisors of Konoha, the right and left hands of the Hokage, they naturally understood that Shimura Danzo was by no means a virtuous man. They were all too aware of the darkness deeply buried within Root, and the messes that required them and Hiruzen Sarutobi to clean up time after time. Therefore, when it came to certain incidents outlined in the files, Hamura and Koharu both confirmed that Danzo was indeed inextricably involved. However, this account was simply too ridiculous. It was only a hair away from claiming even Hayashi Hyuga's act of taking his brother's place in death was orchestrated by Danzo, colluding with foreign powers. Truly, the Uchiha clan is born evil. What exactly are these bastards up to now? Just then, a series of measured yet unmistakably clear knocks echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming. Koharu shuffled over to open the door. As she slid the wooden door aside, what greeted her from outside made her expression turn even grimmer. At the front stood a strikingly handsome man with white hair. Behind him, several Uchiha clan members could be seen, all dressed in the uniforms of the Konoha military police force. "What do you want?" "Konoha Investigation Division. Advisor Koharu, we now have ample reason to suspect that you are closely connected to the suspicious death of Uchiha Kagami all those years ago. We ask that you come with us and cooperate with our investigation." Koharu almost lost consciousness from rage. Kagami had been dead for so many years now. How could they possibly be dredging this up again? Did these Uchiha lunatics really have nothing better to do? "Don't you dare hurl such baseless accusations. Kagami was our cherished friend, like a brother to us. His sacrifice back then was a loss felt by all of Konoha. You're slandering us." Yes, of course. Whatever you say." Isuke waved dismissively, and Inaho and Tetsuka stepped forward, preparing to take Koharu away. At that moment, a heavy sigh came from inside the room. "Uchiha Isuke, aren't you overreaching a little?" Hokage's advisor Hamura strolled slowly to the doorway, coming to stand beside Koharu, his piercing gaze fixed on Isuke. "Aren't you overstepping? At your rank, you have no authority to investigate us, especially matters from decades ago." Isuke paused, then broke into a laugh. "Perfect. Lord Hamura, you can come with us as well, so we won't have to make another trip." "Hamura?" Hamura and Koharu were both taken to the interrogation room. Above them, a stark white lamp hung from the ceiling. Yet the harsh questioning they'd imagined never came. Minute by minute, time dragged on. Only a suffocating silence spread, the uncertainty of waiting far more grating on the nerves than open interrogation. No one knew how much time had passed when, finally, the small window in the steel door slid open. Inaho's indifferent face appeared at the window. Without a word, he tossed in 2 notebooks labeled personal statement, along with 2 pens. "Right?" Hamura's eyes blazed with anger. As a respected Konoha advisor, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Bastards, this is a legal detention. You're just settling personal scores. I demand to see the Hokage." Through the small window, Dawa shot him a cold glance. "Then tell me, what personal grudge do we have against you?" Well, he was instantly at a loss for words, and he had to admit that the Uchiha really weren't known for their wit. Who would ever air their vendettas so openly? Anyone with more than a shred of intelligence wouldn't do such a thing. If not, then stop wasting your breath. Get to writing. You're not leaving until it's finished. With that, Dawa left the interrogation room, leaving the 2 old comrades staring at each other. Why? Why did these people have to treat them like this? What did Kagami's death have to do with them? If someone was to be held accountable, shouldn't it be Danzo? Wait, why did they instinctively try to pin this on Danzo again? Perhaps it was just a case of when you got enough fleas, you stop itching. Suddenly, Yin let out a low chuckle. Young people, they really are too inexperienced. Koharu glared at him. Can you still laugh at a time like this? Do you remember, back when Lord Tobirama interrogated enemy spies? We were always there as witnesses. And what did he do first every single time? He separated them to prevent collusion. At that, Koharu nodded, her mind turning over the memory. You're right. It seems this young pup isn't as experienced as he thinks. Hope flickered in both of their eyes. By keeping the 2 of them together, wasn't he giving them every chance to plan? As long as their stories matched, what fault could he possibly find? Once the time was up and the evidence still wasn't enough, they'd have no choice but to let them go. And once they got out, their first order of business would be to see Hiruzen. They'd filed charges against the guard for abuse of authority, for illegally detaining advisors, for attempting to undermine the village leadership. Even Hiruzen, soft as he was, wouldn't be able to sit by and do nothing this time. Maybe this was their chance to reclaim the power Uchiha had taken from them. It was as if the 2 had found their secret weapon against adversity, and they leaned together, whispering through every detail of their written statements, determined not to leave a single chink in their armor. Yin and Koharu were thoroughly confident, and for all appearances, things seemed to be going exactly as they'd planned. Everything really did seem to be going their way. 3 days later, the heavy iron door swung open again, and Dawa appeared in the doorway, face unreadable. Time's up. Leave your statements. You're free to go. Yin and Koharu exchanged a sly, knowing look, unable to keep the cold smirk from tugging at their lips. Foolish Uchiha. No matter how powerful the Sharingan was, it could never make up for the lack of true wisdom. No wonder Lord Tobirama had always kept the Uchiha firmly under his thumb in the guard, playing them like pieces on a chessboard. The 2 straightened their robes, heads held high, and strode out of the dank interrogation room. But good fortune never lasts long. Barely had they set foot outside when a cold voice rang out behind them. Stop right there. Yin and Xiaochun froze where they stood, their bodies rigid with shock as they turned back in disbelief. There stood Inaho, still rooted to the spot like a cold, unfeeling statue. Based on the most recent intelligence, you two are now suspected of being linked to a major case 17 years ago, when a spy infiltrated the Hidden Leaf and caused a devastating breach of classified information. I must ask you to cooperate with our investigation once again. What? How does that have anything to do with us? This is a complete frame-up. Ignoring their protests, Inaho brusquely herded them back into that all-too-familiar interrogation room. The heavy iron door clanged shut once more. Then, Inaho offered them a friendly reminder. Oh, and by the way, both of you are esteemed advisors, so please, do take good care of yourselves. This interrogation room may be a bit drab, but at least it's secure. Just imagine, if by any chance you lose hope and try some rather unconventional means to get out. Say an escape attempt? Out there the mountains are steep, the forest dense, and the cliffs treacherous. One wrong step, and a fall could prove truly unfortunate. The Hidden Leaf can scarcely bear such a loss. You, how dare you? Yin was shaking from head to toe in fury, his finger pointed at Inaho, trembling violently, yet all he managed were these feeble, powerless words. Faced with such a blatant threat, Yin and Xiaochun ground their teeth in helpless rage. Yet there was nothing they could do. After all, the security department did hold both legislative and enforcement powers, and investigations fell squarely under their jurisdiction. If they were to claim death by falling off a cliff, who could possibly challenge them? As Inaho's footsteps faded, the room once again fell into uneasy silence. But this time, Yin and Xiaochun were far more anxious. It took all their willpower to make it to the third day, only for Inaho to show up again as casually as ever. He plucked another flimsy excuse from thin air and had them tossed right back inside. Yin and Xiaochun couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something here was deeply wrong. A proper interrogation should, at the very least, involve actual questioning. But all the security department did was throw down a ledger, bark orders, lock them up, release them, and then haul them back again. Not once had anyone come in to actually ask them a single question. No real interrogation, no confrontations with evidence, nothing at all. If this was just the Uchiha clan's idea of revenge, it was absurdly convoluted, almost childishly so. There had to be a far larger, more terrifying conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Their real purpose certainly went far beyond simply imprisoning these two old advisors. While Yin and Xiaochun were shuttled back and forth in this endless routine, Ag had almost finished taking inventory of their family assets. Both the Mito and Koharu families were never considered powerful clans of deep roots. All the prestige they enjoyed now came mostly from the good fortune of having two highly ranked elders holding the office of advisor. Thanks to this privilege, they had long held sway over important posts in the village, which, naturally, meant they'd secured their share of lucrative business as well. Where the sunlight never reaches, fattened worms breed in the dark. In the security office, paperwork towered in endless piles. With his chin propped up in his hand, Ag scoured the accounts, his head pounding from the tedium. All this money would be his in the future. Not a single coin could be allowed to slip through the cracks. Mito Monzaburo, a completely obscure, low-level salesman with a pitiful salary, yet somehow managed to purchase 3 properties in the city's most coveted commercial district all at once. That bastard treats the public coffers like his own private stash. His greed knows no bounds. And look at this one, visiting tech workers for entertainment 7 days a week. Not only is he rolling in cash, but his stamina is impressive too. This one, that one. Ag took out his little notebook and jotted down more than 100 names. Inaho senpai, come in for a moment. Hardly had the words left his lips when the door swung open. Inaho's silhouette appeared at the desk, quick and precise. He strode over. Ag, what do you need? Bring these people in for questioning at the security office. Taking the list, Inaho glanced at the names. How many are we talking about? Not too many. Just under 100, give or take. You call that not too many? Usually, the security office would arrest 10, maybe a dozen people in a month. Was this a race for glory? No one had ever said there were quotas to fill. Inaho hesitated. The cells are already packed. Even a fly would have to wait in line to squeeze in. If it's all right, we could use the underground lounge at the root division. Plenty of space down there, and it's soundproof too. Ag set down his teacup, decisive and direct. Fine, I'll leave it to you. And another thing, everyone's been working overtime lately. I prepared an overtime bonus of 8,800 Ryo each. Let them know to drop by the finance office and collect it whenever they have time. Inaho's heart swelled with gratitude. Understood. He strode briskly out of the office. Enough lunching. Work's here. Grab your gear. We're making arrests. I'm coming. Wait for me. Outside, Taika was clutching a lunchbox, shoveling food into his mouth. He gulped down the last bite, wiped the oil from his lips. "I'm coming. Wait up." Snatching his sword from where it leaned against the wall, he hurried after the others. The rest of the security office staff followed suit in a flurry. In an instant, the clatter of sword scabbards and hurried footsteps filled the air. A dozen elite Uchiha, clad in clan uniforms and wielding gleaming blades, surged into the streets like wild tigers let loose, exuding a fierce and menacing energy. Pedestrians, seeing this fearsome spectacle from afar, blanched as if they'd encountered the plague, scrambling to the roadside in panic. Shop doors banged open and shut, the street rapidly growing deserted. Ag glanced out the window, involuntarily sucking in a sharp breath through his teeth. When an Uchiha chooses to endure, there's no one more patient. But when they go wild, they're truly wild, beyond belief. Police Affairs Division at work. Everybody out of the way. In front of the house, Daohu's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. He showed no courtesy as he hammered on the door, making the doorframe tremble with each strike. "Is that Sanro around? Come out, come out." It was a while before the door creaked open, just a sliver. A groggy, middle-aged man stuck his head out. "Are you trying to rush me to the grave? It's not even midnight yet. Can't you wait until I'm awake to talk? Don't you people have any sense of decency?" Hearing this, Daohu was almost driven mad with anger. For crying out loud, they'd been at work for 4 hours already, and this layabout still wasn't out of bed. One look at him told you he was nothing good. It was time to get tough. "Decency, you say?" Daohu let out an angry, sardonic chuckle. "I'll show you real decency today. You're Midaman Sanro, right? We got questions for you. Come with us." Without waiting, he reached out to grab Sanro by the collar. But Sanro, emboldened by connections, had always been brash. He pointed straight at Daohu's nose and let loose a torrent of curses. "So, you're from the Police Affairs Division? Big deal. I know the Village Security Ordinance chapter and verse. Without solid evidence, you've got no right to detain anyone. I'm calling for Elder Yen." Wham! Daohu's fist flew out, knocking out 2 of Sanro's front teeth. "Challenging the authority of the Police Affairs Division. That's a month in detention and a fine of 10,000 ryo. Go join your precious Elder Yen inside." With that, the team surged forward and gave him a proper beating. They tied him up good and tight and tossed him into the back of the wagon. Next, throughout the day, no corner of the Midaman and Senzoku clans' districts, or any place their assets lay scattered in the village, found a moment's peace. Name after name on the list was flushed out, one after another. Aside from a few hard-headed types like Sanro who insisted on being stubborn and earned themselves a beating, most folk, the moment they saw the Uchiha crest, were utterly terrified. They didn't even wait for the officers to come knocking. They scrambled to the division's headquarters themselves, tripping over their feet in their haste, just begging for leniency. To keep order, Daohu had his people take those caught back for questioning, leaving the rest for tomorrow. He made a round himself, checking for anyone who might have slipped through the cracks. As he neared the riverside path at the edge of the village, a familiar voice drifted to him. "Hey, old man, the one with the table tennis paddle on his back, wait up for me." Daohu froze, unable to stop the vein at his temple from twitching. "Brat, is this a table tennis paddle?" "This is." He drew his sword, ready to teach this disrespectful kid a lesson for challenging Uchiha authority. But the moment he saw the boy's face, he sheathed his blade. "Naruto? What is it? Hey, old man, you still want some fish? I just caught these real fresh." "Ido, Ido. I'll take as many as you've got." Dao pulled out a few silver notes and pressed them into Naruto's hand. He didn't care much for eating fish, but he loved fishing. Yet, he often came home empty-handed. He took the prize, a fish weighing over 10 pounds, and the joy on his face was uncontainable. Tiewa, bet you didn't expect this trick from me." Naruto tucked away the silver notes carefully. "All right, now I can buy instant noodles again." After exchanging a few words, Naruto set off on his way. He hadn't gone far before he turned around and dashed back. "Uncle, Sasuke hasn't come to class these past few days. Has he fallen ill?" Dao hesitated for a moment. "Sasuke, he's not feeling well." "Oh, I see." Naruto frowned, troubled. Though Sasuke was always haughty and acted like he was better than everyone else, after not seeing him for days, Naruto started to feel the absence. "Wait for me, uncle." Naruto hurried over to a small shop nearby and bought several wooden fish rice balls. "Please give these to Sasuke for me. Tell him they're from this genius here. Tell him to get well soon. I'll be waiting for him at school. Next time we have a match, I'll definitely win." "All right, I'm off. Bye." Dao returned to the clan compound and knocked at Fugaku's door. On the surface, Fugaku was still the head of the Uchiha, deserving proper respect. Mikoto answered the door, her face looking ashen and drawn. Seeing Dao, she managed to muster up a polite smile. Dao explained Naruto's errand simply and handed over the still-warm rice balls. Naruto, Uzumaki. Makoto accepted the rice balls, her thanks barely more than a whisper. Dao said nothing more, turning to leave. Makoto closed the heavy door behind him. She took the rice balls and walked to Sasuke's room. She paused in hesitation, then gently eased the door open. The curtains were drawn tight, casting the room in gloom. A small figure curled up in the darkest corner. Ever since the terrible news, the child had locked himself deep within this darkness. Makoto sighed softly and placed the rice balls on the little table. One of your classmates, that child named Naruto, he bought you your favorite wooden fish rice balls. Still, Sasuke did not respond. She left the room without a word, quietly shutting the door behind her. Only after long while did he finally lift his head, ever so slowly. His eyes fell on the lonely rice balls sitting atop the table. Idiot. You don't understand anything at all. There's no way you could grasp my pain. At dawn, Sasuke's door was flung open. Makoto and Fugaku looked at him, momentarily stunned. Sasuke's eyes were red, and a bit of dried seaweed still clung to the corner of his mouth. Sasuke, I'm going to train. Before the words had fully left his lips, he'd already rushed out the door, not looking back. In the Uchiha clan's training grounds, the air rang with the sharp sound of blades slicing through wind and the muffled, frustrated cries of the trainees. Even as his chakra was nearly depleted and his body threatened to collapse, he continued pushing himself, drawing on every last shred of strength. Every time he wove a jutsu, it was as if he were locked in a desperate struggle against some invisible foe. The clan members watching from the sidelines observed him in silence, tacitly giving him a wide berth so he could train undisturbed. As long as this child didn't follow in the footsteps of his renegade brother and raise a blade against the clan, or commit an unthinkable act like attempting to assassinate Chief Ag, they would let him do as he pleased. After all, as long as they all remembered that the Uchiha's most crucial mission now was to root out those who wore the masks of comrades but harbored evil. Let him be, so the general sentiment went. Because now, more than ever, the Uchiha's highest purpose was to destroy those hidden villains disguised within their own ranks. At dawn, within the police department, Eiji was diligently working for the good of Konoha. Suddenly, an electronic tone echoed in his mind. Mission Progress Update. Thanks to Lord Tobirama's efforts, the Uchiha rebellion was resolved at minimal cost. He even became the new Uchiha clan leader. Mission Reward. When using the Mangekyo Sharingan, there will be no side effects. Eiji drew in a sharp breath. Did this mean, theoretically speaking, he could unleash Amaterasu on anything, even a stray dog in the street? No, on second thought, he wouldn't actually do that. He reached into his drawer and pulled out a vial in which a pair of Itachi's Sharingan eyes were preserved. If he could gear up the summoning beast Kuro with these, well, it was worth a try. But his musings were interrupted by another electronic notification. Thanks to the efforts of Sarutobi and the others, Konoha is falling into deeper decline day by day. At such a critical moment, Lord Tobirama stepped forward. Truly, Konoha's hopes still rest on your shoulders. Restore Konoha's glory. This is our inescapable duty. New task. Investigate the internal problems plaguing Konoha and eliminate the external threats prowling at the gates. Well, you all see it. It's not like I'd come after you out of nowhere. Something else made the first move, not me. Police force. Move out. The Uchiha police's raids had never ceased. In fact, bolstered by yesterday's lessons, their efficiency had actually improved. Just as the clansmen were expecting another swift victory, Eiji handed them a new list of names. These were people whose names meant little, even humble vendors, cobblers, and merchants. Little did anyone realize that such unremarkable figures could play such pivotal roles. Was Danzo, with his inherent darkness, bent on destroying Konoha itself? But this expansion left the police force stretched thin. They had to balance daily patrols and public order, all while targeting the high-priority suspects on this new list. And now, lumping in these ordinary townsfolk, even the hardest work would never be enough to finish the task. Upon learning this, Eiji pondered for a moment. Well, if it's a shortage of staff, there are always solutions. After all, Konoha had no shortage of shinobi. The letter clearly outlined the immense pressure the security department was facing in the wake of the Root incident. The number of traitors exposed in the village had far exceeded expectations. Despite the security department mobilizing every member, working tirelessly day and night, their efforts still fell short. To restore order and peace in the village as quickly as possible, the security department urgently needed elite ninjas from each clan to provide support. After all, everyone was working for the Hokage, so they hoped the recipients would recognize the importance of cooperation. Wait, scratch that. No, there should be no refusals. Of course, the end of the letter included details of generous salary and benefits, ensuring this wasn't a thankless task. After finishing the letter, Aishi asked his clansmen to deliver it. He wasn't the least bit worried that no one would accept the offer. Whoever won, that's whose side they'd support. Before long, Aishi's letter reached the hands of every ninja clan in the village. At the Aburame clan residence, Shibi, the current head of the clan, took the letter and gave a small sound of surprise. Their clan had always kept a low profile, never particularly prominent within the village. Why would the Uchiha reach out to them? Once his attendants had cleared out, Shibi opened the letter. His eyes scanned quickly through the words, and as he reached the line insisting on no refusals, along with that detailed list of benefits, he fell silent for a few seconds, absent-mindedly pushing his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose. At last, he summoned several composed and capable clan members. Report to the security department tomorrow. The group glanced at each other, uncertain what their clan head was up to. Chief, the security department doesn't have the best reputation. The villagers have a lot of complaints about them. That's right, and you've told us before to avoid getting too close to them. Shibi sighed. The wind's picked up. There's a change in the air. Just go as I say. Be alert once you join the security department. Report back to me immediately if anything unusual happens. Yes, clan head. The same scene played out across other ninja clans. Some of the smaller clans, without any real backing to rely on, hardly hesitated before agreeing. They threw their hands up, not in surrender, but from sheer joy. After all, man will risk everything for profit, just as birds do for food. It's all work, whoever it's for. Besides, this was for justice in the name of Konoha. Just watch how hard I work. As for the other clans, after exchanging a few words, they each sent some members as well. If everyone else was going and they weren't, what would that make them look like, aloof and above it all? The following day, the security department's human resources office was packed with new applicants. Hakadai, in charge of onboarding, was so busy sweat beaded on his forehead. Please, everyone, a little patience. We have a lot of people signing up today, and we have to handle each process one at a time. Hey, someone go ask Aishi if we can get the department a bigger space. At this rate, we'll be working out in the open. Wait, whose puppies are these? Oh, the Inuzuka clan sent them over, huh? All right, from today on, they're officially police dogs. After a long day of busy work, the newly arrived ninjas were finally settled in. As for the office space, that wasn't much of a problem either. The Uchiha clan owns plenty of empty lots. Coincidentally, just a few hours ago, Tenzo and Kakashi had returned to the village. Isai invited him over to put up some buildings. Isai, I feel like you're insulting me. Isai just laughed it off. Come on, you're our senior. Please get to work. The future of the Leaf Village is in your hands. Wood-style, serial pillar houses. House after house sprang up from the ground, all made of wood, as the crowd gathered around and showered the scene with applause. Amazing, just amazing. As expected from a jutsu passed down from Lord Hashirama. Was the Hidden Leaf in the old days built like this too? Just a clap of the hands, and it's done. Tenzo, you're all ganging up on me. I'm out. Before he left, Isai even slipped him a thick red envelope. Thank you, senior. We're sure to need your help again. Haha. With the houses built, office equipment, and supplies gradually filled the rooms. Now that Isai had a bit of spending money, buying these things out of his own pocket was no issue. What a considerate leader. At the village ramen shop, a bull-headed youth and a masked man were eating ramen together. Kakashi was on the verge of a breakdown. How does Guy do it? Seriously, every single time. No matter what, every time he set foot back in the Hidden Leaf, it never took more than half a day for that green blur to find him with perfect accuracy. Kakashi was starting to suspect that cheerful, clueless Guy might actually have bribed every guard at the village gates. He'd been out on missions for some time now, with nothing to show for it. He and his companion were always a step behind Toby. In the end, with no progress and no options left, they decided to return to the village and take a break. They rushed back dusty and worn, reported to the Hokage on their assignment, and Tenzo was promptly drafted on the spot to help construct the new police force headquarters. Kakashi, meanwhile, snuck back home, intent on a hot shower and a good night's sleep. He still had to check in at the dreary ANBU office first thing in the morning. But before he could even take off his pants, a green whirlwind almost launched itself straight into his bathtub. Guy burst through the door, nearly landing in Kakashi's bath. Kakashi, my eternal rival, let's have a passionate, youth-fueled challenge, man to man. Kakashi was just done. There was no resisting Guy's relentless enthusiasm. He had no choice but to agree to grab a bowl of ramen with him first. Forget it, Kakashi thought. He'd just eat a quick bowl, then maybe distract Guy with a quick game of rock, paper, scissors, and slip away. In a ramen shop, Guy pounded excitedly on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi, cheer up. Facing life every day with a smile. That's what youth is all about. Yes, yes, yes. Kakashi, leave the umbu behind. That place is far too gloomy. Not the kind of place for your youthful spirit to thrive. All right, I hear you. If you really don't want to quit, then find a way to bring me in. How about that? Sure, sure. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the Hokage about it. Kakashi yawned, nearly dropping his face right into the bowl of noodles. Let's eat first. Guy let out a deep sigh. Kakashi, as always, wore that same lifeless expression. Since the day they met, Guy had regarded Kakashi as both his rival and his lifelong friend. From her boyhood years on, he'd watched the light in Kakashi's eyes fade, little by little. One setback after another had turned him into a soulless machine, hollowed out by missions and regret. Guy was anxious, trying everything he could to reignite Kakashi's spirit with the fires of youth and the thrill of challenge, but it never seemed to leave a mark. And then, when the true face behind the mask was revealed, it turned out to be his friend, Obito. Kakashi never spoke of it, but Guy knew the grief must have shaken him to his core. Don't be like this, Kakashi. There's something I need to tell you, since you've been away from the village these last few days. Kakashi looked up. Go on. Guy took out the village newsletter, pointing to a particular article. Have a look at this. The tragedy of the Leaf's white fang, Tsukumo Hatake, who took his own life all those years ago. It turns out it was Danzo, sowing rumors and manipulating public opinion from the shadows to remove a rival. A silent bolt of lightning crashed through Kakashi's mind. The memory of his father, driven by whispers and slander to the point of suicide, surged back with brutal clarity. What? Kakashi shot to his feet. The violent movement upended his bowl of ramen, sending broth flying and crockery shattering across the table. His father's death had always haunted him like a persistent nightmare. Could it be, as the article suggested, that his father's death was shrouded in conspiracy? Kakashi's heart pounded wildly in his chest, his emotions swirling too fast for words. Guy reached out, grabbed Kakashi by the arm, and lowered his voice. Listen to me. Here's what really happened. He briefly laid out everything he knew. How Danzo orchestrated the campaign of rumors, exploited public pressure, and finally drove the upright white fan to despair with his ruthless schemes. By the end, Kakashi's mind was buzzing with confusion and disbelief. If Guy's account was true, then his father's death had been a plot from start to finish. And the main culprit, the one who started it all, was already in his grave, Danzo Shimura. Guy, thank you. Kakashi knew that Guy had always looked out for him. After his father's death, he'd become the talk of the village, villagers passing judgment behind his back. Back then, Guy would go wild if anyone dared speak ill of Tsukumo, challenging them to a fight on the spot. Of course, he got beaten up pretty badly, but he never backed down. I could never uncover things this thoroughly. All this information, it's that white-haired Uchiha brat who found it out. White hair? Ag? Kakashi suddenly remembered, the first time they met. Back then, Ag had already called him the hero's son. I need to see someone. Wait here for me, Kakashi said, rushing out the door. Guy stayed behind, calling after him in exasperation. I'll pay for the noodles, but don't forget to cover the bowls when you come back. Uncle Handcut works hard for his living. Uncle Handcut forced his eyes open, asking, should I make you another bowl? Want it spicy? In a flash, Kakashi charged to the Uchiha clan's quarters and found Eiji on the training field, moonbathing and munching on a boxed meal. Eiji. Senpai, is there something you need? Kakashi got straight to the point. About my father. Thank you. Eiji paused briefly, then understood what Kakashi meant. The whole Uchiha clan, from top to bottom, holds the utmost respect for senior Tsukumo. Allowing a hero to rest in peace and letting future generations know the true history, that's what should be done. Kakashi sat down next to Eiji. He repeated softly, thank you. There's no need for thanks. But if I could ask for a small favor. Speak. The police force is really short-handed. I know you've always had a good relationship with Lord Minato's old bodyguards. So I was thinking, Sensei's guards. Kakashi didn't hesitate. I'll ask them. I'll leave it to you then. At that moment, Kakashi had yet to realize, having the 4th Hokage's bodyguard team join the police force would mean far more to Konoha than he could imagine. Senpai, after being out for so long, have you heard anything from Obito? Kakashi shook his head in discouragement. Hanzo and I have been running around like headless chickens, always one step behind Obito. We can't even catch his shadow. Every clue seems like a smokescreen he deliberately left behind. Eiji spoke gently. Don't worry, Senpai. Sooner or later, we'll find him. The two chatted a bit longer before Kakashi rose to take his leave. I should go. I have to report to the ANBU tomorrow. All right. Kakashi turned, dragging weary steps as he prepared to depart. Just a few paces away, Eiji's voice called out behind him once more. I've already suggested to Lord Hokage that your father's honor as a war hero be restored as soon as possible. Kakashi froze where he stood. He stood with his back to Ag, unmoving for a long moment. If the police force ever needs anything, I'll be there. The massive police force recruitment push certainly hadn't escaped Hiruzen's notice. Their hiring flyers practically plastered the Hokage residence. Hiruzen did a rough calculation in his mind. The police force had expanded at least threefold. Never in their lives had they balanced such prosperous ledgers. Lighting a cigarette, Hiruzen thought it best to consult with his two advisors. If this goes on any longer, things might really spiral out of control. Where are Hamura and Koharu? I haven't seen them in days. Hiruzen asked the empty air, his voice low but just loud enough for the shadow lurking in the darkness to hear. Not long after, an ANBU ninja wearing a mask appeared in the center of the Hokage's office, as if materializing out of thin air. Lord Hokage, both advisors were taken away by the security division several days ago. They haven't returned yet. Hiruzen paused in surprise. They haven't come back. He knew they'd been summoned for questioning. The security division had told him it was just a routine investigation. The stakes were high, and no one was to be exempt from the top down. They had even hinted they might need the Hokage himself to come in. All of it was in service of the will of fire, passed down through the generations of the Hidden Leaf Village. With the security division speaking so formally, Hiruzen could only hold his tongue. Besides, he didn't see the harm. After all, it was just questioning. The security division wouldn't go so far as to detain them, would they? Everyone served the leaf. Some sense of dignity should remain. But it actually seemed like they were being held. Could it be they really have something to answer for? A sudden weight pressed on Hiruzen's heart. Could it be that even Hamura and Koharu have problems? He suddenly realized, was he now surrounded by traitors? No. Wait, was there even anyone left around him at all? Leave. Yes, sir. Silence returned to the office. After a brief hush, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. He pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk and carefully took out a well-preserved, old portrait. The paper had yellowed with age, but the faces on it were full of youthful vigor. At the center stood a handsome, white-haired man with crimson eyes. His teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Gathered around the teacher were the elite of his generation. His younger self, Kagami, Torafu, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. Hiruzen's fingers gently traced over each familiar and distant face on the portrait. What a shame. Now I'm the only old relic left. Kagami died young. Torafu fell on the night of the Nine Tails attack, and Danzo became a rogue. Even Hamura and Koharu are now locked up in a security division cell, with no telling when, or if, they'll be back. A crushing sense of loneliness and the sorrow of time's changes enveloped him. Just as Hiruzen was lost in his melancholy, a clear, steady knock sounded at the door, shattering the office's silence. Come in. The door opened, and Kakashi entered. He looked utterly worn out. Hiruzen's first thought was that the missions must have been too much, even for this genius ninja. If you're too exhausted, take a couple of days to rest. Kakashi stood silently before the desk. It's true, these days have been exhausting. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, but hesitated, Hiruzen asked curiously, "Is there something on your mind?" "Hokage-sama, I would like to resign from my position in the ANBU." Hiruzen pressed his fingers to his brow. "You've made up your mind?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." After a brief silence, Hiruzen gave a small nod. "Very well." Then he asked, "So what will you do next?" "I want to become an ordinary shinobi, just like everyone else. Take on missions, nothing more than that." "Kakashi, even if you leave the ANBU, the village will still rely on your strength." Hearing Hiruzen's approval, Kakashi finally let out a sigh of relief. "I will follow your arrangements, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen waved his hand. "Go get some rest, or maybe have a checkup at the hospital. You look like you've pushed yourself too far. The procedures can wait until tomorrow." "Yes." Kakashi left the office, but instead of taking a break, as Hiruzen suggested, he went to find Gunma and the others once again. He told them that the police force needed their help. They agreed without much hesitation. The group went down to the police force headquarters, hoping to meet Ag. Ag has gone to see Mizuki Jigura. No idea when he'll be back. "I see. Well, let's wait till he returns." Kakashi and his companions had barely taken a few steps when they heard hurried footsteps rushing toward them. Turning to look, they saw a scrappy blonde kid lugging two big fish, panting for breath as he ran over. "I brought the fish that old grumpy guy ordered." "Where is he?" "Inaho isn't here. Just leave the fish, and I'll make sure he gets your money later." "All right, but you better not trick a kid, okay?" Don't worry. We Uchiha don't stoop to things that low." "Haha." Naruto waved as he left. "If you need fish again, let me know ahead of time." From the corner, Kakashi and his friends were dumbfounded. Since when did Naruto get so chummy with the Uchiha? Wasn't this kid a Jinchuriki? Naruto really had taken a liking to this place. The people here looked fierce and rough, not the sort you want to mess with. But they treated him surprisingly well. Even the pancake vendor, seeing he was just a kid, let him sample a piece. Though he grumbled, "Get lost, kid, don't get in the way." The warmth behind his words made Naruto's heart feel cozy. Naruto made up his mind. If there was ever a limited edition pancake, he'd buy 2 boxes, no matter what, just to savor the taste. He wandered aimlessly through the streets, wanted to check up on how Sasuke was doing. I haven't seen him in ages. Hope the guy isn't seriously sick or something. As he walked and asked around, he finally found Sasuke at a training ground. "Sasuke," Naruto called, waving his hand. "I finally found you." Hearing that familiar voice, Sasuke looked up. He was gasping for breath, gripping the kunai so tightly that his arm trembled slightly, a clear sign of long and grueling training. "Dead last, what brings you here?" "Who are you calling dead last? I just happen to struggle a bit in academics, but I'm more than capable when it comes to real combat, okay?" Sasuke rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Struggle a bit? Does that mean you're just used to scoring 0 on tests?" Naruto took a step closer. "Sasuke, I heard you were sick. Is it serious?" Sasuke leaned away, his face showing obvious distaste. "Don't get so close to me, idiot." Naruto leaned in again. "Did you go to hospital?" That was the last straw for Sasuke. Why is this blonde so annoyingly persistent? We're not even that close, and here he is, hovering around for no reason. "You're really getting on my nerves, dead last." Frustration flared in Naruto too. Did this stone-faced guy even know how to appreciate kindness? After coming all this way just to check up on him, he couldn't even bother saying thank you. All he did was complain. "Damn it, that's it. I'm not coming next time." Naruto rolled his eyes and turned to leave. "Hey, Naruto." Naruto barked back, annoyed. "What now? Let's have a fight." Naruto was caught off guard, but then clenched his fists with resolve. He wanted to give Sasuke a piece of his mind for a while now. Fine. They faced each other, ready to spar. "Here I come." On the training ground, the two figures clashed fiercely. From time to time, the sound of blows echoed through the air. After a long time, both of them collapsed, utterly spent. "Sasuke, why do you always look so cold and stiff? Did something bad happen to you?" Sasuke's heart tightened. He turned his head away in silence. "Sasuke." With effort, Naruto got his feet. "You?" That's when he saw the class genius, for the first time, shed helpless tears. "Sasuke, are you all right?" Naruto had no idea how to comfort him. Sasuke stood up, quickly wiped away his tears, and fled from the training ground without looking back. Naruto was left alone, standing there, unsure what to do. What was that? Running off without saying anything. What a headache this guy is. Naruto grumbled for a while, then shook his head in resignation. "Forget it. I'll let slide this time. After all, he is sick." Ouch, man. That bastard really doesn't hold back. The alliance agreement between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Mist villages has been signed. The two sides are now officially working together. For the sake of mutual growth, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, should return to the Mist Village. Thanks to Lord Tobirama's efforts, the proud Mist Village has finally bowed its head and forged a strong alliance with the Hidden Leaf. New mission: escort the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Kartachi, back to the Hidden Mist Village. Iso scratched his head. They had agreed that only after finding Orochimaru and Obito would Yagura be allowed to return to his village. But sending him back now, wouldn't that come off as untrustworthy? After a brief moment of thought, Iso remembered something else. It seemed their village still had some valuable things worth looking into. Last time, he left in such a hurry that he hadn't had a chance to learn them. This time, he might as well take his time and study properly. Naturally, escorting Yagura was left to Iso. Originally, Hiruzen had intended to dispatch a squad from the Leaf Village. But Iso had cut him off, saying if he couldn't protect Yagura himself, sending more people would just mean more names to carve onto the memorial stone. Better to save the village some money. Hiruzen nearly choked on his own breath. In the end, Iso did bring Tenzo with him. He'd be useful. Tenzo, however, could only sigh in distress. On their last journey to the Hidden Mist, they'd left the Mizukage with quite a beating. Now, they were headed back, and who knew what kind of mess Iso would stir up this time. On the way back to the Land of Water, Iso and Yagura sat on the deck, chatting idly. Yagura gazed at the increasingly familiar stretch of sea, and finally broke the silence. "Lord Iso, how long have I been staying in the Leaf? What's this? Is the great Mizukage planning to pay for board and lodging?" Yagura rubbed his face in exasperation. He really should have known better than to try having a normal conversation with Iso. News of the Mizukage return had already reached the village ahead of them. Yagura's loyal followers were beside themselves with joy, celebrating as though it were New Year's. In stark contrast were the rogue ninja lurking in the shadows. Sensing the scent of blood, they sharpened their kunai and swords, prowling for the perfect moment to assassinate the returning Mizukage. Out at sea, a dozen or so speedboats closed in on them. Yagura, I see your popularity hasn't improved one bit, Iso quipped. Yagura donned a look of pained resignation. He knew these attackers didn't stand a chance. Yet, when they spotted the white-haired figure on the boat, not one of them hesitated. They spun around and fled as fast as they could. By now, Iso's reputation had become infamous. Everyone in the ninja world knew of the white-haired Uchiha from the Leaf, the one known for his righteous yet terrifying ways. Some even whispered, could he reach the legendary heights once scaled by Madara, the notorious Uchiha of old? For an Uchiha, this was about as high a compliment as one could receive. As they drew ever closer to the hidden mist village, Yagura's excitement was palpable. During his time in the Leaf, beyond negotiating for cooperation, he had devoted himself to learning, reading countless books cover to cover. Chronicles of the Leaf, from the glorious feats of the first Hokage to the tragedy of the Nine Tails attack. On the Will of Fire, essence of the first and second Hokage's philosophy. A new interpretation of the Will of Fire. The third Hokage's exclusive insights. The self-cultivation of a Leaf ninja. How to be an outstanding leader. And many others. Yagura had even brought back a few volumes, hoping to study them with the village elders. Now he could hardly wait to share this precious knowledge with them, to introduce the advanced philosophy of the Will of Fire into the reforms of Kirigakure, adapting them to local needs. Likewise, the loyal followers of the Hidden Mist Village were just as excited. The hostage has returned to his homeland. Oh no, the Mizukage has come back to the village. As soon as the boat docked, they rushed over to greet him. Mizukage-sama is finally back. You must have been through a lot during this time. Konoha didn't make things difficult for you, did they? All the villagers missed you so much. Of course, Yagura knew this was utter nonsense. If anything, the villagers probably wished he had died. After finishing their routine flattery of the Mizukage, the clever folk of Kirigakure didn't forget to butter up Ag as well. For one thing, Konoha and Kirigakure were now true allies. Someone of Ag's status. Just a word from him could shape the Hokage's attitude toward the mist. For another, the last time, this little brat had plastered Yagura with explosive tags. They hadn't forgotten that. If he ever decided to pull a stunt like that again, who could possibly handle it? At times like this, it was best to let the elder ninja do the talking. Lord Ag, we're most grateful you personally escorted the Mizukage back to the village, one of them said. Ag waved a hand dismissively. It was nothing. Just a bit hungry, is all. Any chance I could get a bite to eat? Of course, of course. Please follow me. With that, Ag swaggered boldly into Kirigakure. This time, there were no clueless rogue ninja attempting a sneak attack. Ag took a sniff. The air still carried a faint trace of blood. TSK. Looks like they really been wiped out. Without a transmigrator to activate some miraculous population boom, it'd be a miracle if Kirigakure could recover in the next 10 years. A grand welcoming feast was held in the Mizukage's reception hall. At the table, the elders led by Master Motojiu spared no effort in showing their hospitality. The conversation revolved around constant gratitude toward Konoha, and subtly hinted at the many challenges Kirigakure currently faced. They were hoping Ag could put in a good word with the Hokage after returning, to help push for bilateral trade as soon as possible. Of course, if that wasn't feasible, a political marriage would work too. The village was pretty stable these days. Just look at our Jonin, Mei Terumi, absolutely outstanding, they hinted. Mei Terumi glared murderously at the table. She still wanted to tear Ag apart with her bare hands. After the back and forth of polite conversation, Ag got straight to the point. According to our agreement, you and Kirigakure were supposed to capture Obito and Orochimaru, then we'd return the Mizukage. But seeing as our two sides get along so well, Lord Hokage agreed to send the Mizukage back early. That shows just how sincere we are in this alliance. Master Motojiu nodded. We can truly feel Konoha's sincerity, and we're deeply grateful for it. Ag smiled pleasantly at the Kirigakure leadership. Since we've shown such good faith, do you think the mist could do me a little favor in return? With that, the expressions of the ninja, Mizukage included, changed instantly. This isn't good. That guy is up to his tricks again. They glanced at Yagura, the water shadow. Yagura gave a gentle cough and said, please, speak your mind. As long as it's within the abilities of Kirigakure, I will do my utmost. The secret techniques left by the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, lend them to me. I just want to read them, not take them away. As soon as Uchiha Aishi finished speaking, the air within the chamber seemed to freeze. The faces of the Kirigakure shinobi visibly darkened with unease. If they'd been from a small country, by now the whole group would have swarmed and chopped them into bits. Don't they understand what it means to hold the prestige of the 5 great nations? But the one making this demand bore the name Uchiha. Not to mention, standing behind him was Konoha, the one who'd brazenly snatched away their Mizukage and forced an alliance upon them. They had no choice but to weigh the balance of interests. After so many years of dealing with Konoha, Kirigakure had never once gotten the upper hand over the Uchiha. Under such circumstances and pressures, some elders had even started deluding themselves. After all, Eishi's mastery lay in water release. The ninjutsu secrets left by the second Mizukage would naturally hold great allure for someone equally adept at water release. So, want to have a look? Well, it seemed, reasonably justifiable, didn't it? Besides, Eishi was asking only to read, not to borrow, certainly not to take. Wasn't this already giving Kirigakure enough face, sparing them their last shred of dignity? If he were truly determined to seize it by force, frankly, none of them combined could stand a chance. Time to face reality. Yet still, they couldn't help but struggle a little to see if they could extract anything in return. Such a delicate and demanding task, requiring both gravitas and skillful acting, naturally fell to the most senior and experienced elder, Elder Genshin. Lord Eishi, this request truly puts us in an impossible position. Those techniques are the very foundation of Kirigakure's legacy. Perhaps you consider asking for something else. Elder Genshin knew it simply wouldn't do to let Eishi glimpse those secrets for nothing. Since he represented Konoha, surely he'd abide by Konoha's ways. After all, you couldn't just ask things for free. There had to be give and take. A little support from Konoha could help Kirigakure for quite a while. But they still overestimated Eishi's regard for norms. Eishi put down his chopsticks. In that case, forget it. I'll choose something else. A smile formed on Genshin's face. See? That's experience for you. The young still have much to learn. Then, if I may trouble you, please extract the 3 tails from the water shadow's body. After all, having 2 tailed beasts in one village is far too great a danger. It invites disaster. Wouldn't it be safer for Konoha to take one off your hands? Genshin's smile froze mid-expression. Extract it? What does he think this is, a plumbing job? He wants a tailed beast? This isn't a request. He's demanding Yagura's life. So, you brought the Mizukage back just so he could die in his homeland. Is that it? Like the falling leaf returns to its roots, right? How thoughtful of you. Really. Suppressing the anger rising in his chest, Master Jin said, Lord Eishi, I'd appreciate it if you didn't joke about this. If a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki is doomed to die. To his surprise, Eishi looked him straight in the eyes and replied slowly. Who told you that? Jin and all the Mist Village leaders present were stunned. What? I discovered a method to extract a tailed beast without harm, hidden within the secret scrolls left behind by the second Hokage, Lord Tobirama. The moment Eishi finished, the room filled with the sound of everyone sharply drawing in their breath. Senju Tobirama, the man famed for his development of forbidden techniques, hailed as the grandmaster of all forbidden jutsu. He had even researched a forbidden art capable of reversing fate and denying death. Truly terrifying. Is this really true? It's not. Dead silence fell. An absolute, crushing silence. It was as if 10,000 llamas were trampling through their minds. Damn it, he's messing with us again. And even knowing that, there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't afford to cross Konoha, nor could they risk offending the Uchiha. This bastard never let go of the hilt of his sword. He even ate with his left hand just to keep his right hand ready at all times. After careful deliberation, everyone in the Mist Village decided to swallow their frustration yet again. At the same time, they tried to console themselves. Konoha is our ally. Letting them take a look, well, maybe, probably, possibly it's no big deal. And if, by any chance, there's ever a powerful enemy at our gates, wouldn't we still need Konoha to come to our aid? Besides, apart from the Hozuki clan, there's no one else who could actually master those secret techniques. Locked away in some secret chamber, those scrolls just gather dust. So if we use them now to gain some favor, it's not such a bad deal, is it? Yes, not bad at all. And so, their inner voices whimpered, convincing themselves. Not bad. Not bad at all. Under Yagura's personal escort, Eishi made his way through a maze of heavily guarded corridors, heading straight to the most secret and forbidden place in the Mizukage Tower. They twisted and turned through passage after passage, until finally stopping before a massive stone gate etched with ancient sealing runes. The stone gate slid inward in silence, revealing a narrow, bone-dry chamber beyond. Lord Eishi, all the secret technique scrolls are kept here. Feel free to examine them at your leisure. You'll be staying here for the next few days. Make yourself at home. The training grounds are yours to use, and your meals will be delivered regularly to the door. Yagura mused that, even for a genius like Aishi, it would take at least 10 days, maybe a half-month, to make any real sense of the scrolls. And as for the likes of steaming danger tyranny, that was far beyond what hard work alone could accomplish. Those techniques were pure bloodline legacy. After all, their village's Sharingan wasn't all-powerful either. Aishi shook his head. No need. I'll be done in a moment. Activating Shinobi World Scientist. Decoding core secret technique scrolls of the Hozuki Phantom Moon legacy. The great Lord Tobirama has finally unraveled the very foundation of the Hozuki clan's Kekkei Genkai. You have mastered water release, water gun technique. Shaping your right hand like a pistol, you can shoot a bullet-like stream of water from your fingertip, piercing through your enemies. What if I combine this with a Rasengan? Does that have potential? Water gun technique upgraded. Now you can release a Rasengan from your fingertip, with dramatically increased power and penetrative force. You have mastered water release, water prison technique. You have mastered steam danger explosion, using oil and water to create an extremely unstable clone. Upon encountering heat, the clone swells rapidly and explodes. When cooled, it contracts, enabling cyclical attacks. Thanks to Lord Tobirama's enhancements, its appearance now synchronizes with his thousand-arm style. All right, Ag said, stuffing the scroll back into Yakura's hands. Once you finish studying, let's go grab some afternoon tea. Yakura? He caught the scroll awkwardly as it was tossed back to him, his mind utterly blank. He had watched, with his own eyes, as Ag merely skimmed through the scroll, without even attempting a basic hand seal. And that was it. Yakura felt his entire worldview had just been turned upside down. The Uchiha before him seemed to reside completely beyond the common sense of the shinobi world. As the two stepped outside, a thunderous rumble could be heard in the distance. Approaching, they saw Tenzo, the ever-diligent worker, throwing himself into the infrastructure rebuilding of the Hidden Mist Village. Of course, for fee. Wood-style, pillar house. With a steady chant, elegant and sturdy wooden houses sprang from the earth like mushrooms after a warm rain. The construction boom in Mist Village promised rapid progress for the community, delighting everyone. Ag had quoted a high price, yet only took a 70% cut, delighted himself. The villagers now had new homes, so for the moment, nobody was plotting to assassinate the Mizukage, also delighted. Finally, the era of Tenzo taking all the pain had arrived. As chakra reserves were running low, Tenzo certainly couldn't complete all the buildings in just one day. They would need to stay with Ag and the group a few days longer, which was perfect for taking stock of essential equipment and extra construction materials, placing a procurement order with the Leaf Village. Naturally, such an important matter had to be entrusted to the Uchiha. After all, if someone tried to skim off the top, selling something worth 700 Ryo for 350,000. While Mist Village thrived with new construction, the Leaf Village was also busy dispatching letters to communities throughout the shinobi world. The main content was as follows. The Leaf Village has entered into an alliance with the Hidden Mist Village. Together, we shall work hand in hand to forge new glory. Additionally, we hope everyone can set aside old grudges and contribute to building a peaceful and beautiful shinobi world. Peace is a hard-won treasure. Let us cherish it while it lasts. For the small villages receiving this letter, it was enough to move them to tears. Such lofty words, and truly, when titans clash, it's the common people who suffer. Please, you all just stop fighting. Yet there were villages that thought the Leaf was being hypocritical. After all, the Leaf's territory is vast, its resources are plentiful, and its talents endless. Surely, they never have to worry about food or drink. But we're so poor we can barely scrape by. What else can we do but take from others? No point worrying about it anymore. Let's pack up and go rob those common folk. Later that night, Yagura was still hard at work. Meitarumi entered, arms full with a thick stack of documents. Mizukage-sama, I've placed the recent work reports in the top drawer. I see. Thank you. As the prodigy Kunoichi of the Hidden Mist, Meitarumi had drawn no small amount of attention. Her mastery of water release was remarkable, and on top of that, she possessed the rare abilities of both lava and boil release. In these past days, she had been entrusted with handling village affairs. Her methodical approach and decisive judgment had left Yagura quite satisfied. Mizukage-sama, do you really believe we can peacefully coexist with Konoha? Yagura set aside his scroll, casting a quizzical glance at Meitarumi. What does she mean by that? Does she want to do what Konoha did to him? Maybe even abduct Inosuke while she's at it? Do you have something to say? I wouldn't dare. Mei quickly bowed her head, steering the conversation away. I was just thinking of that arrogant white-haired brat. The nerve, coveting the second Mizukage's secret techniques. What a wild fantasy. Yagura gave a weary smile. He may have already learned them. Maitarumi's eyebrows shot up. Yagura recounted the events of the day. I know it seems impossible, but my gut tells me I'm the one mistaken. After a moment of heavy silence, Mei took a deep breath, forcing down the storm inside her. Understood. If you have no further orders, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Outside, the unease still churned within her. After all, that secret belonged to the hidden mist. For it to be stolen so easily by Konoha, how could she just accept that? She wandered aimlessly, and before she knew it, had wandered to the village's outskirts. Meitarumi crouched down, letting her fingers play in the cool sea water. Just then, she caught the faintest sound of footsteps nearby. Instantly alert, she suppressed her chakra and crept toward the sound. There was that infuriating white-haired boy, standing alone, facing the pitch-black ocean. He raised his right hand, fingers outstretched in the shape of a pistol, and aimed at a massive reef barely visible offshore. Water gun technique. In the next instant, a fist-sized sphere of water, shimmering with a cold blue light, rocketed from his fingertip. A razor-thin thread of water tore through the air, slicing effortlessly through the sea mist, and struck the distant reef with unerring precision. A deep, thunderous impact reverberated through the night, followed by the cringe-inducing sound of stone shattering. The solid reef crumbled in a heartbeat, breaking into countless fragments. With a tremendous splash, the debris plunged into the sea, sending up waves as far as the eye could see. Mei sucked in a sharp breath, clapping a hand over her mouth in disbelief. Such an incredible distance, such terrifying power to pierce and destroy. This isn't merely a matter of mastering a technique. He had reached an unparalleled level of perfection. That kid, does he belong to the Uchiha, or is he really one of the Hozuki? After a brief moment of distraction, Meitarumi quietly began to retreat, hoping to slip away from this place of trouble. Senior, spying on others is hardly a good habit. She'd been discovered. Alarm bells blared in Meitarumi's mind, but she forced herself to stand tall and act composed. What do you mean, spying? You shouldn't accuse others so lightly. I just happened to be passing by. Aishi slowly turned his head, the strange, scarlet Sharingan in his eyes locking onto her with unerring precision. Somehow, I get the feeling you're here to kidnap me and avenge your Mizukage. Mei rolled her eyes. Was this white-haired guy suffering from persecution mania? Didn't he realize? If the hidden mist dared to touch her today, tomorrow the madmen from the Uchiha clan would surround the Mizukage's office. Boring. I'm leaving. She made to go, only to realize that she couldn't even move a single finger. Through the thick mist, Aishi's burning Sharingan eyes shone as he strode step by step toward her. He stopped in front of Meitarumi, who was now unable to move, and gazed down at her from above. Then, without another word, he turned away. His figure swiftly melted into the dense fog and vanished from sight. At the exact instant he disappeared, the terrifying, invisible shackle binding her was gone. Mei's legs gave out. It was as if every ounce of strength had been drained from her body. She collapsed heavily onto the cold sands of the shore. A monster among monsters. Several days later, Aishi and Tenzo returned to the Hidden Leaf, resuming their work on internal affairs. They quickly organized the evidence related to those inside the village and presented it to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The proof is conclusive. Just deal with them as the regulations require, Sarutobi said. As for Yin and Koharu, they might end up spending the next 10 or 20 years behind bars. Sarutobi, however, had secured them a chance to redeem themselves. If war ever broke out, they could be thrown onto the battlefield. Maybe, just maybe, they'd have a shot at making amends through meritorious service. Of course, whether things would go as planned on the battlefield, no one could say. For the moment, everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. As for the Akatsuki, something still felt off. Land of Rain, Akatsuki's secret base. All the missing men were gathered, but the atmosphere was tense and far from friendly. Obito's grand plan had failed. He'd meant to team up with Itachi in a bloody purge of the Uchiha, forcing the latter to take the blame and driving him in despair into joining Akatsuki, becoming Obito's perfect pawn. Who could have predicted Aishi would appear, smashing the plan to pieces, killing Itachi with a few deadly blows, and leaving an inescapable chill deep in Obito's heart. For a fleeting moment, Obito had genuinely believed Aishi might be the end of him. This realization infuriated him, and made him feel the humiliating sting of being challenged by someone he saw as a mere insect. For the sake of the grand Eye of the Moon plan, and in pursuit of a world with Rin, he decided to heed Black Zetsu's advice. He would find the right moment to steal Kakashi's Sharingan. Orochimaru was in a foul mood as well. His experiments hadn't been progressing smoothly recently. The ninja in the organization who could use would release didn't have much sense and ignored Orochimaru's offers to sacrifice himself for science. That guy had even smacked Orochimaru in the head twice. He was plainly oblivious to the bigger picture. Heavy footsteps echoed through the hideout. Pain slowly strode to the center of the platform, looking down on everyone below. The goal of Akatsuki is to bring an end to this world, brimming with hatred. To achieve that vision, everything we do is justified. Yet even as he spoke, Pain's heart stirred with unease. To control this motley crew and realize that grand dream, he needed more power and better pieces for his game. But it wasn't all bad news. After some time, the Akatsuki welcomed a new member. A student of the third Tsuchikage Inoki, the prodigy of Awagakure, the boy who preached art as synonymous with explosions, Deidara. Truth be told, the recruitment didn't go all that smoothly. It took the black-cloaked men giving him a proper beating before Deidara voluntarily joined this peculiar organization. They also told him that in the Hidden Leaf, there was a brat notorious for playing around with explosive tags, his enemy. That sealed the deal for Deidara. This was the best place for him to grow and seek his true art. Explosive tags as art? Ridiculous. Trash. Whatever you're thinking, Conan, I'm not talking about you. Without paying the loudmouthed newcomer any mind, Conan and Pain left the base. The others quickly scattered, each returning to their own missions and bounties. From Orochimaru's perspective, it wasn't just the leaf that deserved to perish. Akatsuki could collapse for all he cared. He thought at first this was a promising organization of S-class renegades, but it turned out to be chaos inside, too. As a scientist with true ambition and vision, Orochimaru began to hatch other plans. He came to a simple realization. In the end, you can only rely on yourself. So, in due course, he bribed the feudal lord of the land of rice fields. He founded a little village called the Hidden Sound Village. Using the name of this new village, he started recruiting talent of his own. Naturally, the Akatsuki quickly caught wind of Orochimaru's moves. Pain saw Orochimaru's actions as a betrayal of the organization. And so, on a particularly dark and windy night, Orochimaru defected once again. Now, Orochimaru had truly become the most wanted man in the ninja world. Yet, no hardship could crush his relentless drive. Not only did he successfully establish his village, but soon he had gathered a group of outstanding followers, including Kimimaro and others. It was a pity that Kimamaro's health was so poor. Otherwise, he would have been a truly ideal vessel for the living corpse reincarnation. On this particular day, Orochimaru was deep in his laboratory, conducting experiments, when a small white snake slithered in to deliver a message. A moment later, a ninja wearing glasses walked in. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto. Orochimaru didn't bother to turn around. His sharp scalpel cut cleanly through the skin of the test subject. I recall telling you, unless it's something important, don't come here. Kabuto pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, fully aware that Orochimaru was always wary of him being exposed. After all, as a spy planted in the leaf for many years, Kabuto held significant value. The fools in Konoha are too busy fighting each other to pay attention to me. Oh, Orochimaru paused mid-motion. Anything interesting going on in Konoha lately? After listening to Kabuto's report, Orochimaru fell silent for a while. He put down the scalpel and carefully washed the blood from his hands. The world had finally been turned upside down in ways he never could have imagined. The once revered Tsurutobi Hiruzen, student of the mighty Tobirama Senju, had actually been sidelined by a mere teenager. Now, the entire Leaf Village, had it really become Uchiha's domain? If that boy was already this formidable, wouldn't he be Hokage in a few more years? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, listening to Orochimaru's muttering. Orochimaru-sama, there are indeed people in the village saying that Ag is the most promising candidate for the next Hokage. Before he finished his sentence, a jet-black viper shot out from the shadows, swift and silent. In a heartbeat, it coiled tightly around Kabuto's neck, cold scales pressed against the skin. The crushing force left him gasping, his face flushed from lack of air. Kabuto managed to force out a strangled whisper. Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru's gaze was fixed on him. Did I give you permission to voice your opinions? Kabuto's pupils widened from oxygen deprivation. It won't happen again. Only when Kabuto's struggling began to fade did Orochimaru release him with a dismissive snort. Kabuto collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Get out. The laboratory, thick with the scent of blood, returned to an eerie, deathly silence. A cruel smile curled on Orochimaru's lips. The most promising candidate for the next Hokage? Where have I heard that before? How familiar that sounds. A refrain from my dear teacher. Seems time hasn't just dulled your strength, old man. It's eaten away at your wisdom as well. Though Orochimaru no longer cared for the position of Hokage, his heart still harbored resentment for what had happened. Back then, Everyone in the Leaf had assumed he would inherit the title of Hokage. Who could have guessed that his own teacher, Hiruzen, would dismiss him outright? To say he bore no grudge, that would be a lie. And now, the title was to be handed to that insufferable Uchiha brat? Foolish. Since that's the case, in Orochimaru's mind, a mad plan for the collapse of Konoha began to slowly take shape. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi had long ago resigned from the Umbu, choosing instead the life of a regular jonin. When he wasn't on missions, he poured himself into training with almost frenzied intensity, all for the chance that, next time he met Obito, he could bring him back to the village and finally lay everything out in the open. With a clear goal driving him forward, Kakashi felt his once cold, lifeless heart begin to beat again. He even sought out Guy multiple times, asking for his help with training. But there was one condition: he absolutely refused to wear that ugly green jumpsuit. Of course, Kakashi also tracked down Ainsai to ask him how to unleash the true power of his Sharingan. Since Obito has awakened the Mangekyo, in principle, you should be able to use it too, Ainsai told him. Is that so? Kakashi murmured, covering his left eye. But I don't feel anything different. Ainsai quickly noticed that Kakashi didn't seem to be in great shape. You've overdone it again, haven't you? Kakashi let out a long sigh. I can't shut off the Sharingan. My chakra just keeps draining away. I could dig it out for you, or seal it up instead. What do you think? Kakashi instinctively took half a step back. Goodbye. Ainsai simply shrugged, unsurprised. He knew Kakashi would never part with what Obito had given him. Bonds, truly the hidden world's most baffling power. It seemed like an era of peace was settling over the ninja world. Compared with the days when Danzo was still alive, life in Konoha felt just a bit easier now. Much of this change was thanks to a single crazed member of the Uchiha clan, someone who had intelligence agencies across the ninja world tearing their hair out. Spies from the other 4 great nations, tasked with infiltrating the Land of Fire, moved with the utmost caution, hearts in their throats with every step. They feared that the second they set foot in the Fire Country, those red-eyed demons would appear at their own front doors. The Akatsuki, lurking in the shadows with their grand ambitions, kept an unusually low profile during this period. Most of their activities involved taking on bounty missions to keep the organization running or recruiting new members, but only the exceptions met their strict criteria. Casually, they also eliminated Hanzo, whose dreams and ambitions had long since withered away. Trade with the Hidden Mist Village was going well, bringing in plenty of profits for Konoha, and the Mist Zone infrastructure was booming. But the two villages still hadn't managed to forge a marriage alliance, and it seemed unlikely that they ever would. Everyone understood that so-called alliances, in the face of real conflict and interest, were no more durable than a sheet of brittle paper. If a real fight broke out and your enemy turned out to be kin, that moment's hesitation could be fatal. And as for the Hidden Sand, well, that village, fighting for survival amid the shifting desert sands, held on with all its stubborn strength. It said that Shio and Ebizo are currently leading their ninja forces, racking their brains to devise all sorts of new strategies for escaping poverty and pursuing prosperity, desperately trying to find a path toward revitalization. As for Inoki of the Hidden Stone Village and the 4th Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, in the face of Konoha's growing momentum and the mounting pressure that comes with it, they maintained a friendly, laughing alliance on the surface. But behind the scenes, they worked themselves to the bone, fearing the gap between them and Konoha would become insurmountable. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, the children were faring well enough. Those from the orphanage who had reached the appropriate age and met the requirements were welcomed into the Ninja Academy for their studies. But they'd often witness, out on the training field, a blonde boy and a stoic one, trading punches and kicks in endless bouts. One would shout, "I'll never let my friends be alone," while the other retorted, "You have no idea what real pain is going on and on." Driven by his painful power, Sasuke would often leave Naruto battered and bruised after each fight. Yet, thanks to the indomitable vitality of the Uzumaki clan and the miraculous healing from the nine-tailed fox within him, Naruto, who was half dead with exhaustion one evening, would bounce back full of life the very next morning. And then, without fail, he'd seek out Eiji and beg his teacher for special training. "Sensei, Sasuke's gotten even stronger. Please, teach me an even more powerful new technique. This time, I'll definitely beat him." By the next day, Naruto would be searching for Sasuke again. "Hey Sasuke, come on, let's have another match." Sasuke, for his part, began to notice that the gap between them was starting to close. Spurred on by Naruto's challenge, he tapped into even deeper wells of potential. Each of their duels grew more intense, the destruction they wrought more astonishing with every clash. Teachers and classmates at the Ninja Academy could do nothing but watch as the two became locked in their passionate rivalry. Children, this is what true bonds between comrades look like. Just look at the burning will of fire in their eyes. Time flowed on. At last, Uchiha Ag reaches 18th birthday. In the ninja world, a place where death is a daily companion, the 18th birthday is no cause for celebration. But for Ag at this particular moment, things were a little different. His position in Konoha, however modest, granted him certain privileges, a slightly better treatment than most. On his birthday, Ag decided to give himself a day off. He strolled leisurely toward his new residence. The house Tsunade had lost to him in a bet. After brewing a pot of tea, Ag settled back comfortably in his chair, awaiting the inevitable stream of visitors who would drop by to pester him. It was then he realized the house had once belonged to Tobirama. In the corner cabinet, he found a diary left behind by Tobirama. From the looks of it, the old man was hardly a conventional type. After all, what respectable person keeps such a detailed diary? From in-depth analyses of the Sharingan's abilities, to methods of breaking Jinjutsu, and ways to restrain the Uchiha without inciting large-scale conflict, Tobirama had meticulously chronicled it all, filling 7 or 8 entire notebooks with his observations. It was a pity he passed away a bit too soon, but that didn't really matter. The great will of Tobirama Senju, let be me, Ag Uchiha, who carries it on. To honor this cross-clan respect, he even went out of his way to obtain a standard portrait of Tobirama, proudly hanging it in the most prominent spot on his living room wall. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the first gift giver arrived. He opened the door to find a cheerful, blonde-haired boy grinning from ear to ear, cradling a box in his arms. Hee, happy birthday, Teacher Ag. With boundless enthusiasm, he dashed into the living room and placed the box right onto the tea table. This is my super-duper special present for you. I scoured every shop in Konoha and finally managed to collect these limited edition instant noodles for you. You can go a month without ever repeating a flavor. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto flashed a toothy grin. I'm off to help Sasuke look for that lost kitten. See you later, sensei. Under Eiji's training, Naruto had already fulfilled the requirements to graduate from the Ninja Academy. As for that fool who tried to trick Naruto into stealing the Scroll of Seals, he'd been given a thorough beating and tossed straight into jail. Eiji couldn't help but scold him. When Naruto's teacher is someone like himself, did he really think Naruto would need to steal ninja techniques? Besides, as for those forbidden jutsu on the Scroll of Seals, was there any technique Eiji didn't already know? Good, come visit any time. After Naruto left, another knock came at the door. It was the brothers Inaho and Takika. Inaho held a slender wooden box, presenting it with great ceremony. Knowing Eiji's fondness for swords, they had traveled all the way to the land of iron and commissioned the best swordsmith to forge one. Eiji opened the box, and the crisp chill of steel met him immediately. Inside lay Itachi. Its scabbard was a deep, somber indigo, the guard old-fashioned and elegant in design. He gently drew out half the blade, cold light shimmering like water. This blade is called Mirisame. According to legend, after cutting someone down, droplets of water will bead along its length, like rain pattering softly, washing away the blood, leaving no trace. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Eiji accepted it with both hands. Thank you, both of you. No, we should thank you. Now that you're the Uchiha clan head, there's no call to be so formal with us. Sometimes, Eiji really thought the Uchiha way of thinking was impossible to comprehend. Just yesterday, Fugaku had officially retired, passing down both the position of clan head and the leadership of the police force. Now, within the Uchiha, Eiji's authority was absolute, which was precisely why these two had reminded him. He had to pay attention to the dignity befitting their clan head. No need to end up like a certain head of the clan who spoke, yet no one listened. Ahem. Eiji set the sword on its rack, right next to his old companion shower. Let's leave it at that. I'm really not the type to fuss over all that. Who cares about dignity or authority? If someone's not convinced, just settle it with a fight. Look at Lord Hashirama. He had to beat everyone into submission before talking sense into them, didn't he? Right, Lord Madara? Inoha and Iron Fire exchanged glances, as if still hoping to persuade him how important a clan leader's bearing was. But just then, a knock came at the door again. They looked at each other. Clan head, we'll take our leave. Quickly, they turned and slipped out the little door from the living room into the backyard. A practiced escape. Only then did Eiji go to answer the door. Kakashi handed him a box with a lazy air. It's the complete set of Make-Out Paradise. Enjoy. See you. Behind Kakashi, Gak popped into view. Kakashi, this is the spirit of youth. Today, let's see who can go the longest without blinking. Goodbye. Once they were gone, Eiji glanced at the book cover. Spot on as always. He just sat down and hadn't even flipped open the first page before someone else knocked. And so the process repeated over and over. A knock at the door announced themselves, come in, drop off a gift. A cup of Age's tea, then, just as smoothly as the ones before, they filed out through the back door. And the next visitor knocked. Within Konoha, ninjas allied with the Uchiha, along with Age's friends, all came bearing presents. Thank goodness Age's house was big. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been space for it all. Naturally, he couldn't recall who brought what, or even who'd come by. His brain had automatically switched to a more important task, keeping track of the people who hadn't shown up. Once the gift parade was finished, AMBU arrived at the door with a letter. The Hokage wanted to discuss matters of this year's Chunin exams with Ag. Imagine that. At 18 years old, Ag was already fulfilling an assistant's duties. And the stingy Hokage still hadn't given him a raise. People like him, greedy capitalists, deserve to be strung up from a lamppost. In half a month, the 5 great nations will jointly hold the Chunin exams. The venue will be here in Konoha. This is a prime opportunity to showcase Konoha's might. There could be no room for error. New mission. Ensure the Chunin exams proceed smoothly. And by the way, show the world just how hard Konoha can punch. Hiruzen was even sending this year's fresh crop of genin to participate directly. Eiji nodded. The Chunin exams, it really brought back memories. 7 years ago, he defeated Itachi and rose to become a distinguished Chunin. His efforts have been vital to Konoha's growth. Now, 7 years on, who would he have to defeat to prove his burning will of fire? Eiji slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering. That guy Orochimaru, he'd probably show up, wouldn't he? The news that the Chunin exams would take place in Konoha soon spread throughout the ninja world. Each of the villages had sent their most outstanding genin, hoping to show off in front of the others. It wasn't long before all sorts of unfamiliar ninja appeared throughout the village. The security department was on high alert, patrolling the streets daily, nervous that a few spies might have slipped in among the crowd. Stop right there. Those brats from the Sand Village. Behave yourselves. With Inaho and his group giving the order, more than a dozen Uchiha seemed to appear out of nowhere, swiftly surrounding the Sand Village ninja so tightly not even a breeze could slip through. The reason behind all this was simple. A ninja named Kankuro had bumped into some of the Konoha kids. Thinking he could bully them, Kankuro didn't expect Sasuke to show up and put on quite a dramatic display. After that, a red-haired boy named Gaara appeared behind him and made an even bigger impression. And then, with a wild shout, Naruto charged in. How dare someone like you try to bully Sasuke? Unfortunately for him, he ended up getting soundly thrashed. Sasuke, overwhelmed by anger, shouted about bonds and friendship as he rushed right back into the fray. The scuffle quickly heated up, finally drawing the security department's attention. In accordance with Konoha regulations, anyone who brawls on the street will be detained for 7 days. You 3 from Sand Village, come with us. Gaara's face darkened considerably. After all, he was the Kazekage's son. Would he really take orders from some Konoha security guards? He raised his right hand, and the sand began to swirl, slowly forming the shape of a spear. Without warning, a water bullet shot down from above, blasting him over 10 meters away. He tumbled across the ground several times before coming to a stop. A white-haired figure yawned dismissively. Now it's 14 days, and each of you owes a fine of 5,000 ryo. Kankuro's hand instinctively reached for the crow puppet he always carried on his back. But his fingertips found nothing but empty air. Startled, Kankuro spun around. His puppet, as big as it was, had vanished without a trace. Where the hell was it? It had been right there on his back just a second ago. Tisk, looking for this? A lazy voice sounded nearby. This is evidence of a crime. I'll be holding on to it for now. Depending on how you behave, I might consider giving it back. Kankuro's mouth went dry. He stared unblinkingly at Ig, mind a complete blank. Impossible. This white-haired ninja. When did he, and how? He hadn't sensed the slightest shift of chakra. Were Konoha's young ninja really this powerful? At that moment, Gaara, just knocked down, struggled to his feet. The instant he saw Ig, an unmistakable fear flickered across his face. He remembered all too well. It was this very person who had utterly crushed him a few years ago, showing no mercy whatsoever. Silently, Gaara recalled the scattered sand, and it obediently gathered back into the gourd on his back. His voice was raspy, low, and chilling as he finally spoke. I'll go with you. Kankuro could hardly believe his ears. Had Gaara actually backed down? This was Gaara of the Sand, the greatest weapon in Sunagakure. And yet, he yielded after just a single sentence from this silver-haired stranger. Gaara suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp. Shut up. Say one more word and I'll kill you. Kankuro's throat tightened. His words stuck painfully in his mouth. Understood, he managed at last. Inaho snorted coldly, stepping forward with several of his colleagues from the security corps. Without a hint of courtesy, they escorted the Sand trio away. Thus, The commotion sparked by Tsunagekyu's provocation was, once again, completely subdued by Konoha's overwhelming authority. Witnessing Konoha's dominance, the other onlookers fell silent, quietly dispersing and going back to whatever they'd been doing. Naruto, Sasuke, you did well. It was nothing. Naruto still wore that same goofy grin. Sasuke, on the other hand, kept up his aloof, prickly facade, hands stuffed in his pockets as he turned away. Just minding other people's business. Over the years, he'd come to understand what being a rogue ninja really meant. He also knew that on that bloody night when his clan was annihilated, if it hadn't been for Ainsai's intervention, the outcome would have been even more tragic. Yet, despite everything, faced with this man who had killed his brother, Sasuke's feelings remained complicated. Ainsai didn't seem to mind Sasuke's awkwardness. He waved his hand nonchalantly. I'm taking off. Got work to do. Half a month later, the trio from Tsunagakure obediently handed over their 15,000 ryo fine. Temari looked fit to faint. Those bastards are actually making us pay for this. What are you staring at? Inaho shot them a glare. If it were up to me, considering your street brawl, destruction of public property, and attempted attack on Konoha Shinobi, I'd have thrown in 3 months of detention too. That's enough, Senior Inaho. Let's give them a little dignity, a young ninja nearby muttered under his breath. Now, get out of here. The first 2 rounds of the exams went smoothly, eliminating a huge number of shinobi. A few days later, the atmosphere in Konoha reached its peak. The reason? The truly influential figures of the shinobi world, the leaders of the villages themselves, had begun to arrive in Konoha one after another. Initially, some of the great nations hadn't planned on attending. But then Ainsai wrote them another letter, urging them not to disrespect the invitation. If they didn't show up, it would be seen as a challenge to Konoha's authority. And Konoha would not hesitate to ignite a 4th Great Ninja War. So, for the sake of peace, not out of fear, of course, but purely in the name of peace, they all assured they would attend promptly. Ainsai's reason for calling them here was to flex Konoha's muscle before their eyes, to remind the world that Konoha was still the strongest village among all the shinobi lands. As nobles from other countries and leaders of the hidden villages gathered, the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams was finally about to begin. The task of greeting the guests had also been taken up by Ainsai. There was simply no helping it. He was just that devoted to his work, always eager to ease the burden for Lord Hokage. The Mizukage from the Hidden Mist village greeted him, saying, Lord Ainsai, I'm truly looking forward to seeing these youngsters in action. His words were filled with genuine anticipation. After all, the last time someone had thrown the Hidden Mist into utter chaos, it too had been a mere youngster. As for the Hidden Sand village, they hadn't even managed to find a suitable candidate to serve as Kazekage. So once again, Chiyo had been sent forth, assisted by her younger brother Ebizo. Still, even though the 2 of them were getting on in years, they were far from senile. In fact, the 2 of them had already discussed their plans on the way. Besides participating in the Chunin exams, they had a far more pressing matter this visit, to borrow money. The Sand's financial black hole was about to crush the village completely. But as fate would have it, they never even got to see the Hokage. Instead, they were left to deal with that infuriating white-haired man again. In a reception room, the 2 elderly advisors broached an old subject. Lord Hokage, you know the situation in the Sandwell. To be honest, there's just too much to say. They were both in quite the dilemma. Everyone knew that, despite a show of alliance between their villages, relations were hardly that close. Konoha's repeated disregard for their requests made that plain enough. Worse still, the Sand had nothing significant to offer in exchange for Konoha's help. They couldn't exactly give them a handful of sand sculptures. Predictably, Ainsai, on behalf of Konoha, rejected their request for a loan once more. But this time, he actually gave a reason. This joint Chunin exam has drained our coffers. Even the wealthiest families are running on empty. With that, Ainsai strolled out of the room, casual as ever. He left the Sand's 2 elders staring at one another, faces drained of color. Anyone could see that in the entire ninja world, no village was wealthier than Konoha right now. If even they claimed to be scraping the bottom of the barrel, then the Sand might as well go beg on the streets. The 2 of them even began to question the value of their alliance with Konoha. Perhaps it was time to consider banding together with the Hidden Cloud and Rock, joining forces to counterbalance Konoha's ever-growing power. That very night, they sought out Inoki and A. After much back and forth, they made their intentions clear. For their own reasons, however, neither Kage was in any rush to make a decision. In their hearts, they had to admit, a wariness of Konoha had long since taken root. News of Danzo's death had already rippled through the ninja world. At first, there had even been some celebration. Without him pulling strings, surely Konoha's power would plummet. Ironically, the exact opposite had happened. In just a few short years, Konoha's overall strength had climbed to unfathomable heights. Their ninja were clearly better equipped, and rumor had it their wages and benefits had soared to more than half again what the others could offer. The smaller neighboring countries one after another pledged their allegiance, coming to visit the Hokage every few days, each hoping to deepen their ties with Konoha in all sorts of ways. Konoha treated them well, and together they worked hand in hand to develop and progress. But this left those countries puzzled. Where did Konoha get so much money? No one had ever heard of Konoha's ninja taking up mining work, after all. Just then, at this critical moment, Hamura Mitokado fanned the flames. I've heard that this boy, Uchiha Ei, inherited the will of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. As soon as those words were spoken, Inoki gasped sharply. Tobirama Senju. The mere mention of that name cast a shadow over them, a lingering trauma from the past. Had he not died a bit early, the state of the ninja world might look very different today. Perhaps we should focus on talks of cooperation for now, they suggested, their nerves frayed. Whether an alliance could truly be struck was uncertain, but at the very least, they needed to secure a path of retreat for their own villages. The long-anticipated final selection commenced with thunderous cheers echoing through the Konoha arena. This time, the lead examiner was once again Genma. After he announced the rules of the competition, the first round of the exam officially began. On the battlefield, the ninjas clashed in a frenzy of combat. Sounds erupted, blows exchanged, weapons clashing, explosions echoing, each moment alive with intense action. As Ei watched the battles unfold, a colleague from the security department approached him with a message. A patrol squad discovered several bodies at the edge of the dense forest, 3 kilometers northwest of the village. I'll go take a look, Ei replied. In a blink, his figure disappeared from the boisterous arena. Moments later, he appeared at the forest's shadowy border outside the village. A few corpses lay stretched among the brittle branches and withered leaves. The wounds were precise and clean, each victim falling to a single, lethal strike. Ei knelt down, his fingertips skimming a deeply carved, bone-bearing wound. Orochimaru, you still insist on throwing your life away, he muttered. High above, several Kage sat absorbed in the fierce battle below, occasionally offering a comment or two. That hidden mist ninja wields water style exceptionally well, one observed. Just then, a deep and familiar voice suddenly slid into their ears, unannounced. How would he compare to our sensei? Hiruzen answered reflexively. He's no match for our teacher, that's certain. But halfway through his words, he froze. Wait, was this ninja talking about what he thought? Hiruzen spun around, only to be met with a masked face. Who are you? He demanded. The man removed his black cloak and mask, revealing a face all too familiar. A rogue ninja of Konoha, the long-dead advisor to the Hokage, the shadowy leader of the root, Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen's pupils contracted in shock. Danzo, aren't you supposed to be dead? No, that wasn't it. This was not Danzo, or more precisely, not Danzo among the living. The subtle cracks in that skin, the ominous aura swirling around him. Suddenly, a forbidden technique, long buried in memory, thundered to the forefront of Hiruzen's mind. The reanimation jutsu. He had once witnessed it with his own eyes. His teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, secretly performed this forbidden art that desecrated the dead. And now, as for Danzo standing before him, there was no doubt that he had been resurrected through this very ninjutsu. As for who brought Danzo back, it could only have been his once-favored pupil, Orochimaru. Truly, these two were constant sources of trouble. Hiruzen let out a weary sigh. I never expected you would appear before me in such a manner. Danzo chuckled darkly. Foolish monkey. Did you think that by pinning everything on me after I died, you could keep your conscience clean? Hiruzen's voice suddenly rose. Danzo, after all you did to harm the village, your death is more than deserved. Danzo had long since descended into madness. He was determined to expose all the darkness that lay hidden in the shadows of Konoha. He wanted everyone to see for themselves what kind of man their beloved Hokage truly was. Yes, he was the filthy root, but Hiruzen was hardly a spotless leaf. Don't forget, monkey, it was your order in the first place to use the first Hokage cells for human experimentation. So why, in the end, is all the blame on me? Hiruzen's expression darkened. Matters like this touched upon the top secrets of Konoha. Could he afford to reveal them now? And besides, it was true, he had authorized the Mokutan experiments. But wasn't it Danzo who made the initial proposal? When he saw the great losses those experiments caused, he ordered them to stop immediately. Danzo, however, was never willing to let go. He continued in secret, lurking behind the scenes. He even conspired with that rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Absurd. I ordered those experiments stopped and all records destroyed long ago. And you, Shimura Danzo, one of my closest friends, you betrayed my trust. You paid lip service to my orders, then went behind my back and caused the deaths of countless innocent shinobi. Danzo roared. Everything I did was for Konoha. The fire of Hiruzen's anger finally ignited. Decades of pent-up rage and disappointment erupted like a volcano. For Konoha, you did it all for your own ambitions. For the seat of Hokage, you're nothing but a selfish bastard. At this point, all pretense between them was gone. Their words were daggers, stabbing straight at the other's heart. Hiruzen, Lord Tobirama chose me as Hokage long ago. Your wishes, Danzo, never factored in at all. Danzo, Orochimaru was the one truly fit to be Hokage, but you stubborn old monkey, were too greedy for power. You forced the inexperienced Minato into the position, just so you could pull the strings behind the scenes. For you, he was Hokage in name only, while you remained the real ruler of the village. Hiruzen, you sent assassins after me back then. If I hadn't spared your life, I'd have failed even the lowest expectations of decency. What more do you want? And as for Orochimaru, his heart was darker than night. He could never be compared to Minato. Danzo, you're nothing but a sanctimonious old monkey. You pretend to be good to Naruto, giving him money every month. But in reality, you couldn't even be bothered to arrange a tutor for him. What would a little kid know about spending money wisely? Once the money runs out, he's left hunting for mushrooms and fishing just to get by. The fact that blonde kid didn't end up killed by poison or drowned in a river is nothing short of a miracle. His survival had nothing to do with you. Hiruzen, every day after you've had your fill, you start targeting the Uchiha, nearly provoking a coup that would have destroyed the village if I hadn't cleaned up your mess. Konoha would have been wiped out long ago. Danzo, don't talk nonsense. The ones keeping the Uchiha under surveillance were your own subordinates. What's that got to do with me? How is it that every problem is suddenly my fault? You're the one lurking in the shadows. You want to wield the Uchiha's power while fearing the threat they pose. What a hypocrite. Hiruzen, all these years, you've been amassing power in secret, all under the pretense of acting for Konoha's sake. But in reality, you ruthlessly slaughtered anyone in the village who dared oppose you. Did this come from what Master Tobirama taught you? Danzo, you've got some nerve mentioning our teacher, you old fool. Remember the Cloud Village envoy incident? Who was it that, for so-called peace and the greater good, groveled and sacrificed our own ninja? It was your weakness that drove the innocent head of the Hyuga clan to his death. Your cowardice is the reason Konoha lost face in front of our enemies. You're nothing but weak, spineless, a disgrace. Tobirama was strong all his life, yet somehow produced a failure like you. The two of them hurled accusations back and forth, until exhaustion wore Hiruzen down. At last, Danzo asked one final question. So, even now, do you still believe everything is my fault? Hiruzen was silent. That was answer enough. Danzo let out a cold, scornful laugh. If that's truly how you feel, then let's settle this one last time. Monkey, I'll send you to see our teacher, and let him be the judge of who was right and who was wrong between us. Before the words had even finished echoing, several masked shinobi in black cloaks at the edge of the platform leapt back in unison, forming hand seals in a flash. Ninja art. 4 violet flames barrier. A blinding red light shot skyward. 4 colossal violet walls sprang up out of nowhere, closing swiftly over the platform like lightning itself, forming an indestructible cubic barrier. Those who've passed on should not be allowed to disturb the peace of this world. In a few years, I'll follow you into death anyway. No need for you to rush me. On the high platform, Hiruzen and Danzo launched into fierce combat. Outside the barrier, the Leaf Shinobi grew frantic. We have to find a way in there to help the Hokage. There's no breaking through this barrier, and besides, we have to believe in the Hokage. Trust the Hokage. But he's an old man now. At that moment, atop the rooftop blanketed by the immense 4 violet flames formation, the air was so heavy it seemed thick enough to wring water from. The right arm of Shimura Danzo, slashed by wind-release ninjutsu, crumbled away, turning to ashen, filth-stained dust and scattering silently to the ground. However, the scattered dust began to swirl back toward the severed arm, and a whole new limb slowly regenerated in its place. Ha 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 ha! Hiruzen, you really have grown old. 30 years ago, your chakra was far greater than it is now. Tisich, Hiruzen clicked his tongue dismissively. To protect the village, this time, no, once more, he would have to personally put an end to Danzo. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. With a heavy burst and a cloud of smoke, a powerful Suru, a giant monkey, appeared atop the platform. He looked first at Hiruzen, then at Danzo, sensing something deeply amiss in the air. You two, at your ages, are you really still trying to settle things with a duel? Aren't you afraid of throwing out your backs? But Hiruzen was in no mood for humor. Danzo has betrayed the village. I need you to join forces with me and help bring him down again. The Monkey King froze, stunned. Danzo, a traitor to the village? And they had to slay him a second time? In that instant, the gravity of the situation became all too clear. Out of my way, beast! Danzo snarled. He sprang forward, brandishing a blade that gleamed coldly in his hand, slashing down with deadly force. Sorry, Toby, Hiruzen called out in a sharp undertone. No further words were needed. The great ape instantly turned into a streak of golden light, condensing in Hiruzen's hands to become the legendary adamantine staff. A ringing clash echoed. The golden staff blocked Danzo's furious assault with solid certainty. Hiruzen gripped the staff tightly, and, using the momentum from the block, twisted his waist with sudden power. Hiya! The staff sliced upward, roaring through the air with a terrifying force. A brilliant golden arc aimed straight for Danzo's waist. A simple, brutal motion, no ornamentation needed. Danzo barely managed to raise his freshly regenerated arm in defense. The impact that followed was thunderous, far deeper and heavier than before. The reanimated arm, made of impure world dust, exploded under the immense weight of the adamantine staff, shattering like fragile pottery. Ashen fragments, mixed with debris, scattered everywhere. But the next moment, despair welled up. Those scattered dust fragments did not dissipate. Defying logic, they swiftly converged once again toward Danzo's body. And as the dust cleared, Danzo stood before Hiruzen once more, completely unscathed, a twisted, mocking smile playing on his lips. Tisich, Hiruzen clicked his tongue again, his breathing growing heavier and more ragged. Oh, my teacher, your forbidden jutsu has left me with such a troublesome legacy. High above, the brutal, endless struggle resumed. Relying on the limitless chakra of his reanimated form, Danzo had transformed into an unstoppable, walking arsenal. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A relentless storm of ninjutsu rained upon Hiruzen, one after another. Even though the power of these attacks was weakened, no longer the equal of Danzo's living self, the sheer, heedless barrage still left Hiruzen in dire straits. In the fierce onslaught, an idea came to Hiruzen. Only a sealing technique could completely lock away this undying, reanimated body. His hands moved with breathtaking speed, weaving the complex signs. His most intricate barrier was almost complete. At this critical life-or-death moment, a chilling premonition swept over Hiruzen. His gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced the deep shadows. Who's there? A cold, raspy chuckle echoed through the darkness. Out stepped a figure clad in a billowing kimono, golden snake eyes glinting in the gloom. And that face. Hiruzen's heart plummeted in despair. Sensei, how disappointing. Even you didn't recognize me right away. Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru's face, his heart aching with grief. I should have foreseen this. If Danzo is here, then you were bound to show up too. Orochimaru licked his lips slowly. It's not easy to get close to you, not just because of the Umbu, but that troublesome white-haired one as well. But I've scattered plenty of bait for him. He won't be coming anytime soon, I'm afraid. Hiruzen drew a deep breath. Things were becoming troublesome. Orochimaru, this fallen student, had brought endless calamity to the ninja world through the years. No matter how cunning Kakashi was, it would be almost impossible for him to unravel Orochimaru's elaborate traps in such a short time. It looked like today he would have to handle things himself. But this time, as he gazed at the student who had plunged into darkness, there was no hint of hesitation left in Hiruzen's clouded old eyes. Orochimaru, this time I will end you with my own hands, to atone for the mistake I made letting you go all those years ago. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. If this were 30 years ago, Sensei, you could have done it. But things have changed. You're far too old now. Even before the words had faded, Orochimaru's mouth opened impossibly wide. A flash of white shot out like lightning. A tiny white snake, moving at impossible speed, coiled instantly around Hiruzen's throat and bit down hard with venomous fangs. But the bitten Hiruzen melted at once into a pile of soft earth. Earth-style, earth flow river. The real Hiruzen appeared at the flank, both palms slapping the ground. A violent surge of muddy water erupted with overwhelming force, sweeping toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru was knocked off balance, stumbling back in utter disarray. Seizing the moment, Hiruzen tore off his cumbersome Hokage robe, revealing his battle gear beneath. I have waited many years for you, just for this day. He was resolved for the worst, to take his fallen student with him if it came to that. Orochimaru steadied himself, hands moving in swift seals. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. With a thunderous boom and swirling clouds of dust, two colossal coffins thrust up from the earth, each engraved with the kanji for first and second. A third coffin seemed to respond, rising slightly. Then, as if restrained by some invisible force, it sank back into the ground. TCH, so it still won't work. Orochimaru smacked his lips with feigned regret, then flashed a chilling grin. Still, with these two, it is more than enough. Heavy coffins slammed open with a deafening crash. And, seeing the figures that emerged, Hiruzen couldn't help but draw a sharp, horrified breath. For the first time, his hands began to tremble ever so slightly. Hashirama glanced around and finally let his gaze fall upon the aged figure of Hiruzen. "Monkey, have you really grown this old?" Hiruzen's voice quivered, unable to hide his emotion. "Lord Tobirama, Lord Hashirama." With just a few words from Orochimaru, the two Hokage quickly understood the situation they found themselves in. They were being manipulated by their student's student, and the dark purpose was to kill their own pupil, the current Hokage. "Go on, my lords. And you, Danzo, slay our great Hokage." A weight of despair sank deep into Hiruzen's heart. Danzo was already drained from his earlier battle, having spent much of his chakra. Yet the two Hokage standing before him, though their power was diminished, were still terrifying enough to reduce all of Konoha to rubble. There could be no more hesitation. It was time to use that technique. Ninja art, multiple shadow, clone jutsu. Hiruzen was low on chakra, managing to create only 2 clones. He would have to leave the rest to Ag. Watching as Danzo charged forward, Hiruzen's eyes filled with a complicated swirl of emotions. This was the friend, the rival, the companion who had entwined himself with Hiruzen's life from start to finish. Sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. My teacher, my friends, my students, let all our entanglements end today in the arms of the Reaper. Suddenly, a fearsome specter of the Shinigami materialized behind Hiruzen. His 2 shadow clones shot forward. One reached out and seized Danzo, the first to advance. From behind, the grim Reaper's phantom, its mouth gripping a short blade, lunged out, claws extended, dragging Danzo's soul into its gaping maw. That jutsu, the one that sealed the 9 tails. Orochimaru, manipulating the 2 Hokage, deftly dodged Hiruzen's clones. Damn, there's still 2 left. I need to think of another way. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from beyond the barrier. Water style, exploding water dragon. A gigantic, menacing water dragon, overflowing with savage, destructive force, crashed hard into the 4 purple flame formation. The supposedly unbreakable barrier shattered like brittle glass. The wild water dragon burst inside, scattering Hashirama, Tobirama, Orochimaru, and even Hiruzen, catching them all completely off guard. A figure streaked in like a lightning arrow, landing upon the high platform. Hokage-sama, forgive me, I've arrived late. Gasping for breath, Hiruzen's consciousness was now barely holding on. Ag, this time, it's up to you. Ag formed his right hand into the shape of a gun, leveling it at the 2 Hokage, who were just preparing to strike. Water release, water gun. A highly compressed orb of blue water fired swiftly from his fingertip. Bang, bang. 2 sharp, resounding bursts exploded almost simultaneously. The heads of the 2 Hokage, reanimated from impure earth, exploded with a thunderous crash, scattering shards like confetti in every direction. Their headless bodies wavered stiffly, but were quickly drawn upright by the power of the impure world reincarnation. Countless scraps of paper surged toward the severed necks, gathering and fusing at a speed visible to the naked eye, the heads being reshaped anew. Orochimaru gave a cold, derisive snort. That damned Uchiha brat. Every time, it was him who ruined his carefully laid plans. Forming a hand seal, he commanded the 2 to resume their assault. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, brought his hands together in a forceful clap. A tremendous surge of chakra poured into the earth. The solid ground buckled and heaved as countless enormous trees, thick as giant pythons, erupted from beneath the surface. They surged toward Ainsai in a sweeping tidal wave, filling the sky. The massive trees grew madly, branches intertwining, in an instant forming a terrifying forest that threatened to swallow all life within it. Ainsai mirrored the gesture, clapping his hands together, water-style, severing wave. A razor-sharp stream of highly pressurized water shot from his mouth in a straight line. The colossal trees, tough enough to withstand even a tailed beast's assault, were neatly severed at the midpoint by the powerful torrent, as if sliced by an invisible blade. Tobirama, who had been preparing a counterattack with his own water style, showed, for the first time, an expression of unguarded astonishment and disbelief across his usually stern features. Severing wave, Tobirama's piercing gaze fixed itself unwaveringly on Ainsai. This was the water-style technique he took the greatest pride in. He was certain he'd never taught it to a single member of the Uchiha clan. This white-haired kid, how could it be possible? Before Tobirama could snap out of shock, a long sword was already rending the air, hurtling at him with a vicious whistle. Tobirama dodged to the side. The blade missed by a hair's breadth, slicing through his reanimated body and spraying more paper-like scraps through the air. But in the instant after his old momentum waned and new strength had yet to rise, Ainsai's figure vanished like a phantom, reappearing in the blink of an eye not half a meter behind Tobirama. What? With a sharp whoosh, Xiao air brought the blade crashing down, splitting Tobirama's reanimated body cleanly in two. Seeing the shift in battlefield momentum, Orochimaru immediately tried to escape underground with an earth-style jutsu. Yet to his shock, he found himself bound as if by invisible shackles. He couldn't even twitch a single finger. A cold and overwhelming ocular power had locked him in place. Take Mikazuchi. After fixing one's gaze on a target, the user can instantly anchor the target's spatial coordinates, rendering all movement and transformation impossible. Ainsai had already arrived in a flash. His Mangekyo Sharingan glowed blood red, swirling with a bewitching and unfathomable light. No, every fiber of Orochimaru's being screamed danger, but it was already far too late for resistance. In the brief moment when their eyes met, Orochimaru felt a tidal wave of spiritual force he couldn't hope to withstand crash through the last defenses of his mind. His gaze turned hollow and blank, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Ainsai placed his right hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. At the same time, the ferocious offensive stances of Hashirama and Tobirama came to a sudden halt. Both stood motionless, silent in place. "Gentlemen, you are free now." In that moment, part of the binding of the reanimation jutsu was forcibly severed by Eishi. With a portion of his will restored, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, wasted no time. His eyes, sharp as blades, immediately locked onto the unmistakable Uchiha fan crest emblazoned behind Eishi's back. Humiliation. This was a blatant desecration and theft of his life's work. A mere Uchiha brat had not only stolen his secret water release techniques, but even mastered his revered space-time ninjutsu as well. An Uchiha child, evil by nature. I must deal with him myself, with my own two hands. What? He was appalled to find that, despite everything, his body remained firmly under the control of that white-haired youth. Eishi formed a simple sign with one hand. "Lord Tobirama, please remain calm. I am not your enemy." Tobirama was near madness. An Uchiha child, his water release surpassed his own. He had mastered the reanimation jutsu, using it to control Tobirama, its very creator. The humiliation of it all was 1,000 times worse than death. And that sword, where on earth had he even gotten that sword? The world had turned upside down, utterly inconceivable. Tobirama, Hashirama, silent and watchful all this time, finally spoke up. He glanced at his brother, on the verge of exploding, then turned to Eishi, who remained composed. He raised his hand and gently pressed down, "Don't move." At once, Tobirama deflated, like a balloon losing air, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Understood, big brother." Hashirama looked from Eishi to his brother, who looked about ready to go up in smoke. "These two, why are they so similar?" "Tobirama, are you sure? You don't have any descendants out there somewhere?" Tobirama whipped his head around, glaring at his brother, as if he were an utter fool. He was about to lose his mind. Of all times and places, in this situation, how could his big-hearted brother actually be thinking of such things? "Brother, do you even hear yourself?" Hashirama scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, giving his signature sheepish grin. "I was just asking, that's all. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." At this point, Tobirama truly gave up on his brother. How could he have the leisure to gossip at a time like this? A fit of weak coughing broke the uneasy silence. Hiruzen, struggling to support himself, gradually stood up, swaying unsteadily. "Lord Tobirama, Eishi is a good child." Tobirama's cold gaze shifted to his equally aging student, prompting him to continue. He knew, having used the dead demon-consuming seal, Hiruzen's death was now certain. What Nichiren spoke will become his final words. He inherited Kagami's blazing will of fire, and has mastered many of the jutsu you painstakingly created. Kagami, Tobirama recalled that young man from the Uchiha clan, so different from the rest, yet possessing a pure and unyielding will of fire. Hiruzen was breathing heavily now, every word seeming to drain him. Eishi's father was once Kagami's student. In all these years, he's rendered great service to Konoha, guarding our village. If only he hadn't acted so radically. Tobirama fell silent. An Uchiha born with a Sharingan, and yet able to wield his jutsu to such a degree, he was, by his very nature, a walking contradiction. My deepest apologies, sirs. I have failed to live up to your expectations. As his voice faded, so did the last trace of life within him. His body collapsed limply backwards, thudding onto the cold stone surface of the elevated platform. Monkey! Monkey! Even Hashirama and Tobirama, despite all the loss and death they'd witnessed, could not help but be moved at that moment. That kid from the Uchiha clan, just what in the world has happened over these years? Aishi recounted everything, start to finish, laying bare the whole story. With each word, violent chakra surged uncontrollably from his body, radiating outward and splitting the earth beneath his feet, cracking it inch by inch. Tobirama's face, brought forth by the impure world reincarnation, twisted with an overwhelming fury. He looked ready to leap skyward in rage. How had he ended up with such confounding apprentices? Danzo, that traitor, rather than devote himself to supporting the Hokage, all he did was plot and scheme from within. He even dared collude with rogue shinobi from outside the village. 1,000 deaths wouldn't suffice for such sins. As for the two advisors, they did little more than warm their seats, never offering any real counsel. But what pained him most was Hiruzen, the student he'd always held in the highest regard. How had he become so indecisive, so hesitant and fearful? To think he would even allow a massacre like this to unfold. Damn it! When had Tobirama ever uttered anything so monstrous as wipe out the Uchiha? His research of the Sharingan, his vigilance toward the Uchiha, it was all to guard against potential threats, all for the village's stability. It was never, never for the sake of genocide. What had they twisted his ideals into? The bitter irony tasted stronger still. After causing such a catastrophic blunder and plunging Konoha into chaos and corruption. In the end, the one left to clean up this mess for these fools was none other than a boy from the Uchiha clan. Had that boy harbored even a hint of ill intent, the entire village would have been thrown into complete disarray. Hashirama, silent all this while, finally spoke again. Tobirama, if you hadn't invented the reanimation jutsu, how could Orochimaru have used it to desecrate the dead and invade the Leaf Village? I warned you long ago not to research these strange and dangerous techniques. Tobirama glanced over at his elder brother. Weren't you just blaming the third for poor leadership a moment ago? How did this suddenly become my responsibility? Brother, this isn't about the jutsu itself. The true evil lies in the hearts of men. Hashirama ran a hand through his hair, frustration clearly etched on his face. There was simply too much to take in today. Just when they had finally solved their external problems, this new generation started fighting among themselves. Peace. Is this really the era of peace we fought so hard and risked our lives to achieve? From where I'm standing, things don't seem much better than they were in my time. So what exactly is going on with the rogue ninja, Obito? Hashirama asked. Issei spoke up. Perhaps he's been manipulated by Orochimaru. He wants to create a world where Rin's alive, a girl he cared for deeply. Tobirama cut in coldly. And for that, he didn't hesitate to kill his own mentor, the fourth Hokage, and his wife. He caused the Nine Tails rampage and the deaths of countless innocent ninja and civilians. He's even attempting to destroy the entire shinobi world. His actions are so twisted, so evil, that even among the Uchiha, famed for their extremes of passion, he stands apart. This time, Hashirama didn't try to stop Tobirama. He, too, thought Obito's crimes were unforgivable. And then there was Itachi Uchiha, who slaughtered his entire clan with his own hands. Seriously, what goes on in the minds of these two? Hashirama's expression softened a bit. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen Tsunade? Tsunade-sama? Ever since the deaths of Dan and Nawaki, one tragedy after another, she suffered great emotional trauma. She left the village long ago and has been wandering ever since. We haven't managed to bring her back. At these words, a shadow passed over Hashirama's eyes. War again. Another loved one lost. Ah, that poor child. When he looked up again, his gaze was full of resolve. She must return. Konoha needs her, and so does the entire shinobi world. With the Akatsuki threat looming, she cannot stand aside. Understood. We'll do our utmost to find Tsunade and bring her home. At that moment, Tobirama seemed to remember something, and he gave Issei a critical once-over. You're sloppy, but just barely acceptable. If only you weren't an Uchiha. You might have been outstanding. Issei subtly raised a middle finger behind his back. Tobirama Senju, born hostile, one day I'll... That's enough, Tobirama. Hashirama intervened, signaling him to let go. From now on, I leave the rest to you, the next generation. We who have already died should never have appeared in this world again. Ag, release the jutsu. Ag drew a deep breath. Understood, Lord Hashirama. He took control of Orochimaru. Reanimation jutsu. Release. As his words faded, Hashirama and Tobirama's bodies began to emit a gentle white glow. Countless tiny motes of light peeled away from their reanimated forms, layer by layer. Their outlines grew indistinct and shimmering, as if they might melt into the air at any moment. Tobirama spoke once more, his voice steady. Hey kid, Ag was it? I'm here, Ag replied. I'll be watching you from the Pure Land. Both of you, I will guard my Konoha with the will of fire burning fiercely in my heart. Hashirama seemed lost in thought for a moment. The future of Konoha, perhaps. But before he could finish, both their figures vanished completely, dissolving into light and silence. As for Orochimaru, scorch release, overboil killing. Orochimaru was swiftly reduced to nothing but a shriveled snake husk. At this point, more and more Konoha shinobi swarmed onto the platform. With the Hokage fallen in battle, I will take command here, declared one with authority. The exams are now paused. All teams, the priority is to secure the area and prevent any harm to innocent villagers. Let those assigned handle the aftermath. The rest of you, come with me. We need to discuss the issue of Orochimaru. Mission progress updated. Chunin exams interrupted paused. However, thanks to Lord Tobirama's efforts, everyone saw just how formidable Konoha's might truly is. Mission reward. The Uchiha's ultimate power, perfected Susanoo. Behind Konoha, in the mountain cemetery, a funeral was held for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Scores of Konoha shinobi came clad in black, silently paying their respects. Their faces were marked with all-consuming grief. For the Hokage was like a kind grandfather who spoke to every child in the village at least once. His grandson, Konohamaru, wept uncontrollably, unable to speak through his tears. He did not know what his grandfather had done all these years. He only knew he had sacrificed his life to protect the village. Jiraiya stood at the front of the crowd. To fall in battle for the village. Maybe that's truly the best ending for the old man, he murmured. Better than wasting away in a sickbed. The leaders of other villages stood at the base of a distant tree, gazing solemnly at Hiruzen's gravestone. No one imagined the Hokage would meet his end like this. Inoki spoke first, his tone unreadable. But the other Kage seemed to sense a deeper meaning in his words. Now, with chaos in Konoha and no leader at the helm, the village was adrift, a chance for rivals to rise and seize opportunities, perhaps even overtake Konoha with a well-placed effort. One couldn't call it taking advantage of disaster. At best, they lacked shame. Already, they were weighing the possibility of forming an alliance of their three villages. If the next Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village turns out to be someone as soft-hearted as Hiruzen, then they wouldn't be too worried about diplomatic issues. Because Hiruzen was always willing to offer them certain benefits in exchange for what he called peace. But now, things seem a bit different. They have noticed that Eishi Uchiha enjoys tremendous popularity in the village, and he became the Hokage's aide at just 18. At this rate, it's highly likely that he will inherit the position of Hokage. If Eishi Uchiha were to take over as Hokage, it would cause them no small amount of trouble. At this moment, Eishi stood before everyone. Death is never the end. The will of the Hokage remains with us always. We don't have time for grief. What we must do now is give our all to find Orochimaru and the organization behind him. Eliminate them and avenge the Hokage. As he spoke these words, he paused for a moment. He glanced toward the group of Kage, then deliberately raised his voice. And of course, I hope some people will put away those audacious ideas. The Hokage may have fallen, but the shinobi of the Hidden Leaf are still here. Hearing this, Inoki and sneered. So you think you're tough? What good is it to be a good fighter? No matter how skilled you are, could you possibly surpass the likes of Hashirama and Madara? What a joke. Let's go. After the funeral ended, inside the Hokage Tower, the clan heads of all the great ninja families gathered together. By means of a fair, just, and open vote, they decided that Eishi would serve as acting Hokage for the time being. When Tsunade returns, if she wishes to assume the position, another vote will be held. The proper procedures must be followed, after all. The second matter was to quickly and thoroughly deal with the intruders. Orochimaru attacked the leaf. Was this his own doing, or was it planned by the Akatsuki? Jiraiya said, according to my sources, Orochimaru is no longer affiliated with the Akatsuki and has even clashed with them several times. Eishi, however, spoke up. Perhaps the rumor that Orochimaru left the Akatsuki is just a smokescreen to distract us. With someone as devious as him, there's no telling what schemes he's capable of. Hearing these words, Everyone fell silent for a moment in contemplation. That'd make some sense. The current Orochimaru was nothing like the Sannin they once knew. He radiated an aura of menace and treachery, inside and out. He had even gone so far as to murder his own teacher. Whether or not there's more to it, for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, we must resolve things with him and the Akatsuki quickly. The Akatsuki. Jiraiya had received intel on the Akatsuki, and he knew that one of its members was his own student, Konin. Since Konin was part of their ranks, that meant Nagato must be there as well. But what exactly was his role in all this? Were they, too, under Orochimaru's influence? Jiraiya pondered for a while, then said, I need to make a trip to the Hidden Rain village. At his words, a ninja immediately spoke up in protest. Lord Jiraiya, the Hidden Rain village is far too dangerous. Raza from the Sand village led their best ninja there, yet not a single one returned alive. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. I am aware, but I have reasons that can't be ignored. With those words, he cast his gaze around the room. Other than myself, is anyone more suitable for this task? Jiraiya had a point. Among the ninja of the Leaf Village, he stood out as a true powerhouse. Well, except for that cheetah guy from the Uchiha clan. Everyone glanced towards Ainsai, only to quietly avert their eyes again. Ainsai, now tasked with leading in times of emergency, was managing village affairs for the time being. If he left, the village would be thrown into utter chaos. What's more, people in the village were already on edge. If anything unexpected happened, all things considered, Jiraiya seemed like the perfect choice. He was a veteran of countless battles and a master of many jutsu. Even if he couldn't defeat a member of the Akatsuki, escaping with his life shouldn't be an issue. I think I should be the one to go, Ainsai interjected. I've been to the Land of Rain before. I'm familiar with the place, and I've dealt with core members of Akatsuki. As for you, Lord Jiraiya, there's an important mission only you can handle, finding Lady Tsunade. That is a direct order from the first Hokage. Jiraiya shot Ainsai a surprised look. Let's put this aside for now. I'll handle it after I bring Tsunade back. Agreed. Jiraiya waved his hand, then turned and left the Hokage's office. Lord Jiraiya, try not to spend all your time at the hostess bars this trip. The village isn't covering your tab. Jiraiya muttered under his breath. Get lost. Ainsai cleared his throat. Everyone, the future of the Leaf Village depends on us all. All right, you may go. Soon the office was empty except for Ainsai. He glanced over the latest intelligence reports. Lately, the other three villages had shown unusually frequent contact, all except for Hidden Mist. It seemed they were contemplating the formation of a three-village alliance. Ainsai figured their concern was simple. They feared that Konoha's rapid development might upset the delicate balance between the five great nations. Especially now that Konoha had taken Hidden Mist under its wing, boosting its own strength even further. So, forming an alliance was their way to counterbalance Konoha's growing power. But in Ainsai's eyes, this was pure nonsense. The only reason the Hidden Mist was allied with Konoha was because Konoha had thoroughly defeated them. As for the other three villages, each hid their own ulterior motives. Take the Sand Village, for instance, never trustworthy. They always had a hand in starting every major war. Unable to solve their own internal strife, they always turned it into external conflict. After the chaotic exchange of blows, it turned out that no one could overpower the others, and everyone surrendered faster than you could blink. Yet once it was over, they still had the audacity to make demands, claiming their village was too poor and desperately needed all sorts of support. Support my foot. They'd better hurry up and figure out how to turn their village into a tourist destination instead. Inxie had guessed right. The cooperation among their three villages was far from a success. Among them, Iwagakure held the most overall strength. Not only did Inoki have remarkable longevity, but he was capable and kept his village in perfect order. Later, he even modeled after Konoha, introducing his own version of the Will of Stone. With everyone united, the village boasted its fair share of reliable ninja. His granddaughter Kuratsuchi also had long legs, though that's neither here nor there. Their lava release was also formidable. In Kumogikure, under the leadership of everything was settled with fists. The slightest disagreement would turn into a brawl. He didn't entirely agree with Inoki's theories, and the two sides constantly butted heads. As for Sunagakure, its role was rather awkward. They were mainly there to make up the numbers without much meaningful contribution, yet still hoping for a share of the spoils. So, before any meaningful alliance could even form among the three villages, divisions had already appeared. If things kept on like this, there was a real risk of the trio turning their cooperation into a full-blown brawl. While they were busy fighting one day and negotiating the next, Konoha, by contrast, was steadily moving forward from within. Sarutobi's death didn't disrupt the normal functioning of Konoha village at all. When the two advisors in prison learned of Sarutobi's demise, it felt as if the sky itself was collapsing. They insisted on getting out as soon as possible, for fear Konoha would become a one-man show under the Uchiha clan. But now, the police force was fully staffed, with guards on duty around the clock. There wasn't even a sliver of opportunity to escape. And the moment they tried to break out, they'd be labeled as missing nin, traitors, on par with Orochimaru. On hearing that, the two decided, for now, to swallow their pride and wait. After all, surely there'd be a dawn after the clouds part. On Konoha's side, they made time to announce the results of the Chunin exams. Only Shikamaru Naruto managed to advance to Chunin, while the others would have to try again in the next round. And Naruto finally realized that there was always someone stronger out there. Besides that proud and stubborn Sasuke, there were plenty of other formidable ninja among his peers, including someone like Neji, who was just as astonishing. For various reasons, Naruto made his way to the Senju compound and found Ingsi, who was tending the fields. "Sensei, can you teach me a really powerful jutsu?" Ingsi wiped the sweat from his brow, sensing it was time to pass on a certain skill from Naruto's father, the Little Sunshine. Until now, Ingsi had only taught Naruto taijutsu from the Uchiha and Senju clans. Naruto's constitution was perfectly suited to this, and he improved by leaps and bounds. "All right, the skill I'm about to teach you comes from the great fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This jutsu is called Rasengan. Follow my instructions. First do this, then that." Time slowly slipped by. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had returned with Tsunade. "Hokage Tower, conference room. Jiraiya, I only agreed to come back. When did I ever say I wanted to become Hokage?" Jiraiya shrugged indifferently. "Whether you or Ag take up the title of 5th Hokage, I support it with both hands." "Then let Ag do it. That kid inherited not only Elder Kageme's will of fire, but also our second grandfather's ninjutsu. These past years, he's done so much for the village. Either way, I have no objections." Jiraiya nodded. "Neither do I." Ag said, "I also have no. Ahem. Let's just stick to the rules and take a formal vote." The thoughts of each clan leader were clear. Ag had rendered great service to Konoha, meeting all the requirements in every aspect. He'd even gained the recognition of both the first and second Hokage. As for Tsunade, she was still in her giving-up phase, so no one was quite at ease handing the village over to her. And so, Ag smoothly inherited the title of Hokage. He became the first man in Uchiha history to assume this position. When the news reached the Uchiha clan, it moved the people to tears. How many years had it been? Do you realize how long the Uchiha have waited for this moment? Time to celebrate. This absolutely calls for a celebration. The elders pooled their thoughts and dispatched large groups to buy supplies of every sort. They wanted to commemorate Ag becoming the first Uchiha ever to ascend to the office of Hokage. Yet Ag said, "Let's save the grand festivities for after we've wiped out the Akatsuki for good. Whether I'm Hokage or you're an ordinary shinobi, we all serve Konoha." On hearing this, the clan was all the more moved beyond words. This is real vision. From a common ninja to the Hokage, Ag had never forgotten where he came from. He always put the villagers first. Even that alone was enough for a certain ever-compromising clan leader to take notes. Still, though Ag said to wait, the Uchiha nevertheless held a quiet, private celebration among themselves. While they were celebrating, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Ag gathered once again. "Tsunade, the village is in your hands for a while. Ag and I are heading to the land of rain." Tsunade felt tricked. So this was the so-called not being Hokage. In name only, huh? Jiraiya, it seems, has talents beyond peeping and writing those trashy little books. Left with no choice, Tsunade agreed. "Be careful out there." Jiraiya grinned wide. "Relax, I'll definitely." "MMPH, Ag, why are you covering my mouth?" After leaving the office, Jiraiya and Ag each returned home for the night to rest up before the journey. That evening, at home, Ag gently polished shower and Muramesa. After a restful night's sleep and a hearty meal, he finally made his way to the village entrance to meet Jiraiya. "Let's go, master." A few days later, in a land of rain, the rain never ceased. Two silver-haired figures, one leading and one following, slipped quietly into this territory. Gazing at the hazy outline of the enormous village looming in the mist and rain, Jiraiya halted. "Ag," he said, turning to look at the young man behind him, holding a great black umbrella. "Perhaps it's best if you wait for me here?" There was a trace of hesitation in Jiraiya's voice, not out of concern for Ag's safety. After all, as he often said, escaping danger was what he excelled at. What truly worried Jiraiya was that, upon seeing members of the Akatsuki for the first time, Ag might cut them down without a word, denying anyone a chance to explain. Deep down, Jiraiya still held onto a flicker of hope. He wished to ask Conan and Nagato as well about what had happened over these years, what had brought them to this point. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a way back. What's wrong? Ag lifted the umbrella a little higher. Do you have a better plan, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya paused, mulling it over. If we move together, we're a far bigger target. There's a higher chance of getting found out. Ag considered this. If they do discover us, can't we just wipe them all out? Our goal from the start was to root out Akatsuki entirely, wasn't it? But you're not wrong. Or, you could just wait here. I'll come back for you after I've finished them off. This was precisely what Jiraiya feared. His student was simply too ruthless. It made him uneasy. With a sigh, Jiraiya finally voiced his intentions. Conan is your senior. After all, when we see them, can you give me a moment to ask a few questions first? Eiji nodded. Of course. Lead the way, Jiraiya-sensei. I've been here once before. I remember the whole layout. Barely waiting for his words to fade, Eiji's silhouette slipped first into the curtain of rain. He guided Jiraiya, both of them moving silently through the shadowed alleyways. With their keen senses, they easily avoided the patrolling shinobi. Jiraiya, curious, asked, How did you get inside last time? I summoned the great Toad Sage and asked him to bring me in. Should we trouble him again this time? Jiraiya turned pale. No, let's handle this ourselves. He's much too old for such errands. Oh, all right, follow me. There's a shortcut here. Their figures darted quickly, sneaking ever closer to the heart of Akatsuki's base. Meanwhile, deep within the stronghold, with a fluttering whisper of paper, Conan's figure silently appeared before Pain. Pain, her voice was somewhat low and husky. That Uchiha kid has come again, and this time, he's brought Jiraiya-sensei with him. Pain remained as cold and unyielding as ever. This time, they're coming straight for us. He knew Jiraiya all too well. On the surface, he acted big-hearted and carefree, but at times his stubbornness was fearsome. If he had come to the Hidden Rain village today, it was probably with the determination to persuade, or even to put an end to things. Back before Yahiko's death, he too had once believed in the possibility of peace. But that faith had long since been devoured by endless pain and despair. He had buried the past with his own hands. Now, he intended to make the entire world taste the same searing agony. Conan fell silent for a moment before she asked softly, Are we really going to turn against Jiraiya-sensei? Pain didn't hesitate. This time, no one will stand in the way of my plans. I understand. Meanwhile, Ainzi and Jiraiya had arrived at the Akatsuki base. Just like last time, the path was smooth and unimpeded, as though no one had noticed their arrival. It's almost too quiet, Jiraiya paused, signaling Ainzi to be on guard. Ainzi, stay sharp. I've got a bad feeling. There might be an ambush waiting for us. Ainzi said nothing. He had already drawn his blade, Shao air, from its sheath. His Sharingan began to spin slowly, its crimson glow igniting in the dim corridor, locking onto the chilling presence lurking within the shadows. Come out, he called, his voice casual and taunting. If this is the best Akatsuki can do to hide, maybe you should try enrolling at the Leaf Village's Ninja Academy. I'll even give you a 20% discount on the tuition. Elegant brat. A harsh scoff broke the silence. In a blur, two figures leapt out one after another from the darkness, sealing off the corridor completely. One was tall and burly, his skin a bluish hue, bearing a massive, monstrous blade wrapped in white bandages across his back. The other was a blond youth, an amused grin playing over his face, with a pouch of clay tools hanging at his waist. Jiraiya shot Ainsai a quick glance. These two are yours. Think you can handle it? Piece of cake. 3 minutes. Jiraiya nodded. Be careful. With that, he sprang up and vaulted cleanly over Kisame's head. Where do you think you're going? Kisame bellowed, swinging his sword, only to be sent flying by a sharp kick from Ainsai. You two are mine. Don't look down on us. You know nothing about art, brat. Deidara was instantly provoked, his cheeks flushing red with anger. His hands dove into his waist pouch at lightning speed. Mouth split open on his palms, ferociously chewing and spewing out over a dozen small, white clay birds in an instant. The flock of clay birds shrieked as they darted toward Ainsai from every direction, moving as swiftly as arrows loosed from a bow. Art is an explosion. Take this. A series of thunderous blasts erupted, shaking the corridor. The deafening roar of the explosion tore through the calm of the base in an instant, its shockwave sweeping down the entire corridor. A scorching blast of wind, laced with rubble and choking dust, surged wildly in all directions, twisting and warping the steel walls in its path. Thick smoke billowed, shrouding everything from view. Tsh, boring. Deidara curled his lip, as if it hadn't even lasted 3 minutes. It's really not that interesting. A rush of water, appearing from thin air, scattered the swirling smoke. Ingsi stepped forward, emerging slowly from a swiftly spinning waterspout. That wild explosion had been held entirely at bay by his precise, flawless water-style defense. Not a single strand of hair was out of place. With a casual flick, he dismissed the waterspout. Would you quit messing around with these childish tricks? Are you still 3 years old? Besides, those things are downright ugly. Ugly? You dare! How dare you insult my art? Deidara's face turned abruptly from red to purple, veins bulging at his temple, as though he had suffered the greatest humiliation. Art was the faith and pursuit of his entire life. I'll show you what true art really is. No sooner had those words left his lips than Ingsi's figure vanished in a blink. The next instant, wah! Deidara felt the fine hairs on the back of his neck stand upright. A wave of icy killing intent was suddenly pressed against his spine. Ing had appeared behind him, his left hand somehow placing a paper tag, inscribed with eerie runes, precisely on Deidara's back before anyone could react. This is what real art looks like. Ninja art, multiplying explosive tag technique. The tag Deidara bore erupted in a blinding light. But that was only the beginning. From the light, countless new explosive tags began splitting furiously from the first, layering over one another in a dense, unstoppable swarm. In the blink of an eye, thousands upon thousands of explosive tags enveloped Deidara completely. A chain of thunderous detonations shook the air. These explosions were nothing like the earlier clay birds. This was thousands of tags igniting simultaneously in a confined space. Blinding white light devoured everything within the passage. The base of the Akatsuki organization shook violently, its reinforced steel structure groaning and cracking under the strain. This was a jutsu with almost no upper limit. The only inconvenience was how expensive explosive tags were. Just one fight could run up quite the bill. Ingsi had only 600 million left. He'd need to use them sparingly. One batch of 10,000 would do for now. Bathed in the fiery light, Kisame's shark-like face appeared stunned for the first time. He instinctively took a step back, the massive Samahata shifting restlessly in his arms. Was that noisy brat who always called everything art, who loved blasting things apart, really gone? Just like that? There hadn't even been any meaningful resistance. An S-rank rogue ninja, crushed as casually as a child's discarded toy? In the very instant Kisame's mind reeled with shock, Eiji's figure appeared before him, swift as if he'd suddenly materialized out of thin air. Shao Air, Eiji's blade, tore through the air with a sharp, whistling screech and struck heavily against Samahata's barbed body. A metallic clang resounded. Sparks burst as sword and blade collided. Ugh! Kisame grunted, arms trembling violently from the impact. His burly frame was forced back 7 or 8 steps before he managed to steady himself. Shaking the numbness from his arms, Kisame clicked his tongue. "Tsh, this brat's strength is something else." He could feel Samahata vibrating with excitement and greed in his hands. There was a tremendous reservoir of chakra within Eiji, so potent that Samahata's hunger was almost palpable. Yet now, that greed was replaced by a deeper wariness. "Calm down," Kisame whispered, soothing the restless blade. A battle of brute strength wouldn't do. He needed to turn the environment to his advantage. Water style, giant exploding water wave. Leaping into the air like a breaching whale, Kisame unleashed a tremendous surge of water. In an instant, the surging tide flooded the passageway, spreading with incredible speed in all directions. Within mere heartbeats, a massive, spherical prison of water materialized, trapping Eiji and Kisame at its center. Within this watery sphere, Kisame's form began to shift and change. He fused entirely with Samahata, transforming into a monstrous figure, half man, half shark. "Hey brat," Kisame sneered, his voice rough and gleeful. "What chance do you stand down here in my world?" His plan was simple, stall for time. If he could hold Eiji here long enough, the boss would finish off Jiraiya and come to his aid. That was when he took a punch. Suddenly, Kisame felt as if his skull had been struck by a hammer weighing 10,000 tons. The sheer force sent him spinning helplessly through the water, like a kite with its string cut. Agony. Unbearable pain. It was worse, far worse, than anything he'd felt fighting on land. Eiji gave a soft, mocking laugh. "Foolish Kisame. Do you even know what it means to be a man who has made a pact with the sea?" "Damn it, what are you talking about?" Kisame shouted, caught between shock and fury as he tried to steady himself. He used the currents, drawing on Samahata's ability to absorb chakra, hoping to close the distance and slow Eiji's attacks. But to his despair, he found his efforts utterly futile. Eiji's movements in the water were even stranger and more unpredictable than on land. Each of Kisame's thunderous strokes could do nothing but cleave through cold water, never so much as brushing his opponent's sleeve. Too slow. Your guard's full of openings. Eiji's voice echoed by Kisame's ears, relentless. Shao air carved deadly arcs through the water, each swing sending fierce currents surging toward Kisame, forcing him into a desperate scramble to block and evade. Wounds multiplied across Kisame's body, thin streams of blood dissolving into the surrounding water. It ends now. Eiji's icy voice rang out once more. He appeared at Kisame's side in a heartbeat, just as Kisame managed to block the last attack. The scarlet Sharingan glimmered with a sinister light beneath the water, fixing firmly on the wide, terror-stricken pupils of Kisame. Eiji slowly raised his right hand, his index finger and thumb extended and pressed together, the remaining 3 fingers curled inward, mimicking the gesture of aiming a pistol. He pressed his fingertip against Kisame's temple. Water gun jutsu. Bang! A burst of blood, vivid and wild like scattered paint, exploded into the water with violent force. With the jutsu caster gone, the massive water mass quickly receded, leaving nothing but chaos and debris behind. Samahata lay alone amidst the pool of blood and ruin, letting out a deep and mournful whimper. Eiji glanced at Samahata. Enough, or I'll slice you to pieces. Fire style, flame bullet. A giant fireball roared forward, but before the flames could reach, Conan's figure scattered in an instant. She dissolved into 1,000 drifting sheets of white paper, swirling through the air, only to reform not far away. Jiraiya's gaze grew sharp, fixing on the blue-haired woman as she reassembled. This bait was set to lure out pain, and I didn't expect you'd be the one to take it. A faint, complex smile touched Jiraiya's lips, a mix of bitterness, nostalgia, and emotions that words could scarcely express. You've grown sharper with your jutsu, and turned into quite the woman, Conan. He paused, his voice dropping lower. So who is Pain? What happened to you all these years? Conan slowly floated upward, wings of paper fluttering gently behind her, her expression as calm as ever. That's none of your business. My duty is to carry out the will of God. And then, she looked down at Jiraiya from above. I will kill you. A sharp, slicing sound filled the air. Before her words had fully faded, countless paper blades swept toward Jiraiya like a storm. If fireballs won't stop you, let's see how you handle this. Jiraiya reacted in a flash. Toad oil bomb. A surge of thick, dark brown oil splattered across Conan's regrouped form and her wings, severely hampering her movement and transformation. At the same time, Jiraiya's signature long white hair began to grow at a rapid pace. In an instant, the sluggish Conan was bound tightly by the expanding strands, suspended high in the air. I taught you how to survive in the shinobi world, and now you use those lessons against me? That truly breaks my heart. Jiraiya felt the weight of sorrow settle on him. No matter what's happened, none of this justifies what Akatsuki has become. Pursuing peace by such extreme means will never bring you true peace. Conan shook her head. You're just a frail mortal. You could never understand the mind of God. Only someone as powerful as Pain can truly perceive the one and only path to peace. As Conan's voice gradually faded away, a figure emerged from the deeper shadows of the base. Footsteps echoed, crisp and distinct in the silence. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, recognizing those unmistakable eyes. Pain, the Deva Path, looked coldly at Jiraiya. He needed to eliminate his former teacher swiftly, and then kill that troublesome white-haired man. This has nothing to do with you. After all, you're just an outsider. He glanced at Conan, and she understood instantly. A crab scuttled out, washing away the oil stains from Conan's paper form. Her body dissolved once more into countless sheets of white paper, skillfully slipping free from both oil and hair as she went to attend to the original body. Nagato's condition was far from good. This battle might require activation of the 6 paths of pain, and she was extremely worried. Jiraiya-sensei. Pain raised his hand, facing the lone white-haired warrior. Now it's just the two of us. A terrifying and irresistible force erupted in an instant. Universal pull. An overpowering gravitational pull seized Jiraiya. Helpless, he was yanked off his feet, drawn as if fired from a cannon straight towards Pain. Pain's left hand, at some point already gripping a black rod, was now aligned precisely with Jiraiya's chest as the force drew him in. Rasengan, but a fierce fighting spirit erupted in Jiraiya's eyes. He used the force of the pull to accelerate even faster. In his right palm, a swirling orb of blue energy formed in an instant. Harnessing the momentum, he drove this destructive sphere hard toward Pain. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them vanished. The dazzling blue Rasengan almost touched Pain's chest. At that perilous instant, a force completely opposite in nature exploded outward from Pain. Almighty push. Crash. Jiraiya's Rasengan smashed into an invisible wall of overwhelming force. The mighty repulsion not only negated the Rasengan's power, it sent Jiraiya's body hurtling away. Like a severed kite, he tumbled through the air before slamming heavily into the far side solid rock wall. With a thunderous impact, the stone wall cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading out, and stone splintered away. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiraiya analyzed the bizarre events he'd just experienced. Gravitational force can pull objects in, and repulsive force can suddenly blast attacks away. Two completely opposite abilities. This guy's powers are truly troublesome. Pain remained with his hand raised, preparing to launch another attack. His frozen, impassive expression seemed to waver, if only slightly and almost imperceptibly. Conan's mental message reached him. That white-haired one had bypassed all defenses and was heading straight for Nagato. Pain cast one last look at Jiraiya. Without a hint of hesitation, he leapt a few times and vanished into the shadows, leaving Jiraiya stupefied in his wake. Jiraiya blinked, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. Did someone just sneak in while I wasn't looking? That's right. Isai had indeed gone to infiltrate the base. His target was straight ahead, the very heart of the Akatsuki stronghold, the core behind the 6 paths of pain, Nagato himself. Behind him, Tendo Pain gave relentless chase, sending out commands through the black chakra rods. No matter what, Isai must be stopped. At a turn in the corridor, bladed weapons sprouted from the arm of Shirato, swinging down on Isai with deadly force. Ninja A, Summoning Technique. As the smoke cleared, the iron wall toad materialized on the scene. It raised its thick arms to block Shirato's savage attack. I'll leave this guy to you. I'm heading to the heart of the base. Deeper in the Akatsuki headquarters, Nagato let out a quiet sigh. What's wrong, Nagato? Uchiha Isai. He's getting closer by the second. Upon hearing this, a look of concern surfaced on Conan's face. At the same time, a question nagged at her. Nagato's location was top secret, known only to him and Pain, no one else. How had that Konoha ninja managed to circumvent every barrier and illusion, tracking down their whereabouts with such uncanny precision? Jiraiya-sensei had certainly never taught them any trick like this. Don't worry, Conan reassured Nagato. With the 6 paths of pain assembled, no matter how strong that brat is, he can't possibly be a match. Within the base, Isai's progress was finally checked. He had been caught up to. Several chilling figures closed in around him, their presence pressing like a vice, leveling their black rods at him, and lunging in unison. With a spray of dust and shattering stone, their strikes landed, yet what they struck broke apart instantly. A mere shadow clone, nothing more. Nagato asked, "Where's Isai? I can't find him." "Don't worry," Conan said as she focused on the space around them. "I've scattered paper all throughout the base. I'll track him down in no time." "There. He's very close to us now." She relayed the location to Nagato. Summoning Technique. Nagato called the 6 paths of pain forward. "Go. He's just up ahead." "I'll come help," Conan said. Nagato nodded in agreement. Once more, the 6 paths of pain blocked Isai's route with uncanny precision. Isai backflipped out of the way, dodging a capture attempt by the human path. "You gotta be kidding me. 6 old geezers ganging up on an 18-year-old kid. Isn't that a bit much?" Ninja A, Summoning Technique. Bang, 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 bang. Massive clouds of smoke erupted as thunderous crashes echoed through the air. All the brawny toads from Mount Mayaboku had arrived. Gamabunta clamped his pipe between his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Isai. "Kid, you sure know how to drag us into your messes. Last time it was a tailed beast. Now it's a monster with the Rinnegan. I'll let the big toad." Isai hadn't even finished his sentence. "Everyone charge." Gamabunta cut him off with irritation, drawing his gleaming broadsword. The toads surged forward as one, clutching their weapons and launching a furious assault on the 6 paths of pain. Shinra Tensei. With a blank expression, Devapath Pain extended a single palm. An invisible force exploded outward with a thunderous roar. In the very front, Gamabunta was struck with tremendous power, sent hurtling through the air before slamming heavily into the tunnel's rocky wall, sending debris tumbling down. Animal Path Pain seized the opportunity, forming seals at lightning speed before slapping the ground. Ninja A, Summoning Technique. Out sprang a giant centipede, a 2-headed dog that could split, a rhino, and a fearsome bull. A fierce melee broke out between the toads and the summoned beasts, loud crashes echoing off the stone, each clash resounding like a drum against the earth. Seeing this, Conan's body once again dissolved into a flurry of paper sheets. "Save some chakra. Leave these creatures to me." In the next instant, countless pieces of paper whirled toward the toads. Behind her, wings made of paper unfurled, and sheet after sheet adhered to the toads' bodies. Each paper transformed. Explosive tags detonated in brilliant succession, tearing cries from the toads as they struggled. Bang, bang, bang. A chain of fierce explosions tore through the ranks of the toads with relentless intensity. Damn it! Isai's face was suddenly traced with golden markings. The Sage mode activated in a split second. Blades in hand, he plunged into the throng of summoned beasts, moving swiftly and striking down foes left and right, an unstoppable force. The last rhino tried to charge, but Isai met it with a punishing side kick, launching it against the stone wall with tremendous impact. Wild Lion's main jutsu. At that moment, Jiraiya finally arrived. His long hair shot out, ensnaring the last of the summoning beasts. Working in perfect sync, Isai's blade flashed in a finishing strike. They both retreated several steps, coming to stand shoulder to shoulder. I'm not too late, am I? Right on time. Jiraiya eyed the 6 paths of pain. Each looked different, but all bore black rods pierced through their bodies. The more he looked, the more familiar several of them seemed. He was sure he'd seen their faces somewhere before. Pain. There's 6 of them? Now, this is a real problem. We'd better finish this quickly. Fukasaku, Shima, I'll need your help. Understood. The 2 toad sages perched on Jiraiya's shoulders, helping him gather natural energy for sage jutsu. Isai, I need a little time. No problem. Isai closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again, instantly entering sage mode. Jiraiya. Just as Jiraiya began to focus, channeling sage energy, the ghost path pain, a shadow lurking and waiting, suddenly pounced from behind Isai, clutching him in a vice-like grip. For the first time, a twisted, triumphant smile spread across the ghost path's face. He began to ravenously devour the chakra within Isai. And yet, Isai smiled in return. The surging force of natural energy mixed with his own chakra, pouring into the Preta Path's body like an unstoppable flood breaching a dam. The Preta Path convulsed violently, its chakra-absorbing abilities rendered utterly useless in the face of the overwhelming influx of Sage chakra. Its body rapidly turned to stone, until at last it stood as nothing more than a grotesque, ash-gray statue. Isai spun and struck with a powerful, devastating roundhouse kick. With a sharp, resounding crack, he shattered the statue's head like a melon. In an instant, Isai pressed his palms together, gathering an overwhelming surge of Sage chakra. Sage art, majestic blaze wave. This time, it was no ordinary flame, but a tsunami of red-gold fire, saturated with untamed natural energy. The firestorm rolled forward in massive waves, its fierce heat turning the entire corridor a blazing gold and crimson. It surged toward the remaining paths of pain. Summoning technique. Bubble managed to withstand the first searing wave of flames. But the fire's might was far beyond imagination. Bubble quickly evaporated, and the raging blaze licked hungrily at the crab's armored shell. Within mere seconds, the mighty summon let out a tormented shriek, its whole body glowing red-hot before collapsing as a charred husk. Yet the time bought was enough for pain to act. The Azura Path raised its arm, which split open. From within, several miniature missiles, their tails spitting fire, screamed toward Isai. At that moment, Isai leapt high into the air, ready to form another seal. Watch out! Jiraiya's thunderous shout echoed, and in the same instant, his snowy white hair shot forth like a living rope. It coiled tightly around Isai's waist, yanking him back to the ground. Universal pull. Almost as his feet touched the ground, the cold, implacable gaze of the Deva Path locked onto him. The Deva Path raised its palm toward Isai, and a massive gravitational force abruptly pulled him in. Nearby, the human path watched with predatory hunger, poised to tear out his soul the moment he crossed into reach. Desperately, Isai fumbled out a handful of kunai and hurled them. They whistled through the air, embedding themselves in the tunnel's walls, floor, and even the shadowy recesses of the ceiling. Just as the human path's icy fingers were about to brush Isai's collar. Like a flicker of light, Isai's figure vanished without a trace. What? On the far side, beside a kunai stuck in a rock wall behind the Deva Path, Isai's form blurred back into existence like a wraith. He swung his blade down with ruthless force at the back of the Deva Path's unguarded neck. Almighty push. Pain's reaction was inhumanly swift. Following pure instinct, a violent shockwave exploded outward, centering on him. As Isai landed, he was already moving, hands flashing through seals to target the hell path lurking behind, responsible for restoring the other pains. Kimitake no Mikoto. Once his gaze locks onto a target, he can instantly anchor its spatial coordinates, making it impossible for the target to move or change form. Sage art. Water Dragon's Ravage. A ferocious water dragon, forged from a torrent infused with wild and violent sage chakra, surged forth, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield. With jaws crafted from countless razor-sharp, spinning blades of water, it lunged forward and, in an instant, consumed the unsuspecting Predapath of Pain. Caught in the swirling storm of water blades, the body of Predapath was shredded to pieces, leaving behind nothing but broken fragments and black chakra rots. As the smoke and mist slowly cleared, in the center of the battlefield, 2 of Pain's 6 paths had already fallen. Predapath, Naraka Path, both eliminated. Before Aizo could catch his breath, the brutal figure of the Azura Path erupted in emotion once more. The joints along its back snapped and crackled like breaking bones, propelling a set of chilling, serrated blades outward in a flash. With a shrill, piercing whistle, those blades shot straight toward Aizo's vitals. His gaze sharpened. In his right hand, the short blade danced in a lethal arc, expertly parrying the deadly strike with pinpoint precision. At the same time, his left hand flickered. Murasame was already in his grip. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted his body with the force of parrying, launching himself forward. An immense surge of chakra instantly gathered along the blade, and with unyielding force, he drove it toward Azura Path's head. A sickening slice rang out. The chakra-imbued blade cut through the Azura Path's armored skull as effortlessly as a knife through silk. Shards of metal and spurts of unidentified fluid splattered across the field. "Sage Art Gomen!" Jiraiya's voice rang out, hot on Aizo's heels. Oil, wind, and fire merged perfectly. An inferno of searing flames surged forth, devouring what remained of the Azura Path's battered body. In an instant, oil at thousands of degrees incinerated it to ash. Azura Path destroyed. Tendo Pain began to sense that something was terribly wrong. The boy Jiraiya brought was far stronger than anticipated. His combat style was frighteningly precise, as if he could see straight through the weaknesses of every Pain body. He couldn't allow this methodical dismemberment to continue. A black rod appeared in his hand, its purpose clear, to pierce it into Aizo's body. With a blur, he closed the distance between them in an instant, manifesting a sinister, pitch-black iron rod that cut through the air, lunging straight for Aizo's torso. If struck, it would disrupt the flow of his chakra. In front of these eyes of mine, all your resistance is meaningless. But Aizo's response was silent yet stunning. A complex pattern suddenly flared in his eyes. Okinanushi's eye, by processing all currently available information, conducts an explosive, instantaneous analysis of every possible outcome, determining the optimal solution for the target's next move. A torrent of data surged through Aizo's mind. Pain's movements, the swirl of his chakra, the black rod's trajectory, even the subtle disturbance of air just behind him. It was as if he foresaw Tendo Pain's every action. With perfect timing, Aizo lashed out with a sidekick against the black rod, knocking it harmlessly aside. Meanwhile, riding the momentum of his spinning leap, Shao Air transformed into a chill beam of moonlight, slashing hard at Tiandao's neck. Shinra Tensei, a powerful, invisible force field exploded outward from his core, shoving him backward just in time to narrowly evade that lethal blade. But this desperate retreat exposed the human path lurking just behind him. Like a wraith, the human path pounced, its withered hands reaching straight for Age's head. He meant to devour Age's very soul. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A fire dragon surged forth, barreling toward the human path and momentarily stalling its advance. In that beat, steel flashed again, twin arcs of lightning crossing the air. Both the human path's hands were severed at the wrists. Before the human path could even react, Age's left palm had already gathered a spinning blue sphere of chakra. Rasengan. Without the slightest hesitation, Age slammed the Rasengan down onto the human path's defenseless skull. A tremendous bang. The human path's head burst apart like a shattered melon, the headless body collapsing with a dull, lifeless thud. The human path, out of the fight. Age's gaze swept the chaos of the battlefield, instantly locking onto the animal path off in the distance, just as it began forming hand signs to summon another monstrous beast. Like an arrow loose from the string, Age shot forward, sage chakra rapidly condensing in his grasp. A javelin-shaped spear of spiraling water formed in an instant. With all his might, Age hurled it. The water lance tore through the air with a piercing whistle. Sage Art, Hard Vortex Water Blade. There was a sickening impact as the spear punched straight through the animal path skull, pinning it with brutal force to the rocky wall behind. The water spears scattered and broke apart, and the animal path's body slowly slid down, limp and defeated. The animal path, eliminated. Now, only the Deva path remained from the six paths of pain, far away, in the murky depths of a damp, shadowed cavern. Through the vision of pain, Nagato, who had already retreated deep into hiding, realized the situation was slipping out of control. This new student of Master Jiraiya truly possessed first-rate abilities in every respect. But what was even more unsettling, Ag seemed to anticipate every intention of the six paths, seeing through each one before they even acted. Just when had he uncovered the secret of the six paths of pain, he must be eliminated. The Deva path looked up. Chibaku Tensei. With a thunderous motion, he thrust both hands high overhead. Colossal chakra surged, unleashing a devastating shockwave that blasted a vast hole in the base's fortified, domed ceiling. A sphere of jet-black rock slowly rose from his palm, and with an aura of utter ruin, he hurled it with deadly force toward Ag. A crushing gravity, far surpassing even universal pull, swept over the field. The earth below groaned under the unbearable strain. Massive slabs of rock and twisted metal wrenched free and hurtled toward the tiny, inky orb. Ag's body was yanked down, legs lifting from the ground as the merciless gravity drew him, unstoppable, yearning to pull him in. He shot upward at breakneck speed, heading straight for the colossal, ever-expanding rock sphere's heart, which was devouring everything in its path. Is it over? Tendo Pain hovered midair, his Rinnegan gazing impassively as Aishi's small figure was completely engulfed by a torrent of massive boulders. A gigantic stone sphere gradually took shape, suspended high above, radiating a deathly silence that made one's heart sink with despair. Is it over? But just as Pain believed, everything had reached its conclusion. A sharp crack. A fissure suddenly appeared on the surface of the vast stone sphere. Then another, and then a third. The cracks spread rapidly. With a thunderous roar, the stone sphere shattered, sending gravel cascading down like a torrential rain. From within leapt a figure shrouded in raging sage chakra, bursting forth with unstoppable force. He landed steadily atop a fragment of stone, fixing his gaze through the settling dust, eyes locked unyielding on the airborne Tendo Pain. I don't care who you are. If you threaten Konoha, I'll never let you go. Now, he murmured, lowering into a crouch as chakra surged around his twin blades. It's your turn to die. Aishi's form became a flash of lightning, blue and white crackling together as he shot downward from the heavens. Right hand gripping Muramasa, left holding Koji, both blades crossed in front of him, their tips aimed straight at Tendo below. Shinra Tensei. Pain's pupils contracted in shock at the sense of imminent doom. Without hesitation, he unleashed his accumulated repulsive force with all his might. A powerful, invisible field exploded outward in an instant. The tremendous backlash slammed Tendo down toward the ground. Waiting for him was the now unstoppable Uchiha Aishi. Pain reached out instinctively. Sage Art, Frog Song. Pain found himself caught for a heartbeat in a hypnotic Jinjutsu. The twin blades broke through the last barrier, driving mercilessly through Tendo Pain's chest. Sage Art, Rasengan. Sage Art, Needle Sunbon Barrage. A violent explosion completely consumed Pain, while the mighty shockwave hurled stones in every direction. When the light finally faded, Tendo's ruined body dropped like a severed puppet. Marked by the gaping wound left by twin blades and the spiral gash of the Rasengan, he crashed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. Fukasaku took a deep breath. Jiraiya boy, your student's something else entirely, isn't he? He still remembered the uproar at Mount Mayaboku when Jiraiya first brought Aishi as a pupil. Not only did Aishi master Sage Mode instantly, later he even summoned the Great Toad Sage twice. The second time wasn't even for a fight. He asked him to be a navigator. And today, yet again, Aishi's overwhelming power was on full display. Definitely, from the depths of his heart, Jiraiya felt pride for his student. But as the truth sank in, that they'd killed someone who was once his own student, a deep sadness crept in as well. With heavy steps, Jiraiya walked to the broken shell of Tendo Pain, the one that had belonged to Yahiko, still impaled by twin blades. He crouched down, his fingers brushing gently across that icy face. Now he understood. This was nothing more than a puppet, a shell manipulated by another's will. The real Nagato and Konin were still hiding in the shadows. Jiraiya-sensei. Eiji's voice rose from behind him as he slowly drew out Muramasa, the blade that had been driven into Pain's chest. Go see my senior brother and sister. Jiraiya-sensei. It seems you've taken in a truly remarkable junior disciple. Nagato was gasping for air, his chest rising and falling as if his very soul had left him. Nagato, we have to leave, and quickly. Nagato's emaciated hand clutched the armrest of his wheelchair tightly. No. First I must recover Yahiko's body. I can't let it fall into anyone else's hands. Conan bit her lip, a flicker of pain darting through her eyes before vanishing in an instant. She hesitated no longer. Gathering her strength, she pushed the wheelchair toward the cave's entrance. We'll retreat for now. Once you're a bit stronger, we'll come back. Her resolve firmed. She pushed the wheelchair without further hesitation. As she wheeled Nagato just past the cave's mouth, they saw two familiar figures standing there. Outside the cave stood their former mentor, Jiraiya, and their junior, Uchiha Ag. Jiraiya's gaze fixed instantly on the skeletal figure in the wheelchair. It was him, Nagato, the very child in whom he had placed so much hope, the one he believed to be the prophesied one. Nagato, so it truly was you behind all of this. Jiraiya was overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. Those three children whose eyes once shone so brightly with hope in the land of rain, for them to become the ones who plunged the ninja world into chaos and bloodshed. Nagato raised his head and looked coldly at Jiraiya, as though scrutinizing a complete stranger. Jiraiya-sensei, do you regret it now, that you didn't listen to Orochimaru and kill us back then? Jiraiya couldn't help but recall the moment he first met the three of them. It was during the Second Great Ninja War, when a land of rain had turned into hell on earth. The ground was littered with corpses. Misery was everywhere. Three orphaned children, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, huddled together for warmth in their despair, and by fate's hand, ran headlong into the legendary Sannin in their youthful prime. Orochimaru had insisted on eliminating them, cutting weeds and pulling up the roots to avoid future trouble. But Jiraiya hesitated. Defying Orochimaru's objections, he not only spared their lives. He stayed in the land of rain and spent a precious, gentle period with them. He taught them many skills for surviving in the shinobi world. Eventually, Jiraiya left, and there was no further contact between master and students. He only heard, from time to time, that the Akatsuki organization grew ever more notorious, their deeds turning bolder and bolder. And later, Akatsuki became the greatest threat to the shinobi world. Now, it had come to this. He might have to deal with these students, the very ones who once dreamt of changing the world by his own hand. Jiraiya drew a long, steadying breath. Don't say things like that, Nagato. And you too, Conan. Jiraiya's voice suddenly rose with intensity. You, more than anyone, know the cruelty of war. Too much blood has soaked this land. Too many lives have been buried beneath it. Why do you insist on creating more pain and death with your own hands? Is this the peace you truly seek? Enough. Nagato cut Jiraiya off, his voice sharp. Your hollow talk of justice and virtue means nothing. Master Jiraiya, we once want to solve things peacefully too. But tell me, what do we get in return? Nagato's shout was nearly a cry. We approached Hanzo in good faith to negotiate, and he threatened to kill Yahiko. Do you know how much it hurt me to watch Yahiko die before my eyes? Jiraiya's face was heavy with sorrow. Nagato. The old Nagato is long dead. He was killed by the so-called noble great nations, by people like you, who claim righteousness but have blood on your hands. Nagato panted, glaring at Jiraiya and Ainsai with fury burning in his eyes. We delved into Hanzo's memories after his death. It was your own Danzo from Konoha. He manipulated Hanzo. It was Konoha's doing. Konoha is the real murderer of Yahiko. Jiraiya was stunned. Danzo again? Just how many unforgivable sins had that man committed before he died? Nagato. Jiraiya managed his words heavy. There's still time to turn back. Nagato shook his head, steely resolve in his gaze. I will reshape this twisted world. I will create an eternal nation with no war, only peace. Just like when Yahiko was with us. Jiraiya's eyes lingered on the legendary Rinnegan gleaming from Nagato's face. He could almost see the great Toad Sage's prophecy unrolling before his mind's eye. The child of prophecy would shake the entire shinobi world with tremendous change. He simply hadn't expected that such change would come at the cost of destruction. As Nagato's teacher, Jiraiya knew he bore the responsibility of guiding him onto the right path. Yet, as things stood now, that hope had already faded away. Jiraiya understood what had to be done. He would have to kill the student he cherished with his own hands. His gaze grew resolute and unwavering. Ainsai, let me handle this. Ainsai spread his hands in acceptance. All right, Jiraiya-sensei. Conan quietly wheeled Nagato further backward, keeping her movements subtle. Fire style, flame bullet. Nagato pressed his palms together. Conan, protect yourself. Shinra-tensei. The torrent of fire from Jiraiya was shattered, the very ground beneath him suddenly collapsing into a crater as a blast of force sent shards of rock flying. Conan had anticipated this. Her form instantly burst into a flurry of paper, fluttering light and swift out of harm's way. She reconstituted herself midair, landing defensively in front of Nagato, paper shuriken ready to fly at a moment's notice. Jiraiya advanced, his movements agile and measured. Nagato raised a hand. Bansho 10 in. Caught off guard, Jiraiya suddenly found himself pressed close against Nagato's body. Nagato's right hand gripped Jiraiya's back, voraciously absorbing the chakra within him. Jiraiya drew in a sharp breath, feeling his chakra rapidly draining away. He stumbled back several steps, gasping for air as if he'd just resurfaced from deep water. Nagato, on the other hand, looked just a bit less pallid than before. So, you're able to steal your opponent's chakra to replenish your own. In the next instant, Nagato slapped his palm onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Geto statue. The world thundered. The earth trembled violently. A gargantuan figure emerged behind Nagato. The Geto statue, a monstrous behemoth, grotesque beyond measure. Along its head ran a row of staring eyes, its features somehow both foolish and terrifying. Yet this was merely its outward guise. In truth, it was the empty vessel once meant to contain the power of the 10 tails. Sadly, it was only a shell. Ag and the others had moved far too early. The Akatsuki hadn't even managed to gather enough tailed beasts for its full awakening. Yet, this was Nagato's trump card, his last resort. Once, relying on the statue's fearsome might, Nagato had swept away enough of Danzo's and Hanzo's followers to tip the scales. Now, after many long years, he called it forth again. Go! The Geto statue bared its maw and let out a bone-shaking, guttural roar. The next moment, the monstrous hand swung down straight at Jiraiya. Ag exhaled deeply. His chakra reserves were still sufficient. It was time to test the latest ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan's peak bloodline limit burst forth in all its glory. Susanoo, a colossal, white-armored giant erupted from the very earth itself, towering so high it even dwarfed the monstrous statue. Chakra flowed over its form like streams of molten silver, coalescing into regal, imposing armor. The surface of that armor shimmered, casting ripples as though it were forged from the depths of the boundless ocean. With Susanoo's arrival, the ground at its feet was instantly transfigured, becoming a vast, surging sea. The Geto statue's devastating strike came crashing down upon Susanoo's breastplate. At the moment of impact, the liquid armor warped and surged. What seemed soft and fluid was, in fact, a tide of infinite resilience, diffusing the mighty blow, sending wild shockwaves rippling across the water surface. Susanoo endured, utterly unmoved by this earth-shattering strike. Then, drawing back its massive fist, cloaked in howling chakra, Susanoo drove a flawless punch straight into the Geto statue's hideous face. A roar split the storm-shrouded sky, a sound so raw and anguished it seemed to rattle the rain. Knocked violently aside, the statue's hulking mass toppled like a felled giant, crashing down with an explosion of water rising like a tidal wave. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. In an instant, a vast expanse of water beneath and around the demonic statue of the outer path transformed into a thick, deadly mire, attempting to further restrict this monstrous entity's movements. Conan sprang into action as well. Dance of a Shikigami. With a sweeping motion of her arms, countless razor-sharp paper sheets, infused with chakra, surged forward like a raging storm toward Jiraiya. Ag waved his hand, conjuring a towering wall of water over 10 meters high. The barrage of sharp paper blades embedded themselves deep into the wall, producing a relentless, muffled thrumming. But the rushing water swiftly sapped their momentum, causing them to sink, powerless, into the depths. Taking advantage of this moment, the demonic statue struggled violently, trying to rise, its eyes flashing with even more savage fury. Yet Susanoo was swifter still. The giant's deep blue right hand gripped the void, and instantly, a massive spear, etched with flowing water-like seal patterns, materialized. With a jarring, hair-raising sound of penetration, the enormous chakra spear struck true, piercing straight through the demonic statue's chest. Its vast body was nailed firmly to the water's surface, pinned like a specimen. The cursed patterns crawling along the spear's shaft spread rapidly over the demonic statue's entire form, weaving an enormous sealing web in the blink of an eye, ruthlessly suppressing its frenzied struggles. The pinned statue let out a roar, furious and unwilling to yield. Nagato, seated in his wheelchair, stared unblinkingly at the battlefield. Bloodshot veins crawled through his rinnegan, the pain of life slipping away, sending violent tremors through his body. The demonic statue still has more power than this. The next second, the demonic statue threw open its massive jaws and unleashed a blast of purple chakra, directly at Susanoo. Immediately, the chakra transformed into a giant purple dragon. This was the demonic statue's signature ability, devouring the enemy's chakra. The colossal dragon lunged straight for Susanoo's core. Yet, just as the purple dragon was about to strike the white giant, the immense form of Susanoo, with Ag within, vanished in an instant as if it had been nothing but an illusion, dissolving into thin air. The purple dragon chomped down on nothing but empty space. What? Ag's figure had already reappeared on the opposite side of the battlefield, standing unwavering in the crystal set on Susanoo's brow. Do you really understand just how rare a flying thunder god Susanoo truly is? Then, slapping both palms together, he exclaimed, "My turn! You're so fond of stealing my chakra. Let me take some of yours for a change." The scientist of the ninja world has entered the stage. Lord Tobirama Senju, second Hokage, dedicated his life to the study of tailed beast sealing, control, and chakra absorption techniques. Technique simulation complete. Conclusion. In Susanoo form, chakra absorption is possible. Susanoo's massive hand clenched fiercely in the air, conjuring two long chakra blades. Upon their surfaces, runes clustered densely from hilt to tip. Flying Thunder God, Susanoo, twin blade strike. In a flash, slashes sliced through the air, swift and precise. The first strike fell silently, severing the monstrous arm that the demonic statue had been struggling to swing. The second blow, tracing a sharper arc, precisely cut through its thick lower limb that supported its weight. The severed limbs crashed down like collapsing boulders, landing heavily in the water and sending towering spray skyward. That already sluggish and cumbersome creature lost all ability to move in an instant. Only the pinned main body writhed in vain, while torrents of chaotic chakra spilled from its wounds, greedily absorbed by the runes glowing along the twin blades. Huff, huff, huff. Nagato, whose body was already feeble, now found even the act of breathing unbearably difficult. "I've lost, truly lost this time." Conan's voice rang out, edged with despair and a fierce resolve. Not yet. Countless paper slips burst forth from her back, gathering into enormous, angelic wings. She soared into the sky, where her flurry of paper instantly hardened, transformed into tens of thousands of gleaming, razor-sharp paper spears. They rained down like a fierce storm upon the white Susanoo giant. Yet, that dense barrage, striking the flowing liquid armor of Susanoo, had all the effect of pebbles cast into a river. The paper spears, stabbing into the water like current, raised only faint ripples. Each was inexorably swallowed by the resilient, buffering chakra that comprised Susanoo's defense. Susanoo casually lifted an arm. A towering wave of chakra surged into existence, sweeping through the sky towards Conan with unstoppable force. "Arg!" Conan gasped as her paper wings were instantly shattered. She was hurled through the air like a kite with broken strings, crashing hard against a distant cliffside. All she could do was watch helplessly as the giant faded away, its form slowly approaching Nagato. "Conan!" Nagato's cry was wild, desperate. He refused to let it end like this. "Super. Shinra, 10. Before he could even finish the words, a sharp agony twisted in his chest. Looking down, he saw a long blade piercing straight through his heart, though he had no idea when it struck. Jiraiya-sensei once called you the child of prophecy. Nagato struggled to raise his head, meeting the weary eyes of his junior, his breath ragged. "I never believed in such nonsense." With effort, he drew out Miramesa, water trickling down its length like a fine drizzle. "You wish for this world to know pain. I must protect my Konoha." "Nagato!" Conan's anguished cry sliced through the downpour. Staggering forward, she tried to reach him, only to be transfixed midair by another gleaming ninja blade. With a heavy thud, she crashed down before Nagato. "Conan!" Nagato's gaze lingered on her pale face one last time. His raised right hand, the very hand that symbolized the power of a god, fell limply to the ground. "Nagato!" The cold blade pressed against her throat. Conan slowly closed her eyes. Bright red blood dripped slowly to the ground, staining the black robe. Jiraiya, standing to the side, let out a long, heavy sigh. This world, after all, had still not become the way he had wished. Where was this so-called child of prophecy, destined to change the shinobi world? Nagato had tried to overturn the shinobi world, while Minato's life was cut short in his prime. He sank into a long silence, water streaming down his cheeks. No one could tell whether it was rain or tears. After what felt like an eternity, Jiraiya finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "Let's find a place to let them rest in peace." "All right." He knelt down, gently brushing his hand over Nagato's eyelids. When he lifted his hand again, the Rinnegan lay quietly in his palm. Jiraiya's gaze lingered on Ainsai's hand for a moment. His lips parted slightly. But in the end, he said nothing. Those eyes had brought untold calamities to the shinobi world. Perhaps destroying them was the wisest choice. In a quiet corner of the Land of Rain, a land that never knew peace, 3 new graves were raised. They laid Yahiko to rest there, too. It's over, Jiraiya's voice trembled. It's all over. After they finished the burials, the 2 of them returned to the Akatsuki base in the Land of Rain. They decorated the place with countless explosive tags. Drink! A thunderous roar of fire and smoke instantly engulfed the entire base. The base, an emblem of Akatsuki's ambition and power, was reduced to ashes in the blaze. Ainsai and Jiraiya did not so much as glance back, turning instead to walk into the driving rain. Ainsai. After they had walked far, Jiraiya suddenly stopped. You should head back to Konoha. Ainsai frowned. Jiraiya-sama, what about you? Jiraiya looked up, gazing into the distance. No matter how many years it takes, no matter how far I must travel, I have to find that legendary child of prophecy. That's the key to truly changing the shinobi world. Ainsai wished he could grab Itachi's eyes and fix them to his own, just so he could cast an upgraded 720-hour Tsukuyami on Jiraiya. Give up on your child of prophecy, won't you? Go back to the village and visit your best pupil's good son. Come back to Konoha with me. There are still many things waiting for you to take care of in the village. Jiraiya shook his head. Jiraiya-sama, I'm the Hokage now. But if I don't find the child of prophecy, the future might. No matter what happens, I have no regrets and never will. I understand. Jiraiya squinted, gazing in the direction of Konin and the others' graves. But before that, I want to make one more trip to Mount Myaboku. Wait for me just a little while. All right, Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya found himself there once again. When they saw him, the toads greeted him. Gamabunta and the others were wrapped in bandages, black and blue from bruises, looking rather battered. Little Jiraiya. Gamabunta took a deep drag on his pipe. That prodigy of yours really does love picking the most troublesome opponents. In the past, Jiraiya might have bantered with him a little. But today, he remained silent, heading straight for the great toad sage. Sensing that something was off, the other toads quietly busied themselves elsewhere. Toad sage, I have something I'd like to ask you. Oh, the toad sage slowly opened his eyes. Little Jiraiya, what brings you here today? Jiraiya sat down cross-legged and recounted everything that had happened. I want to know, where's the child of prophecy? Toad sage, can you give me a clear sign? I see. The toad sage murmured, closing his eyes. Wait here a moment. No one could tell how many hours slipped by before the great toad sage opened his eyes again. The child of prophecy is right by your side. Right by my side? Jiraiya suddenly felt the urge to yell. Damn it, there are tons of people around me. Can't you just be clear about who it is? I'm leaving. After Jiraiya had pressed the toad sage for answers, Ainsai slipped away to rest in an abandoned shack. Mission progress updated. Thanks to the efforts of Lord Tobirama and Jiraiya, a large number of Akatsuki members have been eliminated, striking at the core of the terrorist group. This heavy blow has laid down an important foundation for peace in the shinobi world. Yet shadows have not dispersed. The true mastermind still lurks, their schemes far from over. Phase reward. The Uchiha and Senju blood within Lord Tobirama has begun to merge. Far above, a gaze swept down from the sky. That chakra, something's not right. Meanwhile, Jiraiya returned. Let's go. The 2 of them walked side by side, sharing a large black umbrella. Suddenly, Jiraiya asked Ainsai. Ainsai, the toad sage said the child of prophecy is right by my side. Who do you think it is? Lord Jiraiya. I'm here. Let me buy you a pastry. Thank you. Shortly after they left, a strange creature that looked like a pitcher plant crept out. It had watched the entire fight and seen the moment the Rinnegan was taken. Zetsu, or more precisely, Black Zetsu, seethed with fury. Uchiha Ainsai really was moving too fast. Orochimaru's invasion of the leaf had barely subsided, and before you knew it, Ainsai had already shown up with Jiraiya to turn everything upside down. Can't you people make a battle plan first? Maybe hold a meeting and discuss it for a year or so before charging in. Don't you understand the concept of procedure? The deaths of a few Akatsuki members didn't mean a thing to Black Zetsu. In his 1,000-year scheme, these so-called companions were nothing but disposable pawns, meant to be sacrificed when the time was right. Whether they died sooner or later didn't make much difference. However, they couldn't die now. If they all ended up dead, then who would collect the tailed beasts? The plan had barely begun, and they hadn't even secured the one tail yet. To make matters worse, not only was everyone wiped out, but even the crucial bases had been blown to smithereens. Now, within the once mighty organization, aside from himself, the shadowy manipulator of 1,000 years. The only one left was Obito Uchiha, a man tricked by Madara, convinced he held all the strings, when in fact, he was just being toyed with. How on earth was he supposed to resurrect his mother now? How the hell was he supposed to, damn it, bring his mother back to life? All he ever wanted was to revive his mother. What crime was that? Black Zetsu muttered curses under his breath for a long while. All at once, a vortex began swirling beside him. Out stepped Obito, masked and cloaked in Akatsuki robes. Zetsu, what's the situation? After Black Zetsu explained, Obito's expression grew grave. This was bad. The situation was spinning out of control. That fool Einstein, a reckless brute pretending to be a master. But then, Obito tried to reassure himself. So what if Nagato and the others were dead? The Rinnegan was still intact. There was still a chance. But then Black Zetsu poured cold water over his hopes. Nagato's Rinnegan was taken away by the Leaf Village ninja. What did you say? Obito looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Why didn't you stop him? Zetsu pointed at himself, incredulous. Me? What was I supposed to do? Shout about friendship or the power of motherly love, and then charge in? Obito clenched his teeth. No, I don't believe it. I have to see for myself. Under Zetsu's direction, he dug out Nagato's freshly buried body. Sure enough, just as Zetsu said, the Rinnegan was gone. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. That cowardly, brainless Uchiha Einstein, who said he could just take what wasn't his. After confirming the Rinnegan was gone, Obito's spirits plummeted. None of the requirements for carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan could be fulfilled now. Damn it. With a furious kick, he sent Nagato's corpse flying. Without the Rinnegan, what use are you to me? After that brief outburst, Obito forced himself to calm down. He was, after all, the greatest puppeteer in the ninja world, only ever playing along with their games. Now all he needed was a little trick to have these foolish ninja dancing in the palm of his hand once again. He needed to think calmly about his next move. 5 minutes passed, and Obito hadn't moved an inch. 10 minutes later, he was still standing there, brow tightly furrowed. An hour passed, but Obito was still at a complete loss. 3 hours later, Obito was nearly driven mad. Zetsu, Obito suddenly growled. Can't you be quiet? How am I supposed to think like this? Zetsu silently fumed, thinking, did I even say anything? In the rain, the two sat in silence for a long time. The plan has changed. Maybe we'll have to revive Madara ahead of schedule. Obito fell silent at this. He didn't entirely agree with Zetsu's suggestion. But there was no choice. The situation had changed, and all they could do now was take things one step at a time. They returned to the mountain cave, where Madara had once lived. Fortunately, Obito had learned a number of dangerous jutsu. Impure world reincarnation, for example. And as luck would have it, Zetsu, who had lived for over 1,000 years, had long ago sensed things spiraling out of control and had prepared a special vessel for Madara in advance. This body would greatly amplify the power of an Edo Tensei reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation. A man clad in red armor gradually materialized before their eyes. The very first thing Madara did upon awakening was inspect his own body. His brow instinctively furrowed. This is the impure world reincarnation technique. Madara's expression was far from pleasant. He seemed displeased with the method of his return. Is there something wrong? Well, our plan has met with a small complication. That's the situation. Our plans were disrupted by that brat, Uchiha Aishi. Madara sat back in his chair. At the mention of Uchiha Aishi's name, a trace of ambiguous interest flickered in his eyes. A young Uchiha, 18 years old, creating this much turmoil? But as soon as he heard that Aishi had mastered Tobirama's techniques, his anger flared. The Uchiha bloodline, tainted by the underhanded tricks of that conniving Tobirama. This is a disgrace to the Uchiha name. Madara considered himself an expert on Senju Tobirama. If you put Tobirama and Hashirama together, you'd get about 10,000 schemes between them. Hashirama barely contributed 0.3%. In sheer, world-shattering power, Tobirama was far from the strongest. But what Madara truly feared was his utter lack of scruples and that frighteningly brilliant mind. Back in the days of the brutal clan wars, the Senju's relentless advance was due in large part to Tobirama's endless array of cunning plots and underhanded tactics. If not for Madara's own brother, Izuna, aiding him, the Uchiha would have suffered even greater losses. Madara fell into deep contemplation. He knew that from the very beginning, Tobirama was intensely wary of him. More than anyone else, Madara understood that from their first encounter, Tobirama had regarded him as the greatest threat. All those forbidden jutsu, developed in secret, every single one of them had been meant to counter the Sharingan. Which of these is not an attempt to completely eliminate the threat posed by the Uchiha clan? Right now, Madara is facing a major problem. Obito's identity has been exposed, which means Madara can no longer use that persona to manipulate people as he pleases. So, what if he does the opposite, personally taking action, disguising himself as Obito? Yet just thinking about it makes his skin crawl. There's something so off-putting about this idea. Meanwhile, Isai and Jiraiya had returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. They brought back a flood of good news. Have you heard? Lord Hokage and Jiraiya-sama have nearly wiped out the entire Akatsuki. That's right. Even the leader who defeated Raza was brought down by his hand. Lord Hokage is amazing. Jiraiya-sama is amazing too. In the midst of the crowd, Jiraiya blushed with embarrassment. This whole affair really didn't have much to do with him. To put it kindly, he was just assisting. In reality, he was more like an extra accessory. Jiraiya even thought that, even if he hadn't gone and it was Naruto instead, Isai could have still fought his way through without trouble. With Naruto shouting for backup and Isai taking down every enemy in sight. Time for him to leave. There was nothing more for him to do here. Back to writing his novels. After all, he still had a legion of devoted readers eagerly awaiting the next installment. When Uchiha Isai first succeeded the title of Hokage, it wasn't as if he hadn't faced any criticism. The Uchiha clan had always carried a heavy burden of stereotypes. Many believed they were dangerously unstable. But now, after Isai and Jiraiya risked their lives to infiltrate the Land of Rain, people began to see them in a new light. Uchiha Isai truly embodied the burning will of fire. Soon, this newfound respect was immortalized in the most prominent spot in the village, the Hokage Rock. Just as Naruto and Sasuke were finishing up a mission, they happened to pass by. "Hey Sasuke!" Naruto shouted excitedly, pointing to the brand new, towering stone visage above them. "My teacher is the 5th Hokage, and one day I'll be the 6th. Sasuke only gave the stone face a chilly glance. TCH, pointless titles. Pointless teacher and student stuff. With that, he waved dismissively and kept walking on his own. "Sasuke, wait up." Sasuke strode ahead, while Naruto hurried after him, not caring in the least whether Sasuke responded or not. Before long, the two of them found themselves wandering into the Uchiha compound. The villagers there, busy as ever, stared in surprise when they saw the blonde-haired interloper, but quickly returned to their work. The uncle at the grill called out warmly, "Naruto, come here. These pancakes just came off the fire. Try one." According to Grilled Food Uncle, if Isai hadn't arrived in time, he'd have been long gone. So, it was only right to treat Isai's student with some extra kindness. "Thank you, Uncle," Naruto replied with a grin, taking the piping hot pancake and breaking off half for Sasuke. "Here, give it a try." "No, come on, try it." "I said I don't want it." "Wah, Naruto, you idiot. You just stuffed it right into my mouth." Naruto grinned, showing all his teeth. "Haha, but didn't it taste pretty good?" "It was okay, but don't do that again next time." All right, I got it." Naruto smacked his forehead. "Oh no, I promised to train ninjutsu with teacher Aishi. Gotta run. See you tomorrow." With that, Naruto dashed off in a hurry, but as soon as Sasuke heard that name, his expression darkened. "Naruto, this guy's catching up to me more and more. No, that's not right. Except for academic subjects, he's already surpassed me." Sasuke found this hard to accept. He even picked up that strange jutsu that involves molding little balls. Did Aishi teach him that too? Of course, the academy had also assigned Sasuke a great teacher, Kakashi. Kakashi treated Sasuke well, even teaching him his strongest jutsu, Chidori. But Sasuke still wasn't satisfied. His goal remained unchanged. Defeat the current Hokage, Uchiha Aishi. With his current strength, that was still a distant dream. He needed to find a way to gain more power, much more power. Without realizing it, Sasuke wandered to a riverbank. This place used to be his secret hideout with his brother, Itachi. There, he saw a familiar figure. "Father, what are you doing here?" Fugaku had stepped down a while ago, fully embracing the life of an ordinary citizen. He no longer involved himself in clan affairs, big or small. Not that anyone would listen even if he tried. Talk too much, and he'd just get into trouble. Fugaku sat down on the grass. "Sit with me." Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then sat beside him. "Something bothering you lately?" "Yes." "Tell me about it." I need a stronger teacher, to get even more powerful, so I could defeat him." Fugaku understood that him meant the current clan leader, the newly appointed 5th Hokage. He gently patted Sasuke on the shoulder. "Sasuke, it's time to let go of what's weighing on your heart. Or perhaps, the hatred." Deep down, Fugaku knew it was all his fault. He was the one who made Sasuke this way. Strangely, a part of him felt relieved that Sasuke wasn't as extreme as some of the other clansmen. At least for now, Sasuke only wanted to defeat him, not kill him. Sasuke hung his head in silence. Fugaka stood up and let out a soft sigh. Come on, we'll be waiting for you at home. After walking a few steps, Fugako heard Sasuke's voice from behind. Father, I'll have dinner at home tonight. Fugaka paused mid-step but didn't look back. Still, the tight line of his mouth seemed to soften by just a barely noticeable degree. That evening, the three members of the Uchiha family sat around the table for dinner. For once, the atmosphere was surprisingly warm and harmonious. There was no questioning, no reproach, only the faint clatter of bowls and chopsticks, and from time to time, a few casual comments about how the food tasted. This fleeting calm was like a gossamer veil, temporarily softening all the sharp edges beneath. At that very moment, the official Konoha authorities released a proclamation to the entire ninja world. The statement declared that, under the wise leadership of Ag, the village not only eliminated all threats to its own safety, but in the process, also resolved troubles for other villages that had suffered at the hands of the Akatsuki, becoming a true hero and stalwart defender of peace in the shinobi realm. Konoha has always cherished friendship, and, in these hard-earned days of precious peace and progress, welcomes representatives from all factions to come and discuss cooperation or to forge alliances. The fifth Hokage, Uchiha Ag, the worthy inheritor of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju's blazing will of fire, stands ready to receive guests at any time. And that was it. After a bit of self-congratulation, Ag gleefully clocked out for the day. All right, work's over. Let's head home for supper. Senju compound, in the courtyard of Ag's home. The bonfire crackled, the glowing skewers of meat sizzled on the grill, and the aroma hung richly in the air. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Ag sat together around the fire. To us. Shizun, fetch more sake, will you? Yes, Lady Tsunade. Off in a corner, Naruto's cheeks were red with strain as a ball of chakra spun furiously between his hands. Every time he lost control, a burst would erupt, scorching a shallow pit into the ground, dirt and tufts of grass flying everywhere. Naruto, Ag called out at the top of his lungs. I told you to practice ninjutsu, not demolish my entire house. Naruto, without missing a beat, shot back. Granny Tsunade said she's got lots of houses. If you lose this one, you can always stay in another. Well then, good luck. Let's see if you can level the whole Senju compound in 6 months. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. This brat was starting to get on her nerves, even more than Jiraiya. Now that you're back, all these village headaches are yours from now on, she told Ag. She waved a hand at Shizun. Come on, Shizun, our work here is done. Jiraiya let out a sly chuckle. Off to look after your favorite cash cow again. Tsunade stopped in her tracks and shot him a dangerous glare over her shoulder. Relax. Once my luck runs out, I'll come find your star pupil and win it back. No. Jiraiya held Ag back. Some things just aren't worth the trouble, especially at her age. By late night, the village was quiet and still. Jiraiya was already snoring up a storm. Ag dragged a bamboo chair into the yard, slouched lazily, and continued to watch Naruto carry out his unique version of urban redevelopment. It was obvious Naruto had pushed himself to the limit. But even so, he refused to give in. Naruto remembered, to become Hokage, you had to accomplish what no one else could, even if that meant squeezing every last drop of chakra from your body. Ag's usually languid eyes suddenly sharpened with alertness. He saw a faint, crimson chakra begin to seep uncontrollably from Naruto's body. No way, he thought. Is the rent already due this early? Ag straightened up, carefully studying the changes in Naruto. As the red chakra became more and more pronounced, Ag stood to his feet. A crimson gleam began to turn slowly in his eyes as he entered the sealed space where the Nine-Tails was imprisoned. There, he found himself facing a menacing, monstrous fox. Through the bars of a cage, Ag gave the Nine-Tails a casual greeting. Hey there, little fox. Naruto was still in a daze. How had his teacher, Ag, managed to get in here? And, more puzzling, they seemed strangely familiar with each other. Before he could ask anything, the Nine-Tails let out a roar that made the entire space tremble. Who are you calling, little fox? Show some respect, brat. The Nine-Tails eyed Ag up and down. Those disgusting eyes of yours. You're an Uchiha, aren't you? That's right. I'm Az Uchiha. The Nine-Tails snorted coldly, its loathing for the Uchiha clan nearly palpable. Especially that tall guy. If he had the chance, he'd pin him down and give him a proper beating. Then came the time he'd been controlled by an Uchiha-sai technique, forced to attack the Leaf Village, only to be thrashed by some comatose man. The man had lectured him while fighting, Nine-Tails, your power is too dangerous. Honestly, who talks like that? The nerve. No matter how he tried, even if he and that huge Uchiha teamed up, they were no match for that plant man. and yet the plant man accused him of being too dangerous. What a joke. But the plant man hadn't cared about that at all. He'd simply sealed himself into the body of a Jinchuriki. And so it had been, through every generation since. For the Ninetales, there was no more chance at freedom. To the Ninetales, those two descendants of the Leaf Village were nothing but trouble. In truth, all ninja were bad news. They lusted after his power, even as they trembled at the thought that he might endanger the village. Utter hypocrisy. If he hadn't been sealed, he'd have blasted them all away with a single-tailed beast bomb by now. But since he couldn't reach them, the Ninetales decided it wasn't worth the effort to get angry. He simply closed his eyes, out of sight, out of mind. To his surprise, Ag stepped forward and whispered, "Shikaku asked me for a favor. They wanted me to give you a solid kick when I saw you. So, tell me, should I aim for your left side or your right?" The Ninetales' eyes flew open wide. "Kerst Uchiha brat. Damn that Tanuki. You fools. I'll destroy you both." The beast slammed itself again and again against the seal, and even more chakra began to leak out. Feeling the immense chakra surging, Naruto was completely dumbfounded. He'd borrowed a little of that power before, but today it was much more than just a little. It was almost too much for him to handle. Just then, Eiji's voice sounded again. "Do you want revenge?" "Revenge. Let's find an opportunity and give Madara a real beating." Kurama roared, but the force behind its blows subconsciously softened a little. That despicable guy is already long dead. But Eiji just shook his head. Madara might be hiding somewhere in the shadows, still plotting to mess with you again. Maybe someday he'll return and try to drag you out of Naruto's body all over again. Kurama fell silent. It couldn't quite figure out why this kid was saying all this to it. It didn't trust humans, certainly not this strange child. And yet, whenever Kurama thought of that wretched man, anger surged in its chest, tinged too with a small, reluctant thread of fear. That man was truly terrifying. But this silly kid named Naruto, honestly, he'd been pretty decent. He even hoped for a reconciliation with Kurama. In comparison, Kurama found itself more fond of this thick-head blonde kid. Nevertheless, years of grudges and a deep-rooted mistrust of humans finally made it let out a low, impatient growl. It shut its eyes once again, as if the conversation had never happened at all. "You really think I'd trust you Uchiha brats, born with deception in your blood?" Eiji simply shrugged. "I'm heading out. Goodbye." When he opened his eyes again, Naruto's big, whiskered face was right up close. "Sensei, Sensei, how did you get in here? Sensei, Sensei, who did you say isn't dead? Are they really powerful? Sensei, Sensei, do you know why this little fox always looks so nasty? Does he really hate humans that much? Sensei, Sensei." Eiji felt a headache coming on. "Ask Kurama yourself when you get the chance. I'm off to bed." "Oh," Naruto yawned. "Then I'll go sleep too." Ever since moving here, Naruto had been staying over often. After all, there were plenty of rooms, and it was no more trouble than setting out an extra pair of chopsticks. Sometimes he'd even help out with the cleaning and such. It was actually quite nice. Naruto wandered toward the bedroom, swaying a bit. Kurama? What a strange name. A few days later. "Naruto, make sure you practice your chakra control at home. No slacking off." "Naruto." Eiji called Naruto's name a few times, but got no response. He peeked into the empty room, frowning ever so slightly. Where's that little blonde gone now? Off at the crack of dawn, catching fish or looking for shrimp again. Footsteps echoed down the hall, coming closer and closer. Naruto's voice drifted to Eiji's ears. "Why are you so embarrassed? Sasuke, Sensei's a really nice guy. Quit it. Don't pull at me like that. Oh, come on. Why do you blush as easily as Hinata? You're just like a girl sometimes. You're the one blushing. I'm just sunburned." Eiji ran his hand through his messy hair, watching these two close friends with mild exasperation. What were they up to now? Naruto, practically dragging Sasuke along, pulled him up in front of Eiji with a beaming grin. "Eiji-sensei, please take Sasuke on as your student." Eiji nearly choked, coughing in surprise. "What did you just say?" Naruto quickly sidled up beside Eiji, tiptoeing and whispering with a conspiratorial glint in his eyes. "Sasuke secretly asked me what you've taught me, and he wondered if you could teach him too." A sharp hiss escaped. "So did you teach him?" "I did." As he spoke, Naruto gestured with exaggerated seriousness. "I told him, first you do this, then that spin control, and then bam. That's it." Eiji put on a look of utter despair. "Damn it. You really think he'll pick it up just like a native, huh? He's not Konohamaru. If Sasuke can master it like that, I'll eat my hat." Listening to the exchange, Sasuke's proud, standoffish cheeks tinged deep crimson. Deep inside, a herd of wild horses was galloping through his mind, each thought a barbed complaint about Naruto's big mouth. Why does he have to blurt out everything? Doesn't he know? Doesn't he know what stands between me and Eiji? Never mind. Doesn't he realize I see Ag as the greatest rival of all? With a disgruntled scoff, Sasuke muttered, I have to help Grandma find that 67-pound fat dog. I'm leaving. Sasuke, if you really want to learn, I'll teach you. That sentence landed like a thunderclap in Sasuke's heart. He spun around, eyes filled with doubt, and a flicker of desperate longing, so deeply buried even he didn't notice. He stared hard at Ag, as if searching that lazy face for any trace of mockery. Ag yawned. 7 o'clock tonight. Meet me here with Naruto, and bring me some dinner while you're at it. Sasuke's jaw tightened, his throat worked as he swallowed. At length, he managed a begrudging grunt. As if I need you to teach me. Evening, 7 o'clock. In the courtyard, Sasuke stood before Ag as rigid and straight as a spear. In his hand, he held a freshly brewed cup of tea, his head bowed ever so slightly, cheeks blazing red as ripe tomatoes. He looked as though his face might bleed, and his voice dropped to a near whisper. Ag-sensei, please have some tea. He needed to draw true strength from Ag, so that, one day, he could defeat him in front of everyone. Time crept forward. Konoha village settled into a rare peace. Every day after their missions, the prickly, proud Sasuke and the ever-earnest Naruto would come to Ag for training. Every day, Sasuke would challenge Ag, only to be handily beaten and flung into the trees for his trouble. Naruto would sling him back down again and complain, Sensei, aren't you being a bit too cruel? And so on. Under this almost masochistic training, Sasuke's progress was lightning fast. Yet, even so, he felt it wasn't enough. Because Naruto, that rascal, would occasionally erupt with a terrifying surge of chakra, sending him flying from one end of the courtyard to the other with a single punch. Sometimes, Hinata would peek from outside the door, but the instant her eyes met Naruto's, she would faint straight away. So Naruto found himself not only looking after Sasuke, but also taking care of Hinata. It really gave him a headache. You guys are seriously interrupting my precious ramen time, you know? Meanwhile, Sasuke's little admirer, Sakura, would pop in every few days to secretly steal a glance. She had become Tsunade's student and was earnestly learning medical ninjutsu. The villagers of Konoha seemed to be living rather well. But there was one exception. Kabuto. He stood alone at the entrance to his secret laboratory. Adjusting the round glasses perched on his nose, the cold gleam on his lenses concealed every trace of emotion in his eyes. His life had been closely bound to Lord Orochimaru from an early age. As Orochimaru's most capable assistant and spy, he had hidden within Konoha for years, relentlessly transmitting valuable information to his master. However, since the earth-shattering failure of the Konoha Crush plan, Orochimaru had vanished without a trace. Kabuto had tried every possible means to contact him, but Orochimaru had disappeared as though he'd evaporated into thin air. Today, clinging to a final sliver of hope, Kabuto stepped into this most remote and inconspicuous laboratory. He scoured every corner, but still found nothing. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto's voice was so low it was nearly inaudible. Are you truly dead? He slowly lifted his head, and behind the glasses, his gaze held none of its usual docility or loyalty. The pillar that had supported his life for so long now seemed on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a thought began to take root in his mind. Why must I always rely on Lord Orochimaru? Why must I forever stand in the shadows as an assistant? All the power, knowledge, and forbidden techniques that Lord Orochimaru had chased after his whole life. Why couldn't I, Kabuto Yakushi, inherit them? Why couldn't I even surpass him? Once born, this idea spread wildly, like a prairie fire, impossible to contain. It ignited an ambition and hunger for power within Kabuto that he had never dared acknowledge before. A few nights later, under a moonless, wind-swept sky, Kabuto defected. He took with him every scrap of data he could find. His destination, the village hidden in sound in the land of rice fields. Once Orochimaru's lair, it held a vast trove of experimental data, forbidden scrolls, rare cell samples, and a multitude of potent, mysterious reagents, each with unknown purpose. In a central laboratory filled with jars of bizarre, preserved creatures, Kabuto stood before the workbench. The ghastly white light cast stark shadows across his face. He picked up a test tube, giving it a gentle shake, and beneath the lamp, the liquid refracted an eerie glow. Come on, he muttered to himself. Let's see, armed with Lord Orochimaru's legacy, with my own hands and intellect, just how far can I truly go? Anyone who watched Naruto knew Kabuto was a ninja of rare talent. Unfortunately, in certain ways, he still lagged behind Orochimaru. For instance, after grafting Orochimaru's white phosphorus serpent shell onto his own body, Kabuto found himself slowly corrupted from within. Half his cheek now bore faint, serpentine scales, and sometimes he'd lose control, his face twitching with a pain as sharp as if his skin were being torn open. But none of this broke Kabuto's resolve. He remembered how Orochimaru once spoke of Ryuchi Cave, that legendary realm, ranked alongside Mount Myaboku and the Shikatsu Forest as one of the 3 great holy sites, home to the mysterious snake sage who wielded the secret of sage arts. Kabuto was convinced that a ninja like him could overcome any trial. He was certain he could surpass even Orochimaru's power. Adjusting his glasses, exposing the half-corrugated, scarred visage, he made up his mind. His goal, Ryuchi Cave. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 years passed. During that time, the Hidden Leaf Village flourished, pulling noticeably ahead of its rival villages. Even the 2 students had grown, capable now of tackling missions with real risks, such as tracking down the missing Nin, Kabuto, and uncovering his whereabouts. Sasuke had even discovered a Kusanagi sword in one of Orochimaru's old hideouts. There were tales, several times, Naruto or Sasuke nearly lost their lives on those trails. At critical moments, Naruto would unleash his ferocity, collecting rent from his own inner demon and forcing out a 4th tail. Or Sasuke would summon the thunderclap of Kirin. The 2 of them, shouting about their unbreakable bond, threw themselves at former followers of Orochimaru. Perhaps because of all they'd endured together, their friendship had grown much deeper. There were even times when they let their guard down and shared what was truly in their hearts. Well, except that one would always say, Mr. EI is so kind, and the other would vow, sooner or later, I'll use his jutsu to defeat him. Lord Hokage, we're back. Sasuke and Naruto climbed the high terrace and found EI, caught in the breeze. Naruto, EI pointed to a striking face carved beneath his own on the Hokage rock. Do you know who that is? Of course Naruto knew. The great 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Back when he was little, he'd painted graffiti up there more than a few times. He could still recall EI, years ago, explaining that Minato sacrificed his life to protect the Hidden Leaf, leaving behind a son to grow up alone in the world. Naruto, actually, he is your father. In those days, when the village was struck by the chaos of the Nine Tails, it was he who sealed the beast inside you. Naruto's head buzzed so loudly he nearly collapsed. I don't believe it. At that crucial moment, it was Sasuke who reached out to steady him. Of course, Sasuke wasn't handling it any better himself. All this time, everyone thought Naruto was just an orphan, not particularly well-liked in the village. Back in school, he had barely any friends, often left all alone. But who could have guessed that Naruto's father was the Hokage, the very hero who saved the village, whose deeds their teachers never stopped praising, the 4th Hokage? I don't believe it. Naruto shoved Sasuke away, storming off in anger. Ag had told him what creature was sealed within him, a tailed beast named Kurama. And now Naruto realized that everything he'd gone through all these years was because of that terrifying monster. Just because he was the vessel for the Nine Tails, he had always been shunned by everyone in the village. No one wanted to play with him, no one would sell him anything, and some even threw garbage at his door. Kurama, the Nine Tails. Naruto could hardly process that the one who sealed the beast inside him was his very own father. Naruto, wait up! Sasuke quickly hurried off in the direction Naruto had taken. He knew that all these years, Naruto had silently been there for him, helping him through some of his darkest moments. And now, it was Sasuke's turn to return the favor, to save Naruto. By now, Naruto had run to the riverside. It was a place he'd visited often as a child, picking mushrooms, fishing. It was here that he'd met Ag Sensei, a mentor he'd come to admire. But now, Naruto's emotions were nothing like before. He wept quietly. In everyone's eyes, Lord Minato was the hero who saved the village. But to Naruto, that meant nothing. He resented him deeply. Why? Why did he have to seal the Nine Tails inside his own son? Didn't he realize this would make his child endure so much scorn and rejection? What a fool. What so-called great Hokage? What hero? Just an irresponsible father. As Naruto wept in secret, Sasuke quietly approached. Naruto, are you okay? What do you want? Sasuke realized he wasn't very good at comforting people. Before, it was always Naruto who would come running to cheer him up. Now, with the roles reversed, he found himself at a loss. Comforting someone was proving to be even harder than training. After an awkward silence, Sasuke had no words. Instead, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a lunchbox, revealing a few rice balls wrapped in nori. Here, these are for you. I don't want them. Try one, I just bought them. I said I don't want any. Sasuke could barely keep himself from giving Naruto a good punch or two. What an infuriating brat. Wait a minute. If Naruto right now was this annoying, then what about himself back then? Ahem. Sasuke felt a flash of embarrassment. As the two of them traded barbs, Ag gradually made his way over. Naruto, I know you've been through a lot, but Lord Minato believes in you. He trusts you can endure all of this. To be a ninja is to withstand what others cannot. Naruto wiped his tears, none too carefully. But, Ag continued, you know, Naruto, on the day you were born, Obito snuck into the village, intent on killing you. Your parents gave everything to save you. They loved you more than you can ever know. With that, Ag gently patted Naruto's shoulder. After a brief pause, Naruto nodded. I get it. Still, I wish I could see my father and punch him just once. Ag scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Actually, the chance might come sooner than he realized. Iwagakure. The hidden sand, hidden cloud, and hidden stone villages were deep in discussion about their next move. They'd settled on a strategy of collaboration and mutual benefit, aiming to prevent the Leaf from claiming unchecked dominance. That was why the three villages had banded together for warmth and security. To keep the sand from dragging everyone down, they even kicked off some grand irrigation project, diverting a portion of the rain country's water supply. That had gone a long way to easing the sand drought. Of course, it hadn't come free for them. When it came time to divide spoils, the sand got the smallest share. Sometimes, they even worked for nothing at all. It couldn't be helped. If you don't put something on the table, why would anyone invite you to play? Countless nights saw the people of the sand shouting Raza's name to the heavens. Oh, glorious fourth Kazekage, now you're gone. The whole village feels like it's falling apart. At the conference table, each participant had a stack of documents in front of them. The first page was dedicated to Uchiha Ag, the fifth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Over the years, Ag's name had become known throughout the ninja world. Back when the fourth Kazekage, Raza, charged into the rain country with the best of his village, not a single soldier returned alive. That alone spoke to the terror those rogue ninjas inspired. Scarier still, those rogues were later taken out by just two Leaf ninja. They had some idea of Jiraiya's abilities among the three villages, but this made it clear that Uchiha Ninja had played an absolutely pivotal role. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Once they thought of Ag as just another promising talent. Now, they saw, he was a prodigy among prodigies. Is there anyone left in the ninja world who can actually take him on? Even more crucially, Konoha claims that he has inherited the will of Tobirama Senju. But why won't they believe it? Inoki thought of a rather terrifying possibility. What if that Uchiha brat hasn't inherited Tobirama's will at all, but instead carries the same ambition as Madara Uchiha? I felt a bit confused. He had only ever heard of Madara Uchiha's name. Never had the chance to see him in action. Madara, from the legends? Is he really that strong? Inoki nodded slowly. At his level, strong doesn't even begin to describe it. Inoki's intention had originally been to advise the two of them. They'd have to unite if they wanted any hope of holding their own against Konoha. But to his surprise, Ever the Brute paid his words no mind. With a sweeping gesture, he dismissed the thought. You're just getting old, Inoki. Madara's been dead for who knows how long. And if that kid were really that powerful, he would have challenged us already. Inoki looked at him with an expression reserved for the truly clueless. Bulking up so much, is it possible his muscles have crowded out his brains, giving him such a peculiar way of thinking? He had no desire to continue a pointless argument with this muscle head and turned away to confer with Chiyo. Inoki floated up and said, Come along, Lord Chiyo. Let me show you around our village, introduce you to some of our culture. Gladly, gladly. Thank you for your trouble, Lord Inoki. No trouble at all. It took a few seconds before I finally realized what was happening. Those two old Kagers weren't including him. Lord Inoki, I think we should convene a 5 Kage summit, test the waters and find out where Konoha really stands. The two strolled leisurely along the streets of Iwagakure. A 5 Kage summit. Inoki stroked his snowy white beard. Now that's not a bad idea at all. Inoki had seen much and gained invaluable experience over the years. He could tell at once that this was worth trying. First, let's go talk to that hothead A. We'll have him play the heavy at the conference. Meanwhile, we'll put on a bit of a show, make it look like our relationship isn't all that cordial. And then, we'll do this, and then that. All right, we'll do as you say. Konoha soon received their invitation to attend the 5 Kage Summit. Jiraiya, head of the intelligence division, forwarded the letter to Aishi. After reading it, Aishi said, Jiraiya, would you please let them know I'll definitely be there and right on time? Got it, Jiraiya nodded. Should I bring a few bodyguards along? No need. If a fight breaks out, I'll just end up protecting them. Jiraiya let out a coughing chuckle. A week later, in the land of iron, a realm eternally blanketed in snow and ice. Renowned for its iron mines, it serves as the world's largest source of iron for all the shinobi nations. Many of the weapons commonly used by ninjas were forged right here, including Muramasa in Eiji's hand, a masterpiece crafted by the best blacksmiths in the land. The leader, Mifune, stepped forward to greet them. Lord Hokage, we have received your order. Rest assured, we will expedite the production. In recent years, the village hidden in the leaves has maintained close ties with the Land of Iron, frequently purchasing a vast array of ninja tools from here. And they've never hesitated to pay handsomely. Likewise, the Land of Iron also imports a wealth of resources from the Land of Fire. This constant exchange has drawn the two nations considerably closer. All's well. Have the other Kage arrived yet? They're all here. Please follow me. In the meeting room, the other village's representatives had already arrived. They eyed one another with caution, each gaze wary and guarded. Yagura spoke first. I suppose Lord Inoki insisted on convening this 5 Kage summit for a reason. There must be something important to discuss, so why don't we get straight to the point? Inoki replied, it's not exactly a matter of grave concern, but I do have a proposal. If not for each of us fighting in isolation, the Akatsuki wouldn't have taken this long to defeat. I suggest we form an alliance of the 5 villages to safeguard long-term peace and prosperity in the ninja world together. Of course, it would be best if one village could take the lead. It would spare us many complications. Eiji scratched his head, catching on immediately. So, the little potato wanted to be the boss, aiming to bring the Leaf Village under his banner. To this proposal, the Sand and Cloud villages expressed their support. Yagura glanced at Konoha, his meaning crystal clear. Whatever the big brother asks, I'll do. Seeing no objections, Inoki continued. I shall volunteer myself for the job. This sounds like a tough job, so why not leave it to the Leaf? Eiji hadn't finished speaking when an ear-splitting roar tore through the room with the force of sudden thunder. Konoha in charge? Lord Hokage, aren't you taking yourself a bit too seriously? Before Eiji could respond, he exploded with outrage, his voice a whip of accusation as he began listing the origins of Akatsuki's members. Obito, a rogue ninja from the Leaf. Orochimaru, a traitor from the Leaf. Deidara, defected from Stone. Kisame, once of the Mist. Aside from us of the Cloud Village, untouched by corruption, can anyone here say their village hasn't supplied the Akatsuki with talent? At this, the Kage's faces soured. After all, having rogue ninjas emerge from one's village was never a source of pride. Now that those traitors have been dealt with, that chapter might as well have been closed. But he pressed on, reopening old wounds for all to see. What's more, he turned the accusation squarely back on Konoha. The most dangerous among the Akatsuki is a Leaf shinobi as well. Eiji scratched his head. And so, if we must forge this so-called alliance, it ought to be led by the strongest, the most unblemished village, the Cloud. Eiji struggled to hold back a laugh by the time he got halfway through his speech. What nonsense about righteousness and honor. Every single one of these villages has dirt they'd rather keep hidden. Back in the day, the Hidden Cloud actually tried to kidnap Kushina Uzumaki, all for the sake of unraveling the secret behind Jinchuriki. If it hadn't been for the little son, Minato, who intervened just in time, saving the damsel under the moonlight, no less, who knows what would have happened. Later, they set their sights on the Hyuga clan, scheming to abduct Hinata, the heiress of the main family. But her father, Hayashi, killed the would-be kidnapper with a single strike, only for this pack of scoundrels to turn around and blame them for it. In the end, it was Niji's father, Hisashi, who had to sacrifice himself to finally settle the mess. And as for Rogue Ninja, weren't gold and silver brothers your handiwork? None of us are saints here, so stop pretending otherwise. In Aisai's eyes, the Hidden Cloud was simply greedy to the core. There's a saying among shinobi. People from the Hidden Cloud look ferocious, but they're supposed to have a strong sense of principle. But the truth couldn't be further from that. Aisai looked straight at A. Is everyone in the Hidden Cloud as shameless as you? A bristled immediately, a surge of chakra erupting from him in a wild torrent. You little brat, what did you just say? In a flash, A activated his lightning release chakra mode. Sparks crackled furiously across his whole body. He shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning, tearing straight toward Aisai. Liger Bomb. A's arm morphed into a giant blade of thunder, slicing through the air with deadly force as he struck down toward Aisai's head. He intended to utterly crush this impudent child who dared call him out in front of everyone. Arrogant whelp. The raging hand of lightning closed in, a razor's edge barely half a meter from Aisai's skull. Yet in the very next instant, the blow froze in midair. Chakra light blazed as a giant white guardian rose up from the earth, shielding Aisai completely within its embrace. Aisai calmly raised one finger. Getting nervous? Then a second. Or is it just that you got called out, and now you're losing your cool? Little bastard, you've got a death wish. Chakra erupted from him once again, electricity crackling around his body, the currents arcing and snapping. No one had ever spoken to him like this before. Not even the Hokage. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, before his death, had always treated her with wary politeness, afraid of provoking trouble for the leaf. Sure, Aisai's words had a grain of truth. But nothing. No one talks back to him and gets away with it. Aisai's provocation sent him over the edge, like a man possessed, a wound more blinding lightning around his other arm, and swung savagely at Aisai once more. A deafening crash. But the tempest of lightning only tore apart empty air. Aisai, along with the towering Sunu, evaporated from the spot like mist blown away by the wind. "He's behind you." Darui, sharp-eyed and quick, shouted a warning. A's reaction was instantaneous. His body twisted against its own inertia, forcing a hand blade, crackling with lightning, to sweep backwards in a wide arc. But once again, it struck nothing but thin air. Those who master the lightning release truly are terrifying. A roared in fury, lightning rampaging uncontrollably through the hall, yet not even grazing the hem of Ainsai's robe. His much-prided absolute speed now seemed clumsy and helpless in the face of space-time jutsu. A's thoughts flashed to a certain figure. Back then, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash. No, wait. Now it's the White Flash. White? The White Fang of the Leaf. Tobirama Senju. Just as A's rage peaked after his repeated misses, lightning sparking wildly around him on the verge of bursting out of control, Ainsai's cold, unfeeling voice reached his ear. "Water release. Rasengan." The words had barely left his lips when a terrifying torrent of highly compressed, swirling water infused with a biting cold slammed into A's unprotected back. A thunderous crash. His body armored in the mightiest lightning release was blasted off his feet like a cannonball. He crashed straight through the sturdy wall of the conference hall, sent tumbling amidst the rubble and a cloud of dust. Darui witnessed this with wide eyes, hands flying through a rapid sequence of hand signs. Water release, heaven's tears. A needle of water pierced Darui's wrist, and in the next instant, Ainsai's foot sent him hurtling aside. He rolled across the ground several times before coming to a stop. A struggle to push himself up, hardly able to believe what had just happened. His lightning armor, famed for its unparalleled defense, so easily breached? A heavy silence blanketed the hall. The only sound were the wind whistling through the breach in the wall and A's ragged breathing. As the dust began to settle, Ainsai stood in the center of the hall and dismissed his Susanoo. "Well, everyone saw it. This brute threw the first punch. I was only defending myself. Nothing provocative here." Yagura watched Ainsai, suddenly reminded of certain memories that were far from pleasant. High above, Inoki's eyes drilled into Ainsai, as though trying to pierce through him and unmask another figure altogether. Susanoo, such power. That man's shadow returned, provoking a flicker of trauma even in an old warrior who'd survived the Warring States era. Ainsai glanced towards Mifune, who cleared his throat. "Shinobi leaders, please, let's remain calm. Let's return to our seats and continue discussing the alliance, so crucial to the safety of the ninja world." Face dark, a wordlessly made his way back to his seat. "Ahem. Regarding the topic of the alliance, I ask that you all give it serious thought after you return and reply as soon as possible." Mifune pressed on through sheer will, then passed the floor to Inoki once more. "Lord Mifune, there's one more matter. This one concerns the Land of Iron." Taken aback, Mifune asked, "Something to do with me?" "Yes," Inoki floated forward. "A batch of urgently needed strategic supplies we ordered from the Hidden Stone Village has been delayed for months and still hasn't been delivered. This has seriously impacted the rotation of our border defenses." Mifune felt deeply wronged. The craftsmen of the Land of Iron had been working around the clock, worn out and exhausted every single day, but the sheer volume of Konoha's orders was overwhelming. Moreover, Konoha had even stationed several members of the Uchiha clan near the Land of Iron's workshops, officially for coordination and communication, but everyone knew they were really there to keep an eye on things. Whenever a batch of properly forged ninja tools was finished, those Uchihas would immediately show up with purchase orders stamped with a Hokage seal and proof of payment, taking the goods away. With full payment made and goods collected, Mifune and his people could hardly find a suitable reason to prioritize any other village's orders. As time went on, naturally, problems began to emerge in delivering supplies to the other villages. Even the goods the Land of Iron imported were being delivered from the Land of Fire at incredible speed. It was as if the Land of Fire had set up a warehouse right at the border. The moment the Land of Iron placed an order, a convoy dispatch from Konoha would show up almost instantly. They called it something like Fire Express. Compared to any of the other villages, their delivery speed wasn't just better, it was leagues ahead. And the prices were rather fair. Over time, the land of iron grew so accustomed to this efficiency that they hardly wanted to buy supplies from elsewhere at all. Losing such a major customer naturally hurt the interests of the other three nations. But they had no grounds to protest. After all, who could dictate from whom another nation should choose to buy? Mifune chose his words carefully, in the end settling for a vague reply. There have been some difficulties in production capacity allocation. We're doing our utmost to coordinate things. Lord Suchikage, please rest assured, your village's order will be arranged as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Anoki was clearly dissatisfied with such an evasive answer. He shifted his attack to Aishi, who was quietly sipping his hot tea. And furthermore, the grain prices in the Land of Fire have skyrocketed. Lord Hokage, are you aware of this? Aishi narrowed his eyes. That's just normal market behavior, Lord Noki. What exactly are you getting at? Some suggest that the Land of Fire is using its resource advantages to choke other nations' lifelines. What does Lord Hokage make of that? I have no comment. Next question. You. Anoki was so furious he nearly passed out. Where did this shamelessness come from? Your village's previous leader was far easier to deal with than you. Aishi knocked on the table. If that's all, allow me to say a few words in closing. And so, the Five Kage summit dragged on for another 3 days, filled with endless back-and-forth bickering. Mifune listened with a deep, helpless sigh. Over the years, he'd been part of countless councils and assemblies, and had seen all these things more times than he cared to count. On the surface, everyone claimed it was for the good of the ninja world, for the sake of peace, but in truth, it all came down to guarding their own narrow interests. No sooner had the crisis posed by Akatsuki been resolved than these villages resumed their squabbling. And with things like this, how could anyone seriously talk about peace? Let's just have a fight and be done with it. Most of the time, Ag just sat in on these meetings, only speaking up when Konoha's interests were at stake. Ultimately, his guiding principle was simple. Anything that put Konoha at a disadvantage was simply unacceptable. Who cares whether your children live or die? The other Kage were grinding their teeth in frustration. This guy was impossible to take advantage of. He was like a stone in a latrine, stubborn, immovable, and utterly infuriating. 3 days passed. At last, this much-anticipated Five Kage summit, with everyone bottling up their anger, came to an abrupt and unsatisfying end. To sum it up, the core disagreements remained unresolved. The alliance of the Cloud, Stone, and Sand villages pressured Konoha, hoping to squeeze some benefits from the fat pig of the ninja world. Whether it was resource quotas, mission assignment shares, buffer zone territory, or rights to cooperate with smaller nations, everyone wanted a piece. But Konoha's answer was blunt. Absolutely not. If you have a problem with that, come at us. After all, we've fought for decades anyway. What's a little more war? Upon hearing this, I once again flipped the table in rage, which gave Mifune quite the scare. Please, anything but a fight in the Land of Iron. If things really went south here, wouldn't all the blame fall on him as the host? But nobody was looking at him. Why was that Three Tails Jinchuriki summoning his giant turtle already? Yagura, along with his subordinates, promptly expressed their stance. We're sticking with Big Brother Konoha. Actions speak louder than words. They were ready for anything. After pledging his loyalty, Yagura took Terumi, Mei, and headed back to prepare their forces. With only a perfunctory farewell ceremony, the representatives of each village departed, each harboring their own schemes, and carrying with them agreements that had no hope of being honored. Somewhere in a secluded mountain valley far from the Land of Iron's core, from the Cloud, Anoki of the Stone, and the Sand's representative gathered for a secret meeting once more. Anoki had witnessed all the phases of Konoha's growth. For various reasons, he had always regarded the village as a monstrous threat, dangerous and hard to control. 2 years earlier, Hiruzen had died a hero's death, and Uchiha Ag had inherited the Hokage's seat. Honestly, Anoki had expected Konoha to falter at that point. An 18-year-old boy, without guidance from any elders, surely he would lack the craft and cunning needed for leadership. Even with all the talk about inheriting Tobirama's will, Anoki had only half believed it. Senju Tobirama was exquisitely ruthless, brilliant, and peerless, a man hard to match in all the ninja world. What were the odds of finding another like him in any village? But today's face-to-face encounter had given Anoki an entirely new understanding of Ag. This youngster was formidable, far more difficult to deal with than Hiruzen had ever been. It made Anoki bristle with frustration. Why did Konoha always get the lucky breaks? Since the days of Hashirama, the village never had a shortage of prodigies. Whenever they managed to outlast or age out a generation of legends, just as Konoha seemed to be running on empty, yet another star would rise, this time, the white-haired youth at the center of it all. Having many talented people would be one thing, but on top of that, Konoha holds the advantage of strategic location and the richest resources. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil with frustration. If that were all, it would still be tolerable. Now that the three villages are working together, there's no need to worry about Konoha monopolizing everything. However, this meeting revealed the true extent of Konoha's ambitions. That guy, he might really be planning to control them, just as he did with Kirigakure. Inoki detested the idea of being under someone else's thumb, but he had no desire to start a war, either. After all, Inoki wasn't sure what new hidden talent Konoha might pull out of nowhere if things escalated. Yet he couldn't shake the worry that the Land of Fire's growing might would squeeze their own breathing room, bit by bit. They refused to end up like Sunagakure, constantly getting bullied and trampled. Iwagakure and Kimogakure would never allow themselves to follow that miserable path. At last, Inoki spoke up, his voice slow and considered. Gentlemen, isn't it time we took some steps to make Konoha rein themselves in a bit? Naturally, both A and Elder Chiyo agreed with his proposal. They always believed that when words failed, fists should do the talking. If the negotiating table leads nowhere, then it's time to settle things with a fight. Elder Chiyo, on the other hand, figured that clinging to these two powerhouses and showing Konoha some muscle couldn't hurt either. Their village had suffered long enough. Even just scraping a little from Konoha would be enough to get by. So, the three quickly found common ground and drew up a plan targeted at Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, Konoha's leaders had no idea what was brewing. When Ag returned to the village, he simply mentioned that something seemed fishy with those three villages and warned everyone to be extra cautious on missions. Unfortunately, his warning went in one ear and out the other for Naruto and Sasuke. Those two knuckleheads paid it no mind. A week later, they accepted an escort mission. As they crossed into the Land of Lightning, they suddenly fell into an ambush. Several masked ninja surrounded them, cutting off every escape route. What are Konoha ninja doing trespassing on the territory of the Land of Lightning? What's their true intent? Hearing that, Naruto was completely bewildered. They weren't at war right now. Missions often meant crossing foreign borders. Besides, the person they were escorting was a citizen of the Land of Lightning. Hey, you got it all wrong. We're just here to do our job. There's nothing else going on. The masked leader snorted coldly, his voice dripping with suspicion. Still trying to talk your way out of it, brat? I don't think you're even from Konoha. You must be a spy from the Akatsuki in disguise. And as for this so-called escort, I bet you threatened a resident of the Land of Lightning and forced him to guide you in. Hearing those words, Naruto almost cracked his teeth in outrage. What nonsense was this? Me, Uzumaki Naruto, a member of the Akatsuki? He knew full well that, as far as anyone knew, the only remaining member of Akatsuki was Obito. Obito was the real reason his parents had died, a true culprit behind their tragedy. How many bogus pills would someone have to swallow before going crazy enough to impersonate their own enemy? If only Obito were here right now, Naruto fumed inwardly. He'd hurl a rice ball at his head to show him just how terrifying the wrath of Naruto could be. Clenching his fists, Naruto shouted, "Bastard, you're the one in Akatsuki. Your whole family is Akatsuki." The man just sneered at this. Getting angry now that we've seen through your little act? With a flick of his hand, several masked men began to close in slowly. You! Naruto started to retort, but Sasuke quickly held him back. Idiot, these guys are clearly trying to set us up. Naruto blinked, the pieces of the situation falling into place. Was that really what was happening? But how did Sasuke figure out so quickly? After 2 years working together, the two of them had developed a strong, silent understanding. Naruto lowered his voice. So what should we do? Retreat or retreat? Sasuke gave a cold laugh, his right hand resting on the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. If Leaf Shinobi are obstructed by bandits during a mission and have no choice but to protect their team, then action must be taken. Before he even finished, the Tomo in Sasuke's eyes began to rotate steadily. Truth was, Sasuke was burning with anger too. His entire reason for apprenticing under Eiichi was to gain enough power to defeat him in front of everyone. Yet, he was still far from reaching that goal. Sasuke had challenged Eiichi countless times, only to be thoroughly beaten each time. Driven by an obsession for power, Sasuke had pushed himself hard enough to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan. It had puffed up his confidence. If he couldn't beat that man yet, surely these rabble wouldn't pose a problem? Today I, Uchiha Sasuke, will use you all to hone my skills. As for whatever trouble might come after, let that man deal with it himself. It's time, Naruto. Got it. Shadow, clone jutsu. Naruto had no problem borrowing some rent money from Kurama now. 2 torrents of wild chakra shot skyward. Chidori. Rasengan. In the blink of an eye, Naruto and Sasuke had taken down the few provocateurs with ease. Sasuke strode forward, deftly hooking their masks off with the Kusanagi sword. Beneath, he saw familiar forehead protectors. These guys are from the Hidden Cloud Village. Ugh, that might be a problem. I remember the teachers back home always warned us, don't attack shinobi from other villages lightly, or else you'll cause a lot of trouble. Naruto ruffled his messy blonde hair. This is bad, this is bad. Did we just cause Sensei a headache again? Sasuke just chuckled quietly and patted the shoulder of the person they'd been escorting. This is as far as we take you. We're leaving. With that, Sasuke turned and strode off. Come on, idiot. Or do you want to wait here until Cloud Shinobi show up for payback? Oh, Naruto hurried to catch up. Let's take that narrow path. Remember last year, the one where you almost got killed? Shut up. Don't bring up things like that. Haha. Though their voices were lighthearted, Naruto and Sasuke were running at full speed. As soon as they reached the Hidden Leaf Village, they reported to Ag without delay. Sasuke lifted his head. Naruto had nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with Naruto? A cold chuckle escaped Ag. The Hidden Cloud Village dares to steal the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan Sharingan? That's an unforgivable crime. Naruto, huh? Sasuke, what? That's enough. You two can go now. Ag waved them off. Huh? Naruto was a little baffled. He glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke picked up on things quicker. Understood. Leave it to me. Ag set aside the scroll. You're both shinobi of the leaf. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Hearing these words, Sasuke, stubborn as ever, shot Ag a surprised look, only to find Ag looking back at him. Sasuke quickly averted his eyes. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Kakashi-senpai will be there too, Ag added. Without another word, Sasuke tugged Naruto along. Naruto still mumbled under his breath. Sasuke, what exactly did you understand? I'm totally lost here. You don't need to get it. When a fight starts, just charge in with everything you've got. Are you making fun of me? As the two boys left the office, Shikaku Nara finally emerged from the shadows where he'd been standing all along. Since assuming his position, Ag had promoted many talented people from various clans. Someone like Shikaku, with his unmatched intellect, was an obvious choice. Are you sure this really won't cause problems? Shikaku, as cautious as ever, immediately envisioned several possible scenarios, some quite grim. Ag shot back. What problems could there be? If I don't deal with those brutes myself, that's already giving them more respect than they deserve. Those cloud punks wouldn't dare come here trying to claim one of ours, would they? A crease formed between Shikaku's brows. This was precisely what worried him. He remembered how, years ago, after the attempted kidnapping of the Hyuga clan's heiress, Niji's father ended up the sacrifice. Now, the ones caught up in this mess were two of the Hokage's own students. This promised even more trouble. This situation was no less complicated than the last time, perhaps even more so. As Shikaku instinctively started running through possibilities and strategies, his mind whirring at top speed, Ag had already briskly gathered up the papers from his desk. That's enough for today. Whatever comes tomorrow, we'll deal with it then. Ag recalled a book he'd once read. The gist was if you can't lead a team, you'll end up working yourself to death. So he had delegated the village's myriad tasks. Regardless of the clan, the capable rose to the occasion. The shinobi entrusted with new responsibilities were delighted, convinced that they had truly gained the Hokage's trust. Ag, who could now slack off at work, was delighted. Finally, he could leave work on time. A win-win situation. At the Raikage's office in the Hidden Cloud Village. Meanwhile, the Raikage A of the Hidden Cloud Village was looking at his subordinate, who had been beaten so badly even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. As expected, they fell for it. Snorted coldly. He knew that Inoki took him for a reckless brute. But in A's own mind, he only seemed simple-minded on the surface. In truth, he was quite shrewd. Of course, he owed much of this cunning to his strategist, Tutai. Taking the initiative to play the pawn this time was, in fact, for his own benefit. If it did come to a fight, the Hidden Cloud Village had two other villages at its back. Konoha was no longer to be feared. Besides, could Hiruzen's hand-picked successor fight? Sure, he was a bit capable. But what's the use in being good at fighting? This was war. If it came to that, they could just throw people at the problem until the other side collapsed. And Eiji's so-called fierceness was all talk anyway. If it really came down to a fight, he was likely to have as much spine as that softy, Hiruzen. Win or lose, Konoha would have to pay compensation. No matter the outcome, the Cloud Village couldn't lose on this deal. I drew out the letter he'd prepared in advance and handed it to C, the young shinobi. Go on. Negotiations are in your hands now. Remember our bottom line. Rest assured, Lord Raikage, C replied. 2 days later, C arrived in Konoha. At that moment, Konoha's top leaders were passionately debating the village's future direction. A member of the ANBU appeared at the door. Lord Hokage, the shinobi C from the Hidden Cloud has arrived. He's asked to see you specifically. The mention of a visitor from the Cloud Village immediately wiped the smiles from everyone's faces. Raikage was a tough, troublesome character. The incident with Lady Hinata all those years ago had left Konoha deeply humiliated. Now that one of A's people had turned up, it certainly couldn't be good news. Noted. Let him wait a while. Now, everyone, let's continue. AG, clutching his notebook, earnestly recorded what everyone said. Yet the meeting room suddenly fell into utter silence. The clan representatives, who had moments before been arguing fervently, fell completely quiet. AG looked up, glancing around. Is that all you have to say? Ahem, Lord Hokage, there's a visitor. Perhaps we should. All right, AG replied, pouring himself a cup of hot water. It was a bit scalding, so he'd leave it for later. In the Hokage's office, he had already been waiting for some time. What's the matter? AG went straight to his desk and sat down, getting right to the point. C handed over the letter to AG. Then, he recounted how Naruto and Sasuke had thrashed their village's shinobi. In truth, skirmishes between villages were commonplace in the shinobi world. If it wasn't you beating on me, it was me beating on you, just another day. But out of the Cloud Village's mouth, Naruto and Sasuke were made out to be vicious thugs, provoking trouble and slaughtering innocents. They accused them of disregarding peace in the shinobi realm and brazenly trampling on the dignity of the Hidden Cloud. We need Konoha to give us an explanation for this incident. An explanation? What kind? Scotch tape or double-sided tape? What does the Hidden Cloud want? Shi's heart was steady. He felt confident that he now controlled the pace of the negotiation. He took half a step forward and fixed his gaze on Isai. Hand over the murderers, Naruto and Sasuke. We will take them back to the Hidden Cloud and judge them according to our laws. What? Shikaku, standing to the side, looked at Shi in astonishment. Are these guys out of their minds? Naruto was Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, wielder of the Sharingan's formidable might. And both students of the current Hokage. This was nothing less than mercilessly grinding the dignity of the Hokage into the dirt. Shikaku's mind world. He knew the current Hokage appeared lazy most of the time, but at his core, he was utterly unhinged. With Shi pressing so aggressively, if tempers flared, the consequences would be unthinkable. He had to find a way to stabilize things and buy some time, just as Shikaku racked his brains on how to smooth things over and temporarily placate both sides. Get out. Shi froze. Had he heard that right? Shikaku was stunned too. Had Isai really just told Shi to get out? After a brief moment of shock, Shi regained his composure. Lord Hokage, please mind your words. I told you to get out. I won't say it again. She stared at Isai in disbelief. Damn, this young Hokage was tougher than he'd expected. He'd heard that back in the day, when the village chief negotiated with Hiruzen, just a bit of posturing would make him back down. But this guy, he didn't even flinch. What gave him such confidence? Lord Hokage, she stepped forward. On behalf of the Hidden Cloud, I formally demand that you hand. Isai moved. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Shi, and, locking eyes with the stunned envoy, unleashed a swift kick. Thud! Crack! Crash! She flew backward, smashing through the thick wall of the office and landing hard on the street outside. Ow, that hurts! No sooner had she hit the ground than a group of Uchiha clan members surrounded him. Isai's silhouette stood at the jagged edge of the new hole in the wall, looking down at the gathering crowd below. Book him. The repair bill for the wall. He's paying. Understood. Tekka and Inahibi each threw a punch at Shi. Where's the money? She was utterly dumbfounded. All across the ninja world, the Hidden Cloud had the reputation for hot tempers, but compared to Konoha, they were practically saints. Since ancient times, who's ever heard of detaining an envoy at a negotiation? Does Konoha even understand the meaning of diplomacy? Lord Hokage, you'll pay for this. Inahibi drew a short blade and drove it hard into Shi's thigh. Say one more word, and I'll skin you alive. Take him away. Watching his shirt was taken away, Isai returned to the conference room. He sat down and took a sip of water. Ah, still warm. Isai set down his little notebook. That wraps up the reports. May I have a word? Everyone exchanged uncertain glances with each other. Hokage, do you have any orders for us? I've devised a new plan. How about we call it the Cloud Village Collapse Plan? Isai rubbed his palms together with anticipation. Come on, everyone, lend me your advice. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Cloud Village, Raikage's office. A paced restlessness traced AI's steps behind his massive desk. 1 week, yet no word from Sure. This was anything but normal. Given Sure's skills, even if negotiations had reached an impasse or ended on bad terms, there should have been some intelligence sent back. Even if the Leaf wanted to stall, they ought to have given some sign of response. Could something have happened? Perhaps an ambush by the Akatsuki along the way? No, it couldn't be. The Leaf would hardly be so brazen as to detain an envoy from Cloud Village. Wait, That bastard might actually be capable of something that outrageous. AI let out a thunderous roar. Samui, Atsui. At his command, the office doors swung open. A tall young woman and a short-haired blonde strode inside. Lord Rakage. AI issued his orders. You're to depart immediately and proceed secretly to the Land of Fire. Find out what happened to Shure and determine his situation. Yes, sir. The two hadn't made it halfway out the door before Dodai's voice called after them. Konoha might not be the same as before. If anything seems off, or if you encounter danger that's beyond your power to handle, you're to abandon the mission at once. Samui gave a terse nod. Understood, Lord Rakage. AI sank back into his chair. For reasons he couldn't quite name, an ill-feeling gnawed at him. Samui and Atsui set out under deepest secrecy. But the moment they crossed into the Land of Fire, barely past the border, and without even entering the Heartland, a formidable squad of Konoha's finest surrounded them. Halt! Who are you to trespass in the Land of Fire? Atsui tried to explain. We're envoys from Cloud Village, here at the Rakage's behest. He didn't get the chance to finish. He was cut off without pity. Looks to me like your Akatsuki spies sent to assassinate the Hokage. How dare you throw baseless accusations? Instinctively, Samui's hand flew to her short blade. Oh, you even dare to resist? These aren't your everyday trespassers. We'll have to take them down hard. The fight broke out in an instant. Outnumbered and outmatched, Samui and Atsui were pummeled mercilessly by the overwhelming force of the Leaf Sanbu. In just a few short exchanges, the two were battered and bloody under the force of the relentless attack. Take them away. As the security forces escorted the two of them to the prison, the villagers of the Hidden Leaf Village all cast curious glances their way. Why on earth would the village be arresting ninja from the Hidden Cloud out of the blue? Was there going to be another war? When the villagers heard that it was the Cloud Village who had started it by making false accusations and demanding that Konoha hand over two so-called murderers, only to be flatly refused by the Hokage, who ended up beating the intruders instead, they burst into praise for the Hokage's unwavering strength. That's right, there's no reason to just cave in whenever someone threatens you. If we played by those rules, the Hidden Leaf wouldn't last for long. In short, the Hokage is simply incredible. Konoha Military Police Detention Center. Clang! The heavy iron door was pulled open, and Samui along with Atsui were thrown into a tiny cell. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving only a small barred window to let in a faint sliver of light. The two looked around, and in the dimness they noticed a familiar comrade in the next cell. Gee, what are you doing here? She struggled to open his eyes. Recognizing who had arrived, he spoke with some effort. Samui. But before they could talk further, a harsh voice cut them off. Who gave you permission to speak? Keep your mouth shut. Itohi entered the cell with a few police officers, tossing a notebook and a pen at the two captives. Start writing. Samui looked puzzled, her voice cold. Write what? Write down when you became rogue ninja from Cloud Village, when you joined the Akatsuki, and who your accomplices are in the organization. The two blondes exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if this guy had lost his mind. They were loyal followers of Lord A, not traitors. Konoha Shinobi, let me explain. Itohi cut him off with a sharp blow to the head. Cut the crap. I'm telling you, if you don't come clean, you won't ever leave this place alive. Of course, even if you confess, you'll die here anyway. Having said his piece, Itohi and the others slammed the door and left them behind. Now, in the cell, the three ninja stared wordlessly at one another. What should we do? Shihiba sighed. What would they do? Nothing at all. He had always considered himself pretty clever. But it was only after dealing with Konoha that he realized he was no different than a rookie. As soon as they were captured, they got beaten, no chance to explain, and were instantly branded as spies from Akatsuki. Whatever you write in your statement, they don't even bother to look at it. They'd already prepared everything for you. Just grab your hand and stamp your fingerprint on it. How can anyone put up with that? Seeing his companions grumble and curse, she tried to reassure them. Let's save our strength. I believe Lord A will bring the Cloud Army to save us before long. When the time comes, we'll coordinate from the inside and lay waste to Konoha together. She's words did wonders for their morale. That's right. If they were locked up in the Hidden Leaf, that gave Lord A just the reason he needed to march the army to their rescue. For example, take my missing ninja. They've vanished, and now a search is about to begin. If you agree to this, then don't blame us for being less than courteous. No matter how powerful the Hidden Leaf Village may be, it surely can't withstand the combined force of three villages. As for the Hidden Mist Village, it's nothing more than a roadside bystander. Comforting themselves with these thoughts, they began to envision a bright, promising future. The Hidden Cloud Village. There's hope on the horizon. A few days later, in the Cloud Village, inside the Rakage's office, A's patience had finally worn razor thin. The spies stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire reported that as soon as those two entered its territory, they were immediately captured. It was as if the Leaf had been waiting for them all along. I frowned deeply. How could the Leaf know their movements so precisely? Surely there wasn't a traitor inside their own village. He shook off these suspicions, and, after consulting with Tutai, appended another letter, dispatching it to the Leaf at top speed by way of the swiftest summoning beast. The message: the Leaf must immediately and unconditionally release the 3 Cloud Ninja, Killer Bee, Samui, and Atsui. If not, then the Cloud would consider this an act of war by the Leaf against the Cloud. Face the consequences. At the same time, he sent secret missives, long prepared, to the Stone Village and the Sand Village, informing them. The Leaf is arrogant and outrageous. They've detained our envoys. War is now unavoidable. Please initiate war preparations immediately. Follow the plan without delay. Leaf Village, Hokage's office. When the Leaf received A's letter, they immediately denied any such incident. We've only captured a few spies from the Akatsuki organization. There were never any ninja from the Cloud Village among them. If Lord Rakage has any doubts, he's welcome to come to the Leaf Village and see for himself. Of course, we do ask that he come alone. As hosts, the Leaf can't accommodate too large a group. If he's too busy, then perhaps Consultant Tutai could come in his place. When A heard this, he erupted in fury. Bastards! It was as if they were treating him like a complete fool. He may be brash, but he was no simpleton. Heading alone to the Leaf in this situation was as good as walking into a trap. After much discussion, the 3 villages formally issued a declaration of war to the Leaf and the Mist. If the Leaf insists on igniting this conflict, then they cannot blame the Alliance for ganging up. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, the Alliance will sweep across every inch of the Fire Country and Water Country. There's a saying for that: a righteous cause is invincible. Of course, if the Leaf changes its attitude, then let the Hokage bring his 2 students to the Cloud to admit fault and seek forgiveness. After making proper reparations, perhaps the whole affair could be forgotten. Hokage's office. After reading the declaration of war, the representatives of the Leaf's noble clans and the leadership all turned toward the young Hokage. Whether they chose peace or waged war, they would heed the command of this youthful leader. These savages are all talk. Do they really think they can take on the Leaf with their ragtag little force? Offer my apologies and beg forgiveness? Even if I die on the battlefield, I will never hand over a single Leaf ninja. Hit them, and hit them again. This was bad. The Hokage had gone mad. The notoriously fierce Uchiha bloodline had awakened in him at last. Everyone exchanged glances. Already, there were advocates for peace trying to calm the Hokage. They believed that peace had come at a great price, and if negotiations were possible, they should at least be attempted. If all 3 villages form an alliance, Konoha will face too much pressure head-on. Perhaps we should avoid a direct confrontation for now. Before the sentence was finished, Isai flipped the table over. Avoid confrontation? Is that your suggestion? Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama are watching me from above. If I give in now, how could I possibly face them after death? At these words, some faces in the room were awash with shock. Not a thought for meeting Madara after death. His mind was filled only with the other great leader. Our young 5th Hokage really seemed to be Tobirama Reborn. Isai slumped back into his seat. If they refuse to yield, then we'll crush them. In the shinobi world, strength speaks louder than words. Was it not Lord Hashirama himself who only spoke reason after he'd beaten those unruly mobs into submission? I may not be 1/10 the man Lord Hashirama was, but I will not stoop to begging, tail between my legs. Isai rolled out a map and marked a few positions. To show our resolve, I'm stationing the Uchiha clan at key battlefronts. He looked each clan leader in the eye. I've said my piece. Who stands with me, and who stand against? Those rabble who were routed by the first Hokage still dare challenge Konoha. Even without my brother, Hashirama, I, Senju Tobirama, would still annihilate the enemy. New target. Wipe them out. Seeing no objections, Isai began to lay out his tactics. First, stop the reinforcement from Sunagakure and Awagakure, so they have no chance to interfere. First priority, seize the land of grass as quickly as possible. It sits like a choke point between the land of fire and the land of earth, making it a strategic stronghold no army can afford to ignore. It's also right next to the land of rain and the land of waterfall. Small countries, perhaps, but together their forces are not to be underestimated. Right now, these minor nations all pretend friendship with Konoha, but if war really breaks out, no one can say whose side they'll take. Whoever looks to be winning will get their support. Given this, the best course is to station shinobi there directly. This won't just serve to intimidate them, It'll also give the land of earth and land of wind something serious to worry about. With 7 tails in the land of waterfall, if it comes to war, that power could tip the balance. As for the land of rain, Aisai knew that Sunagakure depended on the land of rain for water. With this in mind, he decided to seize territory in the land of rain, cutting off the water supply entirely. Without water, the fighting strength of Sunagakure's shinobi would be severely weakened. Therefore, Sunagakure would surely deploy heavy forces to protect the water sources. When the time comes, we'll send ninjas to harass them, making sure they can't send reinforcements to the front lines. This task naturally fell to Kakashi. Back when the Sand Village attacked, it was his father who cut them down until they howled in defeat. So now, having the son follow in his father's footsteps is perfectly logical. The Cloud Village wasn't much different. They were advancing aggressively. By the time the meeting ended, night had fallen. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone, go get ready. Ingsi left the conference room with the others. He made his way to the Uchiha compound, where the clansmen had already gathered at the shrine, as instructed. The Fourth Great Ninja War is about to begin. Prepare your weapons and make arrangements for your families and children. This time, we're going to take the fight right to those bastards' doorstep. At these words, the clansmen froze for a moment. They looked at each other in surprise. What did he mean by that? Are we really joining the battlefield? When they received confirmation from Ingsi, their restraint shattered. At last, they could go to war. The Uchiha clan members erupted into cheers. Let's wipe them out. Ingsi called out, disperse. With fiery eyes, the Uchiha rushed out the doors. Uchiha Hakadai went to knock on Fugaku's door. Fugaku, it's war. Gather your things and come with us. From inside, Fugaku's voice answered. I know, I'll be right there. As he put on his clothes, Fugaku reminded Mikoto that if he were to die on the battlefield, she must protect Sasuke at all costs. With only one son, they could not afford any loss. Mikoto simply nodded silently, praying for Fugaku's safe return. Fugaku followed Hakadai out the door, taking his place at the end of the column, while the 3 allied forces were still drawing up their tactics. That night, an elite strike team, sharing Crimson Sharingan, all-seeing Byakugan, and an assortment of other ninjas, vanished from the Leaf Village, heading straight for the border of the Land of Grass. Hyuga and Uchiha, once considered the strongest clans of the Leaf, now stood side by side as comrades in arms. On another deep night, Uchiha and Hyuga entered the Land of Grass. Byakugan, activate. 2 enemy ninjas at 12 o'clock, 3 more at 4 o'clock. Understood. In an instant, the Uchiha elites became streaks of shadow, melting into the darkness. With a few muffled thuds, the enemy scouts lost their ability to fight, trussed up and left hanging from the trees. At the head of the squad, Hakadai used an enemy's jacket to wipe the blood from his hands. He was already retired, but when he heard there'd be war, could Hakadai just sit back and watch? Let's see if your grandpa can't handle this. Now, standing before you was the very embodiment of resolve, a conceptual legend. Right after vasectomy, Fugaku, the one and only, rehired Hakadai. Hakadai signaled, and the Hyuga clan members emerged from the shadows. Hayashi, all enemy sentries have been taken care of. With a touch of politeness, Hizashi remarked, as expected of the Uchiha clan. Your reputation is well-deserved. Yet the 8th Uchiha showed no such restraint. Naturally, we Uchihas have always been the strongest clan in the Leaf Village. You're not bad yourself, just a step behind the Uchiha. Hizashi couldn't help but roll his pale eyes. Uchiha, what a bunch of fools. No. Except for the Hokage, of course. Come on, let's go talk to those people from the Hidden Grass Village. Uchiha and Hyuga led the way at the front, while the medical nin following behind couldn't help but sigh in admiration. So this is the backbone of the Hidden Leaf. They have it all: sensory, offensive, medical. Nothing is missing. Their preparations are truly maxed out. Inside the building, the masked leader let out a weary sigh. He stared at the fierce-looking man before him. To what do we owe the honor of such distinguished guests from the Leaf visiting so late at night? Hizashi stepped forward and placed Inasuk's handwritten letter on the table. Please read this. The leader read the letter carefully, and a chill ran down his spine. Trouble. They're forcing us to pick a side. For a small nation trying to survive in the chaotic ninja world, their strategy had always been to sway with the wind. But the Leaf wasn't even giving him a chance to play both sides. The Hokage's words were clear. Join their fight against the Hidden Rock and Hidden Cloud, or be destroyed by them. After all, the Leaf already had plenty of enemies. A few more wouldn't make much difference. He truly believed the Leaf would go that far. Just look at who they sent. Even the wildest of the Uchiha were here. If he uttered even a single word of refusal, he had no doubt this broad-faced man would cut him down without hesitation. In the end, he had no choice but to submit to the overwhelming power of the Leaf. From this moment on, the entire Hidden Grass Village will obey the orders of the Leaf. Meanwhile, the Hidden Rock Village knew nothing of what had transpired. It wasn't until the third day, when the Leaf had yet to make any statement, that the Hidden Rock leadership chose to proceed according to their original plan. Inoki's personal guard, Akatsuki, led an advance unit toward the Land of Grass. Their goal was identical to the Leaf's: seize control of the Land of Grass, making it both a stepping stone and a buffer for their assault on the Leaf. However, as soon as Akatsuki's contingent crossed into the Land of Grass, they were spotted by the Hyugas, all-seeing Byakugan. Enemy shinobi from the Hidden Rock Village detected, approximately 3 kilometers away. The news was swiftly relayed to the Uchiha. Pairs of scarlet Sharingan eyes lit up, their bearers' bodies trembling with excitement. Charge! Cut them down! Like a storm of fury, the Uchiha hurled bundle after bundle of explosive tags at the Hidden Rock troops, scattering them all around and overhead without hesitation. A series of earth-shattering blasts tore through the peace of the Land of Grass. Flames shot skyward, thick smoke billowed, and the violent shockwaves snapped mighty trees clean in half. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Several thick, solid rock walls rose abruptly from the ground, forming a perilous fortress that shielded most of the Iwagakure shinobi within its embrace. Stay calm. The Konoha shinobi arrived even before we did. Prepare for battle. Earth release. Hard petrification technique. A towering stone giant surged from the earth, its sturdy body taking the brunt of the oncoming storm of kunai and shuriken, blocking every attack aimed their way. Charge! Take down the Konoha shinobi. But what greeted this rally was an even fiercer wave of attacks. Uchiha, forward! Don't talk to me about tactics. Attack! Attack! Nothing but pure, unrelenting attack. The Uchiha clan stormed forward. Even the Hyuga, who were supposed to serve as scouts, surged into the fray. The medics, damn it, even the medics were charging into battle. What does it mean to be a scout? The true scouts are the best fighters on the field. Today, we're going to prove once and for all that the Hyuga clan is second to none. Brothers, don't let the Hyugas steal all the credit. When we get back, we'll count heads. Driven by this intense rivalry, the Uchiha unleashed power far beyond their usual selves. For every Uchiha who fell, 2 more wild, relentless fighters would take his place. Take out those 2? Hardly. Most were already gone at their hands. Facing the never-ending fury of the rampaging Uchiha and the Kusagakure shinobi sneaking up to jab them from behind, Kuratsuchi found himself at a total loss. So this is what they mean by Uchiha on the battlefield. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? The Wagakure Command Center. Inoki waited anxiously, eyes fixed on the doors. At last, Kuratsuchi staggered in, barely managing not to fall flat on his face before Inoki. Inoki's heart sank immediately. Kuratsuchi's disheveled state was a sure omen that news from the direction of the Land of Grass would not be good. He hurried to ask, "What's the situation in the Land of Grass?" Kuratsuchi steadied his breath. "Lord Inoki, we fell right into Konoha's ambush. We suffered heavy losses. Our vanguard, over 1,000 strong, lost at least a third." Hearing this, Inoki's frown deepened even further. A third, over 300 shinobi. Before the main battle had even begun, that many had died. The blow to the village's morale would be enormous. Inoki drew a deep breath and helped Kuratsuchi to his feet. Leading him to the map, he said, "Take your time. Tell me everything." The 2 of them moved in front of an enormous strategic map. Kuratsuchi pointed to the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth. We'd barely crossed in the Land of Grass before Konoha attacked. They came faster than we could have possibly imagined. Inoki nodded, his respect and wariness toward Konoha's command rising yet another notch. If that's the case, Konoha's shinobi must have set out several days before them. It was clear they were already prepared to fight to the last. What about Konoha's casualties? They suffered too, but Inoki shot a look at Kuratsuchi. "Stop beating around the bush, just say it." Konoha seized the initiative and caught us completely off guard. But we rallied quickly and launched a counterattack of our own. Relying on our numerical advantage, we managed to push them back for a time. But those Uchiha maniacs, it wasn't just that they weren't afraid to die. They seemed downright eager for it. Recalling the scene, Huangtu's face reflected his lingering shock. Every wounded Uchiha who still had a single breath left would clutch the nearest enemy, detonating the explosive tags tied to their bodies. The more Uchiha we fought, the crazier they became. I saw it myself, their Sharingan eyes evolving amidst the bloodshed. The more they killed, the stronger and more deranged they became. From top to bottom, it was as if none of them considered themselves human. Swords snapped in 3 or 4 places hacking at them. Even when both legs were broken, they'd still let out wild, feral howls and throw themselves forward all the same. At this, Inoki let out a heavy sigh. The Uchiha were still the same Uchiha. From decades ago until now, they had never changed. There's something else, Huang Tu said, wiping sweat from his brow. The grass village has thrown in with Konoha. While we were locked in fierce battle with the Uchiha, they stabbed us in the back. Inoki nodded, the weight in his chest growing heavier. Konoha's moves had come too quickly. Either their adaptability was truly exceptional, or they played this out in their minds countless times before making a single move. That's the only way all their affairs could be so meticulously ordered, their every action a step ahead. If it was the latter, this kind of far-sighted vigilance was just like Tobirama Senju in his prime. Inoki rested a hand on Huang Tu's shoulder. Go and get some rest. Wait for my next orders. Yes, Lord Suchikich. Bruised and battered, Huang Tu dragged himself out of the command room one slow step at a time. The Wind Country's border. Iwagakure was knee-deep in trouble, and Sunagakure fared no better. Led by Kakashi and Gai, over 1,000 of Konoha's top elites had slipped across the land of rain under cover of darkness, crossing into the territory of wind. Their target was clear and fatal, the vital water supply points Sunagakure depended on for survival. The water was cut off, and chaos erupted in Sunagakure almost instantly. Whatever order they'd managed to cobble together for the war effort shattered in a heartbeat. The senior strategists of Sunagakure were thrown into utter confusion, forced to urgently withdraw precious combat units from the front lines. Some tried to restore basic order, while others formed pursuit squads, vowing to root out the Konoha strike force that had slipped deep behind their lines. This, in turn, eased the pressure on Konoha's forces at the front. But the Konoha units, we were slippery as eels, never engaging the enemy head-on. They only focused on one thing, blowing up the water sources with explosive tags and sweeping, large-scale jutsu, sometimes even pushing up to the very gates of the village to cut down the guards there. Much of this success could be attributed to Kakashi's command. He couldn't quite explain it, but every time he killed those Sand Village ninjas, it felt especially effortless, almost as if his father were right there at his side, guiding his hand. On top of that, he wielded a chakra short blade he'd picked up in the Land of Iron. When the older Sand ninjas saw him, some even mistook him for the fabled White Fang returned from the dead. The fight would be half lost before it even began, at least in terms of spirit. Of course, because Kakashi couldn't close his Sharingan, he was perpetually short on chakra. Often, in the midst of battle, he would suddenly be unable to go on. That's when his good friend Guy would charge in. He'd throw Kakashi over his shoulder and rush through the enemy lines time and again, leaving only the fading glimpse of a green silhouette in his wake. Before long, word spread among the Sand Village ninjas that the son of White Fang from the Leaf had teamed up with a relentless, bowl-cut warrior. Meanwhile, the war between the Leaf and the alliance of the three villages raged on. After a few probing skirmishes, both sides sent more and more ninjas into the fray. Such massive mobilization naturally drew the attention of the ninja world's greatest information broker, Zetsu. Inside a cavern, Madara and Obito exchanged glances. Something felt off. According to Obito's original plan, after gathering all the tailed beasts, he'd wage all-out war on the world, sparking the fourth great ninja war. But now, all the nations were clashing amongst themselves, tearing each other apart before he'd even made a move. Obito scratched his head. The outcome seemed on track, but the process was all wrong. How should he handle this? Having lain in wait ever since his resurrection, Madara suddenly thought of a good idea. While the five great nations are at each other's throats, we should collect as many tailed beasts as we can. The demonic statue of the Outer Path hasn't been destroyed. It can still absorb the chakra of all 9 tailed beasts. As for the Rinnegan, when the time is right, I'll personally take it from a Leaf. Madara wrapped his fingers against the back of his chair, giving Obito a quick glance. For now, my existence must remain a secret. The plan to seize the tailed beasts, I'll leave it to you, Obito. Obito nodded, then vanished into the swirling vortex. Land of Rain. Lightning Blade. Kakashi finished off the last Sand Ninja in front of him, gasping for breath. He leaned back against a tree and glanced at Guy, sprawled on the ground. Guy, you holding up? Guy managed a shaky thumbs up, still standing strong. Earlier that morning, the Sand Village had dispatched their next Kazekage candidate, Gaara. He'd stormed into the Land of Rain, determined to teach the Leaf ninjas who'd humiliated him a lesson. But then, he ran right into Konoha's Blue Beast. Might Guy had only needed to open the first few gates of the 8 Gates technique, and already Gaara was left utterly stunned. If not for Black Zetsu from the Stone Village arriving just in time to back him up, Gaara might have been kicked to death by Guy on the spot. He retreated with his battered and dwindling troops back across the borders of the Land of Wind, taking refuge in a sheltered sand valley deep within the desert to regroup and tend to their wounds, determined to rally for a comeback. Suddenly, A shadow appeared without a sound. He wore the black cloak adorned with red clouds, the Akatsuki garb, and on his face was an orange spiral-patterned mask that revealed only a single eye. Gaara's pupils contracted sharply. Uchiha Obito! He raised his hand. Sand coffin. The golden sand beneath their feet erupted to life, surging relentlessly toward Obito in a furious wave. Yet the sand caught nothing but empty air. Foolish child. In an instant, battle exploded into chaos. Gaara, already gravely wounded, quickly succumbed, pierced through by several wooden spikes. It's over. A powerful vortex pulled the dying Gaara into its center, and Obito stepped into the Kimui dimension with him. The first round of probing blows had come to an end. The remaining shinobi set up camp, tending to their wounded and making plans for the next move. Late into the night, inside the command room of the hidden sand village, Elder Chiyo and Ebizo, companions steeped in age and experience, still burned the midnight oil. They had no choice. The village, already short on talent, was even more burdened now that Gaara had been taken. The weight on their shoulders only grew heavier. A few scrolls lay unfolded on the long table. These were the latest battle reports from the front lines. The plan to break through the Leaf's defenses had met with unexpected complications. The shinobi they dispatched were met with fierce resistance from the Leaf, outmaneuvered at every turn and unable to gain any ground. Now, they had fallen back to the border between the land of rain and the land of fire, waiting for the village to send their next orders. It was Obito from the Akatsuki who took Gaara. One of our ninja managed to survive by sheer luck. He witnessed the whole thing. Ebizo pinched the bridge of his nose, weary. The Akatsuki again. It seemed this organization was their bane. 3 generations of Kazekage had fallen to their hands. But what did Obito want with Gaara? To threaten the hidden sand with Gaara's life? Was there really anything left in their village that could tempt him? No matter how hard they tried, an eerie sense of foreboding lingered. Clearing her thoughts, Chiyo pointed to the spot on the map marking the land of lightning. Is the brute from the hidden cloud still not moving? We agreed on a pincer attack. What's taking that reckless so long? Elder sister, Ebizo passed her an encoded scroll. It says their forces were ambushed by the hidden mist, so it's cost them some time. Chiyo snorted. The fools from the mist could never hope to stop the cloud's relentless charge. It might not be the sharpest kunai, but on the open field, the mist would never withstand the hidden cloud's overwhelming assault. They won't be long now. Chiyo calculated the time. Once the hidden cloud hits the front lines, we make our move. Ebizo gave a quiet nod. Within the hidden sand, consensus had already been reached. In this war, their goal was not to kill as many Leaf ninjas as possible, nor to seize as many resources as they could. Instead, their aim was to preserve their own fighting strength to the greatest extent possible. That way, when the war finally ended and it was time to divvy up the spoils, they would still have the leverage to negotiate with Inoki and A. Otherwise, even if Sunagakure contributed the most, those 2 old foxes would see that Sunagakure had lost all its people and refused to give them anything at all. They might even take advantage of the situation, swoop in while Sunagakure was weak, and swallow them up entirely. Such things were all too common in the shinobi world. Naturally, those 2 old men were far too crafty to sacrifice themselves for nothing. Chiyo and Ebizo's guesses weren't wrong. According to Konoha's orders, Kirigakure sent their ninjas to clash head-on with the brutes from Kumobikure. But it was obvious that the overall strength of Kumobikure outmatched them. Even their 3 tails Jinchuriki seemed unimpressive in comparison. Just a few days later, Kirigakure retreated, regrouping with the Konoha ninjas already stationed in the Land of Frost. The Land of Frost, a small country perennially battered by snow and wind. It had almost no armed forces, and much of its territory was uninhabited wasteland. Yet, lying by the sea, it was the crucial route between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. Its strategic value was self-evident. Inside the command tent, Jiraiya sipped some hot water, looking a little weary. Over the past few days, Kumobikure had launched several attacks in waves, all of which Konoha had managed to beat back, without yielding any advantages to their foes. Jiraiya had spent his recent years wandering outside and had managed to gather some intelligence about Kumobikure. That village was obsessed with military strength and relentless in training new shinobi. He couldn't even guess how many bowls of rice they went through each day. It seemed they were prepared to go to war at any moment. As the commander of this front, Jiraiya had to be constantly on high alert. Kumogakure was troublesome, not just because of its packs of brawny, boisterous men, but also because of their 2 Jinchuriki. In particular, Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, had earned the reputation of perfect Jinchuriki. If Kumogakure chose to unleash him on the battlefield, the resulting damage was anyone's guess. But most vexing of all was the fact that Sasuke and Naruto, those 2 bull-headed brats, were on this very front as well. Ever since they'd heard that Ephraim Kumabikure was here, they'd been clamoring day and night that they'd teach that bastard a lesson he'd never forget. All talk, Jiraiya doubted the two of them, even together, would be able to handle him. What exasperated him even more was that Inosuke didn't bother holding them back either. He even claimed the two had cheat codes and wouldn't be so easy to kill. Not that Jiraiya understood what he meant by that. Jiraiya let out a sigh. 3 headaches all at once. Sasuke and Naruto still aren't back from patrol. Reporting in, Lord Jiraiya, no sign of them yet. A sudden sense of foreboding crept over Jiraiya. Those 2 wild, reckless kids, please just don't end up causing catastrophe this time. At the same moment, deep in the snowy mountains, far from Konoha's main camp, Naruto lowered his voice. Hey, Sasuke, don't you think we've gone too far? We're way outside the patrol area. We should head back now. Sasuke didn't respond, his attention fixed on a wind-sheltered hollow ahead. Faint human figures flickered there, the place ablaze with lights. It was clearly an important supply base for the hidden cloud. I'm going to check it out. If you're scared, just go back on your own. His words had barely faded before his figure flickered. He vaulted silently over the outer wall of the outpost. Hey, Sasuke, come back right now. Naruto muttered under his breath, knowing trouble was brewing, and could only follow after him. But the moment they landed, from the surrounding shadows, a dozen or more cloud ninja surged out at once, encircling them tightly. Well, look who we have here. Aren't these the Hokage's 2 little students? A tall, blonde woman sauntered out, looking down on Naruto and Sasuke with a haughty gaze. I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Ujito Ni. Ujito Ni, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. Basically, a giant blue cat. Sasuke let out a cold laugh, hand resting on the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. So what if it's the 2 tails? The blonde guy at my side is the 9 tails. He may look like a goofball, but when he gets serious, a little chakra is more than enough to obliterate you. Ujito began to close in on them, step by step. Perfect. We'll take Uchiha back to the village so Mabui can use him for breeding. As for the 9 tails Jinchuriki, he belongs to the hidden cloud now, too. The unmistakable rhythm of approaching footsteps followed. Mabui, tall and imposing, the dark-skinned Darui, and a cluster of other cloud ninja, whose names couldn't be bothered to be remembered, blocked any chance of retreat. Naruto clenched his fist. Sasuke, looks like they're seriously underestimating us. Sasuke unsheathed his Kusanagi sword, the icy blade pointing straight at Ujito. The tomo spiraled wildly in his eyes. Let's take them down. Yeah, let's go. With a roar, Naruto surged forward, his chakra erupting like a tidal wave. TCH, what a bother. Darui glanced at Sasuke, his face as sleepy as ever, but his movements flashed with lethal speed. In an instant, he drew the enormous blade from his back, cleaving down at Sasuke in a blur of cold steel. With a clang, the Kusanagi sword intercepted the crushing blow, the force so great that the snow beneath Sasuke's feet caved in with a dull crunch. Among the cloud, Darui was unquestionably a top-tier fighter. But after years of being battered by Ag in every twisted way imaginable, every nerve in Sasuke's body was honed to the brink. He acted on pure combat instinct and uncanny reflexes. He didn't meet force with force. Instead, he pivoted with the flow of the attack in a fluid, almost unnatural twist. With the Sharingan, Sasuke had already anticipated the trajectory of Darui's strength. While deflecting the blow, his left hand formed a blade with 2 fingers. Lightning danced and sparked along his fingers, the Chidori current crackling, and he stabbed without mercy at Darui's sword-wielding wrist. Darui's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This boy was proving to be far more troublesome than he had expected. With a deft twist of his wrist, he narrowly evaded the streak of lightning. The lazy look on Darui's face finally faded away. That was close. Looks like I can't play games with you anymore. His hands moved swiftly in a flurry of seals. Black Panther! In the blink of an eye, an energy leopard, its body crackling with dazzling lightning, burst into existence and lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, 3 tomos circling in a frenzy. He gathered every last drop of lightning-release chakra in his body, surging it all into his right hand. Chidori. Blue lightning clashed hard against the black and white storm-release panther, colliding with a savage force atop the frigid snow. A violent shockwave exploded outward, blinding light swallowing everything around it as shards of stone and bits of ice shot out in every direction. In the very heart of that eruption, Sasuke's figure was hurled back by the sheer force of the impact. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open around his sword, and he nearly lost hold of the Kusanagi blade. Darui, too, was thrown back several steps, but he clearly fared much better. With a beckoning motion, Darui gestured. Come on, let's keep going. Omoi and Karui started to circle in behind Sasuke, moving in closer. TCH, Sasuke sneered. So this is all you've got? Meanwhile, the fight between Naruto and Yujito was growing even more intense. Uzumaki Naruto Whirlwind. Uzumaki Naruto Power Prelude. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uzumaki Naruto Barrage. Uzumaki Naruto Elbow Smash. Naruto shouted, the golden beast of the Leaf Village roaring alongside him. Chakra wrapped his fists as he hammered at Yujito in a relentless assault. Driven back step by step, Yujito's mocking grin faded away. She realized there was no room for games anymore. Blue, demonic feline markings of chakra danced across Yujito's skin. Her hair stood on end. Her eyes turned pure white. Every aspect of her power skyrocketed. The tailed beast's chakra began rapidly healing Yujito's wounds, giving her a terrifying fighting edge. Ninetales brat, you're still way too green. She dodged Naruto's heavy uppercut, then countered in a flash, raking his chest with a clawed swipe. Crash! Naruto was sent flying, smashing straight into a towering stack of heavy wooden crates that collapsed around him. Ag, that hurt. He struggled to his feet amid the debris, fire searing across his chest. He brushed his hand across his mouth, wiping away the blood. In that battered, breathless moment, a glimpse out of the corner of his eye caught Sasuke, being swarmed by the Cloud Ninja not far off. There were more elites in the fray than just the three of them. They were unleashing a brutal onslaught on Sasuke, attacking in relentless waves. Blades flashed again and again. Blood stained Sasuke's coat, dripping steadily onto the ground. A cough racked his body. Sasuke slumped against a wall, cursing beneath his breath. These guys were a real handful. In an instant, a furious rage erupted from the depths of Naruto's soul. You bastards! How dare you hurt Sasuke? With a thunderous roar, the seal's cage trembled violently. Scarlet chakra burst crazily from every pore on Naruto's body, enveloping his skin with a demonic, dark red cloak. The human features on his face rapidly faded away, his bright blue pupils turning into the wild, crimson slits of a beast. His lips curled back to reveal gleaming, razor-sharp fangs. Behind him, that scarlet chakra churned and coalesced. One tail, two tails, three, four. What is this? Yujito's expression froze instantly. She could feel it, clearly, the terrifying presence inside that blonde boy had awakened. Within her own body, the two tails Matatabi let out a low, uneasy growl. With a deafening roar, the berserk Naruto tore through the air, a devastating storm swirling around him as he struck at Yujito with earth-shattering force, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Yujito's pupils contracted. She dared not hold back a shred of power now. She too lashed out with her claws, unleashing the two tails' eerie blue chakra to meet Naruto head-on. A colossal crash erupted as the two forces collided, their energy unleashing a tempest that ravaged the entire Cloud Ninja outpost. The warehouse walls tore apart like paper, and the stack supplies were obliterated in an instant. At the heart of the storm, the scarlet chakra around Naruto grew ever more savage and wild. A fifth tail's silhouette began to flicker into existence behind him. In this brutal clash of pure strength, Yujito was clearly being pushed back. The massive fox's claws shredded through the azure flames. In another moment, he would have smashed her completely. Suddenly, several octopus tentacles shot out swiftly from the drifting smoke at the side. They wrapped tightly around Yujito's beast-formed body and yanked her away with incredible force. The enormous fox claw slammed down with a thunderous crash, just missing where Yujito's afterimage had been, leaving behind a yawning crater that seemed bottomless. Joe, can't let you die here. Gotta keep your head, you fool. Half transformed into a tailed beast, Killer Bee appeared in the center of the battlefield. His 8 octopus tails extended out with a fierce swoosh, striking Naruto with a crashing blow. Naruto roared in fury, having lost all sense of reason. He crouched low on the ground, gathering a terrifying mass of chakra. He's forming a tailed beast bomb. We'll join in, tailed beast bomb. 2 highly compressed chakra spheres collided, the explosion hurling Sasuke and the others so far away, they vanished from sight. After a brief, violent standoff, Naruto was caught up in the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb's detonation. Sasuke screamed, his voice hoarse and frantic, "Naruto!" When the dust finally settled, Naruto's figure emerged at the bottom of the vast crater. The chakra, cloaking his body, slowly faded away. Killer Bee slowly approached Naruto. Then, in a flash, his thickest tentacle coiled like lightning around Naruto's waist and abdomen. A tremendous force erupted. Using Naruto's own strength as leverage, Killer Bee swung him up like a sandbag and hurled him viciously off the steep cliff outside the stronghold. What an idiot, you damn fool. Killer Bee leisurely released his partial-tailed beast transformation and glanced over the edge of the cliff. So deep, unless fate intervened, that brat, unable to control the tailed beast's power, would surely be dashed to pieces. Naruto. Sasuke watched, helpless, as the figure shrouded in blazing crimson chakra plummeted into the abyss. A surge of anger unlike anything he'd ever felt before instantly devoured him. I'll kill you. The tomo of Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, faster than ever, the six-pointed star pattern in his eyes snapping sharply into focus. Blood tears streamed down Sasuke's left eye. Amaterasu. Black, inextinguishable flames erupted violently on Darui's body, tearing dreadful screams from his lips. Without sparing a glance at the writhing, agonized Darui on the ground, Sasuke raised his Kusanagi blade, the point leveled straight at Killer Bee. I'll kill you. Sasuke charged at Killer Bee, the Kusanagi sword slicing the air with a shrill, slicing cry. Yet his fury, raging as it was, seemed utterly insignificant before overwhelming might. Killer Bee's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, the 7 swords on his back whipped out, embedding with surgical precision into each of his joints. Mouth, underarms, elbows, behind the knees. A savage, whirling storm of blades. Steel clashed, ringing out sharp and clear, again and again. The Kusanagi sword crashed headlong against Killer Bee's net of blades. But each of Sasuke's attacks was perfectly parried, while Killer Bee's attacking blades carved new wounds on his Sasuke at every turn. Staggering backward, battered and beaten, Sasuke's body was pushed to its absolute limit. A glint of cold determination flickered in Killer Bee's eyes. 7 blades struck as one, poised to finish the faltering Sasuke once and for all. Suddenly, a blade flashed, so fast it was almost invisible, deflecting the point aimed for Sasuke. A flurry of metallic notes, sharp and clear, as that miraculous swordplay scattered Killer Bee's deadly net. Killer Bee paused, just for an instant. A figure cloaked in white appeared in a heartbeat, stepping between Sasuke and danger. Ag drew his Koji blade and beckoned to Killer Bee with a cool gesture. Come. At those words, Killer Bee's face darkened. Insolent brat. I'll send you straight to hell, punk. With that, Killer Bee spun into action, drawing his blades in a flash. Once again, he flowed into that bizarre 7-sword style, each blade rising and settling precisely into his joints. The savage, whirling storm of blades summoned again. In Eiji's eyes, a crimson glow began a slow, ever-turning spiral. Amikane's divine eye, with all current information, runs massive probability simulations in an instant, calculating the optimal response to the opponent's next move. Vast torrents of data raced through the eye of Si Jian Shun, undergoing billions of simulations in a single instant. The optimal solution for breaking through and counterattacking materialized in a heartbeat. Completely oblivious to this, Killer Bee remained lost in his own absolute confidence. I'm going to kill you, brat. Idiot. 7 gleaming blades whirled around him, weaving a deadly net of steel. His body leaning forward, Killer Bee launched himself like a force of nature, body twisted in a posture that defied human limits. A clash of metal erupted, harsh, continuous, and piercing. Within that storm of blades, Eiji became a ghostly blur of white. His right hand, wielding the nimble Koji, parried with precision, knocking aside each deadly strike aimed at his throat and heart. Meanwhile, in his left, Murasame crashed down with the weight of a mountain, its force thunderous and overwhelming as it struck the fleeting, fragile link in Killer Bee's 7-sword style. What? The flawless, intricate rhythm of Killer Bee's swordplay, his greatest pride, suddenly turned clumsy and disjointed before the pinpoint blows of his opponent's twin blades. Every masterful transition was violently interrupted, titanic force vibrating through the steel and into his bones. He staggered back again and again, his airtight defense shattered and left him wide open. Blood burst in crimson sprays from his body. Each razor-sharp blade gouged gruesome, bloodied holes in his powerful frame, tearing open 7, no 8, new wounds in the blink of an eye. Pain, pain, idiot, idiot, Bakayaru. Killer Bee could no longer afford to underestimate the white-haired fighter who'd stabbed him so many times. He yanked his 7 swords back in an instant, ignoring the torrents of blood streaming from his wounds. Every muscle in his body tensed to near breaking. A heartbeat later, a savage, primal roar exploded across the battlefield. Lariat lightning blade. Blinding arcs of lightning flashed from his form. In a split second, Killer Bee was encased in crackling armor, blue lightning chakra snapping and dancing violently along his frame. He became a bolt of rage, thundering forward, his speed now terrifyingly absolute, hurtling right at the back of Ag's head. He poured every ounce of strength into this moment, looking to finish Ag with a single lethal blow. Yet that decisive strike caught nothing but the biting cold of empty air. Like a cannonball gone astray, his whole body slammed into a distant snowdrift with bone-jarring force. Killer Bee sprang to his feet, every instinct screaming danger. For just an instant, he'd felt shackled by unseen chains, frozen helplessly in place. Suddenly, a monstrous blow crashed into his spine from behind. Pain. Unbearable pain. No, something wasn't right. If his opponent could land a punch, then why not simply end it with a blade? The answer came a moment later, as Gyuki cried out in alarm. On Killer Bee's back, a strange mark had appeared, its pattern twisting like swirling water. Art explosion. Wait! A thunderous succession of blasts erupted. The first wave of blinding white explosions surged forth like a colossal maw devouring everything in its path, engulfing Killer Bee in an instant. At that moment, a streak of golden eyeshadow flashed across Ag's face. Sage Art. Water Dragon's jaw burst. Two ferocious water dragons took shape, each formed from tightly compressed sage chakra, their terrifying fangs forged from whirling currents. One on the left and one on the right. They lunged straight for Killer Bee with unstoppable force. B came the urgent warning from the eight-tailed ox demon, battered in the relentless bombardment. His tailed beast cloak had already been torn to shreds by the explosions. The Kid Sage techniques are dangerous. Use it now. Yeah, I heard you, you fool. Killer Bee shot back. Suddenly, a violent surge of chakra exploded from Killer Bee's body. Black-red energy erupted from the iron-plated seal on his chest, spreading instantly across his entire frame. As the blood-red beast cloak wrapped him completely, ghostly white bones burst forth, puncturing the skin and protruding across his body. These connected over his partially transformed form, creating a snowy white exoskeleton of bone armor. The water dragons crashed headlong into Killer Bee's bone armor, furious torrents colliding with unyielding bone. Blades of spinning water snarled and shrieked as they tore into the white exoskeleton, unleashing a deafening, bone-piercing scream. The terrifying impact shattered the earth beneath Killer Bee's feet, but the sheer force of the water was absorbed and dispersed by his outer armor. Growling, he dug in with fierce resolve, resisting the onslaught of water and its strangling bite. He could sense the titanic energy within the dragons gradually fading away and, with a silent sigh of relief, thought he had survived this round of annihilation. But then, disaster struck. Through the swirling mist of the battlefield, countless glittering motes of light appeared all at once. They clung silently to Killer Bee's bone armor, his tailed beast cloak, even to the droplets of water suspended in the air. The multiplying spiraling water burst tags. With every explosion, more water orbs containing rotating vortex cores are summoned, continuing the cycle of chained, infinite explosions as long as chakra remains. Art means relentless, never-ending explosions. A fresh series of detonations erupted, one after another, shaking the heavens in their fury. The first cascade of searing white light instantly swallowed Killer Bee's figure whole. Then came the second wave, the third, and more. A relentless battering. Art, his bone-white exoskeleton, tough as it was, could finally bear no more. Under wave after wave of world-ending blasts, even the mighty armor cracked, groaning under the strain. The ground itself, bombarded by the chain explosions, was left hollowed by a massive, bottomless crater. As the shockwaves of the final blast faded away, only a scorched, gaping pit remained, dozens of meters wide. At the bottom of the crater, Killer Bee lay motionless, his fate unknown. Just then, a shadow wreathed in despair and fury stumbled from the edge of the chasm. His eyes blazed red as fresh blood, tears of blood streaking down his pale cheeks. Sasuke glared fiercely at the charred, indistinct figure at the bottom of the pit, as if he wanted to tear him apart and devour him whole. "How dare you kill Naruto?" His agonized roar rang out, laced with boundless grief and madness. "I'll burn you to ash, you bastard! Amaterasu! Amaterasu! Amaterasu!" Sasuke had descended completely into a fit of hysteria, unleashing the full force of his Mangekyo Sharingan without a hint of restraint. With a swift kick, Ag sent Sasuke flying. "Cut out! What do you think you are, a one-trick sideshow?" Almost at the same moment Sasuke was kicked away, a thunderous crash echoed up from the edge of the cliff. Gamabunta suddenly leaped upward, landing with a massive thud near Sasuke, the ground quaking violently from the impact. Overhead, two figures appeared. Naruto, his body covered in blood but his chest gently rising and falling, and Sakura, who was desperately channeling medical ninjutsu. Naruto's still alive. Those words doused the flames of rage raging in Sasuke's heart. In an instant, the tension drained from his body and the wild fury in his gaze faded away. He kept his eyes locked on Naruto's faintly moving chest, making sure this wasn't a cruel illusion. At last, his taut nerves snapped. Suddenly, his vision went black, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed, utterly unconscious. Meanwhile, deep in the pit, that charred killer bee had, at some point, shrunken in a bizarre manner. In the end, all that was left was a massive octopus tentacle, still twitching faintly. Ag hefted Sasuke over his shoulder and picked up the octopus tentacle as well. Let's head back. After Ag and the others had left, a masked man and a strange black and white creature quietly emerged from the shadows. It seems like our second plan has run into a little unexpected snag, the masked man murmured. According to Madara, the mastermind's plan, it should have been two forces destroying each other, leaving them to reap the benefits. As the 5 villages warred fiercely, they would take advantage of the chaos to collect the badly wounded Jinchuriki. Who would have thought that the 9 Tails host would be rescued? Even the 8 Tails spare tail had been carried off. Couldn't you Leaf Village ninja be a little less troublesome? Give us a break, will you? It's not a total loss, Zetsu remarked, glancing at Yujito Ni who was slung over Tobi's shoulder. We still have time. When Sasuke finally awoke, he found himself lying inside a vast tent. His whole body was swathed in bandages, looking like a mummy. A familiar voice spoke up nearby. Sasuke, you're awake? Another bandaged mummy with messy blonde hair approached, propped on a cane, hopping along with a jaunty bounce. For a moment, a look of surprise flashed across Sasuke's face, but he quickly suppressed it. He forced himself to keep his usual cold and indifferent expression. For a second there, I thought that dead-last idiot had finally managed to get himself killed. Naruto scratched his head, the movement pulling at his wounds and making him grimace. To be honest, I thought I was done for, too. That octopus jerk really did a number on me. But it seemed that, just when things were at their most dangerous, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from inside me and, against all odds, forced my body to endure that blow. He struggled to recall, his eyes clouded with confusion. Maybe Kurama finally remembered to pay rent this time? After that, I don't know what happened at all. Sasuke nodded. Are you all right now? No matter how badly I'm hurt, usually one good sleep does the trick. As he spoke, he awkwardly used his hand without the crutch to carefully lift a steaming bowl of soup from the bedside, attempting to hand it to Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth, trying to prop himself up to accept it. Even that small movement felt as if every broken bone and torn muscle in his body was being wrenched and pulled. A vicious, all-consuming pain tore through him in an instant, plunging his vision into darkness. Cold sweat soaked through the bandages on his forehead. Isai lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. His dark jacket was splattered with large, dark crimson stains, and the strong scent of blood filled their noses. If you keep using the Sharingan so recklessly, you'll lose your sight in no time. Sasuke bit down on his lower lip to endure the pain, but his eyes involuntarily landed on Isai's blood-soaked jacket. With effort, he lifted his chin, pointing at those glaring stains. Are you hurt? Isai waved a dismissive hand. There wasn't much else to do, so I took a walk along the Cloud Village's front lines and took out a few ninjas who got in my way. Sasuke broke into a fit of coughing. At that moment, the tent flap flew open with a sharp snap. Jiraiya burst in, his face brimming with fury. He unleashed a tirade on Naruto and Sasuke, sparing no words. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, completely undisciplined, utterly reckless. This is a battlefield, a place where you're gambling with your lives. There isn't always someone to clean up your messes. Do you have any idea? He glanced at Isai, noticing the other simply watching, hands in his pockets, as if to say, go on, I'm listening. Come to think of it, Naruto and Sasuke should call Jiraiya Grandmaster, so getting scolded was only to be expected. And you, Mr. Hokage, would it kill you to give us a heads up before you take action? If something happens to you, what happens to the village? Isai scratched his head. All right, Master Jiraiya, consider this your notice. I'm heading out for a bit. Jiraiya shot a look at his Hokage pupil. And where exactly are you going this time? Isai picked up his twin blades. To Cloud Village, to fetch some local specialties. Land of Lightning, Cloud Village, Raikage's office. Can somebody please explain to me what it means for one single person to have killed over 700 of our ninjas in the Land of Frost? Explain to me how Yujito Ni and Killer Bee are missing, and what the hell happened to all our supply lines, completely cut off. And tell me just how in the world our entire operation might now be compromised. What do you mean those cowards from the hidden mist village took advantage of our weakness to force us out of the land of frost? Damn it all. A thunderous crash. The heavy, sturdy desk exploded as if made of mere paper, sending splinters flying everywhere. Papers and scrolls atop the desk were snatched up by the wild blast of air, swirling madly through the room. In just a single exchange, the Hidden Cloud Village had suffered such a severe blow. How were they supposed to keep fighting this war? Darui, who had narrowly survived, stood off to the side, head bowed, barely daring to breathe. If he hadn't been blown off the cliff by the shockwave and happened to get caught in a tree, he would likely have been slain by the Konohan ninja as well. Lord A. Tutai picked up a scroll from the floor, gently wiping off the bloodstain. It's exactly at times like these that we must remain calm. He placed the scroll back in A's hand. Our opponents are as troublesome as Tobirama Senju himself. I let out a sharp huff, forcing down the anger boiling inside him. The map. I had just picked up his pen, intending to make some notes, when he received a piece of news. The Hokage of Konoha, Eishi Uchiha, had entered deep into the land of lightning all by himself, swinging his twin blades with fearsome skill, cutting down foes left and right, and tossing explosives that kept the entire countryside on edge. The entire realm was in a state of panic, the local lord as jumpy as a frightened quail. He'd issued a dozen commands in quick succession. Capture that dangerous ninja at all costs. Bastard. A, barely regaining his composure, lost it again and smashed the whiteboard with a single punch. This brat has some nerve, daring to invade the land of lightning on a suicide mission. We must capture him. He's definitely hiding some kind of secret. The Hidden Cloud had always aggressively sought out secret techniques and Kekkei Genkai from other villages, and a Sharingan in Uchiha Eishi's possession was coveted above all. This young man in his 20s was simply astonishing. Since appearing in the ninja world, he had never tasted defeat. He had even brought that old pervert, Jiraiya, to challenge Akatsuki's base. During their last clash, he'd even held a slight advantage. Such strength was something A desired above all else. A thought, if only I could unlock the secret of Uchiha's power. Or better yet, simply keep Eishi here and have him father child after child. There were plenty of women in the village, both young and married. In just a few years, the Hidden Cloud could become the true home of the Uchiha. The one and only, genuine Uchiha. But there was still one problem. How to actually hold on to him. I contemplated seriously. Call Inoki here. Let's join forces to capture the Hokage. His Kekkei Genkai is far too valuable to us. Tutai nodded approvingly. Finally, the Reikage was starting to use his head. Go now. Understood. A few Cloud Village ninjas pushed the door open to dash out, only to be sent tumbling back inside, rolling across the floor who knows how many times. A familiar figure appeared in the office. Upon seeing the crowd of Hidden Cloud Village shinobi, he didn't show the slightest sign of nervousness. In fact, he even greeted them casually. The guest has arrived, but is no one going to offer me some water? The assembled ninjas stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How on earth did this guy get in here? He was supposed to be a heavily guarded enemy, running wild in the land of lightning just yesterday, and today he'd already slipped right into the heavily fortified Hidden Cloud Village. And not only that, he'd sneaked straight into the office. And now he was asking for water. Who did this brat think he was? The feudal lord. How did you get in here? Where are the guards? Isai drew out a large handful of blood-stained forehead protectors and threw them in AI's face. They're all here. Such an act of utter humiliation completely burned away the last shred of reason AI possessed. In an instant, he entered lightning release chakra mode, his body surging forward in a blur of lightning. Lariat. Isai's chakra surged explosively, and a faint golden shadow flickered across his face. He raised his arm and blocked AI's chopping strike head-on. With a swift turn, Isai pivoted and drove a vicious kick into AI's chest and stomach. A stifled groan escaped AI's lips as the brutal force sent him staggering backward, nearly toppling into the crowd of ninjas. Haven't eaten today? Tell me, did you skip your breakfast? Lord Reikage, are you all right? Dotai scrambled to his feet, trying to help AI up. I'll kill you. With a roar, AI launched himself at Isai again. Empowered by the lightning release chakra mode, his speed reached terrifying levels, only a hair's breadth slower than the legendary yellow flash of yesteryear. But the white flash was even faster. In an instant, Isai and AI collided head-on. Behind Isai, a half-formed Sunoo erupted from the ground, towering and imposing. A deafening rumble tore through the air. A visible shockwave burst outward from the epicenter of their clash. The air compressed so violently, it shrieked in protest, a sound sharp enough to set your teeth on edge. The raging gusts formless and wild, crashed outwards like hammers from an unseen giant. Sturdy walls shattered like paper, and swathes of steel-reinforced concrete, alongside razor-edged stone and clouds of dust, came raining down in a devastating torrent. A guttural shout echoed through the chaos. The guards didn't even have time to perform hand signs for defense before the shockwave hurled them away like ragdolls. Their backs slammed hard against the jagged, half-crumbled walls, pain so intense it blurred their vision. How is this possible? How could he go toe-to-toe with Lord Rakage in pure strength? Is this guy even human? No, he might be even stronger than Lord AI. At the heart of the battlefield, AI's fist, wreathed in turbulent lightning chakra, had just ripped through the air with a roar. But precisely as his fist was about to connect, Aisai's form vanished from sight. What? A wave of killing intent sliced in from AI's blind spot. Aisai's right arm swung around and chopped straight at the nape of AI's neck. At that critical moment, AI twisted his body to the limit, meeting the blow head-on with his shoulder and neck, which were clad in a cloak of lightning armor. A thunderous explosion rattled the nerves. The ground beneath AI's feet shattered with a deafening crack, spiderweb fractures spreading furiously as the tremendous force drove him downward with brutal impact. Age's eyes flashed with a deadly glare as he growled, his power surging yet again. Riding the momentum of his downward strike, he turned his open hand into a fist, channeling sheer force that could split mountains and shatter stone. He slammed it down hard onto the ground at AI's feet. The floor below exploded as if struck by a meteorite. The solid stone was pulverized, collapsing instantly into a massive crater several meters wide. With his footing gone, AI had no choice. The ground gave way beneath him, and he plummeted helplessly to the level below. Lord Rakage! Protect Lord Rakage! At last, the rest of the guards burst in, panic etched on their faces. They shouted as they drew kunai, swinging their ninja swords, hurling themselves toward the attacker with reckless abandon. Crack! 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 Age's arms became nothing but blurred shadows. Each strike sent the defenders flying, battered aside with unstoppable force, powerless to resist. Their bodies crashed straight through the already weakened windows, plunging from the heights with anguished screams. With a hiss, Darui managed to lift his long sword halfway, only for Murasame's razor-sharp tip to pierce his shoulder clean through, pinning him mercilessly to the crumbling wall. Ag clapped his hands together. Ninja a summoning technique. The very air seemed to twist and buckle. With an eruption of thick white smoke, the tireless toads of Mount Myaboku appeared menacingly on the scene. Another fierce battle was about to begin. The giant toads from Mount Myaboku landed in the heart of the hidden cloud village. At the center of the swirling smoke, a huge shadow slowly took shape. Astonishingly, it was the great toad sage, absent from their eyes for so long. He seemed half awake, half dreaming, his enormous eyelids drooping as he let out a soft, rumbling snore. The toads glanced at Ag. Kid, you had to wake the great toad sage for this. Ag spoke just 2 words. Wreck it. Huh? Oh, sure. Wreck it. Flatten the market stance. Like a meteor falling from the sky, Gamagoro landed squarely in the busiest district. With the impact at its center, buildings within several hundred meters crumbled instantly, dissolving into clouds of swirling dust. The shockwave radiated outward, causing distant structures to quake and topple. The other toads, weapons in hand, slashed wildly at the buildings and the ninja below, utter chaos erupting wherever they struck. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountaintop hidden cloud village was reduced to the likeness of the hidden sand village. Ruins stretched as far as the eye could see. Bastards! 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 AI struggled up from the debris, bruised and bloodied. These idiotic toads, how dare they tear down his village? A tempestuous rage instantly devoured his reason, scorching every nerve within him. All that remained in his mind was a single, mad and unyielding thought. Kill them. Start with that oldest wretch. AI forcibly wrung out the last dregs of chakra from deep within his body. Once again, a violent current of lightning enveloped him, crackling with an ear-piercing shriek. He transformed into a blue bolt of lightning that seemed to tear through space itself, ignoring the attacks of all the toads in his path. His only target was the colossal Great Toad Sage. He swore to smash in the old creature's skull with a single punch. The toads erupted into cries of alarm. Great Toad Sage, wake up! There's danger! After all, in their memories, this venerable ancestor, who had lived for over 1,000 years, could do little else besides dream. The groggy Great Toad Sage blinked, opened his eyes. What danger? He lifted his massive head, and sure enough, a blazing flash of lightning was barreling straight toward him, growing nearer every second. Oh dear, what do I do now? Still dazed, the great Toad Sage found that years of idleness had left him forgetting how to fight. As AI's fist, wreathed in destructive lightning, was about to land, the inescapable scent of death finally awakened an ancient instinct, buried deep within the bloodline. Without thinking, he raised a forelimb and swung it down. In that split second, a vast surge of untold natural energy erupted forth. There was a tremendous, thunderous impact. AI felt as though he'd been struck head-on by a mountain made of pure energy. His pride, the Reikage armor, shattered like a fragile eggshell. An unstoppable force surged through his body, instantly scattering every ounce of chakra within him. Like a leaf caught in a raging storm, AI was flung away by that irresistible might. His body tumbled uncontrollably through the air, the scenery spinning furiously around him. At last, with a deep, bone-rattling crash, he was driven deep into a remote mountainside, far from the battlefield. The great Toad Sage looked around the battlefield in a daze. That little shiny thing just flown past? He smacked his lips, his enormous head drooping once more with sleepiness. What just happened? Ingji's mouth twitched ever so slightly. So this was the old fool who supposedly had no combat capability and only knew how to string Jiraiya along? Turns out, when you said he wasn't a fighter, you must have been comparing him to space aliens. The toads of Mount Mayaboku exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly, the great Toad Sage's display had far exceeded their expectations. Most of them had never seen the sage take action and always assumed he was nothing but a sleepy old codger. That's why they'd always clustered nervously around him, terrified that he might come harm. Now it seemed the joke was on them. Who was protecting whom, really? If only you'd mentioned you were this strong last time in Amage Cure, you could have just wiped out their entire village yourself. If it weren't for that explosive tag, we wouldn't have nearly been blown to pieces. Let's go, I'm done playing. Let the boss figure this mess out for himself. As for the great Toad Sage, he watched as the toads vanished one by one and offered a brief farewell to Ag. That white-haired brat, I'm leaving too. I'm not much a fighter, so you're on your own. Goodbye. Meanwhile, deeply embedded in the mountainside, I managed to twitch his fingers, overwhelmed by an absurd sense of disbelief. Just what on earth is this giant toad supposed to be? It looked like nothing more than a muddled old creature, yet with a single casual slap, it had sent him flying. That seemingly careless swing carried with it unimaginable force, as if a mountain had collapsed or a tsunami crashed down, swatting him aside like he was nothing more than a mosquito. Why? How? He'd never heard of a monster like this existing in the Hidden Leaf. How many tails did this beast have? That thought had barely crossed his mind when a sudden, mortal danger washed over him. A sharp whistling sliced through the air, spheres of churning water, spinning at dizzying speed, tore through the atmosphere and smashed into his still-recovering lightning release armor. A thunderous barrage of explosions hammered him one after another, the violent torrents striking like high-pressure water cutters. The lightning armor, in which I took such pride, was now as fragile as wet tissue paper. Wild, unrestrained energy ripped through his defenses and flooded into his body. His field of vision was swallowed by shock waves and flying spray, consciousness teetering on the edge of agony. He had no idea how long it lasted, but at last, that relentless bombardment finally ceased. I collapsed in a muddy, waterlogged crater, his body scorched and slick with blood, so numb he could barely feel a thing. Slowly, he forced his head up, his blurred gaze gradually focusing. What? A colossal white giant soared above him, standing tall in what had once been the very heart of the hidden cloud village. At the Titan's feet, everywhere he looked had become a vast, sprawling lake. Floodwaters surged in from every direction, greedily devouring whatever buildings and streets still remained. The village that had once perched defiantly atop its steep mountain ridges was vanishing, about to be completely swallowed in the span of a heartbeat. In the void, the Susanoo giant slowly clenched its fist. Massive chakra gathered instantly, forming a chilling, luminous blade. With a force that seemed to tear the very heavens, the enormous blade swung down, cleaving through the towering Reikage building at its waist. With a sickening crack, like hot steel slicing through butter, the upper half of the building slowly slid and collapsed, sending plumes of debris and water erupting skyward. A feeling I had never experienced before now wrapped itself fiercely around his heart. Despair. He had never imagined that the hidden cloud village could be destroyed by his own hand. The entire village combined could not even withstand a single person. One person. A stream of cold water swirled around AI's battered body, lifting him up and carrying him before Ag Uchiha. Speak. When did the hidden cloud become a lapdog for the Akatsuki? Where have you hidden all the forbidden jutsu you've collected for them over the years? With a sharp cough, AI spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Summoning the last vestige of his strength, he roared back. Nonsense! Our hidden cloud would never stoop to colluding with those cowardly bastards who cower in the shadows. His glare was locked unwaveringly on Ag. You bastard! How dare you destroy the hidden cloud? As long as I still draw breath, I swear I will never let you get away with this. In the distance, the cloud shinobi who had survived the flood and explosions watched their wreckage, now powerless to fight on. Their eyes brimmed with terror and a crushing sense of helplessness. Reikage-sama, someone whimpered, their sobs drowned by the sound of rushing water. If even their strongest, Lord AI, had fallen, what could ordinary shinobi like them possibly hope to do? To put it plainly, the hidden cloud was as good as lost. Konoha's Hokage and the monstrous toads he summoned had swept through them, overwhelming all resistance with terrifying ease. Despair spread in silence. And amidst that suffocating quiet, a few figures struggled up from the murky waters. Battered and bruised, they crawled and stumbled until they collapsed just a few steps from Eiji's feet. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! Their voices trembled. Please, can we talk about this? Talk my ass. That's not what you said when you threw down the gauntlet, you cowards. Eiji's gaze swept coldly across the assembled cloud higher-ups. In an instant, scarlet light devoured his vision, and a tremendous ocular power tore violently into their minds. Consciousness flickered, everything blurred. Talk with you? Hell no. Konoha was here to clean house. Under the sway of a Sharingan, they revealed the location of the hidden cloud's secret jutsu chamber without reservation. Moments later, deep in a cave behind the village, Eiji found a massive metal door, sealed and heavily protected. He easily deciphered the sealing techniques betrayed by the enthralled elders, and the heavy metal door groaned open, revealing mounds of jutsu scrolls and strange ninja tools inside. He casually grabbed the largest chest he could find and stuffed the precious, forbidden scrolls into it without a second thought. Meanwhile, far from the main battlefield, deep within the cloud and thunder gorges, two surges of colossal, wild chakra erupted. Killer Bee's personality was notoriously eccentric. No one could ever guess exactly what went on in his head. The last time he'd encountered Eiji, neither he nor the Eight Tails had fought in earnest. Sensing his opponent's strange and vexing tactics, he'd simply pulled a fast one, using the octopus leg substitution jutsu to slip away, leaving only confusion behind. Over the years, his eldest brother, A, had been keeping him confined in the Yunlei Gorge, all under the pretense of training, ordering him to stay put and behave. So this Jinchuriki actually took the chance to slip outside for a bit, just to seek some inspiration for his rap. If A, now half dead and soaking in the water prison, were to find out, he'd probably be so furious he'd faint on the spot. It was only moments ago that he sneaked back from who knows where. Then, Gyuki realized something was off. It sensed a familiar chakra from the direction of the hidden cloud village. This time, it felt even more terrifying than before. And A's presence was frighteningly faint. B, Gyuki roared in their mental world. Something terrible has happened. That Uchiha is here again. And A is in danger. Killer gesture théâtricale. Destruction. Terror. Joe. Big bro's in trouble. Can't just stand by, gotta go. Get serious. At last, Killer Bee put away his notepad and pencil, his usual cheeky grin replaced by a seriousness never seen before. Damn Uchiha, you bastard. He held nothing back, racing madly toward the hidden cloud village. When he returned to the village, the scene before him stunned even someone as carefree as him into silence. The village he remembered, once shrouded by thunderclouds, was gone. In its place was a boundless expanse of water. And at the heart of that ruined wasteland, a massive water prison stood out like a festering wound. Inside, the brother he respected so deeply lay imprisoned, as lifeless as a dead fish, his energy barely hanging on. It was a sight more wretched than words could describe. Big Brother, a torrent of violent, dark red chakra, erupted instantly. With a fierce crash, several enormous octopus arms, thick and overflowing with tailed beast chakra, lashed viciously at the water prison. The highly compressed torrents of water were ripped apart by this untamed force. A surge of immense chakra shattered the confines of the prison, pulling out the unconscious A. A tentacle shot out like lightning, swiftly coiling around the gravely injured A and whisking him to safety. Suddenly, a colossal white giant rose from the ground, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The very next moment, it reappeared behind Killer Bee. A gigantic fist plunged down at Bee's back with brutal force. B, the dark red chakra erupted again, like a volcanic explosion. A monstrous form, huge, with a massive bull's head and 8 mighty octopus arms, rose up from the ground. But before he could react, that giant fist smashed straight into him. A guttural roar tore from Gyuki's throat as its immense body was hurled up, smashing through the remnants of a distant cliff. Before it could even rise, Susanoo was already advancing in massive strides. It trampled through the floodwaters, giving relentless chase. In the titanic giant's hands, 2 chakra blades rose high, as if ready to cleave the very air itself. He brought the blade down mercilessly upon the 8 tails, who had just managed to regain its footing. "You stupid fool, we're done for." A sharp, tearing sound split the air. The enormous chakra-forged blade fell once more, severing the last massive horn from the ox demon's head. It tumbled and crashed into the water below, sending up a towering column of spray. Ow, ow, ow. Damn it, that blade is fast. 8 long, monstrous tails whipped frantically against the surface of the lake. Staring at the towering white giant before him, the 8 tails was instantly swamped by a flood of memories. Memories tangled with terror and humiliation. Many years ago, there appeared in the hidden leaf a spiky-haired man named Madara Uchiha. He, just like Hashirama, was called the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Those two teamed up, and there wasn't a single village that could stand against them. Hashirama was slightly better. At least he'd ask if you were willing to surrender first. And if you refused, then he'd strike. But Madara was a different story. He'd greet you with a punch to the throat before you even had the chance to surrender. After a furious, unrelenting onslaught, he wouldn't even bother to ask if you'd give in. "Why should I care if you surrender or not?" he seemed to say. "After all, you're nearly dead already." Once, the 8 tails had faced Madara in battle. How describe it? In all his life, he'd never suffered such indignity. Eventually, Madara died. Hashirama died too. Even that annoying Tobirama met his end at the hands of Ginkaku, and their elite squad. The 8 tails had privately breathed a sigh of relief. At last, the shinobi world was free of anyone who could torment him like Madara did. Even Narekage, the 3rd one, only managed to fight the 8 tails to a draw, and even then, he took a hit to his own chest in the process. But to think that after all these decades, here among these ruins, the 8 tails would once again lay eyes on that damned Susanoo. "You accursed Uchiha brat, pure evil from birth. We must destroy you. If we couldn't defeat your ancestor, we'll take you on instead. B, kill him. Give it everything you've got." "Got it." Killer B's voice echoed within his mind. The 8 tails, fully transformed into its beast form, unleashed a roar loud enough to shake the world. Its 8 colossal tails drove downwards, smashing into the surging waters like mighty pillars. Its blood-red maw gaped wide as violent chakra gathered and compressed in a swirling, frenzied torrent. A gigantic-tailed beast bomb, a manifestation of pure annihilation, began to form in its throat. Even the air around the orb seemed to warp with its overwhelming power. With a deafening bellow, the 8 tails swallowed the tailed beast bomb, only to forcibly fire it out moments later with explosive force. A pitch-black sphere of destruction tore through the air, skimming the surface and erupting into a raging torrent of death, straight at the white Susanoo giant. Wherever it passed, the water was gouged into bottomless ravines. "Your shell might be tough," the 8 tails and Killer Bee howled in unison in their minds. "But let's see you handle this." If it survived, they just hit it again, tailed beast bombs, one after another, until it shattered. Yet, to their shock, that earth-shattering explosion never came. The tailed beast ball, powerful enough to shatter mountains, passed straight through the massive body of Susanoo without the slightest resistance. That beam of destruction blasted into the distant ruins beyond, unleashing a more terrifying explosion than any before. The last remaining outline of the Cloud Village was completely wiped away, leaving behind nothing but a ravaged, desolate lagoon. "What?" Killer Bee and the 8 tails gasped in shock, drawing a sharp breath. How on earth did he dodge that? How are we even supposed to fight at this point? The 8 tails couldn't help but think that even Madara back in the day wasn't nearly as insidious as this brat. Just as the 8 tails was furiously complaining, the white armored giant of Susanoo vanished like a ghost, only to reappear out of thin air behind its massive flank. Those scarlet, spinning Sharingan eyes gazed down coldly at the 8 tails, fixated on the beast's weakly guarded waist and abdomen. Not good. A storm of razor-sharp slashes came pouring down, as relentless as a monsoon. The Sharingan's keen vision caught every minute tremor in the 8 tails' body, predicting the path of each muscle's desperate contraction. Every strike where blade met flesh rang out with a thunderous, bone-shaking boom. The massive body of the 8 tails trembled violently under the repeated blows, issuing low, guttural cries of pain. Wounds began to etch themselves thick and fast across its tough outer shell. At this rate, it really would end up as octopus sashimi. Pushed to its limits, the sealed ferocity within the eight tails broke free at last. With a guttural roar, all eight colossal tentacles stopped defending. Instead, they whipped through the air at incredible speed, fueled by a furious resolve to drag the enemy down with it no matter the cost. Uncaring of the blades biting deep into its flesh, the eight tails forced its way through the barrage and wrapped its tentacles tightly around Susanu's arms and waist. A mighty force suddenly tightened its grip, binding the giant in place, at least for the moment. Now's our chance. The eight tails howled in Killer Bee's mind, mouth opening wide once again. Chakra of ruin gathered madly. A second-tailed beast ball began to take shape right before Susanu's eyes. At such close range, not even space-time jutsu would be fast enough to escape. For a heartbeat or two, time itself seemed to freeze in the blazing glare of the tailed beast ball. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, the eight tails realized in terror. Not only was the energy sphere shrinking instead of growing, but its own chakra was draining away at a staggering rate. Wait, Killer Bee suddenly understood. He's swallowing the chakra. Damn it, what sort of twisted eye technique is this? Cursing, the eight tails made a snap decision. Its tentacles abruptly released their hold on Susanu. We can't win this. Run for it now. But as soon as it broke free and tried to leap away, everything changed again. The Susanu giant clapped its hands together. All around the battlefield, the roiling water suddenly began to boil. Dozens of colossal water blades, each several stories tall, condensed in an instant. In the next, the shrieking swords came plummeting from the sky, hurtling toward the eight tails. With a sickening wet crunch. In another, 8 enormous water swords pierced with flawless precision through the base of each of the eight tails' tentacles, pinning its massive body firmly atop the water surface. Then, a colossal hand gripped the air, drawing forth a surge of overwhelming chakra. A gigantic chakra spear, covered in dense, writhing black seals, materialized out of thin air. With a sickening thud, the spear wreathed in cursed symbols drove through the very heart of the eight tails' immense body, unstoppable in its force. Those jet-black seals, alive with ominous energy, crept ravenously along the wound, spreading in an instant to crawl over every inch of the eight tails. A terrifying suction erupted. The eight tails' chakra was ripped away in torrents, surging into the white giant of Susanu. Oh, damn it. Substitution jutsu. We can still use the substitution jutsu. Killer Bee nodded grimly. At this point, retreat was the only option left. Retreat, retreat, retreat. But there was no escape. Why had his substitution jutsu failed him? Take my Kazuchi. Once the target is locked by my gaze, their position in space is anchored, rendering them unable to move or even shift form. In the face of my eyes, all resistance is futile. The struggles of the eight tails faded visibly, its enormous eyes slowly dimming. At last, the monstrous body of the eight tails, built of pure chakra, dissolved into nothingness. All that remained was Killer Bee, bound tightly in ominous seals and lost in unconsciousness, left to drift alone across the endless water surface. Top, top, top. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footfalls, splashing across water, echoed from afar, rapidly drawing near. A large contingent of leaf shinobi, clad in their standard vests, finally arrived at the heart of the battlefield. Several jonin, at the head of the group, took in the sight before them. Hardened by countless battles, even they couldn't help but gasp in shock, left dumbfounded. Is this Kumogakure? That couldn't be. Where was the sprawling, hidden cloud village? The only scene before their eyes was an endless expanse of water, scattered with floating debris from shattered buildings. Signs of massive conflict, and, at the center, the unconscious Jinchuriki of the eight tails. No one ever mentioned the ninja world had opened an amusement park on the water. Just then, Eiji's voice shattered the Konoha ninjas' stunned silence. Sealing Squad, restrain the eight tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, with the highest level seal, immediately. Sensing Squad, extend your vigilance and search for any signs of the other upper ranks from Cloud. Logistics Squad, clear the battlefield and collect anything of value. Intelligence, resources, whatever you can find. Yes, Lord Hokage. All of this was observed with perfect clarity by Dodai, who lay hidden in the shadows of the office building's ruins. He clutched a blood-stained secret letter to his chest, his fists clenched so tight his nails bit into his flesh. This letter, forced out of A by Dodai before the war, a desperate plea for help, was meant to ensure support from other villages if disaster struck. His heart thundered in his chest. Cold sweat soaked his back. He knew then and there, Kimobikure was finished. We absolutely must get the message out. At this point, only Inoki of the Hidden Stone Village can save Lord A. He held his breath and ran desperately in the direction of the Land of Earth. Tudai's figure shrank to a tiny black dot on the distant edge of sight and finally vanished completely behind the barren rocky cliffs. Eiji slowly withdrew his gaze. Foolish little Tudai, witness firsthand the cruelty of the shinobi world. Do you truly believe that little potato can speak out for you? If he doesn't take this opportunity to drive a blade deep into your back, he's already showing you mercy. Naive? Of course, Tudai, who was fleeing for his life, knew nothing of this. Right now, his heart was filled with sheer relief at having escaped disaster. He thought his stealth was flawless, that his expert skills had allowed him to shake off the Konoha pursuers. He clenched his jaw, resolve stealing within him. He had to bring back reinforcements. That resolve drove him forward with boundless determination. He broke through the limits of his body, squeezing out every last drop of energy he had. Without stopping for food or rest, Tudai pushed himself to the point of collapse and finally arrived at the gates of the Hidden Stone Village. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground, and with the last ounce of his strength, shouted hoarsely toward the vague shapes of the guards. I am Tudai from the Hidden Cloud Village. I must see Lord Inoki. As soon as the words left his lips, darkness claimed him, and he lost consciousness. Medical team, over here. A pair of long legs hurried over. Kuratsuchi crouched down and deftly pried the letter from Tudai's hand. With a quick glance at the seal on the envelope, her expression turned grave. Have a medical team tend to him. I'm going to see Grandpa. Kuratsuchi stood up, her long legs moving swiftly as she dashed away like a sudden gust of wind toward the office. Meanwhile, inside the Hidden Stone Village's office, Inoki and Kitsuchi were mapping out the next wave of strategy. On the map, the markers representing Konoha's forces were spreading at an alarming rate, while the Cloud Village could do little more than hold the line. Gaining ground seemed impossible. The Aburame and Hyuga clans of Konoha are too adept at reconnaissance. We need to create some smoke screens, throw off their senses, Inoki said, and send a letter to the Hidden Sand Village. Tell them now's not the time to cling to their little patch of desert. If there's a chance to jab at Konoha, they'd best take it. We're fighting tooth and nail on the front lines, not so they can reap all the benefits in the rear. Kitsuchi and the others nodded repeatedly, diligently jotting down each of Inoki's commands. The Fourth Great Ninja War was unprecedented in scale. A single miscalculation could drag the Stone Village into utter catastrophe. A sharp knock sounded at the door. Rap, rap, rap. Komein. The door flew open, and Kuratsuchi strode in, handing her blood-stained letter to her grandfather, Inoki. Master, Lord Tsuchikage, the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, is asking for help, and he's brought this letter of appeal. Who? Hidden Cloud? Upon hearing this, Inoki let out a surprised sound, and a wave of unease welled up in his heart. He took the letter, glanced through it quickly, and his expression grew darker with every word. Father, what's wrong? Seeing the change on his father's face, Kuratsuchi felt a pang of anxiety. Take a look at this, Inoki said, handing the letter to Kuratsuchi. He, meanwhile, floated over to the map, fixing his gaze intently on the location of the Hidden Cloud Village. Father, this is... Inoki understood exactly what was going through Kuratsuchi's mind. Given A's brute character, unless there was absolutely no other option, he would never have sent someone to beg for help. He simply didn't have the pride for it. In other words, the current situation in the Hidden Cloud Village must be extremely dire, perhaps even catastrophic. There's a real possibility that A himself might already be done for. Inoki couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. How long had it even been since this all began? Even if Hidden Cloud had sent out most of their ninja and the sneaky Konoha shinobi took them by surprise, it shouldn't have fallen apart this quickly. Inoki and Kuratsuchi exchanged a glance. Kuratsuchi, what do you think? Should we help them or not? After a brief moment of contemplation, Kuratsuchi replied, I understand all too well the saying. If the lips are gone, the teeth will grow cold. Once Konoha catches its breath, next up on our list will probably be our Hidden Stone Village. At this, Inoki nodded. He agreed with Kuratsuchi's reasoning. Before an all-out confrontation, they still had the luxury of sitting on the fence. But now, things had changed. However, Kuratsuchi added, this concerns the very survival of the Hidden Cloud. Let's wait until their ninja wakes up, then decide. All right. Inoki was filled with relief. His son might look simple-minded, but in truth, he was quite reliable. All his years of teaching hadn't been wasted. Not just him. His granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, had also shown some promise. If they could make it through this crisis, the Hidden Stone Village might truly rise to greatness. Let's wait until he wakes up to decide. Sukadai remained unconscious for a long time. It wasn't until midday on the third day that he finally came to. Lord A. Sukadai jolted upright from a nightmare, rasping out the name. The sudden movement tugged at his wounds, sending a wave of pain through his body and making him spasm uncontrollably. Opening his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar, gray-white rock ceiling, the air thick with the scent of herbal medicine. He realized he was lying on a clean hospital bed, with several burly stone ninja standing by his side, and a pair of long legs. Kuratsuchi, I'm going to get my grandfather. Please wait here a moment. Just a few minutes later, that short, familiar figure floated into the hospital room. Seeing Inoki, Sukadai was so overwhelmed with emotion, he could barely contain himself. Finally, he'd found a lifeline, but he forced down the surging emotions, letting the calm of a cloud-hidden strategist take over in this crucial moment. He could not lose composure, nor could he display any hint of despair. What he needed was reinforcements from the Stone Village, not sympathy. Lord Inoki, the Cloud Village needs your help. Inoki grunted in acknowledgement. Tell me everything that's happened. Leave nothing out. Not long ago, there was a disturbance in the Land of Lightning. The Hokage, all alone. No, the truth mustn't be spoken. If this cunning old fox, the two scales Inoki, learned that the Cloud Village had been nearly destroyed by the Hokage Uchiha Ag single-handed, and that even Lord A was subdued with ease, he'd be scared witless. There would be no hope of sending troops. For the sake of Cloud Village, he had to embroil both him and the Sand Village in this affair. If all three villages moved together, survival might yet be possible, but if they didn't, Cloud's fate was sealed. Sukadai widened his eyes, playing his part with perfect conviction. It wasn't just some ordinary incursion. The Hokage led over 10,000 ninja, sweeping around behind our lines and striking at Cloud Village. At the time, most of our elite forces were deployed across various battlefronts. The village itself was terribly exposed. That treacherous Hokage, he actually took civilians from our village as hostages, forcing Lord A to come forward and negotiate. For the sake of innocent villagers, Lord A had no choice but to comply. But it was all just a trap. He called it a negotiation, but in reality, who knows how many ninja he'd posted in ambush beforehand. The lowdown Konoha shinobi poisoned Lord A. Then Jiraiya and the Hokage himself led their elites in to seize him. Afterwards, they used Lord A as a bargaining chip and stormed straight into Cloud Village. No one now knows what dire state Cloud Village is in. After hearing all this, Inoki remained doubtful. Outwardly, it might seem the reckless type, but in truth, he was no fool. And with Sukadai's craftiness, not to mention the other high-ranking leaders, how could they all possibly let themselves be caught off guard so easily? It was simply too outrageous. And another thing, over 10,000 ninja invading the Land of Lightning, yet not a single warning got out? How could one even fight? If that were true, wouldn't that mean the entire defense line of the Land of Lightning had collapsed? Inoki fell silent for several moments before speaking at last, his tone cautious. Give me everything you know about Uchiha Ag. No detail of any of your clashes can be left out. Understood. Sukadai's heart tightened. He knew the most critical moment had come. He roused his wits, focusing intensely to recall the battles with Ag. Carefully, he embellished his tale, deliberately playing down Ag's true power, making him seem difficult but not invincible. He especially emphasized Konoha's shameful use of overwhelming numbers and the Hokage's reliance on sneak attacks, poison, and hostages to seize victory. Sukadai went so far as to declare, Susanoo itself would crumble before Lord Inoki's dust release. The Flying Thunder God is merely an escape technique. Besides, now that Konoha has stretched their front lines too thin, their supply lines must be facing all sorts of problems and so on and so forth. To sum up, if we all charge in together, he might not be able to deal with us completely. Otherwise, that brat would be invincible, and Inoki wouldn't bother sending anyone to their doom. This, right here, is knowing how to gauge one's own strength. A strategist must learn to see the bigger picture. Half an hour later. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Take your time and rest here. We'll go discuss our next move. With those words, Inoki shot a glance at Kuratsuchi. Then the two of them quietly slipped out of the hospital room, finding a secluded corner in the hallway. Inoki lowered his voice. What's your take on the situation? Kuratsuchi scratched his head and shot the question back. Lord Suchikage, what do you think? Inoki's brow nodded. Without hesitation, he rapped Kuratsuchi on the head, drawing a sharp, clear smack. We'll observe a little while longer before taking action. Kuratsuchi clutched his head and nodded in a hurry. Right. That's exactly what I was thinking. Watch carefully. Gotta keep our eyes peeled. Before his words had faded, another even sharper smack landed. Kuratsuchi saw stars, feeling like the very floor beneath his feet was shaking. Seriously, old man, could you go a little easier? Most folks couldn't take a punch like yours. Inoki merely stroked his beard and let out a cold chuckle. That fool, Dodai, wasn't telling the whole truth. A force of 10,000 ninja launching surprise attacks, using poison and mob tactics. If Kumogakure was really that gullible, Iwagakure would have smashed them to pieces years ago. Inoki coughed a few times. We'll split into two teams. One will secretly infiltrate the land of lightning and gather information about Kumogakure's current situation. The other will make contact with Sasori and Chiyo of Sunagakure. Whatever our next move is, we need to drag them into the fray as well. Kuratsuchi nodded earnestly. Understood, Lord Tsuchikage. Don't let his dopey appearance fool you. He's every bit as shrewd as Inoki himself. Even as his head was still ringing from being smacked, he was already running calculations at lightning speed. Back then, it was 3 villages against an alliance of 2. Now, it's basically 2 against 2. No need to mention Kirigakure. While not the strongest, they've managed to carve out a decent share alongside Konoha all these years. They could probably run roughshod over Sunagakure without breaking a sweat. But now it's just Iwagakure squaring off against Konoha. Going head-to-head? What a joke. Konoha's strength runs deep, teeming with formidable ninja. Lose one Hokage, and an even stronger successor takes their place. Not to mention those powerful higher-ups. If we go charging in blindly, that's just asking to get ourselves killed. Go on, then. Once Kuratsuchi had left on his errand, Inoki returned to the hospital room. He declared that Iwagakure and Kumogakure have been allies for generations, and now, as the 3-village alliance stands, your business is our business too. Right now, with trouble brewing in the Hidden Cloud Village, we cannot simply stand by and watch. The Hidden Stone Village has already reached out to the Hidden Sand Village. Once their forces arrive, we'll strike together, sweeping in from both sides, crushing the Leaf Shinobi until not a single one is left standing. If this were the usual Tsukidai, he would have picked up on the hint of calculated ambiguity in Inoki's words. But at this moment, utterly exhausted in both body and mind, his head was already a haze. Tsukidai could barely muster a coherent thought. He simply kept thanking Inoki for being willing to step in, promising that if they managed to take down the leaf, they'd make sure the stone got an extra share of the rewards. Money, goods, everything, and so on. All right, get some rest. If anything happens, contact my guards. Thank you, Lord Inoki. You're too courteous. After exchanging a few more perfunctory words, Inoki made his way alone to his office. He sat down at his desk, and there he remained for the entire night. The next morning, Kuratsuchi came in to deliver intelligence reports, only to find her grandfather absorbed in writing something. Lord Tsuchikage, you should get some rest. I know. I'll go after I finish this. Kuratsuchi couldn't help but sneak a curious glance at the open scroll. The words at the very top leapt out at her. To the Honorable Hokage. Her heart skipped a beat, but seeing her grandfather's grave expression, she dared not press him further. She set down the intelligence file and quietly took her leave. Once Kuratsuchi was gone, Inoki looked over the scroll one more time. After a long pause, he let out a barely audible sigh. He folded the scroll carefully, tucking it securely into an inner pocket of his robe. Let's hope it won't be needed. Meanwhile, deep within the land of lightning, a battlefield lay in shambles. The Hidden Cloud Village may have fallen internally, but there were still pockets of resistance throughout the Lightning Country. Fortunately, with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the Aburame's insects, the Inazuka clan's ninja hounds, and Eiji's exceptional sensory prowess, the remnants had nowhere left to hide. Amaterasu. It was as if space itself ignited in an instant. Strange black flames sprang up from nothingness, silent but deadly, latching onto the leading group of enemy shinobi. A chorus of anguished screams pierced the air. No matter how the victims rolled or thrashed, the black fire could not be put out. The flames, insatiable in their hunger, spread relentlessly, leaving behind only patches of scorched, twisted death. Sasuke, barely catching his breath after unleashing such devastation, clutched his left eye in agony. His body staggered involuntarily, forcing him to draw ragged breaths, cold sweat breaking out along his brow. Hey Sasuke, you idiot! Naruto dashed to his side, catching him before he collapsed. How many times did Sensei warn you not to overuse the Mangekyo's power? Enough already, I get it. Pushing Naruto's hand away, Sasuke forced himself to stand tall, refusing to show any weakness. He shook his head hard, trying to dispel the stubborn haze clouding his vision. Not long ago, the shock of Naruto's death had triggered the awakening of Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him a tremendous boost in power. This was undeniably a good thing, and Sasuke was genuinely thrilled. So, 3 days ago, Sasuke once again sought out that man to challenge him. But just like before, he was mercilessly crushed, with not a shred of power to fight back. The Amaterasu, Sasuke's most prized technique, couldn't even pierce the water tornado's defense. This dealt a heavy blow to his pride. It felt as though the gap between him and that man hadn't shrunk at all. What's more, Sasuke's gaze unconsciously drifted to Naruto, standing beside him. That guy was busy unwrapping an oiled paper packet and pulling out a piping hot fried pancake. He tore off a large bite, cheeks stuffed full and puffed out. Noticing Sasuke's stare, Naruto blinked, then tore the pancake in half. Want a bite? No. All right. And more than that, just a few days ago, Naruto had gone to Mount Myaboku with Jiraiya. According to Naruto, he had met the Toad Sages there and begun learning Senjutsu. With the immense power Naruto could already unleash thanks to the beast sealed inside him. If he mastered Senjutsu on top of that, wouldn't the gap between them only grow ever smaller? Could it be? Was it possible that he, Sasuke, might actually lose to this idiot? Ridiculous. If he couldn't beat the white-haired one, there was no way he'd lose to the blonde. What use was this Mangekyo Sharingan in? Just as Sasuke's anger was reaching its peak, he suddenly heard Kuro's shrill cry. It had spotted a scouting squad from the hidden stone. Perfect. I've got plenty of rage to burn. Amaterasu. The pattern in his Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly. Even fiercer and blacker flames than before roared forth from his gaze, surging toward everything in their path. The stone ninja didn't even have time to scream fully before they were swallowed in an instant. Their anguished cries, the roar and crackle of fire, the curses of despair, all merged into a single haunting symphony. When the last trace of the black flames flickered out, nothing remained on the battlefield but a few charred corpses and an expanse of lifeless, scorched earth. Sasuke stood trembling, his whole body shaking violently, eyes seared with agonizing pain. Ugh! He grunted, his legs buckling beneath him, and collapsed straight backward. Man, you really are impossible. Before Sasuke could hit the ground, Naruto darted behind him in a flash, catching him effortlessly. He moved with the ease of someone who had done this countless times before. The half-eaten pancake still hung from his mouth as he sprinted at top speed toward the Konoha frontline command post. It wasn't long before Naruto had Sasuke back, tossed him neatly onto a bed, and called for the medical nin to treat him. At that moment, Ag walked in, holding a large scroll in his arms. I've uncovered some secret techniques from the hidden cloud village. Take a look and see which ones you'd like to learn. Naruto, Sasuke, why don't you study this lightning-style chakra mode together? Maybe try cooperating on the lightning Fong overdrive. Hell stab? That one looks a bit tough. Naruto interrupted Ag. Sensei, I don't think Sasuke's doing so well. Oh, Ag walked over, noticing Sasuke's distracted gaze. He extended his middle finger. How many fingers am I holding up? One. You can still see it? Then you're fine. Naruto's face went blank with exasperation, utterly frustrated by his teacher's laid-back attitude. Why did his teacher have to be so unreliable sometimes? Honestly, he was just like Jiraiya, who loved writing those silly stories about young Liu Bei. All right, enough. Ag stopped teasing. We'll figure something out. Naruto, you focus on your training at Mount Myaboku. Sasuke should stay home and rest up these next few days. Understood, Sensei. I'll get Sasuke something to eat. Ag nodded. As soon as he stepped out of the main tent, a bespectacled man and another with pineapple-shaped hair approached him. It was Shibi Aburame, head of the Aburame clan, and Narashiku, the brilliant strategist of Konoha. Senior, how are things looking? Shikaku asked. The number of reconnaissance squads dispatched by the Hidden Stone Village exceeded our expectations. Their infiltration routes were crafty, and their goal was clear. They wanted to uncover the reality of our position and troop deployment on the Lightning Country front. But don't worry, they're all in our custody now. Ag nodded. It was just as they had expected. At their most recent meeting, they'd carefully speculated about the Stone Village's next move. They deliberately allowed Sukadai to escape, hoping he'd run back to Hidden Stone and ask for help. Once the Stone Ninjas arrived at the battlefield, Konoha would send their own elites to launch a surprise attack. Anyone able to make it to the Hidden Cloud would arrive utterly exhausted, their fighting strength greatly diminished. That way, when Konoha forces surged forward as one, they could minimize casualties. However, several days had passed, and there was still no movement from Inoki's side. Could it be that he was thinking of playing both sides? Shikaku seemed to read the uncertainty in Ag's eyes. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. The Stone Village's recent actions have been abnormal. Instead of sending reinforcements to the front, they've actually pulled some forces back from the direction of Grass Country and Rain Country. Their main strength is clearly withdrawing to their homeland. Inoki is likely weighing his options. Continuing this war may not benefit a Wagakure anymore. He might even be considering seeking peace. Shibi nodded in agreement. Hidden Cloud has been quiet lately. With Inoki's cunning, he's bound to be growing suspicious. At this, he exchanged a glance with Shikaku. If Iwagakure were to concede, perhaps this war would end sooner than expected. After all, Sunagakure alone stood no chance against the mighty forces of Konoha. By this point, their thoughts were already drifting toward post-war negotiations. After all, the sooner a war ends, the better for everyone. Each day less of fighting means fewer lives lost. Hokage-sama, should we send a letter to Iwagakure urging them to surrender? Yes, and follow it with a formal challenge. Let them know Konoha is coming for them. Tell them to get ready to face their fate. Huh? Shikaku blinked in confusion. But what if Inoki doesn't want to fight? Couldn't we? Aishi let out a cold laugh. If he wants to fight, then we fight. If he doesn't, then we don't. Who does he think he is, deciding the fate of the ninja world all by himself? When the three villages joined forces back then, their goal was nothing less than the destruction of Konoha. And now, when they see they can't win, they want to wave the white flag, walk away, and pretend nothing ever happened? Where in the world does one find bargains like that? Shikaku pinched the bridge of his nose. Some things just don't stand up to scrutiny. Once you think them through, you see how true they are. He allowed a sigh. The traditions of the Uchiha truly are something else. If only the third. No, the third was fine too. Understand, Shikaku replied, his expression grave. I'll relay the orders immediately. Once Shikaku set the battle plans in motion, the ninja quickly settled down into silence. Are we really going to keep fighting? As long as there's war, there will be death. And where there's death, there's sorrow. Though they trusted in the strength of their village, some of the younger shinobi, battle-tested for the first time, couldn't hide their fear as they watched their friends fall at their sides. Choji munched nervously on potato chips, clearly on edge. Among the Konoha 12, he certainly wasn't the weakest in his generation. But when push came to shove, he couldn't help but want to back away. Azuma lit a cigarette. Choji, you have to be brave. You're already as strong as your father. You can stand on your own as a ninja now. I know, Asuma-sensei, Choji replied, wolfing down more chips in an effort to calm his nerves. As for Sasuke, lying quietly in his hospital bed, his face betrayed no emotion. To him, war was nothing more than a means to grow stronger. If he couldn't even defeat this motley enemy, how could he ever hope to overcome that man he despised? And that fool over there, still stuffing his face with fried pastries. Meanwhile, the elders of the village remained much more composed. They remembered, or had heard from their fathers and grandfathers, of the dreadful Warring States era. Compared to that era, today's wars can hardly be called cruel at all. Back then, it was Lord Hashirama who led them out of chaos and allowed Konoha to put down roots. They finally had a place to call home. Now, no one was sure if this young Hokage, inheriting Lord Tobirama's will, could lead them to victory once again. Land of Water, Kirigakure. The shinobi tasked with guarding the village had just received an order from Hokage Ag. All forces are to mobilize and join in the fight against the combined armies of Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Madarumi pressed her fingertips to her brow. This Hokage was nothing if not aggressive. Only moments ago, she and Elder Gensher had been speculating whether the fall of Kimogakure would alter the course of the war. Now it seemed clear, the tides had indeed shifted, and they were only growing fiercer. Spread the word. We march in 1 hour. Gensher paused. Every shinobi able to fight must go to the front. Mei stared at him in astonishment. You're not leaving anyone behind to defend the village? What if we're attacked while our forces are away? Gensher pinched the bridge of his nose. We have to show Konoha our utmost sincerity in this war. If we don't, Mei understood exactly what he meant. If they failed to please Konoha, then once those 3 villages had fallen, that unpredictable Hokage would turn around and attack Kirigakure next. That rule-breaking Hokage would have no qualms about such a move. Of all the decisions we've made in recent years, signing a peace treaty with Konoha might have been the wisest. Mei rolled her eyes, exasperated. The Iwagakure Command Center. Kimogakure had gone completely silent. The team sent to re-establish contact had vanished without a trace. As the days dragged on without a response, the pressure on Onoki mounted. There was no doubt now. Kimogakure had fallen. Nothing else could explain this utter lack of news. He was already toying with the idea of negotiating for peace. In fact, he'd quietly worked out the lowest terms they'd be willing to accept. Cede some disputed border resource points. Pay a significant sum in war reparations. As for Sunagakure, their stance was clear. They'd follow Iwa's lead in everything. If IWA wanted to keep fighting, they'd stay and fight. If they wanted to surrender, Suna would surrender too. And if all else failed, well, they could always pin the blame for the entire war on Kimogakure. Turn over the cloud strategist Dodai, who was still stuck in a Wagakure, as a sign of goodwill in the peace talks, claimed that the two of them had merely been led astray by A's manipulation or some other convenient story. After all, when it came to betrayal, nobody had clean hands. There was no room for self-righteousness here. Onoki suspected that Konoha didn't really want to keep fighting, either. If things dragged on, both sides would only end up badly wounded. So once IWA surrendered, he was sure Konoha would jump at the chance to accept. It was just a matter of ceding a bit more land, paying a bit more money. With a will of stone guiding them, he was certain a Wagakure would rise again, sooner or later. Suddenly, a ninja burst into the office. Lord Onoki, son of Geikure, is requesting aid. The main forces of Konoha have broken through the Wind Country's defenses. The Sand Village is on the brink of disaster. What? Before the shock could settle, another intelligence ninja burst in, panic etched all over his face. Bad news, Lord Tsuchikage. A large number of Konoha ninjas have appeared along the borders of the Land of Earth. What? Onoki could hardly believe his ears. The main force was here, yet there was a massive force over there as well. Had Konoha been doing nothing but making babies all these years? How could they possibly have so many people? Could it be that they've been quietly gathering their strength, biding their time for this very day? Onoki let out a deep breath. The moment of life and death for a Wagakure had finally arrived. On the battlefield, outside a Wagakure, countless eyes were fixed on the approaching streak of white light. Behind him, there was not a single soul to be seen. That's right, because no one could keep up with the speed of Konoha's white flash. With a whoosh, a scroll tore through the air and embedded itself squarely in the center of a Wagakure's formations. In light of a Wagakure and a Sunageikure's collusion with Kumogakure to attack the peaceful Konoha, we have no choice but to declare war upon you again in order to protect our innocent villagers. Wait, what? Akatsuki's eyes went wide. Surely this was some kind of mistake. At the very least, shouldn't everyone sit down and talk first? Only if negotiations broke down would fighting be an option. Whatever conditions Konoha put forward, they'd find a way to agree. After all, their neighboring village had already been smashed through. You couldn't help but weigh the consequences. Even in Tobirama's day, negotiations came before battle, if at all possible. But this new Hokage, why did he give off that same overwhelming presence as Madara Uchiha? Seeing Age's figure drawing ever closer, Akatsuki let out a frantic shout. All units, prepare for battle. His warning was answered not by words, but by Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, with a roar that thundered like a volcanic eruption. Whether they could withstand the assault or not, there was no choice but to try. Han stood clad in crimson steam armor, harnessing its propulsion to unleash his extraordinary might. As Ag bore down on him, Han's eyes turned razor-sharp. Boil release, superhuman strength unleashed. Jets of scalding steam burst from the red armor, launching his immense form straight at Ag. A split second later, Han appeared before Ag, aiming a massive fist at his chest. But he struck nothing but empty air. In the next instant, Han's body was sent flying, spinning twice and a half through the sky, before crashing heavily to the ground. So this is all the legendary Five Tails Jinchuriki can do, came the voice. Han hauled himself up from the ground, a flash of astonishment in his heart. He realized at once the grave mistake he'd made in underestimating his opponent. It's time to get serious. Gathering chakra, Han pushed his speed to its absolute limit. He suddenly rushed to Ag's side and swung a heavy punch at his head. This punch came with tremendous force, carrying all his weight and intent. Wham! Ag caught Han's fist in his palm, squeezing it with just a hint of strength. Now things are starting to get interesting, he remarked, his tone playfully cold. With that, he lashed out with a flying kick, sending Han tumbling across the ground. Han rolled violently, finally coming to a breathless stop. Lord Mu, I can't hold out any longer, he called, desperate and strained. Before his words even faded, a cloak of blood-red chakra enveloped Han's body. Wait, perhaps it's time to take him a little more seriously. Honestly, there's just no reasoning with you. Moments later, from the ruins, a beast emerged, its body a fusion of a white dolphin and a white horse. Ag paused mid-stride, observing the creature. So, Iwagakure has truly mastered the art of perfect-tailed beast transformation. Pity, not even one tail is a match for that nine-tailed little fox. What an arrogant brat. Lord Mu listened, his fury igniting. True, he might lag a bit behind the nine tails, but Ag's words cut too deep to ignore. No sooner had the words left Ag's lips than a flash of indescribably fast white light burst forth. Lord Mu felt a sharp, searing pain atop his head, followed by a shattering crack. His horn had been snapped clean off. Lord Mu's massive form crashed into the rocky cliffside, collapsing half of it as he was buried under heaps of shattered stone and debris. Han let out a weary sigh. How could anyone fight against such overwhelming strength? From a distance, the watching shinobi stood in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? How could anyone shatter Lord Mu's horn? Was such a feat even within human reach? These were the horns of Lord Mu, not just any ordinary creature. Unforgivable. Lord Mu struggled to lift his head, his jaws swinging open as he roared, "You insolent wretch!" With a violent motion, he bared his fangs, yin and yang chakra swirling and gathering in his maw. A tail beast bomb was about to be formed. The handsome white-haired youth drew a deep breath, and in a blink, appeared right beside Lord Mu. This kick is going to hurt. The tailed beast bomb, only half formed, was shattered and stilled by sheer force. Lord Mu's giant head snapped backward from the kick. His towering form, mighty as a mountain, was actually launched briefly from the ground, before crashing thunderously onto its side, shaking the earth. For a while, he couldn't rise. Utterly humiliated, he let out a howl of pain and defeat. Incredibly, with a single blow, Lord Mu was rendered incapacitated, unable even to fight. Now let the charge begin. Ag gripped Muramasa and Koji, his twin blades, and surged toward the Iwagakure army. He's coming. He's coming. The IW and ninja stared in dread, faces tense, barely able to swallow their fear as that white blur closed in. At that critical moment, someone shouted out, giving voice to the tension in the air. There's nowhere left to retreat. Behind us is Iwagakure itself. Kill him. Prepare the earth-style wall. Countless hands struck the earth in unison, and a massive earthen wall, thick as a fortress, surged up from the ground. Water-style, water-severing wave. From Ag's lips erupted a razor-sharp burst of water, a blade as keen as steel. With barely a heartbeat's pause, that seemingly unbreakable wall of earth was split cleanly down the middle by this fearsome water blade. The cross-section glistened, sleek as a mirror. What? The eyes of the Iwagakure shinobi widened, their pupils contracting. A collective gasp of terror swept through their ranks, cold dread racing up their spines. The destructive force of water style. How could it possibly be so terrifying? In the instant their shock took hold, Ag had already broken away from the ranks of the Leaf's advancing army. Alone, he charged straight into the tightly packed formation of the Iwagakure forces. Scatter. Don't cluster together. Above all, don't look directly into his Sharingan. Desperate warnings rang out, piercing the chaos, but it was already too late. Ag's figure blurred into a streak of white light, darting at impossible speed through the crowd. Every brief pause marked the flash of his blades, twin arcs of deadly steel slicing through the air. Where his blades touched, the earth armor techniques of the Iwagakure shinobi crumbled like paper. Agonized screams rose, swelling into a chorus of despair and terror that swept across the battlefield. In his wake, nothing was left alive. Damn him. Stop him. No matter what it takes. The shinobi of Iwagakure will never surrender. Their eyes reddened with furious disbelief. Could it be that the great army of Iwagakure would be slaughtered single-handedly? As they surged toward him, Ag clapped his hands together. Fire-style, majestic destroyer flame. An ocean of fire erupted forth, a scorching, all-consuming blaze flooding toward the Iwagakure forces like a tidal wave of pure devastation. It's enormous. The range is huge. Earth-style, fissure core. In the nick of time, the Jonin joined forces, slamming their palms against the ground. Giant rock pillars shot upward like shields, barely intercepting the raging onslaught of flames that threatened to consume them all. In that critical moment, a forceful voice rang out from the rear. Waranoki is here. The desperate shinobi, clutching at this strand of hope, looked up as one. From the chaos at the rear of the battlefield, a small, stout figure soared swiftly into sight. It was none other than the third Tsuchikage, Anoki of the two scales. Earth-style, fist of stone. A colossal stone fist, swirling with the fury of wind and thunder, thundered down with an earth-shaking roar, striking at Ag with overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, stones and debris exploded outward, gouging a vast crater in the earth. But Ag's true form had already become a streak of blinding white light. Moving at a speed that defied the naked eye, he deftly evaded the strike at the last split second, slipping from harm's path with seeming effortlessness. In a heartbeat, he widened the gap between himself and Anoki, landing steadily atop a jagged pillar of rock that jutted from the shattered ground. The first strike missed, and Anoki's brow tightened in frustration. Damn it, this kid's speed was simply unbelievable. He had already used the lightweight rock technique to make himself lighter, Yet, in that fleeting instant, he couldn't even see how the boy moved. One moment he was there, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. What a troublesome brat. I need to pin down his movements and finish him off with particle style. But first, I must drive him into a corner where escape is impossible or find a way to restrict that damnable space-time ninjutsu of his. Yet Ag gave him no such chance. With that mind-boggling speed and the perceptive power of the Sharingan, Ag darted through the ranks of the stone ninja like a phantom, weaving in and out 7 times over. Inoki's earth-style barriers and the fearless encirclement of the stone ninja had no effect on him at all. Art is about relentless, never-ending explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Fiery blasts tore through the battlefield, igniting the air with bursts of light and billowing smoke. Damn it. Furious, Inoki shot toward one direction, relying on his sensory skills, and launched another mighty punch of stone. His attack struck nothing but empty air. Eiji now appeared behind and to the side of Inoki, his chakra-clad foot slamming hard into the old man's famously brittle lower back. Ack! That hurts! Damn, that hurts! Pain shot through him, and Inoki staggered, nearly tumbling from the sky. He clutched his aching back, his weathered face contorted in agony. A sneak attack of all things. Doesn't anyone teach kids honor anymore? Sneaking up on an elder who's fought decades for his people. But just then, Eiji's mocking voice echoed out. How unsightly. Inoki can't even muster a dance anymore. At those words, Inoki's mind went numb. For a heartbeat, time itself seemed to freeze. The white blur before him began to dissolve. That arrogant tone, that bone-deep contempt, it overlapped perfectly with the demonic figure from his memory, Madara Uchiha. A terror buried deep for decades erupted with the force of a long-dormant volcano. He was a boy again, back on a battlefield of despair, trampled beneath absolute power. That man, just by standing there, he radiated a terror as boundless as mountains, his gaze treating every opponent as little more than an insect. And looming above all, the colossal blue Susanoo, mighty enough to rend heaven and earth. Could that man truly have returned? No, he was long dead. What stood before him now was nothing but a cheap imitation. Calm yourself, Inoki of the scales. You're that Tsuchikage now, not that helpless child of yesteryear. Especially if Madara himself stood resurrected before him, he would not retreat, not even half a step, not for anything. He had his village to protect. He drew in a sharp breath, steeling himself against the pain in his back, and settled once again, hovering in the air. A new, unshakable resolve kindled in his gaze. Stop looking down on others, you little brat. Who do you think you are? But the scene before his eyes froze every unspoken word in his throat, wrapping it in an even deeper chill. Before he could finish, the white giant surged up from the earth. Susanoo. Though its color was not the blue he remembered, that pressure, the power of the eye technique, symbolizing absolute might. This feeling, that stare, it mirrored Uchiha Madara's perfectly. Come on, Inoki. Let me see what you've learned from nothingness all these years. Inoki swallowed hard, feeling his hard-won confidence crumble in an instant. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it all. So many years have passed. He knew for certain this foe was not Uchiha Madara. So why was he still so deeply afraid? Under that crushing pressure, Inoki let out a hysterical roar. Standing before you is the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, Inoki of both scales. At the same moment, a flurry of hand seals sounded behind him. A storm of haphazard jutsu battered Susanoo. Lord Inoki, we're here to hold him back. Don't underestimate the bonds of a Wagakure's shinobi, you bastard. Lord Tsuchikage, have you forgotten the will of stone you once taught us? Earth-style mountain jutsu. Lava-style, quicklime congealing technique. Shouts of resolve roared in Inoki's ears, and at last, he reclaimed the person he used to be. His hands flashed through seals before his chest, palms facing each other as a tiny, yet devastatingly powerful point of light swelled between them. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. In a flash, a transparent, white cubic barrier formed, targeting that towering white giant. Inside this barrier was power, so ultimate it could erase the very foundation of matter itself. Not even Uchiha Madara could withstand this blow. Begone! With a thunderous blast, blinding light swallowed everything. A furious shock wave annihilated the surroundings. When the light faded, the dust slowly settled. The imposing white Susanoo had finally vanished. Is it over? Father, behind you, watch out. What? A fist as large as a sandbag crashed into Inoki, the immense force smashing his diminutive frame into the ground. Uchiha Ag descended from above, landing opposite him. How pitiful, Inoki. Can't even keep up the dance anymore. Bastard. Onoki shot Ag a ferocious glare. Would you stop echoing that man already? Huh. A blast of wind sent the battered Onoki flying. To lose focus against an opponent like me? How careless can you be? Oyamaji floated into midair, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Come on, you brat from the Uchiha clan. Let's keep going. Meanwhile, Madara, who was watching the broadcast, let out a surprise sound. This little old man actually seems to have made some progress, just a little. And that kid, why is he suddenly not as annoying as before? Madara thought that, if it weren't for Aishi being brainwashed by that conniving Tobirama Senju, the kid might even have had a chance to become his ally. What a pity. The younger brother of that big oaf Hashirama is pure cunning, managing to trick this youngster into a daze. Now he's become nothing more than a pawn for foolish Konoha. Dancing. He is simply just dancing to their tune. Has he really been clan leader this long, yet never thought to check out that stone tablet and seek out the truth behind this world? Madara let out a sigh, the meaning behind it unclear. Beside him, Black Zetsu observed Madara in secret. Black Zetsu had spent years at Madara's side, confident that he could guess Madara's thoughts from the tiniest facial expression. Judging from Madara's recent little gestures, it looked like he was secretly ridiculing Aishi. Perhaps Madara thought Aishi was a fool, always swinging his sword around, yet in the end, only paving the way for someone else's victory. But what Madara didn't know was that Black Zetsu thought the very same thing. From Madara Uchiha, to Obito Uchiha, and now to Aishi Uchiha. These three foolish Uchihas, in the end, were nothing but his tools for resurrecting his mother. Zetsu, is there any news about Obito? Lord Madara, Obito has already defeated the Four Tails. He's on his way back right now. Madara nodded in satisfaction. Good. As expected, those two idiots, Obito and Zetsu, still needed a clever external brain like himself to guide them. After all these years running around, wasn't it always up to him to clean up their messes in the end? Indeed, in this shinobi world, only Madara is truly the strongest. He let out a booming, triumphant laugh. On the other side, Madara's errand boy, Obito, had managed to see Son Goku, the Four Tails, amid the chaos. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly noticed a small white snake slithering by his foot. Obito frowned. A little white snake? Could it be from that damnable Orochimaru? But no, wasn't he supposed to be long dead? Mr. Obito. Obito followed the voice and looked up, spotting a figure in a cloak approaching him slowly. Who's there? The figure pulled back his hood, revealing a familiar face. Obito recognized him. It was Kabuto Yakushi. So, you actually managed to track me down? Kabuto adjusted his glasses. I was once part of the Akatsuki, after all. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Obito sealed Son Goku away into the Kamui space. A former Akatsuki member. Now, I'm nothing more than a traitor. Obito had no qualms about dealing with one of Orochimaru's old followers, too. He frowned, his not-so-brilliant mind already turning over the possibilities. Kabuto approached him, but it probably wasn't to declare war. As expected, Kabuto spoke slowly. I want to work with you. Work with you? What's in it for me? I already have every move in the shinobi world under my control. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of Kabuto's mouth beneath the shadows, barely noticeable, tinged with ridicule. What a braggart. Having the entire shinobi world under your thumb, are you? Wasn't it just a short while ago that you lost your cool in the Rain Village? I know you're quite interested in the Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts. I can help you capture them. To convince Obito, Kabuto revealed part of his own body, exuding a chilling and powerful aura from within. I've already inherited the Dragon Cave's sage techniques, long surpassed Orochimaru. The Dragon Cave? Obito was familiar with that place. It's said to be one of the three great sacred grounds. Those who endure the trials of its serpents can gain tremendous power. But the cost? The closer one comes to perfecting the Dragon Cave's sage mode, the less human one becomes. Obito glanced at Kabuto. What is it you want? Uchiha Ag. That young body. I want to use him to complete my final research. At that, Obito clicked his tongue in annoyance. Research, just like that lunatic Orochimaru. Sooner or later, you'll lose yourself to your experiments. Even so, Obito agreed in the end. Never mind the ongoing war, by the looks of things, the Fourth Great War would soon be over. When that happens, sneaking around will be far more difficult. They need to take advantage of the chaos, spark the Fifth Great Shinobi War, and then gather the tailed beasts. As for Kabuto, he was nothing more than a sacrificial piece for the infinite Tsukuyomi. More importantly, that Uchiha brat was proving to be a handful. Obito would need to reclaim the Rinnegan from him. In this matter, Kabuto might actually have some use. Fiend it. Obito pointed at Kabuto. But if I so much as sense anything suspicious from you, I'll kill you. Kabuto pulled up his hood again, turning to leave. Heh, foolish Obito. Thus, an unreliable alliance was formed. Both Kabuto and Obito harbored ulterior motives, each treating the other as a mere tool to achieve their own ends. On the battlefield, Inoki was forced back time and again, clutching his aching lower back in pain. Susanoo had drained far too much of his chakra. Even keeping himself airborne was now a struggle. Kitsuchi raised his arm and shouted, "Advance! Give Lord Suchikage time to recover his chakra." Within the Susanoo, Ag gazed down at them from on high. "From here on out, your survival will depend on your luck." "What?" The IWNine looked up, confused and startled. But soon, they understood exactly what Ag meant. The lake beneath Susanoo's feet began to spread, swiftly expanding to cover every corner of the battlefield. Then, on the water's surface, countless tiny droplets slowly floated upward, as if endowed with life. A nearby Iwagakure shinobi instinctively leaned closer, trying to get a better look at those glimmering, crystalline beads. But the moment he drew near, one of the droplets gave a sudden shudder. In an instant, it transformed into a thread-thin, lightning-quick water dragon. With a wet hiss, it pierced straight through his throat. Arg! He barely managed a cry of pain before collapsing into the knee-deep water. "Everyone, defend yourselves. Keep away from the water. Watch every single droplet." The IWNine snapped out of their daze, hastily forming seals. The ground rumbled as earthen platforms rose, forming isolated islands, and thick walls shot up from the earth, desperately trying to shut out the deadly liquid. Inosuke gazed down at the steadily rising water, bringing his hands together in a slow, deliberate motion. "Let's try this ninjutsu. Water style, 1,000 dragon bullets." High above the battleground, the number of floating water droplets surged in an instant. Each was as if imbued with a fierce spirit, twisting into countless tiny, vicious water dragons. They honed in on every sign of chakra, hurtling down in a relentless deluge toward every IWA shinobi nearby. One of them quickly formed hand signs. No way, a technique of this caliber. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple water dragons tore through the half-formed armor of earth, punching several bloody holes in his body. His eyes went wide, staring in disbelief. With a dull splash, he toppled into the water. Susanoo, still gripping King Mu, continued to drain the tailed beast's vast chakra reserves, using him as a living battery. More and more miniature water dragons manifested, plunging the entire Hidden Stone village into utter chaos. Under the fierce assault, the shinobi of Iwagakure had no choice but to halt their advance for the moment. They could only cower behind colossal stone giants or summon other ninjutsu to ward off the swarming, bothersome water dragons. But the ordeal was far from over. Every time a water dragon slammed into the stone walls, it would burst into a blinding flash. Then came the explosions, endless and thunderous. Continuous, violent detonations erupted on the IWNine's fortifications without respite. The sturdy stone barriers crumbled rapidly under the relentless, high-frequency impacts. Shrieks of agony, detonations, and the splintering of rock wove together into a cacophonous dirge, a true symphony of the apocalypse. HAA! The thunder of explosions seemed never-ending, echoing on and on. Whenever the defenders barely withstood the first onslaught, another wave would crash forth almost immediately. They were utterly powerless to resist. And worse still, the spreading tides were drawing dangerously near the heart of the village. If another attack began, the entire civilian population would be at the mercy of this carnage. Inoki's face was the very picture of despair. He knew he had lost, just as he had all those years ago to the spirited and ambitious Madara Uchiha. Decades later, he once again met defeat, this time at the hands of Madara's descendants. His hands trembling, he mustered the last of his strength and pulled out a scroll, already prepared, from the inner pocket of his robe. Iwagakure surrenders to Konohagakure unconditionally, Inoki shouted, his voice echoing. "Please, spare the civilians of Iwagakure. We agree to unconditional surrender to Konohagakure." This was not a peace negotiation, it was surrender. His words tolled like a funeral bell, crushing whatever spirit the IWNine still had left. Weapons fell from their hands as they stopped fighting, expressions lost and pained, faces hollowed by defeat. "We've lost." With those words, darkness closed over Inoki's vision, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. At the same time, the Konoha ninja forces were still charging toward the gates of Iwagakure. "Hurry, we have to back up the clan leader. Isn't the Hokage being reckless, going in alone like that? Hold off the Suna shinobi. Don't let them support Iwagakure." "Huh, the Suna shinobi haven't arrived. Even so, we need to move faster." By the time they reached the battlefield, chaos and debris were all that remained. Aishi sat cross-legged in the middle of the ruined plain, drenched in blood. Hokage-sama. Wipe out the Iwagakure shinobi. Don't let those Byakugan beat us to the spoils. Charge. The Hyuga are still the strongest. Woof woof. Aishi scratched his head. Perfect timing. Let's head into the village and take a look. The Konoha ninja glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. Even the Uchiha clan members stared, wide-eyed. They'd always known their clan leader was extraordinary, but this was something else. It's real, right? See, the gates of Iwagakure are wide open, like they're waiting for us to come in. Shikaku, the pineapple-headed strategist, felt his brain short-circuit. Had I known our Hokage was this strong, why bother with elaborate battle tactics? We might as well have let him handle the beheading himself. Aishi rose to his feet. Let's go. The group marched into Iwagakure in grand procession, as if they were returning home. Not a single word came from the IWA shinobi. They simply stepped back in silence, eyeing Aishi as he made his way straight for the Tsuchikage's office. There, Inoki formally presented the letter of surrender once again. At the same time, he dragged over Dodai, the strategist from Kumogakure, practically throwing him under the bus. He claimed that Iwagakure had never intended to fight Konoha, but had been manipulated by the hot-headed barbarians of Kumogakure. Now, with the Kumogakure strategists in their hands, all they needed was Aishi's command. He'd take Dodai out on the spot, just to prove Iwagakure's sincerity and dedication to peace, and on and on. Aishi could only stand speechless, utterly bewildered by what he was hearing. No wonder he's a seasoned veteran who's seen it all. His skill at changing his expression easily outshines my own. Looks like I'll need more practice. Bound tightly, Tsukadai glanced from Inoki to the letter of surrender, then over to Eiji. Are you kidding me? You're surrendering just like that? Weren't you supposed to send reinforcements to support the Hidden Cloud village? Our great lord, I is still hanging outside the village gates, waiting for your rescue. Enough. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't look down on the young and struggling. As long as the Hidden Cloud village stands, there will come a day we rise above the leaf. For now, we endure in silence. Eiji waved his hand, signaling that Tsukadai should be locked up again. After all, you can't just leave a trail of carnage wherever you go. That would be something out of the legend of Jiangyuan. Negotiations could wait until representatives from the other villages had been gathered. For now, Eiji's curiosity was piqued by something else. Lord Inoki, how exactly do you fly? Inoki thought for a moment before answering honestly. This is the ultra-lightweight rock technique. Tell me about it. Very well. This Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique, was not something you could learn simply by having an affinity for Earth techniques. It demanded deep understanding of the nature of weight and gravity and years of dedicated research and practice. That's why Inoki wasn't too worried about Eiji copying it. Besides, Inoki feared that if he angered Eiji, the man really might order the annihilation of every last soul in Iwagakure. Rumor had it, Hidden Cloud Village had already been transformed into the ninja world's grandest water park. This jutsu isn't about Earth chakra, but about understanding and manipulating the relationship between weight and the ground. You lighten your body through the technique. It took me more than a decade to master it. Even someone as gifted as you. Inoki's words were cut short. Indeed, for an ordinary genius, mastering this jutsu quickly would be out of reach. But Eiji was a bit different from the usual kind of prodigy. Ninja scientist activated. Through relentless effort, Lord Tobirama has mastered the Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Now, Lord Tobirama can soar freely through the skies. This jutsu really is tricky, Eiji admitted. Inoki gave a disdainful sniff. At last, the old man found a little confidence in himself while dealing with Eiji. The next instant, Eiji's body gently and unexpectedly floated off the ground. This really is a neat technique. No more climbing trees when I want to pick peaches. But the speed is a bit slow. It doesn't match up to Lord Tobirama's flying thunder god. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Eiji declared, Now, let's move on to dust release. Inoki choked, coughed up blood, and promptly passed out. Someone, your Tsuchikage just fainted. Anyone going to help? When Inoki woke up again, he found himself in a hospital room. Where's the Hokage? The Hokage is researching the dust release left behind by Lord Mu. Lord Inoki, why did you faint again? A white-haired ninja was holding a scroll, completely absorbed in its contents. Asterisk dust release, a technique developed by the second Tsuchikage, Mu, which surpasses the limits of Kekkei Genkai and is known as a Kekkei Toda. It fuses the elemental natures of wind, earth, and fire. Its immense power places it far beyond the reach of the vast majority of shinobi. Asterisk asterisk let the scientific minds of the ninja world commence. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk through tireless effort, Lord Tobirama has successfully mastered dust release and the related jutsu. Asterisk asterisk. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. The surviving sand shinobi were still fighting for their lives. Just hold on a bit longer. The reinforcement from Iwagakure are almost here. Elder Ebizo and Chiyo did their best to rally the troops, though even they had little hope left in their hearts. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, the current Sunagakure stood no chance against Kanagakure. Then again, even in the past, Sunagakure would have been hard-pressed to prevail. Every time a great ninja war broke out, Sunagakure always seemed to choose attacking the Land of Fire. After suffering a crushing defeat, they would immediately sue for peace. Thankfully, they still had two big brothers to lean on. Though the defeat of Kimagakure dealt a severe blow to the three-village alliance, they at least had a general idea of Iwagakure's true strength. After all, Konoha's all-out assault couldn't possibly wipe them out overnight, but this bought them some time to respond. However, the reality was far grimmer than they'd imagined. A massive force of Konoha shinobi had swept into the Land of Wind, shattering their first line of defense. The truth was, the gap between their strengths was simply too wide. Konoha alone was already more than they could handle. Now Kirigakure had gone berserk as well, their young Mizukage charging at the front lines with his adorable little club in hand. In the heat of battle, he would even release the giant turtle sealed within him, eager to showcase his loyalty to Konoha for all the world to see. Worse still, Iwagakure seemed to have vanished without a trace, just like Kimagakure. Anyone who didn't know better might think they had all been taken out already. What in the world is that old geezer Inoki waiting for? We've drawn Konoha's main forces here, so why haven't we seen a single move from his side? Chiyo grumbled as she hurriedly repaired her puppet. It's been days. If Iwagakure doesn't act soon, we'll be wiped out by Konoha. Does he plan to scavenge for leftovers after we're all dead? Ebizo remained silent, his face betraying deep unease. A sinking feeling was gnawing at the pit of his stomach. Chiyo, maybe Inoki isn't holding back support. Maybe he's in no position to help us at all right now. At that, Chiyo's hands froze mid-repair. Surely, it couldn't happen so soon, could it? Ebizo's brows knit tightly. We'd better start preparing our escape route. All along, the strategy of the hidden sand village had been to trail behind like a junior partner. If the other two villages were feasting, couldn't they at least spare sand a sip of broth? Seasoned by years of war, the sand village knew well the perils of fighting on multiple fronts. Without the ability to concentrate their forces, it was all too easy for the enemy to seize upon their weakness and wear them down to nothing. Unless, perhaps, the enemy possessed someone as formidable as Madara or Hashirama, a single individual strong enough to topple an entire nation. Could it be that this person was the young Uchiha inheriting Tobirama's will? The thought was absurd. Suddenly, a ninja stationed on the outskirts dashed into the village in haste. Lady Chiyo, Lord Ebizo, the Hokage is rapidly approaching the village. How many did he bring with him? It's just him, he's alone. What? Both Chiyo and Ebizo felt a chill run through their hearts, a jolt of pure danger. Donji, Donji, Donji. Other high-ranking sand village leaders reacted just as sharply, the very air turning thick and stifling, making it hard to breathe. Years ago, when Ingsi was just a teenager, he had toyed with the One Tail, turning it into his plaything. As if that weren't enough, he'd left their already barren sand village in absolute ruins. And now he had come again. Yet, he dared to face the village alone. Did he truly hold them in such contempt? They might be few in number, but every sand ninja had undergone elite training, quality over quantity. Stop him. At the very least, don't let him act with such arrogance. At the gates of the sand village, the sturdy bastion, once the proud final line of defense, now seemed as fragile as paper. A single flash of a blade, and the rock and steel barrier shattered on impact. The village's elite guards had no time to weave hand signs and resistance. Before they could react, a vast water prison swallowed them whole. All they could do was watch, helpless, as the lone figure strolled unhurriedly into their village. How can this be? How can a single person's chakra be so overwhelming, so terrifying? Despite being more than 10 meters away, the sand ninja could all feel the ominous presence radiating from Ingsi. None dared meet the young Hokage's gaze. They feared that, with a casual stroke, like slicing open a melon, he might cut them into pieces. My lords, what should we do? Withdraw and wait for an opening. Within the sand village itself, numerous traps had been set up as a precaution, just to thwart someone sly like Kakashi or that watermelon-headed kid from sneaking in to loot their secrets. With every step Ingsi took, he triggered a host of mechanisms. Yet he did not pause. He simply lifted a finger with careless ease. Instantly, a furious waterspout erupted from the earth, swirling around him. The raging torrent roared with deafening force, obliterating every incoming attack. The waterspout moved as if it were a living creature, greedily devouring the land beneath it. The current at their feet kept spreading, covering more and more of the ground. The residents of the hidden sand village had always longed for abundant water to ease their daily hardships. Yet, never before had they found these overflowing streams so hateful as they did today. Ah, let go of me. Whips of water coalesced from the rushing flood, coiled around sand ninjas who tried to resist or escape. They were lifted high into the air, suspended helplessly. I am Uchiha Ag, the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. On behalf of all Konoha villagers, I accept the surrender of the Hidden Sand Village. Damn it. The sand ninjas clenched their fists in frustration. It wasn't the first time their village had lost to Konoha, but to have someone barge in and demand their surrender so blatantly, it was more than humiliating. Chiyo stared at Eiji, a surge of unnameable anger rising in her chest. She had always despised those white-haired brats the most. Chiyo pulled out her puppet scroll, determined to fight to the bitter end. Still want to fight, Chiyo? Eiji's slender fingers drew the Muramasa blade, and the patter of rainwater dripped slowly to the ground. Lord Tobirama once said, in war, if the enemy resists, just kill them. Save everyone a lot of needless sacrifice. Chiyo was so furious she felt her heart acting up. Always quoting Tobirama. Is that punk even old enough to have met him? Right, Tobirama had white hair too. Damn it all. Big sister, Ebizo placed a hand on Chiyo's shoulder. If we make a move here, every villager will die. Besides, we truly aren't his match. Ebizo knew all too well. As one of Konoha's strongest forces, Eiji should have been on the front lines against the Hidden Stone. His presence here now meant that issue was already settled. If both the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud were dealt with, then truly, they had no room left to struggle. Chiyo's bloodshot eyes glared at Eiji, then swept in pain over the ninjas still dangling in the air and the terrified villagers cowering in the distance. Her arm loosened, and she let the scroll fall to the ground. The Hidden Sand Village will enter into negotiations. There will be no negotiation. The sand will surrender unconditionally and wait for Konoha's judgment. You, Chiyo and Ebizo hadn't expected Eiji to be so forceful, so uncompromising. Yet at this point, there was nothing more they could do. Already, they could hear the victorious march of Konoha's army, their footsteps thundering ever closer. The tide of conquerors surged toward the Hidden Sand Village. Konoha's army had arrived. We, the Hidden Sand Village, surrender to Konoha unconditionally. Konoha accepts the surrender of the Sand Village. Eiji sheathed the Muramasa blade. We're the Sand Shinobi. The blue beast of the leaf has arrived. Outside the village gate, a formidable army of shinobi stood packed tightly together. A green figure, carrying another silver-haired figure, shot to the front like a cannonball. It was the fiery guy, bursting with energy, and under his arm, Kakashi, the very picture of resignation. Guy's eyes were wide as saucers, and even Kakashi's usually expressionless gaze flickered with rare surprise. Why did each of the sand shinobi hang their heads, their weapons tossed aside like discarded junk? The battle's over, you two. The leaf has claimed victory. A hushed silence lingered. The next instant, a triumphant bellow erupted from deep within Guy's chest, reverberating through the air as he soared skyward like a blazing rocket. We did it. Victory will always belong to the leaf. Overcome with joy, he instinctively hurled Kakashi off his shoulder, launching him straight into the sky. Kakashi's scream cut through the air. You idiot! Put me down! Mission Progress Update. Under Lord Tobirama's wise guidance, the Hidden Leaf has prevailed in the 4th Great Ninja War. Mission Rewards. Lord Tobirama can now fuse with Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, as well as the mysterious Mangekyo Sharingan he's currently using, possibly Azuna's. That reward. Would you like to begin the fusion now? Yes. Let's use it for now. If something better comes along, I'll switch it out. As the thought formed, Eiji felt a strange sensation deep within his eyes. He could clearly sense his ocular power undergoing a complete transformation. When he opened his eyes once more, the iconic pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan had vanished. In its place gleamed Uchiha Madara's version of the Rinnegan. Congratulations! Lord Tobirama has successfully awakened the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara variant. Rinnegan abilities: Sealing Absorption, Chakra Devouring, Chibaku Tensei, Tengai Shinsei, Limbo, Border Jail, and other yet-to-be-explored jutsu. A rush of power, unlike anything he had ever felt, surged through his body. By instinct, Eiji reached for his portable sealing scroll and took out his 2 carefully preserved trophies, the Rinnegan he'd pried for Nagato. But as he unfurled the scroll, he paused in surprise. The once fearsome, purple orbs of power had become nothing more than two plain white marbles, as ordinary as anything. Ag made a crooked smile worthy of a Dragon King. Now, if Obito, or Madara, or even Black Zetsu finds out about this, they'll drop dead from sheer rage. A wild, almost manic laughter burst from Ag, the raw power of his bloodline, setting him off in true Uchiha fashion. All eyes turned his way, and when they caught sight of his extraordinary new gaze, a collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd. The clan leader's Sharingan has evolved again? Don't tell me. The Mangekyo Sharingan isn't the ultimate power for the Uchiha clan after all? Of course. The clan leader is truly a man worthy of becoming Hokage. His power is terrifying beyond belief. Deep within the cave, Black Zetsu brought a troubling piece of news. Lord Madara, our plan, something unexpected has happened for the third time. What is it? Madara's voice was icy. Choosing his words carefully, Zetsu spoke with caution. The Rinnegan you entrusted to Nagato, the one Uchiha Aishi seized, he's implanted it into himself. What? Madara erupted in fury. That was supposed to be his. How dare he claim what rightfully belongs to me? Damn you, Tobirama Senju, born with evil in your veins. You've corrupted the noble Uchiha bloodline into this wretched state. Madara was shaking with rage, teeth clenched tightly in frustration. Those Rinnegan eyes meant everything to him. Without them, the Grand Eye of the Moon plan would never come to fruition. All those decades of effort, was it all about to go to waste? But no one was angrier than Black Zetsu. Madara and Obito, those two fools, had only been working at this for a relatively short time. Zetsu himself had waited for over 1,000 years, longing for the day he could resurrect his mother, Kaguya. And now, version 3.0 of their plan had officially failed. What on earth should he do next? Fortunately, Madara was a man with boundless pride. He firmly believed that, after Hashirama's death, there was no one worthy enough to be his rival in the entire shinobi world. Keep collecting the tailed beasts. I'll bide my time and seize the opportunity to reclaim those eyes from that brat. Now it was time for the Eye of the Moon plan, version 4.0. Inside the Leaf Village, the logistics department was still a whirlwind of activity. A blonde woman was running herself ragged, barking orders as she moved. Hurry up, ninja tools, rations, medicine. Everything has to make it to the front lines as soon as possible. Has there been any word from the Hokage? No. Keep trying, keep me posted. We need to ensure supplies from the land of iron don't fall behind. If they're short-handed, we'll send people to help. Move, move, move. This is war. 1 second saved might mean a life saved out there. As a survivor of the previous shinobi war, Tsunade understood all too well the horrors that conflict could unleash. Even now, she would often see Dan and Nawaki's faces in her dreams. If war was truly unavoidable, then she would end it as quickly as possible. Lady Tsunade, we're heading out now. Go, be careful. Tsunade-senpai, I'm back. She looked over. All right, good to have you back. Tsunade glanced behind her. At some point, a stunningly handsome, white-haired man had silently appeared at her side. Ugh, she ran a hand through her tangled blonde hair, exasperated. Did something happen at the front? Not at all. The war's over. Tsunade let out a breath of relief. So it's really over. For a moment, I thought. Wait, she gasped, startled. It's over. Eiji took out the letters of surrender from Awagakure, Kimogakure, and Sunagakure, and waved them in front of Tsunade. Please inform everyone. We'll be signing a new peace agreement in a few days. I need to go do some research. Our comrades are on their way back. With those words, Eiji turned and walked away. When Tsunade announced the news, all of Konoha erupted with excited cheers and shouts. Under the leadership of the great fifth Hokage, Uchiha Ag, Konoha had once again triumphed over those greedy invaders. A few days later, the ninja of Konoha returned home, greeted by waves of thunderous applause. Heroes. All of them were Konoha's heroes. Winning the war against the encirclement of the three villages must have come at a cost, surely not without hardship. To be honest, the victory is entirely thanks to Lord Hokage. We didn't do much. Most of the time, we were just cleaning up after him. If you say you didn't do much, then I did nothing at all. Many ninja found themselves at a loss, uncertain about their own worth. Sometimes they even doubted what role they played. There were several times when, because they had been too slow, by the time they arrived at the battlefield, the enemy was already defeated. As for the reservists who had been stationed in the village, they stared at each other, wide-eyed and bewildered. Most of them were very young, which is why they'd been given that responsibility. If they were ever needed on the battlefield, it would mean Konoha was in dire peril and the whole village would be called to arms. Just yesterday, veterans had been teaching them about the cruel realities of war. They were told to write their wills early, for stepping onto the battlefield should come with the resolve to never return. Fortunately, the war was over. It seemed as if the ninja world truly stood at the brink of an unprecedented era of peace. Yet peace always comes at a price. Many of Konoha's ninja had still fallen in battle. In front of the memorial stone, a crowd of villagers had gathered. Rain trickled down, washing over the newly carved names. Behind every name lay a vibrant life that was now lost. The survivors stood in the rain, the black fabric of their mourning clothes clinging to their bodies. Raindrops streamed down their faces, impossible to distinguish from tears. After the sorrow subsides, those who remain must bear the will of the departed and continue forward. Through the heavy rain, Jiraiya returned from outside the village, carrying his familiar large black umbrella. He found Ag standing alone in a quiet corner, a small white flower in his hand. The aftermath has been handled for the most part. Thank you for everything, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya looked up, silently gazing into Ag's Rinnegan eyes for a long time. Sensei, your eyes. Ag put on his mask of composure, the old routine slipping back into place. Jiraiya passed him the big black umbrella. There's something I need to take care of. Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya stood before the great Toad Sage. Toad Sage, there's something I need to ask you. The great Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes. Oh, it's little Jiraiya. What's troubling you? Jiraiya lifted his head. It's about the child of prophecy. You once said the child of prophecy had been by my side. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Just now, I suddenly had the feeling that Einstein might be that destined child who will bring great change to the ninja world. Einstein? Who's that? The Toad Sage yawned, the name ringing a faint bell, though he couldn't quite recall. Uchiha Einstein, the white-haired boy, my newest student. The sage gave his forehead a tap, as if suddenly remembering. Oh, so it's him. I remember not long ago, I even helped him out in a fight. What did you say? That's not important. The Toad Sage seemed to recall something, his gaze turning inward, but in all my dreams, he never appeared once. Jiraiya, my child, he is not the child of prophecy. Hearing these words, Jiraiya let out a heavy sigh. So it's not him. For more than half his life, he had searched for the child of prophecy. Time and again, life had granted him hope, only to dash it away again and again. How much longer, he wondered, would it take before he truly found that fated child? I understand, Jiraiya waved his hand. I'll take my leave for now. Child of prophecy, where in the world are you? Midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. A few days later, still in the Land of Iron. Not much time had passed since the previous 5 Kage summit, yet the situation had completely changed. The Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village had sent Hokage Einsai and Mizuki Yagura, respectively. From the Hidden Cloud, with a still bedridden, their strategist Dodai attended in his stead. As for the Hidden Stone, Anoki, having lost his fighting spirit, offered up the excuse of a bad back and sent his son Karatsuchi. And from the Hidden Sand, the tireless elders Chiyo and Ebizo had returned once more. After the Fourth Great Ninja War turned everything upside down, the previously inconspicuous Yagura now stood tall. Was it the 3 villages trying to bring him down together? But in the end, what happened? Surprised, weren't they? My big brother hammered them into submission. Sunagakure was crushed, Kimogakure was turned into a water park. As for Iwagakure, their forces were wiped out in a clean sweep. Only our village, the Hidden Mist, came out on top, the unchallenged victor. While Yagura was still grinning foolishly at his good fortune, Mifune cleared his throat. Everyone, the reason we've gathered here today is simple. To sign a brand new peace agreement. After the obligatory formalities, a complete agreement was placed on the table. First, all secret techniques of the Sand, Stone, and Cloud villages must be permanently made accessible to the Leaf. Second, the Kage of these 3 villages are to be appointed by the Leaf, and must forever obey the Leaf's orders. Article 3. When the interests of the 3 villages come into conflict with those of the Leaf, they must take the initiative to withdraw. Article 17,982. The 3 villages shall, in other words must, pay a certain sum as war reparations. I've finished speaking. Who supports these terms, and who opposes them? After reading these clauses, not just the representatives of the 3 villages, even Mifune himself felt they were a bit harsh. If anyone dared to put such terms in front of the Land of Iron, he'd probably fight them to the bitter end. Last time they negotiated, the meeting room ended up in ruins. And in the end, not a single person bothered to pay for the damages. If a fight broke out again today, who knows what chaos might ensue? As expected, just the item insisting that the selection of Kage must be approved by the Leaf caused an uproar among the 3 villages. The selection of our Kage needs Konoha's approval, and we're supposed to follow every command of the Leaf? Is this what you call a Kage? This is nothing more than a puppet of Konoha. If that's the case, why not just have you serve as our Kage directly? Fortunately, this time the representatives from the three villages were far more composed. No one was foolish enough to challenge Isuke to a duel outside. Isuke slammed his palm on the table. It's settled then. I don't mind the extra work. Suddenly, we feel that listening to the Leaf's orders isn't all that hard to do after all. The defeated delegates were on the verge of tears. They'd grown to truly dislike dealing with the Leaf over the years. As for Isuke, he was really just making a point. That mess was too tiresome for him to care about. Mifune rubbed his temples. For some reason these days, just standing with Isuke gave him a headache. Gentlemen, let's continue. Isuke turned to Dodai. I hear the hidden cloud possesses a giant turtle beast. I'm quite interested in it. Dodai's eyes widened. How did Konoha know about Turtle Island? These people, their information-gathering skills were terrifying. Standing before them, Dodai felt as if nothing about him was left private. Turtle Island was crucial to the Hidden Cloud Village. If it were in the past, and the Leaf dared to make such demands, the Hidden Cloud would have jumped into a fight with a shout on the spot. But now things were different. They no longer had the resources to keep fighting. Now, the Leaf came asking, and if they refused, the Leaf would simply take it by force with nothing they could do. At that point, the Hidden Cloud might end up as nothing but an underground reservoir. Dodai nodded, humiliation all over his face. From now on, Turtle Island belongs to Konoha. As for the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand, one was nothing but endless sand, the other just piles of stone, not worth claiming anyway. That night, the meeting finally came to an end. The Land of Iron thoughtfully prepared rooms for everyone to stay in, so they could travel again come morning. The once united delegates of the three-village alliance sighed, one after another, full of regret. If only we hadn't launched that attack on the Leaf Village back then, we wouldn't have ended up like this. The Hidden Cloud Village has been utterly destroyed, even worse than the Sand Village. Who knows how many years it'll take before any of it can be rebuilt. The worst part is Killer Bee is still being held captive in Konoha. Sukadai gritted his teeth, seething with a desire to tear the Hokage apart. With the two tails missing and Killer Bee detained, what were they supposed to do now? As for Ebizo and Chiyo, they suddenly felt a bit of consolation in their hearts. Before the war, among the 5 great ninja villages, they had been the weakest of all. But now, looking at the aftermath, it seemed they had climbed up, now only the second to last. Not bad, something they could live with. Who were they kidding? It was awful. They hadn't even found a proper successor yet. They couldn't possibly let Temari or Kankuro step up, could they? Meanwhile, as for Yagura, he had found Ag and had an in-depth discussion on the matter of the two villages cooperating. Yagura expressed that the Hidden Mist development was inseparable from the help and support of the Leaf. Going forward, everyone in the Mist would build ties with Konoha for generations to come. Additionally, the Hidden Mist would be issuing a new set of permits, allowing all citizens of the Land of Fire to travel freely throughout the Land of Water. Inspired by the Cloud's example, the Mist had developed a massive water park of their own, hoping to spark their tourism industry. They hoped, of course, for their friends from the Land of Fire to visit, to support them, and to grow together. But of course, Konoha has always been generous to friends. After exchanging a few more polite words, Ag set off on his journey home. On the surface, peace had returned to the shinobi world, but behind the scenes, the true mastermind remained untouched. In order for Naruto to face the shadows in his own heart, Ag sent him off to Turtle Island. After a bit of thought, he took Sasuke along as well. With the two of them together, who knew what sparks might fly between these old friends? Time slipped quietly by. With the help of the chakra her mother Kushina had left behind, Naruto finally won Kurama's respect and achieved the shining golden mode. Alas, he'd missed his chance to properly clobber his father, and instead, it was his mother who gave him a good smack, snapping his senses back into place. Meanwhile, Sasuke awakened Susanoo, and his power surged to a whole new level. But that power, of course, came at its own price. Naruto, Sasuke looked up at the sky. It's gotten dark so quickly. Naruto blinked in confusion, thinking Sasuke had lost his mind. It was noon. The sun hung high overhead, its heat beating down, leaving Naruto drenched in sweat. What are you talking about? This sun is so bright, I can barely open my eyes. Before he could finish speaking, the smile froze on Naruto's face. A cold chill shot up his spine. Suddenly, he threw out both hands and waved them frantically in front of Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's gaze was empty and unfocused, the movements just inches away, eliciting no response at all. Sasuke, you. Naruto's voice trembled ever so slightly. I can't see anymore. Sasuke's voice was unnaturally calm. He turned his head slightly, straining to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. I'll take you to Sakura. No. To Lady Tsunade. Wait, no. Let's find Master Ag. He said he has a way to help. With that, Naruto hoisted Sasuke onto his shoulder and exploded forward at the fastest speed he'd ever managed, like a bolt of golden lightning, racing toward the Hokage's office with reckless abandon. The heavy iron door was shattered into pieces with a single powerful kick. Naruto charged into the Hokage's office. Sasuke slung over his shoulder, moving at top speed. Without hesitation, he kicked open the massive iron door, sending it flying. A deafening crash echoed as the huge slab of metal hurtled inside, cutting through the air like a missile. Seated at his desk busy with paperwork, Ag caught the spiraling iron door with one hand, utterly composed but visibly exasperated. Naruto, can't you show a little respect for village property? The cost of this door is coming out of your mission pay. But Naruto couldn't care less about that right now. He set Sasuke down and pointed, voice trembling on the verge of tears, at his friend's empty gaze. Sensei, Sasuke can't see. Ag paused for a moment, then raised a single finger. How many fingers am I holding up? Sasuke remained silent, not responding. Well, looks like the second pillar really did mess up badly this time. He heaved a sigh. Turning away, Ag retrieved a special temperature-controlled container from behind him, handling it with the utmost care. Inside, suspended in a pale green solution, was a glass jar. Within the jar, a pair of crimson eyes hovered quietly. These are Itachi's eyes, the last thing he left for you. I'll call a medical ninja over right away to get them transplanted. The surgery was a resounding success. Layer by gentle layer, the bandages around Sasuke's eyes were carefully unwrapped. Slowly, Sasuke opened his eyelids. The world came back into perfect focus, stunningly clear. But not only that, a surging torrent of power coursed through his body, vastly greater than before. For the second pillar, this was his moment of transformation. The sky cleared. Sasuke felt renewed, alive again. Without hesitation, he ripped away the last shreds of bandage. In his eyes, the scarlet Mangekyo, a six-pointed star, began to spin, his piercing gaze locking onto Ag. I challenge you. This is the 79th time. At Sasuke's words, Ag calmly reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out two bells, tossing them lightly in his hand. All right, how about the three of us play the classic bell test? The most iconic trial in the Leaf Village. Yeah. Naruto brightened immediately. Sasuke, let's fight together once more. Sasuke gave a dismissive snort. This is pointless. I'll beat him on my own. Then give back Itachi's eyeballs. Sasuke froze, his face turning bright red so fast it could be seen with the naked eye. Naruto doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach. Sasuke, look, you're blushing again. I am not. You totally are. I said I'm not. And that means I'm not. Konoha's back mountain. If you manage to grab the bells, you win. Whoever loses will go without lunch. Aisai hung the bells at his waist and crooked his finger, beckoning to Naruto and Sasuke. Come on then. But don't use any of those large-scale, destructive jutsu, or Yamato-senpai will give us an earful. Right? Off to the side, Yamato, who'd been standing by idly, felt his vision go dark for a moment. Memories of not-so-pleasant past experiences flashed through his mind. Let's do this, Sasuke. Don't try to boss me around. Sasuke rushed in first, swinging the Kusanagi sword down in a swift arc. Clang. Haven't had lunch? Sasuke frowned. This guy was a master at getting under people's skin. Just then, Naruto sprang into the air. Uzumaki Naruto's super whirlwind. One thunderous crash after another echoed from the back mountain. Puffs of blue smoke drifted up from time to time. Villagers glanced around in confusion. Was the village getting expanded or something? Yamato looked absolutely distraught. Guys, please, not again. Tree planting and reforestation were exhausting enough already. Half an hour later, their bell-stealing contest came to an anticlimactic end. Both bells had been shattered by someone's stray chakra. No one knew whose. Now, Aisai's waist was left with just two tiny red strings swaying eerily in the breeze, looking oddly out of place. That's it for today. Aisai brushed the dust from his clothes. You both improved a lot. Now let's go have some ramen. Yeah. Ichiraku ramen shop was filled with the rich aroma of bone broth wafting through the air. The three of them sat together at the table, happily slurping the ultimate deluxe ramen. By the way, Naruto said, his cheeks stuffed, eyes squinting in delight. When I was really, really little, the first time I met Aisai-sensei, he took me out for ramen too. Feels like it just happened yesterday. But in a blink, all those years have just flown right by. Aisai felt a wave of nostalgia as well. Yes, time really does slip away in the blink of an eye. As for Sasuke, his first real run-in with Aisai was watching him beat up his own brother, that rogue ninja from Konoha. A masked ANBU appeared suddenly, so silent it was almost as if he materialized out of thin air by their table. He spoke in a lowered voice. Hokage-sama, Mei Terumi from the Hidden Mist Village has requested an audience. Understood. Before the echo of his reply had faded, there was a quiet whoosh, and the spot was empty. The only thing left was a teacup, still gently trembling on the table, and Naruto and Sasuke glaring at each other with wide eyes. After a brief silence, Sasuke put down his chopsticks. Naruto, let's find somewhere quiet after this, and keep training. I'll show you just how strong I am now. Deal. Hokage office. Isai sat behind the broad desk, fingers interlaced and resting on the surface, looking at the travel-worn Mei Terumi. What happened? Mei Terumi drew a deep breath, struggling to steady her rapid breathing. Her voice quivered slightly as she spoke. The Mizukage has been abducted. What? Eiji's brows snapped together in an instant. Was it Uchiha Obito? Mei shook her head forcefully, her vivid red lips pressing into a thin, tense line. When she spoke again, the name she uttered seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 mountains. No, the one who took him calls himself Uchiha Madara. Just uttering that name seemed to make the very air in the office grow heavier, thick with foreboding. After all, that name belonged to a legend, a man who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Standing nearby, Shikaku, his pineapple-shaped hair as distinctive as ever, sucked in a sharp breath at the mention. Madara, a name spoken of only in legends. Why would he suddenly reappear in this world? Wasn't he supposed to have died long ago? Instinctively, Shikaku asked, could it be that Obito is merely using Madara's name to sow confusion? Mei shook her head once more. Obito is indeed formidable, but compared to Madara, that sense of overwhelming oppression is worlds apart. Shikaku fell silent for a long moment, eventually responding with a heavy sigh. How could Obito possibly compare Madara? I understand. For now, please have some rest. Leave this matter to me. I'll leave it all in your hands, Lord Hokage. With a deep, worried bow, Mei Terumi turned and left the office, her heart heavy with unease. Yet this was only the beginning of the storm. Soon after, urgent intelligence reports from every major shinobi village began to flood in, piling up like snow and hammering at the already taut nerves of Konoha's leadership. Jinchuriki, the living vessels regarded as the ultimate weapons of each village, were being targeted and struck down one after another in rapid succession. Aside from the enigmatic figure claiming to be Madara and the already known Obito, there was another key player involved in these mysterious assaults. A lone survivor from a Wagakure arrived bearing a portrait. Kabuto Yakushi, a renegade from Konoha. Ever since Orochimaru's failed invasion of the Leaf, Kabuto vanished completely, as if he'd evaporated from existence, someone commented. He's become more and more like Orochimaru. This is no mere coincidence. Do you suppose Orochimaru himself is operating from behind the scenes? You mean Orochimaru has possessed Kabuto? Is such a technique, taking over another's body, truly possible in the shinobi world? If we're speaking of Orochimaru, with his obsession with forbidden life sciences and mastery of unspeakable knowledge, it wouldn't be out of the question for him to have developed or acquired some unconventional jutsu, something alien to us, for soul transfer or bodily possession. There's actually some sense in that. And so, within Konoha's upper echelons, this new rumor began to spread. Perhaps Orochimaru had never truly died, only his body had been destroyed. His true essence, long prepared for such a contingency, had survived. He had employed some forbidden technique to seize the body of his loyal follower, Kabuto, successfully reincarnating his own soul. Kabuto is Orochimaru, and Orochimaru is Kabuto. Now he's working with Obito once more, still scheming for that earth-shattering plot of his. It's very likely that the true goal is, in every sense, immortality. After all this, it turns out the one scheming to overturn the shinobi world was still Orochimaru. It's possible that even Madara was revived by him. After all, he has mastered the reanimation jutsu, and even used that forbidden technique to kill the great third Hokage. Damn it, why does this world have such despicable people? And another thing, how can anyone truly kill someone as vile as this guy, once and for all? Orochimaru, once a student, is now the greatest mastermind in the entire shinobi world. Mission notice, completely eliminate Orochimaru, in progress. Eliminate the rogue ninja Obito, in progress. The wanted posters for Kabuto, Orochimaru, and Obito quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Anyone who could provide credible information would receive a generous reward from Konoha. Hidden away in some dark corner, Kabuto was nearly boiling with rage. He had risked his life time and again, gone through countless ordeals, all to surpass Orochimaru. And yet these idiotic shinobi were saying that Orochimaru had taken over his body? Bunch of fools, Kabuto muttered, pushing up his glasses. As if Orochimaru could ever possess me. These people aren't even worthy to be used as guinea pigs in my experiments. Elsewhere. Nonsense. That useless Orochimaru, thinking he could control me. Madara flipped the table in anger, wishing he could slaughter every last one of these idiots right now. The entire shinobi world is moving exactly as I, Madara, have planned. Black Zetsu quietly edged back into a corner, doing his best not to burst out laughing. Yes, you're the grand puppeteer behind it all. Everything is under your control. With a little cunning, you can have these foolish mortals dancing in the palm of your hand. But in reality, aren't you just a tool for reviving my mother? And Obito, standing there in your white mask, like changing masks will do you any good. Oh, so you've got two Sharingan now? Nab the second one from the Uchiha vault right before the fourth Great Ninja War. If you're that skilled, why not just take back the one Kakashi's got? You've killed so many already, but you still cling to this ridiculous act of sentimentality. Wait, why is Madara standing up? Why is he picking up his war fan? Obito, prepared to attack Konoha. Land of Fire. Jiraiya, head of intelligence, had just won the medical division chief Tsunade's paycheck, less than 2 days after she got it. The two of them wandered the streets without aim. You won so much money from me. Why do you still look so glum? Jiraiya let out a heavy sigh. You know, it's about the child of prophecy. Enough. Tsunade cut him off without mercy. Talk about something else. Jiraiya spread his hands and asked, where shall we go for a drink tonight? Let's go to. Suddenly, both Tsunade and Jiraiya looked up. They sensed a terrifying chakra rapidly approaching. Such overwhelming chakra. Tsunade reacted instantly, almost shouting. Shizune, go find the Hokage. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya leapt up, his tone urgent. Tsunade, stay right here. I'll go check it out. Jiraiya, a figure clad in crimson armor, appeared atop the statues at the Valley of the End. Konoha, what a flood of memories it brings, he murmured. But what a pity, Madara glanced down at Hashirama's statue. Such a pity indeed. Now, the Hidden Leaf Village was the mightiest in the ninja world. The very mention of its name made all the other villages weigh their words carefully. Yet to Madara, this was just a name he had casually come up with long ago. Back then, Konoha was unrivaled in the world, just as it was now. This very moment perfectly mirrored those days of old. From a steep slope in the distance, Jiraiya fixed his gaze on the ominous figure radiating menace. That man is the legendary Uchiha Madara. With keen eyes, he caught the fine cracks on Madara's face. Just as he suspected, this was the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru, you lunatic, how dare you desecrate the dead again? What are you scheming now? This was the greatest crisis the village had faced since Orochimaru's invasion. Ag was away and still hadn't returned. It would take time to relay the message. After a brief silence, Jiraiya let out a long sigh. If the student wasn't here, then the teacher would have to step up, no matter what. Even if he might not stand a chance. With a rush of wind, a white blur shot forward like an arrow and landed instantly behind Madara. Uchiha Madara, did Orochimaru send you? Where is he? Madara slowly turned around, letting out a cold and derisive laugh. This white-haired fool. How dare he compare him to those sewer rats skulking in the snake's lair? His eyes brimmed with disdain, his voice icy. I have no interest in weaklings like you. Where's that Uchiha upstart? The Rinnegan does not belong to him. Jiraiya's brow furrowed tightly. Was Madara after Ag? He had no idea how likely Ag would be to survive a legendary encounter like this. But if that was the case, it was a teacher's duty to blaze the trail for his student. Konoha will never surrender those dangerous eyes to you, Jiraiya declared. Madara sneered. I told you, those eyes are mine. Before the words had faded, a wave of violent chakra exploded from Madara's body. The air compressed with a shrill, piercing resonance. Shattered rubble at his feet crushed instantly into dust. He no longer paid any attention to the bothersome insect before him. His sights were set on Killer Bee, the eight-tails Jinchuriki deep within the Leaf Village prison. In a blur, Madara's figure transformed into a streak of motion, shooting like lightning toward his target. Not so fast, Jiraiya roared, his form flickering as he once again intercepted Madara's path. Fire style, flame bullet. His chest swelled as he gathered his chakra, then unleashed a massive ball of fire several meters wide, hurtling it fiercely toward Madara. Just as the inferno was about to engulf him, Madara leapt effortlessly, almost casually. His silhouette traced a graceful arc through the air as the searing flames brushed past the hem of his robes, scorching a deep, charred pit into the earth below. Mid-air, Madara twisted, moving so swiftly he was nearly pure afterimage. With a vicious spinning kick, he struck Jiraiya's hastily raised arms dead on. A dull, resounding thud echoed. Pain exploded in Jiraiya's arms as he crashed down into the river below, sending a great spray of water into the air. Foolish insect. Jiraiya clawed his way out of the river, battered and coughing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. So, this was Madara. How much more terrifying he was than any opponent he had ever faced before. Ninja art. Wild Lion's main technique. Ignoring the searing pain, Jiraiya formed hand signs one after another. His white hair seemed to come alive, growing wildly to blanket the sky, reaching for Madara and entangling him in an instant. This relentless grasp only served to enrage Madara further. Worthless trash who doesn't know his place. A torrent of dark, powerful chakra surged from his reanimated body. The white hair binding him strained and creaked under the pressure, groaning from the overwhelming force. Then, with an ear-splitting rip, the restraints were torn apart. Madara's form plummeted straight down from the sky, right fist clenched, his descent accompanied by a bone-chilling whistle as he aimed for the exhausted Jiraiya, barely standing by the riverbank. Damn! Jiraiya's pupils contracted in shock. A thunderous crash erupted. At the critical moment, a golden blur sliced into the fray. Tsunade, her entire body enveloped in brilliant chakra, met Madara's descending fist head-on with her own, channeling her immense strength into the blow. At the instant their titanic forces met, the very air seemed to freeze, then erupted outward in a visible ring of force. The violent shockwave ripped through the surroundings. A faint flicker of surprise crossed Madara's eyes. There was something in that strength, a faint echo of the power that belonged to Hashirama, but it was still far from enough. A wicked smile lifted the corner of his lips as Madara unleashed another burst of power. Tsunade grunted, the unstoppable force sending her hurtling backward. She broke through several small trees before crashing heavily against the trunk of a giant one. Madara's movements did not falter for even an instant. With a swift, practiced flick of his wrist, a fierce wave of chakra surged from his palm, striking Jiraiya squarely just as he was struggling up from the riverbank. A dull, wet sound followed. Jiraiya coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body tumbling before crashing against a massive boulder beside Tsunade. Tsunade leaned helplessly against a tree, gasping for breath. Blood and energy churned chaotically within her chest and abdomen. She cast a desperate glance at Jiraiya, who looked battered and wretched. Are you still alive? With trembling arms, Jiraiya heaved himself upright. He wiped the blood that wouldn't stop flowing from the corner of his mouth and forced a weary smile. I can still hold on. The words had barely left his lips when fresh blood spattered to the ground and onto the back of Tsunade's hand. That vivid, scarlet blood shattered Tsunade's composure in an instant. Her pupils shrank to pinpoints, and all color drained from her face, leaving her a ghastly shade of white. Cold sweat flooded down from her forehead in torrents. Her body began to tremble so violently she could no longer control it. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Even breathing became an ordeal. A crimson haze seemed to veil the world before her eyes. The gruesome scenes from battlefields past came crashing into her mind, thick with the stench of blood, as if time itself had split open. Sweat kept pouring. Her body couldn't stop shaking. BL. Blood, blood. Tsunade's voice was thin as a thread. All the strength had left her limbs. She crumpled weakly to the ground at the base of the tree, as if her bones had been plucked out. She curled in on herself, clutching her arms tightly around her body. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Jiraiya wiped the blood from his lips and spoke gently, trying to comfort her. It's all right. We only need to hold out for a while longer. It'll be okay. Ninja art. Summoning jutsu. As the swirling smoke cleared, Gamabunta appeared in the center of the battlefield, a massive pipe between his lips and a short blade at his waist. With a sweeping glance, Gamabunta took in the battlefield and the fearsome aura radiating from Madara. He spared a brief look at the top of his own head. There stood Jiraiya, and upon each of Jiraiya's shoulders perched Fukasaku and Shima, the two sage toads. Jiraiya boy, you sure know how to land us in real trouble this time. This guy is far nastier than even Pain ever was. Jiraiya slowly brought his hands together, his focus unwavering. Everyone, please. I'm counting on you. All we need is to hold on until Aikyo arrives. Until then, just buy me some time. Gamabunta unsheathed his massive blade with a resigned sigh. You really don't leave me much choice. With a guttural roar, his enormous body surged forward at a speed that belied his size. Raising his sword, he brought it down with all his might toward Madara. Foolish beast, Madara sneered. In an instant, a towering blue skeletal giant, woven of pure chakra, erupted from the ground, completely encasing Madara. The giant's arm rose to meet Gamabunta's descending blade, its own strike slamming upward with even greater force. A metallic crash followed, ringing out so loud it seemed to shake the very sky, enough to make the ears throb with pain. Gamabunta's massive body suddenly shuddered, his eyes widening in shock at the terrifying recoil from his sword. It felt as though his short blade hadn't struck an energy form, but had smashed into an immovable mountain. This is bad. Such power. Oomph. With a cold snort, Madara unleashed a sudden surge of force from Susanoo, doubling its might in an instant. A blinding light exploded forth, and an overwhelming strength came crashing down with unstoppable fury. Gamabunta felt an irresistible force travel up the hilt of his blade, rendering his massive body completely unbalanced. Both Toad and Blade were tossed like playthings swatted by a giant. He spun helplessly through the air a dozen times before crashing to the ground dozens of meters away. A thunderous boom shook the land as a great cloud of dust billowed into the sky. That hurts! Damn it! Struggling in the haze of dust, Gamabunta raised his head and bellowed toward Jiraiya, who was off in the distance desperately gathering sage chakra. Hey Jiraiya, this guy's too much to handle. Hurry up and call out the old sage Toad. After all, he'd seen with his own eyes just how terrifying the old Toad sage could be, senile though he seemed. One punch thrown by instinct had nearly finished off A. Whether or not the sage could defeat this monster, he was more than capable of buying precious time. Jiraiya's face twisted in pain at Gamabunta's shouting, looking almost wretched. If I could, do you think I'd be getting thrashed like this? What about your troublesome student? How should I know? He said he had somewhere to go. I can't find him now. Damn it. Choosing now, of all times, to disappear. Hauling himself upright, Gamabunta couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia for that mischievous, white-haired kid. In the Hidden Leaf Village, more and more shinobi had their attention drawn to the towering blue giant rising from the earth. Some recognized what they were witnessing. Susanoo. That's the legendary Susanoo. The intruder is from the Uchiha clan. Members of the security division drew their longswords. The Hokage isn't here. This is our moment to prove ourselves. Security division, charge. Shinobi clad in security uniforms shouted as they rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of jutsu upon Susanoo. Pathetic. You're nothing but a swarm of ants. With a simple sweep of the giant's hand, they were scattered and sent sprawling, their courage shattered. Fall back. Retreat. This enemy is out of our league. Yet the battle raged on. Gamabunta brandished a short blade, clashing head-on with Susanoo again and again, only to be knocked away each time. Cough, cough. At last, Gamabunta collapsed in a massive crater. His sword slipped from his grasp, his body covered in wounds, and he had not even the strength to stand. Sorry, Jiraiya. This is as far as I go. Jiraiya still knelt with his hands clasped, unbroken in his meditation. You did your best, Boss Gamabunta. With a soft pop, a swirl of smoke faded away, and the battered, wounded Fukasaku vanished from sight, returning to Mount Mayaboku to heal. With Fukasaku's protective presence gone, Madara's chilling gaze once again locked onto Jiraiya. Unfazed, Madara continued forward, an enormous, ponderous aura of energy pressed in relentlessly. Looking around at the struggling shinobi and the ruins scattered all about, a fleck of disgust flashed across Madara's eyes. He changed his mind. Since I'm here anyway, I might as well take the time to crush these annoying pests first. Ninja art. Water, severing slash. A torrent of water struck Susanoo, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Jiraiya, I need another 30 seconds. You'll have to pull back for now. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, casting his gaze over the wounded comrades collapsed behind him. And there, curled up, body still trembling slightly, Tsunade. Retreat? If I leave, they'll all die. Tsunade, Jiraiya roared, his anger slicing through the chaos. Pull yourself together. That shout carried a force that seemed almost tangible, jolting Tsunade so sharply that her head snapped up. Against the looming blue giant, her figure looked impossibly small, and yet utterly unbreakable. You're the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. Stop sniveling. Stand up. Look at these people. Without your strength, they have no hope. Have you forgotten all of Lord Hashirama's word from back then? He founded the Leaf Village to protect his comrades. Look at you now. Is this what he would have wanted? Counterattack. Get up and fight back now. Every one of Jiraiya's words struck Tsunade's closed heart like a sledgehammer. She bit down so hard on her lip she nearly drew blood. Her body shook violently. Her fists clenched until her nails dug deep into her palms. Jiraiya, the shadow of Susanoo eclipsed them. On that massive armored form, chakra boiled furiously. Now, for even more monstrous arms materialized and rose high in the air. So, the granddaughter of Hashirama can't even use would release and your medical ninjutsu isn't worth a single one of his fingers. Now you don't even have the courage to fight back. You really are a complete and utter failure. Failure. Tsunade whispered the word, her mind descending into a paralyzing silence. But just as those four gigantic chakra arms were about to come crashing down, Tsunade moved. Slowly, she lifted her head. Deep within those brown eyes, once clouded with terror and confusion, something blazed to life. It was a proud and ancient power belonging to the Senju clan, finally breaking free of its shackles. I'm a descendant of the first Hokage, and it's true, I cannot use would release. Medical ninjutsu as well. Compared to the first Hokage, who didn't even need hand signs, there's really nothing remarkable about what I can do. That being said, I'm not some weak woman. Step by step, Tsunade moved forward, her pace slow and deliberate. She placed herself in front of Jiraiya, shielding him, and faced that suffocating, indigo-blue giant head-on. What I possess isn't mere brute strength. It's something I inherited from the first, something that has been passed down to this very day. Don't underestimate the will of fire that blazes within me. Her hands clenched tightly, the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead flaring as it was instantly released to its fullest. A torrent of life force and chakra surged through her, filling every part of her body in a rush like a raging river. Black markings spread across her skin, enveloping her as the strength of the Byakugo technique surged to its peak. Ninja art, creation rebirth, strength of 100 seals. Don't you dare look down on me, you bastard! With a thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield, Tsunade drove her fist forward, a blow weighted with all her anger, pride, and unwavering resolve. She struck the energy armor of Susanoo, that so-called absolute defense, holding nothing back. Crack! A sound rang out, crisp and clear, sharper than any of their earlier collisions. At last, a subtle ripple appeared on Madara's eternally icy expression for the first time. Centered on the point where Tsunade's fist had landed, cracks began to spiderweb across Susanoo's previously unbreakable chakra shell. Oh! The corner of Madara's mouth tugged upward ever so slightly. Now, this is starting to get interesting. Just as his words faded, Madara's hands flew together in a blur of seals. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. An overwhelming surge of fire roared towards Tsunade, a wave of searing heat and fury. Tsunade, get out of the way now. At that desperate, heartbeat-pounding moment, the markings of Sage Mode finally blossomed in full across Jiraiya's face. Sage Art Gomen. Two titanic torrents of flame collided in the sky, unleashing a burst of blinding light. The explosion sent a ring-shaped shockwave tearing through the battlefield with terrifying force. Even in Sage Mode, Jiraiya was hit by the explosion's backlash, his blood churning from the tremendous impact. Madara of legend. He really is a troublesome opponent. Summoning Jutsu. A billowing cloud of smoke erupted as a massive slug materialized at the center of the battlefield. Lady Tsunade, came the slug's gentle, soft voice. It's been quite some time, hasn't it? No time for reunions now. What you need to do is focus on healing the wounded as quickly as possible. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Without a moment's hesitation, the giant slug divided itself instantly into countless palm-sized clones. They swept across the battlefield, precisely covering every injured ninja. Please remain calm. I'm here to heal you on Lady Tsunade's orders. One of the slug's clones crawled onto Jiraiya's shoulder, suffusing him with a gentle, healing chakra. Jiraiya's face gradually looked much better. That's more like the Tsunade I know, a real powerhouse, he remarked. Madara sneered, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the crumbling Susanoo, as if enjoying the spectacle. Children's games end here. The giant figure continued to grow, sprouting legs and a full lower body. In each hand, it now gripped a long sword. What is this? Is it still evolving? Someone gasped. In the next instant, Susanoo swelled once again. Its size grew colossal, and it was now clad in thick, heavy armor. Madara looked down from his lofty perch, surveying the others below as if they were mere ants. I've said it before, only Hashirama can stop me. He directed Susanoo to draw its massive blade. With one swift, sudden motion, the sword was raised high and then brought down in a fearsome arc. Before the blade even fell, both Tsunade and Jiraiya sensed its horrifying power. Who could possibly endure such force? So this is the true might of Uchiha Madara. Tisk! Jiraiya frowned. Madara. Just then, at that critical moment, a giant figure of pure white chakra erupted from the earth. It stood firm, sword at the ready, massive chakra blade angled sharply upward, meeting the descending blade with a force rivaling thunder. Clang! The clash of these two colossal swords rang out, a piercing sound of metal on metal echoing across the battlefield. A visible shockwave burst outward, even fiercer than any that had come before. "So you only dare invade Konoha when I'm away?" came a voice. A wild smile flickered across Madara's face, as if he saw an old, loathsome figure merged with the blazing white light before him. "Insolent brat. Besides Hashirama, no one else has ever dared speak to me like that." Eiji couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. This ancient Uchiha seemed thoroughly obsessed with Hashirama. If you two weren't both men, Lady Mito wouldn't have had a chance, he thought wryly. "Lady Tsunade, Master Jiraiya, are you all right?" he called out. "We're fine." Jiraiya exhaled in relief. "Why couldn't I reach you?" The communication toad couldn't sense your chakra anywhere. "I paid a visit to Shikatsu Forest, sought Lady Katsu's counsel, and signed a new contract while I was there. Oh, and by the way, Lady Katsu is so much gentler than all those toads." That was when Tsunade and Jiraiya noticed the small slug perched calmly on Eiji's shoulder. "To think you signed contracts with both Mount Mayaboku and Shikatsu Forest. I've never heard of anything like it," Jiraiya exclaimed in mild astonishment. Eiji raised his voice, authoritative and clear. "You should retreat. For now, this battle is beyond both of you." "Understand," Tsunade replied. With that, Tsunade and Jiraiya hurriedly led the wounded away from the devastated battlefield. No one could predict just how earth-shattering the coming clash between these two titans of the ninja world would be. "Uchiha Eishi, I hope you can make this match just a bit more exhilarating for me." Passive ability activated. When fighting an Uchiha, all abilities receive a boost. Before the words had even faded, the colossal giants of blue and white clashed once more with earth-shaking force. With every strike of fist and foot, every crossing of blade and steel, a deafening roar erupted. Shockwaves surging so fiercely you could see them ripple through the very air. The sheer impact from the giants' collisions alone could have shattered the organs of the crowd watching from afar. Amidst these savage clashes, Madara's expression grew increasingly exhilarated, a wild battle lust burning in his eyes. For a brief moment, his ambitious plans to seize the Rinnegan seemed all but forgotten. Right now, nothing could ignite the fighting spirit of this Shura of the ninja world more than unleashing his full strength against such a formidable adversary. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Water style, water dragon jutsu. With a violent hiss, fire met water. The resulting explosion thundered across the battlefield, instantly engulfing the center in a torrent of scalding, dense white steam. Through that swirl of chaos, you could only vaguely make out two enormous forms, blue and white, entwined in a relentless frenzy, crashing together, tearing apart, and crashing anew. Each collision made the earth itself quiver. Each clash sent the fog billowing out in waves. The Konoha ninja, watching from afar, had long since fallen into stunned silence. A battle on this scale had already shattered their understanding of what it meant to be a shinobi. As for Tsunade and Jiraiya, they found their earlier hopes to stand in Madara's way almost laughable now. If he had truly unleashed his power just moments ago, the two of them would already be dead. These two, their power is simply overwhelming. Was this what Lord Hashirama faced in the past? Could it be that Eishi has now reached the same heights as Lord Hashirama? Seeing his fire style suppressed by the water dragon, Madara's face showed not anger, but an even more intense exhilaration. The corners of his lips bent into a crazed grin. "Worthy of an Uchiha. More. Show me where your limits lie." Without the slightest pause, his fully manifested Susanoo swung its immense arm upward. A barrage of Yasaka Magatama, huge blue beads like falling comets, streaked down from treacherous angles, crashing fiercely toward the white Susanoo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the Magatama were about to strike, the white Susanoo's massive form suddenly blurred, and in the blink of an eye, reappeared 100 meters away. With an agility that defied its colossal size, it avoided every deadly blow. The missed Yasaka Magatama crashed into a faraway mountain. A rolling tide of explosions shook the heavens, shattering even the hardest stone into dust. A colossal mushroom cloud, laden with shattered stone and swirling dust, shot skyward. The entire rear mountain was devastated in an instant, transformed beyond recognition. "Oh!" Madara, standing within the crystal core of the blue Susanoo, narrowed his eyes. He clearly sensed the ripples in space at that moment, his gaze growing even more appreciative. "To think you've applied space-time ninjutsu so exquisitely to Susanoo's movement. Kid, you never stop surprising me." Much of the thick mist was blown away by the blast, revealing Madara's face, now alight with excitement. "Well then, let's end this warm-up here." He sharply pressed his hands together. A terrifying torrent of chakra erupted from within him. The blue Susanoo underwent a radical transformation once more, growing even larger as a pair of massive blue wings unfurled thunderously behind its back. Two gigantic chakra-forged katana hovered at its sides, the blades pulsing with an unsettling, deep blue radiance. Kid. Standing within the crystal on the colossal forehead, Madara folded his arms across his chest. It's time for both of us to get serious. These childish tricks, let's leave them behind. The very next moment, Madara's blue Susanoo hefted both enormous swords and brought them crashing down. The towering white giant staggered back half a step from the force of the blow. As expected of Lord Madara, the mightiest among the Uchiha clan, Madara let out a booming laugh. Foolish child, your experience in battle is still sorely lacking. You will never, ever be a match for Hashirama. Eiji nodded quietly. Thank you for the lesson. Then, let's call an end to these small-time tricks. It's my turn to get serious. Off in the distance, the watching shinobi, including Tsunade and Jiraiya, went pale as ghosts. That terrifying, world-shattering clash just now, in Madara's eyes, was nothing more than child's play. Now, let the real fight begin. Show me just how much of the Uchiha bloodline's power you can truly command. Eiji drew a deep breath, slowly bringing his hands together before his chest, his eyes gently closing. When he opened them again, a dazzling burst of golden light exploded forth. Sage mode, activate. The torrent of golden energy rushed forth, fully enveloping the towering white Susanoo, hundreds of feet tall. Bathed in radiant gold, the formerly solemn, bone-white giant was utterly transformed, reborn. A colossal golden titan now stood upon the battlefield. At the same time, two immense long swords, forged entirely from highly condensed sage chakra, shimmered into existence in the giant's hands with a harmonious hum. Sage art, Susanoo. From the outside, the golden giant appeared an even match for Madara's azure Susanoo. A confrontation of equals, perfectly balanced on a knife's edge. However, from the look in Madara's eyes, it was clear that the reality was far from what it seemed. He had never considered the possibility of merging sage mode with the power of Susanoo. Such a path had never even crossed his mind. It seemed that in all of history, no Uchiha had ever mastered sage mode from Mount Mayaboku. TC, I really underestimated that white-haired brat, he muttered. But, in the very next instant, Madara regained his usual arrogance. Did you really think something like this could defeat him? What a ridiculous daydream. The towering blue Susanoo charged forward, brandishing its chakra blade. The golden giant met the attack, drawing both its swords. Golden and blue light clashed with a thunderous roar. A metallic clash rang out, followed by the cracking sound of shattering force. To Madara's disbelief, his supposedly indestructible chakra katana was sliced clean in two by those golden blades. The golden sword's momentum unbroken, gouged a deep wound into the sturdy, dark blue armor protecting Susanoo's chest. Gritting his teeth, Madara stared fixedly at the twin golden blades before him. No, these aren't ordinary swords. He glanced down. To his shock, in the wound on Susanoo's armor, black script began to slowly spread outward. Though he couldn't yet comprehend what it was, Madara knew he could not let this continue. Wood style, advent of a world of flowering trees. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power he'd stolen from Hashirama's flesh and blood. Forming seals with both hands, he summoned countless thick tendrils, each like a colossal serpent, that burst from the earth and grew with uncontrollable fury, weaving into a green hell that blotted out the sky. With astonishing speed, the vines twisted and wrapped themselves around the radiant golden giant. At that very moment, enormous and menacing purple-red flowers erupted open atop the vines. Thick yellow pollen burst forth, instantly filling the entire battlefield. This was one of Hashirama's most formidable wood-style jutsu, even deadlier than his world of trees jutsu. Even Madara himself had to exercise utmost caution when facing this technique. He watched coldly as layers upon layers of vines relentlessly ensnared the golden giant. Toxic pollen seeped everywhere, clinging to the golden armor. Even that dazzling golden light now seemed to fade beneath the poisonous mist's corrosive touch. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in Madara's mind. Is this truly the extent of Lord Hashirama's wood style? Nothing more than this? What? In the next instant, a blinding surge of golden light burst through the gaps in the vines. The massive tendrils groaned under the strain, unable to withstand the force, snapping one after another. And there, gleaming with sacred radiance, the golden Susanoo broke through every obstacle and reappeared before Madara. Impossible. Madara drew a sharp breath. He'd lingered within that trap for so long. How could it be that not even a hint of poison had taken effect? Who does he think he is, Hashirama himself? It seemed that Ag had guessed what was on Madara's mind, and kindly offered him an explanation. As I mentioned before, I took a trip to Shikatsu Forest. Lady Katsuyu taught me a few tricks. He lifted his hand slightly, and a radiant, vibrant green glow began to ripple over his body. For example, I now possess a formidable regenerative ability, not unlike Lord Hashirama's. As for the price, it might drain a bit of chakra. Fortunately, Lord Madara, I can always borrow some from you. Suddenly, Madara jerked his head down, only to discover that the strange black curse markings had already spread across most of his deep blue Susanu's chest. The vast store of chakra within him was actually being drawn out bit by bit. At that very moment, Ag clapped his hands together. Now then, it's my turn. Blinding white light seethed and gathered between the enclosed palms of the golden giant, forming a sphere that brimmed with pure destructive force. The sphere swelled rapidly, and in an instant, it transformed into a massive pillar of pure white light. The moment the light domain appeared, it engulfed every vine around it. Sage art, dust release, limbo boundary, stripping technique. There was no thunderous explosion wherever the white light reached. Whether it was the resilient vines, the poisonous pollen, or even the hardest rock, everything vanished, dissolved soundlessly, leaving no trace behind. Madara's reaction was nothing short of lightning quick. At the very last instant, just as the dust release flared, he shot skyward, piloting his deep blue Susanoo with desperate speed. The devastating white beam swept past, barely grazing the soles of his feet. When did you learn Anoki's dust release? And more than that, you're wielding it with power even Mu couldn't muster. While Madara hurled his questions, Ag, at the core of the golden giant, simply raised his arm in reply. With a dismissive crook of his golden finger at Madara, suspended in the air, he sneered. Nothing but grains of sand. You're hardly worth my notice. Damn you. In mid-air, Madara's eyes burned with fury. He, of all people, was being humiliated by a mere upstart. Yet it was not over. The Golden Titan once more raised its mighty hand. Sage art, dust release, limbo boundary, stripping technique. Madara's pupils contracted in shock. He could absolutely not afford to be struck by that. With a roar, he tried to make his Susanoo dodge at lightning speed, only to find, in a terrible realization, that he was rooted to the spot, immobilized as if nailed in place. Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Once the target falls under the user's gaze, their spatial coordinates are instantly anchored, preventing any movement or transformation. A circular pillar of light struck Susanoo. The giant, towering hundreds of meters high, vanished in the blink of an eye. In a hair's breadth, Madara abandoned Susanoo and crashed heavily to the ground. Looks like I made a slight miscalculation. Madara looked up at the golden giant, at the white-haired youth he'd once dismissed. It seemed this one was even more problematic than Hashirama. His words became even harsher. But so what? He was Uchiha Madara, the demon of the ninja world. Other than Hashirama, no one had ever been his equal. This white-haired boy would be no exception. Of all the opponents I've faced, apart from Hashirama, I acknowledge you as the strongest. Meteor, devastation. A massive meteor came crashing down from the sky. And then, a second one followed. The enormous shadow entirely eclipsed the first meteoroid, its size easily twice as great. Once they fell, everything within several kilometers would be reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Madara's body, restored by the reanimation jutsu, was impervious to such dangers. That's all. Isai looked up at the sky, watching the meteors draw ever closer. What a bore. TCH. Madara sneered. This kid truly inherited his own arrogance. Strangely, this made Madara dislike him a little less. Perhaps there was even a sliver of appreciation. But alas, they had each chosen paths that could never converge. That was why Madara had to defeat him himself and reclaim those eyes. As that thought flickered through his mind, a sudden, chilling dampness wrapped around Madara. His pupils contracted in shock as he saw the vast waters of the lake below surge heavenward. Countless enormous droplets of water tore free of gravity and shot upward in fierce torrents, lancing straight for the looming meteors that blotted out the sun. What is this? The moment water met stone, a thunderous explosion erupted again and again. Unleashed by water-released chakra, the force erupted into countless invisible blades, relentlessly slicing the vast stone bodies apart. Under the concentrated barrage, the hard meteors proved as fragile as paper, crumbling instantly into an apocalyptic rain of rubble. Immediately, waves surged from below, enveloping every plummeting fragment in a roiling tide, locking the shock waves of destruction firmly above the lake. But things were far from over. Planetary devastation. With a single upward gesture, Isai conjured a swirling black core high above. Its terrifying pull threatened to twist all of space, and Isai's colossal golden Susanoo was caught at its center. At the same time, the shattered remnants of the meteors raced furiously toward the black core. With a resounding, earth-shaking boom, a rock sphere vaster than any meteor before was forged in the sky. Isai, along with his dazzling golden avatar, was completely sealed inside. Madara stood atop the water, gazing up at the orb that now hung in the heavens. With the power of the Rinnegan, he commanded planetary devastation as if it were an extension of his own will. This level of sealing jutsu was enough to suppress nearly any mighty force in the world. However, he never expected planetary devastation to imprison Isai forever. His objective was merely to disrupt the boy's rhythm. It seems the plan is finally falling into place. Far away from the battlefield, Jiraiya was pacing anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. I have to help him. Aishi, that guy's being far too careless. Jiraiya, even if you go, it won't help. Tsunade stopped him firmly. That Uchiha boy, born with a sinister nature, since he inherited granduncle's ninjutsu, he must also have inherited that uncommon brilliance of his mind. A brute like Madara is no match for someone like Aishi. The Uchiha clan members fell silent at her words. What does she mean, born with a sinister nature, just because he's an Uchiha? And what's this about calling Madara a brute? Even if you're the first Hokage's granddaughter, Lady Tsunade, you should watch your words a little. When all of this is over, they would be sure to file a serious complaint. As these thoughts coursed chaotically through the crowd, the situation on the battlefield shifted. In the next instant, a subtle but unmistakably clear, cracking sound rang out in the sky. Immediately after, a beam of white light, like a blade of dawn piercing the darkness, exploded from the massive heart of the stone sphere. Cracks began to split and multiply from the center of that white glow, rapidly snaking across the entire Chibaku Tensei, as if in a chain reaction. Rays of that same sharp white light burst from every fracture, and under the force of this radiance, the giant boulder disintegrated at a startling speed. What? This fast? Madara glanced up at the dissolving stone sphere in the sky, then saw Aishi drifting gently down from above. For one who also possesses the Rinnegan, this is hardly a challenge, Aishi declared. He let his Susanoo armor vanish, stepping directly in front of Madara. What came next would be the second stage of their battle. By this point, even Madara had to admit that Aishi's power was a considerable headache. However, this fight was far from over. Uchiha Aishi, I'm coming for you, Madara shouted. Aishi drew in a deep breath, raising his chakra sensing skills to their peak. He could perceive every minute fluctuation in the air, chakra streams weaving, the subtle ripple of space being distorted. All of it surged into his hyper-focused mind like an onrushing tide. Lord Tobirama spent a lifetime honing his techniques against the Uchiha, especially Madara. Now all of it finally finds its purpose. Now is your time to dance. Second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Tobirama Senju. The twin blades, Muramasa and Koji, flared in Aishi's hands, becoming streaks of deadly light as his body weaved inexplicably, slipping through space with the smallest of motions. With these two blades, he wove an inescapable net of death all around himself. Each blow was perfectly timed, parried, deflected, countered, meeting every attack from the shadows lurking in the void. Bansho Tenin, Madara shouted. He'd spotted a brief, vanishing opening and unleashed the full force of his Rinnegan's ocular power. An immense and irresistible force seized Ag, wrenching him violently off the ground and tearing him away from his intricate web of blade defenses. In the very instant Ag was pulled away, Madara conjured a black rod in his hand with blinding speed. From a vicious and impossibly sharp angle, Madara lashed out, aiming ruthlessly at Ag's vital points. But just as the black rod was about to pierce through him, Ag's form vanished from sight, without the slightest warning. An instant later, Ag reappeared directly behind Madara's true body. Flying Thunder God Slash. A blade of razor-sharp light flashed, cutting cleanly through Madara's reanimated body without the slightest resistance. Damn it, it's that despicable Senju, Tobirama's jutsu again. Madara's roar echoed with fury. He could tolerate being wounded, but to be outmaneuvered by Tobirama's techniques was intolerable. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A blazing inferno erupted in an instant, spiraling into a torrent of fire that engulfed every place Ag might appear. Water style, water formation wall. A surging wall of water rose up just in time to block the flames, sending up clouds of steam that billowed across the battlefield. Damn it, that blasted flying thunder god again. Madara's brow furrowed in frustration. That wretched Tobirama. Even in death, he still managed to make Madara's life difficult. On the other side, barely waiting for the mist to clear, Ag slammed his hands together with force. Limbo Border Jail. Four identical shadowy figures split off from Ag, appearing instantly at the four corners of the battlefield, locking Madara firmly in the center. Perhaps, for one Ag, defeating Madara would take some time. But what about 5? To face a legendary senior like Lord Madara, I think 5 against 1 is the only fair way, Ag said. Madara glanced at the four shadows, then at Ag's blindingly white hair. A torrent of rage and humiliation, the likes of which he'd never felt before, erupted within him, like a volcano about to blow. These were his jutsu. Those were his eyes. He now took back what he'd said earlier. He absolutely detested this junior who bore the same white hair as Tobirama. Here I come. The 5 figures moved in unison, sealing off any path Madara might take. At that moment, the Uchiha Slayer's special trait reached its peak. Passive, specializes in beating Uchiha Madara. Under the relentless storm of attacks, even Madara, the battle-hardened Azura, finally managed to tear open a narrow gap in the unyielding net encircling him. Now, in that fleeting window, Madara leapt upward explosively, hands moving in a blur of signs, his chest swelling as he gathered his fire. Fire style, Dragon Flame release song. From massive, snarling fire dragons roared forth, homing in on the 4 Limbo clones. Each clone brought their hands together. Water style, Water Dragon bullet technique. For mighty water dragons burst into the sky, colliding head-on with the oncoming fire dragons. A thunderous roar filled the air as steam exploded everywhere, the raging waters devouring the fire dragons almost instantly. And in the thick, blinding mist where water and fire clashed, vision obscured. Water style, Water Shockwave. A massive water spout erupted from the earth, roaring as it surged toward Madara. Parlor tricks. With a flash of purple light from Madara's Rinnegan, he sneered, Sealing Art. Absorption Seal. The gigantic water spout, just as it touched Madara, was sucked away as if consumed by an invisible abyss. Its energy drained in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Madara landed gracefully, a cold smile on his lips. Kid, your combat experience is still far too. He never finished his sentence. A dull, thunderous blow. Without warning, Madara's body was hurled backward, smashing into a massive boulder and shattering it to pieces. Dust filled the air. Dazed, he looked up to see that Ainsai had somehow appeared right where Madara had just been standing. Ainsai's right fist was still outstretched, wreathed in a faint green aura of natural energy. Let's see you act tough now. Wood style, Wood Dragon technique. With a rumble, a fearsome wooden dragon, its body clad in jagged timber armor, burst from the ground. Its immense tail swept down, aiming to crush Ainsai, who looked tiny as a bean in comparison. Sage art, Water style, Water Severing Wave. A column of water spun with drill-like ferocity, instantly boring through the wooden dragon's tough frame, tearing it apart in a whirlwind of splinters. Genjutsu, Descent into Darkness. At the moment the wood dragon collapsed, Ainsai's Rinnegan flared with overwhelming force. A darkness far deeper, thicker, and more suffocating than anything Tobirama Senju had ever wielded, like viscous ink, engulfed all light in an instant. The entire battlefield, including the airborne Madara, was dragged into a realm of utter, lightless void. For the first time, Madara's Rinnegan vision was stolen away completely. Damn you, Tobirama, and you, brat. You've taken his technique this far. A piercing whistle tore through the darkness. A cold black rod shot out and struck, piercing Madara's shoulder with perfect accuracy. A powerful sealing force flooded in at once. Not good. Desperation flared as he twisted, trying to land safely. But the very moment his toes brushed the ground, Ainsai had already appeared, once more, behind him, silent as a shadow. Another sharp whistle, a second black rod. It barreled through Madara's head without mercy. Ainsai's ocular power surged with renewed intensity. The hopeless force of spatial paralysis slammed down, locking Madara's body in place as if shackled by invisible chains. He was pinned, unable to move even a finger. The clones seized this opportunity. In a flurry of wind, more black rods rained down from every direction. Each one drove precisely through Madara's joints, pinning his limbs to the cold, hard earth. Damn it! Madara's furious roar rang out. He had been ambushed by this cunning brat, trapped with the very power of his own Rinnegan. Despicable. Shameless. He's nothing less than a young Tobirama Senju. It looks like I've won this battle. I never thought a successor as powerful as you would emerge from the Uchiha clan. But Madara sneered, Konoha, the ninja world, they're not worth protecting. Madara, I've told you before, as long as anyone dares threaten my Konoha, I will never let them get away with it. Madara let out another cold laugh. Foolish Uchiha descendant, back then, I felt the same way as you. But later, I realized that the peace Hashirama and I devoted our lives to was nothing more than an illusion. There will never be true peace in the ninja world. Darkness eternally preys on the weaknesses of our hearts, and sooner or later, this world will face its downfall. Now that things had come to this, Madara decided to reveal his grand, mad plan. Who knew? Perhaps he could persuade this silver-haired brat to change his mind. Kid, you're incapable of protecting Konoha. Only the great Eye of the Moon plan is the ninja world's true fate. Only infinite Tsukuyomi can truly save this world. Ag blinked at the perfect moment, feigning puzzlement. Infinite Tsukuyomi? How pitiful. You've never even tried to decipher that tablet, the one that holds the world's ultimate answer. Beneath the Naka shrine lies a stone tablet inscribed with the Sage of Six Paths message. Only by bathing all of shinobi kind in the light of infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing every desire to be fulfilled within an eternal dream, can we finally shatter the chains of hatred and usher in everlasting peace. Ag met Madara's eyes, unwavering. An illusory world is false, no matter how perfect it seems. And Madara, you've been deceived. The message on the tablet was tampered with long ago. Madara's face darkened instantly. Kid, what nonsense are you spewing? There's no one in this world who could fool me, not even that wretched younger brother of Hashirama's. Ag let out a long sigh. I know that tablet. It's hidden deep beneath the Uchiha shrine. As the power of the Sharingan evolves, deeper truths can be revealed. His tone suddenly sharpened. But even so, the words have already been altered. With these eyes, I can already see faint traces of tampering. Madara snorted dismissively. Your eyes? Those are my Rinnegan. Ag merely shrugged. That doesn't matter. What matters is the truth, what it really is. The truth. For a moment, Madara blanked. What absurdities was this white-haired brat spouting? He's just a 20-year-old rookie. What truth could he possibly know? Still, Madara decided to listen. He had no choice, really. Besides, this would buy Black Zetsu some time. Maybe even give that fool Obito a chance to step in. Ag paused deliberately, then began to speak slowly. All of this starts with Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths. He defeated Kagaya Otsutsuki, the living embodiment of the divine tree, scattering its vast and dangerous chakra into the nine-tailed beasts, and then sowed the seeds of chakra among the people, founding the way of the ninja. His lifelong wish was to create a world filled with understanding and love, hoping that chakra would become a bridge connecting hearts rather than a weapon of conflict. Later, he fathered children. The elder son, Indra, possessed extraordinary talent, born with powerful ocular abilities and strength, and became the forebear of the Uchiha clan. The younger son, Azura, at first seemed unremarkable in ability, but possessed an incredible charisma and affinity, becoming the progenitor of the Senju clan. Ainsai paused for a moment. The real show was about to begin. Yet, very few know, or perhaps it was intentionally forgotten, that he had a third child. Madara's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait, could it be? The third child, his name was Black Zetsu. Madara's mind went completely blank, as though all his thoughts had frozen in place. Black Zetsu was clearly something he'd crafted at death's door, fusing the chakra of the demonic statue of the outer path with his own will, a tool to carry out his plan. How could Black Zetsu now be the Sage of Six Path child? Impossible. Utterly absurd. Yet aside from himself and Obito, no one else even knew of Black Zetsu's existence. And that Obito kid, blinded by hatred, might have been foolish but never disloyal. He would never betray Madara's secret, never leak the truth of Black Zetsu to this Uchiha Ainsai. Unless, for the first time, Madara felt a chill run down his spine. These years, he had hidden himself in the shadows, orchestrating countless events. Even after death, he'd sent Obito to act in his stead, to carry out many of his designs. Even now, forced into resurrection earlier than planned, Madara still believed everything was under his control. But now it all seemed different. This junior named Ainsai had unearthed so much. Snapping out of his brief stupor, Madara gritted his teeth and squeezed out his words. And why should I believe you? Ainsai replied, the evidence is in Konoha. In the very heart of the garden, at second Hokage Tobirama Senju's former residence, deep underground, there lies another stone tablet. It belongs to the Senju clan, passed down by Azura, the sage's younger son, a record of the unaltered truth. If you're interested, perhaps we could sit down and read it together. Indeed, this stone tablet had been crafted by Einsei, modeled after the Uchiha Son. It might pose some difficulty for ordinary people, but for a scientist of a ninja world, it was as simple as drinking a glass of water. Madara's pupils shrank in shock. He stared intently at Einsei. How did you come to know all this? Ag shrugged and said, all the credit really goes to Lord Tobirama. It was he who, in his later years, discovered this long-lost stone tablet. Sadly, he couldn't fully decipher its contents, and the great ninja war broke out so suddenly. He had no choice but to bury it for safekeeping, planning to return to it once the war ended. No one expected that he wouldn't come back. Upon hearing this, Madara's second incarnation, who had been half in doubt, was now nearly convinced. That's right, he truly despised the man who killed his brother Zuna. But he could never deny Tobirama's intelligence. Continue. Ag sat down right away and began his tale in earnest. The Sage of Six Paths pinned great hopes on his 3 children. In order to choose a true successor, he devised a series of trials. Surprisingly, during these tests, Black Zetsu performed exceptionally well, even outshining his 2 elder brothers. His thinking was meticulous, his methods efficient, and he always achieved his goals with the least cost. Then Ag's tone grew heavy as he changed the topic. However, the Sage of Six Paths saw through the depths of Black Zetsu's heart. There, he noticed an overwhelming desire for absolute power and a twisted understanding of love. The ways Black Zetsu solved problems were far too cold-blooded. The sage believed that if Black Zetsu inherited the will of Ninshu, the world would inevitably be led down a path of oppression and control, cloaked in darkness. And so, after much pain and inner struggle, the sage finally chose his second son, Ashura, who seemed slow-witted but possessed a truly compassionate heart, as his successor. This decision, however, completely ignited Black Zetsu's fury. He felt as if his father had rejected his entire being, driving him to madness. One night, consumed by jealousy and insanity, Black Zetsu climbed the divine tree, which still held remnants of its ancient power, and used himself as a vessel to forcibly strip away its energy. Having fused with such forbidden power, Black Zetsu completely lost himself to madness, and attempted to cast an incomplete infinite Tsukuyomi, aiming to turn the whole world into his own feeding ground. The Sage of Six Paths, devastated by this disaster, joined forces with his 2 sons. Together, they went to war against Black Zetsu in a ferocious battle. In the end, only by combining the strength of all 3 did they manage to seal the monstrous, tree-like incarnation of Black Zetsu deep within the distant core of the moon. Yet Black Zetsu was cunning to the extreme. Before the final battle, he'd already foreseen his possible defeat. He secretly split off part of his consciousness, hiding it away in some unknown corner. Time trickled by, and once the Sage of Six Paths departed from this world, Black Zetsu quietly set his resurrection plans in motion, to revive his true form that lay sealed on the moon. The key to this resurrection was to once again gather the source power of the divine tree, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, and fuse them to restore the 10 tails. Only by gathering the full power of the 10 tails can the seal upon the moon be broken, and true resurrection be achieved. Then, once more, he will rule the shinobi world. Ingsi paused, carefully observing Madara's reaction. This once indomitable warlord now struggled to keep his composure. Yet the wild dilation and contraction of his pupils betrayed the monstrous storm raging within his heart. He seemed to be listening, and yet, at the same time, utterly engulfed by the tidal wave overturning his deepest beliefs. Of course, before his death, the Sage of Six Paths left a backup plan. He inscribed Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu's message, onto the stone tablet, precisely to guard against any unforeseen events after his passing. One tablet was placed beneath the Uchiha shrine, entrusted to the descendants of his elder son, Indra, in hopes that, with the power of the Sharingan, they would see through to the truth. As for the other, it was given to the descendants of his younger son, Azura, hidden deep beneath the land of the Senju clan. It was the final safeguard. As expected, the ever-watchful Black Zetsu discovered the Uchiha tablet. He spent countless years altering the inscriptions on its surface. But he never anticipated that, in the end, his father would be the more cunning one. The sage foresaw the possibility of tampering, so the tablet left for Azura's descendants not only held the complete truth, but also bore a unique seal, a mark of true vision. Not even Black Zetsu could alter what was recorded there. So, Madara, do you understand now? From the moment you first deciphered the tampered tablet beneath the Naka shrine, from the instant you devoted yourself to the infinite Tsukuyomi as the way to salvation, you had already become a crucial pawn in Black Zetsu's resurrection of his world-ending form. Upon meticulously guided and manipulated for decades, all unbeknownst to you. Beneath the earth, Black Zetsu, who had been watching the entire stream, was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth did this lying, silver-haired Uchiha brat just say? I've turned into the Sage of Six Paths, son? Would someone please explain what the hell he means by me being the Sage's son? Pretty sure I'm his brother, aren't I? Wait, no, that's not the point. The point is, Ingsi's story is so bizarre and convoluted, even he almost started to believe it himself. What kind of nonsense history lesson is this? Can't he at least follow some basic rules when making up these stories? The craziest part is, with half-truths and half-lies all woven together, there's simply no way to refute him. Honestly, Ingsi is a terrible storyteller. His narrative is riddled with obvious holes. But so what? There isn't a single soul left in the ninja world who can stand up and verify whether these tales are real or not. Even if an ancient elder stepped forward, how would you prove your version to be true? Are you supposed to leap out of history itself and say so? What? Accuse him of lying. I'm not Hagoromo's son. I'm his brother. The Eye of the Moon plan was something I devised to bring my mother, Kagaya, back to life. Isn't this just blowing my own cover? After all, Black Zetsu had always claimed to be the manifestation of Madara's will. How could a being that's only existed for several decades truly know what happened over 1,000 years ago? But if Black Zetsu didn't show itself, that foolish Madara might really end up believing the tale. Based on what Black Zetsu knew about Aishi, he might actually have prepared another stone tablet. After all, the Sage of Six Paths had left a tablet for the Uchiha. Why couldn't he have left another for the Senju as well? The more Black Zetsu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But if that were the case, Madara would inevitably start questioning the authenticity of the Uchiha stone tablet. What could Black Zetsu do to make Madara believe that only the Uchiha tablet held the truth? Could it claim to have lived for over 1,000 years and never once heard of any such tablet? But wouldn't that just bring things back to the original problem again? There was no way it dared step forward and declare, I was there, and this little white-haired brat is just making things up. If Madara ever heard such words and realized he'd been manipulated for decades, then the grand, fourth iteration of the Eye of the Moon plan would collapse in a second. It couldn't exactly claim that Black Zetsu belonged to a whole clan of Black Zetsus, and that it was merely one descendant, could it? Not just Madara, even that dim-witted Obito wouldn't swallow that story. And more crucially, how did this Aishi fellow know about Black Zetsu's existence? Black Zetsu was utterly certain. In all of the shinobi world, no one should have any inkling about who, or what, it was. Unless Uchiha Aishi had, through some unfathomable means, discovered some ultimate secret left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, a secret even Black Zetsu itself knew nothing about? Or perhaps the Sage of Six Paths had never truly died. Perhaps he still hid somewhere in a distant plane, silently watching over the shinobi world from the shadows. On the surface, Uchiha Aishi appeared to be just another member of the Uchiha clan, but in reality, he could be the puppet handpicked by the sage himself. And the sole purpose of his existence, might it be to utterly annihilate Black Zetsu? A cold sweat broke out over Black Zetsu. As far-fetched as it all sounded, it couldn't shake the feeling that it just might be possible. Inside, Black Zetsu let out a desperate cry. All I ever wanted was to revive my mother. Why in the H*** is it so impossibly hard? Hagoromo, can't you just stay dead for once? Black Zetsu realized that it had to take action. Yet no matter which option it considered, the risks were so enormous that even a schemer of 1,000 years like Black Zetsu could hardly breathe. Even as Black Zetsu lamented its predicament, Aishi's clone had already tossed the forged stone tablet in front of Madara. See for yourself, my foolish predecessor. Madara managed to lift his head, reading the contents of the tablet intently. And to his astonishment, he found the inscribed words matched Aishi's explanation exactly. It was like a herd of wild llamas rampaged through the depths of his mind. For that grand and glorious Eye of the Moon plan, he had staked his entire life, leaving turmoil in his wake everywhere he went. From the betrayal at the Valley of the End, to faking his own death, and choosing to disappear into the shadows. Then, orchestrating the turbulent undercurrents of the ninja world from the shadows, he stirred up the chaos of the 3 great ninja wars. Day and night, all he could think about was how to fulfill this grand enterprise as quickly as possible, exhausting himself to the point of collapse. But only now did he come to realize. The noble goal he had devoted his life to pursuing had turned out to be nothing but a colossal lie. And he himself had been played like a perfect fool, utterly manipulated from beginning to end. Once Hashirama, that big-hearted simpleton, found out, who knows how he'd laugh at him. Hashirama might just say, "Are you all right, Madara? So you were deceived. That's nothing out of the ordinary." Nothing out of the ordinary? Don't make me laugh. That double-dealing black Zetsu. I have to kill him with my own hands. Yet, after the roaring fury had subsided, what remained was nothing but confusion and emptiness. Madara had always believed himself to be the greatest mastermind of the ninja world, gazing down on all, orchestrating every event from above. In strength, he stood at the summit. In cunning, ever since Tobirama's death, he saw himself as unmatched. But now, in battle, he'd been utterly defeated by a kid barely in his 20s. As for wisdom, what wisdom? He was nothing but a pawn, a thoroughbred tool. What bitter irony. A flood of frustration surged in his heart, but, alas, Madara knew his end was near and inevitable. If only he could live, he would bring Black Zetsu to justice, and then reunite with Hashirama. Madara closed his eyes. Go ahead and do it. I lost him. Yet, before he could finish his final word, he suddenly sensed something strange. Madara realized that Ainsai was, one by one, pulling the black rods out of his body. After all the havoc you've caused, all the people you've killed, and turning the whole world upside down, you think you could just take the easy way out and go see Lord Hashirama? Life's not that simple. With those words, Ainsai yanked out the last black rod and tossed it aside, where it landed with a clear, ringing clang. You finish off Black Zetsu, and then I'll seal you. Madara hesitated, somewhat baffled by this dramatic turn of events. We, the Uchiha clan's leaders, could never stoop so low as to pretend to cooperate, only to join forces with Obito and Black Zetsu to launch another attack on Konoha. Could we? You'd be shaming all of us. That tone, that way of wringing every last use from people. Heh, just like Senju Tobirama, whom he found insufferable in life. 2 peas in a pod. Bracing himself, Madara slowly pushed himself upright. Very well. Once I've cut down that scheming Black Zetsu, I will come find you, to settle this once and for all. This pledge was spoken not only for Ainsai, but also to his own proud heart. What? On hearing those words, deep underground, Black Zetsu was so terrified that he almost lost control. What the hell is going on? Are there no normal people in the Uchiha clan? By all logic, Ainsai ought to have simply sealed Madara right away to prevent him from wreaking any more havoc on the ninja world. As for Madara, this would have been the perfect chance for him to gouge out Ainsai's eyes. Wasn't that what he came here for, after all? But look how things turn out. These 2 sworn enemies ended up joining forces, if only for the moment. Madara is such a fool, seriously. Even announced that he'd come looking for his death after dealing with Black Zetsu. Do you know how hard it was to bring you back to life? And now you're just handing it over again? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And the craziest part, this monument is brand new, and Madara just waltzes right in, trusting everything at face value. Couldn't you have shown a bit more judgment? Black Zetsu, at this moment, couldn't help but miss Obito. Sure, that kid blundered constantly, but at least he was still manageable. Now, by comparison, these 2 Uchiha are 1,000,000 times more unpredictable than Obito ever was. Madness. Absolute madness. Overwhelmed by mortal terror, Black Zetsu unleashed the limits of the Mayfly technique, desperately spiraling deep into the earth in a frantic escape. And so, this is where things stand now. Madara has gone turncoat. Looks like the Eye of the Moon plan will have to depend on that foolish Obito, after all. There has to be a way. So, the agreement between Ainsai and Madara was sealed. With a leap, Madara sprang away, retreating into the distant horizon. Before departing, he couldn't resist glancing one last time in Tsunade's direction. The granddaughter of Hashirama. No match for us Uchiha, after all. Watching Madara's retreat, the Leaf Village ninja were left so puzzled, you could almost see the question marks flying above their heads. Didn't they just fight tooth and nail? How did Madara end up leaving unharmed? What goes on in our Hokage's mind, seriously? With Madara's departure, tranquility returned to the Valley of the End. What just happened? Tsunade and Jiraiya hurried over, while the other ninjas scattered, each heading home to rest in the hospital. Ainsai glanced back, pointing toward the waterfall. Aside from the statues being destroyed, there's really nothing. That's not what I meant. Jiraiya practically fumed. How was his own student even less reliable than himself? Where's Madara? He left. No kidding. I'm asking how he left. He just hopped away, bouncing along like a red-haired rabbit. Jiraiya wanted to cough up blood. Was something seriously wrong with Ainsai? That was the infamous Shura of the shinobi world, on par with Lord Hashirama himself. If Madara's loose now, what happens if Orochimaru sends him back someday? Thank goodness they'd arrived in time. If Ainsai had been any later, every one of these shinobi would have been dead. Jiraiya couldn't hold back his reprimand. You should have. Master Jiraiya, I'm the Hokage. Ainsai spread his palms. Or do you want the job instead? If you think you can handle it, be my guest. Jiraiya was left speechless. He really couldn't, and wouldn't, take the role. Tsunade asked, Was it really Orochimaru controlling Madara? Eiji thought for a moment, then decided to shift the blame onto Orochimaru. That's right. Orochimaru conspired with Kagaya's third son, Black Zetsu, intending to overthrow the shinobi world and achieve immortality. Whether it was Madara, Obito, or those already dead members of the Akatsuki, they were all just his tools. Hearing this, both Tsunade and Jiraiya gasped sharply, stunned by the revelation. Why did it always have to be Orochimaru pulling the strings behind every mess? His ambition sure outstrips even Danzo's. Jiraiya started counting on his fingers, recalling that the Toad Sage had seen the Sage of Six Paths and his two sons when he was just a tiny tadpole. But that was so many years ago. For the Sage's son to still be alive now, wouldn't that mean he's lived for over 1,000 years? How could anyone live that long? Did he somehow acquire a means to immortality? If that was the case, Orochimaru would indeed have every reason to work with him. Jiraiya knew all too well. Orochimaru had been obsessed with unlocking the secrets of eternal life for years. Oh, Orochimaru, how many things have you done behind our backs that we have yet to uncover? Just how far are you willing to push this world for your satisfaction? It's all that despicable Orochimaru's fault. Tsunade, let's go. Tsunade blinked in surprise. Go where? Where else? We're going to take down that bastard, Orochimaru. I won't allow him to threaten the shinobi world any longer. Tsunade sighed softly. So now, instead of chasing that so-called child of prophecy, they were about to pick a fight with Orochimaru again. Still, Orochimaru really was hard to kill. He just kept slipping away. How many lives does he even have? Not long after, Madara returned to the mountain cave where he had hidden for so many years. In the past, White Zetsu, who acted like a big, silly oaf, would still be here, awaiting Madara's orders. But today, for some reason, there was a heavy, unsettling silence. He stood before the broken husk of the ghetto statue, a complicated mix of emotions simmering within his heart. Decades of striving, only to discover it was all a deception. Suddenly, space itself twisted nearby, a silent, swirling vortex appearing out of nowhere. Obito, face hidden behind a white mask, slowly emerged from the Kamui dimension. His scarlet Sharingan glinted through the mask's eyehole, locking onto Madara with grim determination. Something felt off. There was something different about Madara today. According to their plan, Madara should have already gone to Konoha to stir up trouble while Obito dealt with the Nine Tails. Why'd he suddenly come back? And where had Black Zetsu disappeared to? There was no way to reach him now. I've tracked the movements of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Let's begin the operation. Madara acted as if he hadn't heard, his attention still fixed on the shattered ghetto statue. Obito was forced to repeat himself, yet Madara seemed deaf, unmoving, rooted helplessly in place. After a long silence, Madara finally spoke. The operation is cancelled. Wait, what do you mean the operation is cancelled? Obito was completely dumbfounded. Everything had been going according to plan. Why abort the mission now? Could it be that Black Zetsu has come up with another one of his incredible, earth-shattering, triple whammy, invincible Eye of the Moon Plan 5.0 plots? Have you cooked up some new scheme again? Madara slowly turned around, looking at Obito, and spoke each word deliberately. There's been a little mishap with our plan. Obito's face twisted under his mask, a surge of rage shooting straight to the top of his head. Another mishap? How are there so many mishaps every single day? Obito didn't answer. His mind spun at lightning speed. Madara must have gotten thoroughly beaten by Ainsai. Otherwise, those Rinnegan eyes would have returned to him long ago. But that didn't add up, either. If Madara had lost, why would that brat Ainsai let him go free? An enormous confusion and a wave of anxiety caused Obito's voice to break as he demanded, "What's going on here? I need an explanation." Madara was silent for a moment. The plan is cancelled. Obito was struck as if by lightning, freezing where he stood. His mind went blank. He wondered if he'd heard wrong. What did you just say? Obito felt like the world had gone mad. He knew that, for the sake of this plan, Madara had hidden away in those dark caves for years, never willing to die until he found a brilliant successor like himself. And now, Madara was actually proposing to call off the Eye of the Moon Plan? Was Madara insane? Or was he himself losing his mind? The Eye of the Moon Plan is everything we've fought for. It's our only hope of creating a new world. No matter what happens, nothing, absolutely nothing, should make us give up on it. Obito couldn't comprehend, nor could he accept, that Madara, the very architect of all this, would utter words of giving up. Could anyone explain how Madara left in one piece, only to return and cancel the plan? Had he been beaten so badly his very will was shattered? Did Madara even realize how much Obito had sacrificed for the plan? For the Eye of the Moon Plan, for the sake of creating a world where Rin would live. He had become a rogue ninja, betraying the leaf, causing the deaths of his teacher and his teacher's wife. Obito couldn't even remember how many people he had killed. And now, with a single sentence, this old man was going to call it all off? Not a chance. Not in this lifetime. Madara's gaze softened, tinged with pity. Obito, we've been deceived by Black Zetsu. The so-called Eye of the Moon plan was a complete and utter lie from the start. Obito cut Madara off harshly. Shut up. He jabbed a finger at Madara in fury. We've already gathered 7 of the tailed beasts. The plan is already halfway complete. You're the one who told me we could build a world with Rin. A world without war, without pain, filled only with peace and happiness. And now you're telling me it's all just a lie? At that moment, Obito had truly lost it. The only thing that had kept him going all this time was shattered by Madara's own hand. Driven to the brink by extreme emotions, his already twisted mind plunged into utter chaos. A tidal wave of betrayal and emptiness swallowed him whole in an instant. I will never allow the Eye of the Moon plan to stop. If you refuse to carry it out, then I will do it myself. Obito fixed Madara with an icy stare. Whoever stands in my way, I will kill without mercy. Without any warning, Obito suddenly thrust up his hand. In a flash, a sharp wooden spike formed and shot straight for Madara's heart, like a predator closing in. Trying to ambush me? Madara scoffed coldly, raising his finger. At the very instant the wooden spike was about to strike home, Obito clutched his chest, his heart seizing in violent spasms. An indescribable agony drained every ounce of strength and will from him. He collapsed to the ground with an echoing thud. Madara had long ago implanted a talisman within Obito's heart. Just the slightest motion could end this fool's life in a heartbeat. Madara walked forward with deliberate slowness, looking down upon the former pawn at his feet. I'll say it one last time. The Eye of the Moon plan is a lie. The infinite Tsukuyomi is a lie. We've both been deceived by Black Zetsu. With those words, Madara turned away, no longer sparing him so much as a glance, and began walking steadily towards the mouth of the cave. Madara, don't forget, I was the one who brought you back. If I could return you to life, I can just as easily send you back to death. Madara came to a sharp halt, glancing back at Obito with a flicker of pity in his eyes. The impure world reincarnation may look powerful, but it has a fatal flaw. Madara began weaving hand signs. If anyone discovers how to undo the jutsu, then its power is lost entirely. Impure world reincarnation, release. Obito's eyes widened in alarm as he realized, in that instant, his connection with Madara had vanished completely. There was no longer any way for him to use the jutsu to control Madara. Damn it, Obito was overwhelmed by a crushing sense of helplessness. When did this happen? Madara slung his war fan across his back, his voice cold as frost. Did you really think I was idle all these years? Don't forget, it was me who gave you the scroll for this forbidden jutsu. Pressing his foot over Obito's heart, Madara demanded, Where is Black Zetsu? How should I know where he is? I was about to ask you. Not just Black Zetsu. The messengers, those white Zetsus, have vanished too. Madara's brow tightened in a gray frown. Black Zetsu's silent disappearance could only mean he'd learned something crucial. Perhaps that scheming creature had overheard Madara's conversation with Isai. Now that everything had fallen apart, that conniving liar had no choice but to flee. Otherwise, why wouldn't he step forward and face them directly? At this moment, Madara was entirely convinced that Black Zetsu was up to something. Maybe the brat Isai hadn't told the absolute truth, but if Black Zetsu said it, it was guaranteed to be a lie. Having reached these conclusions, Madara turned a cold gaze on Obito. The Eye of the Moon plan is cancelled. From this moment, our task is to capture Black Zetsu. Obito was still struggling to process what Madara was saying. Capture Black Zetsu? Madara stamped his foot harder. Obito, did you hear me? Obito looked at Madara in sheer confusion. Wait a minute, is he actually serious about this? Things were changing so quickly, it made his mind itch as if something was about to burst out from inside. Madara wasn't interested in explaining further. He could tell Obito wasn't following. Black Zetsu has betrayed us. The only thing left for us now is to kill this despicable creature. With that, Madara slung the war fan over his shoulder and strode toward the mouth of the cave. He felt like stretching his legs outside, maybe even taking down a few unfortunate fools to amuse himself. Inside the cave, Obito was burning with shame and anger, his mind plunging into chaos once again. What truth? What lies? On that rainy night when Rin died, the entire world had rotten from the core. Even if the sky came crashing down on the shinobi world today, shattering this wretched reality, he would see the damned infinite Tsukuyomi through to the end. It was the only thing keeping him going, the only strand he could cling to in this endless hell. Obito staggered to his feet again. Steadying himself, he fixed his eyes once more on the ghetto statue. Power. I need greater power. He couldn't avoid the harshest reality any longer. How was he going to reclaim the last two-tailed beasts, and, most crucially, the Rinnegan? Edo Tensei? It might be useful to sweep away the weaklings, but it would be powerless against him. And besides, how was he supposed to break free from Madara, that treacherous backstabber? Time passed slowly. Obito's brows knit together, his mind whirling at top speed. Idea after idea came to him, only to be discarded immediately after. No matter how he tried to plot a path forward, every single road seemed to lead into a dead end. Ainz's power had grown too strong. He had never felt his own intelligence so inadequate. It was a crushing disappointment. At last, he cast one more glance at the ghetto statue, then melted into the swirling vortex and vanished. Obito surfaced atop a cliff, where he had a clear view in the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. Foolish Madara, preaching nonsense about abandoning infinite Tsukuyami. Like I'd ever let that happen. Black Zetsu. Reflexively, Obito tried to call out to Black Zetsu, only to realize he was completely alone. Damn it, Black Zetsu really was gone. As much as Black Zetsu's schemes never quite compared to his own, every so often, the guy did have a valuable suggestion. Now that it was just him, Obito found the silence a little unsettling. No matter, he'd think it through himself. 3 days later, Obito had reached the brink of madness. His brilliant mind felt as if it had been sealed off. No matter what, he just couldn't come up with a workable plan. Could Madara's shackles also have the power to dull one's wits as well? Thankfully, Obito still had Kabuto as an ally. Late at night, Kabuto arrived at the cave and saw Obito sitting alone in his seat. So urgent. What's happened? Madara has betrayed our plan. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, thinking the world had gone mad. Madara had once betrayed the Leaf Village, and now he was betraying them again. Was he just addicted to being a turncoat? But for Kabuto, perhaps this was actually a good thing. With Madara no longer around to stir up trouble, manipulating Obito would become much easier. Kabuto licked his lips, but soon his attention was drawn to the demonic statue of the outer path. What a fascinating thing. Obito glanced over at Kabuto. This guy seemed less and less human lately. Just standing near him made the hair on Obito's neck stand on end. When the time comes for action, I'll let you know. Understood. Kabuto left the cave, and Obito had no desire to stay any longer. He put on his mask and slowly wandered down a shadowy, secluded path. Damn, Madara succeeds halfway, then wants to quit? What is he even thinking? What Obito didn't know was that every word he muttered was picked up perfectly by Black Zetsu. These past few days, Black Zetsu had been hiding in the shadows, keeping a close watch on Obito's movements. As for that foolish Madara, as long as he didn't expose himself, he'd never find Black Zetsu. Not in this lifetime. In fact, Black Zetsu could even use White Zetsu to keep tabs on Madara in return. After waiting a while, Black Zetsu decided the moment was right and emerged from the earth. Obito. Obito whipped around. His Scarlet Sharingan locked instantly onto Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Obito stared at him, as if trying to see through to Zetsu's true intentions. Madara claims the Eye of the Moon plan was a lie. Black Zetsu shook his head. Obito, can't you see? Madara was deceived. He's already turned his back on our shared dream. Turned his back on the Uchiha clan's deepest wish. He's nothing more than a lapdog for the Leaf now. In Black Zetsu's eyes, manipulating Obito was so much easier than manipulating Madara. Or perhaps it took no effort at all. Rin, that was Obito's underlying programming. As long as anything was tied to Rin, Obito would go along without hesitation. Don't you want to bring Rin back to life? Think back to the moment she died in your arms. Remember that abyss of pain and despair. Tell me, do you have any other way to change that outcome? Rin, Obito bowed his head. I want to create a world where Rin still lives. Exactly. For Rin, for that perfect world, we can never give up. Black Zetsu grinned inwardly. This foolish boy was so easy to sway. But Obito's voice turned cold again. I need even greater power. Have you forgotten where your true power comes from? Black Zetsu immediately cut him off. Don't forget your other Mangekyo Sharingan, the eye that holds an equally powerful Kamui. Where is it? Obito's body suddenly tensed. That other eye, he had given it to Kakashi just before his death during the Third Great Ninja War. Kakashi. Obito seemed as if he were searching for an excuse. That useless man has been hiding out in Konoha. There hasn't been a good opportunity. Who says he's still in Konoha? Black Zetsu lowered his voice. I released a false bait. Rumors that you were seen in the Land of Grass. Judging by the timing, he should already be on his way. Your chance to reclaim your power is right in front of you. Understand? Forgive me, Kakashi. Everything I do is for the great moons I plan. After Obito's identity was exposed, there was one person who dreamed of capturing him. That person was Obito's old friend, Kakashi. Right now, the ninja world seemed peaceful, and everyone allowed themselves to ease up a little. Everyone except Kakashi. His nerves were still stretched taut every single day. Day after day, he wandered the ninja world with his other good friend, Guy, hoping to catch any sign of Obito. Guy knew this had become an obsession and couldn't stop him. So every day, he simply slung on his little backpack and energetically followed behind, obeying all of Kakashi's directions. Then, just a few days ago, they suddenly caught word that Obito had been spotted in the Land of Grass. Kakashi was instantly on edge. Suppressing his exhaustion, he pushed himself relentlessly, day and night, racing madly toward the Land of Grass. Even the blue beast of Konoha was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Kakashi had been so worn out he could barely stand. How was he suddenly brimming with energy again? Kakashi, Guy plopped down on a nearby stone. Take a break. You haven't slept in 2 days. Kakashi swallowed an energy pill. I'm still holding up. I can feel it. We're so close to Obito now. He rolled up the map. Let's go. We have to make every second count. Obito is a slippery one. Guy could only nod helplessly. Be careful. Ninja a summoning technique. Pakin will stick close to me. If anything happens, I'll let you know right away. All right then. Guy waved goodbye, and the two split off in opposite directions. The Land of Grass, neither too large nor too small. Dragging his weary body, Kakashi searched for an entire day, but didn't catch the faintest trace of Obito. Deep into the night, the moon hung high with only a sprinkling of stars. Kakashi sat on the ground, gnawing on a flatbread, tossing a piece to Pakin as well. Kakashi, maybe we should meet up with Guy. In your current state, even if you run into Obito, you won't stand a chance. Kakashi hesitated a moment. Let's keep searching a little longer. This way, we'll cover more ground. Honestly, I don't know what to do with you. Pakin was just about to complain when suddenly his nose twitched. Kakashi, he's here. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a swirling distortion appeared, and Obito stepped out from within. Useless Kakashi, we meet again. Obito. Kakashi's chest heaved, his right eye locked unblinkingly on the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure before him. The reply he got was a fierce kick, tearing through the air like a storm. Obito moved with ghostly speed. His heavy foot smashed down onto Kakashi's crossed arms as he desperately tried to defend himself. With a heavy thud, Kakashi was knocked flying like a kite with its string cut, slamming hard into a jagged boulder, shards of rock showering down in his wake. A bitter taste filled his mouth, and darkness crept into the edges of his vision. Obito stood his ground, looking down on him from above. In that single exposed, crimson Sharingan eye, Kakashi could see only a chilling contempt reserved for worthless refuse. Were you looking for me? Kakashi gasped for breath, air rasping painfully in and out. With trembling hands, he braced himself against the ground, forcing himself upright. In his right hand, the shrill cry of 1,000 birds swelled, blue-white, lightning raging and gathering once more at his palm. I told you, Kakashi croaked, every syllable squeezed out between clenched teeth. Even if I have to break your arms and legs, I will bring you back. For a brief moment, Obito seemed taken aback. Then a laugh, cold, mocking, overflowing with scorn, erupted from him, echoing across the barren battlefield. Useless Kakashi. You can't do anything. You couldn't save Rin back then, and you can't win against me now. You'll always be the worthless one who's late for everything. Black Zetsu's voice drifted in, low and sinister. Obito, stop wasting time. The yellow eye flicked toward the swaying, battered Kakashi. Take your eye back now, the Kamui. You, more than anyone, understand its power. Obito fell silent for a moment, the expression beneath his mask unreadable. I don't think there's any rush. Don't forget our grand plan. Black Zetsu's voice suddenly sharpened like a knife. The Eye of the Moon plan. The dream of creating a perfect world. Or have you forgotten about Rin? Rin. The name struck Obito like a surge of electricity, shattering the last of his hesitation. Behind the mask, that Sharingan eye grew deep and dark, as if swallowing all light. I know. The instant Obito finished speaking, Raikiri. Kakashi's roar tore through the air as his body became a streak of fierce blue lightning, hurtling toward Obito at impossible speed. But that lightning, capable of splitting mountains and stone, passed predictably straight through Obito's body, exploding behind him, leaving only the scorched remains of earth. Then a sickening wet slice, steel cutting through flesh, filled the air. A kunai, gleaming with icy light, appeared from the swirling distortion of space behind Kakashi. No one knew when it had arrived, and, with precision, drove straight through the unguarded left side of his chest. Agony swept away all of Kakashi's strength in an instant. The crackling lightning he'd gathered vanished abruptly, and the brilliance in his eyes faded at alarming speed. His body went limp, collapsing forward and landing hard upon the cold, dusty ground. Blood pooled swiftly beneath him, seeping out to stain the brittle grass in scarlet. Obito strolled forward with deliberate steps, every footfall eerily distinct in the suffocating silence. He stopped beside Kakashi, his face devoid of pity. That gloved hand of his shot down suddenly, straight for Kakashi's Sharingan. A guttural scream tore from Kakashi's throat, raw and uncontainable. The Sharingan, which had once witnessed the bonds of their youth, carrying promises and regrets alike, was ripped from Kakashi's socket by Obito's ruthless grip. Obito flicked the blood from his fingertips, then stared intently at the mangled, blood-soaked Sharingan resting in his palm. Without hesitation, he pressed it into the empty hollow of his own eye. A surge of indescribably potent ocular power erupted from Obito, the force blasting out in every direction with him at the center. When he opened his eyes again, both blazed with an otherworldly, malevolent light. The power of dual Kimui had descended. "Obito, come back," Kakashi gasped, curling in pain. With great effort, he turned his remaining eye toward Obito. "There's still time. It's not too late." "Shut up, you worthless fool." Obito raised his foot and, as if brushing away an unsightly stone, kicked Kakashi savagely in the ribs. Kakashi grunted and was sent tumbling, crashing against a mound of shattered rock before losing consciousness completely. "You understand nothing. You'll never be able to do anything. Let's go." Black Zetsu hurried after him, whispering urgently, "Obito, shouldn't we finish him off now? He might be useless, but leaving him alive could cause trouble down the line." Obito didn't slow, nor did he look back. "He isn't even worthy of dying by my hand. But, no buts." Obito shot Black Zetsu a deadly glare. "Say one more word, and I'll kill you too." Black Zetsu bit back its anger, muttering curses 1,000-fold in silence. "The Hokage of the Hidden Leaf wants me dead. Madara, that complete fool, was tricked and crippled by Inosuke, and now he wants me dead too. Obito, this moron, wants to kill me just because I suggested we finish off Kakashi. What a joke. All I ever wanted was to bring Mother back to life, but now everyone seems bent on killing me. Maybe in a few days, Kabuto will show up with a blade and try to kill me as well. Is it too much to ask for a little respect? I've been around for over 1,000 years. I need some time to get used to the power of double Kimui," Obito muttered, clenching his fist. "You stay put, and don't do anything. Madara's been searching everywhere for you." "I understand," Black Zetsu pressed. "When will we capture those two-tailed beasts and reclaim the Rinnegan?" "Very soon." With that, Obito melted away into the swirling vortex. Black Zetsu shot one more glance at Kakashi, muttered a scathing "useless," and slowly sank down into the earth. When Kakashi awoke, he found himself lying in a pile of grass. Beside him, Guy was tending to his wounds, while Naruto and Sasuke, his two young protégés, stood nearby. "Kakashi, what happened to your eye?" Kakashi propped himself up. "I ran into Obito. He took my Sharingan. No, if I'm honest, it was his all along. He could have killed me, but he didn't. Instead, he just kept calling me useless." Kakashi let out a weary sigh. "And he's right. I really am useless. I couldn't do a thing." A heavy silence settled over them until, suddenly, Guy sprang to his feet. "If there's something you can't do, then leave it to me, the blue beast of the leaf, and these two exceptional youngsters. Right, Naruto? Sasuke?" "Of course." Guy flashed a wide grin, his thumb raised and his teeth gleaming white. "Completing every mission the village gives us, that's what youth is all about." Noticing Kakashi's world-weary look, Guy quickly conferred with Naruto and Sasuke. Their plan: get Kakashi back to the village first, then track down Obito's whereabouts. The three were in perfect agreement. Guy, bursting with energy, hoisted the one-eyed Kakashi onto his back and raced home toward Konoha at top speed. At the hospital, Tsunade tended to Kakashi's empty eye socket, the damaged nerves, and the various bruises and scars Obito had left behind. A long while later, Tsunade finally let out a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, there are no life-threatening injuries. But you've lost one eye." She paused, her gaze softening as it fell on his pale, drawn face. "For future missions, and even daily life, it's not going to be easy." Kakashi's remaining right eye curved in its familiar, lazy arc as he tried to muster his usual, nonchalant smile. "Don't worry about it, Lady Tsunade," Kakashi said. "Honestly, I'm pretty used to seeing the world with one eye. Plus, now I won't have to worry about running out of chakra anymore. It's not so bad. Still, having only one eye always meant there'd be blind spots. Any mission would be that much harder. It had been for this very reason, all those years ago, that he'd failed to dodge that falling boulder and ended up helpless on the ground. Then, It was Obito who'd rushed to save him, only to be crushed beneath the rock himself. Obito! Instinctively, Kakashi reached up to touch his headband, unwittingly pulling at his wound and hissing in pain. That's enough for now. Try to get some rest. In the Hokage's office, Guy and his two companions reported everything that happened in the Land of Grass, including Obito taking back the Sharingan he'd once given to Kakashi. Kamui for both eyes, huh? That sounds pretty impressive. Kai raised his voice. Either way, the three of us already gave our word to Kakashi. We're bringing Obito back. No, Sasuke suddenly cut in. I'm going to kill him. He's the one who led Itachi down that path of no return. Aishi blinked. In truth, without Obito, your brother might have. I'm going to kill him too. Naruto clenched his fists. It was that bastard Obito who caused my parents' deaths. I won't ever forgive him. I'll smash his head in. One punch, just one punch, I'll blast it to pieces. Sasuke stared intently at Naruto. It was the first time he'd ever seen him this furious. Aishi tapped the table lightly. There's no need to go looking for him. That one, he'll come to us. Fine. Come into the village all on his own? Last time someone tried that, Madara ended up looking like a pincushion. Aishi didn't explain further. He simply stood up and stretched lazily. That's enough for today. Let's buy some fruit and visit Kakashi Senpai. Workplace injuries call for a proper visit. Late at night, an eerie stillness settled everywhere. In a damp cave, only the fire crackled softly, its glow reflecting in Obito's face twisted with excitement. The dual powers of Kamui surged through his blood, making him feel almost invincible, as if his sense of control was swelling beyond measure. He spread out a faded map, sketching and muttering words to himself by the unsteady firelight. He was pursuing a grand ambition, the Eye of the Moon Plan, version 5.0, Obito's custom edition. Troop strength, route of attack, timing. He sounded thoroughly professional as he whispered to himself. When the first pale light crept into the night sky outside, Obito suddenly slapped the map, his eyes shining with fierce determination. It's done. I got it. Obito's plan was simple. Take Kabuto and all his allies, and under the cover of night, sneak into the hidden leaf. He'd snatch two-tailed beasts in a flash, pluck out Aishi's Rinnegan. Kabuto's horde of disposable pawns would draw all the fire, and then, with his Manjiku's power, he'd make his escape. After loading the shell of the demonic statue with tailed beasts, he'd summon it with a single summoning jutsu. And then he would unleash the ultimate Genjutsu, Infinite Tsukuyomi. At last, he would see Rin again. As for Black Zetsu, when the time came, he'd shred him to pieces in the Kamui dimension. Who told him to keep pushing for Kakashi's death? That loser. How could he die now? Fool. Ha ha. Uchiha Obito, am the true mastermind behind everything in this world. Obito's triumphant shout echoed out of the cave, startling flocks of night-feeding birds into flight. A white Zetsu watched for a moment, then slowly slipped underground. Not long afterward, it reached another secret hideout deep beneath the earth. He found another Black Zetsu, one who had also designed the revised version of the Moon's I Plan 5.0, Black Zetsu Remastered Edition. After hearing the white Zetsu's report, Black Zetsu realized that Obito, that brat, had finally lost his mind. Obito used to be radical, but at least he was still acting within the framework of the script Madara had left behind. Now Madara was wandering the world with his clan's fan on his back, long since detached from this grand plan. Obito, in turn, was gripped by the fatal delusion that he could step up to take the lead, perhaps even do a better job of it. He simply didn't understand how much of his apparent early success, whether manipulating Kirigakure, inciting wars, or founding the Akatsuki, had relied on the seeds Madara had sown over decades. Stripped of Madara's deep foundation and far-reaching schemes, with only Obito's impulsiveness and the power of Kamui to rely on, it simply wouldn't work. Obito may soon become uncontrollable. The backup plan must accelerate, Black Zetsu calculated, swiftly sifting through their remaining resources. Besides Obito, his so-called ally, their only powerful piece left was Kabuto Yakushi, who had mastered both the impure world reincarnation and the Ryuchi cave sage techniques. This young man's power was truly astounding, far surpassing even his former master, Orochimaru, definitely a sharp blade worth putting to use. And yet, for reasons he could not pin down, Black Zetsu always felt an odd discomfort every time he observed Kabuto. There always seemed to be someone else's shadow lurking beneath Kabuto's skin. Surely Orochimaru hasn't managed to cling to life yet again. If so, that man is impossible to kill. A shrill cry of a hawk shattered the early morning silence. Beneath the towering ancient tree, Madara, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them impatiently. Overhead, a ninja hawk circled, clutching something in its talons. Noisy creature, he muttered. Sensing the danger in the man clad in red armor, the small black hawk fluffed out every feather in alarm. Without hesitation, it released its claws, letting the letter drop precisely toward Madara, then tore off for Konoha at breakneck speed, nothing but a streak in the morning sky, desperate to escape before that demon could roast it alive. Madara casually caught the drifting letter, glancing at the signature. Uchiha Ag? What is that brat up to now? Puzzled, Madara broke the seal, and as he read, his face twisted with barely contained fury. The contents of the letter went something like this. May I ask when you plan to get rid of Black Zetsu, and then meet Lord Hashirama in the Pure Land? Or is it that you actually have no idea where Black Zetsu is? In that case, does our agreement still stand? Let's do this. In the spirit of mutual cooperation, Konoha can provide you with critical intelligence about Black Zetsu. But in return, you'll help Konoha take out a few certain individuals. For someone like Lord Madara, that shouldn't be much trouble at all, right? Once you've made up your mind, come find me, but don't even think about climbing over the wall. If you do, the ninja of the Leaf Village will treat you as an enemy. Damn it, Madara couldn't help but curse. This junior really had a knack for getting under his skin. Climb over the wall to re-enter the Leaf Village? Back in the day, when he defected, he marched right out the front gate. Who were they looking down on, exactly? Still, anger aside, Madara had to admit, that sly old fox, Black Zetsu, seemed to have vanished in a thin air. Ever since Aishi exposed Black Zetsu's true identity in the Leaf, Black Zetsu, along with all the white Zetsu under its control, had disappeared without a trace. Only now did Madara realize the trouble he was in. He really didn't have any way to keep Black Zetsu in check. All along, he'd assumed Black Zetsu was his own will-made manifest. Who would ever place shackles on their own will? That would just be idiotic. But now, after everything that had happened, Madara could only see himself as the real fool in this story. Even that blockhead Hashirama was smarter than him. Damn it. With a crash, Madara punched the giant tree beside him, splintering it in an instant. And then there was Aishi. He was supposed to be a descendant of the Uchiha. So why did he act so much like that annoying Tobirama? Always seizing on Madara's weaknesses, always exploiting them ruthlessly. Despicable Aishi Uchiha. Once I deal with Black Zetsu, I swear I'll pin you to the ground and give you the beating you deserve. With a tangled web of frustration and resentment churning inside him, Madara set off in the direction of the Leaf Village. At the gates of the Leaf, a young intern, freshly recruited to the Konoha police force and still wearing a brand new uniform, was busy with registration duties. Seeing the man before him, clad in ancient red armor and emanating an overwhelming aura, the intern forced himself to remain calm. He did his best to keep his voice from trembling. Please register. Madara. HM? Madara's brow furrowed, and his rinnegan flashed coldly over the intern. Your end name, please. With his scalp tingling under that gaze, the intern braced himself and held out the logbook. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. The pen slipped from the intern's fingers and clattered to the floor. Alert! Uchiha Madara has returned. He's here for revenge. At once, a piercing alarm whistle sliced through the air. Almost instantly, countless figures burst forth from the sentry towers flanking the gate, from the nearby trees, rooftops, and from the shadows. Kunai flashed silver in every hand, and an array of jutsu was at the ready. In a blur, the well-trained ninja of the Leaf formed tight, impenetrable rings around Madara. The tension was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Inaho, on gate duty today, felt cold sweat beading on his brow. What on earth was going on? Wasn't this man supposed to have been thrashed by the Hokage and let go? Why was he here again? Surely not for revenge? But that didn't make sense. If he wanted revenge, why come through the front gate? Wouldn't he storm straight into the Hokage's office and challenge him there? Everyone's eyes slid meaningfully to Inaho, their expectations written plain as day. Among us here, you hold the highest rank, and you're an Uchiha. You should make the call on how to proceed. Inaho swallowed nervously. The last time they'd met, the aftershock from Susanoo nearly killed him. He still walked with a limp even now. Madara, sir, to what do we owe the honor of your visit to Konoha? I've come for your Hokage, Madara replied. At those words, cold sweat began to trickle down Inaho's back. Oh, here we go again. Another fight is brewing. Many instinctively tighten their grip on their weapons, their palms slick with sweat. According to the clan's unofficial histories, back in the old days, Madara and Hashirama, the two great forebears, would brawl at the drop of a hat. Their scraps would throw the whole village into chaos, nobody able to get a moment's peace. Eventually, Lord Tobirama had enough. He slapped Madara with the charge of disturbing the peace and fined him a hefty sum. Madara, never one to swallow his pride, packed his bags and stormed off that same day. It was only after Lord Hashirama's repeated, friendly persuasion, and after Madara ended up black and blue from bumping into a passing pig, that Madara finally came home. Just then, a commotion rippled through the crowd. The Hokage is here. The people parted, clearing a path for Ag, who walked up in his Hokage robes to face Madara. Madara got straight to the point. I'll kill a few people for you. In return, you help me find Black Zetsu. It's a deal. With that, Madara slung his war fan over his shoulder and strode away. I'll be camped outside the village. If you need me, you know where to find me. As Madara left, the police force ninjas exchanged bewildered looks. What just happened? Basically, Madara is now Konoha's hired muscle. That's all there is to it. What? Inaho lowered his voice. Lord Ei, Hokage, isn't this a bit risky? Not at all. Ag pointed at the Uchiha crest on Inaho's uniform. He was once the clan leader of the Uchiha. He won't risk his reputation. Inaho muttered inwardly. Not every clan leader has that much shame. Ag ran a hand through his unruly white hair. Stay vigilant these days. I've got a feeling something's about to go down. Yes, Lord Hokage. A few days later, on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village at the training grounds, Naruto and Sasuke were already taking a break, while Guy was still pushing his student, Lee, through his paces. Keep it up, Lee. Just 500 more. Yes, Guy-sensei. I can feel the flames of youth burning inside me. Excellently. You've grown stronger than before. Pushing your limits. Asterisk that asterisk is youth. Guy cheered Lee on, infectiously enthusiastic, while also hurrying Naruto and Sasuke. You guys have been resting for 30 seconds. Isn't it time to get back to training? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, then, perfectly in sync, turned away and pretended not to hear. I bought these pancakes from Mr. Tucci's place. Want a piece? Let me have some water first. It's a bit dry and sticking in my throat. As soon as Naruto took the cup of water, a familiar swirl appeared behind him. A man wearing a white mask emerged, reaching out to grab Naruto. Watch out! Leaf-strong whirlwind. Bang! A figure in green flashed past, phasing right through Obito and snatching Naruto to safety. Guy struck a ready stance. Uchiha Obito, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At the same time, a roar burst forth, seething with boundless grief and hatred. Uchiha Obito, it was you who killed my parents. I'll take your life with my own hands. Naruto kept his eyes fixed on Obito. He knew full well that it was this despicable man who attacked the village during his mother's childbirth, causing the death of his parents and nearly destroying Konoha itself. He had trained all these years under his master, all for this very day. Naruto let out a furious shout. Kurama, lend me all your power. Kurama let out a surprised grunt, realizing the kid had finally lost all restraint today. Fine, let him use it. If I refuse, and either his father or mother shows up to rough me up again, that'll be even worse. More and more chakra surged outward from Naruto's body. Obito sneered. A beast is still just a beast, good for nothing but being a tool for ninja. At the sound of that voice, oozing coercion, Kurama's massive form shuddered inside the seal. His beastly gold and crimson eyes narrowed to fiery slits. Chakra burst forth in wild, uncontrollable torrents. That chakra, familiar and revolting. The Sharingan, how detestable. It's him. He was the one who invaded Konoha all those years ago, tearing Kurama from his previous host, Kushina. He'd used his cursed eye techniques to control Kurama, and the third Hokage had to thrash him out of the village. Damn those Uchiha. Your eyes are as disgusting as Madara's. Hey, Naruto. Naruto, shaking with rage ever since Obito showed up, started at the sudden voice. What? Listen up, kid. Now I'm giving you everything I've got. Use it to wipe this bastard out. Here, and now. Naruto was caught off guard. Usually, Kurama would drag his heels when it came to lending power. Why was he so eager today? I may not like you, brat, but I hate that Uchiha even more. Got it. Naruto nodded fiercely, feeling the tidal surge of chakra within him. Let's go, Kurama. Across the way, the Kusanagi blade was drawn in utter silence. Sasuke slowly raised the tip of his sword, aiming it right at Obito. His newly awakened Eternal Mangekyo fixed on him with deadly intent. It was you who led Itachi down that fatal road. You're the reason I lost my brother forever. Today you must die. Guy solemnly took out his pair of nunchaku from his pouch. Since Kakashi was willing to risk his life to keep you here, as both his lifelong rival and friend, I, Might Guy, now make this declaration. Today you will not leave this place. As for whether Obito could keep his life safe from Naruto and Sasuke, that would depend on his own luck. Might Guy, the blue beast of the hidden leaf, Naruto, wielding the power of the nine tails, and Sasuke, ready at any moment to unleash his full might. The three of them formed a solid and overwhelmingly oppressive triangle, trapping Obito, wielder of both Kamui powers, firmly at its very center. Obito's gaze swept over the three of them, and the edge of his lips curled in a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The three of you might just be worthy enough to give me a little stretch. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. I could kill a bastard like you all by myself. Hardly had his words fallen, when his Mangekyo flashed into wild motion. A torrent of violent ocular energy erupted instantly. Susanu's skeletal frame materialized in a heartbeat, massive ribs and arm bones rising up to shield Sasuke within their tight embrace. A giant chakra bow took form in his grasp, the drawstring pulled taut in a single fluid motion. A violet arrow tore through the air with a piercing shriek, firing straight toward Obito. Yet Obito's body seemed no more solid than a mirage. The arrow met no resistance and sailed right through, detonating in an explosion of shattered rock far behind him. Futile. Before these eyes of mine, all attacks are meaningless. Obito's voice rang out almost in tandem with the shrill whistle of the arrow slashing through the air. The moment the arrow pierced his phantom body, his Mangekyo, swirling with the grotesque power to twist space itself, locked squarely onto Sasuke, cloaked within Susanu's skeletal cage. Kamui. A consuming vortex materialized in the space between them, a hungry maw twisting towards Susanoo. It had only one aim, to rip apart that impudent Uchiha youth nestled within. I'll kill you, you bastard. But just as the Kamui vortex began to form, a surge of enormous chakra crashed down at Obito's head. Supergiant Rasengan. Tisik. Troublesome brat. That momentary distraction gave Sasuke enough time to slip away, moments before his head would have been forfeit. The earth shuddered, dust and smoke billowing skyward. The Rasengan's explosive force gouged a crater several meters wide into the ground, jagged cracks radiating outward like a web. Damn it, I was so close. Naruto's strike had missed its mark, and his body was now leaning forward from the immense momentum. Got you. Obito's phantom form instantly solidified, his right hand flashing out, darting for the completely exposed back of Naruto. If he managed even a touch, the Kamui spatial power would draw Naruto into another dimension in a heartbeat. Hidden Leaf's fierce tiger lotus whirlwind. At that breathless moment, a blur of green tore through the swirling smoke and dust. Kai appeared at Obito's side, lashing out with a powerful, chakra-charged kick aimed squarely at Obito's arm as he reached for Naruto. TCH. A disgruntled sound escaped Obito's lips, betraying his impatience. Kamui. Shuriken. In an instant, a vortex of distorted space opened up before Obito. From within, a storm of rapidly spinning shurikens shot forth, filling the air and blanketing the space around Kai and Naruto in a deadly barrage. The massive skeletal arm of Susanoo swung into place just in time, shielding Kai and Naruto from the lethal hail of shuriken. Get back now. Seizing the chance, Kai grabbed Naruto's arm, his feet pounding against the ground. Using the recoil, the two of them sprang sharply backwards, instantly putting more than a dozen meters between themselves and Obito. Thanks, kid from the Uchiha clan. Tisich, Sasuke scoffed, a hint of disdain in his tone. All you do is make more trouble for me. Obito landed soundlessly back on the ground, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan sweeping over the three who had closed in around him. Meanwhile, the three-leaf shinobi kept their wary eyes locked on Obito. Even with just a brief skirmish, they'd realized things here were going to be a real handful. They'd learned the secret behind Kamui from Kakashi. That jutsu required a certain amount of time to activate. But right now, something fell off. The activation was noticeably quicker than Kakashi had described. A realization flashed across Kai's mind. Could it be that when both Kamui powers are together, the preparation time is shortened? And if that's the case, then the technique he uses to evade attacks, it might have had its power boosted as well. This guy's control over the Sharingan is far beyond what Kakashi can manage. Suddenly, Obito threw his head back and burst into wild laughter. The power of his twin Mangekyo Sharingan was even greater than he had imagined. This is the true use of the Sharingan. We move now. We have to stop Obito here at any cost. The three sprinted toward Obito, while he only responded with a cold smirk, unleashing the full might of his eyes. Beneath the ground, hidden from view, Black Zetsu's face cracked into a rare, satisfied smile. The strength born from the double Mangekyo Sharingan had brought Obito to the peak of his power. Now, all that was left was to find an opening in the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's defenses, and then drag him into the Kamui dimension. Once that happened, it would all be over. Excitement trembling through his form, Black Zetsu rubbed his hand-shaped appendage eagerly. Mother, I'm so close. Soon, I'll resurrect you. Hey, Naruto, are you holding up? I'm fine. Just a scratch. Naruto kept up a brave front, but inside, frustration simmered vividly. No matter how hard the three of them fought, no matter how many jutsu they unleashed against Obito, nothing seemed to break through his defenses. The Uchiha clan's eyes are as infuriating as ever. Kurama's gruff voice rumbled from within. Kurama, got any ideas? Call that guy named Kakashi. Let him be the shield up front. Obito can't bring himself to hurt Kakashi. Come on, give me a break. Kakashi-senpai is still recovering from his wounds. Kurama shook his head. Humans, they really are fragile creatures. While Naruto and Sasuke were deep in thought, Guy's aura surged higher and higher. This move was once reserved for Kakashi, but now, using it against his closest friend, it feels just as fitting. Sensing Guy's skyrocketing chakra, Lee's face filled with visible panic. Sensei, are you going to use that? That's right. The most powerful taijutsu we've honed day and night, the Eight Gates released formation. The Eight Gates, Guy's own father, Dai, had once used this very technique. With a single kick, he swept down the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, making legends out of legends. But the price was his own life. And now, Guy was ready to use it again. If it was possible not to open the 8th, the Gate of Death, that would be best. But if it had to be done, then let the whole of Konoha witness what it means for youth to blaze with unstoppable fire. 8 Gates release formation, Gate of You. All of a sudden, a burst of white light streaked across the battlefield. A striking figure with snow-white hair landed in the fray. Senpai, save that final kick for Kakashi. I'll take care of this traitor myself. Guy froze, caught off guard before he could even reply. Damn it, Black Zetsu's small yellow eyes widened. How come he's not late for once? Sage Art, exploding water dragon bite. With a titanic roar, a dragon formed entirely of pure sage chakra materialized, jaws wide enough to devour mountains, hurling an ocean's worth of natural energy straight at Obito below. Passive, when fighting Uchiha, all abilities are enhanced. Obito's laughter cut off instantly. His icy Sharingan flicked toward the assailant. The user of the flying thunder god. So you aren't late this time. But, he sneered inwardly. Against the absolute power of double Kimyui, any attack is nothing but futile. Wait. The scorn vanished from Obito's face. An inexplicable heaviness seized him from deep within. What the hell? Why? Why couldn't his body shift into the Kamui dimension like always? Art, bringer of divine lightning, upon locking onto the target, instantly anchors their spatial coordinates, preventing any movement or changes in form. This is the ultimate ocular jutsu, created to counter spacetime ninjutsu. Lord Tobirama, let's move. Obito stood rooted in place, stiff as a wooden puppet, while Black Zetsu couldn't hold back a furious outburst. You idiot, Obito! Move, damn you, just move. Do you enjoy getting beaten up that much? Obito's furious roar was instantly drowned by the deafening crash of the water dragon jutsu. The immense, mystical water dragon, like countless spinning blades made of water, savagely tore at Obito's flesh and blood, pinning him helplessly in place. Aff! His screams echoed without end, as the center of the water dragon's rampage filled the air with a dense mist of blood and water vapor. No one knew how much time had passed before the raging water dragon finally exhausted its energy, dispersing into a rain of sparkling droplets that faded into the air. As the mist receded, a battered figure was revealed at the heart of the chaos. Obito was drenched from head to toe, his clothes shredded beyond recognition. His mask had long since been smashed to bits, exposing a face half crushed by the onslaught. His body was covered in countless thin lacerations, and he struggled to rise from the muddy ground, every movement a test of his endurance. Breathing heavily, Obito's Sharingan swirled with shock and anger that bordered on disbelief. Throughout that terrifying barrage, he had desperately tried again and again to slip into his Kamui dimension, only to be met with hopeless futility, as if dozens of invisible nails had pinned him to the spot, rendering even intangibility impossible. He understood at last. It was that damned ocular power of the silver-haired boy. No, wait. Wasn't he using Madara's Rinnegan just now? Could it be that Ingsi had somehow fused the Rinnegan and Mangekyo powers into one? Obito spat a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at Ingsi's eyes. Those very same Rinnegan that once belonged to Madara. You're really something. To think you awakened such a powerful ocular jutsu. No, Ingsi shook his head. It wasn't luck. I did it with you in mind. Obito's pupils shrank in disbelief, a sense of absurdity crashing over him. To specifically awaken a Mangekyo power just to counter Uchiha Obito? He'd never heard of anything more ludicrous. The shinobi world had no such thing as a jutsu like this. But Ing-Si paid him no further mind. Instead, his gaze shifted to Naruto, Sasuke, Guy, and Lee, who had joined the fray as onlookers. This one right here. He gestured casually at the barely standing Obito with the tip of Muramasa. Leave him to me. You all should focus on protecting the rest of the village. Kabuto Yakushi has already infiltrated. He's headed toward the police force detention center. His target is the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Suddenly, a cold droplet landed on Obito's neck without warning. Was it rain? No. It was a bead of cold sweat that had trickled down from his own brow. How's he know Kabuto is here? And knows his target too? Even the exact route of his operation. This intelligence was so precise, it sent chills down his spine. You're wondering how I knew Kabuto was here, aren't you? Obito's body stiffened instantly. An icy dread shot from his feet all the way up to the crown of his head. That other eye, could it possibly be able to read minds? If that were true, able to predict moves, block off escapes, even see into his thoughts, how was he supposed to fight that? No, it must just be a coincidence. All right. Last time the Leaf was invaded, he'd been waiting for me at Naruto's house first thing in the morning. No, that can't be right. If that were true, there's no way he could have gotten out alive. Wait, maybe it's true. Back then, he hadn't awakened the Mangekyo yet. No. Then how did he know I was there? Oh, whatever. Enough thinking, just go for it. If one eye is useless, then how about the other one? Fire style, raging storm dance. His hands flashed through a series of hand signs, Mangekyo spinning wildly. A furious vortex of flames took shape in an instant, borrowing the twisting winds of Kamui's space. It became a massive, roaring tornado of fire, tearing toward Ainsai with destructive force. Sage art, water style, water formation wall. A thick wall of water surged up from the earth to meet the oncoming tornado of flame. Water and fire collided, and a billowing cloud of steam exploded into the air, shrouding everything in ghostly white mist. In that instant, vision clouded by churning steam. A blazing fast shadow shredded through the fog. Ainsai's form flickered to life behind Obito, moving faster than the eye could follow. In his hand, Muramasa, wrapped in a quiet, drizzling sheen, like rain born of the blade, glided forward in utter silence. Flying Raijin slash. A sharp, wet thud. The blade pierced Obito's heart with perfect precision. Obito's body convulsed, a look of tortured humiliation silting in his eyes at the return of the dreaded flying Raijin. A dull, brutal impact followed the blade, a heavy sideways kick. Obito was sent hurtling back over 10 meters, tumbling through the muddy ground, a long trail of blood marking his desperate halt. Ainsai flicked the blood from his blade, eyeing Obito's gaping chest wound. Still alive, the monstrous vitality granted by Hashiroma's cells was forcibly healing wounds that should have spelled certain death. Obito struggled again, trying to push himself upright, but now even that was harder than before. His face twisted, clouded by dread. The very first time they met in the Hidden Leaf, it was this cursed flying Raijin that had completely undone him. And now, history repeated itself. What made it worse, his prized Kamui-eye technique was utterly useless against Ainsai. Even the left eye he'd taken back from Kakashi had become a pitiful ornament in the face of that unstoppable speed. There was no way to fight. None at all. But Ainsai wasn't about to give him a moment's respite. He raised Muramasa with steady hands, the blade's chill gleaming through the veils of rain. Raindrops trickled along the blade, tapping out a slow, relentless rhythm. Eyes of Rinnegan watched Obito's desperate struggle with cold composure. Now it's my turn. Damn it. Obito barely managed to cry before the sharp edge of Muramasa punched through his shoulder. In the next instant, Ainsai slipped another blade into his offhand and, without hesitation, drove it through Obito's throat. Obito clutched at his throat as bright red blood slowly seeped from the wound. The only answer Obito received was an unending series of explosions that seemed as if they would never cease. Ninja art, tandem paper bomb technique. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous blasts echoed through the entire village of Konoha. No one knew how much time had passed before the explosions finally began to subside. Out of the swirling smoke left by the blasts, Ag strode forward. A true man never looks back at an explosion. That's it? I thought you'd be something impressive. Pathetic. Ag sheathed his twin blades, ready to support the other ninja, defending the village. He didn't seem to notice that in the dense fog, Obito was quietly rising to his feet. One of his Sharingan eyes had turned a lifeless, stone-like white, exuding an eerie and terrifying presence. The forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha clan is an Agi. At the cost of one Sharingan, The user can turn any misfortune that befalls them within a certain period into nothing, like it never happened. Only outcomes favorable to the user are allowed to become reality. A cold smile curled at the corner of Obito's mouth. With Ag completely off guard, he was confident. He could twist off Ag's head in an instant. Divine. Earth-style mud wall. A wall etched with the likeness of a dog's head shot up from the ground, cutting Obito off from Ag. A white-clad figure leapt down from above, driving a kunai fiercely at Obito. The razor-sharp blade drove into Obito's upraised left arm. Obito stared in disbelief at Kakashi. Kakashi, Obito. Kakashi withdrew that right hand, the hand that could never be cleansed of its sins. The last time, he had used this very hand to kill Rin. Today, he used it again to gravely wound his former best friend, Obito. Meanwhile, at some unknown moment, Ag had already vaulted atop the high wall. Senpai, if it weren't for you, I might already be dead. Kakashi looked toward Ag. The grievances between Obito and me, I should be the one to settle them with my own hands. All right, thank you. Kakashi focused once more on Obito, then slowly raised his right hand, forming the seal of confrontation. After a brief, heavy silence, Obito stood up straight and mirrored the seal. The battle begins. The two figures hurtled into each other with full force. Kakashi Hitaki and Obito Uchiha, once brothers in arms who shared life and death, now bound by searing hatred and wounds that could never be healed, had finally reached the moment of their ultimate showdown. Crack. Bang. Crash. Kakashi's voice tore through his ragged breaths. Obito, why did you become like this? Why? Because you let Rin die in front of you. Kakashi, it was your hand that killed her. You're the one who destroyed everything I cherished. Rin's name was like a poisoned kunai, striking with precision at the deepest wound in Kakashi's heart. Obito seized that fleeting distraction. His right leg gathered the force of a thunderbolt and slammed fiercely into Kakashi's chest. Kakashi staggered back a few steps, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Rin, that was because... Shut up. It was you. You killed Rin. Obito's roar drowned out everything else. He followed it up with a brutal punch, landing hard on Kakashi's face. The searing pain only stoked the fire in Kakashi's spirit. He didn't fall. Instead, he twisted his body with the force of the blow, spinning into a powerful counterattack. With a sharp whoosh of wind, his side kick swept mercilessly toward Obito's midsection. Obito blocked just in time. A heavy, muffled thud echoed as the two clashed. It's time to end this, Obito. Kakashi steadied himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze turned icy and resolute. Slowly, he raised his right hand. A piercing, electrifying sound suddenly split the air as dazzling blue lightning exploded in his palm. Just what I wanted. Razor-sharp wooden spikes shot out along Obito's forearm. No more words were exchanged. Like arrows loosed from a bow, the two figures charged toward each other, driven by their final obsessions and strength. They rushed headlong at one another toward the end. Neither hesitated. A splatter of blood. Kakashi's lightning-filled arm plunged straight through Obito's chest. Yet in that same instant, the deadly wooden spike in Obito's grasp shifted ever so slightly, narrowly missing Kakashi's vital spot. Cock. Obito's body went rigid. Agony racked him, and he coughed up blood, soaking Kakashi's arm with crimson. But his lips twisted into a strange, bitter smile. His gaze locked unyieldingly onto Kakashi. Pathetic Kakashi, you're always a step behind me. At last, I can go see Rin. And you'll stay here, all alone, forever trapped in this wretched world. Ha ha ha. You're not even worthy to die by my hand. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. The light in Obito's eyes faded away. With his strength gone, his body pitched forward in slow motion. At last, a heavy thud. He collapsed onto the cold, unyielding ground. Kakashi's arm remained frozen in that piercing motion, warm blood still streaming down. He gazed at the face before him, so familiar, yet now a stranger. An overwhelming emptiness swept through him, and sorrow beyond words threatened to drown him. Obito, you could have killed me. Why did you hold back? Below the earth, within the cracks of the soil, Black Zetsu writhed in fury, screaming in silence. Black Zetsu felt as if a heart attack was imminent. Useless. Fool. Idiot. You couldn't beat Inosuke fine, but now of all times, you hold back against Kakashi. Who do you think you are? You're the ultimate villain of the ninja world, the traitor of Konoha, the murderer of your own master and mistress. And now you want to play the good guy? Where was this act when it mattered? Ha! You're trash. Having finished hurling insults, Black Zetsu quickly racked his brain for a way out. Forget it. No use thinking now. Obito's gone, so best to make a run for it while I still can. As long as the Green Hills remain, There will always be firewood to burn another day. Once I regroup, at worst I can buy my time for another 70 or 80 years. When these old geezers finally die off, I'll find some young fools to manipulate next. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a cold black rod, without the slightest warning, pierced through layers of earth and rammed straight into Black Zetsu's very core. Damn it! His body writhed frantically, desperate to break free from the black rod's grip. How? How'd he know I was hiding here? But more and more black rods rained down, pinning him in place in an instant, trapping him completely, as if giving his whole body a ruthless acupuncture treatment. Then, a sudden roar thundered out, accompanied by a surge of brute strength erupting from nearby. The earth in a several-meter radius around Black Zetsu shattered under this overwhelming force. For the first time, the enigmatic figure that had always hidden in the shadows was dragged out into the harsh, unforgiving sunlight. A silhouette emerged, strolling deliberately along the edge of the shattered pit, gazing down at Black Zetsu with undeniable authority. So, you're the third son of the Sage of Six Paths, Black Zetsu? Honestly, you don't look a thing like him. Ever taken a paternity test? Isai crouched down, gently prodding Black Zetsu's twisted form with a black rod. What nonsense are you spouting? I've never been that fool's son. Yum. You're not worthy of knowing who I really am. Unexpectedly, Isai lowered his voice, leaning in closer. I know, truth is, Orochimaru's already taken over your body. The Black Zetsu, standing before me, is no longer the original. Black Zetsu was on the verge of a meltdown. Oh, for crying out loud. Just enough already. This was absurdity's own mother opening the door for it. Pure, unfiltered nonsense. Accusing me of being Hagoromo's son, at least that makes some sense. Same era, just one generation apart. But now you're saying I've been possessed by Orochimaru? That's just bonkers. You must really hate Orochimaru, blaming everything under the sun on him. If he actually had a corpse here, you'd probably bring him back to life from sheer outrage. As Black Zetsu ranted and raged inwardly, teetering on the edge of a breakdown, that familiar electronic buzz sounded once again in Isai's mind. Mission progress update. Core mission complete. Eliminated the last member of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Bito, and the shadowy third son of the Sage of Six Paths, Black Zetsu. Lord Tobirama has once again defended the foundation of Konoha with absolute strength and wisdom. Mission reward. The Uchiha and Senju bloodlines within you have evolved into those of Indra and Azura. Both supreme bloodlines have merged perfectly, and the power of all creation now stirs within you. Tobirama-sama has successfully awakened and mastered the Rinnegan. His ocular powers have evolved. Behold, the sixth Tomo Rinnegan. Unique eye technique awakened, Kamimasubi, granting the power to create a temporary conceptual void or a domain that nullifies rules. Within this space, you can specify a single concept or rule to negate its effects. An unimaginably powerful force began to surge slowly through every corner of Ainsai's body. And once again, his eyes underwent a subtle transformation. Such overwhelming power. The hedgehog-like Black Zetsu stared in shock as Six Tomo slowly materialized within Ainsai's Rinnegan. What? Why are his eyes still evolving? He was just an ordinary Uchiha brat. How could he possibly have become so strong? And that chakra around him, why does it feel so strikingly familiar to me? What on earth is this loathsome Uchiha kid? Skewered and writhing like a hedgehog, Black Zetsu was swept into a wave of unprecedented despair. An Uchiha who is not only terrifyingly powerful, but also cunning. How could the shinobi world come to harbor such an overpowered existence? But, even amidst such crushing adversity, Black Zetsu refused to abandon hope. It did not matter if Obito was lost. Even if he himself was captured, it was of no consequence. He still had Kabuto as an asset. All was not yet lost. There was still a chance.